Ji Boying had traversed into this realm of cultivation for a decade. Yet not only had his cultivation level failed to ascend, but he also found himself in a state of decline due to the toxic herbs he had ingested, deteriorating day by day. However, on one tempestuous night, an enigmatic woman unexpectedly burst into his chamber. From that fateful evening onward, Ji Boying inadvertently awakened his latent potential, discovering that there existed a different path to cultivation. Chapter 1. The Sorceress of the Rainy Night. You, Ji Boying, are indeed unfortunate with a mixed five-element spiritual root and a wasted first-grade potential. Your hopes for foundation establishment in this lifetime are bleak. It would be wiser to return home and tend to the fields, thereby passing the remainder of your days in peace. In the dimly lit room, the flickering candlelight cast wavering shadows. Ji Boying reclined against the window, gazing at the crescent moon marred in the night sky, while the words of the elder from the Qian sect echoed in his mind, laden with a heavy accent. 10 full years had passed since he arrived in this world. Unlike other protagonists in tales of adventure, Ji Boying had awaited his awakening, but to no avail. He had not activated any system, nor did he possess the legacy of a venerable ancestor. Initially, he believed he was treading the path of a mortal cultivator. Yet as the years rolled by, he realized that rather than achieving a reversal of fortune, he had accumulated a significant amount of toxins within his body from years of alchemical practice, leaving his health in a precarious state and his cultivation insubstantial. Suddenly, a thunderclap jolted Ji Boying from his reverie, forcing him back to reality. He looked up to witness the once clear night sky, now shrouded in ominous clouds that flickered with purple lightning. Gradually, raindrops began to fall, splashing against the ground and further dimming the already flickering candlelight. I wonder which powerful being is undergoing tribulation to summon such extraordinary phenomena. Alas, it bears no relevance to me. Ji Boying sighed softly, rising to close the wooden window. As the rain intensified and the thunder grew more frequent, he felt disinclined to remain seated any longer. Thus, he approached his bed, preparing to retire for the night. After all, early the next morning, he was due to assist at Jichuan Hall in refining potions. Although the alchemical process would expedite the accumulation of toxins within him, potentially leading to his demise should he not succumb to the poison first, he feared that without this endeavor, he would perish from starvation long before the toxins could manifest. The rain fell with increasing ferocity, and the room grew colder still. Ji Boying curled up in bed, shivering from the biting chill, which provoked a fit of harsh coughing. Perhaps unable to bear the cold any longer, Ji Boying resolved to rise and meditate to suppress the internal chill. However, just as he was about to rise, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. The next moment, a loud crash resonated as the door, previously secured, was forcefully thrust open, slamming against the nearby wardrobe. Startled, Ji Boying sprang up and peered toward the entrance. In the dim light, he discerned a frail figure leaning weakly against the shattered doorframe. "Who goes there?" he called out, a hint of anxiety in his voice. The figure did not respond but staggered forward into the room. Oblivious to his inquiry, as the figure drew closer, Ji Boying gradually discerned the rain-soaked strands of hair and the tattered garments adorning the stranger. "It would be wise for you to halt your advance otherwise. Do not blame me for taking action." Upon noticing the intruder had fully entered the room, Ji Boying's heart raced with mounting anxiety. He issued a warning while channeling his spiritual energy. Yet, the other party remained unfazed, advancing step by step towards him. Ji Boying swallowed hard, hesitating momentarily before ultimately charging forward. If warnings fell on deaf ears, then action was the only recourse. However, before he could close the distance, an overwhelming force propelled him backward, crashing him violently against the wall. The tremendous impact sent his internal organs into disarray. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth as he raised his gaze towards the figure, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. The force of that last strike suggested a practitioner, at least at the initial stage of foundation establishment, if not higher. A foundation establishment master had appeared in this remote mountain village. It was worth noting that the elder from the Qian sect, who had come to recruit disciples, was merely a foundation establishment cultivator. A pure young body? Just as Ji Boying was reeling in shock, a chilling female voice suddenly echoed in his ear. He slowly regained his composure, only to find that the intruder had somehow closed the distance to stand directly before him. Clad in a tattered purple gauze dress that clung to her form, Her flawless, snow-white skin was accentuated by the damp fabric, showcasing her graceful silhouette in all its glory. Her exquisite features, framed by damp strands of hair, radiated an enchanting allure. The figure before him was, astonishingly, a female cultivator. Just as G being prepared to speak, the woman erupted into a fit of violent coughing, and the next moment, pain and pallor washed over her previously composed face. Senior, G being spoke nervously, sensing that the female cultivator bore him no significant malice. Perhaps she merely sought a place to rest and recuperate, intending to depart at dawn, though he harbored concerns about the potential troubles that might arise from harboring a mysterious Foundation establishment master. The current situation seemed to leave him with little choice. Resolving to invite her to rest in his room, he prepared to rise. Yet, before he could utter a word, a delicate, snow-white arm encircled his neck with a vice-like grip. Who would have thought to encounter a pure young body in such a place? Though merely at the initial stage of chi refinement, it will suffice. The woman spoke with an indifferent tone. In the next instant, Ji Being felt a sudden chill enveloping his neck. Moments later, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation engulfed him, while a warm current was forcibly drawn from his lower abdomen by an overpowering force. Ji Boying's eyes widened as he attempted to struggle. But alas, his meager cultivation at the initial stage of chi refinement could not stir even a ripple before a Foundation establishment practitioner. Thus, the warm current within his lower abdomen, drawn forth by the female cultivator, had already reached his chest. A glimmer of despair surfaced in Ji Boying's gaze. Just as he believed this warmth was about to escape his body, the woman before him suddenly broke into a violent cough. A torrent of blood erupted from her mouth, and at that moment, the power within Ji Boying dissipated completely. Damn it! Why must it flare up at this moment? The exquisite beauty of the woman became increasingly contorted in agony, her aura beginning to spiral chaotically. Cold and heat, two opposing forces ravaged and collided within her, yet the warmth was evidently no match for the chill. Before long, a layer of white frost began to form upon her. Ji Boying, standing before her, could distinctly feel the spiritual energy within her gradually fading away, filling his heart with a surge of hope. His opportunity had arrived. However, before he could revel in his joy, the smile that was about to grace his face abruptly froze. He beheld several beams of purple light materializing behind the woman, and in the next instant, his limbs and neck found themselves ensnared by purple rings. Under the confinement of these rings, Ji Boying felt as though he had been nailed to the spot, unable to move an inch. With a casual gesture, the woman pinned Ji Boying against the wall, her expression revealing a hint of struggle. After a considerable pause, it seemed she had made some internal resolution. Looking at Ji Boying, she coldly declared, "Before you perish, consider this a favor." Before Ji Boying could comprehend her meaning, he was confronted with a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Heavy rain pressed upon the verdant pines, yet the pines stood tall and straight. Who has not endured the tempestuous storms, only to witness the clouds part and the moonlight shine through? Flowers bloom and then scatter, while the birds do not sing after the rain. One dares to inquire of the dragon's whereabouts, amidst the chorus of myriad frogs in the grassy pond. A quarter of an hour later, as a trace of warmth departed from within him, Ji Boying finally came to terms with all that had transpired that night. It was at this moment that a virtual panel, reminiscent of a video game, abruptly appeared before him. Experience from this exchange: 25-2-5100 realm bonus. 100 an additional layer of effect is added for each minor realm higher than oneself, up to a maximum of 10 layers. Effect bonus: 10 first-time exchange between both parties, gaining 10 instances of tenfold effect experience. Free attribute points: 22 skill attribute points, swordsmanship. 22. The shimmering text reflected before him, and Ji Boying felt an overwhelming urge to rub his eyes, questioning whether this panel was merely a figment of his overexertion. Yet, the rings binding him forcefully slammed him against the floor, and simultaneously, a sudden tightening in a certain area drew forth a renewed chorus of rain from outside. Chapter 2. The soul contract. That night, the rain fell incessantly until dawn, gradually subsiding. Ji Boying lay on the hard floor, not casting a glance at the enchanting figure atop him, but rather fixated on the virtual panel before him. He could now ascertain that this was indeed his golden finger. 10 years. It had been a decade since he traversed into this world, toiling and struggling for 10 long years, and his golden finger had manifested in such a manner. The thought sent waves of exhilaration coursing through Ji Boying's heart. He had initially believed himself to be a rare pure yang body, only to discover he was, in fact, even more precious than the pure yang body. At that moment, the woman suddenly spoke, pulling Ji Boying from his reverie of inner joy. He turned his gaze towards the woman on him. Despite her disheveled hair and attire, and the faint blush gracing her cheeks, her cold and aloof beauty remained undiminished. However, Ji Boying had no inclination to admire her. Even the thrill of his golden fingers awakening was momentarily overshadowed. For his life lay precariously in the hands of this mysterious woman. Especially after their exchange the previous night, Ji Boying could distinctly sense her strength gradually recovering. He could not ascertain the extent of her restoration, but it was evident that if she wished to end his life, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. I can offer you a chance at survival. Just as Ji Boying pondered how to prolong his life, the woman spoke again. She rose slowly, conjuring a dark purple robe that enveloped her. Ji Boying's pupils constricted. It was a spatial artifact. She looked down at Ji Boying, holding a primitive-seeming black scroll in her hand. This was a soul contract in a master-servant format, where upon signing, a fragment of the servant's soul would be bound within the master's soul sea. If you wish to avoid death at this moment, sign this soul contract. From now on, you shall serve me as your master, and I alone shall be your sovereign. Of course, you may choose to refuse, but as for the consequences, I am willing. Ji Boying replied without a moment's hesitation. He had no other choice. Though signing the contract would mean he would be forever under the control of this woman before him, as long as he remained alive, there was still hope. Moreover, with his golden finger awakened, its purpose was clear. All he needed to do was survive, and strength would inevitably follow. When that time came, would he still need to worry about this contract? Seeing Ji Boying agree so readily, a touch of disdain flickered in the woman's gaze. She casually waved her hand, tossing the contract before Ji Boying, and spoke indifferently. Simply inscribe your name with your essence blood. Without the slightest hesitation, Ji Boying complied meticulously. However, during the signing, he caught sight of another name, which, if all went as expected, should belong to the other party. Nangongwan. Ji Boying silently etched this name into his memory. After all, she had granted him the opportunity to experience life anew, allowing him to tread once more upon the path of eternal life that had long been severed. From any perspective, she was deserving of remembrance. Upon seeing Ji Boying complete the signing, Nangongwan retrieved the scroll and remarked coolly, I shall step out for a while and will return around the hour of you. What you do in my absence is of no concern to me, but upon my return, I must see you present. Otherwise, I shall remember this, esteemed elder. Ji Boying replied promptly. Noting Ji Boying's compliance, Nangongwan refrained from further comment and turned to exit. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, once Ji Boying was certain that Nangongwan had completely departed, he intended to rise from the ground. However, just as he attempted to stand, a wave of soreness radiated from his lower back, and his legs began to tremble slightly. It seemed that the rain from the previous night had been rather excessive. After a considerable time, Ji Boying, supporting himself against the wall, slowly made his way to the windowsill table. He eagerly summoned his status panel. Upon the white virtual frame appeared a series of prominent lines. Name, Ji Boying Cultivation, Chi Refinement Level 3, Constitution, Fire 13, Inferior, Soul, 9, Physique, 7, Poisoned, Swordsmanship, 164. Initial Stage of Chi Realm, Alchemical Skill, 1377, 1-star Middle Grade, Available Attribute Points, 164. The state of these base attributes was truly disheartening. Yet, could there be an issue with this panel? When did I become a 1-star middle grade alchemist? Ji Boying gazed at the data displayed on his panel, a frown creasing his brow. He indeed possessed a modest understanding of alchemy, sufficient to refine medicinal liquids. Yet he had never succeeded in forming pills. In truth, Ji Boying had yet to even step into the realm of a 1-star low-grade alchemist. So how could he possibly be classified as a middle-grade alchemist? After pondering for quite some time without clarity, Ji Boying chose to abandon the thought. He redirected his attention to his base attributes. Aside from his constitution being at 13 points, his soul and physique were both in single digits. It was no wonder that after a decade of cultivation, he remained at Chi Refinement Level 3. Now that it was established that constitution represented spiritual roots, what then did physique and soul signify? As his thoughts swirled, Ji Boying tentatively allocated 3 of his available attribute points to his physique. In an instant, a surge of warmth coursed through his body, and before he could fully comprehend what had transpired, the warmth vanished without a trace. This seems to have brought no discernible change? No, wait. Ji Boying's expression shifted slightly. My chest. It seems to ache less now. Last night, although Nangongwan's strike was not lethal, it evidently left Ji Boying with considerable injuries, causing her pain that persisted until this morning. Just a short while ago, After enhancing her physique by 3 points, she could distinctly feel a slight alleviation in the discomfort at her chest. While the pain remained, it was no longer as severe. With this thought, Ji Boing could not resist augmenting her physique by an additional 40 points, elevating it to 50. This time, the warmth coursing through her body lasted significantly longer, and the pain in her chest gradually diminished as the warmth flowed through, ultimately vanishing completely. Even the sharp pain in her lower back had lessened considerably, and her legs felt far less weak than they had when she first rose. However, it was regrettable that the accumulated toxins within her body showed no sign of improvement. To entirely eradicate the toxins, she would still need a third-grade detoxification pill. If the enhancement of the physique strengthens the body, does the soul relate to mental power? Whether refining pills or crafting talismans, both require substantial mental energy. Yet with only 9 points in her soul, even with the skills of a first-tier mid-grade alchemist, she could not truly refine pills. Perhaps this was the reason she could not succeed in pill making. With this in mind, Lin Yuan decided to elevate his soul to 100. In an instant, an indescribable sensation surged through his mind. This impact was no less intense than yesterday's storm. Once this sensation fully subsided, Ji Boing found her mind remarkably clear, accompanied by an unprecedented sense of comfort. After about a quarter of an hour, having changed into clean garments, she stepped outside and made her way towards the town. Compared to her previous lethargy and listlessness, there was now a noticeable sparkle in her eyes, even a hint of triumphant vigor. The village was not far from the town, nearly 20 to 30 miles away. Even a first-level chi practitioner, employing the simplest breathing techniques, could reach it in just over half an hour. Unlike the sparsely populated village, the small town was a bustling hub, gathering cultivators from 63 villages across 300 miles, presenting a vibrant and lively atmosphere. Particularly on the main thoroughfare upon entering the town, shops of various sizes lined both sides, with visitors continuously flowing in and out, regardless of the business's fortunes. Ji Boing did not linger in these shops but continued along the main road, stopping only after passing several intersections in front of a store named Jichentang. This was where Ji Boing typically refined potions to earn spirit coins. However, perhaps it was time for a change. No longer would she merely refine potions, but rather refine pills. Chapter 3. The Success of Alchemy. Young Ji. As Ji Boing stepped into the apothecary, a familiar voice resonated through the air. There, behind the counter, stood the portly manager's son, his handlebar mustache twitching with mirth as he regarded her. Young Ji, why are you so late today? Since your transfer from Jichentang. This is the first time, isn't it? Some matters delayed me, hence my tardiness, Ji Boing replied casually, not entirely untruthful. Manager's son nodded slightly, seemingly uninterested in prying further into the specifics. If she wished to share, she would. If not, that was perfectly acceptable, as if a thought had crossed his mind. He turned to Ji Boing once more and remarked, rumor has it that traces of bandit cultivators have been discovered near Binshan Ridge. Although nothing has transpired as of yet, it is prudent to exercise caution. You do not reside in town, and the journey from the village to here spans 2 or 3 dozen miles. It would be wise to travel in company for mutual protection. Thank you for the reminder, manager. Ji Boing felt a surge of alarm at his words. Bandit cultivators. How little time had passed since their last appearance. Each emergence of these nefarious figures resulted in countless low-ranking cultivators falling victim to their merciless hands. The last incident had devastated Shiling Village in Jushan Bay, where nearly 1,000 villagers, regardless of age or gender, were slaughtered. Not even the livestock were spared. By the time the town's enforcement team arrived, the bandits had vanished without a trace. Enough of this. The hour grows late. If there is nothing else, you should hurry to the back and begin your alchemical work. Manager's son retrieved a ledger from beneath the counter, calculating with his abacus while cheerfully declaring, recently, the apothecary has secured a significant order, so you must devote your time to refining the elixirs. Once this order is fulfilled, I, old son, shall treat you to a grand feast at the Drunken Immortal Tower. Additionally, I shall reward you with 30 extra low-grade spirit stones as a bonus. Manager Sunday. What is it? Manager's son looked up with a smile. May I attempt alchemy myself? With a sound like a drop of water, Manager's son's movements froze, his face morphing into a mask of disbelief as he stared at Ji Boing. What? Alchemy? Young Ji, are you jesting with me? I am quite serious. Manager's son opened his mouth, ready to voice a response, but upon witnessing Ji Boing's earnest demeanor, he ultimately refrained from speaking. You may pursue alchemy, but the cost of the materials will be your own responsibility. Of course. A wave of elation coursed through Ji Boing as she quickly acquiesced. What type of elixir do you wish to concoct? Manager's son scrutinized Ji Boing before continuing. For your first attempt, I recommend starting with the simplest chi restoration pill or the blood vitality pill. Both of these elixirs are not only inexpensive but also straightforward to refine. Many novice alchemists begin their journey with these two. Ji Boing nodded in agreement. The Qi Restoration Pill and Blood Vitality Pill were indeed the easiest elixirs to concoct among the one-star varieties. If she could not successfully create these, then the prospect of mastering anything more complex would be utterly futile. Having reached a tentative conclusion, Ji Boing turned to Manager Sun and inquired, "How many spirit stones are needed for a batch of blood vitality pills?" With a faint smile, the latter raised 2 fingers and replied, 200 low-grade spirit stones. "Which amounts to your wages for 4 months, young man." Upon hearing this figure, Ji Boing couldn't help but flinch at the mention of 200 low-grade spirit stones. Sensing Ji Boing's discomfort, Manager Sun twirled his mustache and produced a set of medicinal materials from behind him, offering them with the words, "I understand your situation. Take these materials for now. As for the payment, consider it a credit. You can repay it when you are able." Ji Boing was taken aback by this offer. Gazing at the manager with a hint of confusion, the latter chuckled lightly and added, "No need for excessive contemplation. Over the years, you have indeed earned your keep at Jichentang. It is merely a few hundred spirit stones. I, old son, do not wish to dampen the spirit of such a diligent contributor." Ji Boing opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then clasped his fists deeply, expressing, "Your kindness is beyond words. Manager Sun, I will remember your generosity." With that, he accepted the medicinal materials and made his way to the back courtyard of the pharmacy. Manager Sun watched Ji Boing's retreating figure, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Truth be told, he did not hold high hopes for Ji Boing. After all, there were numerous alchemists, yet few could ascend to the rank of alchemist. However, this did not deter him from extending a personal favor to Ji Boing. After all, young men like him, hardworking, capable, honest, and not demanding a wage increase, were indeed a rarity these days. Upon arriving at the back courtyard, Ji Boing walked directly to the quiet chamber he typically used for alchemy. Although he had previously refined various medicinal materials and understood the similarities between alchemy and herbal refinement, the prospect of truly beginning the process of pill-making made him somewhat anxious. After all, if he were to fail, those 200 spirit stones would be lost. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his emotions, choosing not to rush into the process, but rather to refine some materials first to familiarize himself with the tactile sensations. The process of refining the materials unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated. In the past, Ji Boing would struggle to refine 3 different materials simultaneously, yet this time, he successfully refined 15 without experiencing any disturbances in his spiritual energy. Were it not for the limited capacity of the alchemical furnace, he would have sought to add even more materials. This demonstrated the extraordinary efficacy of the 100 soul points he had acquired. Now, Ji Boing was increasingly convinced that his previous failures in pill-making stemmed from an insufficient level of spiritual energy. After approximately an hour, feeling that he was in a suitable state, he commenced the crafting of the blood vitality pills. Though this was the simplest pill to create within the first tier, it was still Ji Boing's inaugural attempt at alchemy. Alongside his anxiety, there was also a burgeoning sense of hope and anticipation in his eyes. 2 hours swiftly passed. Meanwhile, Manager Sun at the counter had already completed his review of the account books. He cast a glance towards the direction of the backyard, shaking his head in silent dismay. Typically, a novice alchemist would require no more than 2.5 hours to engage in the art of alchemy for the first time. However, it had been a full 4 hours since Ji Boing entered the backyard. If all remained as expected, it seemed he had failed. Becoming an alchemist was not a simple endeavor. Otherwise, old son, would not be relegated to the role of a mere shopkeeper at Jichentang. With a self-deprecating smile, Shopkeeper Sun patted his belly and meandered towards the backyard. When Ji Boing emerged, he would need to offer some comforting words. One cannot allow a single failure in alchemy to shatter one's resolve. This venture of mine still relies heavily on the efforts of the young Ji. And so, after approximately another quarter of an hour, the door to the quiet chamber where Ji Boing resided finally creaked open, and at that moment, he stepped out. Upon seeing him, Shopkeeper Sun patted his belly, briefly recalled the words he had prepared, and hurried forward. Shopkeeper Sun. On the other side, Ji Boing, upon spotting Shopkeeper Sun, could not help but tremble slightly as he spoke. He gazed at the portly middle-aged man before him, and whether due to his success in alchemy or some other reason, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In his time of misfortune, it was this very Shopkeeper Sun who had offered him a meal. Back then, despite possessing the memories left by the original owner, Ji Boing could only concoct potions with inefficiency and lackluster skill, rendering him unworthy in the eyes of the other apothecaries in town. Only Shopkeeper Sun, recognizing his plight, had opened a door of opportunity for him, subsequently imparting wisdom and providing numerous texts on the art of alchemy. Now, as he faced financial constraints in his alchemical pursuits, It was also shopkeeper's son who had generously offered his assistance. Such kindness could not be overlooked by Ji Boing. At that moment, upon witnessing Ji Boing's hesitation to express himself, shopkeeper's son felt his own thoughts solidifying. Yet, before he could speak, Ji Boing held up a jade vial. A cheerful smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "I succeeded." Shopkeeper's son halted mid-step, momentarily stunned. And then his face twitched as the carefully prepared words lodged in his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and could not help but inquire, "You rascal, if you succeeded, why did you take so long to come out?" "I was simply too exhilarated. I thought I would refine a few more vials to calm my nerves. In my distraction, I lost track of time." Shopkeeper's son's lips twitched in response. "Refine a few vials to calm your nerves? Is that even possible?" However, before he could fully gather his thoughts, Ji Boing continued, "Shopkeeper's son, please prepare the necessary materials for a minor spirit elixir. I wish to attempt a medium-grade pill." Chapter 4. Last night's storm. As Ji Chun'ang faded into the distance, the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue over the horizon. The cultivators, who had flocked to the small town for the market, gathered in groups, making their way back to their respective villages. Ji Boing trailed along with the crowd. His spirits elevated to unprecedented heights, and he had even packed a few signature dishes from Zui Xian Lu, all savory delights. Prior to this, he had refined 2 batches of elixirs at Ji Chun'ang, both of which were of the 1-star mid-grade tier. Although the last batch succumbed to a lack of spiritual energy and exploded before it could be completed, the successful batch yielded 9 elixirs, all of which surpassed the mid-grade quality, with 3 even achieving the exquisite grade. Elixirs are categorized from 1 to 9 stars based on their efficacy and purpose. Within the same elixir type, they are further classified into 5 grades: inferior, mid, superior, exquisite, and supreme, according to their quality and potency. To sell elixirs in exchange for spirit stones, at least a mid-grade is required, and larger alchemy shops or trading houses demand at least exquisite quality, if not supreme. Ji Boing's success rate of 3 exquisite elixirs, while not particularly high among 1-star mid-grade alchemists, was nonetheless a cause for celebration given it was his first attempt. With such momentum, it seemed that within a few years, he would amass enough spirit stones to purchase a 3-grade detoxifying elixir, ridding himself of the toxins within. The thought elicited a slight smile at the corners of Ji Boing's mouth. Life appeared to be increasingly promising. In late autumn, the nights arrived much earlier than in summer. Upon returning to his courtyard, it was already the hour of the rooster. Fortunately, Nangong had not yet returned, which brought Ji Boing some relief. He lit all the oil lamps in the room and neatly arranged the savory dishes from Zui Xian Lu on the table before he sat down with great satisfaction and began to eat. Having gone a day without food, he felt quite famished. Although he was a cultivator, the need for sustenance remained until one reached the core formation stage. "I forgot to buy wine. Otherwise, I ought to celebrate this joyous occasion," Ji Boing exclaimed with a light tap on his forehead, a hint of annoyance in his voice. But it mattered little. The joy of consuming meat was enough. He recalled how meager his previous earnings were. Aside from cultivation expenses, indulging in meat was a luxury, let alone satisfying one's hunger. Now that his fortunes had turned with the arrival of his newfound abilities, it was time to contemplate his future. As he savored the meat, Ji Boing's thoughts wandered to his upcoming life. With the identity of an alchemist, the speed at which he could earn spirit stones would multiply several-fold, even tenfold. As long as he was prudent with his savings, it would not be long before he could eliminate the elixir toxins and subsequently build a substantial fortune. In time, he could spend his wealth to find a partner with decent spiritual roots, laboring together day and night on the path to immortality, which would soon be within reach. With this thought, a smile once again graced Ji Boing's lips. "You seem quite pleased." At that moment, a familiar voice pierced through his reverie. Ji Boing jumped slightly and looked up to find Nangong Wan, clad in a purple robe, seated across from him, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. Ji Boing cleared his throat and, after a moment's hesitation, replied softly, "The shopkeeper in town raised my wages today, which is why I am in such high spirits." Well, it wasn't entirely a lie. After all, upon witnessing his ability to refine mid-grade elixirs, Manager Sun immediately offered an exceedingly enticing proposal: unlimited access to various medicinal herbs, with profits shared at a ratio of 60 to 40. Ji Boing calculated briefly. Disregarding the cost of herbs, even with just a 60% profit, he would still earn more than selling elixirs independently. Naturally, even if the earnings were modest, he would consent, for the favor bestowed by Manager Sun must be repaid. "Have you dined, esteemed elder? If you do not mind, we could share a meal together." Perhaps sensing the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, Ji Boing hastily rose to fetch a pair of chopsticks and a bowl from the cupboard. Observing the utensils placed before her, Nangong once scoffed and mockingly inquired, "You wish to dine with me? Is that truly appropriate?" Ji Boying was not oblivious to the underlying tone in Nangong Wan's words. Although displeasure simmered within him, he managed to maintain a demure smile. "Please, esteemed elder, you go ahead. I shall wait outside." With that, Ji Boying, disregarding his own hunger, scampered towards the door. Stealing a glance at Nangong Wan within the room, he silently vowed, one day, when fortune turns in his favor, he would ensure this haughty maiden received her just desserts. Thus, after a brief passage of time, the voice of Nangong Wan resonated within the room. "Come in." At the sound, Ji Boying dared not linger, swiftly making his way inside. However, as soon as he entered, the two large doors behind him were forcefully shut by an unseen force. Furthermore, the entire room was enveloped in an enigmatic barrier. Ji Boying paused, bewildered, casting a confused glance towards Nangong Wan. Before he could discern her location, he was unexpectedly ensnared by 5 violet rings that had previously restrained him, hurtling towards him without warning. In the next instant, he found himself completely unmoored, soaring into the air before crashing heavily onto the bed. At that moment, his garments were shredded into a myriad of fragments. The once clear night sky suddenly unleashed a torrential downpour. The solitary lotus leaf in the pond swayed helplessly under the merciless assault of the rain. Experience from this interaction, 80,965, 1000, Realm Enhancement, 100, Effect Enhancement, 20, Free Attribute Points, 3 points below 1 count as 1, Skill Attribute Points, Swordsmanship 3. As dawn approached, Ji Boying lay in a daze upon the now completely collapsed bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. As for Nangong Wan, apart from the lingering sin of her unique fragrance, she had long since vanished. Ji Boying sighed softly, a hint of frustration and helplessness creeping onto his face. While his golden finger was indeed remarkable, his physique seemed a bit inadequate. After recovering for a considerable time on the bed, Ji Boying reopened his virtual panel. Following a night of fierce confrontations, the initial tenfold critical hit granted by the martial encounter had finally concluded. Now, despite the enhanced exchange effects, he had only accumulated 3 points. However, it is heartening to note that the exchange of experiences has approached a critical threshold. With just one more instance, it could transcend to the next realm. Yet, one cannot help but wonder how significant the effects of this next tier will be. If it merely yields a 10 increase, it would hold little value. According to the system's reward mechanism, even a 100 enhancement seems devoid of special significance. Name, Ji Boying Cultivation Level, Chi Refinement Stage 3, Root Bone, Fire 13, Inferior Quality, Spiritual Soul, 100, Physical Strength, 50, Swordsmanship, 248, Initial Stage of Chi Realm. Alchemical Skill, 1381, 1-star Intermediate, Distributable Free Attribute Points, 114. This sorceress possesses profound magical abilities, rendering Ji Boying's 50 points of physical strength woefully inadequate. If he were to elevate his physical strength to 100 points, would it yield better results? Ji Boying pondered, gently stroking his chin, lost in quiet contemplation. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to prioritize increasing his physical strength to 100 points. Initially, he had intended to enhance his root bone first, for the absorption and transmission of spiritual energy are crucial in both alchemy and cultivation. The recent failure of a minor elixir was not due to a lack of skill or mental fortitude, but rather the depletion of spiritual energy, which hindered further refinement. Nonetheless, Ji Boying deemed it imperative to advance his unique abilities first. Without them, all else is but a fleeting illusion. As the moment arrived to augment his physical strength, he felt as though his body were being scorched by flames, a sensation starkly different from the previous warmth. The entire experience was excruciatingly painful. In mere moments, beads of sweat began to drench his hair. Fortunately, the burning agony subsided completely after only a brief period. Clearing his throat, Ji Boying knelt upon the ground. Observing the droplets of sweat pooling on the tiles, a subtle smile creeping across his face. The discomfort from the excessive exchange the previous night had vanished without a trace. Moreover, Ji Boying could now distinctly sense the energy coursing through his body as each organ appeared to gain strength. He felt confident. Even if Nangong Wan were to challenge him to a night of relentless endeavors, he would face it without fear. After a quick wash, Ji Boying donned an old garment from his wardrobe and stepped outside. Heeding the advice of manager's son, he planned to enter the city alongside the main group. However, upon reaching the official road, Ji Boying encountered a throng of people gathered near the stone bridge, among whom were even members of the town's law enforcement. Chapter 5, The Robbery. As Ji Boying navigated through the throng, a chill suddenly enveloped him upon witnessing the scene beneath the stone bridge. In that instant, his heartbeat came to an abrupt halt. There, along the riverbank, The enforcement team had laid out a dozen corpses neatly upon the ground. These bodies were uncovered, allowing Ji Boying to discern their features with unsettling clarity. Pale, withered, and their bulging eyes marred by grotesque crimson veins. They appeared as though their life essence had been mercilessly drained away. Drained, life essence. Abruptly, a vision of a figure clad in purple flashed in his mind. Ji Boying's breath quickened uncontrollably at that moment. Esteemed guests, at that juncture, a middle-aged man from the enforcement team, who was at the later stages of chi refinement, spoke up, addressing the gathered crowd with a solemn tone. I shall not waste words. The robbers have indeed begun to act, moving with stealth and elusiveness. Relying solely on our enforcement patrols may prove futile. To safeguard against these robbers, it is imperative that you all exercise caution. It is advisable to travel in groups of 10 to 20 when visiting the town. And unless absolutely necessary, do not venture out alone. As his words echoed, a wave of discontent surged through the crowd, with many individuals openly expressing their grievances. The middle-aged man's message was clear. The enforcement team was responsible for collecting the dead, while the task of self-protection fell upon the townspeople. Despite the outcry, when the enforcement team began to escort the bodies back to the town, the crowd chose to follow. After all, the presence of more individuals offered a sense of security. Should the robbers strike, their numbers might deter even a foundational cultivator from attacking. As for Ji Boying, he drifted through the crowd in a daze. He was uncertain whether this incident was indeed orchestrated by Nangong Wan, though he fervently hoped it was not. If she were truly implicated, and the town's enforcement hall uncovered any evidence, he feared he would not escape unscathed. Nangong Wan was a foundational cultivator. If she chose to conceal her tracks, the enforcement hall would be powerless to act. However, Ji Boying was merely a novice in chi refinement. If the investigation led to Nangong Wan, it would inevitably trace back to him as well. The thought of being ensnared, subjected to severe interrogation, and compelled to reveal the whereabouts of his accomplices was enough to make him despair. In a state of turmoil, Ji Boying unknowingly followed the masses into the city. He glanced at the still bustling main street and, after a moment's hesitation, hastened towards Jichuan Hall. Despite his worries, he needed to earn a living. Whether or not Nangong Wan was involved, and whether he would face repercussions, were beyond his control. The only course of action left to him was to live in the present and to live it well. Upon entering Jichuan Hall, he was greeted by the sight of manager's son, his rotund figure beaming with delight as he approached. Such a warm reception had never before been extended to Ji Boying. After all, he was now a practitioner of intermediate-grade alchemy. The town was home to many cultivators dabbling in alchemy for a living. Yet few could produce intermediate-grade elixirs like Ji Boying. Each of them was a coveted asset. Manager's son would certainly not overlook such a lucrative opportunity. Brother Ji, Master Son rubbed his hands together, ushering Ji Boying to sit behind the counter. He then brewed a pot of tea and continued. Do you recall the substantial order I mentioned yesterday? Upon hearing this, Ji Boying couldn't help but cast a curious glance at Sunday. The latter smiled and continued. Forgive my bluntness, but previously you were merely an alchemist, and some matters, whether known or unknown, held little significance. However, now that you have ascended to the rank of a mid-tier Dan Master, certain things ought to be brought to your attention. As Master Sun poured tea for Ji Boying, he spoke slowly. Not long ago, I received word from my family that the Qian sect is poised to make significant moves in the vicinity of Fulong Ridge. The precise reasons remain unclear, but one thing is certain. Within 3 months to half a year, a large influx of cultivators will converge around Fulong City. And our own Yushan town shall be no exception. Therefore, my dear Ji, this presents a golden opportunity for both Jichuan Hall and us. Taking a gentle sip of tea and stroking his mustache, Master Sun continued. I had initially contemplated recruiting more alchemists to collaborate on refining medicines, subsequently delivering them to our family's Dan Masters for assistance. However, given your newfound status as a mid-tier Dan Master, we can now produce pills concurrently at Jichuan Hall. By stockpiling more pills now, we can sell them at a premium, 30 to 50% above the usual market price, once the town is flooded with cultivators, ensuring a lucrative profit. Rest assured, Jichuan Hall shall not shortchange you. I, Master Sun, swear upon my integrity. My brother, I have shared all that I know with you. Now, I implore you to take this endeavor to heart. Listening to Master Sun's words, Ji Boying felt a stirring in his heart. Given his current alchemical pace, he could produce 4 batches of a 1-star mid-tier elixir akin to the minor spirit pill each day. While he could not guarantee a high success rate, he was confident in achieving around 60%, with 30% of those being of superior quality. Calculating daily, the profit could amount to approximately 100 spirit stones. If he stored them now and sold them at a 30% markup when the cultivators arrived, his daily profits would multiply several times over. With a brief contemplation, Ji Boying reached a firm decision. Master Sun, I shall assist with this endeavor. Master Sun erupted into laughter. Ah, my dear Ji, you are indeed forthright. With Ji Boying's agreement, Master Sun's spirit soared. He clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Allow me to express my thanks in advance. Once this matter is settled, you shall be generously rewarded." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Ji Boying returned to his quiet chamber to begin his alchemical work. This time, however, he was astonished to discover an improvement in his efficiency. His spiritual energy felt more enduring. Whether this was due to the familiarity gained through practice or the enhancement of his physique to 100 points. What once took him an hour and a half to refine a minor spirit pill, he now accomplished in no more than an hour. However, the crux of the matter lies in the insufficient spiritual energy. After consecutively refining 2 batches of elixirs, Ji Boying had already reached her limit. Instead of hastily allocating her surplus attribute points to enhance her foundation, she resolved to first assess whether her 100 physique could withstand the daily exertions imposed by Nangong Wan. The golden finger was paramount. Only with its stability could the other attributes gradually improve. Upon completing the elixirs, Ji Boying, as was her custom, ventured to the drunken immortal pavilion to procure a few dishes before departing the small town with the main group. As before, she returned to her residence prior to Nangong Wan's arrival. However, before Ji Boying could commence her meal, a somewhat disheveled sound of footsteps echoed outside her courtyard. Turning to look, she beheld Nangong Wan, draped in a purple robe stained dark with blood, unsteadily making her way toward the interior. Chapter 6, Naval Warfare. Chapter 8, Encountering the bandits in the midst of the hill's thicket, 3 middle-aged cultivators lay prone on the ground, their bodies adorned with yellow talismans that concealed their presence. The air around them was thick with a formidable aura. The leader, a man at the peak of chi refinement, possessed a physique of sinewy muscles that radiated an intimidating presence. The other 2 were both at the late stage of chi refinement, one wielding a blade, the other clutching a talisman. Wait a moment. The robust leader of chi refinement spoke indifferently. Brother, if we delay any further, they will surely slip away, urged the talisman-wielding cultivator, his impatience evident. We haven't made any gains for half a month. If we don't act soon, we will have no explanation for those above. The slender, knife-wielding man scoffed, his voice grating like a duck's quack. Caution is the mother of safety. What if there are other late-stage chi refinement warriors lurking here? We might not only fail to provide an account but could also meet our end right here. These impoverished souls from the mountains can hardly conceal any formidable cultivation, retorted the talisman bearer, visibly displeased. Enough. The leader, at the peak of chi refinement, chided sharply. Do not forget how the last group perished. Let us wait a little longer, barring any unforeseen circumstances. I will deal with that late-stage chi refinement brat while the other 5 assist me. As for the second brother, he shall remain hidden, ready to adapt. Understood. Brother Ji, fellow Daoist Chin, Xia Xiaoan smiled at the 2 men. It is a pleasure to meet you both. If you do not mind, after we conclude our respective tasks, I would be honored to invite you to my humble abode for a drink. This. Chen Shu bit her lip, her heart full of eagerness. Yet her expression revealed a hint of hesitation. Noticing her reluctance, Xia Xiaoan continued, having moved to this small town, I am without acquaintances. Today, I am fortunate to meet both of you. I genuinely wish to cultivate a friendship, lest we become mere strangers upon our next encounter. Of course, if you do not regard me as a friend, consider my earlier words as unspoken. With a flourish of his sleeve, he feigned a slight displeasure. Shinshu quickly responded. Do not misunderstand, Daoist Xia. It is just that I am currently overwhelmed with trivial matters and fear I may not have the time. Since you extend such a warm invitation, I shall graciously accept. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. Xia Xiaoan laughed heartily before turning his gaze to Ji Boying. And what of you? Daoist Ji? Ji Boying glanced at the 2, fully aware of their intentions. One was eager to engage while the other was willing to endure. However, just as he contemplated declining the invitation, a flash of cold light caught his peripheral vision. In an instant, Ji Boying reacted, darting in the opposite direction. With 1,000 points of spiritual essence bolstering his senses, he perceived the impending danger the moment he laid eyes on the chilling gleam. Crack! The cold light surged past, accompanied by a thunderous crash. In but a fleeting moment, the 3 companions accompanying Ji Boying were obliterated into a crimson mist, their very positions stained with a dark red hue. A tremor coursed through Ji Boying's heart, had he not just evaded to the side. He too would have met a grim fate. Regaining his composure, Ji Boying was startled to discover that the assailant responsible for the demise of his companions was a tall, gaunt man with a sinister demeanor, wielding several yellow talismans. Ji Boying quickly turned his gaze towards Xia Xiaoan, only to find that, unbeknownst to him, Xia had become embroiled in a fierce struggle with a burly man brandishing a hefty blade. The oppressive aura radiating from the man unmistakably indicated he was at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage. Xia Xiaoan, merely at the late stage of chi refinement. was being relentlessly driven back by the man's overwhelming assault, leaving him with little room to counterattack. What are you standing there for? Move. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced through the chaos. Ji Boing looked back to see Chen Shu unleashing her sword, charging towards the sinister talisman master. Though the talisman master was also at the late stage of chi refinement, it is well known that most talisman practitioners do not excel in direct combat. Should she close the distance, Chen Shu might still possess the strength to contend with him. An ant shaking a tree. I shall first incapacitate you, then leave you yearning for immortality. Upon witnessing Chen Shu's bold advance, the talisman master let out a sinister laugh and swiftly unleashed several talismans. Chen Shu, realizing the imminent danger, hastily attempted to evade. However, the talisman master seemed to have anticipated her movements, igniting 2 more talismans in his hands. In an instant, bolts of lightning streaked through the air, forming a colossal net that ensnared Chen Shu. Though she attempted to escape, the electric web sealed off all her avenues of retreat. Crack! A thunderous roar erupted as Chen Shu was sent hurtling back, crashing violently to the ground. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, and her aura was thrown into disarray by the talisman master's strike. She turned her gaze towards Ji Boing, intending to call for his assistance, only to find him still frozen in place, devoid of any action. Witnessing this scene, Chen Shu was so enraged that she spat out another mouthful of blood. Directing her fury at Ji Boing, you scoundrel, why are you not taking action? As Chen Shu's words fell, the talisman master paused, turning his attention to Ji Boing. However, upon perceiving that Ji Boing was merely at the 3rd layer of chi refinement, he was overcome by a wave of disdain. He had never believed that there would be any concealed experts among this group, and now, it seemed even more evident. A collection of inconsequential fools, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. With this thought, a smirk crept upon the talisman master's lips as he regarded Ji Boing, his expression mocking. Boy, are you going to make a move? At these words, Ji Boing's complexion shifted dramatically, his demeanor resembling one who had been startled, stammering, no, I dare not. As she spoke, Ji Boing produced a brocade pouch from her bosom, and, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle towards Fu Xiu, raised the pouch high with both hands, expressing utmost reverence. I understand that a hero seeks wealth and harbors no intent to kill. Inside this pouch lies all my possessions, amounting to over 100 spirit stones. I now offer them all, beseeching you, noble sir, to spare my life. Chen Shu, witnessing Ji Boing's pitiful display, was initially taken aback. But soon a flash of anger crossed her face. How could she have placed her hopes in such a worthless being? The disdain in her gaze towards Ji Boing was even more profound than her resentment towards Fu Xiu, who had harmed her. Haha. Fu Xiu laughed heartily at the sight of Ji Boing before him. Yet, one must ponder, how could one in their line of work leave any survivors? Nevertheless, before he ended Ji Boing's life, he was not averse to playing a little first. With only 3 of them present, the chances of unforeseen complications were slim. With this thought in mind, Fu Xiu turned his gaze towards Ji Boing and said languidly, given your keen awareness of the situation, I shall grant you an opportunity. Now, strip that female cultivator of her garments, leaving not a single piece behind. If you execute this task well, I shall spare you. What say you? Chapter 10. Approaching the pinnacle before entering the backyard, a wave of foundational spiritual pressure enveloped him like gentle spring rain, while it sent a shiver through his heart. It brought no discomfort. Ji Boing could not help but feel a surge of astonishment, although he was already aware that Master Sun's family was formidable. Experiencing it firsthand was undeniably stirring. Once he fully stepped into the backyard, Ji Boing discovered that the Master Sun was somewhat different from his prior imaginings. Draped in a simple robe, with a waist adorned by faint cloud patterns, the figure exuded an aura of majesty. Above, the peaks seemed to converge, evoking a sense of reverence. Besides an enchanting physique, the countenance was equally remarkable. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her youthful visage, imbued with tranquility, bore a dignified grace complemented by an intelligent beauty. A mere glance was enough to ensnare one's senses. This beauty contrasted sharply with the aloof elegance of Nangong Wan. In truth, Ji Boing found himself more drawn to this style. Of course, such thoughts must remain buried within. He dared not express them. He merely surveyed the scene briefly, then shifted his focus inward, relinquishing any lingering admiration. Miss, this is the alchemist Ji Dan, whom old Sun mentioned to you, Sun Youfu said, slightly bowing to the lady before him with utmost respect. Although Ji Dan achieved his status as an alchemist later than most, since joining Jichentang, he has demonstrated unwavering diligence and sincerity. In comparison to other alchemists, this earnestness alone is commendable. The lady nodded gently, her gaze settling upon Ji Boing. Her voice, melodious like a lark, floated through the air. I have heard from Uncle Sun that Ji Dan only began formally alchemizing half a month ago. It is said that during his first attempt, he managed to produce a medium-grade spirit pill with an impressive 30% rate of excellence. Indeed, that is correct. Ji Boing acknowledged with a slight nod, graciously accepting the compliment. Achieving such results on his initial attempt certainly placed him above the majority of his peers. Would Ji Dan mind demonstrating the refinement of a medium-grade pill here today? The lady inquired softly, her gaze penetrating yet gentle. Not at all. Ji Boing responded with enthusiasm. Before long, Ji Boing entered the quiet chamber, preparing the alchemical furnace and gathering the necessary herbs. The lady, after casting a barrier with talismans, settled in quietly to observe. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the furnace was adequately preheated, and the herbs were meticulously prepared. Ji Boing was set to refine a small spirit pill. Although he had concocted several other medium-grade pills in the past fortnight, his forte remained in the small spirit pill. With utmost care and tranquility, Ji Boing deftly tossed several herbs into the furnace. His extensive experience in alchemy had made him intimately familiar with the properties of each ingredient in the small spirit pill. Coupled with the aid of 1,000 points of spiritual essence, he faced no pressure even when refining multiple herbs simultaneously. The lady, observing Ji Boing's deft maneuvers, felt her interest piqued. The small spirit pill was the most common and best-selling among the first-star medium-grade pills. The difficulty of refining is moderate, and the variation of medicinal materials is relatively simple. However, the refining steps are among the most comprehensive within the realm of one-star intermediate elixirs. Generally speaking, for a one-star intermediate alchemist, concocting a minor spiritual elixir is not particularly challenging, yet achieving excellence and enhancing the quality rate is exceedingly arduous. According to her astonishment, a middle-tier alchemist of certain caliber typically achieves a quality rate of around 50%. It remains uncertain what heights this seasonal alchemist might attain. As time passed, half an hour had swiftly elapsed. The woman's previously serene smile gradually transformed into a look of increasing concern. The alchemical speed of this seasonal alchemist appeared somewhat divergent from her expectations. At that moment, Chi Being sat cross-legged before the alchemical furnace, her fingers weaving intricate gestures. With each gesture, the flames within the furnace surged and roiled, revealing 9 pinprick-sized glimmers of light flickering within the furnace's depths. As the flames continued to churn, those 9 glimmers grew ever brighter. Finally, after several hundred surges, Chi Being swiftly summoned a nearby jade vial, and 9 green elixirs of varying luminosity shot forth, all of which she captured within the vial. Taking a deep breath to steady her internal spiritual energy, she rose and smiled at the woman who had been observing her alchemical process, saying, "Miss Sun, the elixir is complete." Upon hearing this, the woman turned her gaze towards Chi Being, hesitating for a moment before accepting the jade vial. She opened the vial, and a refreshing fragrance wafted forth. Then, immersing her consciousness within, she observed that among the 9 minor spiritual elixirs, 6 were resplendent, adorned with faint elixir patterns, unmistakably of superior quality. However, just as the woman intended to put away the vial, she suddenly noticed something peculiar about one of the 6 exquisite elixirs. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved the elixir and examined it closely in her palm. Remarkably, it approached the quality of a top-tier elixir. Impressive. She placed the elixir back into the jade vial and smiled, saying, "A quality rate exceeding 60%, along with one nearing top-tier quality. Chi Being's prowess is indeed commendable." Nonetheless, Sun Qingru shifted her tone, pausing briefly before producing 2 bound books from her storage ring and presenting them before Chi Being. "Although your alchemical techniques are remarkably refined, your fire control skills leave something to be desired. These 2 books, one on the fundamentals of fire control and the other containing my personal insights on managing heat, should serve as beneficial references for you." Upon hearing this, Chi Being's eyes brightened. "Thank you, Miss Sun." Sun Qingru nodded and continued, "I have matters to discuss with Sun Bo, so I shall take my leave. Please, feel free to continue." With that, she departed the quiet chamber. As for Chi Being, upon receiving the 2 books, she eagerly began to peruse their contents. Although her alchemical skills had significantly improved during this time, even reducing the time required to concoct minor spiritual elixirs to just over half an hour, her fire control remained a notable shortcoming. After all, the knowledge acquired at Jichintang primarily encompassed the art of alchemy and pharmacology, while the technique of fire control had remained entirely unfamiliar. One could only wonder how mastering this skill would elevate one's alchemical prowess. At that moment, in the grand hall of Jichintang, Sun Youfu stood respectfully before Sun Qingrua, his anticipation evident as he inquired, "Miss, regarding elder brother Ji." Chapter 11 Senior. "I assure you of my cooperation. His skills are passable. As for his aptitude." Sun Qingrua gently shook her head and murmured, "If I am not mistaken, he is nearly 30 years old, yet still possesses merely the 3rd layer of qi refinement. The quality of his spiritual roots is rather telling, and it remains uncertain whether he will ever reach the foundation establishment stage. Of course, should he ascend to the rank of a 2-star alchemist, he would indeed be worth nurturing. I have left him a fire control technique and some of my personal insights. Please monitor his success rate in alchemy and the quality of his products over the next month. If he can elevate the quality rate to 90%, write to me. Understood. Sun Xingru nodded and continued. Moreover, in no more than 3 months, the Qian sect will take action, and the towns surrounding Fulong City will undergo expansion. As for the specific blueprints for this expansion, I will ensure that they are brought over by the assisting alchemist in due time. Upon receiving the blueprints, Sun Bo, please procure some land in the central area for the expansion of Jichuan Hall based on the actual circumstances. Rest assured, Miss, upon receiving the blueprints, I will certainly select a prime location for Jichuan Hall. That is splendid. As dusk approached, Ji Being habitually packed several signature dishes from the Zue Xian building and returned to the village alongside other cultivators. After a day of practice, coupled with the insights left by Sun Xingru, Ji Being had essentially grasped the fundamentals of fire control technique. All 8 furnaces of elixirs prepared today were successful, and in the last furnace, an exquisite elixir emerged. This marked Ji Being's first creation of a premium elixir. Certainly, Ji Being's rapid progress was primarily due to the boon of 1,000 points of spiritual consciousness. Had it been prior, even with over 900 points, Ji Being would not have been able to master the fire control technique so swiftly. It was as if this 1,000 points served as a threshold, and crossing it resulted in a profound transformation, greatly enhancing his cognitive abilities. Naturally, it was not solely the spiritual consciousness. The quality of his spiritual roots and physical constitution contributed significantly as well, particularly with regard to his spiritual roots. After surpassing the 1,000-point mark, the efficiency of absorbing and refining spiritual energy multiplied several times. This explains why Ji Being could reduce the time required for concocting minor elixirs to merely half an hour. Upon returning home, the sky had completely darkened. Ji Being arranged the dishes from Zue Xian building neatly on the table. Instead of eating, he walked to the side and retrieved the items he had confiscated from the talisman cultivator that morning. 2 stacks of talismans, a talisman illustration book, and a heap of talisman-making materials along with over 200 inferior spiritual stones. The collective worth of these items was estimated to be no less than 2,000 inferior spiritual stones, perhaps even more. The haul was nothing short of remarkable. In the past, Ji Being would not have dared to even dream of such wealth. Ji Being glanced at the talisman illustration book. The 2 stacks contained 10 first-tier superior Thunderbolt talismans and 15 first-tier medium Earth Trap talismans. One for offense and the other for control. They would serve excellently for ambushes. After securing the 2 stacks of talismans and the spiritual stones, Ji Being turned his attention to the talisman illustration book. This illustrated guide not only encompasses a plethora of talismans ranging from 1 to 3 stars, but predominantly elucidates the methods of their creation and the considerations to be mindful of during the drawing process. After my spiritual essence surpassed 1,000, my mind has become considerably sharper, and my capacity for learning and comprehension has vastly exceeded previous levels. If I can master the art of alchemy, might I also endeavor to learn the crafting of talismans? With this thought in mind, Ji Being sought out the simplest of talismans, the dust-cleansing talisman, which required merely a few strokes and was remarkably straightforward to draw. Naturally, the simplest talismans wield limited power, serving only to dispel dust from the body. With a spirit of experimentation, Ji Being procured a sheet of blank yellow paper and began to calm her mind, focusing her thoughts and invoking blessings. She then dipped her brush in gold powder and commenced replicating the steps illustrated in the guide to draw the dust-cleansing talisman. As the brush traced the paper, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards her, and ethereal patterns sprang to life, as if animated. Although the dust-cleansing talisman consisted of only a handful of strokes, the crafting of talismans demands precise control over one's internal spiritual energy and must be executed in a single, uninterrupted flow without any deviation. Thus, until a specific memory is formed, the talisman maker must maintain intense concentration and a vigilant demeanor. At this moment, Ji Being embodied this focus. However, midway through her creation, her hand began to tremble slightly, and the once delicate flow of spiritual energy became somewhat disordered. Thankfully, given that the dust-cleansing talisman is among the simplest, it offers a reasonable margin for error. After a brief period of contemplation, she ultimately succeeded in completing the drawing. Observing the talisman on the table, which emitted a gentle ripple of spiritual energy, a smile crept onto Ji Being's face. Ji Being, truly am a genius. Noticing that Nagong 1 had yet to return, Ji Being decided to attempt a slightly more advanced 1-star talisman, the fire-gathering talisman. However, This time she refrained from hastily putting brush to paper. After reviewing the illustration, she practiced the motions in the air with her finger. After all, the yellow paper used for talisman drawing is not inexpensive. A sheet of good quality costs 30 to 40 spirit coins. And a single spirit stone would only procure 2 or 3 sheets. It must be used judiciously. Thus, after a brief span of time, just as Ji Boing was preparing to attempt the drawing, Nangong Wan, adorned in a flowing white gown, suddenly entered the room. "You can craft talismans?" she inquired. Glancing at the talisman paper on the table, her expression revealing surprise. Ji Boing shook her head slightly, replying, "I am not adept at talisman crafting. I merely stumbled upon this guide and thought to learn a thing or two. Such arcane pursuits are better left unexplored." Nangong Wan remarked dismissively as she made her way to the window. After a moment's hesitation, she added, "Have you shifted your focus to body refinement?" Ji Boing, taken aback by the question, replied with confusion, "What leads you to say that, senior?" Nangong Wan, observing Ji Boing's bewildered expression, furrowed her brow. Was this young one genuinely unaware, or merely feigning ignorance? Nevertheless, such considerations were trivial, since the young one's physique had indeed strengthened. Perhaps she could afford to relax her cultivation this evening. Previously, Ji Boing's constitution was exceedingly poor, and during their interactions, Nangong Wan found herself constantly hindered. After all, possessing a physique akin to the Chongang, nurturing it, even if only to the Qi refinement stage, would bring her immense benefits, especially since remnants of cold poison lingered within her. Although Ji Boing was currently unable to eradicate the latent dangers of this cold poison, she could suppress its manifestation. With this thought in mind, Nangong Wan turned to Ji Boing and coldly commanded, "Prepare a tub of hot water." Half an hour later, the room was once again enveloped in a thick mist of steam. Nangong Wan retrieved several jade vials, pouring the various elixirs into the water before shedding her robes and settling herself cross-legged within the tub. The swirling steam, combined with a faint ethereal glow, imbued the already aloof Nangong Wan with an even greater aura of otherworldliness. Her beautiful eyes flickered open, and with a delicate movement of her fingertips, 5 violet rings gradually ascended. Ji Boing, gazing at the 5 rings, swallowed nervously and softly inquired, "Senior, could we perhaps forego summoning the magical artifact?" "Rest assured, I promise to cooperate. I will do whatever you ask. I will not act recklessly." Nangong Wan remained silent, her icy gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Ji Boing. Although she had initially considered retracting the artifact, the latter's words immediately extinguished that thought. With a swift gesture, the 5 rings surged forth, swiftly enveloping Ji Boing and plunging her into the water. In the next moment, tumultuous waves erupted, crashing like thunder. Chapter 12, The Master Alchemist. With the sword raised, the stars dashed forth for 1,000 miles. The thunderous winds pursued the coarse sounds of rain. The mastery of swordsmanship was now within the grasp of the sovereign. Where there were dragons, they were effortlessly slain. It must be said that Nangong Wan's swordsmanship was truly exceptional. For a mere flick of her wrist was already beyond the limits of what Ji Boing could withstand at this stage. In the midst of a fierce duel, what was once a dragon that could battle for an entire hour was swiftly vanquished by Nangong Wan in a matter of moments, leaving Ji Boing gasping for breath. Initially, he thought it was merely his carelessness and lack of preparation. After a brief moment of recuperation, he steered his dragon forward once more. With a wave, the azure dragon surged from the depths, followed by a ferocious strike akin to a dragon plunging into the sea. The moves were undeniably fierce and ruthless. However, any ostentatious technique would prove futile against absolute strength. Ji Boing, despite having surpassed the threshold of 1,000 in his attributes, remained merely a cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and before the foundational practitioner Nangong Wan, he was left with no choice but to concede. Once again, within the span of mere moments, his dragon was once more cut down by Nangong Wan. Thus, the fierce combat that once could last an entire night was concluded in just 1 hour, the fatigue far more pronounced than during Ji Boing's first encounter. He lay listlessly in the water, staring at the ceiling with a profound sense of self-doubt. When had he become so inept? Just as Ji Boing was lost in thought, a splash of water erupted before him. Looking up, he beheld Nangong Wan, now clad in a flowing white robe, resembling an ethereal fairy. Addressing him, "This is the fire-returning pill. After consuming it, you can refine your fire attribute's spiritual root, and it will also replenish your vitality. As a body of the Chongang, its effects will be even more pronounced for you." With that, she prepared to exit the room, but hesitated at the door, adding, "The path of body refinement may be a more suitable choice for you. After all, with your spiritual root qualifications, foundational cultivation may be out of reach in this lifetime. Opting for body refinement might offer you a fighting chance. I happen to possess a technique for body refinement. Should you be interested, feel free to take a look." After leaving an ancient tome on the table, Nangong Wan departed the room. Ji Boying gazed at the jade vial floating before him, and then at the ancient book on the table, murmuring, "Body refinement, is it?" As a thought crossed his mind. Ji Boying opened his virtual panel. Name, Ji Boying Cultivation, Chi Refinement Level 3, Root Bone, Fire 1000, Inferior, Spirit, 1000, Physique, 1000, Meridian Unblocked. Poisoned, Swordsmanship, 3265, Initial Stage of the Chi Realm, Alchemy, 1561, 1 star, Medium Quality, Available Free Attribute Points, 294, could it be that my enhanced physique is what led her to believe I was pursuing body refinement? Ji Boying pondered softly, then closed the virtual panel. He donned a clean outfit and approached the windowsill, picking up the ancient tome to peruse its contents briefly. The title Body Refinement Technique may seem ordinary, and its content unremarkable. However, as stated within its pages, if one diligently adheres to the prescribed methods, they may reach the latter stages of the bone-forging realm, equivalent to the late foundation establishment phase of Chi refiners. Both the body refinement and Chi refinement realms are delineated into 9 distinct stages: Meridian Opening, Bone Forging, Golden Body, Original Martial, Divine Strength, Void Breaking, Primal Unity, Great Achievement, and Immortal Body. These stages correspond to the 9 significant realms of Chi refinement: Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Spirit Transformation, Void Return, Body Integration, Great Ascension, and True Immortal. Although practitioners of body refinement possess combat capabilities that far exceed those of their Chi refining counterparts within the same realm, few cultivators are inclined to pursue the arduous path of body refinement. Firstly, the process is excruciatingly painful, with each minor stage requiring relentless trials and tribulations for breakthroughs. Only those of exceptional fortitude can endure. Moreover, body refinement necessitates not only the continual honing of one's physical form, but also the utilization of countless rare natural treasures for nourishment. Lastly, body refinement practitioners have shorter lifespans compared to Chi refiners. For instance, an average Golden Core practitioner, barring untimely demise, may live up to 800 years, while a practitioner in the Golden Body stage may only see 500 springs and autumns. Despite my fire spiritual root having surpassed 1,000 points, my cultivation realm has shown little progress. If the body refinement realm were solely dependent on my physique, I would indeed be more suited for this path. After all, my only significant obstacle is longevity. As for rare treasures in the refinement of my flesh, they hold less importance, especially since I possess a unique advantage if I toil diligently. Rewards are inevitable. Henceforth, I shall alter my allocation of points to prioritize physical strength, with spiritual and foundational elements as secondary. With a newfound clarity in my mind, Ji Boying seized the fire elixir that Nangong one had tossed him. After a brief hesitation, he consumed a pill, which dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue. The potent medicinal energy surged through his chest like a fiery torrent, radiating to his dantian, and soon enveloped his entire body. Although there was some discomfort, Ji Boying reveled in the experience, acutely aware that every cell within him was being refined by the elixir. This sensation was even more pronounced than a mere increase of several points in physical strength. Thus, the intense effects of the elixir persisted for several hours before gradually subsiding. At that moment, Ji Boying was drenched in sweat, his skin flushed as if scalded by boiling water, while traces of pain lingered. The fatigue from previous confrontations had completely vanished. The potency of this elixir was indeed formidable. It was a pity that it did not enhance his attributes. How wonderful it would have been if it had. Nonetheless, this elixir would serve well as a tonic in the future. Days passed in a monotonous and tedious manner, and before long, a month had elapsed. During this time, not only had the weather begun to cool and the lush green mountains outside turned a withered yellow, but Ji Boying's attributes had also significantly improved. Ever since that night when Nangong Wan urged him to pursue body refinement, the frequency of his confrontations had increased from 7 to 8. Moreover, the intensity of the battles escalates with each passing moment. Fortunately, Ji Boying had early on discerned the remarkable efficacy of the fire elixir, which has spared him from the toll of these relentless skirmishes on his body. Naturally, the arduous toil day and night has yielded bountiful rewards. Presently, Ji Boying's physique has reached an impressive 2,974 points, and his corporeal form has undergone significant enhancement. With just one more night of combat, he will breach the monumental threshold of 3,000, stepping into the second realm, akin to the path of the sword. Furthermore, over the past month, Ji Boying has accumulated 2,101 points in alchemical experience, propelling his alchemical prowess from the intermediate grade to the superior grade. Upon learning this news, Sun Xingru personally delivered 2 tomes on alchemy and fire control to Ji Boying. With the aid of these texts, Ji Boying's success rate in crafting superior elixirs has surged to an impressive 80, with a refinement rate of 30 as well. This has incited envy and jealousy among several newly arrived assistants at Jichuan Hall. On several occasions, when Ji Boying made an effort to greet them, they largely ignored him. However, Ji Boying remains utterly indifferent to such trivialities. Armed with his extraordinary advantage, he understands that perseverance in his endeavors will lead to continuous growth and strength. There is no need to concern himself with these minor matters. As his thoughts flowed, Ji Boying had already accompanied the group to the small town. Yet, upon arrival, before even entering the city, he noticed a distinct change in the town. The number of cultivators has increased, particularly the foundational cultivators, who were once scarcely seen, 1 or 2 among 100, now seemed to populate the main thoroughfare with remarkable frequency. Witnessing this scene, Ji Boying recalled the words of Sun Youfu spoken earlier. It appears that this is a portent of the impending significant movements from the Qian sect. Ji Boying inhaled deeply and continued onward towards Jichuan Hall. Upon reaching the location, he discovered a sizable crowd gathered at the entrance, with none other than manager Sun Youfu at the forefront. "Ji, my younger brother?" Sun Youfu exclaimed upon spotting Ji Boying, promptly striding over with his considerable belly. "You have arrived just in time. There is something important I wish to discuss with you." Chapter 13, Senior. May I refuse? In the hall, Sun Youfu poured a cup of tea for Ji Boying and chuckled. "I presume you have already noticed that our quaint town feels different today?" Ji Boying nodded in response. "This is merely the beginning. In a few months, even the Golden Core Realms will be within reach." Golden Core Realms? Indeed. Sun Youfu twirled his mustache, marveling. "The recent movements of the Qian sect are likely beyond our wildest imaginations. Moreover, in due time, every town within the jurisdiction of Fulong City will undergo relocation and expansion, forming a colossal metropolis centered around the main city of Fulong. Brother Ji, your proficiency in alchemy is commendable. Given some time, you will undoubtedly attain the status of a 2-star alchemist. Certain matters ought to be planned for in advance. With the expansion of Fulong City, we, the local residents, will be the first to benefit from the opportunities that arise. If you are keen, there are certain prospects we may pursue. Let us not discuss anything else. Simply the land itself. If you trust me, now is the perfect time to acquire several plots before the prices rise. We may not be able to contend for land within Fulong City, but the surrounding areas still hold promise. While they feast on the meat, we can still savor the broth. Once the grand city is completed, you can either build a residence for yourself or rent it out, both of which will yield substantial returns." Ji Boying, observing Sun Youfu's enthusiastic discourse, felt a sense of astonishment. The situation was just beginning to unfold, and here Sun was already contemplating land acquisitions. Even as a soul who traversed from the 21st century, having witnessed the land speculation era, he had not envisioned such prospects. It felt as though his prior existence had been in vain. "Brother Sun," Ji Boying took a deep breath and replied with a smile. "Even if the land on the outskirts of Fulong City has not yet appreciated in value, it must still be rather costly. Wouldn't you agree?" "Ha ha ha. Rest assured, Brother Ji, I have already calculated that for you." Sun Youfu's countenance brightened at Ji Boying's words. He retrieved an abacus and ledger from the counter and continued. "Since you became an alchemist, you have refined a total of 283 batches of minor spirit pills, 20 batches of blood vitality pills, 15 batches of minor rejuvenation pills, and 44 batches of fire element pills. Based on current market prices, after accounting for your rare instances of furnace explosions, you have amassed 798 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting your daily expenses of 100 spirit stones, you are left with 298 stones, with 3 months remaining until the official expansion of Fulong City. And considering your recent breakthrough to a high-grade alchemist, you are likely to earn at least another 350,000 low-grade spirit stones in that time frame. Naturally, this is based on current market values. Should we factor in the post-expansion market rates, your income could very well double. Currently, the average price for land outside Fulong City is approximately 30,000 per acre. With your income, even at present prices, you could acquire half a mountain. What do you think, Brother Ji? Do you have any thoughts about making a purchase? As long as Brother Ji is willing to take the plunge, I can take charge and advance the income from previous and upcoming months to you." Listening to Sun Youfu's scheme, Ji Boying felt a stir of interest in his heart. If he could indeed acquire half a mountain, once the expansion of Fulong City is completed, the funds spent on purchasing land would likely be recouped in less than 6 months, resulting in a continuous stream of income thereafter. It could be described as a venture with boundless returns. However, Sun Youfu's words hinted at ulterior motives. He glanced at the portly Sun Huanggue before smiling and saying, "Brother Sun, why not share the conditions first?" At this, Sun Youfu paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. "Ah ha ha. Speaking with Brother Ji is always straightforward." He then rose from his seat, approached Ji Boying, and whispered, 10 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Could you assist me with a small favor? Upon hearing this, Ji Boing's eyelids involuntarily twitched. 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. That amounts to 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. He cast a puzzled glance at Sun Huangue, who merely chuckled, patted his shoulder, and slipped a note into his clothing. Take your time to consider, dear brother. No rush in responding. Additionally, it's best that today's affairs remain confidential. Ji Boing hesitated for a moment, bid farewell, and proceeded directly to the quiet room in the back courtyard. Watching Ji Boing's departing figure, Sun Youfu sighed softly. Hopefully, Brother Ji can assist in this matter. After all, there isn't much time left for the young lady. That night, Ji Boing returned to his residence. He once again retrieved the note Sun Youfu had given him earlier, his expression marked by gravity. The favor that Sun Youfu requested was quite simple. 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, split equally between them, with 5,000 counted as an advance on Ji Boing's upcoming profits from alchemy, and the other 5,000 recorded under Sun Youfu's name. The properties purchased with these 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones would also be shared equally. However, the 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones from Sun Youfu were misappropriated public funds. Yet, on paper, they would appear as Ji Boing's profits from future elixirs. In simpler terms, Sun Youfu was leveraging his privileges to advance Ji Boing's earnings and then borrowing 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones from him. All the risks would rest solely on Sun Youfu's shoulders, leaving Ji Boing to simply lend him the funds. Despite his confusion regarding such terms, Ji Boing ultimately chose to agree after careful deliberation. After all, he currently had no source of income. Even if Sun Youfu cleared all his previous alchemy earnings, he wouldn't be able to purchase much land, let alone secure the prime locations for maximum profit. Sun Youfu's ability to utilize his privileges to draw spirit stones from Jichentang was undoubtedly a significant help to him. With those 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, Ji Boing could easily acquire a small hill outside Fulong City. Even if they split it, it would still yield him a considerable profit. Upon contemplating this, Ji Boing felt a surge of anticipation within her heart. Once she acquired the land and established a steady income, she could save enough to purchase the detoxification elixir. Healing her body from toxins would soon be within reach. As her thoughts meandered, a refreshing evening breeze swept in, carrying with it a delicate fragrance that permeated the entire room. Ji Boing did not need to glance outside to know that Nangongwan had returned. Prepare the hot water, came Nangongwan's cool voice. Ji Boing responded softly and made her way to the kitchen. Ever since she began her physical cultivation, Nangongwan seemed to have developed a preference for water battles. Particularly in the past month, 9 out of 10 skirmishes had been aquatic in nature. In truth, Ji Boing favored land combat over water battles. The primary reason for her preference was simply that the tub was too small. Had she known it would be utilized for water combat, she would have crafted a larger one. Before long, the room was once again enveloped in a veil of steam. Nangongwan approached the tub and retrieved several jade vials, pouring their contents into the water. Unlike previous occasions, the liquid she added this time was a dark crimson, exuding a faintly metallic scent reminiscent of blood. Am I not mistaken? You have likely reached the threshold of the first level of physical cultivation, the meridian opening stage. Have you not? Ji Boing nodded slightly at her words. A breakthrough was anticipated soon. Indeed, from the moment she commenced her physical training to now, it had been just over a month, whereas an ordinary person would require several years to advance to the bone refinement stage. This clearly demonstrated Ji Boing's considerable aptitude in physical cultivation. Since you have now reached your bottleneck, I shall lend you a helping hand to consolidate your meridian foundation. Nangongwan turned to Ji Boing and continued, I have added the blood of a third-tier toad dragon to the tub. Utilizing its blood as a catalyst to refine the body, combined with your yang physique, will undoubtedly amplify your vitality and blood flow several-fold. However, the toad dragon is a third-tier beast, and its blood is exceedingly volatile. Forcing your body to undergo refinement at your current level may result in significant pain. Therefore, during the refinement process, regardless of what transpires, you must grit your teeth and persevere. Otherwise, should you fail, you may lose all your previous efforts and suffer damage to your cultivation. At worst, you could bleed from all 7 orifices and perish on the spot. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing's heart sank. She only needed to cultivate dual energies to break through. There was no need for such a perilous endeavor. What if she were to die? That would be an immense loss. She glanced at Nangongwan, swallowed hard, and tentatively inquired, Senior, may I refuse? Chapter 14. The transformation of Jichentang. In response to Ji Boing's subsequent remark, Nangongwan merely offered a cold laugh. Before summoning a magical artifact to cast him into a wooden barrel, The moment his flesh submerged in the water, it felt as though countless steel needles were piercing through him, an excruciating pain that surged violently throughout his body without any gradual onset. This was merely the beginning. After a few breaths, the blood of the toad dragon began to boil and thrash as if provoked by some unseen force. Ji Boing's eyes widened in horror. The moment the blood boiled, the pain transcended the physical realm. Each wave of impact, synchronized with his heartbeat, assaulted his very soul. As the onslaught intensified, Ji Boing's consciousness began to blur. If he wished to survive, he must remain ever vigilant. Just as Ji Boing teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a chilling voice resonated in his mind. He lifted his gaze to see Nangong observing him with a frigid demeanor. Though the toad dragon's blood was potent, it was not yet unbearable. He had reached the bottleneck of the meridian realm, making this blood the most suitable means to solidify his cultivation, if he could endure. His future training in the bone refinement realm would yield results with half the effort. Half the effort, indeed. Upon hearing Nangong's words, Ji Boing was filled with a desire to leap from the barrel and forcefully subdue her. The pace of his physical cultivation was intrinsically linked to profound interactions. These auxiliary means bore no efficacy for him, including the body refinement technique that could advance to the late stages of the bone refinement realm, utterly useless. Not even comparable to the effects of a kidney tonic, it paled in comparison to the elixir of fire. Thus, Ji Boing oscillated between consciousness and oblivion. An hour passed. Seeing that Ji Boing was nearly finished with his refinement, Nangong shed her garments and stepped into the barrel as well. Upon witnessing her entry, Ji Boing felt a surge of clarity. Ignoring the pain coursing through him, he unleashed the azure dragon emerges from water, preparing to confront Nangong. If he continued with the refinement, he could not guarantee his endurance. His sole hope lay in the fierce struggle against her, propelling him to break through to the bone refinement realm. Only by achieving this breakthrough could he withstand the tribulation. As thoughts swirled in his mind, a tempest arose. Soon, dark clouds blanketed the sky, thunder rumbled ominously. A dragon soared into the heavens, facing the sword saintess with a resounding roar. Experience gained, 85, 28, 000 100, 000, realm enhancement, 100, effect enhancement, 40, free attribute points, 7, skill attribute points, swordsmanship 7. After the fierce battle concluded, Ji Boing lay exhausted in the wooden barrel, gazing at the virtual interface before him, a smile of contentment gracing his face. Physique, 3023, bone refinement, poisoned, bone refinement realm. He had finally achieved his breakthrough. During the brutal skirmishes, there were several moments when Ji Boing nearly doubted his ability to persevere. Yet, the intense desire to survive and the aspiration to one day conquer this enchantress awakened him time and again just as he was about to plunge into despair. Thus, after the fourth clash, Ji Boing successfully surpassed the physical threshold of 3,000 and ascended to the bone forging realm. It must be said that while the physical prowess of the bone forging realm and the pinnacle of the meridian opening realm may appear only slightly different in attributes, the intensity of vitality and the explosive power one can unleash are utterly distinct. Ji Boing now felt confident, even against a typical mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He believed he could prevail with ease. Perhaps, even against Nangong, he might possess the strength to contend? No, that thought was quickly dismissed. The mere notion of battling Nangong flickered in his mind before he resolutely cast it aside. If previously, in the meridian opening realm, he held a flicker of hope against Nangong, now that he had entered the bone forging realm, he increasingly recognized her formidable nature. For during the fifth confrontation that night, despite Ji Boing's evident physical enhancement, Nangong remained effortlessly composed. Her grace was not solely a testament to her swordsmanship but also a manifestation of her overwhelming realm superiority. The depth of her internal aura far exceeded his imagination. It seemed, from the very beginning, she had consistently restrained her power within the limits Ji Boing could bear, and even now, it remained so. As Ji Boing gazed at the empty room, a thought struck him. What level of power does this enchantress truly possess? Wait. Suddenly, a realization dawned on Ji Boing. Realm enhancement, 100, for each minor realm higher than oneself, an additional layer of effect is stacked. Up to a maximum of 10 layers. Now that I am in the bone forging realm, if converted to chi refining cultivation, that equates to the first level of foundation establishment. And with the realm enhancement still at 100, it indicates that the enchantress's cultivation is at least 10 minor realms above me. If she is 10 minor realms above the first level of foundation establishment, does that not imply she is at the golden core stage? She is actually a golden core powerhouse. The instant this conclusion crystallized in his mind, Ji Boing felt his path to vengeance stretch farther away. After breaking through to the bone forging realm, Ji Boing embarked on a monotonous and tedious life. Gradually, the autumn that had once lingered gave way to the depths of winter. Over the course of these 3 months, Ji Boying maintained a rigorous regimen of 8 sessions each night, steadily increasing his attributes. Apart from his physical prowess surpassing 6,000, his spiritual essence also reached 3,000 points, thus becoming a foundation establishment spirit. As for his swordsmanship, it exceeded 10,000, entering the mid-phase of the gang realm. Additionally, the mountain he had initially partnered with Sun Youfu to purchase was now incorporated into the expansion plans of Fulong City. The location was promising, designated for the construction of a high-end residential area by the Qian sect. As the owner of the mountain, Ji Boying and Sun Youfu naturally enjoyed the benefits first. Not only did they receive 30 of the rental income from the residences each month, but they also each acquired a free estate on the mountainside. Do not underestimate this free estate. This residential area is interconnected with a spiritual vein within the jurisdiction of the Qian sect, and a spirit gathering array has been meticulously inscribed throughout the community. The closer one approaches the central region, the denser the spiritual energy becomes. As for the rent, there are a total of 70 villas on the mountain, divided equally between Ji Being and Sun Youfu. This means Ji Being collects 30% of the rent from 35 villas each month. If we average the rental price for each villa at 10 medium-grade spirit stones, Ji Being effortlessly earns at least 100 medium-grade spirit stones monthly. Simply through rental income, he would recoup his initial investment within 5 years. Furthermore, should anyone purchase a villa, Ji Being stands to gain 80% of the profits. Selling just one villa would not only cover costs but yield substantial profit. In every regard, Ji Being has struck a remarkable deal this time. Aside from the land acquisition, Ji Being's alchemical skills have progressed from a 1-star upper grade to a 2-star lower grade. However, he has refrained from making this news public, as there have been subtle changes occurring within Jichentang during this period. Originally managed solely by Sun Qingrua, Jichentang has now been divided into 2 branches, each situated along the main thoroughfares in Fulong City, to the east and south. Sun Qingrua oversees the southern branch, while the eastern branch is managed by Sun Qingchen, the heir of the Sun family. Although the organization has split in 2, the eastern Jichentang is evidently larger than its southern counterpart. Notably, there are 13 alchemists stationed within the eastern branch's medicinal hall, 3 of whom are 2-star alchemists, including 1 of medium grade and 2 of lower grade. In contrast, Sun Qingrua's side has only 5 alchemists, including Ji Being, and apart from Ji Being, who has not revealed his true abilities, there are no other 2-star alchemists. Faced with this situation, Ji Being feels quite helpless. He does not wish to become embroiled in the internal strife of the Sun family. Yet Sun Qingrua and Sun Youfu have shown him considerable kindness. Particularly, Sun Youfu provided him sustenance during his most destitute times. Without his support, Ji Being would likely not have persevered to this day and might have perished from starvation. Ji Being tightened his robe and sighed softly before heading towards Jichentang in the town. As Fulong City is still under construction, Jichentang currently operates only in this town. Nonetheless, it will not be long before the Jichentang within Fulong City opens its doors. As usual, Ji Being stepped into Jichentang, ready to begin his alchemical endeavors. However, just as he was about to enter the secluded chamber, he found Sun Qingrua standing before him. Master Ji, may I have a word? Chapter 15. The master alchemist within the serene confines of the chamber, the fragrance of tea wafted gently. Ji Boying and Sun Qingrua sat across from each other. The latter, caressing her teacup, paused momentarily and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, Master Ji's current proficiency has reached a level where he can concoct 2-star elixirs, correct?" Ji Boying's movements faltered slightly, and his gaze revealed a hint of perplexity and wariness. As if discerning his thoughts, Sun Qingrua smiled softly and said, "Please do not misunderstand. Master Ji, my observation is merely based on your recent success rate in elixir crafting. Typically, an alchemist of ordinary skill achieves a success rate of no more than 80% when producing high-grade elixirs, while the exceptionally skilled may reach 90%. However, Master Ji has been producing high-grade elixirs with remarkable consistency, encountering failures infrequently in recent days, and exhibiting an impressive success rate of 80% for superior elixirs, even yielding exceptional ones on occasion. Such prowess is rare, even among those who have recently ascended to the rank of 2-star alchemist." Thus Sun Qingrua gazed at Ji Boying, her eyes sparkling with mirth, choosing not to elaborate further. "I have overstepped my bounds." Ji Boying apologized lightly and took a delicate sip of tea before continuing. "Miss Sun, you did not summon me solely for this matter, did you?" "Indeed," Sun Qingrua replied candidly. "I have a request to make of you. Please, do share." Ji Boying responded with a calm demeanor. Sun Qingrua nodded slightly and stated, "I hope that Master Ji will take on the role of the resident alchemist at Jichentang more specifically, as the alchemist under my stewardship at Jichentang. Of course, in terms of compensation, Not only would Master Ji enjoy the original profit sharing, but Jichintang would also provide additional monthly bonuses. Furthermore, regarding alchemical techniques, fire control, and recipes, Jichintang would endeavor to meet any needs Master Ji may have. Ji Boying remained silent. The remuneration for a resident alchemist was indeed substantial, coupled with the protection of the forces backing the establishment. However, there were also considerable restrictions. Once contracted to a single establishment, one could only serve that entity for the duration of the contract, and one's interests would inevitably be tied to those of the shop. Given such terms, if it were a slightly larger trading house, he would not mind becoming a resident alchemist or a revered alchemist. Yet, for Jichintang, Ji Boying did not hesitate much before directly declining, stating, "I must decline the position of resident alchemist, though I would be open to deepening our collaboration." Sun Qingrua was evidently taken aback by Ji Boying's swift refusal, not having anticipated such a decisive response. Did Master Ji harbor discontent with the terms proposed? If there are any conditions you desire, please do not hesitate to express them. As long as I am able to fulfill them, I shall not refuse. She looked at Ji Boying, her words unwittingly laced with a touch of anxiety. Anything I can deliver, I shall not refuse. Upon hearing this, Ji Boying's eyes momentarily shimmered, and he could not help but glance down. A graceful maiden, a gentleman's ideal companion. Setting aside the fact that Sun Qingrua aligned perfectly with his aesthetic preferences, the potential benefits stemming from her proposition made it exceedingly difficult for him to remain indifferent. However, upon contemplating the enigmatic figure of Nangong Wan, Ji Boying resolutely dismissed his previous intentions. Miss Sun had misconstrued his motives. He merely sought to remain unencumbered, nothing more. Naturally, should Ji Chuan Hall encounter any difficulties, Ji would lend his utmost assistance within his capabilities. With that, he drained his cup of tea and respectfully clasped his fist towards Miss Sun, stating, "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." Miss Sun, regaining her composure, quickly rose and bowed, apologizing. "Today, I have acted discourteously. I hope Master Ji can forgive my oversight. Your words are too kind." Upon exiting the elegant chamber, Ji Boying proceeded directly to the quiet room to commence alchemy. Although he had acquired half a mountain peak outside Fulong City, generating income would require the formal expansion of the city to be completed. Furthermore, aside from the elixirs he had crafted over the past 3 months, Ji Boying owed Jichuan Hall approximately 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. This sum was neither trivial nor insubstantial. Fortunately, now that he was a second-grade alchemist, with diligent effort, he could repay this debt within a month. Moreover, Ji Boying calculated that he was nearly 7,000 experience points away from advancing to a second-star mid-grade alchemist. Considering that crafting a batch of second-star elixirs yielded for experience points, he would need to concoct 750 batches to attain that status. In terms of time, this would require a little over 9 months. Fortunately, skill points, unlike attribute points, could increase through diligent practice as long as the corresponding attributes met the skill requirements. This was why Ji Boying had been able to achieve breakthroughs amidst his continual alchemical endeavors. However, he had yet to discover a method to enhance his swordsmanship. Aside from sparring with Nangong Wan, he had previously considered purchasing a foundational sword technique, but due to his investment in land, he found himself financially constrained, thus postponing the matter. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic, believing that opportunities would arise in due time. A month passed, and as usual, after completing his alchemical work, Ji Boying returned to his residence. This time, even before entering the courtyard, he noticed a faint flicker of candlelight emanating from his room. It seemed that, for the first time in months, Nangong Wan had returned home before him. Pausing momentarily, he then approached his room. Upon entering, he beheld Nangong Wan seated by the window, seemingly lost in thought. Her exquisite profile, bathed in candlelight, exuded an air of tranquility tinged with melancholy. "You're back?" She glanced over her shoulder at Ji Boying, her voice calm as she instructed, "If you have returned, please prepare hot water." "Yes." Ji Boying set down the takeout meal he had brought and hurried to the kitchen to boil water. In no time, a bucket of hot water was ready. Observing the somewhat unappealing wooden tub before him, Ji Boying felt a twinge of sadness. Several times during this period, he had contemplated replacing the tub with a larger one. Yet he found no justification for such a change. On occasions, he even fantasized about shattering the tub, much like he had with the bed frame in the past. Alas, the quality of the wooden barrel was so exceptional that, despite several attempts, success remained elusive. Sigh, how could I have been so reckless back then? What compelled me to fixate on the barrel? Was there an issue? At that moment, Nangong Wan's icy voice suddenly pierced the silence. Ji Boying promptly snapped back to attention and shook his head, saying, "No, I was merely contemplating a few matters." "Oh," Nangong Wan replied coolly, then added, "If there are no issues, come over for a meal." "Yes." Ji Boing instinctively nodded, yet after taking but a few steps, he became acutely aware of something amiss. Together for a meal? Had he misheard just now, or was it indeed a misinterpretation? Why was he standing there in a daze? Did he not wish to partake in the meal? Observing Ji Boing halt in his tracks, Nan Gongwan's voice echoed once more. This time, Ji Boing could ascertain that he had certainly not misheard. He turned to Nan Gongwan and softly inquired, Senior, will you not dine first? No need. Let us eat together. Nan Gongwan's tone remained indifferent as she proactively placed Ji Boing's packed meal upon the table. Thus, they sat facing one another, sharing a meal at the same table. This marked the first occasion, and it was also the moment Ji Boing found the food to be the most delectable, surpassing even the flavors he experienced at the drunken Immortal Pavilion. Before long, the table was completely cleared of dishes. Of course, Nan Gongwan had only taken a few symbolic bites, while Ji Boing consumed the majority. After the meal, Nan Gongwan, as was her custom, approached the barrel and poured several vials of an unknown medicinal liquid. Meanwhile, Ji Boing busied himself with clearing the table. It was at this moment that Nan Gongwan spoke up. Upon hearing her words, Ji Boing found himself utterly stunned, nearly dropping the plate he held. Chapter 16. Farewell, help me with my clothes. Help with your clothes? Should he really assist her in this manner? Ji Boing stood frozen, hardly believing his own ears. Had he misheard? Noticing his lack of movement, Nan Gongwan spoke again. Upon hearing her, Ji Boing quickly stepped forward. As he beheld the enchanting figure before him, his throat constricted, and his heart raced with an urgency he had never experienced before. Although he admired Nan Gongwan's beauty daily, this was the first time he appreciated it in such a manner. It is often said that different perspectives yield varied sensations, and indeed, it seemed to be true in this instance. Alas, the customs of ancient times did not afford him the opportunity to experiment with one hand. Once her garments were shed, Nan Gongwan immersed herself in the water. She slightly turned her head and retrieved a crimson jade vial, addressing Ji Boing behind her. Help me apply this to my back. Taking the vial, Ji Boing looked at her, somewhat bewildered. Tonight, the enchanting woman seemed rather different. He pondered silently, yet proceeded to apply the potion obediently. This was the first time his hand had touched Nan Gongwan's skin. It was smooth and moist, radiating warmth, akin to caressing a piece of exquisite jade, an indescribable sensation. After tonight, I will depart. As Ji Boing continued to spread the potion across her back, Nan Gongwan spoke once more. His hand faltered momentarily, and he asked, How long will you be gone this time? I do not know. It could be 4 or 5 years at least, or perhaps. Nan Gongwan hesitated, leaving her thought unspoken. Thus, they lapsed into silence, Ji Boing ensuring the potion covered every inch of her back. We won't be using any magical artifacts tonight, Nan Gongwan whispered to Ji Boing, allowing him a moment to digest her words before pulling him into the water. Waves danced, and ripples surged forth. A monumental battle between a sword cultivator and a dragon once again unfolded upon the tumultuous sea. On the following day, before dawn broke, Nan Gongwan left a few items on the table, donned a gown of pristine white, and departed from the small courtyard. Ji Boing, curled up within a wooden tub, watched as Nan Gongwan's figure vanished into the night, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss wash over him. Although their relationship was merely that of master and servant, the profound connection established over the past few months had undoubtedly stirred something within him. The phrase love grows over time serves as the perfect illustration of his sentiments. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ji Boing gently slapped his cheeks, suppressing the feelings of melancholy and disappointment, and forced a smile, reminding himself that her departure should bring him joy, not sorrow. With that, he rose to change into a clean outfit and promptly activated his virtual panel. Name, Ji Boing Cultivation, Chi Refining Level 4, Bone Quality, Fire 3000 Inferior, Soul, 3000 Physical Body, 6000, Meridian Open. Poisoned, Swordsmanship, 12,000, Mid-Level of Chi Condensation, Alchemy, 4504, 2-star Inferior, Distributable Free Attribute Points, 118. Over the past month, Ji Boing had elevated his bone quality to 3,000 points, transforming his fire spiritual root from a subpar quality to an inferior one, and his cultivation had advanced to Chi Refining Level 4. This endeavor was not fueled by lingering hope in his Chi refining journey, nor was it a desire for dual cultivation of body and spirit. Rather, it was driven by the necessity of alchemy. Upon becoming a 2-star alchemist, Ji Boing found his maximum daily output of alchemical furnaces capped at 3. Beyond this limit, his internal spiritual energy could not sustain such immense consumption, even with his physical body reaching 6,000 points. Thus, in a moment of resignation, he had to elevate his fire spiritual root to 3,000 points, achieving the inferior rank. As anticipated, his daily alchemical efficiency doubled. Where he once struggled with 3 furnaces, He could now manage 6, and on good days, even a 7th. Closing the virtual panel, Ji Boing approached the windowsill, where lay the items Nangong 1 had left for him: a body cultivation technique, 2 martial arts manuals, and 5 vials of elixirs. The elixirs, intended for body refinement and blood enhancement, would serve little purpose for him, at best becoming a mere tonic. As for the techniques, their efficacy was similarly limited. His realm's height bore no relation to the quality of the techniques, but rather depended on the depth of experience and engagement. However, the 2 martial arts manuals were worth studying. The manuals, titled Layering Waves Fist and Triple Force, bore simple names and straightforward content. The Layering Waves Fist, upon mastery, would enable the practitioner to unleash fists akin to crashing waves, each strike compounding with increasing force, potentially layering up to 9 levels of power. The Triple Force was even more elementary. With training, one could conceal hidden strength, capable of layering 3 levels of hidden force at its zenith. Ji Boing pondered whether the simultaneous application of the Layering Waves Fist and Triple Force might yield unexpected results. Having briefly perused 2 volumes of martial arts techniques, the sky began to lighten with the first light of dawn. Noticing that the time was ripe, Ji Boing joined the troops in their march towards the city, although his current prowess rendered him unperturbed even in the face of mid-foundation stage cultivators. The experience of the robbery incident had instilled a habit of entering the city in groups, even though there had been no sightings of robbers in recent months. Congratulations, Brother Ji. Within the Jichun Hall, Manager Sun slapped his belly and chuckled. In just 5 days, the new inner city of Fulong City and certain outer ring areas will be fully opened. You can start preparing for your relocation. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing's eyelids lifted slightly. Had the mountain he purchased finally opened? Nevertheless, he turned to Sun Yofu and inquired, "What about Jichun Hall? When shall we move there? I am not in a hurry on my end." Ha ha ha. With the new inner city opening, Jichun Hall will naturally relocate as well. You need not wait for us, Brother Ji. Once you have settled in, you can visit us in the new South City district the very next day. That is indeed splendid. Ji Boing nodded and then smiled. Then let us celebrate together? Ha ha ha. Let us celebrate together. Sun Yofu laughed heartily, seemingly struck by a thought as he patted Ji Boing on the shoulder. Brother Ji, have you truly considered the position of the alchemist stationed at Jichun Hall? Of course, if you have any reservations, do not hesitate to share them with me. Although I am a member of the Sun family with the mountain matter at hand, I assure you that I would never deceive you. Rest assured on that front. Ji Boing cast a glance at Sun Yofu. Was he attempting to play the role of a mediator? There is no need for further persuasion, brother. It is not that I harbor any doubts. Rather, I find the responsibilities of the alchemist's position too constraining. I am accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle and do not relish restrictions, that is all. I am aware that the young lady wishes for me to take on the role, appreciating my abilities and hoping to keep me in the southern city. I can guarantee you this, Brother Sun. Barring any extraordinary circumstances, I shall not leave Jichun Hall. Both you and Miss Sun have shown me kindness, and I, Ji Boing, am not one to forget such deeds. Upon hearing Ji Boing's words, Sun Yofu recognized the finality of his decision and refrained from further urging. He sighed. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not press the matter further. However, you are well aware of the current situation at Jichun Hall. I have never sought much from you, but this time, I hope you can assist the young lady in alleviating some of her burdens, as much as you are able. With that, Sun Yofu gave Ji Boing a firm fist bump. 5 days later, after packing his belongings, Ji Boing stepped out, bidding farewell to the small courtyard he had inhabited for over a decade. Perhaps it was too early to leave, or perhaps the village and town had never attracted many people heading to Fulong City. On the entire official road, Ji Boing found himself utterly alone, and, as fate would have it, scarcely 100 miles from the town, the heavens unleashed a flurry of heavy snowflakes. In the frigid depths of winter, the air was already biting, and a heavy snowfall not only obscured visibility but also heightened the challenges of travel. Ji Boing let out a gentle sigh, sensing that perhaps today was not an opportune day for venturing outside. Just as Ji Boing contemplated seeking refuge from the snow, a faint sound of hooves approached from behind. A magnificent steed, unbridled and free, drew a somewhat opulent carriage that glided slowly towards him. As the carriage passed by Ji Boing, the curtain was slightly lifted, revealing a youthful visage. Esteemed traveler, might you know the way to Fulong City? Chapter 17. The ruins of the transformation of the divine. Ji Boing cast a cautious glance at the young man. Noticing that he appeared to be alone and possessed merely the cultivation of late-stage chi refinement, Ji Boing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Friend, if you continue along this path, you will reach a small town named Dilong Town. From the northern gate, after traveling 100 miles, you will arrive at Fulong New City. Upon hearing this, the young man in the carriage nodded appreciatively and, with a slight bow, expressed, "Thank you for the directions. My friend, Might I inquire where you are headed? Given the frigid weather and heavy snowfall, if it is not too much trouble, I would be glad to offer you a ride. Ji Boying glanced at the dimly yellowed sky and then at the horse-drawn carriage. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. I would be honored to accept your kindness. With that, he stepped onto the carriage, using a dust-cleansing talisman to brush off the dirt and snow from his person before entering the compartment. The young man, observing Ji Boying's courteous demeanor, felt a newfound admiration for him. I am Ji Boying, and like you, I am also heading to Fulong City. Ah, so you are Ji Xiong. I am Li Pu. The young man replied with a smile. Are you journeying to Fulong City for the ruins of the transformation of the divine? The ruins of the transformation of the divine. Ji Boying paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. Seeing this expression, Li Pu mirrored his perplexity. You are not aware of the ruins of the transformation of the divine. Ji Boying nodded awkwardly. I must admit, I am unfamiliar with them. I am merely relocating to Fulong City. As for the ruins, I have never heard of them. Could it be related to the Qian sect? That is of little consequence. Although your reaction is somewhat unexpected, I am eager to elucidate. Li Pu continued with enthusiasm. It is possible that news of the ruins has not yet spread widely. It is quite natural that you are unaware. But once the Qian sect fully disseminates the information in due time, many will come to know. However, you must have already grasped the implications of the Qian sect's activities in the Fulong Ridge territory, correct? Ji Boying nodded in acknowledgement. Li Pu, encouraged, elaborated. The reason the Qian sect has suddenly taken significant action in the Fulong Ridge territory, even going so far as to invest heavily in the expansion of Fulong City, is fundamentally due to the discovery of a site belonging to a peak-level transformation of the divine expert. A peak-level transformation of the divine expert. How remarkable! Even the most formidable elder of the Qian sect, a nascent soul true monarch, pales in comparison. Imagine how many cultivators will flock to this site. As he spoke, a glimmer of aspiration appeared on Li Pu's face. Ji Boying, however, furrowed his brow upon hearing Li Pu's words. It seemed to diverge from his own expectations. Li Xiong, I find myself perplexed by one matter. Indeed? What is it? Ji Boying pondered for a moment before inquiring, logically speaking. If the Qian sect has discovered the site of a transformation of the divine cultivator, should they not keep this information under wraps to monopolize the opportunity? Why then must the news be spread so ostentatiously, attracting such a multitude of foreign cultivators? Does this not equate to willingly relinquishing the opportunities within the ruins? Upon hearing Ji Boying's perplexity, a peculiar expression inevitably surfaced on Li Pu's face. Noticing this, Ji Boying was momentarily taken aback and promptly inquired. Is there a flaw in what I have said? Flawed is an understatement. Li Pu shook his head and remarked, Brother Ji, are you not particularly interested in the realm of commerce or, more specifically, in spirit stones? Not to mention that the transformation of spirit ruins is not easily breached. Even if the Qian sect could single-handedly penetrate the ruins, could they guarantee the acquisition of the opportunities they seek? Or could they ensure that the opportunities obtained would fulfill their anticipated objectives? It is doubtful, is it not? Furthermore, even if they were to achieve their desired goals and obtain such opportunities, could the Qian sect leverage these to significantly enhance their power and emerge as the dominant force in the eastern Songxian continent? That too seems unlikely. In light of this, why not disseminate the news, fragmenting the opportunities into countless parts, thus allowing more individuals the chance to seize what they desire? Seeing that Ji Boying still struggled to comprehend, Li Pu sighed softly and continued, by publicizing the information. The Qian sect not only cultivates an image of selflessness but also gathers numerous cultivators within the eastern Songxian continent. And what does the congregation of cultivators imply? It signifies a demand for spirit stones. Do cultivators not require expenditure? Is expenditure not dependent on spirit stones? Given that there is a need for consumption, will those families, sects, and large merchant associations with assets remain indifferent? Certainly not. It would be foolish to forego wealth. As families, sects, and merchant associations seek to establish themselves, they will require space. Who shall provide this space if not the host, the Qian sect? The Qian sect is expanding the Fulong City precisely to acquire more land, enticing more families, sects, and merchant associations to settle, from which they will collect rent and a share of the profits. Moreover, the influx of cultivators necessitates land for habitation. The Qian sect can sell land or lease housing, thus generating additional revenue. The transformation of spirit ruins is not easily breached, even under optimal conditions. It will take 3 to 5 years. In that span, the income derived solely from spirit stones could rival several transformation of spirit ruins. Ji Boying fell into a profound silence, utterly speechless. In this moment, he finally comprehended why he had been but a beleaguered laborer in his past life. It was no wonder he remained impoverished. Speaking of which, had it not been for manager Sun's urging to acquire land, he would likely still be gloating over that pile of spirit stones. After toiling for half a year, he had only earned 5 or 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones. In contrast, with a mere nudge from manager's son, he had established a veritable gold mine of spirit stones. Alas, he truly felt unworthy of being a time traveler. The snow continued to fall heavily, so much so that when Ji Boing lifted the curtain, he could not see beyond 10 meters. Yet the carriage seemed unaffected, maintaining its steady pace. Ji Boing was also secretly astonished. This carriage was likely not as simple as it appeared. The gentleman before him, Li Pu, was similarly intriguing. Stop the carriage. At that moment, Li Pu suddenly spoke. And after a brief pause, the carriage gradually came to a halt. Li Pu lifted the curtain and, with a gentle smile, addressed the outside. Are you also headed to Fulong City, Fairy? With such heavy snow falling and the biting cold, why not warm yourself inside the carriage and rest your feet? Even if you are not bound for Fulong City, I could certainly offer you a ride. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing turned his gaze towards the window. Amidst the expanse of pure white snow stood a woman clad in green. Ji Boing had encountered numerous beauties in his life, including the frosty beauty Nangong Wan and the refined lady Sun Qingrua. Yet, he had never seen anyone as strikingly beautiful, exuding an alluring charm like the woman before him. Just a fleeting glance left him reluctant to look away. Fortunately, having experienced the grandeur of the world, he quickly regained his composure and averted his gaze. Outside, the woman noticed the relentless snowfall and, after a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement, much like Ji Boing. Thank you, young master, she spoke softly, her voice ethereal and melodious. Such a voice, if broadcasted back home, could undoubtedly drive countless men wild, even without revealing her face. Fairy Chiu is too kind. As fellow travelers, we ought to look out for one another, Li Pu replied with a casual smile. Are you indeed on your way to Fulong City? Precisely, Fairy Chiu confirmed. Hearing this, Li Pu's expression brightened. What fortuitous timing. My friend Ji and I are also en route to Fulong City. May I inquire about the purpose of your journey there? Fairy Chiu quickly surveyed Li Pu and his carriage before responding with a light laugh. Naturally, I am headed for the divine transformation ruins. Haha. Then we are truly kindred spirits. As he spoke, Li Pu turned to Ji Boing and continued, we have chatted at length. Yet I remain unaware of your purpose in traveling to Fulong Ridge. I am merely relocating, Ji Boing replied candidly, not wishing to conceal anything. After a brief pause, he continued. Chapter 18. Foaming Pavilion. If possible, I, Ji, would also like to seek a companion for cultivation. As Ji Boing's words fell, a brief silence enveloped the carriage. Li Pu and his companion exchanged glances, tinged with a hint of peculiarity. Ahem. Perhaps feeling a bit awkward. Li Pu cleared his throat softly and remarked, the path of immortality is long and often lonely. Having someone by one's side to encourage and support each other is indeed a commendable choice. However, it is rather uncommon for someone as young as you, Taoist Ji, to seek a partner. While it is not unusual for cultivators to form partnerships, it is generally those of advanced years who do so, often with the aim of producing offspring to continue their lineage. Few, if any, embark on this journey at such a youthful age as Ji Boing. Seemingly struck by a thought, Li Pu added, is there anyone in Fulong City who has caught your eye? If not, I happen to know of a splendid place. Calculating the time, they were nearing Fulong City. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing's eyes brightened instantly. There exists a place to find a companion? Is the world of cultivation truly this advanced? Do marriage agencies exist? What place do you speak of? Foaming Pavilion. Li Pu exclaimed with a radiant smile then, with a knowing glance, whispered to Ji Boing, whether you seek something long-term, short-term, or even on a schedule. Hee. Ji Boing, observing Li Pu's increasingly twisted smile, could not help but respond earnestly. Li, I am a serious person. I understand. Seated beside them, Chiu Yu watched the two engage in light-hearted banter, letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, it seems that men across the world are largely the same. Several hours later, the carriage finally approached the new city. After a brief farewell at the city gates, the three parted ways to their respective destinations. As for Ji Boing, he proceeded directly to Yuxiao Mountain, the hill he had previously acquired. Initially, Yuxiao Mountain was merely a small hill overgrown with trees and weeds. Its surface bathed in dark green hues under the setting sun, hence its name. Now, following the renovations by the Qian sect, the entire Yuxiao Mountain resembled a celestial paradise. Beneath the ethereal mist, the summit radiated a gentle golden light. Although surrounded by a blanket of snow, within the golden glow, birds sang and flowers bloomed, breathing life into spring. Independent courtyards lined the slopes, each arranged neatly from the foot of the mountain to the peak. At first glance, it rivaled the luxurious high-end villa districts of Earth, imbued with an added sense of tranquility and natural beauty. Access forbidden, Unauthorized persons keep out. Just as Ji Boing marveled at the enchanting scenery, a cold voice suddenly pierced the air. Coming to his senses, he found two young individuals, each bearing a 3-foot green blade and dressed in identical Taoist robes, adorned with crimson flame patterns on their chests, standing in his path. A mere glance at their insignia confirmed they were disciples of the Qi Yin sect. Moreover, judging by the aura they emanated, they had already reached the late stage of Qi refinement. Alas, the esteemed Qi Yin sect truly lives up to its reputation. For even the security personnel are at the late stage of Qi refinement. Honored immortals, I am Ji Boing, one of the masters of Yuxiao Mountain. After introducing himself, Ji Boing produced a scroll from his bosom and presented it to the two disciples. This is my land deed, bearing the seals of Fulong City in the Qi Yin sect, along with the ownership rune. You may verify it at your convenience. Upon receiving the scroll, the two glanced at the seals within, and expressions of astonishment quickly graced their faces. They had never anticipated that the master of Yuxiao Mountain would be a mere practitioner at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Kindly accompany us to register, Mr. Qi. We appreciate your guidance, honored immortal. Before long, Ji Boing followed the two to a courtyard at the foot of the mountain. One of them pressed a beast head insignia on the gate, and instantly, a mysterious wave of energy radiated outward. In the next moment, the previously closed gate began to open slowly. Witnessing this spectacle, Ji Boing was taken aback. What an ingenious contraption. It resembles a password lock, and the automatic opening is quite advanced. Soon after, Ji Boing entered the courtyard with the two, arriving at the reception hall directly opposite the entrance. Elder Wu. This is Ji Boing, one of the masters of Yuxiao Mountain. One disciple announced as he handed Ji Boing's land deed to an elderly man seated at the head of the hall. Ji Boing cast a glance at the elder. To hold the position of steward, one must possess at least foundational cultivation. Yet, the aura of this elder was remarkably restrained, devoid of any spiritual pressure. Ji Boing had encountered several foundational practitioners, all of whom exuded some degree of spiritual pressure, such as Sun Qingrua from Jichuan Hall. However, this elder's complete lack of any discernible presence was a first for him. The elder scrutinized Ji Boing's land deed, lightly traced the ownership rune with his fingers, and nodded, stating, the deed is authentic. According to the prior agreement between the Qi Yin sect and young Master Ji, within the territory of Yuxiao Mountain, you may select any villa as your residence, and additionally, you shall receive 30% of the rental income from the properties leased. Am I correct? Ji Boing nodded slightly, affirming, indeed. The elder then retrieved a parchment covered in dense script from the table, saying, this is the contract stipulated between the Qi Yin sect and young Master Ji. If all is in order, please sign it. As for the villa, there is a sand table of Yuxiao Mountain nearby. Simply indicate your choice, and I shall assist you. Understood, Ji Boing replied, and after signing the document, he approached the sand table. The sand table was a scaled-down replica of Yuxiao Mountain, resembling the models found at real estate centers, yet it appeared more lifelike. From the sand table, it became apparent that the residences on Yuxiao Mountain could be categorized into 3 styles. At the foot of the mountain lay typical single-entry courtyards, with the main living quarters facing south and guest rooms flanking the east and west. Meanwhile, at the mountainside, there were 2 entry courtyards featuring main houses with 2 stories, providing more spacious accommodations, occupying nearly 400 square meters. As for the mountaintop, it features a small, independent courtyard loft, modest in size yet adorned with opulence and an ethereal charm. While it is true that great trees attract the winds, there is no need to endure unnecessary hardships. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Boing opted for a modest 2-entry courtyard nestled halfway up the mountain. Once the residence was chosen, Steward Wu promptly presented Ji Boing with a token. Upon shedding blood upon it to claim ownership, he would thereafter enjoy unrestricted access to the corresponding abode. Carrying the token, Ji Boing meandered through his new residence, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. In his previous life on Earth, he toiled endlessly, striving to save for a down payment on a home. Yet, fate played its hand cruelly, and until the day of his untimely demise, he had not amassed enough. After tidying his belongings, Ji Boing resolved to explore the new city, intending to procure some furniture for himself. Additionally, with ample time at his disposal, he could also pay a visit to the Fengming Pavilion as a delightful detour. However, the primary purpose of his descent was indeed the acquisition of furniture. Outside the Fengming Pavilion, fragrant breezes wafted through, and scenic beauty unfolded in every direction. A group of alluring young ladies, clad in revealing attire, stood elegantly before the pavilion. Some calling out sweetly, others playfully waving silken handkerchiefs or modestly concealing their faces, captivating the attention of passers-by, causing them to falter in their steps. Young master, would you care to step inside and indulge in some amusement? Our ladies are not only strikingly beautiful but also well-versed in the arts of song and dance. ensuring you an unforgettable experience, one that banishes all worries. A graceful matron, her bosom subtly exposed, noticed Ji Being lingering outside and sauntered over to his side, her waist curving enticingly. Ji Being swallowed hard, though he had gleaned some understanding of the foaming pavilion. Witnessing it firsthand left him somewhat parched. The allure of the ladies within was undeniable, each one more exquisite than the last, reminiscent of an enchanting performance from a past life. Yet this was a live spectacle. Having spent years at the foaming pavilion, the matron discerned that Ji Being was unlike the usual patrons. She entwined her arm with his and, with a playful smile, inquired, "Is this your first visit to the foaming pavilion, young master?" Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Ji Being nodded. The matron, upon observing his bashfulness, smiled even more alluringly, nudging his arm closer to her bosom as she continued, "So, young master, do you wish to indulge for a night, a month, or perhaps a year?" Chapter 19. Engaging in unprecedented experiences. Is the business of foaming pavilion truly this avant-garde? Even in my previous life, such indulgences were scarcely found. Cough. I never ventured there in my former existence, so I cannot ascertain the extravagance of their offerings. After a moment's hesitation, Ji Boing inquired, "Is there an even longer duration available?" Longer durations? The alluring woman seemed to grasp his intent and let out a soft, melodious laugh, gracefully swaying her waist as she beckoned him to follow her into the pavilion. Before long, Ji Boing found himself traversing the grand hall of the pavilion, eventually arriving at a tranquil chamber in the rear courtyard. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the main hall, the backyard exuded a serene ambience, enhanced by a subtle fragrance of powder that was neither overpowering nor intrusive, but instead provided a refreshing sense of comfort. "What are your requirements, young sir? Please, do share." Ji Boing pondered briefly before articulating, "Primarily, I seek someone of virtuous character, someone who is obedient and understanding. As for appearance, it is of little consequence. As long as she can enjoy a meal, that suffices. Regarding cultivation, it would be preferable if she is at the mid-stage of chi refinement or below." Seemingly recalling something, Ji Boing added, "Oh, and ideally, she should have no attachments." The woman nodded slightly, recognizing that his requests were quite standard. Most clients seeking companionship shared similar preferences. "Are there any other particular inclinations you might have?" she inquired. Particular inclinations. Ji Boing couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, hastily lifting his teacup to sip and steady his nerves. After all, he was a young man of impeccable standing. How could he possibly possess any peculiar preferences? Noticing his silence, the woman assumed he was merely shy, and with a gentle tone, she reassured him, "Please, do not feel embarrassed. In these times, who does not harbor personal inclinations? Here at Foaming Pavilion, we welcome all women without a home to return to. Regardless of their appearance, physique, or cultivation skills, we pride ourselves on catering to every desire of our esteemed guests. Recently, with the grand opening of Fulong New City, we have a fresh influx of talented young ladies, half of whom are already engaged, while the other half are eagerly awaiting a gentleman such as yourself. Would you care to learn more?" Intrigued by her words, Ji Boing instinctively asked, "What talents do they possess?" The woman smiled knowingly, acknowledging his curiosity. She then parted her lips slightly, and a delicate voice echoed in Ji Boing's mind. Just as he was about to sip his tea, he nearly choked at her revelation. Is this truly the world of cultivation? Such flamboyance exists here as well. These talents, are they not exclusive to a certain small island in the east? How could they be found here? Clearing his throat to regain composure, Ji Boing firmly stated, "Let us adhere to my previous requirements." Upon hearing his refusal, the woman merely smiled and replied languidly, "There is no need for shyness, young sir. You should know that these ladies are quite in demand. Should you miss this opportunity today, it may not present itself again." "That will not be necessary." The beautiful woman, witnessing Ji Boing's resolute demeanor, ceased her attempts to persuade him further. Individuals like Ji Boing were familiar to her, having declined this time. He might not do so in the future. As her thoughts swirled, the woman casually conjured a pictorial album, stating, "The young master can find the ladies he desires within these pages. Should any catch your eye, simply inform me, and I shall fetch her for you." Ji Boing accepted the album, revealing a collection of exquisite portraits of ladies, each embodying distinct expressions and appearances, regardless of their individual charms. Even if they were not breathtakingly beautiful, they were undeniably endowed with natural grace and allure. However, after glancing at a few, Ji Boing quickly diverted his gaze. Good heavens! The least expensive among them was priced at several thousand mid-grade spirit stones, and for those with slightly superior talents, the cost soared beyond 10,000. Though Ji Boing possessed a modest fortune and was himself a second-tier alchemist, the beauties depicted in the album were beyond his current means. Sighing softly at this realization, Ji Boing closed the album and remarked, "Let me have a lady for the night." The beautiful woman was taken aback. Some say. Engaging in tasks one is reluctant to undertake is called change, confronting fears is termed breakthrough, and embarking on untried ventures is known as growth. That evening, Ji Boing experienced a form of growth. Yet, it was incomplete, for certain aspects, due to the nature of his golden finger, prevented him from indulging in time-consuming experiences. After all, he was uncertain how plentiful the avenues for acquiring attribute points through his golden finger truly were. A moment of passion is worth a fortune. This night, even opting for the most economical choice, he had already expended 500 low-grade spirit stones. He needed to maximize every fleeting second, ensuring that his golden finger yielded the greatest benefits. Casting a glance at the hourglass in the room, he noted that only 2 hours remained until the night's conclusion. His gaze fell once more on the beauty curled up at the edge of the bed. However, as he leaned closer, she recoiled like a startled doe, clutching the blanket and retreating beneath the table. Young master, I truly cannot go on. Please, spare me. I can forego this payment, and I will ask Mama Yin to refund you. The woman, hiding behind the table, was visibly distressed. She had encountered many men and had endured numerous nights of intimate encounters. Yet, others would at least introduce some variety or take brief respites between their efforts. Ji Boing, however, was a pure cultivator unlike any she had known. When he engaged in his pursuits, he was relentless, utterly devoid of any semblance of indulgence. If that were the extent of it, it might have been bearable, but Ji Boing seemed akin to a tireless beast of burden, refusing to pause until every task was completed, leaving no time even to catch his breath. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she felt a wave of injustice wash over her. Not only had her body suffered that night, but she had also earned no money. Surely, Mama would not let her off easily. As her thoughts spiraled, tears began to flow unbidden. Why was her fate so cruel? Ji Boing, seated on the bed, gazed in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. Why was she crying? Ji Boing sighed softly and then rose to stand before the woman. Upon noticing Ji Boing's approach, she instinctively attempted to retreat, yet her wrist was gently grasped by him. You should rest, Ji Boing murmured, continuing, there's no need to refund the money. Let tonight conclude here. The woman, somewhat bewildered, nodded as she gazed at Ji Boing, her lips pursed and tears shimmering in her eyes. Is what you say truly the case? Indeed, it is, Ji Boing replied, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes before donning his garments. We are all just laborers. Why should one laborer impose hardship upon another? Young master, just as Ji Boing intended to depart, the enchanting woman called out to him once more. Is there something you wish to convey? Ji Boing turned back, slightly perplexed, only to see her clutching the blanket with both hands, her delicate lips gently biting down, as she whispered, You are a good person. Ji Boing? After exiting the loft, Ji Boing glanced at his virtual panel. Due to the woman's low cultivation realm, merely at the first level of chi refinement, there was no realm enhancement during their interaction. Furthermore, their communication was not particularly effective, resulting in a mere 10 experience points each time, with the minimum level bonus of only 10. Consequently, after the entire evening, Ji Boing acquired only 14 points in free basic attributes, without any skill attributes. Could it be that the skill attribute points I gain are correlated with the skills of my conversation partner? Is Nangong one a sword cultivator? If this is the case, to obtain skill attribute points in the future, I must seek a companion with corresponding skills. With this thought, Ji Boing couldn't help but sigh. His modest aspirations required considerable spirit stones. If he sought someone with specific talents, wouldn't that be even more costly? It would surely demand thousands. Perhaps tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones, wouldn't it? I still need to refine pills. Ji Boing shook his head and proceeded towards the exit of the loft. However, just as he prepared to leave, a familiar sound of scolding echoed from a distance. Chapter 20. 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones earned in blood. You wish for spirit stones and a prestigious reputation. Do you think my foaming pavilion is merely a charitable hall? I regret the day I brought you back. Let me make it clear. Today, you either ascend the pavilion or repay every spirit stone I used to redeem you. Otherwise, do not blame me for casting you away once more. Ji Boing descended from the loft and observed the beautiful woman, Madame Yun, who had previously courted him, berating a young woman kneeling on the ground, weeping. From the context, it seemed the girl was reluctant to join the pavilion, inciting Madame Yun's displeasure. Ji Boing was not one to meddle in others' affairs, and besides, this was an internal matter of Fengming Pavilion. As an outsider, he had no right to intervene. With this thought in mind, he chose to ignore the scene and proceeded to exit. Mother, please spare me. I only sell my art, not my body. Just as Ji Boing was about to cross the threshold of Fengming Pavilion, the voice from behind caused him to halt, his foot suspended in midair. Only sell art. Not the body? What art could she possibly sell? Ji Boing felt compelled to glance back at the girl. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to inquire further. If her skills were of use to him, perhaps there was a chance to negotiate. What man in this world truly seeks talent? It is always the allure of the flesh that captivates them. Without this facade, who would care for your abilities? I will give you 3 breaths of time. If you continue to cause a scene, I shall summon someone. Madame Yun continued to scold the girl, her expression unwavering despite the girl's tearful display. In their line of work, one might not be entirely devoid of compassion, but they certainly were not easily swayed. Otherwise, today it would be this girl weeping. Tomorrow another causing a ruckus. Would the business even survive? Madame Yun, just as she was about to call for assistance, Ji Boing stepped beside her. Young Master Ji? Madame Yun was taken aback by his sudden appearance. The previously coldness of her demeanor melted into a smile. Did you enjoy your time? Are you satisfied with the young ladies of Foaming Pavilion? Yes, quite satisfied. Ji Boing nodded awkwardly, then shifted his gaze to the girl, changing the subject. This one. Just a disobedient girl. It's common for them to act this way at first. She's merely stubborn. In time, she will come to understand. Madame Yin responded dismissively. I see. Ji Boing nodded, then inquired. Earlier, I heard her say she only sells her art and not her body. May I ask what skills she possesses? What skills? Just cooking and playing the xiao, Madame Yun retorted, still irked, without a second thought. Cooking and playing the xiao? Ji Boing stood frozen, an icy chill rushing to the crown of his head, causing him to shiver involuntarily. This was not the kind of skill one learned lightly. Young Master Ji? As Ji Boing wandered through his thoughts, Yun Mama teased him with a smile. Young Master Ji, are you perhaps interested in this young lady? Although she is merely at the second level of qi refinement, she possesses both water and fire spiritual roots, albeit of inferior quality. With proper nurturing, she could certainly achieve foundation establishment in due time. If you are truly interested, I can let her go for 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The mention of 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones stirred Ji Boing's interest. While having inferior dual spiritual roots was not particularly impressive, as Yun Mama noted, with diligent cultivation, foundation establishment would not be overly difficult. Given his current path of body refinement, if his future partner's cultivation was too low, their interactions would dwindle as he grew stronger. This was unacceptable. He desired a companion who, while perhaps not matching his pace, would not fall too far behind, ideally allowing for daily exchanges. If she could establish a foundation, even if he advanced to the golden core stage, proper control would enable meaningful interaction. As for the flute playing, should fate grant him the skill, he could simply choose not to employ it. With this thought, Ji Boing glanced back at the young woman. She bore traces of tears on her face, and though her expression was sorrowful and her hair somewhat disheveled, there was an undeniable allure about her. Yet, as he admired her beauty, he noticed an unsettling turbulence in her aura, accompanied by an unusual pallor. Yun Mama. Ji Boing retracted his gaze and chuckled lightly. It seems there are some truths left unspoken. The beautiful woman momentarily froze at his words, yet a flicker of hope lingered in her eyes as she cautiously inquired. What exactly does young Master Ji mean? Ji Boing studied the woman. You truly do not know? Truly unaware? Since Foaming Pavilion lacks sincerity, I shall take my leave. He scoffed coldly, clasped his hands in a formal salute, and turned to exit without a backward glance. Yun Mama was taken aback by his abrupt departure. She hurriedly stepped forward, wrapping her arm around him and apologetically saying, Young Master Ji, please do not leave. You see, as one ages, the mind may falter. I simply forgot that this young lady had been injured previously. Please do not take offense. My intentions were never to deceive you. Ji Boing remained silent. His gaze towards Yun Mama laced with amusement. Sensing the awkwardness, she quickly suggested, how about this? If young Master Ji truly has feelings, I can let her go for 1,500. 1,500? Ji Boing chuckled softly. Yun Mama, your sincerity still seems lacking. As he attempted to break free and continue towards the door, she called out, 1,003. That is my bottom line. 1,000. Ji Boing replied impassively. 1,002. 1,000. 1,001. Yun Mama, her teeth gritted, felt her voice tremble as she quoted a price. A deal. Ji Boing was not a person devoid of discernment. Pressing further would likely jeopardize future dealings. Indeed, Ji Gongzi was quite the strategist. Yun Mama released Ji Boing's hand with an alluring roll of her eyes, then produced a scroll of beast hide, saying, if there are no further matters, please sign the contract, young master. There is no rush. Ji Boing smiled softly, refraining from taking the scroll. What does young master mean by this? The beautiful woman asked, her brow furrowing slightly. I do not wish to coerce anyone. If your daughter is unwilling to accompany me, I shall not sign. Ji Gongzi truly was benevolent. The woman chuckled lightly, then turned to the girl on the ground, stating indifferently, to be favored by such a generous man as Ji Gongzi is both a blessing and destiny for you. I shall offer you 3 choices anew. Ascend to the pavilion, return home, or submit to Ji Gongzi. At this moment, it is best you remain silent. Otherwise, I have ways to make you regret it. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes quivered fiercely. She glanced at Ji Boing. He was handsome, with clear eyes, and his gaze held none of the greed exhibited by other patrons. After a moment of internal struggle, she ultimately made her choice. She turned to the beautiful woman and spoke softly, "Mother, I choose young Master Ji." "How astute of you." Yun Mama snorted coldly, then presented the beast hide scroll to Ji Boing, smiling. "Can young master sign now?" "Of course." Ji Boing nodded, took the scroll, and inscribed his name upon it. Upon witnessing Ji Boing's signature, a radiant smile blossomed on the beautiful woman's face. She had merely spent 100 middle-grade spirit stones to acquire a girl from the slave heap, and now she would sell her for 1,000 taels profit. What a tremendous gain! Suppressing her inner joy, she retrieved a token from her bosom and said sweetly, "Young Master Ji can now take this token to the pavilion's front desk to reclaim the girl's soul essence. Should she prove disobedient in the future, young master may train her as you see fit." Ji Boing, gazing at the token, was evidently surprised by the measures employed by Fengming Pavilion. Just moments ago, he had pondered what he would do if the girl fled. Now, it seemed Fengming Pavilion had anticipated this more thoroughly than he. If that is the case, might he select a partner at the foundation establishment or even core formation stage? As long as the soul essence remained, it would be akin to the master-servant dynamic he shared with Nangong Wan. Ji Boing shook his head. Such lofty aspirations were indeed fanciful. He could barely afford a cultivator at the Qi refinement stage, let alone one at foundation establishment. As his thoughts swirled, Ji Boing led the girl toward the front hall. Musical instruments? Though he held no particular interest in them, it did not diminish his love for music. Chapter 21. Digging the wall after completing the necessary formalities. Ji Boing led the young woman back to his residence. Passing by a restaurant, he decided to take a dish to go. It is worth mentioning that the prosperity of Fulong City, to some extent, surpasses that of his hometown's third-tier cities. Notably, the marketplace operates 24 hours a day. Almost all the shops are open at all hours. Previously, while at Fengming Pavilion, he was worried about finding a place to dine, but shortly after stepping out, he discovered a bustling restaurant. Inside the dining hall, numerous patrons were already enjoying their meals. Upon returning to the courtyard, the evening was still young, and the night remained shrouded in a soft haze. Ji Boing lit the oil lamp in the room and arranged the meal neatly on the table. Then pulled out 2 stools, saying, "Let us sit down and eat a little." The young woman cast a timid glance at Ji Boing and then lowered her head. Remaining still, Ji Boing smiled gently and reassured her, "There is no need to be reserved. Consider this as your own home. By the way, I still do not know your name. After all, from this day forth, you shall be my wife, Ji Boing. It would be rather awkward if I did not even know your name." Just as the young woman was about to reply, a sudden realization struck her. She abruptly raised her head to look at Ji Boing. "Why, young master, what did you just say?" Ji Boing was momentarily taken aback by her question. Did she not hear him? After a brief pause, he continued, "I said, I do not yet know your name. Given that we are to become husband and wife, it would be quite absurd if we are unaware of each other's names." "Husband and wife? You wish to make me your wife?" She stammered. "What? Are you unwilling?" Ji Boing furrowed his brow slightly at her words. If she was unwilling, it would pose a challenge, although he held her soul's essence in his grasp. Threatening her with it would be a most unseemly act. With a soft sigh, Ji Boing contemplated the lack of emotional connection in this arrangement, uncertain if time would allow her to accept him. And no, not at all. Just as Ji Boing pondered how to nurture their relationship, he heard her voice, tinged with surprise. "I thought you merely bought me too." The last 2 words remained unspoken, a thought too dreadful to utter. That was her nightmare. Had it not been for Mother Yun rescuing her, she could scarcely fathom the torment she would have endured at the hands of those traffickers. She had believed that after being saved by Mother Yun, her tragic fate would change, only to find that she had merely exchanged one grim environment for another. She was still unable to escape the fate of suffering. Just like tonight, despite being merely a rooftop courtesan, she had unfortunately caught the eye of a wealthy man. Had it been a simple infatuation, it might have been bearable. However, she never anticipated that he would possess such perverse desires. The thought of those scenes sent a shiver down her spine even now. "I am unaware of the trials you have faced in the past or the injustices you have endured. However, from this moment forth, as long as I, Ji Boing, remain, no one shall dare to bully you." Just as the young woman found herself lost in despair, a gentle voice resonated softly. She lifted her gaze and discovered Ji Boing had approached her without her notice. His face still bore that reassuring smile, and his eyes retained their comforting clarity. "As long as I, Ji Boing, am here, no one can harm you." The girl silently repeated these words in her heart. The grievances that had accumulated within her transformed into a torrent of tears, cascading down uncontrollably. Young master. Ji Boying gazed at the tearful figure before him. An indescribable feeling welled up within him. He gently embraced her, cradling her head in his arms, softly patting her back, allowing her to release the burdens of her heart. With the dawn's light, Ji Boying left a note by the bedside and exited the room. As for the girl, after her outpouring of emotions the previous night, she remained lost in slumber. Ji Boying stretched lazily, gazing at the pristine snowy landscape beyond the mountains, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had taken another step closer to the path of immortality. Upon leaving the residence, Ji Boying made his way directly to Jichentang in the southern part of the city. Although Jichentang in the south was not as grand as that in the east, it was certainly far superior to the small shops in the town. The entire apothecary had been transformed into a 5-story building, and the sales area was now distinctly divided into sections for elixirs and medicinal herbs. Moreover, both elixirs and herbs encompassed all varieties below the golden core stage, with even several types of elixirs available for those at the golden core level. Ah! Young brother Ji has arrived early. In the hall, as Ji Boying entered, he was greeted by Sun Youfu, who approached with a jovial smile, his rotund belly proudly displayed. You are here to make a greater contribution to Jichentang. Ji Boying responded with a smile of his own. Haha, with young brother Ji, a master alchemist among us. Jichentang is truly fortunate. Sun, the shopkeeper, seemed to be in high spirits. My lady is still outside, yet I see our esteemed shopkeeper laughing heartily. If there is good news to share, why not enlighten us so we may join in your joy? A voice, inappropriate for the occasion, suddenly interrupted. Sun Youfu's cheerful expression froze as he turned to see a captivatingly alluring woman gracefully entering the hall. Following her was a young man clad in fine attire, holding a folding fan with a stern countenance, accompanied by an elderly man whose stooped figure and white hair signified age. Ji Boying glanced at the trio, noting their unfamiliar faces, each exuding a restrained aura, their spiritual pressure revealing them to be foundation establishment cultivators. Particularly the young man, who, if Ji Boying's assumptions were correct, was at least in the late stage of foundation establishment. I have met the second young master. Sun Youfu slightly bowed to the young man in fine clothing. You may rise, the young man said, casually waving his fan to lift Sun Youfu, then directing his gaze towards Ji Boying. I presume this is the esteemed Ji Being, the newly appointed 2-star alchemist of Jichentang? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sun Qichin, the head of Jichentang in the eastern part of the city. Ah, it is young master Sun. My apologies for the oversight. Ji Being slightly bowed in acknowledgement. No need for such formalities, Ji Danshur. Sun Qichin responded with a calm smile, continuing, is everything to your liking at Jichentang? I appreciate your concern. All is well on my end, Ji replied. Sun Qichin nodded, then inquired, may I ask what offerings my sister Qingru has provided to Ji Danshur? At the question, Ji Being paused, contemplating for a moment before responding, unlimited provision of medicinal herbs, with no burden of trial and error costs. As for profits, we have a 60-40 split. A 60-40 split? Sun Qichin raised an eyebrow and pressed further. May I know how many batches of pills Ji Danshur is currently able to refine in a day? What is the quality rate? For low-grade 2-star pills, I can produce a maximum of 6 batches per day, and the quality rate is below 50%. Ji Being was somewhat reserved in his response, as he knew that by eliminating the time spent on travel and team coordination, he could indeed manage 7 batches daily. As for the quality rate, with the aid of fire control techniques and foundational spiritual knowledge, as long as one is not overly impatient, one could yield at least 5 high-quality pills per batch. With a stroke of luck, exceptional pills might even be produced. To achieve such quality rates as a newly appointed 2-star alchemist is indeed impressive. I am in admiration of your talents, Qichin remarked. You flatter me too much. Ji Being replied modestly. Sun Qichin waved his hand dismissively, then proposed, how about this? Ji Danshur could join our Jichentang in the eastern city. There would be no need for you to serve as a resident alchemist. Simply fulfill a set number of pills each month, with profits split 70-30 in your favor. As for medicinal herbs, they will be provided without limit, and you will bear no costs for any mistakes. Furthermore, Jichentang shall also present Ji Danshur with a magical grade alchemical furnace, a tome of 3-star alchemical insights, and 1 2-star exceptional cleansing pill each month. Of course, if Ji Danshur requires assistance with fire control or alchemical techniques, do not hesitate to ask. We shall not refuse any request within our capacity. Upon witnessing Sun Qichin's bold recruitment effort and the generous offer he presented, Sun Youfu's facial muscles twitched noticeably. Not only he, but even Ji Being felt that Sun Qichin's proposition was indeed substantial. After all, the terms that Sun Qingru had offered him as a resident alchemist were far less favorable. It must be admitted, Ji Being was genuinely tempted this time. a magical-grade alchemical furnace, a tome of 3-star insights, and unconditional provision of fire control and alchemical techniques. With these assets, Ji Being was confident that his quality rate could soar to 80%. There was even a possibility of breaking through 30% for exceptional pills. Furthermore, a profit split of 28% would enable him to procure 3-star detoxification pills more swiftly. What do you think? Are you satisfied with the conditions I have proposed? Ji Dan, sure? Should you have any other requests, feel free to express them. Sun Qichen wore a confident smile, believing that such terms would be hard for Ji Being to decline. Chapter 22. Enchantment. Second Young Master. Master Ji Dan is indeed Mrs. Person. Your actions seem rather inappropriate. Sun Youfu tightened the fist concealed within his sleeve, his tone tinged with indifference. What does Master Sun mean by that? What do you mean Ji Dan is Mrs. Person? Upon finishing his words, Sun Youfu witnessed the enchanting woman let out a derisive laugh, speaking in a sultry voice. Not to mention that Master Ji Dan is merely a contracted alchemist at Jichuan Hall, possessing the right to choose his own fate, even if he were a resident alchemist. What of it? Is he not still the alchemist of the Sun family? When did he become Mrs. Person? Furthermore, my young master cherishes talent and cannot bear to see someone as gifted as Master Ji Dan suffer indignities. How dare you, Sun Youfu, propose a profit split of 40-60? If this were to spread, wouldn't it invite whispers that Jichuan Hall is abusing its power? Where would that leave the reputation of Jichuan Hall? And what of the Sun family's reputation? Sun Youfu found himself momentarily speechless upon hearing her words. He wished to retort but found himself at a loss for words. A profit split of 40-60 is indeed rather unreasonable for a 2-star alchemist, considering the benefits that a 2-star alchemist could bring. Even an 80-20 split would still yield substantial profits for those shops, not to mention the current period, where the prices of elixirs have surged beyond the original market value by 40 to 50%. As Sun Youfu stood there, flustered, Ji Boing chuckled and clasped his hands, stating, one should not receive rewards without merit. Although I am a 2-star alchemist, I am aware that the conditions you offer far exceed the current market rate. It is said that when virtue does not match position, calamity will ensue. When talent is undeserved, one will bear the consequences. I appreciate your good intentions, second young master. However, concerning my visit to Jichuan Hall in the east of the city, I possess enough self-awareness to refrain from pursuing it. Upon hearing this, Sun Qingshan could not help but furrow his brows. He lightly tapped his folding fan a few times, still unwilling to concede. Master Ji, have you truly considered this? The path of alchemy is inherently arduous, especially the threshold of a 3-star alchemist. Without external support, relying solely on oneself, it would be nearly impossible to advance in this lifetime. Ji Boing shook his head gently, replying, I am rather dull-witted and dare not aspire too high. To be able to tread steadily and make no mistakes in the present is sufficient for my contentment. Master Ji, you must think carefully. Once you miss this opportunity with my young master, it will be difficult to find another. The enchanting woman approached Ji Boing, her voice dripping with sweetness. I have admired the art of alchemy since childhood, yet I have never found a fated teacher to guide me. The moment I entered today, I felt an inexplicable affinity with Master Ji. It seems you are the mentor I have long sought. What do you think, Master Ji? As she finished speaking, the woman cast a flirtatious glance at Ji Boing, and simultaneously, an enigmatic wave of spiritual energy silently enveloped him. Standing still, Ji Boing suddenly felt as if he were shrouded in something. The next moment, he discovered that Jichuan Hall before him had inexplicably been cloaked in a thin veil of mist. Master Sun had vanished. Alongside Sun Qingshan, the stooped old man also vanished from the room, leaving nothing but an empty hall. At that moment, a familiar and gentle voice resonated through the air. Ji Boing instinctively turned around to see a graceful figure gliding towards her. She was adorned in a delicate and slightly translucent dress, through which vague landscapes were faintly discernible. Ji Boing's gaze fixated on this enchanting silhouette, her pupils suddenly constricting. An illusion? Or perhaps an enchantment? The woman gently draped her delicate wrists around Ji Boing's neck. Her voice, soft as silk, reverberated within his mind. Ji Boing yearned to push her away, yet his body felt as though it were ensnared in a spectral grip. No matter how he struggled, he remained immobile. Furthermore, an uncontrollable flame danced within his lower abdomen, incessantly searing his dantian. Ji Dancher, do you find me beautiful? The woman's scarlet lips parted slightly as she exhaled softly towards Ji Boing. In the next instant, her moist lips inched closer to his. As the flame within Ji Boing intensified in tandem with her approach, he felt as though the fiery sensation would soon erupt. Just as her lips were about to meet his, a chilling voice, akin to a clarion call, suddenly pierced the air. Is this how my brother intends to extract my essence? In that instant, the scene before him began to shatter into fragments. The originally graceful figure transformed into swirling particles of colored sand, dissipating with the wind. The surroundings of Jichuan Hall re-emerged into view. It was then that Ji Boying realized his back had become thoroughly drenched with sweat, unbeknownst to him. Please do not misunderstand, Mississippi. I merely found Ji Dancher to be quite amiable and, unable to contain my affection, indulged in a moment of playful whimsy. It bears no relevance to the young master. Qing Yin softly clarified to Sun Qingru, casting a playful glance at Ji Boying before retreating behind Sun Qingchen. With Sun Qingru's appearance, Sun Qingchen felt it inappropriate to press further. He clasped his hands towards Ji Boying and stated, "The hour grows late. Whenever Ji Dancher comes to a realization, you are always welcome to visit me at Jichuan Hall in the east of the city. Our doors will forever remain open to you." After speaking, he turned away with the two accompanying him. Ji Boying observed their retreating figures, his gaze sharpening, particularly when directed at Qing Yin, his expression tinged with an added chill. However, the enchanting technique Qing Yin had demonstrated served as a valuable lesson. Previously, Ji Boying had prided himself on his formidable physique and mid-level swordsmanship, believing he could easily triumph over any foundational cultivator he encountered. Yet, he had not anticipated that a mere casual enchantment could nearly ensnare his very soul. Had Qing Yin harbored the intent to target him and prepared accordingly, he would have likely ended up as mere prey on a butcher's block. It appears I must hasten to enhance my spiritual essence, and subsequently seek a method to procure a technique capable of resisting mental assaults. Ji Boying mused inwardly. Taking a deep breath, he bowed respectfully to Sun Qingru on the second floor. "Thank you, miss, for your assistance. Master Ji need not be so courteous. Since you are my contracted alchemist, it is only natural that I, as your employer, ensure your safety," Sun Qingru replied with a calm demeanor, her voice devoid of any discernible emotion. "You should first rest in the quiet room, for while the charm technique may not inflict physical harm, it does impose a significant toll on the spirit. Take a moment to recuperate, and then return to fully restore your strength. As for alchemy, there is no rush. You may come back tomorrow. I appreciate your concern, Mississippi. I shall rest for a brief while," Ji Boying said, offering a slight bow to Sun Qingru before turning to make his way towards the quiet room. Once Ji Boying had departed, Sun Qingru shifted her attention to Sun Youfu, saying, "Uncle Sun, I have matters to discuss with you." Chapter 23, Happiness arrives unexpectedly after spending the entire morning in meditation and refining 3 batches of elixirs in the afternoon. Ji Boying decided to conclude his work for the day. He stretched lazily, gently loosening his muscles, and then retrieved his somewhat deflated purse, casting a cursory glance inside to find only around 100 medium-grade spirit stones. This amount sufficed for his daily expenses, yet proved insufficient for acquiring additional items. Ji Boying stowed away the purse, his mind beginning to compile a shopping list. 3-star detoxification pill, sword techniques, mental attack resistance spells, these were the immediate necessities. Naturally, if circumstances permitted, Ji Boying also aspired to acquire a higher-grade alchemical furnace and purchase several more advanced alchemy texts. He sought alchemical techniques, rather than merely fire control or pill-forming methods. In contrast to those specialized studies, alchemical techniques offered a more systematic approach. Although their results may not manifest as swiftly as the specialized texts on fire control or pill formation, a comprehensive study of alchemy would solidify and stabilize his path in the art of elixirs. The journey ahead was long and arduous. Ji Boying chuckled wryly, shaking his head before rising to head home. As was his routine, he planned to stop by an inn to take away a meal. However, as he passed a spiritual plant shop, he hesitated for a moment before purchasing several potted plants and some seeds. Although the courtyard of Yuxiao Mountain was pleasant, it lacked vibrancy. Adding a few flowers and plants would undoubtedly enhance its charm. Furthermore, spiritual plants could generate spiritual energy. While he had no need for them himself, they could be beneficial for, awkwardly, he still did not know the girl's name. Today, he would make it a point to ask. Before long, Ji Boying returned to his residence, carrying the meal. Just as he stepped through the door, he saw the young woman dashing out of her room. "Young master, I'm sorry for returning late," she said apologetically. Ji Boying quickly shook his head, responding, "No worries, you can return whenever you like." A faint smile graced his lips. "It's cold outside, let us go inside. I tried a new inn today and brought back some signature dishes. I hope you like them. If there is anything you wish to eat tomorrow, do let me know, and I'll get it for you. Of course, if you prefer to go out, that's fine too, but you must wait for my return. We could explore the night market together, in Fulong New City. Nearly all the markets are open all day, and the night market is just as lively. If you wish to go out by yourself, I have no objections, but your cultivation level is still quite low. Although Fulong City is relatively safe, it is still a mixed bag. If you inadvertently attract unwanted attention, it could lead to trouble." The girl followed behind, listening to Ji Boying's murmurs, feeling an inexplicable emotion stirring within her. Why is there only one lamplit? As they approached the door, Ji Boing glanced into the dimly lit room and frowned. I was afraid that lighting too many would waste oil. She explained softly upon hearing Ji Boing's voice. Waste oil. Ji Boing found himself bemused by this explanation, a mixture of laughter and tears overwhelming him. However, soon his mind wandered back to the most destitute period of his life. During that time, it seemed he could hardly bear to light a lamp. With that thought, Ji Boing couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh. He affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and smiled, saying, "To cultivate the habit of frugality is commendable. You need not feel guilty. However, one must also spend where necessary. Saving is one aspect, but earning is equally important. Enough of this. Let us dine." Ji Boing meticulously arranged the dishes on the table, then pulled out a stool for the girl to sit upon. After lighting the remaining oil lamps in the room until it was brightly illuminated, he took a seat across from her. "How do you find these dishes? Do they please your palate?" The girl stared blankly at Ji Boing, hesitating momentarily before nodding. Ji Boing chuckled softly and placed a generous piece of meat into her bowl. "Do indulge in the meat. You are quite slender and need to replenish your strength, lest your body falter." As the girl gazed at the meat in her bowl, an unfamiliar warmth enveloped her heart. It seemed that, from the moment of her birth, even her own parents had never treated her with such kindness. "By the way, I am yet to learn your name." The girl snapped back to reality, noticing Ji Boing's eager expression. After a brief pause, she shyly replied, "Esteemed sir, my name is Xiaoninger. It was given to me by my mother." "Xiaoninger," Ji Boing mused, a smile gracing his lips. "What a lovely name. Now let us eat. If we delay further, the food will surely grow cold." With that, Ji Boing placed another piece of meat into Xiaoninger's bowl. Knowing her name was a significant breakthrough, once she fully accepted him, he could resume his pursuit of eternal life. Before long, the entire spread was devoured. Of course, Ji Boing was the primary consumer, while Xiaoninger merely picked at her bowl. Were it not for Ji Boing's continual offerings, she would have likely eaten only a couple of pieces of meat this evening. How adorably shy! Yet, Ji Boing found it quite endearing. After lingering in the room for a while, and with conversation dwindling, Ji Boing suggested a stroll through the night market. Alas, the heavens were unkind. No sooner had he voiced his desire than heavy snow began to fall. Reluctantly, Ji Boing abandoned the opportunity to strengthen their bond through a leisurely outing. Noticing that time was slipping away, Ji Boing turned to Xiaoninger and said, "It is getting late. You should retire for the night." With that, he turned and headed towards the door. However, just as Ji Boing was about to exit and assist in closing the door, Xiaoninger spoke up suddenly. "Esteemed sir, what is it?" "Ningo. Ningo wishes for you to stay. May I ask this of you?" With that, Xiaoninger lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet Ji Boing's gaze. As for Ji Boing, he stood dazed at the doorway, oblivious to the cold wind that lashed against his back. At this moment, he felt a sudden wave of happiness. Ji Boing swallowed hard, forcefully suppressing the turmoil within, and gently closed the door. He approached Xiaoning, slightly crouching to gaze at her radiant cheeks, softly murmuring, "Of course." Upon hearing his words, the blush on Xiaoninger's face deepened even further. Ji Boing rose and enveloped the enchanting figure in his embrace, tenderly caressing her hair. After a considerable pause, he softly remarked, "It is getting late. We should rest." Xiaoninger nodded in agreement. In the next instant, Ji Boing lifted her completely into his arms. A gentle breeze swept through, extinguishing the oil lamps one by one. That night, the snow outside fell heavily, blanketing the entire Yuxiao mountain in a tranquil shroud of silver. Meanwhile, the wind inside the room blew softly, filling the space with a delightful symphony. Chapter 24. The Genius of Talismans, Experience Exchange. 80-100. Realm Enhancement. None. Effect Enhancement. 10. First time interaction with the subject grants 5 instances of quintuple effect experience. Free attribute points. 6. Talisman skill points. 6. After half an hour, a familiar virtual panel appeared before Ji Boing. Talismans. Ji Boing stared at the skill section, momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be flute playing? How did it transform into talismans? That unexpected wife he had brought home could draw talismans too? How could that be? If she could draw talismans, would Yun Mama so readily have given her to him? "Young master." It seemed that Xiaoninger sensed Ji Boing's bewilderment, and she lifted her head from his embrace, inquiring, "Is something wrong, young master? Did Ninger not perform well?" "No, not at all." Coming back to his senses, Ji Boing gently patted the lovely lady's back, smiling as he reassured her, "Ninger has done exceptionally well." Upon hearing Ji Boing's words, a blush of crimson spread across Xiaoninger's previously worried face. "By the way, Ninger, do you know how to draw talismans?" Ji Boing asked softly. "Draw talismans?" Xiaoninger was momentarily taken aback by the sudden inquiry. not comprehending why Ji Boying would ask such a question. She shook her head and replied, I do not. Not so. Ji Boying's heart sank further into confusion. If Xiao Ning'o could not draw talismans, how had he acquired talisman experience? Could it be that the skill attributes granted to him by the golden finger were unrelated to the interaction subject? That couldn't be right. If that were the case, why had he not received skill points during that day at Foaming Pavilion? Xiao Ning'er, observing Ji Boying's dazed expression, mistakenly assumed he was disappointed because she could not draw talismans. Hastily, she added, Young master, although Ning'er cannot draw talismans, I can learn. Music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Ning'er has studied them all before. Especially painting. I have cherished it since childhood. I cannot boast of my skills, but Ji Boying seemed to have had an epiphany. Before Xiao Ning'er could finish, he interjected eagerly. Ning'er can paint? Xiao Ning'er nodded. Are you tired, Ning'er? And no, not tired. In truth, Xiao Ning'er felt somewhat fatigued, as Ji Boying had been rather demanding during that half hour. However, seeing the glimmer of anticipation in Ji Boying's eyes, she ultimately held her tongue. Wait for me, Ning'er. Ji Boying lightly tapped her forehead, then casually donned an outer garment before dashing toward a nearby cabinet. Before long. Upon his return, Ji Boying bore several sheets of talisman paper, a manual, a brush, and an inkstone filled with gold dust. He laid the items out on the bed, opened the manual, and located the simplest talisman, the cleansing talisman. Ning'er, can you draw this cleansing talisman now? Xiao Ning'o cast a glance at Ji Boying, her heart suddenly filled with trepidation. Would the young master compel her to begin learning talisman drawing at this very moment? What if she failed to grasp it? Would he still regard her with such kindness? Would he cast her aside? The thoughts of a girl are often intricate and tumultuous. In the span of a mere sentence, a grand emotional tragedy unfolded in her mind, wherein the foolish girl, unable to master the art of talisman drawing, was ruthlessly abandoned by her beloved young master. On the other hand, Ji Boying was oblivious to her turmoil, noticing Xiao Ning'er's silence. He feared she was displeased and promptly gathered his belongings, forcing a smile as he apologized. I'm sorry, Ning'er. It was thoughtless of me. I simply grew overly eager to see if you could draw talismans and lost track of time. Let us rest for now. Tomorrow, when you have the leisure, you may practice drawing at your own pace. It's perfectly all right if you don't succeed. Heartbroken, Xiao Ning'er realized she had misjudged Ji Boying. She quickly interjected. Young master, wait. I want to give it a try. Now, Ji Boying hesitated, but then placed the items back on the bed. Is it convenient to draw here? Should I move the table closer? There is no need for that, young master. I have drawn on the floor before. It's quite manageable, Xiao Ning'er replied gently. She then focused her gaze on the diagram of the dust purification talisman. Taking a deep breath, she committed the intricate patterns and sequence of strokes to memory before closing her eyes to visualize the process in her mind. After a few moments, when Xiao Ning'er opened her eyes again, a glimmer of determination shone within them. She dipped her brush into a small pot of gold dust and began to draw. The patterns of the dust purification talisman were simple, requiring only a few strokes. Within mere moments, she completed the drawing, her movements fluid and unhurried. As the final stroke of the talisman was laid down, a flash of spiritual light erupted, and an enigmatic energy pulsated vibrantly from the paper. It worked. Ji Boying's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind momentarily blank. He recalled the previous night months ago when he had taken half a TS worth of time to barely complete his own drawing, feeling self-satisfied then, convinced he was a genius in talisman crafting. But now, witnessing Xiao Ning'er's effortless success made him want to slap himself. The disparity between individuals was staggering. Ning'er. He inhaled deeply, gazing intently at the girl before him. Noticing the intensity of his stare, she appeared as a startled fawn, her expression tinged with vulnerability. Young master. You. Ning'er, I am utterly enamored with you. Ji Boying exclaimed, pulling Xiao Ning'er into an embrace, carelessly tossing aside the chaotic talisman papers on the bed. Before leaning in to capture her soft, cherry-like lips. Before long, the room was once again filled with the melodious strains of a delightful symphony. The fleeting moments of a joyous and enchanting evening passed in a blur. After engaging in profound discussions regarding the art of talismans 9 times, Xiao Ning'er succumbed to slumber. Ji Boying cautiously donned his attire, leaving behind a note and a small vial of medicinal elixir on the table before stealthily exiting the room. Following an entire night of exchange, Ji Boying had thoroughly grasped the application of the golden finger technique. As long as the interlocutor possessed skills, he could acquire skill points during their interactions. This, of course, was merely one of the gains. The most significant revelation of the night was the discovery that Xiao Ning'er was a prodigy in the realm of talismans, a true genius. Ji Boying could only imagine the heights she might reach in her mastery of talismans once her cultivation advanced. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the snow crystals in the courtyard and murmured, I must add another item to the list. Chapter 25. The crisis of Jichentang. Another month has swiftly passed. As deep winter gradually gives way to spring, the once pristine, snow-covered Fulong City begins to reveal hints of greenery and vitality. Within the confines of a room, Xiao Ninger resembles a small kitten, nestled in Ji Boying's embrace, her face still adorned with a lingering blush of happiness. She has completely accepted Ji Boying, and through their time together, she has discovered that he is indeed unlike anyone else, truly exceptional. His meticulous care leaves her in a state of uncertainty, unable to discern whether she is ensconced in a dream or reality. At times, she fears that should she close her eyes, everything before her will vanish, replaced by the familiar foaming pavilion, or worse, that cold, filthy dungeon. With such thoughts, Xiao Ninger burrows deeper into Ji Boying's arms, her moist cheeks continually brushing against his chest. Noticing the movement, Ji Boying smiles gently, pinching her delicate face and softly saying, "The hour is late. I must head to Jichentang, dear husband." As Ji Boying prepares to leave, Xiao Ninger quickly emerges from beneath the covers, her frail arms wrapping gently around his neck as she whispers, "Could you stay with Ningyo a little longer? Just a short while." Gazing into Xiao Ninger's eyes, filled with anticipation and a hint of pleading, Ji Boying feels his heart melt. He quickly plants a light kiss on her forehead, then playfully tugs at the blanket, engaging in a brief scuffle. After a moment, he again kisses her forehead and dons his attire before departing the residence. He casts a glance at the virtual panel hovering before him. Experience exchange 90, 25, 000 100. 000, realm bonus, none, effect bonus, 40, free attribute points, 5, skill attribute points, talismans 5, through a month of diligent endeavor, combined with Ji Boying's attentive care. Their interactions consistently yield 90 experience points. Furthermore, Ji Boying's proficiency in talismans has risen, reaching a mid-tier level of 1 star. The success rate for crafting mid-tier 1-star talismans has now soared to 60%. As for Xiao Ninger, after Ji Boying unearthed her potential in talisman crafting, she too has attained a mid-tier level of 1 star. However, due to her current realm and the strength of her spiritual energy, her success rate remains below 50%, and she can only produce a maximum of 3 talismans in succession. At times, even after exchanging with Ji Boying, she may not complete all 3. Yet, these challenges pose no real concern. As her realm improves, both her success rate and efficiency will naturally enhance. After all, the only constraints she faces are her cultivation and spiritual energy. It is said that today appears to be the final day for settlement, and one cannot help but wonder how the sales performance of Jichentang has fared over the past month. On the way to Jichentang, Ji Boying observed the increasing number of cultivators in the marketplace and murmured softly to himself, "Once I acquire the spirit stones, regardless of the amount, I shall procure 2 bottles of premium Peiyuan Dan and Qiling Dan for Ninger." Though those hidden injuries may seem inconsequential at present if left unattended, they could pose significant issues in the future during foundation establishment. With the current realm still modest, it is imperative to resolve this matter promptly. As these thoughts circulated in his mind, Ji Boying arrived at Jichentang. However, upon stepping through the entrance, he noticed Sun Yofu staring at the account book with a furrowed brow. It appears that Brother Sun is in a rather dismal mood. Approaching the counter, Ji Boying seized the teapot and poured himself 2 cups of tea. "Ah, Brother Ji has arrived," Sun Yofu sighed, marking his place in the book before closing it. He lifted his teacup and drank deeply, expressing his discontent. "Brother, the days ahead may not bode well." Ji Boying raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What has transpired?" "News has reached from the family that starting next month, the allocation system for spiritual herbs and other alchemical resources at the Jichentang branches in the eastern and southern parts of the city will change. The previous equal distribution will be replaced by a system based on sales performance." Sun Yofu sighed again, emphasizing, "It's based on sales, not profits." Upon hearing this, Ji Boying's expression turned somber. If the distribution were based on profits, it would be justifiable. After all, those who are capable should bear more responsibility. The Eastern Branch, with its superior performance, would naturally merit more resources. However, a distribution based on sales volume, while seemingly similar to a profit-based approach, conceals ulterior motives. There exists a term, thin profit with high sales. Sun Qichen already has over 10 alchemists under his command, including 3 second-star alchemists. If they continue down the path of thin profit and high sales, Sun Qingru may find herself stifled. Additionally, given the competitive nature between Sun Qingchen and Sun Qingru, should the former engage in a price war, it would not only jeopardize Sun Qingru's efforts to bolster her own faction through Jichentang, but could even threaten her ability to maintain her southern branch. Alas, I can only hope that the young lady's return will prompt the family to retract this decree. With a heavy heart, Sun Yofu continued, Brother Ji, please proceed with your alchemy. We shall discuss the outcome upon the young lady's return. Ji Boing nodded, refraining from further comment, and bid farewell to Sun Yofu as he made his way to the quiet chamber. Perhaps due to the pressure from Jichentang, Ji Boing experienced an unusual furnace explosion today. Gazing at the charred remnants before him, he sighed deeply and settled onto the ground, entering a meditative state to calm his thoughts. However, it wasn't too long before he began to feel a sense of restlessness. Regardless of the circumstances, both Sun Yofu and Sun Qingru had shown him kindness. Ji Boing was not one to forget such favors. He could not bear to witness Jichentang fall into decline without taking action. In the present day, Sun Qingchen has already secured all favorable circumstances. Even if Sun Qingru were to manage to reclaim the Sun family's fate, it would merely be a struggle for survival. Should the adversary be resolute in their intent to annihilate her, given the current state of Jichentang, acceptance of fate would be the only recourse. Perhaps it would be prudent to return and ponder potential strategies. After all, I am a time traveler. Surely I can devise at least a means of self-preservation. In the ensuing hours, Ji Boing concocted 3 batches of elixirs. Although each was successful, his diverted focus resulted in a subpar quality, with only a 50% excellence rate. He tidied the room briefly and then resolved to procure 2 bottles of premium Peiyuan Dan and Qiling Dan from the front hall. However, upon reaching the main area, he observed Sun Qingru, her expression icy, ascending the stairs. Sun Yofu, on the other hand, was sighing and shaking his head, his face a portrait of distress. It appeared that even the opportunity for survival had eluded them. Has Junior Ji completed his alchemy? At that moment, as Sun Yofu prepared to return to the counter, he fortuitously spotted Ji Boing emerging from the tranquility chamber. He approached with a bittersweet smile, intending to speak, but ultimately remained silent, his mouth agape. In matters of strategy, one can only do so much. The outcome lies beyond one's control. Rather than wallow in solitude, it would be wiser for Sun Laoj to take a bold leap and contemplate how to counter the forthcoming maneuvers from the Eastern District. As Sun Yofu absorbed these words, he could not help but murmur to himself. After a considerable pause, he exhaled deeply and remarked with a smile, I was indeed lost in thought. Thank you, Junior Ji, for your guidance. By the way, he continued, as a sudden realization struck him. He slapped his forehead and laughed. Look at my memory. The settlement was completed last night. And while we may not match the Eastern District, our sales have increased by more than 5-fold. Please wait here momentarily, Junior. The young lady has something for you. Without waiting for Ji Boing to inquire further, Sun Yofu hurriedly dashed upstairs. Chapter 26, Wanao Commercial House. After a brief interval, when Sun Yofu descended once more, he was seen cradling a rather exquisite small pouch in his hand. How attentive my lady is. Sun Yofu chuckled, placing the delicate pouch into Ji Boing's hands. He remarked, I noticed that you were using ordinary pouches to store your belongings, so my lady asked me to present you with a storage bag, which will help you organize some of your trifles. Though such items may not occupy much space individually, their disarray can make retrieval quite inconvenient. Furthermore, now that you are a 2-star alchemist, your worth has undoubtedly increased beyond what it once was. If you continue to use an ordinary pouch for your spirit stones, it is manageable for 1,000 or 2, but exceeding 5,000, it would become a burden to carry. Last month, your share amounted to a substantial 6,000. Without a storage bag, you would surely be on edge returning home. Ji Boing gazed at the small pouch in his hands, startled. A storage bag is a spatial artifact, and while it may not serve for defense or combat, its crafting material is the hide of a spirit beast known as the soul-munching beast. Even if it is made from the skin of a first-tier soul-munching beast, it is still quite valuable. Brother Sun, this gift is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Ji Boing exclaimed, attempting to return the storage bag to Sun Yofu. However, the latter stepped back with a smile, saying, Your continued presence here is the greatest sincerity towards Jichuan Hall. Moreover, as a 2-star alchemist, we have not accorded you the treatment you deserve. Consider this storage bag as compensation, and do not decline any further. Hearing this, Ji Boing wished to protest, but upon seeing Sun Yofu's demeanor, suggesting that if he refused, they could no longer call each other brothers, he ultimately accepted with a smile. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Ji Boing, noting the time and feeling concerned for Xiao Ninger, purchased 2 bottles of Peiyuan pills and Qiling pills from Sun Yofu before bidding farewell and leaving Jichuan Hall. Half a stick of incense later, Ji Boing arrived at the inner city. Having been in Fulong City for some time, this was his first venture into the inner city. Compared to the outer city, the inner city exuded an even greater level of prosperity. To put it in terms of Earth's past, the inner city was akin to the city center. Ji Boing strolled along the main thoroughfare and soon found himself before a splendidly adorned and magnificent pavilion. This was none other than the largest commercial establishment in Fulong City, the Wanao Commercial House. Unlike the markets or other enterprises in the new city, Wandao Commercial House had existed since the establishment of Fulong City. As the preeminent commercial house, its popularity had not waned with the rise of the new city. Rather, it had flourished, its vibrancy surpassing that of any previous peak period. Do you require assistance? Upon entering, Ji Boying was greeted by a soft voice. Instinctively, he looked up to find a stunningly beautiful, yet familiar face before him. Ji Daoyu? Zhou Daoyu? The two individuals were evidently taken aback by their unexpected encounter, each displaying a hint of surprise on their faces. They were astonished to discover that Qiu was associated with the Wandao merchants. Indeed, Qiu seemed to be quite the enigmatic figure. Jay, you jest, Qiu replied. I am merely a humble steward of the Wandao merchants, hardly deserving of such grandiloquent praise. Qiu smiled gently and then inquired. Might I ask if you have found a suitable partner in your quest for companionship? If not, I have several sisters whom I could introduce to you. Thank you for your concern, but I have already found my beloved, Jay replied. Oh, then I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Qiu turned to the matter at hand. What brings you to the Wandao merchants? Is there something specific you wish to purchase? I am quite familiar with the establishment and would be happy to guide you. Jay nodded in agreement, grateful for the assistance, as the vastness of the merchant establishment could be overwhelming. I wish to peruse some talismanic texts and acquire materials for crafting talismans. Upon hearing this, Qiu's eyes flickered momentarily before she smiled. I was blind to your talents. I had not realized you were a talismanic practitioner. Merely fumbling around, Jay modestly replied. I hardly merit the title of practitioner. Do not belittle yourself, for all talismanic items can be found on the 3rd floor. Please follow me. With another warm smile, Qiu led Jay upstairs. After a brief moment, they arrived at a row of bookshelves. Qiu turned to Jay, her face radiant with curiosity. What type of talismanic text are you seeking? Introductory or foundational texts would suffice, Jay responded. Although both he and Qiu and Ingar had ascended to the ranks of intermediate talismanic practitioners, their understanding of foundational talismanic principles was regrettably lacking. They merely duplicated what they saw. This approach might work in the early stages, but problems would inevitably arise later on. Unaware of Jay's internal musings, Qiu felt a fleeting pang of disappointment upon hearing his modest request for introductory texts. However, her smile quickly returned. For foundational studies, I recommend either True Insights of Talismans or Methods of Talismanic Engraving. The former focuses on the study of talismans themselves and the principles behind their creation, while the latter emphasizes the techniques and essentials of drawing talismans. They are equal in merit, each providing a different perspective for beginners. Which would you prefer? Jay's expression turned contemplative. The merits of both texts made it difficult to choose. May I inquire about the prices of these 2 volumes? With a smile, Qiu responded. Each is priced at 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ah, that is indeed quite exorbitant, Jay exclaimed, taken aback. To purchase an introductory text for 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones? This is almost akin to acquiring a wife. Upon noticing that Ji Being remained silent, Qiu Yu assumed that the hesitation stemmed from the exorbitant price, prompting her to consider introducing a few more affordable options. However, before she could utter a word, Ji Being decisively declared, I shall take both volumes. Although 2,000 spirit stones might be somewhat pricey, these 2 tomes held profound significance for both herself and Xiao Ninger. A mere trifle of spirit stones. They could easily be earned back in the future. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Ji Being intended to purchase both, Qiu Yu found the words she was about to say caught in her throat. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Ji Being inquired. Chapter 27. The Transforming Virtual Frame. Are there any talisman brushes here? The one I picked up from the Hujiao side was merely an ordinary brush, hardly deserving the name. Since I am here, I might as well make a purchase, for I have a modest sum saved. The Wandering Merchant Company, a repository of all things, possesses an unparalleled inventory of items from this realm. Qiu Yu smiled softly and inquired further. What quality of talisman brush does Taoist Ji desire? Artifact grade, Ji Boying replied thoughtfully, adding, preferably something affordable, as my supply of spirit stones is dwindling. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yu could not help but chuckle. Taoist Ji, you do have a sense of humor. While talisman brushes are indeed treasures for cultivators, their primary function is to draw talismans, lacking broader applications compared to treasures that can aid in combat or ensure one's safety. Thus, their prices are generally lower. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured a scroll from thin air and presented it to Ji Boying. This scroll contains all the artifact-grade talisman brushes currently available at the Wandering Merchant Company. If you wish to make a purchase, I recommend the Flowing Cloud brush or the Charming Spirit brush. Although they are slightly more expensive at 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones, they do not require ink and can save considerable spirit stones over time. 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Ji Boying gazed at the lively brush depicted on the scroll, hesitating momentarily before declaring, "I will take it." After acquiring the brush, Ji Boying also purchased some talisman paper from the merchant company. Although somewhat pricey, she could discern that the quality of the talisman paper here was far superior to that which she had obtained from the Hajiao side. As she approached the exit, Ji Boying seemed to recall something and asked, "Does the merchant company accept talisman paper?" Xiao Yu smiled gently and nodded, unlike the shops in the market. The merchant company engages in both buying and selling. If Daoist Ji wishes to sell talisman paper, we will gladly accept it. However, she paused before continuing. Our requirements are quite stringent. At least a 1-star medium grade is necessary. Additionally, if the talismans lack resonance or are poorly crafted, we will refuse to accept them. While talisman paper is not graded like medicinal pills into 5 ranks, lower, medium, upper, refined, and supreme, it certainly varies in quality. Factors such as the coherence of the runes, the neatness of the surface, the integrity of the paper, and the uniformity of the ink all influence the potency of the talismans. Poorly made talismans, even if completed, possess limited efficacy and may even be unusable. As the foremost merchant company in Fulong City, the wandering merchant company naturally will not accept such unprofitable goods. Upon learning of the merchant company's acquisition of talismans, Ji Boying bid farewell and hastily made her way toward the outer city. Having spent considerable time at the merchant company, she found herself not only late for work, but also over an hour late returning home. By the time she arrived, night had already fallen. "Husband." As Ji Boying stepped through the door, she was enveloped in a fragrant embrace. Xiao Ning'o tightly embraced Ji Boying's broad figure, her voice a gentle murmur laced with affection. "Husband, why have you returned so late today? Could you come back earlier in the future? Ning'er is truly worried about you." Upon hearing the sweet voice of the beloved in his arms, Ji Boying smiled and tenderly ruffled her hair. "I apologize, my dear Ning'er, for making you feel distressed. I promise I will return home earlier from now on. Let us go inside. It's cold outside. And you have lingering injuries. You mustn't catch a chill." Ji Boying lightly kissed Xiao Ning'er's forehead and wrapped his arm around her waist as they made their way into the room. Once they had fully entered, Ji Boying casually used a cleansing talisman to refresh himself before turning to Xiao Ning'er. "Ning'er, please sit at the table and close your eyes. I have prepared a surprise for you today." At his words, Xiao Ning'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What surprise?" "Oh, my silly Ning'er, if I tell you, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore." Ji Boying playfully tousled her hair, filled with adoration. "Now go sit at the table." Suppressing her excitement and curiosity, Xiao Ning'o obediently walked over to the table. After she had completely shut her eyes, Ji Boying took out the elixirs and talisman materials he had purchased that day, carefully arranging them on the table. He then approached her from behind, gently embracing her and softly saying, "You may open your eyes now." As Xiao Ning'er slowly opened her eyes and beheld the items laid out before her, her gaze trembled with astonishment. "What is this?" she asked, perplexed as she looked up. "Do you like it?" Ji Boying replied softly. "Your injuries have persisted for some time now. While they are not serious at the moment, neglecting them could lead to complications in the future, or worse, threaten your life. I have prepared a P1 pill for you to stabilize your foundation, followed by a Qingling pill to cleanse your spiritual roots. Once you are fully stabilized, I will procure additional healing elixirs to eradicate your hidden injuries once and for all. As for these talisman texts and brushes," Ji Boying smiled gently. "Now that you have become a first-tier talisman master, it is time for you to learn the art of talisman crafting systematically. While mimicking others can yield results, it is merely child's play. To truly become a talisman master, one must grasp the principles of talismans and the techniques of inscription. You possess an innate affinity for the talisman path, allowing you to draw any talisman without hindrance, as long as your spiritual power is sufficient. This is a gift from the heavens, and you must seize it, so as not to squander your remarkable talent." "Husband." As Ji Boying spoke, tears welled up in Xiao Ning'er's eyes, unbidden. "Husband, why are you so good to Ning'er?" Ji Boying tenderly stroked her hair, his voice warm. "Because Ning'er is the person I love most dearly. Husband, I will love you for a lifetime." When emotions reach their depths, they can no longer be adequately conveyed through mere words. Thus, one must resort to actions to express the affection that resides within the heart. Before long, the room was filled with a delightful and melodious tune that lasted for half an hour before gradually subsiding. Xiao Ning'o lay languidly on the table. Despite it being the cusp of winter and spring, beads of perspiration glistened on her skin, and her face flushed with a hue reminiscent of heat exhaustion. Ji Boying, observing the weary beauty, was about to lend support when he noticed that the once luminous virtual frame had transformed into a sky blue hue. Chapter 28. The Method of Breaking the Deadlock. Experience Exchange. 125, 000 100. 000. Realm Bonus. None. Effect Bonus. 40. Mutual affection. 100. Free attribute points. 10. Skill attribute points. Symbolism 10. What? I actually gained 10 points in one go. Ji Boing gazed at the numbers behind the attribute points, his eyes widening in astonishment. However, he quickly realized that his previously accumulated experience of 90 points had now surged to 100 points. Furthermore, the virtual panel displayed an additional line of data. Mutual affection, 100. This line of data had never appeared before. But why was it present today? Could it be? Ji Boing couldn't help but glance at Xiao Ninger. He sensed that her manner of communication with him today was markedly different from the usual. In the past, Xiao Ninger merely engaged with him passively, but today, she had surprisingly taken the initiative. This initiative was distinct from Nangong Wan's assertiveness. It was more about a harmonious connection. Ji Boing took a deep breath and hurriedly approached Xiao Ninger, gently assisting her onto the bed. Ninger, rest for a while. I shall fetch us some food. He softly kissed her lips, then rose to tidy the table. The table, of rather poor quality, displayed signs of imminent collapse after merely a brief exchange of symbolic insights. It appeared that he would need to visit the marketplace tomorrow to procure sturdier furniture. Moreover, Ji Boing glanced around the somewhat empty room and pondered, perhaps he should also buy a larger water bucket, one that would allow both of them to move freely? As a youth of the new era, one must strive for holistic development, avoiding any specialization. After about a quarter of an hour, Ji Boing returned to Xiao Ninger's side and softly inquired, "How are you? Have you rested well?" Xiao Ninger shyly nodded and responded softly. Then, with Ji Boing's support, they returned to their earlier engagement. Of course, this time, it was not a duel of symbolic skills, but rather a simple meal. After dining, Ji Boing gently wrapped his arm around her waist and murmured, "Would you like to try the gift I bought for you?" Xiao Ninger nodded and softly replied, "Will you accompany me, my husband?" "Of course." With that, Ji Boing sat behind Xiao Ninger, one arm encircling her waist while the other held her delicate hand. Together, they grasped a single symbol brush, collaborating to create a talisman. Neither expressed what talisman they intended to craft, nor did they inquire about it. An unspoken understanding lingered between them, conveying everything without the need for words. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, the mid-tier talisman began to emanate spiritual light as the two continued to outline its form. Truly, the quality of the magical brush was evident. Even though it was their first time working together to draw a talisman, the lines flowed seamlessly, and the ink was remarkably even, far surpassing the ordinary brushes typically wielded by cultivators. Buzz, as the final stroke was laid down, the entire talisman's spiritual patterns were completed in their entirety. The ethereal light shimmered, and joy illuminated the faces of both individuals. It appeared to be the result of their combined efforts, yet the complexity of the endeavor far surpassed what either could achieve alone. Nevertheless, this only served to highlight the remarkable efficacy of the talisman brush. Xiao Ningo lifted the talisman paper, scrutinizing it under the candlelight. A gentle smile graced her lips as she softly declared, "This is the fruit of Ninger and her husband's joint endeavor. I wish to preserve it and fashion it into a talisman for safety, to carry close to my heart." Ji Boing playfully nudged Xiao Ninger and teased, "What about me? I desire one as well. What shall we do? Then let us create another. One for each of us." They both erupted into laughter. Days swiftly passed, with Ji Boing devoting his days to alchemy and his nights to assisting his wife in talisman crafting, sharing insights along the way. Life unfolded pleasantly for them. One day, as Ji Boing departed from their residence, he made his way to Jichuan Hall, as usual. However, upon entering the marketplace, he was met with a throng of cultivators, their faces alight with excitement, hastily making their way towards the city's outskirts. Some even brought their families along, cradling infants yet to be weaned. Witnessing this scene, Ji Boing felt a twinge of confusion, for it was a sight he had never encountered before. After a moment's hesitation, he arrived at Jichuan Hall, where he was greeted by the jolly visage of manager's son, his belly round and his smile broad. "Brother Ji, what is happening outside? Why are so many rushing towards the city's edge?" Ji Boing inquired. Brother Ji is unaware?" Manager's son replied, slightly taken aback, then continued. "Just today at the hour of the rat, news from the drunken immortal pavilion announced that the wandering cultivator, the Sword of Silence, will be questioning the esteemed Elder Jing of the Qian sect at the end of this month. The location of this inquiry is the Old Long River, 200 miles beyond Fulong City." Ji Boing felt a shock ripple through him at the mention of such an event. Inquiries of this magnitude promised to be a spectacle of cataclysmic proportions. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss and turned to manager's son, asking, "Is the inquiry truly conducted by a wandering cultivator, or a true gentleman? Is this news reliable? For a golden core cultivator to question a nascent soul true gentleman is akin to courting death." Even a perfected golden core would stand no chance against an early nascent soul. There exists an insurmountable chasm between them. The Sword of Silence is no protagonist from a tale. How could he possibly achieve such a feat? Hearing Ji Boying's words, Manager Sun chuckled heartily and replied, "It seems Brother Ji is entirely absorbed in the pursuit of longevity elixirs, oblivious to the world beyond. This inquiry, if it were anyone else, even with the news from the drunken immortal pavilion, would be met with skepticism. However, if it involves the Sword of Silence, that is an entirely different matter. Why is the Sword of Silence considered a different case?" Ji Boying inquired, intrigued. Could it be that the Sword of Silence truly possessed the extraordinary qualities of a protagonist from a story? As the thoughts flowed, Master Sun continued. Though the revered Ji Dao is a solitary cultivator, he hails from a prestigious lineage of immortal practitioners. His father, Master Wuya, was an unparalleled golden core swordsman 2 centuries ago. However, a century past, Master Wuya slayed a golden core cultivator within a hidden realm, who happened to be the biological brother of the 5th elder of the Qian sect. At that time, Lord Jejin was in seclusion, striving to break through to the nascent soul realm. Upon learning of his brother's demise, he forsook his path to nascent soul and forcefully emerged from his retreat. Lord Jejin, being a swordsman himself, had already reached the pinnacle of golden core, a mere step away from becoming a nascent soul powerhouse. Although Master Wuya was formidable, he ultimately fell to Lord Jejin's blade. The lineage of Master Wuya was also eradicated by Lord Jejin. As for Ji Dao, he fortuitously escaped this calamity as he happened to be out training at the time. At this juncture, Master Sun lightly stroked his beard, and a hint of admiration crept into his previously calm gaze. He continued, "A century ago, Ji Dao was merely a nascent Qi practitioner. Upon learning of his family's destruction, he endured in silence until 5 years ago when he revealed his true identity. Just a century, in that brief span, Ji Dao ascended from a nascent Qi practitioner to a golden core cultivator. Remarkable, regardless of innate talent. The sheer perseverance he exhibited is beyond that of ordinary individuals." Hearing this, Ji Boying could not help but inquire, though Ji Dao has achieved golden core cultivation, how does he dare confront Lord Jejin? Is it not akin to courting death? Young Master Ji, you seem to overlook that Ji Dao revealed his identity 5 years ago. Why do you think he is still alive today? Master Sun replied with a light chuckle, a teasing glimmer in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Ji Boying instantly grasped the implication and promptly asked, "In battles of such magnitude, where mountains crumble and landscapes are ravaged, why do I still see so many cultivators flocking to witness? Some even bring their families, including infants. Do they not fear being caught in the crossfire? People perish for wealth, and birds die for food. If young Master Ji pays closer attention, you would notice that most of the spectators are combat cultivators, predominantly swordsmen. Observing such formidable beings in battle serves as a valuable experience for them. Furthermore, both of these great masters have already entered the realm of swordsmanship. For swordsmen, gaining insights into their domain ahead of time will be immensely beneficial for their future cultivation. It may even break their own limitations and elevate their prowess." "I see now." Ji Boying nodded in understanding. "Alas, I practiced the sword while these 2 titans wield blades. Otherwise." As Ji Boying prepared to turn and refine alchemical potions, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He abruptly turned back to Master Sun and exclaimed, "Brother, I have conceived a method to break the deadlock." Chapter 29, Sales Strategies. What is the way to break the deadlock? A perplexed expression crossed Sun Youfu's face upon hearing a seemingly baseless statement. Breaking the current impasse, preserving Jichentang, and even countering Sun Qichen from the East City. Ji Boying spoke with a solemn tone. Sun Youfu, taken aback by these words, paused for a moment before cautiously inquiring, "Brother Ji, are you jesting with me?" Ji Boying chuckled lightly. "My dear brother, do you truly think I am that kind of person?" Sun Youfu narrowed his eyes slightly, and for once, the usual smile on his face was replaced by a rare look of seriousness. "I implore Master Ji for your guidance." With a soft laugh, Ji Boying extended 3 fingers and stated, 3 steps. First, at all costs, amass a substantial stock of medicinal materials, focusing on the most popular and high-demand first-tier elixirs currently in the market. Second, gather alchemists of at least mid-tier first grade or higher, whether by borrowing from families or recruiting locally in Fulong City. Ideally, there should be more than 10. Third, starting today, limit the sales of first-tier elixirs to half of last month's sales volume, selling only until they are exhausted, regardless of whether stock remains. As for second-tier elixirs, halt their sale entirely. Sun Youfu furrowed his brow. The first 2 steps indicated Ji Boying's intention to scale up the production of elixirs. But what was the purpose of the 3rd step? If production was being expanded, why not sell vigorously instead of restricting sales to half of last month's figures? What significance did the previous large-scale production hold? Furthermore, wouldn't limiting the sale of elixirs result in even lower revenue? How could they compete with Sun Qingshan then? My brother, I understand your concerns. Ji Boing patted Sun Youfu on the shoulder and said, to speak frankly, since the Sun family altered its resource distribution system, Miss Sun has already lost her qualification to compete with Sun Qingshan. You have no other choice. Trust me, if you dare to take a risk. There may yet be a glimmer of hope. Sun Youfu glanced at Ji Boing, tightening his fist within his sleeve. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, though I am the manager, I cannot make unilateral decisions. Allow me to discuss this with Miss Sunday. Whether it succeeds or fails, I will provide Master Ji with an answer. Ji Boing nodded and then proceeded toward the quiet chamber. To be honest, he too was uncertain whether this method would prove effective. But did Jichentang truly have any alternatives left? In his previous life, a certain Huang became a successful case. Not only standing shoulder to shoulder with two major giants, but even expanding the market overseas. Perhaps, by emulating his approach, Ji Boing could succeed as well. Meanwhile, in a quiet room on the 5th floor of Jichentang, Sun Youfu meticulously relayed Ji Boing's three-step plan to Sun Qingrua. Her expression grew contemplative as she paced back and forth, finally asking, Uncle Sun, what do you think? Sun Youfu twirled his mustache, hesitating momentarily before speaking. Though I am uncertain of Master Ji Dan's true intentions, as he mentioned, Miss has fallen from grace, and the family now leans towards Sun Qingshan. You have no choice but to take a bold gamble. I believe it may be worth a try. Is it truly worth a try? Sun Qingru's fingers lightly drummed on the table, her gaze shifting slightly, her expression remaining inscrutable. After a brief interval, approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, she spoke indifferently. Let us proceed as Ji Boing suggested. Additionally, should he require anything, Uncle Sun, you must provide your utmost assistance. Understood. Sun Youfu offered a slight bow to Sun Qingru before exiting the room. Days passed. Under the guidance of Sun Youfu and Sun Qingru, Jichentang convened 5 first-tier mid-grade alchemists and 5 first-tier high-grade alchemists, including the previous 4 alchemists. There were a total of 14 first-tier alchemists. Regardless of their ranks, Sun Qingru's number of alchemists now surpassed that of Sun Qingshan. Moreover, Sun Youfu had amassed a considerable stockpile of highly sought-after medicinal herbs, such as healing elixirs, blood activation pills, minor spirit pills, and qi restoration pills. Ji Boing estimated that these resources would suffice for the 14 alchemists to conduct their craft for a duration of 2 months. With the medicinal herbs and alchemists prepared, Ji Boing led the group of 14 alchemists to expedite the alchemical processes, to enhance both efficiency and the quality of the elixirs. Ji Boing abandoned his usual solitary practice and chose to work alongside the others, explaining the intricacies of alchemy as they progressed. Whenever an alchemist encountered difficulties or reached a bottleneck, Ji Boing readily provided assistance. The first-tier alchemist welcomed his guidance. After all, in ordinary circumstances, they would struggle to find a second-tier alchemist to offer such insights, even if they were willing to pay. Thus, Jichentang maintained this productive atmosphere for half a month. Noticing that their stock of elixirs was nearly sufficient, Ji Boing approached Sun Youfu to devise a sales strategy. Brother Ji, you have made me anxious during this period. Sun Youfu, unable to contain his excitement upon seeing Ji Boing's new initiative, quickly inquired, with only 5 days remaining in this month. What are your plans for the upcoming days? Do not rush. Brother Sunday, Ji Boing replied with a gentle smile before asking, by any chance, has the price of elixirs in the eastern part of the city changed? Indeed, there has been an adjustment. The merchants in the east have raised prices by 10% due to our imposed daily sales limits. After all, there are only a few shops in the outer city market selling elixirs, and our Sun family boasts the finest quality. With our restrictions, the sales in the east naturally improved. Even with a price increase, many still flock to us. Ji Boing nodded in agreement, saying, it is good to see prices rise. From this moment forth, our prices will align with those in the eastern part of the city. Additionally, the sale of elixirs will be fully liberalized starting today. However, before we proceed, a public announcement would be prudent. For every individual who brings others to purchase elixirs, they shall enjoy exclusive discounts or benefits from Jichentang. For instance, should I visit Jichentang alone to purchase elixirs, Brother Sun would sell them at the original price. Yet, if I were to bring 4 companions, making a total of 5, Brother Sun could provide a discount, perhaps at a rate of 95 or even 90. Furthermore, for every additional 5 individuals brought along, not only would the original discount apply, but the leader would also receive an additional mid-grade elixir. Of course, the specifics of the discount and the distribution of the elixirs are best determined by you, brother, as you manage the accounts more adeptly than I. In addition to group purchases, individual cultivators will also benefit from discounts. For example, purchasing an entire bottle of elixirs at once will yield a certain discount, Spending over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones will reduce the cost by 50 stones. And buying a bottle of minor recovery elixir along with a bottle of blood vitality elixir will entitle one to an additional energy restoration elixir. All these arrangements can be orchestrated by you, brother. Moreover, starting today, Jichintang in the southern part of the city will implement a membership system. By depositing 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, one may become a member of Jichintang, where members will enjoy a 95% discount on elixirs. Should a member experience a breakthrough in their cultivation during this period, they will receive a remarkable 80% discount on that day. Membership deposits are also subject to a refund. For a deposit of 1,000 spirit stones, 50 stones will be returned, and for 3,000, 200 stones will be refunded. Just like the discounts. The specifics of the refunds will be determined by you. Brother Sunday Ji Boying patted Sun Yofu on the shoulder and said, "My affairs are nearly settled. And now it is your turn to be busy. I urge you to finalize the details of these activities and discounts by tonight, so that we may issue the announcement tomorrow. I firmly believe that in the next 5 days, we shall surely match the performance of the Eastern District." With that, Ji Boying took his leave and departed from Jichintang. Sun Yofu stood in a daze until Ji Boying's figure completely vanished outside the door, gradually regaining his composure. After a considerable pause, he took a deep breath and solemnly remarked, "Brother Ji, truly a remarkable individual." With that, he hastily made his way upstairs. Sun Yofu could foresee that if he were to launch these initiatives, Jichintang would experience an unprecedented surge in activity. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the results of these promotions. Chapter 30. A single stroke. The effects of the promotional event exceeded Ji Being's expectations. In just 3 days, the sales of elixirs surpassed the total from the previous month. Moreover, the sales figures continued to rise without any sign of decline. Sun Yofu seized the opportunity, inspired by Ji Being's ideas and the impending duel between two sword cultivators, to launch a new campaign titled A Single Stroke. It remains a mystery where he procured the wooden stakes. But customers who spend a minimum of 500 low-grade spirit stones in the store would receive a chance to strike a wooden post. Additionally, for every friend or family member invited to purchase elixirs at Jichuan Hall, the inviter would earn another opportunity to strike the post, regardless of the invitee's expenditure. Successfully severing the post would entitle the participant to choose any 2-star low-grade elixir from Jichuan Hall. News of this initiative spread rapidly, prompting many to invite companions to purchase elixirs. However, unbeknownst to them, the wooden stakes were crafted from extraordinary materials, fortified with numerous formations. Even a golden core swordsman would find it impossible to sever them in a single stroke. The majority of the customers were chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators. As for golden core true cultivators, they would hardly consider a 2-star low-grade elixir worthy of their attention, and even if they had a need, they would not stoop to partake in such an event. Sun Yofu's strategy nearly left Ji Being in awe. Although she was aware of a certain renowned technique from her past life, she had not conceived such an effective implementation. To her surprise, it was Sun Yofu who had discerned this approach without her guidance. This led Ji Being to ponder whether Sun Yofu might be another time traveler, albeit with rather poor aptitude, as he had only reached the late stages of chi refining. However, after a moment's reflection, she dismissed the thought. If Sun Yofu were indeed a time traveler, it was unlikely she would have had to suggest those sales strategies. A couple of days later, Jichuan Hall's elixir sales figures had more than doubled compared to the previous month. Additionally, Ji Being's introduction of a membership program had propelled the spirit stone reserves of Jichuan Hall to an astonishing level. Sun Yofu estimated that these spirit stones would suffice to procure the necessary spiritual herbs for Jichuan Hall in the coming 3 months. In the following days, news emerged from the drunken immortal pavilion that the esteemed Zhejiang Zhenjuan had missed the appointment due to pressing matters and would not engage in battle. Thus, the anticipated confrontation ultimately came to naught. The cultivators who had arrived over half a month in advance to secure their positions in Lialongjiang were incensed upon learning of the event's abrupt conclusion. Yet, their anger was tempered by caution. After all, Zhejiang Zhenjuan was a formidable nascent soul expert, capable of extinguishing their lives with a mere gesture. Naturally, Zhejiang Zhenjuan's absence sparked considerable speculation, with many suggesting he had feared the formidable Jidao Zhenren. However, the predominant opinion remained that a nascent soul expert would not cower before a golden core cultivator. Ji Being paid little heed to these conjectures, choosing instead to focus on her own affairs and lead a fulfilling life. Master Ji, the settlement results have been announced. In the grand hullabub of Jichintang, numerous alchemists were seated in 2 neat rows, their expressions solemn and attentive. At the head of the assembly sat Sun Yofu and Ji Boying. Sun Yofu presented the ledger before Ji Boying with a smile, stating, "This time, Jichintang sales have doubled and increased by 30% compared to last month. yielding a total profit of 25,651 mid-grade spirit stones. This too is double that of last month. As of the end of last month, we are precisely on par with the eastern part of the city. Ji Boing glanced at the figures, and despite being somewhat prepared, the sheer quantity of spirit stones left her astonished. The other alchemists in the hall wore radiant expressions, their excitement palpable. Esteemed colleagues, Sun Youfu addressed the assembly, his voice resonant. The remarkable success of Jichentang is attributable to each of you present here. It is particularly due to Master Ji's efforts. With that, he clapped his hands, and 2 attendants entered from outside. One of them bore a tray adorned with various pouches, totaling 14. You have all toiled diligently in alchemy this past month. This is but a token of Jichentang's appreciation. Though modest, we hope you will accept it graciously. I, son, firmly believe that under Master Ji's leadership, Jichentang will continue to flourish, and the spirit stones you receive will only increase. As he spoke, the attendants distributed the spirit stones. Each alchemist present received nearly 230 mid-grade spirit stones on average for the first star, while those of the first star high grade received nearly 1,000 each. Such earnings surpassed anything they had previously received. Some high-grade alchemists even claimed salaries nearly 3 times their previous amounts. However, the spirit stones were but one aspect. Their greatest gain was the enhancement of their alchemical skills. Under Ji Boing's guidance over the past fortnight, their successful refinement rates and quality of products had improved, with a few adept mid-grade alchemists even breaking through their former limitations, showing signs of advancing to high-grade. Once the distribution of spirit stones was complete, Sun Youfu exchanged a few more pleasantries before dismissing the alchemists. He turned to Ji Boing at the head table, taking a deep breath, and said, Master Ji, Jichentang's present success owes much to your invaluable contributions. Brother Sun exaggerates, Ji Boing replied modestly. The achievements of Jichentang are a collective effort. I merely offered suggestions, and it is you who executed them. Moreover, Brother Sun's idea of taking a cut truly impresses me. Ji Boing added with a chuckle. Ha. Master Ji is too humble. Sun Youfu laughed heartily. In truth, the concept of taking a cut was not my own invention. I lack such prowess. Really? Ji Boing blinked in surprise, a look of astonishment crossing her face. If it wasn't Brother Sun's idea, could it be the young lady? Sun Youfu shook his head, then replied. It was a passing guest who happened upon Jichentang. Upon witnessing the newly launched event by Jichentang, that esteemed guest expressed his astonishment. Subsequently, it was unclear whether it was a fleeting whim or something else that prompted him to propose the idea of taking a slice. At that moment, I deemed it a feasible notion and decided to give it a try. Little did I anticipate the outcome would be so remarkable. As he spoke, Sun Youfu stroked his beard and chuckled, remarking, this idea of taking a slice, along with the initiatives put forth by Brother Ji, is something I, son, could never conceive. Even if I racked my brain, Brother Ji and that gentleman are truly extraordinary. Hearing this, Ji Boing could not help but furrow his brow slightly. If this method had originated from Sun Youfu or Sun Qingrao, he would merely regard them as possessing an exceptional commercial acumen. However, if it was someone else, Brother Sun, Ji Boing turned to Sun Youfu and inquired softly, do you know who that person is? Chapter 31. This talisman seems peculiar. Sun Youfu shook his head with a hint of regret, saying at that moment, my mind was consumed with the thought of a single strike, and I neglected to inquire about that gentleman's background. By the time I regained my senses, he had already vanished. Otherwise, I would have certainly expressed my gratitude to him. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing felt a tinge of disappointment. Brother, if by chance we encounter that esteemed guest again, please be sure to introduce me. Rest assured, Ji Danshur, I will certainly keep an eye out. Sun Youfu chuckled, then produced a pouch of spirit stones along with 2 jade slips. This is your share for the month, totaling 7,464 pieces. As for these 2 jade slips, they are a token of appreciation from my young mistress. In this family dispute, her faction has been at a disadvantage, and it is thanks to your valiant efforts that we have been afforded a glimmer of hope. Moreover, should you require anything in terms of cultivation techniques or alchemy, our family will do its utmost to accommodate you, so please do not hesitate. Ji Boing nodded and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, please convey my thanks to the young mistress on my behalf, Brother Sunday. Do not worry, Ji Laudi. I will surely relay your sentiments. Additionally, Ji Boing hesitated slightly before continuing. Brother Sun, there is one matter you and Miss Sun should be cautious about. Relying on sales tactics for a temporary respite is ultimately a shortcut. Over time, it will inevitably be emulated by the establishments in the eastern part of the city, and even others. If Jichentang aspires to develop sustainably and firmly establish itself in Fulong City, it cannot rely solely on sales methods. It must pursue a path of quality and cultivate its own reputation. Furthermore, Both the eastern and southern parts of the city are properties of the Sun family, also named Jichintang. If the young mistress intends to use this enterprise as a wager, we must carefully consider whether to continue calling it Jichintang. Upon hearing this, Sun Yofu's expression grew notably serious. He slightly cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your reminder, Ji Danshur. I will convey this to the young mistress and ensure it is considered with the utmost seriousness." Ji Boing nodded slightly. After a brief exchange, he took his leave from Jichintang. After all, there were still ample reserves of elixirs in the storeroom, and there was no need to rush the alchemy process. Upon leaving Jichintang, Ji Boing made his way directly to the Wanao commercial house in the inner city. It had been a month since his last visit after purchasing talismans. And now, with over 7,000 spirit stones in hand, he was ready to procure some items. "Autumn, my friend, I trust you are well." As soon as Ji Boing entered the Baibauge, he spotted Xiaoyu. The latter's face brightened at the sight of Ji Boing, and with a beaming smile, he said, "Ji Daoyu, it has been a month since your last visit to Wanao commercial house, hasn't it? I wonder, are you here to purchase items or to sell?" Ji Boing was momentarily taken aback, then quickly discerned the underlying implication in Xiaoyu's words. It seemed he was fishing for information. He smiled and remarked, "There are opportunities in every trade." Xiaoyu's gaze flickered momentarily before she jestingly added, "Should I now refer to you as Master Ji?" Ji Boing was momentarily taken aback by her words. "As long as you find it amusing," he replied with a smile. Over the past month, Ji Boing's mastery of talisman crafting had surpassed the significant threshold of 3,000, elevating him to the rank of a second-tier talisman master. Coupled with his complete understanding of the two talisman texts, his success rate in producing second-tier inferior talismans had reached an impressive 70%. Moreover, the spiritual energy contained within the talismans he crafted was exceptionally abundant, exhibiting almost no signs of leakage, if evaluated by the quality of medicinal pills. These talismans certainly deserved the title of exquisite. As for Xiao Ninger, due to her own spiritual energy limitations, she remained at the first-tier superior level. Xiaoyu led Ji Boing into a refined chamber and poured him a cup of tea. "Might I inquire if Master Ji wishes to buy or sell first?" "Let us sell first," Ji Boing replied with a smile, retrieving several stacks of talismans from his storage pouch. Among them were first-tier medium, 15 trapping talismans first-tier superior, 20 lightning talismans, 30 spirit light talismans, 30 binding talismans second-tier inferior, 5 armor light talismans, 6 dispelling spirit talismans. These talismans were crafted by Ji Boing and Xiao Ninger, with the majority of the first-tier superior talismans being Xiao Ninger's contribution. As Ji Boing spent his days in alchemy and could only spare time in the evenings to collaborate with her on talisman crafting, "Please take a look, Qiu Daoyu," he said. As Qiuyu beheld the numerous first-tier superior talismans, her heart stirred, but upon seeing the 11 second-tier inferior talismans, she could no longer contain her composure. Second-tier talismans? Did Master Ji craft these? Ji Boing merely continued to savor the spirit tea in hand, remaining silent. Observing this, Qiuyu bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before inquiring, "Would you mind waiting a moment while I take these talismans for appraisal?" "Please, take your time," Ji Boing replied. Qiuyu nodded, offering a slight bow to Ji Boing before departing from the elegant chamber with the talismans in hand. The more she pondered, the more astonished she became. Initially, when Ji Boing sought to purchase foundational talisman texts, she assumed he was merely a novice in talisman crafting, capable of producing at most first-tier inferior talismans. Little did she expect, this Ji Daoyu harbored such depth, the ability to craft even second-tier talismans. If he were only capable of first-tier talismans, even superior ones, Qiuyu would not have been so flustered. After all, in the vast city of Fulong, including the newly established districts and surrounding towns, there were millions of cultivators, and thus, a plethora of first-tier talisman masters. However, among the many talisman masters, those who could ascend to the second-tier level were exceedingly rare. As her thoughts swirled, Qiuyu arrived at the top floor of the Wandao trading house. She made her way down the corridor and approached a lavishly decorated room. "Manager Yun, Qiuyu requests an audience. Come in." With the voice of a middle-aged man resonating from within, Qiuyu entered the room, talismans in hand. "Yin Zhonggui, I have received a batch of talismans today and require your expertise for their appraisal." Qiuyu presented several stacks of talismans belonging to Ji Being before the middle-aged man, subsequently providing a brief overview of Ji Being's situation. A fourth-tier Qi refinement talisman master? Or perhaps a 2-star talisman master? The man's gaze sharpened slightly, his expression tinged with skepticism, before he proceeded to examine the second-tier talismans closely. These second-tier talismans exhibited fluid spiritual patterns, uniform ink application, and notably, not a trace of spiritual energy leakage, indicating that the creator possessed remarkable skill. Upon hearing this, Qiuyu continued to inquire, Are these talismans all crafted by the same individual? The man, upon hearing her question, glanced at the other talismans and, after a mere cursory look, discerned that the drawing techniques and habits exhibited differences. However, just as he was about to inform Chiyoyu that these talismans were not created by the same person, his expression suddenly shifted. How peculiar, he muttered, extracting all the talismans and, after a thorough examination, categorizing them into 3 distinct groups. Upon witnessing this, Chiyoyu's face involuntarily displayed a look of bewilderment. Master, what is this? These talismans seem rather unusual. Chapter 32 Cooperation. Upon hearing these words, Chiyoyu's expression deepened in confusion. The middle-aged shopkeeper, furrowing his brows, produced 2 stacks of talismans and explained, from the techniques and styles employed, it is evident that these 2 stacks were crafted by 2 distinct talismancers. Moreover, the craftsmanship of the talismancer who created these medium-grade talismans is remarkably superior. There are scarcely any flaws in the spiritual patterns or inscriptions. As for this middle stack of talismans, the shopkeeper shook his head, a hint of resignation evident in his voice. I discerned traces of the 2 previous talismancers within these talismans. Initially, I presumed they were crafted by the disciples of these 2 individuals, but upon closer inspection, it appears they were, in fact, created collaboratively. Collaboratively created? How is that conceivable? Chiyoyu immediately refuted the shopkeeper's conclusion. If we were discussing elixirs or magical artifacts, a joint effort might be plausible, but how can talismans be crafted by 2 individuals together? Not to mention, the creation of a talisman must be executed in one continuous motion without interruption. Furthermore, the spiritual patterns inscribed on a talisman must utilize a singular source of spiritual energy. 2 individuals possess 2 different energies. How could they possibly converge on a single talisman? The middle-aged shopkeeper shook his head, responding, that is precisely my perplexity as well. He proceeded to reorganize the talismans and continued, in truth, whether these talismans originate from the same individual is inconsequential. For each of these 3 stacks possesses its own unique merits and has attained a first-tier superior level. Regardless of the creator, it is worthwhile for our Wandao Trading Company to cultivate a relationship with them. Once you step outside, you might inquire discreetly about the talismancer's willingness to establish a collaboration with us. Should they be amenable, the trading company can offer certain benefits. Understood. Chiyoyu bowed respectfully to the middle-aged shopkeeper before departing with the talismans in hand. Before long, she returned to the elegant chamber, where she found Ji Boing languidly sipping tea. With a beaming smile, Chiyoyu approached. I apologize for keeping Master Ji waiting. It is of no concern. Ji Boing replied nonchalantly. Chiyoyu smiled, poured another cup of tea for Ji Boing, and remarked, just now, I had the talismans evaluated by the shopkeeper, who spoke highly of your abilities, Master Ji. It is evident that you possess considerable expertise in the talisman arts. She paused before inquiring. Might Master Ji be interested in establishing a long-term partnership with our Wandao Trading Company? Of course, should we reach an agreement. The trading company would also extend certain advantages to Master Ji, such as discounts on future purchases of talisman paper, artifacts, and elixirs. Furthermore, for certain scarce resources that are typically difficult to procure, our company would grant you the privilege of priority purchasing. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing did not hastily agree. The olive branch extended by Wandao Trading Company had been anticipated. After all, he had presented the 2-star talismans with this very aim in mind. However, not every trading company operates with the prudence of Jichuan Hall. It is wise to remain cautious and avoid falling into any traps. He merely smiled and inquired, what requirements does your esteemed trading firm have for collaboration? Upon hearing this, Chiyoyu discerned that Ji Boing had already formed an intention in his heart. Naturally, there were requirements, but they were not excessive. Ji Fusher was required to provide at least 52-star talismans to the trading firm each month, which would be purchased at the standard market price. Furthermore, should Ji Fusher manage to supply more talismans each month, any surplus above 1-star medium quality would be acquired at a premium of 10% over the purchasing price. However, there was one point that Chiyoyu needed to clarify to Ji Fusher. She paused for a moment, her expression growing more serious. She turned to Ji Boing and spoke earnestly. Once our collaboration is established, if Ji Fusher fails to meet the requirements, he shall be liable to pay a penalty for breach of contract, the amount of which will be determined by the outstanding talismans. Additionally, in the following month, Ji Fusher must replenish the owed talismans. Failure to do so will result in immediate termination of the agreement. 52-star talismans is merely the minimum threshold. A standard 2-star talisman master should be able to accomplish this with ease. If one cannot even meet this requirement, it is better to forego the collaboration. 50 talismans? Ji Boing murmured. For a typical 2-star talisman master, this requirement was indeed modest, achievable within 10 days at most. As for Ji Boing himself, while he spent his days refining elixirs, he could easily allocate a bit of time each night to produce the requisite talismans. Moreover, as long as he maintained communication with his wife regarding talisman crafting, his expertise in the field would only continue to grow, thus alleviating any concerns about failing to meet the deadline due to time constraints. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Boing nodded and declared, "I agree to the collaboration." Upon hearing this, Qiuyu's lovely face brightened with a more spirited smile. Establishing a partnership with Ji Boing would allow her to earn a corresponding commission, and it also indicated that he was either a two-star talisman master himself or had one behind him. Cultivating a relationship with a two-star talisman master, or a future one, would undoubtedly bring her numerous advantages. Now that Ji Fusher had consented to the collaboration, they could examine the specific terms of the contract. With that, she retrieved a scroll made of animal hide and presented it to Ji Boing. He merely glanced at it, confirmed there were no issues, and proceeded to sign. Then, "May we enjoy a fruitful collaboration?" Ha ha ha. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration. I shall trouble you, Taoist Qiuyu, for your guidance in the future. Indeed. It should be I who seeks your assistance, Ji Fusher. Qiuyu laughed, covering her mouth, exuding an enchanting charm. Even though Ji Boing had encountered many beautiful women and had experienced breathtaking sights, he found himself momentarily captivated by Qiuyu's smile. Yet, it was only for a fleeting moment. Ji Boing quickly regained his composure and added, "I have come here today to purchase some items, and I hope Taoist Qiuyu can kindly assist me with recommendations." Of course, Qiuyu replied with a light chuckle. "May I ask what items Ji Fusher is looking to acquire?" "The sword classics, preferably those suitable for beginners. In addition, I would like another bottle of exquisite spirit essence pill and a bottle of exceptional return essence pill." The sword classics. Qiuyu glanced at Ji Boing and smiled, saying, "Master Ji, please follow me." Before long, the two arrived at the third floor, an area dedicated to the sale of sword classics. Qiuyu gently selected 3 volumes, saying softly, "These 3 sword classics are the Fundamental Sword Interpretation from the Heavenly Tao Sword Sect, Cloud Sword Manuscript by the Cloud Sword Master, and On Sword from the Masters of hundreds of schools." In terms of foundational knowledge, these 3 volumes are on an equal footing, and Master Ji may peruse them to determine which one to purchase. Furthermore, I must caution Master Ji that everything related to the sword arts at the Wanao Trading House tends to be rather costly. For instance, the cheapest among these 3, on sword, requires 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing could not help but inwardly grumble, how exorbitantly priced. Even as a 2-star alchemist with an income reaching 7,000 medium-grade spirit stones, it still paled in comparison to the demands of the Wanao Trading House. It seemed that acquiring all 3 was out of the question. A choice had to be made among them. Now, which one should it be? Although her experience in the sword arts had reached the mid-stage of the condensation realm, she remained utterly ignorant of sword principles. Just as Ji Boing hesitated, Qiuyu softly suggested, "If Master Ji finds it difficult to decide, perhaps you might consider purchasing sword interpretation. After all, the Heavenly Tao Sword Sect is the most formidable sword sect in the entire Dongxing continent, and its disciples all begin their training with sword interpretation. Even if it is not the best, it is certainly a safe choice." Ji Boing nodded in agreement upon hearing this. If such a prestigious sect as the Heavenly Tao Sword Sect employed sword interpretation as their introductory text, how could her learning be in vain? Thus, sword interpretation it shall be. Qiuyu nodded and continued, "Sword interpretation is an exclusive text of the Heavenly Tao Sword Sect. Although the Wanao Trading House has obtained authorization to sell it, the price is significantly higher than ordinary sword texts, amounting to 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones. However, since Master Ji has established a cooperative relationship with the trading house, we can offer an internal price of only 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Indeed, I am most grateful to you, fellow Taoist Qiu. It is but a matter of course. Master Ji has earned this opportunity through your own efforts." After purchasing the sword classic, Ji Boing also acquired the 2 bottles of pills. Originally, these items would have cost over 5,000 spirit stones, but due to the internal pricing, she ultimately spent only 200 spirit stones, saving over 800. However, just as Ji Boing was bidding farewell to Qiuyu and preparing to leave the Wanao Trading House, a certain plaque in a corner of the 3rd floor caught her attention. Chapter 33, The Dual Cultivation Technique. Upon encountering the 4 characters dual cultivation technique, Ji Boing momentarily froze. In his recollection, any terms associated with dual cultivation or yin-yang balance were typically linked to nefarious practices, often regarded as taboo. To his astonishment, these techniques were being openly sold. After a brief hesitation, Ji Boing could no longer suppress his curiosity. After a while, He found himself engrossed in a richly illustrated book on dual cultivation techniques, marveling at its contents. As a time traveler, he considered himself well-read and knowledgeable. Even though he had not practiced these arts in his past life, his theoretical understanding was far beyond that of ordinary individuals, particularly in this world where information was scarce and resources limited. However, after perusing the techniques section, he became acutely aware of his own ignorance. Years of study had merely led him to reinvent the wheel. He realized that dual cultivation was not merely a physical interaction, nor was it solely about the exchange of yin and yang energies. Instead, it involved various forms of contact and engagement, harmonizing the dualities before achieving a profound spiritual communion. Naturally, dual cultivation techniques could be categorized into righteous and sinister schools. The latter focused solely on self-interest, disregarding the well-being of others in their pursuit of yin and yang absorption. In contrast to righteous techniques, they lacked humanitarian principles and the potential for collaborative synergy and spiritual resonance. Taking a deep breath, Ji Boing reluctantly returned the book titled Jade Dragon Exploring the Sea to the shelf, his mind still lingering on its teachings. With closed eyes, he murmured to himself, Ninger is still at a nascent stage in her cultivation, while I have already reached the bone refinement stage, with abundant vitality and flourishing yang energy. It would be prudent to acquire a technique for yin absorption to aid her practice. With Ninger's innate affinity for talismans, once she advances in her cultivation, the boundaries of her talismanic mastery will be mere formalities. She could even draw a 2-star talisman without needing to establish a foundation. As his thoughts meandered, Ji Boing's gaze settled on 2 books on the shelf, the moistening technique and the binding dragon art. These 2 texts represented the most fundamental and straightforward dual cultivation methods, focusing on yin absorption. Moreover, the techniques within were not overly complex and included instructional illustrations. With a bit of comprehension, coupled with breath control and appropriate movements, one could easily apply them. They were perfectly suited for beginners. However, the price was rather steep, comparable to that of a sword manual. Ji Boing touched the storage bag at his chest, realizing he would soon join the ranks of the financially challenged this month. After purchasing the dual cultivation texts, he returned home. As he stepped through the door, he noticed Xiaoningo diligently crafting talismans under the oil lamp, completely unaware of his presence. Ji Boing smiled, quietly slipping into the room, watching her focused demeanor with a playful grin. Thus, after a considerable passage of time, Xiaoninger finally set down her brush and exhaled deeply. Illuminated by the soft glow of the lamp, she gazed at the exquisite talisman in her hand, a hint of joy illuminating her face. However, just as she was about to tuck the talisman away, a pair of hands unexpectedly reached from behind her. She instinctively attempted to struggle, but in the next moment, a heavy figure pressed down upon her. Xiaoningo's heart raced, and she was about to scream. Yet, the weight of this presence bore an oddly familiar comfort. Tentatively, she turned to look, only to find Ji Boing grinning mischievously at her. My husband. Xiaoninger bit her lip, her expression a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Before she turned and threw herself into Ji Boing's embrace, her voice tinged with a whimper. Why did you scare me? I thought I would never see you again. Ji Boing's heart trembled slightly, and he hurriedly reassured her. It is all my fault. I promise I will never frighten you again. Please do not be angry with me. I am not angry. Xiaoninger murmured, nuzzling against Ji Boing's chest, then inquired, Why are you home so early today? You usually return only at the hour of the rooster. Because I missed you, Ji Boing replied, his tone playful. Xiaoninger pouted, a mixture of shyness and annoyance crossing her face. You always tease me. With a gentle smile, Ji Boing placed a soft kiss upon her luscious lips and said, Let us eat first. After dinner, I have a gift for you. A gift? Xiaoninger's eyes sparkled with delight, though she quickly bit her lip and added, But why have you bought me another gift? You haven't even finished the elixirs you bought last time. This must have cost you quite a bit of spirit stones, hasn't he? It's not easy for you to refine elixirs outside. You should save these spirit stones. Moreover, since I have been with you, your cultivation level has remained at the 4th layer of qi refinement. You must think more for yourself, and not always spend your resources on me. What nonsense are you speaking? Ji Boing playfully pinched the tip of her nose and replied tenderly, You are the most beloved person in my life. If I do not treat you well, whom should I treat well? My husband. Enough now, let us eat. There are important matters to attend to afterward. I am already quite eager. Xiaoninger, who had previously glistened with unshed tears, suddenly felt her cheeks flush with a rosy hue upon hearing Ji Boing's words. After they finished their meal, Ji Boing presented the essence elixir and the returning essence elixir that he had procured from the Wandao Trading Company. Ninger, these are the essence elixir and returning essence elixir. They will greatly benefit your current physical recuperation. Additionally, after consuming the cultivation elixir for some time, your previously damaged vital energy has been nearly restored. It is now time to refine your vital energy further and ascend to a higher level. These two elixirs, like before, should be taken alternately. Once the effects of one have been absorbed, you should immediately consume the next, without pause. Xiaoningo gazed at the elixir in her hand, her eyes trembling once more upon realizing that each pill was of exceptional quality. These were all 2-star superior pills, their exquisite quality commanding a price double that of ordinary superior pills. This vial alone would likely cost no less than 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Her husband had actually purchased 2 vials. Husband. She lifted her gaze to Ji Boying, who rose to embrace her gently, whispering, "No tears allowed. My husband prefers the smiling Ninger for. Your smile is truly captivating." Xiao Ninger nodded, nuzzling against Ji Boying's embrace, her voice slightly choked as she said, "Ninger will listen to my husband. That's the spirit." Ji Boying affectionately ruffled her hair, smoothing the disheveled strands. Then, as if recalling something, a mischievous smile began to creep across his face. My husband has prepared something special for Ninger." Chapter 34, The Art of Binding Dragons, my lord. The family has consented to the proposal from the southern outskirts. In a dim crimson chamber, the flickering candlelight danced gently. A soft breeze wafted through, causing the delicate gauze to sway. Is that so? At the window's edge, Sun Qingqian's fingers lightly tapped the table. What was the name of that alchemist again? Ji Boying. A woman softly reminded him. Ji Boying. If it weren't for him, my cousin would likely have already been cast out of Fulong City by now. Sun Qingqian chuckled lightly, his tone inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. My lord, do you require my assistance? No need to dirty your hands, lest you leave behind any traces that could be used against us. Tomorrow, let old Imo venture outside the city to the second pavilion atop Yuxiao Mountain. Simply inform its master that the favor owed to me from years past can now be repaid. Understood. The woman replied softly, preparing to depart, but suddenly, another voice called out from behind. Did I grant you permission to leave? Upon hearing this, the woman paused, quickly turning around to kneel on the ground, murmuring, Please forgive me, my lord. How shall I grant you forgiveness? Sun Qingqian toyed with the teacup in his hand, his smile ambiguous. The woman's body trembled slightly at his words, and after a brief hesitation, she knelt further, inching towards the window. Finally, when she reached Sun Qingqian's front, she lowered her head and softly uttered, As long as my lord can pardon me, any punishment shall be at your discretion. Ha. Sun Qingqian lifted her chin with one hand, observing her expression of suppressed anger with amusement. You are indeed clever, but, in comparison to your sister Qingyan, you still lack considerable finesse. I have already tasted the disciples of the Hahuan sect. I wonder, what delights might be found in a disciple of the esteemed Qian sect? Upon hearing this, the woman's pupils constricted, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Sun Qingqian sneered, his hand gliding slowly up her cheek. I prefer your aloof demeanor over that of your obedient sister. You disciples of the Qian sect have always prided yourselves on being superior, even looking down on noble families. But what does that matter? Sun Qingqian seized the woman's hair, pulling her closer, his voice menacing. You, a disciple of the Qian sect, personally instructed by an elder, a foundational cultivator, yet here you are, kneeling before me like a mere dog. As his words fell, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Sun Qingqian's hand, and in an instant, the woman's garments shattered into fragments, scattering throughout the room. He yanked her hair, forcefully pressing her down beneath him. Months slipped by in the blink of an eye. After this period of study, Xiaoningo had thoroughly mastered both the NWJU and the FLNYOSH. The NWJU is a technique primarily employed to regulate one's spiritual energy and refine yang essence during dual cultivation. As for the FLNYOSH, it is a dual cultivation technique designed for overcoming adversaries in battle. The two complemented each other, cultivating both internally and externally, allowing Xiaoningo to engage in a seamless exchange of talismanic arts with Ji Boying, emerging victorious at every turn. Particularly, the dragon binding technique had been cultivated by Xiaoninger to the 4th level. This technique comprises 9 levels: lock, bind, seal, imprison, restrict, close, block, enclose, and strangle. Xiaoninger had indeed attained the 4th level. The alternating use of the 4th level techniques rendered Ji Boying, whose body cultivation was comparable to the foundational stage, in a state of continual retreat. Previously, Ji Boying, having engaged in 9 battles without a hint of fatigue, found himself disarmed by Xiaoninger after merely 7 encounters. However, ever since he began practicing the nurturing technique alongside the dragon binding technique, Ji Boying garnered 105 experience points with each exchange. Furthermore, with his experience in exchanges surpassing the 100,000 mark, he now acquires 13 free attribute points per interaction. Missing a couple of exchanges each night posed no significant issue. allowing him to calm his mind and focus on crafting talismans or practicing swordsmanship. Notably, after each evening's exchanges in talismanic arts with Xiaoninger, Ji Boing's experience in this field had exceeded that of alchemy, propelling him prematurely into the mid-tier of the 2-star realm. Additionally, his alchemical experience had accumulated to an impressive 8,600, nearing the 10,000 threshold, with a breakthrough expected within a month. As for Xiaoninger, following a period of yin-yang cultivation and the nourishment from medicinal pills, her internal afflictions had been entirely eradicated. Her cultivation level had ascended from the 2nd level of qi refinement to the 4th level, thanks to the effects of the elixirs. Nonetheless, due to insufficient spiritual power, her mastery of talismanic arts remained at the 1st-tier upper echelon. As dawn broke, Ji Boing set aside the wooden sword he had crafted and wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. He accessed his virtual panel. Name, Ji Boing Cultivation, Qi Refinement 5th level, Root Bone, Fire 3000, lower grade, Spirit, 9000, Physique, 10,000, Mid-stage Bone Refinement, Poisoned, Swordsmanship, 12,000, Mid-stage Gang Realm, Talisman Arts, 11,910, Mid-tier 2-star, Alchemy, 8,619, lower tier 2-star. Available free attribute points, 548, alas. No matter how diligently I practiced the sword manual, my swordsmanship experience remained stagnant, except for combat with that which yields swordsmanship experience. Neither practicing the sword manual nor honing my sword techniques seems to enhance my experience. But why is it that crafting talismans and refining pills can grant additional experience? Ji Boing sat cross-legged on the steps, gazing at his virtual panel, lost in thought. After a considerable time, as the dawn illuminated the east, Ji Boing slowly rose. Well, if it doesn't increase, so be it. Contemplating the sword manual and practicing sword techniques may not yield experience, yet they deepen my understanding of the sword. I wonder, with my current strength, do I possess the capability to contend with a mid-foundational stage cultivator? The allure of Qing Yan's enchantment had left Ji Boing somewhat uncertain, still haunted by lingering unease. Zhan Xiao has long been engaged in fierce battles, teetering on the brink of life and death countless times, his combat experience far surpassing that of Ji Boing. Currently, Ji Boing's mastery of the sword is merely superficial. The sword techniques and theories he has learned remain just that, theoretical knowledge. No matter how formidable the theory, practical application may not necessarily follow suit. To become a true swordsman, one must ultimately endure the trials of life and death in combat. After a brief moment of respite, Ji Boing wiped the sweat from his brow, donned a fresh set of garments, and bid farewell to Xiaoninger before departing the residence. As was his custom, upon descending the mountain, Ji Boing made his way directly to Jichuan Hall. However, as he approached the establishment, he felt an unsettling sensation. As though unseen eyes were upon him, casting a glance at the bustling crowd, he discerned no signs of anything amiss and proceeded into Jichuan Hall. Today marked the final day for settlements. After accounting for this month's share and deducting previous expenses, Ji Boing estimated he possessed nearly 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. These stones should suffice to purchase a top-tier detoxification pill. Chapter 35, The Superior Detoxification Pill. This is the account ledger of Jichentang for this month, Mr. Ji may peruse it. In a refined room on the top floor, Sun Qingrua poured a cup of tea for Ji Boing and continued, additionally, as per your request. This month, we have recruited another batch of alchemists from Sunbo's side, including the alchemists recruited in the past few months. Jichentang now has 3 second-tier low-grade alchemists and 25 first-tier high-grade alchemists, along with 12 first-tier mid-grade alchemists, including you, Mr. Ji. What is the quality rate? Ji Boing casually inquired. The first-tier mid-grade alchemists have an overall quality rate of 65%, while the high-grade alchemists almost reach 70%. As for the 2 newly promoted second-tier alchemists, their quality rate has yet to surpass 50%, Sun Qingrua replied softly. Less than 50%? Ji Boing murmured, closing the ledger and returning it to Sun Qingrua. There is no need to rush. After all, they are newly promoted second-tier alchemists. Let us give them another month. If, after a month, there is no significant improvement, you may issue a warning. If they remain unheeded, we shall dismiss them. Dismissing them? Sun Qingrua furrowed her brow slightly, glancing at Ji Boing with hesitation. Would that not be inappropriate? Ji Boing merely smiled faintly, taking a sip of tea, and countered, May I ask you, Miss, what is the purpose of all our endeavors? I understand your thoughts, Mississippi. Indeed, alchemists are scarce, and second-tier alchemists are even rarer. Attracting a second-tier alchemist is no easy task, and even if their quality rate is not high, they cannot be compared to first-tier alchemists. However, Ji Boing's tone shifted abruptly as he fixed his gaze on Sun Qingrua, stating earnestly, Do not forget, Miss. that all we are doing now is to transform Jichentang into a premier pharmacy dedicated to producing high-quality pills. If we cannot achieve a satisfactory quality rate, what use is a second-tier alchemist? What of a third tier? Miss Sun, do not underestimate the market for first-tier pills. Although there are numerous foundation-building cultivators in Fulong City now, and even golden core masters are not uncommon, the majority remains in the qi refining group. Of the millions of cultivators in Fulong City, nearly 70% belong to the qi refining category, while foundation-building cultivators make up less than 30%. Our mission is to penetrate the market and cater to the qi refining populace. If we cannot even refine first-tier pills adequately, how can we hope to produce second-tier pills and attract the more profitable foundation-building group? Sun Qingruo regarded Ji Boying, her eyes flickering with thought. After a considerable pause, she took a deep breath, bowed deeply to Ji Boying, and said, "Thank you for your guidance, sir. My previous views were narrow-minded, and I hope for your forgiveness." "You flatter yourself, miss." Ji Boying waved his hand dismissively. "If I may speak frankly, if you truly succeed in transforming Jichentang, whether you can secure the Sun family's support will be of little consequence. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Sun Qingruo revealed a wry smile. "You speak the truth, sir. If we consider only the interests, whether I contend for the Sun family is now of little importance. However, there are certain matters that transcend mere interests, and one must contend with them, just as Qingruo does." Upon hearing this, Ji Boying could not help but cast a lingering glance at Sun Qingruo, realizing that this so-called family conflict appeared to be far more intricate than he had initially imagined. "Sir," Sun Qingruo said, regaining her composure, "the family has consented to the previous request. Now, Jichentang can operate independently. In your esteemed opinion, what should Jichentang be named henceforth?" Ji Boying was momentarily taken aback by the question. Naming? He considered himself quite inept at it. Even the formidable name it bore now was not of his own choosing. After a brief pause, Ji Boying replied with utmost seriousness, "As for the name, it would be best left to you and Brother Sun to decide. I shall refrain from embarrassing myself." "Sir." Sun Qingruo wished to extend the invitation further, but upon seeing Ji Boying's resolute expression, she hesitated before conceding. "Once Qingruo and Brother Sun have devised a name, I hope you can offer your approval." "Certainly." Ji Boying agreed with enthusiasm, then took his leave and proceeded to the quiet chamber to begin alchemy. It was not until evening that Ji Boying departed from Jichentang, making his way to Wanao Commercial House. Second-tier middle-grade talismans? In the reception room of Wanao Commercial House, Xiao Yu gazed at the stack of second-tier middle-grade talismans on the table, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Is it true that the contract only accepts lower-grade talismans and not middle-grade ones? Ji Boying sipped his tea, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Master Ji is jesting." Xiao Yu chuckled lightly, then promptly collected the stacks of talismans, stating, "Having middle-grade talismans is something Wanao Commercial House could only wish for. Might I inquire whether Master Ji's visit is solely to fulfill the contract, or do you require assistance in procuring additional items? I fear I may be imposing on you." "Xiao Yu, such words are unnecessary. It is my honor to serve Master Ji." Xiao Yu responded with a beaming smile. "What does Master Ji wish to purchase?" "Detoxification pills." "Supreme-grade detoxification pills." "Supreme-grade detoxification pills?" Xiao Yu's eyes flickered momentarily, and after a brief pause, she hinted, "Detoxification pills are third-tier upper-grade elixirs. While we do have them in stock, their quantity is limited, let alone the supreme-grade ones. However, since you have a cooperative relationship with our establishment, I can apply for priority purchasing rights on your behalf, though the price may be somewhat steep, and the discount offered will likely be minimal. A single upper-grade detoxification pill is approximately priced at 10 upper-grade spirit stones, which translates to about 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. As for the supreme grade, the cost could easily triple or even exceed that. Although Ji Boying could supply second-tier talismans, the monthly quantity was not substantial, merely exceeding the contractual amount slightly. Even if he could provide second-tier middle-grade talismans now, they would only fetch around 70 to 80 middle-grade spirit stones each. After all, talismans are consumable items. Their value diminished upon use, leading to their lower market price compared to elixirs. This disparity in valuation is one reason why talismans, even of the same tier, do not command the same prestige as alchemical practitioners. Certainly, should one attain the esteemed rank of a master talismanist, the circumstances would indeed differ. For talismans can be wielded in combat, unlike elixirs. I extend my gratitude to you, esteemed friend Xiao, for your timely counsel." Ji Boying expressed her thanks to Xiao Yu with a smile, then added, "Prior to my arrival here, I had inquired about the price of detoxification elixirs. Please feel free to quote your price. In that case, I shall take my leave for the moment. I kindly ask Master Ji to wait briefly." After bowing to Ji Boying, Xiao Yu proceeded directly towards the shopkeeper. "Are you saying he has brought along mid-grade 2-star talismans this time?" The middle-aged man spoke with a hint of surprise upon hearing Xiaoyu's report. Indeed, although the quantity is not vast, I conducted a brief examination, and they appear to have been crafted recently, Xiaoyu replied softly. Mid-grade 2-star talismans, you say? The middle-aged man murmured thoughtfully. He paced back and forth within the room several times before posing another question. Chapter 36. The assassin, please bring those talismans for me to examine. Certainly. The middle-aged shopkeeper took the talismans and scrutinized them closely, stating, these 2-star mid-grade talismans and the low-grade ones are all crafted by the same individual. As for the 1-star talismans, they can still be categorized into 2 types. However, it is worth noting that the spiritual patterns of the first type of 1-star high-grade talismans have become notably more refined compared to before. In terms of technique and comprehension of the runes, they even surpass the proficiency of 2-star talisman masters. Both of these individuals are remarkable. Their progress in such a short span of time guarantees that their future achievements will be substantial. Indeed, even reaching the level of a master is merely a matter of time. You mentioned that this talisman master intends to purchase detoxification pills? The middle-aged shopkeeper inquired, turning to Qiuyo. Indeed, Qiuyo nodded and continued. However, I cannot ascertain whether these detoxification pills are for the talisman master Ji's personal use, as this matter pertains to privacy. Excessive inquiries may provoke displeasure. Regardless of this uncertainty, it is evident that the pill will either be used by the talisman master Ji himself or by the master behind him. Either of these talisman masters is a worthy ally for the Merchant Association. I believe it prudent for the association to enhance its offer to win the favor of these 2 talisman masters. Quite right. The middle-aged man nodded, then remarked. Under normal circumstances, the premium detoxification pills are auction items, not for direct sale, and their price is more than triple that of high-grade detoxification pills. Let us sell it to this talisman master at an 80% discount from the lowest auction price during this period. Furthermore, there is no need to inform him about the enhanced offer. We shall observe his reaction. If it turns out to be a wasted effort. The middle-aged man cast a glance at Qiuyo and did not elaborate further, gesturing for her to leave. Qiuyo nodded slightly, performed a courteous bow to the middle-aged man, and exited the room. Before long, she returned to the reception room where Ji Boing was waiting, carrying the premium detoxification pills. Talisman Master Ji. The price for the premium detoxification pills has been set. Please inspect the goods. Qiuyo smiled softly as she presented the beautifully adorned box containing the pills to Ji Boing. Upon opening the box, Ji Boing waved his hand slightly, and a refreshing fragrance wafted forth, immediately enveloping him. As this delightful aroma entered his being, Ji Boing felt an invigorating clarity, and the toxins within him, previously agitated by the oppressive atmosphere, calmed in that instant. Excellent. Ji Boing closed the box and inquired. May I ask the price of this pill? 24,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Qiuyo replied with a beaming smile. 24,000? Ji Boing was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if recalling something, teased, surely, my friend Qiuyo did not misspeak? Ha! Talisman Master Ji certainly knows how to jest. Qiuyo laughed softly, covering her lips. And in that moment, she radiated an enchanting allure, leaving Ji Boing momentarily entranced. As if noticing Ji Boing's brief lapse in composure, Qiuyo's gaze flickered with a hint of curiosity, and she pointedly remarked, if I were to misquote the price, I would certainly face punishment. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing slightly regained his focus and chuckled. If you were to be punished, would it not be a grave sin on my part? Indeed. I wonder if you would plead on my behalf when the time comes, Qiuyo replied, her face adorned with a peculiar smile. Then do let me know in advance. Ji Boing replied with a half-smile. Is it settled then? It is settled. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Ji Boing took his leave, departing from the Wandao Trading Company with the medicinal pills in hand. However, before exiting, he ambiguously remarked to Qiuyo, regardless of your good intentions or those of the trading company, I am truly grateful. Watching Ji Boing's retreating figure, a slight curve appeared at the corners of Qiuyo's mouth. Grateful indeed. After leaving the Wandao Trading Company, Ji Boing passed through the market, purchasing some daily necessities before heading towards Yuxiao Mountain. During this period, Ji Boing had ceased cooking for himself, as Xiao Ning'o had personally expressed her desire to prepare meals for him. Ji Boing found joy in this arrangement, while the delicacies at Zui Xianlu were delightful. Nothing compared to the fragrance of his wife's cooking, which carried the essence of home. With this thought, a smile graced Ji Boing's face. However, just as he exited the outer city market, a familiar sensation washed over him once more. His expression shifted, the warmth of his smile cooling slightly. This time, he did not turn to look back, for if someone wished to conceal themselves, he had not mastered the techniques of soul-searching and would be unable to locate them. Rather than pursue, he opted to observe the situation quietly. Ji Boing stored his items in his spatial bag and promptly altered his route, heading in another direction. Although Yuxia Mountain was guarded by disciples of the Qiyin sect and their enforcers, his journey there was relatively safe. Yet, if he failed to eradicate the threat entirely, it would expose his sanctuary. Despite the numerous precautions at Yuxiao Mountain, there would inevitably be oversights, and Ji Boing dared not take such risks. After about the duration of a jaw stick, Ji Boing meandered to the edge of a grove. He paused, chuckling lightly, after following me for so long. Might you reveal yourselves? As his words fell, the air momentarily stilled. In the next instant, 5 figures clad in black and masked appeared out of thin air. Their auras were unmistakably strong, with all 5 having reached the late stages of Qi refinement, one even nearing the pinnacle. Just a step away from becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. Ji Boing glanced at the 5, smiling. May I inquire what brings you here? The 5 exchanged silent glances. And without a word, they charged directly at Ji Boing. What the? Aren't they supposed to follow the script? Shouldn't the antagonists at least utter a few lines? Even if they don't reveal their identities, they should put on a show and deliver some threats. Why are they attacking outright? Moreover, 5 cultivators at the late stage of Qi refinement simultaneously advanced to confront me, a mere novice at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Is this truly appropriate? The narrative has deceived me. Ji Boing, witnessing the 5 individuals make their simultaneous move, could not help but display a hint of solemnity upon her countenance. In the blink of an eye, one of them launched an attack from behind. Ji Boing merely turned her head slightly, casting a sidelong glance, and then executed a swift hand strike towards the rear with great force. The moment their bodies made contact, a crisp sound resonated through the air. In the next instant, the assailant was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently to the ground. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were suddenly engulfed in disbelief. A foundation establishment cultivator? Chapter 37. Shared symbols. Upon noticing Ji Boing's unusual behavior, the 4 individuals instinctively halted in unison. However, they were ultimately a moment too late. They were merely a few steps away from Ji Boing. Seizing the opportunity presented by their momentary distraction, Ji Boing's internal energy surged violently, allowing him to swiftly maneuver through the crowd. Simultaneously, a fierce sword aura erupted unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, the 4 late-stage Qi refinement practitioners were decisively slain. Swordsmanship experience, 15. To Ji Boing's astonishment, his swordsmanship experience had indeed increased. Steadying himself, he gazed at the virtual panel before him. Could it be that such experience necessitates combat? Or perhaps, the act of taking a life? As he scrutinized the virtual display, a grave expression began to settle upon his countenance. Previously, whether it was alchemy or talisman crafting, the experience was allocated as follows: 1 point for a low-grade talisman, 2 for a mid-grade, and 3 for a high-grade. Now, in this instance of taking lives, all 5 were late-stage Qi refinement practitioners. Thus, calculating at 3 points each, it amounted precisely to 15. Taking a deep breath, Ji Boing glanced at the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground and then towards the forest behind him. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately shook his head. Dismissing those perilous thoughts, he approached the corpses, thoroughly searching them for valuables, and soon retrieved a mid-grade fire-gathering talisman that he had previously failed to sell. Tossing it onto the bodies, he declared, with a crisp snap, a roaring inferno ascended, engulfing the 5 corpses entirely. Half an hour later, Ji Boing returned home. As for Xiao Ninger, she remained in her room, crafting talismans. Yet, with the experience from earlier, Ji Boing knew that his entrance would not go unnoticed. An ambush was simply out of the question. My dear husband, you have returned rather late today. You promised Ninger you wouldn't be delayed. Xiao Ninger chided playfully, a hint of reproach lacing her tone as she continued her work on an unfinished talisman. Ji Boing offered a gentle smile, wrapping his arms around her from behind. He then playfully nipped at her earlobe, whispering tenderly, "Today, my husband had some unexpected matters to attend to. Will you forgive me?" Xiao Ninger's body trembled slightly at his touch, a wave of warmth cascading through her, causing her hand, which held the brush, to falter momentarily. Biting her lip, she resumed her task, even as her figure betrayed her, quivering in anticipation. Ji Boing, observing her struggle to maintain composure, couldn't he help but smirk mischievously. Ninga truly was becoming increasingly adept. He playfully exhaled softly against her ear before he began to unabashedly nibble at her neck. Moreover, his arms, which encircled her, grew restless. Half an hour later, Xiaoningo set down her brush, completely succumbing to Ji Boing's embrace, her affection flowing like a gentle mountain stream, ceaseless and profound. Has there been no news yet? Within the conference hall of Jichentang in the eastern part of the city, Sun Qingshan cast a glance at the individuals before him, his demeanor indifferent. The elderly Wu, with hair as white as snow and a stooped frame, bowed and addressed Sun Qingshan, stating, "At this juncture, there is still no news. It should indicate failure." Failure? Sun Qingchen tightened his grip on the armrest of his chair, his voice tinged with unmistakable ire. Inform him that if he cannot even eliminate a mid-stage qi refinement alchemist, then I shall require no repayment for this favor. Understood. Wu bowed once more and promptly exited the hall. My lord. Just as Sun Qingchen prepared to rise, a soft and alluring voice echoed gently through the air. Is there something you wish to discuss? Sun Qingchen turned to glance at Qing Yan, sensing that Sun Qingchen appeared somewhat different today. Qing Yan assumed it was due to his frustration over failing to eliminate Ji Boying. With a flirtatious smile, she said, I have not seen my sister for several days and find myself missing her. Might I trouble you, my lord? She had a mission at hand. Before Qing Yan could finish her sentence, Sun Qingchen interrupted her and turned away, departing without another word. A mission at hand? Qing Yan gazed at the retreating figure of Sun Qingchen, narrowing her eyes slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she too left the conference hall. Meanwhile, after leaving Jichuan Hall, Sun Qingchen made his way directly to his residence in the inner city. Upon unlocking the courtyard's barriers, he slowly entered a chamber. The dim red candlelight flickered gently, and within the flowing drapery, a silhouette became discernible. As Sun Qingchen approached, the figure grew clearer. Before a broad wooden bed, a serene woman was bound in A-shape, suspended in midair. This woman was none other than Qing Yan's sister, Qingyu, a disciple of the Qian sect. Experience exchange, 105, 14W, 100W. Realm bonus, none. Effect bonus, 50. Mutual affection, 100. Free attribute points, 13. Skill attribute points, talisman path 13. With a roar reminiscent of a mighty dragon, the once turbulent sea gradually subsided, leaving only the ethereal mist rising gently above. A quarter of an hour later, Ji Boying held his beloved tenderly, chuckling. Ninger, your dragon binding technique has become increasingly formidable. In the past, I could contend for 3 to 4 hours, but now, in merely 3 hours, you have completely subdued me. A blush grazed Xiao Ninger's cheeks as she nuzzled against Ji Boying's chest, murmuring softly, that is only because my husband is being lenient. Otherwise, with my meager skills, I would be no match for you. Seemingly reminded of something, Xiao Ninger suddenly mounted Ji Boying, gently pressing her forehead against his, and asked sweetly, may I join you in drawing the 2-star talismans today? I attempted to create a few earlier, and though they failed, they were merely issues with the spiritual energy. If we were to create the drawing together, with my husband focusing on the spirit and Ninger on the technique, he could transfer his spiritual energy to her, allowing her to control the flow. Perhaps it could succeed. Upon hearing this, Ji Boying initially paid it no mind, but as he listened to Xiao Ninger's subsequent words, a sudden awareness dawned upon him. Previously, during their collaboration on the talisman, whether it was the spiritual energy or the control of the brush, they had worked in tandem. While it appeared as a cooperative effort, there was an underlying restraint between them. However, if Xiao Ninger were to control the brush alone, while Ji Boying focused solely on the spirit, that restraint would cease to exist. After all, Xiao Ninger's talisman-making skills were already superior to his. What she lacked was merely the realm of mastery, the levels of spiritual energy and soul. And those were precisely what Ji Boying possessed in abundance. If they could truly achieve a seamless collaboration, perhaps, they could transcend their current limits in talisman crafting. With this thought, Ji Boying took a deep breath and declared, it is worth a try. Ninger, rest for a moment while I prepare the materials. I am ready now. I shall join you, she replied. With that, they both rose from the wooden tub, donned their garments, and after gathering the necessary materials, they began to craft the talisman. They inhaled deeply, calming their minds, centering their spirits, and offering their prayers. Once their states of mind had settled, they took up their brushes and began to trace the spiritual patterns. This time, Xiao Ninger refrained from using her own spiritual energy, and Ji Boying made no deliberate effort to control the brush. They were closely aligned, their hearts attuned, with an unspoken connection, each existing within the other. Chapter 38, The Elder of Foundation Establishment. An hour later, as a surge of profound spiritual energy coursed through the room, the next moment, a brilliant spiritual light erupted upon the talisman paper. The second-tier low-grade talisman was successfully created. It transpired with greater ease and simplicity than either of them had anticipated. Gazing at the talisman resting on the table, a noticeable smile graced Xiao Ninger's face. Ji Boying shared a similar sentiment. He gently nibbled at Xiao Ninger's ear and whispered, shall we attempt a medium-grade talisman? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ninger nodded. Let us proceed more swiftly this time. There is no need for you to be overly restrained. Feel free to let loose, and I shall increase the intensity and speed of my input. Perhaps this will enhance our efficiency. If at any point it becomes unbearable for you, please do speak up, understood? Xiao Ninger nodded once more. They then commenced the drawing of the second-tier medium-grade talisman. With the experience of their initial attempt, they felt significantly more at ease this time. Xiao Ninger, in particular, exhibited less hesitation than before, allowing her strokes to flow more freely. Simultaneously, Ji Boying incrementally intensified his input of spiritual energy, while ensuring his consciousness permeated the talisman paper to maintain the stability of the internal spiritual force. Although the two of them were evidently less constrained in their joint talisman crafting, the complexity remained undiminished, and in certain aspects, it had increased considerably. For instance, should Ji Boying channel spiritual energy derived solely from his root refinement, Xiaoninger, with her current cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement, would be more than capable of withstanding it. However, if the energy were to be drawn from the blood and Qi of the bone refinement stage, she might find it overwhelming. Consequently, Ji Boying needed to allocate a portion of his focus to carefully regulate the flow of his spiritual energy, ensuring that it was gentle and steady as it entered Xiaoninger's body. This was merely one aspect of the process. The infusion of spiritual energy into Xiaoninger was merely the first step, a prerequisite. The true challenge lay in Xiaoninger transforming Ji Boying's energy into her own and channeling it into the talisman brush. The crafting of talismans is inherently intricate. A slight deviation can lead to significant errors. Each spiritual pattern must be meticulously controlled. Much like the precise formulation required in alchemy, where the blending of various medicinal liquids necessitates exact proportions, too much or too little could result in failure, or even an explosion. Before long, another hour slipped by. With another brilliant surge of spiritual light, the second medium-grade talisman was successfully created. The time taken was even shorter than when Ji Boying had crafted it alone, and the quality surpassed that of his individual effort. Husband, I wish to try crafting a high-grade talisman. Xiaoninger turned to Ji Boying and spoke softly. Creating 2 medium-grade talismans has already taken a toll on you. Let us rest for half an hour, he advised. Ninger does not need to rest. Be obedient. Though Xiaoninger initially wished to continue, the seriousness in Ji Boying's gaze made her pause. After a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced and began to meditate and recuperate. Meanwhile, Ji Boying rose and stepped outside the room. He cast a glance at the sky, noting that summer was approaching, bringing with it the dawn earlier than usual. Ji Boying picked up a wooden sword from nearby and took a moment to gather his breath before commencing his sword training. Although he had effortlessly dealt with the ambush the previous night, his assailant was, after all, a practitioner of Qi refinement. Moreover, he had consistently concealed the fluctuations of his own vital energy, unless someone observed him with intent that would merely perceive him as a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator. It was precisely this ruse that allowed him to catch his opponent off guard. With a sudden clang, the sound of the sword rang out, and in the next instant, a fierce sword aura burst forth like a blooming lotus. In that moment, a brief vacuum formed within the radius of his sword. Ji Boying slightly trembled the sword, dissipating the surrounding sword aura, and extended his hand to feel the lingering sword energy around him, letting out a soft sigh. Strength must be the priority. Although alchemy and talisman crafting can be lucrative, without the power to safeguard it, one ultimately weaves garments for others. Once my spiritual essence breaks through to 10,000, my focus will shift to enhancing my physical body. 13 points at a time, 7 times a day, in just over half a year. I could shatter the barrier of 30,000 and ascend to the golden body realm. By then, foundation-building cultivators will be no more than mere ants in my eyes. With a long exhalation, Ji Boying released a cloud of turbid air. He glanced back at the room, noticing that Xiaoninger was still in meditation. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to take a stroll to clear his mind. Since relocating to Yuxia Mountain, he had yet to explore his surroundings. Now that he had a bit of time, it was perfect for a nearby excursion. Furthermore, if possible, he wished to visit Stewardville, with someone keeping an eye on him. It was uncertain when his residence might be scrutinized. At that time, he might need the steward's assistance. With this thought in mind, Ji Boying headed straight outside. However, just as he was about to descend the mountain, he noticed 2 figures standing near the woods not far from the mountainside. Initially, he paid little attention, assuming they were fellow cultivators also residing in Yuxia Mountain. Yet, upon closer inspection, one of the individuals appeared somewhat familiar. Is it him? Instantly, the scene from Jichentang flashed in Ji Boying's mind. The other figure was indeed the foundation-building elder who stood behind Sun Qingqian. What brings him here? Could he also be a tenant of Yuxia Mountain? Ji Boying murmured softly, then quickly returned to his residence. He hesitated for a moment, glanced around the courtyard, and then fetched several 8 immortals chairs from the living room. After stacking them, he leaped atop the makeshift platform, feeling that it was still inadequate. Ji Boying extracted a concealment talisman from his storage pouch, completely masking his aura before cautiously peering towards the woods. Due to the distance, even having reached the bone-forging stage, he could not discern the conversation between them. After what seemed like the duration of a cup of tea, the foundation-building elder bowed to the other individual before descending the mountain. As for the latter, He took the uphill path towards the summit of Yusha Mountain. As the two individuals departed, Ji Boing chose not to linger against the wall any longer. He leaped gracefully back to the ground, his expression slightly grave. The assassination from last night. Could it possibly be connected to Sun Qingchen? Ji Boing murmured softly. He had previously entertained the notion that the 5 individuals might be robbers, but upon further reflection, he dismissed this hypothesis. From the moment he entered the city yesterday morning, he had been under surveillance. Had they been robbers, they would not have focused solely on him, but rather selected targets that were more vulnerable. Beyond robbers, the only other plausible reason for someone to target him would be Sun Qingchen. After all, Ji Boing had significantly impacted Sun Qingchen during this period, and it would be entirely reasonable for the latter to harbor murderous intent. Of course, this remained merely a suspicion, as Ji Boing possessed no concrete evidence. After resting for a brief while in the courtyard, Ji Boing returned to his room. At this moment, Xiao Ninger had also completed her preparations. Ji Boing, shaking off the earlier gloom, approached his beloved wife with a gentle smile and inquired, "Have you rested well?" "Yes." Xiao Ninger nodded, then added, "Husband, shall we begin crafting the high-grade talismans?" "Certainly." Chapter 39, A Second Assault. The superior talismans, as expected, are indeed superior talismans. Although it may seem that the enhancement is but a slight elevation in grade, the intricacy of their creation is significantly heightened. Furthermore, both individuals possess scant experience with superior talismans, culminating in an inevitable failure. However, Ji Boing did not succumb to despondence. The reason for their failure was quite simple: unfamiliarity. With ample practice, success would surely follow. "Ninger, it is getting late. I must take my leave," Ji Boing gently said, ruffling Xiao Ninger's hair. "During this time, it may not be entirely peaceful. You must exercise caution at home. Should any strangers arrive, remember to refrain from opening the door, regardless of who they may be. Do you understand? As for the talismans, utilize them as needed. Do not hold back." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ninger furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, "Will it be safe for you outside, my lord?" Ji Boing chuckled softly, playfully pinching the tip of her nose, and reassured her, "Do not worry about me. I possess several 2-star talismans for protection. Even a typical foundational cultivator would find it challenging to harm me." "Then you should take more talismans with you," she insisted, attempting to rise. However, Ji Boing's hands gently restrained her, and he smiled, saying, "I have enough for myself. You should keep the ones at home for your own use." "But there are no buts in this matter," Ji Boing replied, affectionately tousling her hair. "Time is truly slipping away. I must depart. You must be vigilant at home." As he finished speaking, he pressed a light kiss on Xiao Ninger's lips and proceeded toward Jichuan Hall. Upon arriving at Jichuan Hall, he was greeted by Sun Youfu, who approached with a hearty laugh. "Ah, Mr. Ji, there is a saying that timing is everything. The young lady was just looking for you, mentioning that she has finalized the name for the store and wishes for your assistance in making a decision." Ji Boing smiled at this and replied, "In that case, dear brother, let us go together." They made their way to the conference room on the upper floor. Upon seeing Ji Boing, Sun Qingrua approached with a warm smile. She poured him a cup of hot tea and then presented a document, saying sweetly, after a night of deliberation, "My uncle and I have settled on 2 names, Lingdan Pavilion and Baichao Pavilion. Which do you think is more suitable, esteemed sir?" Ji Boing glanced at the 2 names, pondered briefly, and then smiled. "While our shop does stock a variety of medicinal herbs, our primary focus remains on selling elixirs. Let us name it Lingdan Pavilion. The name itself conveys that we sell elixirs, and in due course, as our reputation grows, Lingdan Pavilion will become synonymous with exquisite elixirs." "Haha. Then my old self and the young lady shall first express our gratitude for your auspicious words, sir," Sun Youfu exclaimed joyfully. Sun Qingrua chimed in with a smile. "Since you believe Lingyan Pavilion to be the better choice, from this day forth, the Jichuan Hall in the southern city shall be renamed Lingyan Pavilion." Ji Boing nodded with a smile, and then said, "Before the name change, we should inform the practitioners in the market in advance. To celebrate the renaming of Jichuan Hall to Lingyan Pavilion, on the day of the renaming and for the subsequent 3 to 5 days, all elixirs will be offered at a 10% discount. Members will enjoy a 20% discount. And those who spend over 5,000 spirit stones will receive an additional 500 spirit stones as a rebate. This event will also serve to promote Lingyan Pavilion, ensuring that more people are aware that Jichuan Hall in the southern part of the city will now be called Lingdan Pavilion, preventing any misconceptions among our loyal customers who might otherwise mistakenly believe that Jichuan Hall has vanished, thus unwittingly benefiting those in the eastern part of the city. Truly, Mr. G. With this initiative, not only can we retain the old customers of Jichuan Hall, but we can also attract a greater number of patrons to Lingyan Pavilion, achieving a dual success," Sun Youfu remarked with palpable excitement. The 3 engaged in a brief discussion regarding the details of the event. Before Sun Qingru shifted the conversation, according to the messages from our family, signs of loosening have appeared in the barrier surrounding the divine transformation ruins. However, at the current pace, it will take at least another decade to completely breach the barrier. Therefore, in order to expedite progress, Qian sect has extended invitations to numerous sects within the Dongzhang Xian continent. Before long, Fulong City will undergo a secondary expansion and renovation. Once the renovation is complete, those sects that received invitations will begin to settle in Fulong City. At that time, the number of practitioners in the market will surely surge. Upon hearing this, Ji Boying nodded slightly. An increase in practitioners would present a significant opportunity for Lingdan Pavilion, and it was likely that the prices of elixirs would rise accordingly. However, an influx of practitioners might not necessarily be wholly beneficial. With a larger population, management would become increasingly challenging, and Fulong City might no longer enjoy the tranquility it currently possesses. In the evening, after leaving Jichuan Hall, Ji Boying prepared to head home. However, as soon as he stepped outside, a familiar sensation washed over him. A weight settled in his heart. He was now almost certain that the attack he endured last evening was orchestrated by Sun Qingchen. He pondered the realm of the assailant this time. If they were at the late foundation establishment stage, he feared he might be in grave danger. As he approached the city gate, his expression grew increasingly grim. He found himself torn between heading towards Yuxiao Mountain or avoiding it altogether and seeking refuge elsewhere. Ultimately, as time progressed, Ji Boying had completely departed from the city gate. He gritted his teeth, having made up his mind. With his mid-stage bone refinement and mid-stage gang realm, along with the 2-star mid-quality talisman in his possession, he was not necessarily at a disadvantage against a late foundation establishment adversary. Moreover, whether in body refinement or sword cultivation, it was possible to slay opponents beyond one's realm. He, possessing both abilities, could not claim to be capable of such feats, yet he would undoubtedly not be easily subdued by his opponent. With this resolve, Ji Boying's gaze grew ever more steadfast. Upon reaching a fork in the road, he hesitated not for a moment, turning to venture towards a different direction of Yuxiao Mountain. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Ji Boying arrived at an isolated area scarcely touched by human presence. The individual trailing behind him also sensed something amiss. Given the previous failures of the 5, he could not naively assume that Ji Bing was merely an ordinary mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner. He glanced at Ji Bing not far ahead, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately resolved to take the initiative. With this thought, he suddenly stepped forward, and in the next instant, he surged toward Ji Bing like an arrow released from a bow. His speed was so swift that it left behind fleeting afterimages in the void. Boom. However, just as he was about to close in on Ji Bing, a blaze erupted into the sky. In the next moment, he witnessed a searing wave of heat, accompanied by roaring flames, surging toward him. A 2-star talisman? Chapter 40. The kill, he gasped, and in that moment, he finally comprehended why the 5 individuals sent earlier had failed. He felt his spiritual energy surging around him. And with a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful palm strike that instantaneously split the raging flames before him in two. Just as he prepared to advance, he looked ahead and noticed that the target had retreated 100 paces away. At this moment, Ji Boying also finally discerned the identity of the person trailing him. It was none other than the figure clad in black he had encountered that morning at Yuxiao Mountain. Judging by the formidable energy released from that palm strike, the opponent's strength was at least at the mid-foundation stage. No wonder those previous 5 met their demise at his hands. He was indeed a 2-star alchemist, lavish in his assaults. At that moment, the black-clad figure grinned maliciously. His voice echoed with a chilling resonance, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit, chilling to the bone. "Did Sun Qichen send you?" Ji Boying inquired coldly. Not at all. Ji Boying was momentarily taken aback by the response. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the black-clad figure suddenly surged forward. The next moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed before him. Clang! A sharp sound erupted as a web-like crack formed in the air in front of Ji Boying. His eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks, as an icy dread enveloped his back. Had he not prepared defensive measures in advance, he would have surely met a premature end in that critical moment. Indeed, tales and novels are deceiving. The true essence of life and death struggles is steeped in treachery and deceit. There is no room for idle chatter. The opponent's words were merely a ploy to divert his focus. Ji Boying found it peculiar that the black-clad figure had so vehemently denied the inquiry. It was precisely in this brief moment of distraction that his adversary had struck mercilessly. TSK. The black-clad figure gazed at the transparent web-like crack before Ji Boying, his eyes growing increasingly sinister. "I didn't expect you to have a mid-grade 2-star spiritual armor talisman prepared. Are alchemists this affluent? However, I shall see how many more talismans you possess." With that, The black-clad figure let out a sinister laugh and, wielding a long blade, swung it down fiercely towards the nearly shattered spiritual armor. Without hesitation, Ji Boying raised his hand and summoned a dispersing talisman and an explosion talisman. Although the talismans he possessed were not of the highest quality, their unleashed power remained formidable. Amidst the onslaught of the two talismans, the black-clad figure was compelled to retreat, choosing to evade the oncoming assault. Nonetheless, despite his swift reaction, the broad attack range of the talismans still affected him. "Damn it! I shall see how many talismans you truly have," the black-clad figure bellowed, and in the next moment, he dashed towards Ji Boying like a phantom, his speed surpassing that of his previous ambush. Seeing the renewed attack, Ji Boying hurled several more talismans at the black-clad figure. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of ethereal lights erupted with a resounding brilliance, reminiscent of a fireworks display from afar. Thus, the two engaged in combat for the duration of a tea brew, with the cloaked figure creating distance while fixating his gaze on Ji Boying. He had not anticipated the abundance of talismans possessed by Ji Boying, who hurled them in clusters as if they were of no consequence. There were several instances where, had he not evaded swiftly, he might have truly fallen victim to his opponent. After years of committing heinous acts, never had he felt so stifled in battle. It was a first. Gritting his teeth, he gripped his long blade tightly, uncertain of how many talismans remained at Ji Boying's disposal. Yet, he was resolute. Once the opponent's talismans were exhausted, Ji Boying would undoubtedly meet his demise. What did it matter how many talismans one possessed? Ultimately, they would run out. With this thought, he surged forward once more. As they exchanged attacks, another quarter of an hour passed. At this point, Ji Boying had depleted all his offensive talismans, including the first star talismans. Upon noticing Ji Boying's unusual demeanor, the cloaked figure's face contorted into a sinister smirk. "What is this? Out of talismans?" He waved his blade, his expression turning increasingly mocking. "Since you have no more talismans, then, await your demise. But fear not, I shan't slay you immediately. After all, your earlier talismans truly vexed me." With that, he charged forward again. However, just as his blade was about to descend upon Ji Boying, another layer of protective light flared. Witnessing this, the cloaked figure was driven to madness. "Damn it! Is wealth truly impressive? I shall see how many more armor talismans you possess." In his furious roar, his strikes became erratic, each blow infused with nearly peak foundational power. Meanwhile, Ji Boying, sensing the surge of spiritual energy from his adversary, felt his countenance darken. The opponent had concealed his true strength. He unleashed talisman after talisman, spiritual armor talismans, protective talismans, ethereal light talismans, employing every means at his disposal. Yet, the defensive talismans posed no threat to the cloaked figure whatsoever. In a mere moment, the spiritual armor before him lay shattered. All the talismans Ji Boying could wield were now expended. At this juncture, despair enveloped him entirely. Noticing the shift in Ji Boying's expression, the cloaked figure ceased his assault. He lodged his blade into the ground, a mocking grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Leaning against the blade, he gasped slightly, tauntingly remarking, "So, how does it feel? Kid, you're out of talismans now, huh? If it weren't for my near-peak foundational cultivation, I might have truly fallen to you today. You're the first to make me feel this stifled. Now, kneel before me at once, and I can grant you a swift buzz." Before the cloaked figure could finish his taunt, he suddenly felt a constriction in his chest, followed by a piercing pain that rendered his breathing labored. He widened his eyes and glanced down, only to discover an arm had inexplicably pierced through his heart. Struggling, he turned his head slightly and beheld Ji Boying, who just a moment ago wore a face of utter despair, now standing beside him with an expression of indifference. "You actually," he began, but was interrupted. "Noisy," Ji Boying scoffed, and in the next instant, the hand that had pierced the black-clad figure suddenly clawed with ferocity. A terrifying sword aura erupted, and the chest of the black-clad man was instantly obliterated, leaving a gruesome cavity. Ji Boying casually discarded the corpse aside and wiped the blood from his hands. His cold gaze betrayed no hint of emotion. Swordsmanship experience. 6. A few dozen unsellable inferior talismans traded for a life close to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Not a bad deal, after all. One wonders how many valuable items could be extracted from this fellow. Chapter 41. Late stage of bone tempering, a long blade. Nearly reaching the level of a treasured artifact, lay before him. Within a storage bag, no larger than half a square, were a few hundred mid-tier spirit stones, several seemingly unimpressive sword techniques, and a manual titled dominance technique. This cultivator, nearing the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, possessed little more than these meager belongings. With the storage bag being the only item of considerable worth, Ji Boying calculated that, excluding the storage bag, the assorted items amounted to no more than 4,000 mid-tier spirit stones, more than sufficient to compensate for the unsold inferior talismans from before. Once he had gathered his belongings, Ji Boing did not linger but instead set forth towards Yuxiao Mountain. He walked at a leisurely pace, reviewing the previous battle in his mind. The ease with which he dispatched the cloaked adversary today was largely due to his element of surprise, striking when the opponent was unprepared. Had he not relentlessly employed talismans from the outset, leading the foe to believe he was merely a pill refiner reliant on them for survival, the subsequent ambush would not have been so fortuitous. Of course, had Ji Boing chosen to confront him directly without talismans, he mused, his chances of victory would have been slim, although his opponent would not spare him. The roots of danger would remain if the threat was not eradicated. Moreover, he pondered the full extent of the black-clad man's strength, the level he occupied among Foundation establishment cultivators, and how he compared to the orthodox practitioners within his sect, all of which remained unknown to him. Still not strong enough? Ji Boing gazed at the sunset, seemingly stained with blood, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. He needed to cultivate diligently, increasing his training frequency even if it meant consuming more pills. Otherwise, after the second expansion of Fulong City, given his current abilities, self-preservation would become a formidable challenge. Upon returning home, after a profound discussion on talisman techniques with his wife, Xiaoninger, Ji Boing sat in solitary meditation. He retrieved the detoxification pill he had purchased earlier, inhaled deeply, and without hesitation, swallowed it. As the pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a potent medicinal force that surged rapidly within him. Sensing the restless energy coursing through his body, Ji Boing promptly began to circulate his cultivation technique, guiding the pill's essence through his meridians. Boom. The moment the medicinal force permeated his entire being, a searing pain akin to having been forced into a medicinal bath by a sorceress engulfed him. Fortunately, having endured such agony before, he found this experience, while excruciating, still bearable. Time passed gradually. Approximately half an hour later, the torment began to wane, and tendrils of black smoke began to emanate from his body. This smoke was the accumulated toxins that had lingered within him for years. As the toxins were expelled, Ji Boing's spiritual veins and body felt a release from years of oppression, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Boom. Another muffled explosion reverberated within him. Although there was no breakthrough in his realm, Ji Boing felt that his physical body had significantly strengthened compared to before. If he were to face the man in black once more, he could even achieve victory without relying on talismans, merely engaging in a direct confrontation with complete confidence in his success. As half an hour passed, the toxins within his body had been purged by 90%, leaving only a few lingering black threads entwined around his heart meridian. Ji Boing gazed at the remaining black thread, a smile gracing his face. With the purchase of just one detoxification pill, even if it were of a superior grade, he could completely eliminate the last vestige of poison. It had been half a month, yet there was still no news from Wukai Mountain. In the hall, Sun Chi Tian reclined on a long bench, resting one hand behind his head, his expression cold and grim. Old Wu knelt on the ground, head bowed, not daring to respond. Sun Chi Tian snorted coldly, then turned his attention to Qing Yan, speaking indifferently. Qing Yan, on the day you confronted that Dan Master Ji, were you able to discern his realm? Replying to young master. On that day, I employed my charm technique, and from the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from him, he should only be at the mid-stage of qi refinement, Qing Yan answered. Are you certain? Sun Chi Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. I am certain. Qing Yan inclined her body slightly towards Sun Chi Tian, then continued. My mastery of the illusory sound profound art has reached a level of perfection, below the golden core stage, even if I cannot draw them into an illusion. I can still briefly disrupt their mental state. Once ensnared in an illusion, the opponent's spiritual energy would spill uncontrollably. The Dan Master Ji, upon entering the illusion, emitted only the energy of a mid-stage qi refinement. Therefore, I cannot have misjudged. Young master. Just then, Old Wu suddenly raised his head and quietly inquired. Could it be someone from Mrs. side? Perhaps, Sun Chi Tian replied indifferently. Young master, do you require me to take action? If I can handle it discreetly, they may not be able to grasp any evidence against us. Qing Yan offered proactively. There is no need. Sun Chi Tian waved his hand dismissively. You two have other arrangements. As for that Dan master, let him enjoy his freedom for a while longer. Since the battle with the man in black concluded, Ji Boing returned to a monotonous yet fulfilling life. Alchemy, combat, talisman crafting, and sword practice. These 4 tasks became his daily routine without fail. Moreover, since that day, Ji Boing had secretly procured a dual cultivation technique titled Secrets of Renowned Families from Wandao Trading Company. With this technique, he found himself far less beleaguered when facing Xiao Ninger's dragon binding art, coupled with the kidney tonifying pills that replenished his vital energy. Ji Boing's exchanges in talisman arts had increased from 7 times to 10 over the past few months. Although there were times of excessive fatigue when he felt sore and drained, he found joy in the process. After all, it was also a form of training for his body. Approaching June, the second expansion of Fulong City was finally completed. The number of practitioners in both the inner and outer cities, as well as the new districts, has been steadily increasing. It is conservatively estimated that the number of practitioners in the Fulong district has now reached a staggering 10 million. In a previous life, this would have at least qualified as a second-tier city, if not bordering on first-tier status. Name, Ji Boying. Cultivation level, Qi refining 5th layer. Root bone, fire 3000, low grade. Spirit, 10,000. Physical body, 21,000. Late stage bone refinement, poisoned. Sword Dao, 12,000. Mid-stage gang realm. Symbol Dao, 25,000. Second star high grade. Alchemical Dao, 11,600. Second star medium grade. Available free attribute points, 248, at the late stage of bone refinement. I am merely 9,000 points away from attaining a physical body comparable to that of a golden core true person. Coincidentally, today marks the settlement at the Spirit Elixir Pavilion, and the savings I have accrued during this period will be sufficient to purchase another supreme detoxification elixir. Additionally, over the past few months, not only has the frequency of exchanges increased, but the intensity of my internal vital energy has also surged dramatically. It is evident that Ninger is struggling to keep pace during our interactions. It seems prudent to procure some medicinal elixirs to bolster her constitution. Otherwise, I risk the situation turning counterproductive, leading to her health deteriorating rather than being rejuvenated. As Ji Boying made his way to the Spirit Elixir Pavilion, he gazed at the virtual interface before him, contemplating his next moves. However, just as his thoughts began to wander, he was suddenly enveloped by a rich fragrance of perfumed powder, followed closely by a familiar voice echoing in his ears. Chapter 42. The Arrival of the Demonic Cultivator in the City. Ah, is that not young Master Ji? I wonder why I heard the joyful calls of magpies today. It appears that I am destined to encounter young Master Ji. Ji Boying, coming back to his senses, beheld a strikingly beautiful woman adorned with light makeup, gracefully sauntering towards him. It was none other than Mama Yun. Ji Boying chuckled softly and performed a courteous bow to the enchanting woman. It has been over half a year since young Master Ji last visited my foaming pavilion. Mama Yun playfully flicked the silk scarf in her hand towards Ji Boying's shoulder, then inquired, recently, quite a number of remarkable young ladies have arrived at the pavilion, each possessing extraordinary talents. Would young Master Ji consider taking in another lady? Upon hearing this, Ji Boying instinctively sought to decline, yet the words lingered on his lips, unspoken. The expansion of Fulong City had been completed, and the influx of cultivators had become increasingly diverse, leading to a veritable mlang of individuals. Once a rarity, golden core cultivators now seemed to abound. To speak of it, every visit to Wandao Trading Company revealed several esteemed guests within their VIP rooms, many of whom were golden core practitioners. In the bustling marketplaces of both the inner and outer cities, how many establishments were not overseen by golden core masters? Although Sun Qingrua and Sun Qingshin were merely at the late foundation establishment stage, their family, the Sun clan, was not devoid of golden core experts. As for Ji Boying, he was left vulnerable and powerless, merely a late-stage bone refinement cultivator. He feared that one day, some bored young masters from influential families or disciples from sects might take a disliking to him and strike him down without a second thought. Such absurdities were not unheard of. They were often recounted in the novels of his past life. To ensure self-preservation, enhancing his abilities was imperative. In recent times, he had been entangled in numerous trivial matters, but once he found a moment of respite, he would pay Mama Yun another visit at Foaming Pavilion. Ji Boying clasped his hands in respect and smiled at the beautiful woman. Very well. Since young Master Ji is interested, I shall ensure to reserve a few ladies for you. Upon hearing Ji Boying's words, Mama Yun's expression brightened with delight. I wonder what type of lady young Master Ji seeks this time? Allow me to prepare accordingly. Ji Boying pondered for a moment before inquiring. Might there be any ladies in the pavilion who possess skills of a more practical nature? Indeed, there are. How could there not be? It is only a matter of what young Master Ji can conceive. There is nothing lacking at Foaming Pavilion. Mama Yun's face lit up with understanding, and she continued. Allow me to peruse the records within the pavilion and compile a list of those ladies with practical skills, so that when you next visit, you may have the pleasure of selection. As Ji Boying observed the woman's expression, an uneasy premonition stirred within him. It seemed she had misunderstood his intent. Mama Yun, the skills I refer to are of a serious nature. I understand. Mama Yun flashed him an I-comprehend glance, lightly brushing the silk scarf before him, and then bid her farewell, swaying her serpentine waist as she departed. As he watched her retreating figure, Ji Boying found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps it would be best to address this matter during his next visit to Fengming Pavilion. However, the matter of taking a concubine must be discussed with Ninger. If she finds it difficult to accept, then it shall be set aside. At worst, I shall slow my pace and supplement my health with additional nourishment. As long as I remain vigilant, I shall not attract undue attention. With these thoughts, he shook his head and made his way towards Jichintang. Mr. G, your share of the profits for this month amounts to a total of 22,755 mid-grade spirit stones. After deducting the medicinal pills you previously withdrew from the pavilion, there remain 16,565 mid-grade spirit stones. Here's the ledger for your review, a female steward softly stated as she handed the ledger to Ji Boing. The current spirit pill pavilion is no longer comparable to the former Jichintang. The pavilion now boasts dozens of alchemists, alongside a considerable number of stewards. As for Sun Xinghua and Sun Youfu, they are preoccupied with the operations, logistics, and financial transactions of the pavilion, a far cry from their previous leisurely pace. Ji Boing cast a brief glance at the ledger before signing his name upon it. Mr. G, Manager Sun previously instructed me to inform you that after you finish refining pills today, if you have some free time, you may visit him, she added. Understood. By the time the hour of Shun was halfway through, Ji Boing completed his final batch of pills and proceeded towards the quiet chamber where Sun Youfu resided. He had now become a 2-star mid-grade alchemist, his fire control and alchemical skills becoming ever more adept. Able to complete 7 batches of pills in roughly 4 hours when in optimal condition. Of course, this assumes that all 7 batches succeed on the first attempt. Any mishap would require additional time. Brother Sun, Ji Boing knocked on the partially open door adjacent to him. Please come in. Upon hearing the noise, Sun Youfu hurriedly emerged, clutching his stomach in anticipation. After fully ushering Ji Boing into the quiet chamber, he glanced outside before closing the door and even affixing a soundproof talisman to it. Ji Boing observed Sun Youfu and could not help but frown. Brother Sun, what is the cause of such urgency? Why resort to a soundproof talisman? This matter is of great significance. Although I personally oversee those within the Spirit Pill Pavilion, caution is always prudent. Better safe than sorry. Sun Youfu replied softly, taking a seat beside Ji Boing and pouring him a cup of tea. He continued, the primary reason for summoning you today, my dear brother, involves 2 crucial matters. Seeing the gravity of the situation reflected in Sun Youfu's demeanor, Ji Boing's expression grew serious. The first matter is that someone has secretly sent word to the young lady, indicating that the second young master may take action against you. Although the credibility of this information is uncertain, you must remain vigilant. The young lady has already requested a golden core expert to come to the Spirit Pill Pavilion. With such a powerful presence, it is likely that the second young master will not act too recklessly. He has already made his move. What? The moment Sun Youfu was about to offer comfort to Ji Boing, he was taken aback by this revelation. The second young master has already acted. When did this occur? 3 months ago, and it happened twice, Ji Boing replied, taking a delicate sip of his tea. This, Mr. Ji. Sun Youfu rose and, with a profound bow to Ji Being, expressed, this matter is a result of my and the young lady's oversight, which has led to Mr. G's unfortunate predicament. Rest assured. Mr. G, my companion, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory explanation regarding this issue. Furthermore, I shall communicate with the family to urge the young lady to expedite the arrival of that golden core expert. Brother Sun, you are being overly modest. There is no need to rush the golden core master. We shall proceed according to the original plan, Ji Being replied, assisting the latter to his feet before continuing. May I inquire about the second matter you mentioned? The second matter. Sun Youfu inhaled deeply and stated solemnly, just yesterday, we received news from the family that the 4 prominent demonic sects, Blood Prison Sect, Hunting Knife Sect, Ecstasy Sect, and Illusion Demon Sect, are set to establish a presence in Fulong City in 1 month's time. Moreover, Fulong City is required to cede half of the outer city to accommodate these demonic cultivators. The land to be ceded includes the current Lingdan Pavilion and Yuxiao Mountain. Chapter 43. The consideration of taking a concubine. Ji Boing remained silent, the stillness in the room palpable, as if one could hear a pin drop. Sun Youfu lowered his head, letting out a soft sigh. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, although the young lady is yet to return. The family will soon become aware of this matter. If the Lingdan Pavilion could relocate to another area, there would be less cause for concern, and even Mr. G could take residence there. However, the land within Fulong City is nearly monopolized by noble families and sects, making the prospect of moving the Lingdan Pavilion rather grim. It would be wise for Brother Ji to prepare for contingencies. Do the righteous sects, such as the Qian sect, not intervene? Ji Boing inquired, perplexed. How could they not? Sun Youfu replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Long ago, When the demonic cultivators sought to carve out a share of the divine transformation relics, the righteous sects, including the Qian sect, had already engaged in negotiations. Alas, those negotiations ended in failure. Even the esteemed elder of the Qian sect, who was at the late stage of nascent soul, returned injured, his foundation severely compromised. It is said that the family has declared him bereft of the path to immortality, with no hope of achieving divine transformation in this lifetime. Sun Youfu sighed, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. The demonic sects had always been a cut above the righteous ones. In recent years, they had amassed over 100 nascent soul experts, including several late-stage masters. The delicate balance between righteousness and demonhood seemed poised to collapse. For at least the next millennium, Dongsang Xianzhou would likely fall under the sway of the demonic path. Upon hearing these words, Ji Boying's mind became a tumultuous whirlpool. After a long moment, he took a deep breath, clasped his hands in respect towards Sun Youfu, and softly declared, "Brother Sun, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Without waiting for Sun Youfu to see him off, Ji Boying strode purposefully toward the exit. Once outside the Lingyan Pavilion, Ji Boying's expression remained ominously dark. Anticipating the chaos that would ensue from Fulong City's second expansion, he had foreseen an influx of bandits, yet he had not expected the arrival of demonic cultivators as well. Bandits, after all, thrived on illicit acts of violence and were typically of lower cultivation, often deterred by the presence of crowds. However, the latter, demonic cultivators, were notoriously ruthless, quick to resort to lethal violence over the slightest provocation, sometimes even merely for a lingering gaze. They valued their own lives little and were even less considerate of others. 3 months. Ji Boying clenched his fists tightly. In these 3 months, I must find a way to break through to the Golden Body realm. With that determination in mind, Ji Boying quickened his pace toward the Wandao commercial house. Today, he had just received his share of the profits and had a batch of talismans ready to exchange for spirit stones, after which he intended to procure a top-tier detoxification pill. Furthermore, he could also purchase a few more books on talisman scriptures and techniques to take home. The wife, Xiao Ninger, possesses a talent for talisman making that surpasses even the most extraordinary. 3 months prior, the couple collaborated on crafting a talisman and astonishingly achieved a high-grade 2-star talisman beyond their level. Although there were minor setbacks, they ultimately succeeded. As their practice sessions increased, their mutual understanding deepened, leading to an ever-increasing success rate and enhanced quality of the talismans. Once Ji Boying advanced to a high-grade talisman master, their joint crafting reached a level of effortless mastery. After her breakthrough, Ji Boying attempted to craft talismans independently. Yet both the success rate and quality paled in comparison to their collaboration. Particularly notable was their near-perfect success rate, with no failures in over a month. In contrast, Ji Boying's solo efforts yielded only an 80% success rate, and for more complex high-grade talismans, the rate dropped below 50%. After careful consideration, she abandoned the notion of crafting alone. The experience gained was the same, so why pursue a futile endeavor? Mr. Ji, this time you have brought a total of 830 medium-grade spirit stones. In the reception room, Xiao Yu cheerfully poured tea for Ji Boying, her address transitioning from Master Ji to Mr. Ji. Their acquaintance had blossomed over the past 6 months, initially born out of a fleeting encounter, but it had evolved into a series of delightful surprises. Thanks to Ji Boying, Xiao Yu's standing within the Wandao trading house had significantly improved, and her treatment had become far more favorable. Today, she had emerged as one of the most valued stewards in the establishment. May I inquire what Mr. Ji wishes to purchase this time? Xiao Yu asked softly. Seated beside Ji Boying, an exquisite detoxification pill, Ji Boying replied without hesitation. Additionally, could you recommend a weapon of artifact level, preferably a sword? Xiao Yu nodded slightly. The exquisite detoxification pill will be priced at the previous rate of 24,000 medium-grade spirit stones. If that is acceptable, that is agreeable. Ji Boying accepted her and the Wandao trading house's generosity without reservation. After all, he needed to expedite the enhancement of his strength, and spirit stones would only become increasingly scarce. Since they were willing to extend such a favor, he would graciously accept it, intending to repay the kindness in due course. As for the sword, would Mr. Ji prefer a flying sword or a handheld sword? A handheld sword. Ji Boying's preference for a handheld sword stemmed from his current level of mastery. He could wield its power far more effectively than a flying sword. Among handheld swords, does Mr. Ji desire a heavy sword, a light sword, or a standard sword? A standard sword will suffice. The Autumn Rain nodded gently and then retrieved a scroll. Sweetly smiling as she said, Friend Ji, you may peruse the various sword-type magical artifacts currently available for sale. Once you have determined your budget, I shall gladly offer my recommendations. Ji Boying nodded slightly and unfurled the scroll to begin his examination. However, upon glimpsing the first sword, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Fortunately, the magical artifacts on the scroll were arranged by attributes rather than price. Yet even so, the least expensive sword exceeded 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, truly befitting a sword cultivator. Thankfully, over the past 3 months, Ji Boying had accumulated quite a number of spirit stones. Please recommend a sword priced around 20,000. After completing his purchases at the trading firm, Ji Boying did not linger but promptly set off toward Yuxiao Mountain. As for the autumn rain, after bidding farewell to Ji Boying, she proceeded to the room of the shopkeeper. "What has Master Ji purchased this time?" inquired the middle-aged man, as he deftly wielded his brush. In response to the shopkeeper, Master Ji has again acquired a top-grade detoxification pill, along with a magical sword valued at 21,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, raising his hand to conclude his calligraphy. "Including this transaction, how many spirit stones has Master Ji expended at our trading firm?" The autumn rain responded softly, "Including this purchase, Master Ji has spent a total of 92,350 mid-grade spirit stones. Over 90,000 spirit stones." The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. "Yet the talismans I sell do not even reach 30,000 spirit stones." Chapter 44, The Life Symbol in the Deep of Night, as the couple nestled together. The silken quilt stirred like crimson waves. The rain had ceased, and the clouds gathered, creating a palpable tension in the air. Xiao Ninger rested her head upon Ji Boying's chest, a few disheveled strands of hair adorning her fair forehead, her long and graceful legs trembling slightly. She nuzzled closer to Ji Boying, her voice laced with fatigue and softness. "Husband, your prowess has grown remarkably during this time. If this continues, even with elixirs, I fear I shall no longer be able to serve you." Ji Boying chuckled gently, affectionately ruffling Xiao Ninger's hair. After consuming a tonic to replenish his vitality that evening, he indeed felt invigorated, having nearly doubled his free attributes in a single breath. However, this was a response to the mounting pressure. With the impending arrival of the demon cultivators in the city, he was solely focused on enhancing his physical strength, inadvertently neglecting his wife's feelings. "Husband," Xiao Ninger nuzzled against Ji Boying once more, her delicate fingers tracing circles on his chest as she spoke softly. "Have you considered finding me a companion?" Ji Boying's hand trembled slightly at her words. He had brought Xiao Ninger back with him for over half a year now, a period that had been the happiest and most fulfilling of her life. The presence of such a wonderful husband brought her immense joy and satisfaction. As she gazed up at Ji Boying, her face lit with a smile, yet her eyes sparkled with unshed tears. From the very beginning, Xiao Ningo had understood her husband's fervent passion for matters of intimacy. She was aware that he had continually suppressed his desires to accommodate her feelings. She sensed that during this time, he had grown even stronger, his aura surpassing that of the foundational experts she had previously encountered. Yet, in his affection for her, he remained as gentle as ever, never allowing her to feel discomfort. "I am sorry, my husband." Xiao Ningo longed to remain by his side eternally. Yet she lamented her own lack of aptitude. No matter how hard she tried to catch up, she could never match his pace. A few tears fell onto her body, imparting an unusual warmth to Ji Boying. He cupped her face, wiping away the tears from her eyes, and spoke tenderly. "Ninger, no matter what happens, I shall never abandon you. Never, husband." Xiao Ningo sighed softly, then disregarding her current state, she turned and pressed herself against Ji Boying, fervently sealing his lips with her own. Before long, within the stifling confines of the room, the cheerful and delightful symphony once again resonated. Inside the chamber, Ji Boying, cradling Xiao Ninger, felt a sudden jolt of astonishment. The virtual interface had undergone yet another transformation. Not only had his attributes been augmented by 5 points, but he had also acquired an additional innate talisman. Particularly, upon noticing the supplementary attributes linked to the innate talisman, an unmistakable excitement illuminated Ji Boying's countenance. He had never anticipated that a mere promise made to Xiao Ninger could induce such a profound change, including the acquisition of an innate talisman. "Ninger," Ji Boying murmured softly, gazing at the slumbering beauty in his arms, his eyes brimming with gratitude. He carefully extricated himself from the bed, tidied the quilt, and gently placed a kiss upon Xiao Ninger's forehead before cautiously departing the room. On his way to procure elixirs, Ji Boying found himself unable to dispel the lingering echoes of Xiao Ninger's voice from his mind. He conceded that initially, his intent in bringing Xiao Ninger back was solely to enhance his own strength. However, as time passed, the deepening bond forged through years of companionship had subtly transformed his sentiments. Now, he found himself unable to regard Xiao Ninger merely as a tool for self-improvement. Engaging with Ninger now allowed him to augment his attributes by an impressive 18 points in a single exchange. At this rate, even without haste, he could potentially elevate his physique to the golden body realm within just over 2 months. This period had seen Xiao Ninger endure considerable hardship in the pursuit of boosting his attributes. It was high time she focused on nurturing her own well-being. Furthermore, during the next distribution of earnings, he planned to visit the Wanao Trading Company to procure a method for nourishing the yin with the yang for Ninger. As his thoughts meandered, Ji Boying quickened his pace once more. The time for alchemy swiftly elapsed, perhaps due to his shifting mindset. Today's endeavors in refining elixirs were remarkably smooth. Where he usually achieved an 8 out of 10 quality rate, today, 7 batches of elixirs reached a perfect quality. In fact, several batches even surpassed a 70% premium rate. In high spirits, after tidying the room, Ji Boying made his way directly to Sun Youfu's quarters. "Brother, has Miss Sun not returned yet?" Ji Boying inquired. Sun Youfu shook his head, expressing his own helplessness. Not only is the young lady absent, but the pressure from the main household is considerable as well. Moreover, the second young master's faction is also applying pressure. It seems the young lady is in a rather difficult position. Upon hearing Sun Youfu's words, Ji Boying felt a chill run through him. Then, brother, do you still have any housing resources available? Mr. Ji, if it had been a few days earlier, not to mention the new city and outer city. Even within the inner city, there would have been plenty of resources available for those with wealth. However, now that the demonic cultivators are about to settle in, all vacant properties have ceased to be available for rent or sale. For ordinary individuals wishing to rent, mere affluence is insufficient. One must possess the internal qualifications for rental. Currently, these qualifications are tightly held by the major sections. Although noble families can acquire some, their own needs are barely met, let alone the prospect of renting to others. Mr. Ji. Sun Youfu sighed deeply and spoke earnestly, regardless of whether the young lady's endeavors succeed or fail. My Sun family shall undoubtedly not disregard your safety due to the kindness you have shown towards the Lingyan Pavilion. I appreciate the efforts of both the young lady and my elder brother. Ji Boying cupped his hands in gratitude. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. Presently, the outer city and new city of Fulong City have been divided into 2 major territories, righteous and demonic, through negotiations among the prominent sects such as the Qian sect. The righteous path occupies 40% of the area, while the demonic path claims 60%. The entire eastern and southern districts of Fulong City have fallen into the hands of demonic cultivators. The moment this news spread, it incited widespread panic throughout the city. Particularly in the western and southern districts, many ordinary residents have begun to gradually relocate from Fulong City, although the remains of the transformation god are indeed enticing. Without life itself, all is but an illusion. Within a private chamber of the Lingyan Pavilion, the elder brother inquired, "Has Miss Sun returned to the Lingyan Pavilion during this period?" Chapter 45, The Dragon Control Technique. No. Sun Youfu shook his head, a hint of despair evident in his voice. Not only has the young lady not returned, but we have also lost contact with the family. I ventured to the eastern part of the city and learned that Jichuan Hall has been closed for over half a month. With a soft sigh, Sun Youfu expressed his dismay. Ever since the news of the demonic cultivators entering the city, his once ample robes had become somewhat loose, and his previously round face now bore signs of weariness. Upon hearing Sun Youfu's words, Ji Boying felt an ominous premonition settle in her heart. Sun Qingrua had been absent from the family for a month, and Sun Qingchen's establishment had also shut its doors. This made it difficult for Ji Boying to avoid the thought that perhaps the Sun family had indeed forsaken their enterprises in Fulong City. After sitting in silence for a while, neither of them spoke. Ji Boying bid farewell and did not linger any longer, turning to leave the quiet room. Upon reaching the main path, she glanced back at the distant Lingyan Pavilion and sighed softly. It seemed there was little hope left in that direction. She resolved to wait for another month. If she could not find a place to settle by then, she would have no choice but to depart from Fulong City. With her current alchemical skills and mastery of talismans, she was confident that she could at least secure her basic needs in any major city. Moreover, as long as she was with Ninger, her status would rise along with her proficiency in talisman crafting. Having come to a tentative decision, Ji Boying made her way directly to Wanao Trading Company. With the imminent arrival of the demonic cultivators, the prices of talismans and elixirs had surged significantly. Naturally, this inflation extended to most other commodities as well. After completing her transaction for the talismans, Ji Boying entered the dual cultivation technique section. After browsing through the offerings, she ultimately selected a technique titled the Dragon Control Technique. In comparison to the more forceful dragon binding art, the Dragon Control Technique was evidently more sophisticated. It not only allowed for the absorption of yang energy to replenish yin, but also enabled the practitioner to subdue mighty dragons and consume their vitality. However, the cost of the Dragon Control Technique was not to be compared with that of the dragon binding art. Acquiring just the first volume set her back 15,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Thankfully, Techniques and spells, which typically yield slow results, had not seen a rise in prices. Otherwise, at the current market rates, it would have cost nearly 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. After obtaining the dragon control technique, Ji Boying left the trading company and headed toward Yuxiao Mountain. However, shortly after her departure, Qiu Yu and a middle-aged man appeared at the window of the trading company's top floor. The man, stroking his beard, observed Ji Boying's retreating figure and inquired nonchalantly, "Have we received any news from the individuals we sent out?" "Not yet, but it should be within the next few days at the latest," Qiu Yu replied softly. "Make it quick. Our resources are dwindling. Also, let me see the talismans he brought this time," the man instructed. "Understood." As night fell, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Amidst the gentle murmurs of summer insects, a unique tranquility enveloped the courtyard. Yet, this serenity was fleeting, for beneath the hazy moonlight, a colossal dragon ascended with the winds. It was as though years of restraint had been released at that very moment, the soaring dragon letting out a resounding roar. However, just as the dragon reveled in its freedom, a slender, enchanting silhouette suddenly emerged beneath the moonlit sky. This figure, poised above, gazed down upon the dragon, and with a graceful flick of her jade hand, countless talismans spiraled downward in a torrent of power. The proud dragon, unaccustomed to provocation, would not retreat. With a mighty roar, it surged upward, colliding with the spiraling talismans. At the instant of their clash, the previously clear night sky transformed, dark clouds gathering ominously, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Before long, torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, as if the celestial river had reversed its flow, inundating the land in mere moments. After the dragon collided with the talismans, it found itself ensnared in a tightening cocoon of magical seals. Though it yearned to break free, the talismans offered no respite. After several attempts to charge through, the layers of seals only constricted further. The dragon roared in defiance, yet the more it struggled, the more intense the talisman's grip became. Ultimately, after half an hour of relentless confinement, the dragon, bloodied and exhausted, succumbed to its fate. This was the essence of the dragon mastery technique. "Your mastery of talismans grows increasingly formidable," remarked Xiao Ninger, her delicate lips parting to emit a soft, weary sigh. Ji Boying tenderly brushed her hair, smiling as he replied, "Ninger, your dragon binding technique is no less impressive, paired with the dragon mastery technique. Even one as robust, as I must yield." A blush of crimson graced Xiao Ninger's cheeks as she playfully nipped at his lips, then mischievously proposed, "I have rested well, dear husband. Might you share more of your insights on talisman craft?" With a slight curve of his lips, Ji Boying chuckled. "I shall share all I know, leaving nothing unspoken and imparting my knowledge fully." No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly flipped her beneath him, reversing their earlier positions to engage in another round of playful competition. "Let us see whether my dragonkin's resilience or your dragon mastery prevails." As July blazed on, after a month of talismanic exchange, Xiao Ningyo had successfully cultivated the dragon mastery technique to a minor completion. While her dragon binding technique had reached the 7th level, the word of restraint, in conjunction with the preceding words, lock, bind, seal, imprison, restrict, and close, it can be said that they are invincible and unstoppable. Thanks to these two esoteric arts, Xiaoninger not only increased her communication frequency from the previous 7 times back to 9, but also broke through 2 realms, reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement. In terms of her cultivation, she has already matched Ji Boying. As for Ji Boying, her physical form is merely a hair's breadth away from the golden body realm. And with just a day's time, she will undoubtedly achieve a complete breakthrough. Furthermore, her talismanic cultivation has progressed from the initial 2-star high grade to the 3-star level. However, due to the limitations of her spiritual essence and soul, Ji Boying is currently unable to draw 3-star talismans, even when collaborating with Xiao Ninger. Nevertheless, as a 3-star talisman master, coupled with the efficacy of her innate talisman, Ji Boying can effortlessly create 2-star talismans. When working alongside Xiao Ninger, the efficiency can increase significantly. Regarding quality, the talismans produced are nearly flawless, with scarcely any imperfections to be found. Because of this, the acquisition price from the Wandao Merchant Group has surged by another 30%. After practicing swordsmanship in the morning, Ji Boying bid farewell to her wife and headed directly to the Elixir Pavilion. However, upon arriving at the Elixir Pavilion, Ji Boying's brow furrowed tightly. She noticed Sun Youfu standing at the entrance, directing the shop's attendants to begin dismantling the decorations outside. Chapter 46, The Net Titan's Brother's Son. What is this? Ji Boying took a step forward. Upon hearing the voice, Sun Youfu recognized Ji Boying and let out a light sigh, expressing his resignation. The family has completely abandoned the industries within Fulong City. Although Sun Youfu's voice was barely audible, To Ji Boying, it struck like a bolt from the blue, plunging his mind into a state of blankness. Mr. Ji, I am truly sorry. Sun Youfu bowed deeply to Ji Boying, his weary face reflecting not only exhaustion but profound guilt. Regaining his composure, Ji Boying hurriedly assisted Sun Youfu to his feet, though momentarily at a loss. Ji Boying managed to muster a faint smile, offering words of comfort. It's all right. Brother Sun has already done more than enough. Then, as if struck by a thought, Ji Boying inquired, might I ask where Brother Sun intends to go next? Sun Youfu shook his head, his expression one of confusion. I do not know either. The young lady has returned home, yet I have heard nothing from her. If nothing unusual has occurred, she must be under house arrest. Otherwise, with her character, she would never remain silent in the face of such upheaval within the family. Upon hearing this, Ji Boying understood. It was indeed peculiar that Sun Qingru had not returned for 2 months if she had gone back to the family. Moreover, given her nature, it was unthinkable for her to leave without a word. If she were indeed confined, everything would fall into place. After a moment of hesitation, Ji Boying asked, has Brother Sun considered leaving Fulong City? Leave Fulong City? Sun Youfu replied, shaking his head slightly. I am merely an alchemist, lacking any significant skills. And my cultivation is only at the 9th level of qi refinement. If I were to leave Fulong City, survival would be a daunting challenge. Furthermore, Sun Youfu paused before continuing, the righteous sects are currently weakened, and demonic cultivators are rampant. It is likely that not just Fulong City, but all major cities in the eastern Songxianzhou will soon be infiltrated by these demonic forces. However, due to the presence of the divine transformation ruins, these demonic cultivators will remain focused on Fulong City for the time being. If I were to leave, how long could I expect to live peacefully? It may be wiser to stay here. Perhaps the family will reconsider their abandonment of this lucrative territory. Ji Boying sighed softly in response. Sun Youfu spoke the truth. Cultivators at the qi refinement stage ultimately occupy the lower echelons of this world. Without any skills to rely on, survival becomes exceedingly challenging. If one has protection, it is bearable, yet without it, remaining in the familiar city offers the comfort of companionship. Transitioning to an unfamiliar environment, one could easily struggle to survive. As for Ji Boying, he was on the verge of breaking through to the golden body realm, possessing both alchemy and talisman crafting skills. Even if he were to leave, the impact would be minimal, though he would miss the nurturing environment of Fulong City. Nevertheless, there was one matter that could not be overlooked. After the divine transformation ruins, the desires of the demonic cultivators would no longer be confined to Fulong City, but would extend to the broader expanse of eastern Songxianzhou. In the past, the righteous sects dominated, suppressing the demonic path for many years. Now, as the latter rises, old grievances coupled with new animosities may lead to an even fiercer backlash. The two stood at the entrance for a while, and once the decorations outside were entirely dismantled, Ji Boying let out a deep sigh and addressed Sun Youfu, saying, Brother Sun, if all goes as expected, I shall soon depart from Fulong City. Upon hearing this, Sun Youfu's hand, concealed within his sleeve, trembled slightly. After a considerable pause, he patted Ji Boying's shoulder and replied with a smile. Leaving is for the best indeed. Fulong City is currently in disarray, teeming with chaos, and once those demonic cultivators settle in, it will only become more tumultuous. Being able to leave is certainly a blessing. When do you plan to set off, my brother? I would like to prepare and see you off at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Ji Boying's face brightened with a smile at this, feeling that the term of endearment from his elder brother had become even more fitting. It should be within the next few days. I will notify you before I depart. After all, in this vast Fulong City, you are my only true brother. Ha ha. To be able to call you brother in this lifetime, I, Sun Youfu, truly consider myself fortunate. After chatting for a while longer, and once Sun Youfu had settled the monthly accounts, Ji Boying left Ling Yin Pavilion and headed towards Wanao Commercial House. This visit was not merely to settle accounts, but also to inform them of his impending departure from Fulong City and to dissolve his contract with Wanao Commercial House. He wished to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings by leaving without prior notice. Is this Mr. G's first visit to the commercial house during the day? In the reception room, Xiao Yu prepared a cup of spiritual tea for Ji Boying and teased him with a bright smile. Ji Boying shook his head. There was an unexpected turn of events. Otherwise, I would have come as usual around the hour of you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes flickered, but she did not inquire further. Instead, she playfully pinched the talisman that Ji Boying had handed her and asked with a smile, with the imminent arrival of the demonic cultivators, the prices of talismans are soaring. Why has Mr. G's offering of talismans decreased? Could it be that you are no longer interested in spiritual stones? Who would turn their back on spiritual stones? Ji Boying replied with a wry smile. To speak candidly, as the demonic cultivators approach, my residence lies within their territory. If they take residence, I fear my meager abilities will not suffice for my own protection. Therefore, I plan to leave Fulong City shortly in search of a new place. My visit to Wanao Commercial House is twofold: to settle the talisman accounts and to dissolve our collaboration to avert any misunderstandings. Mr. G intends to leave Fulong City? Xiaoyu's eyes brightened at this revelation, and she quickly remarked, "It is true that the demonic cultivators are set to invade Fulong City. But if you can enter the territory of the righteous sects, those demonic beings, no matter how audacious, would not dare to tread there. Furthermore, even if Mr. G must pass through the domain of the demonic cultivators, as long as you do not attract undue attention or provoke trouble, you should be able to avoid calamity. In this regard, Mr. G can rest assured. Moreover, even if Mr. G were to depart from Fulong City, it would merely be a temporary measure. Once the secrets of the transformation of the divine are fully unraveled, those demonic cultivators will infiltrate every corner of the eastern Zhangxian continent. At the current pace, it is feared that within 3 years, the transformation of the divine will be completely revealed." Ji Boing shook his head, resolutely stating, "If I could enter the domain of righteous cultivators, I would not find myself in such a predicament. My humble origins leave me with no support. Even if I yearn to enter the domain of the righteous, I lack the qualifications to reside therein. Should demonic cultivators invade the city in the future, if I remain there, I fear I would struggle to ensure my own safety." Observing the expression of regret on Ji Boing's face, a subtle smile began to curve at the corners of Qiaoyu's lips. It is time to reel in the net. Chapter 47. The guest. It was indeed Autumn Rain's oversight for not considering everything thoroughly. With a faint expression of regret, Autumn Rain produced a scroll and spoke softly. Regarding the available quotas for settling in the righteous realm, the Wandao Merchant Guild still has quite a few, and notably, half of them are located within the inner city. If Mr. G is willing to remain in Fulong City, the guild can graciously offer him a quota free of charge. Ji Boing felt a jolt of surprise. The guild could actually grant him a quota? Though excitement bubbled within him, his countenance remained composed. He glanced at the scroll, which highlighted areas in close proximity to the inner city, with a significant portion already within its bounds. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. If the guild is offering this quota for free, there must be substantial conditions attached. Autumn Rain smiled gently. Naturally, there are conditions, but for Mr. G, they should not pose any significant burden. Pray tell, Ji Boing replied, wary of the implications. In dealings with a colossal entity like the Wandao Merchant Guild, he had to remain vigilant. Mr. G merely needs to sign a guest agreement with the guild, thereby becoming a resident talisman master. As for the specific requirements for this role, they are quite similar to your current agreement. Except the monthly quota of talismans will increase from 50 2-star talismans to 80 superior 2-star talismans. At this point, Autumn Rain reiterated with emphasis, 80 2-star superior talismans. Is it truly as simple as merely increasing the number of talismans? Ji Boing inquired, furrowing his brow in skepticism. Indeed, it is that simple, Autumn Rain replied, maintaining her smile. No additional stipulations? None at all. Ji Boing's breath caught in surprise. If this were the case, he seemed to have no valid reason to refuse. Initially, he thought that becoming a resident talisman master would confine him to serving the Wandao Merchant Guild, and should Lingdan Pavilion resume operations one day, he would be unable to return due to his new status. However, he had not anticipated that this role merely entailed an increase in the quantity of talismans he produced. But what does the Wandao Merchant Guild stand to gain from this? He pondered aloud. Sensing his confusion, Autumn Rain smiled and elucidated. The Wandao Merchant Guild operates differently from aristocratic families. It imposes fewer restrictions on its guests. The guild's remarkable growth and its dominance across Dongcang Xianzhou, becoming the largest merchant guild in every major city, is fundamentally due to the numerous guests who collaborate with it. The abundance of guests is a direct result of minimal constraints coupled with generous benefits. Among the guests in the guild are solitary cultivators like Mr. G, as well as scions of noble families and members of various sections. If that is the case, the merchant guild in Fulong City must also have a considerable number of guests, Ji Boing ventured. Indeed, as of today, the Fulong City Guild boasts a total of 99 guests. If Mr. G were to join, it would make for a complete figure. 99 guests? Ji Boing raised an eyebrow as he glanced at the map on the table and remarked with a smile, according to this map, the trading house possesses a mere 70 slots. If there are 99 guest officials, where will the additional 20 reside? Has Mr. G forgotten what I just mentioned? Qiaoyu replied with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing was momentarily taken aback and then slapped his forehead. It appears I have been rather presumptuous. The guest officials in the trading house are generally categorized into 3 types: loose cultivators, aristocratic families, and sect members. Among them, a loose cultivator aspiring to be a guest official must possess a skill level akin to mine. This is not mere self-praise. Even being a 2-star mid-grade alchemist is a rarity. The benefits and conditions offered by the trading house for guest officials are evident. How many loose cultivators can truly attain them? As for the remainder, they consist of individuals from aristocratic families and sections. The land in Fulong City is currently under the control of these families and sects, who certainly do not face the same uncertainties as I do. Well then, Mr. G, do you have the intention to sign the contract? Xiaoyu inquired cheerfully as she refilled Ji Boing's cup with hot tea. Is this condition the only additional requirement? Ji Boing asked once more. Mr. G is indeed cautious. If you have any doubts, you may verify it yourself when signing later, Xiaoyu chuckled. Unable to suppress her amusement at Ji Boing's meticulous demeanor, before long, she produced a contract made of beast hide. Unlike the previous collaboration, this guest official contract was crafted from superior material, imbued with a subtle aura that was both mysterious and profound. Ji Boing glanced over the contract, noting that the only additional requirement was the quantity of talismans to be produced. However, the penalties had also intensified considerably. Should Ji Boing fail to meet the talisman production quota, he would be required to compensate in the following month. Failure to do so would result in immediate termination of the contract, along with a permanent prohibition on entering into any future agreements with the trading house. Furthermore, the accommodation provided by the trading house would also be reclaimed. Although the penalties were severe, Ji Boing found them manageable. He currently had no need to refine pills, and producing 80 high-grade talismans would take no more than 10 days at most. With this thought in mind, Ji Boing felt no burden and promptly signed his name on the contract. Seeing the contract successfully signed, Xiaoyu's smile broadened even further. Securing an additional guest official for the trading house was immensely beneficial for her. Moreover, since Ji Boing had been her responsibility from the beginning, should he succeed as a guest official, she would continue to oversee him, thus earning a substantial commission from the transaction amounts. With this in mind, Xiaoyu respectfully addressed Ji Boing. Now that the contract has been completed, may I kindly request you to accompany me to the manager for your assessment? An assessment? Ji Boing was taken aback. The assessment is a requirement from the trading house's headquarters. Every guest official must undergo an evaluation to officially become a guest official of the trading house. The autumn rain smiled as she explained, then remarked, given Mr. G's proficiency in talismanic arts, this assessment is merely a formality. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing felt a sudden clarity and promptly followed Xiaoyu as they ascended the stairs of the merchant building. The assessment indeed existed. However, Xiaoyu's purpose in evaluating Ji Boing was not solely to ascertain his capability to meet the challenges presented, but rather out of her master's curiosity regarding which specific talisman was crafted by Ji Boing's hand. Before long, they arrived at a reception room on the top floor. In contrast to the reception area below, this one was not only more serene but also exuded an air of refined elegance. Surely, this must be the talisman master Ji. As soon as they entered, a middle-aged cultivator approached with cupped fists, his strides bold and demeanor exceptionally warm. He slightly bowed to Ji Boing and then introduced himself. Chapter 48. The Messenger from Headquarters. I am Yun Qianshan, the manager of the Fulong branch. Previously, I had often heard Xiaoyu mention you, esteemed sir, and I have long desired to meet you. However, the numerous trifles of business delayed my wish until today. Upon our first encounter, Mr. G, you truly surpass expectations. At such a young age, still a solitary cultivator, you have delved deeply into the study of talismans, a feat that even those from noble families cannot compare to. You flatter me, Manager Yin. It is merely a matter of fortunate circumstances. Ji Boing responded with a smile. I wonder, what exactly does the business establishment's assessment entail? What specific requirements are there? It is quite simple. Yun Qianshan stroked his beard and smiled. You need only to refine a 2-star high-quality talisman within 2 hours. Naturally, the quality of the talisman is also a requirement, but judging from the talismans Mr. G submits each month, I believe quality will not be an issue. When does Mr. G plan to commence the assessment? I would like to prepare the materials for talisman crafting. Let us begin the assessment now. Yun Qianshan nodded and instructed Xiaoyu to make arrangements. Before long, Ji Boing was led by the two into another quiet room. The space was sparse, with only a specially crafted mahogany table and a cushion displayed in the center, devoid of any superfluous furnishings. Mr. G, Yun Qianshan remarked with a smile. The room and materials have been prepared. You may take a moment to rest, and once you feel ready, we can proceed with the assessment. Thank you for your kindness, Manager, but Ji Boing slightly inclined his hands in respect and then directly sat on the cushion behind the mahogany table. There is no need for rest. Let us commence the assessment directly. This. Yun Qianshan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Truly, Mr. G, in that case, let us begin. However, before we start the assessment, I have a small request. He smiled and continued. May I observe you while you craft the talisman? Of course. If you prefer solitude during your crafting, please consider my request as unspoken. Ji Boying assumed that Yun Qianshan had some understanding of talisman crafting and wished to learn through observation and exchange. Moreover, since his own theoretical knowledge and techniques in talisman crafting were derived from the business establishment, there was no harm in sharing. Manager, feel free. With that, Ji Boying closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit and maintain focus. The proficiency of a talisman master in crafting talismans, as well as the quality of the talismans produced, primarily hinges upon their understanding of the talismans and their mastery over spiritual energy. This bears a striking resemblance to an alchemist controlling the pharmacological properties of materials and regulating the intensity and temperature of flames. At present, Ji Boying had achieved the rank of a 3-star talisman master. His comprehension of talismans surpassed that of the vast majority of 2-star talisman masters. Furthermore, over the past 6 months, he had engaged in continuous dialogue and practice with his wife, Xiaoninger. His proficiency with 2nd-tier talismans, while not reaching the zenith of mastery, could certainly be described as exemplary. A quarter of an hour passed. Ji Boying gradually opened her eyes, and as she grasped the talisman brush, a sudden transformation enveloped her being. The escape talisman. Without hesitation, Ji Boying chose the most challenging among the numerous high-grade 2-star talismans, which not only featured a plethora of intricate spiritual patterns but also required a complex interweaving of these patterns. Even seasoned 2-star talisman masters, who had immersed themselves in the art for years, might struggle to complete it in one attempt. Upon witnessing Ji Boying's choice to draw the escape talisman, Yun Qianshan's expression subtly shifted. Based on Ji Boying's prior submissions, he had believed he had sufficiently overestimated this talisman master. However, he was astonished to find that her skills exceeded his expectations. The escape talisman. Presently, within the One Dao Trading Company, including Ji Boying, there were 100 guest talisman masters, nearly 30 of whom had reached the high-grade 2-star level. Yet, none possessed the ability to draw the escape talisman. It appeared he had truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. Meanwhile, outside Yun Qianshan's chamber. Autumn, you arrived just in time. A middle-aged man clad in a black robe approached from Yun Qianshan's room and inquired upon seeing Qiuyu. A messenger from headquarters has arrived today, seeking to meet Manager Yun. Do you know where he has gone? Qiuyu's expression stiffened as she promptly responded. Manager Yun is currently overseeing the assessment of the new guest talisman masters. Overseeing the assessment? The middle-aged man's countenance darkened instantly upon hearing Qiuyu's reply. This is absurd. When did the manager personally oversee the assessments of guest talisman masters? Where is the manager's quiet chamber? Quickly, guide me there. With that, the middle-aged man fixed his gaze upon Qiuyu. Qiuyu's face displayed a look of hesitation as she realized the middle-aged man was intent on proceeding. Ji Boying was currently crafting talismans, and any disruption would likely result in a failed assessment. If Ji Boying failed, all of her meticulous planning would be rendered futile. What is this? The middle-aged man, unable to contain his anger at Qiuyu's hesitation, reproached her sharply. If the important matters of the messenger are delayed, everyone in the trading company, regardless of whether they are the manager, guest masters, or you attendants, could find themselves out of work. Hurry and take me there. Recognizing the gravity of the situation had surpassed her expectations, Qiuyu dared not delay any further. Better to accept failure now than to lose her position as an attendant in the trading company, especially at this critical juncture, without the company's protection. Her meager skills as a late-stage chi cultivator would lead to an uncertain and tragic fate. However, just as she was about to lead the middle-aged man to the quiet chamber, a commotion echoed through the corridor. Shortly after, dozens of guest talisman masters from the trading company approached, smiling warmly and surrounding a young man dressed in splendid attire. Elderly. The middle-aged man quickly bowed in greeting upon recognizing the young man. Seeing this, Qiuyu realized at once that he was the messenger dispatched from headquarters. Before she could discern the true appearance of the envoy, she hurriedly followed suit in greeting, then lowered her head and retreated to the side. The envoy from headquarters held a position of great significance. To gaze directly upon him might incite his displeasure, resulting in expulsion from the mercantile establishment at best, or, at worst, death on the spot. Contemplating this, Qiuyu's graceful and enchanting figure trembled slightly with anxiety. At that moment, her palms were slick with beads of sweat. Elderly, why have you come yourself? A middle-aged man hastened to the young man before him, speaking with utmost reverence. Manager Yun is currently overseeing the assessment of the new guest officials, and I shall summon him to appear before you at once. There is no need for such formality. The young man gestured dismissively, expressing a hint of exasperation. I mentioned upon my arrival that you all should attend to your own affairs and not concern yourselves with me. I shall seek out Manager Yun on my own. If those at headquarters were to learn of this grand reception, I fear it would lead to complications for me. Indeed. The middle-aged man nodded vigorously in response. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, upon hearing the young man's voice, momentarily froze. This voice, why does it sound so familiar? Chapter 49, the last dregs of power. Xiao Yu felt as though she had heard that voice before. Yet no matter how she tried to recall, the source eluded her memory. Ultimately, she dismissed it as merely a figment of her imagination. After all, the envoy from headquarters was at least a golden core master, a rank she had seldom encountered in her life. And those few had all been elders of the Qian sect. Amidst her swirling thoughts, the young envoy spoke once more. You mentioned that Manager Yun is overseeing the assessment of the new guest elders? Indeed, replied the middle-aged man in a subdued tone. Please lead me there. I am eager to observe the caliber of the new guest elders in our commercial guild. The young man smiled nonchalantly. The vibrancy of Fulong City had surpassed that of most provincial capitals in the eastern Songxian continent. When the demonic cultivators eventually settled here, it might rival even the celestial capitals. This presented a significant opportunity for the commercial guild, and whether they could seize this chance and carve out a niche among the various factions depended on the efforts of those present. Upon hearing the young envoy's words, the middle-aged man quickly concurred. Elderly speaks wisely. It is a great honor for us to become guest elders of the guild, and we shall certainly exert ourselves to repay the kindness and cultivation we have received. The young man smiled again before effortlessly shifting the topic. Since you are all here, let us proceed to witness the assessment of the new guest elders. Of course, if any of you have pressing matters, feel free to attend to them. There is no need to squander time here with me. Understood. The middle-aged man responded, and then Xiao Yu whispered, shall we not lead the way? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu wasted no time and quickly made her way towards the quiet room where Ji Being was located. Before long, she arrived at the assessment venue with a group of guest elders and the young envoy. Seeing that they had reached their destination, the middle-aged man stepped forward, ready to open the door. Xiao Yu felt a twinge of sympathy for Ji Being. The situation was truly unfortunate. Being personally overseen by the envoy from headquarters would undoubtedly impose immense pressure. Wait, just as the middle-aged man was about to open the door, the young envoy suddenly called out to him. Since an assessment is in progress, we need not intrude. He stepped forward, extending a hand as if to gently knock upon the door. With a subtle tap, ripples spread through the air, shimmering like moonlight. Gradually, as the ripples expanded, a pure white lotus flower blossomed within them, untainted and exquisite. As everyone witnessed this spectacle, their eyes widened in astonishment. Is this an illusion? The young man smiled serenely and waved his hand. A veil of mist, delicate as gossamer, rose above the ripples and the white lotus. The mist arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. When it finally cleared, the ripples and the lotus had vanished, replaced instead by two figures. Among them, one individual was unmistakably familiar to all present, the merchant shopkeeper, Yun Xieshan. As for the other young man, if I am not mistaken, he must be the newly assessed guest official of the trading house. What a coincidence! Just as everyone was marveling at the wondrous illusions of reality, the young envoy's expression began to shift into something peculiar. Wait, is this guest official drawing a concealment talisman? At that moment, someone suddenly spoke up. A concealment talisman? He is drawing a concealment talisman? Who is this young man, possessing such lofty aspirations? To attempt to draw a concealment talisman during the assessment is truly audacious. As soon as the words left his mouth, it was as if a stone was cast into still waters, causing a great stir among the crowd of guest officials outside the room. The concealment talisman, regarded as one of the most challenging and impactful among the two-star talismans, is well known to all, regardless of their expertise in talismans. Even the young envoy, upon learning that Ji Being was drawing a concealment talisman, displayed a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Is there anyone here who recognizes this young talisman master? The young envoy inquired of the gathered guest officials behind him. His curiosity piqued regarding Ji Being's identity. After all, a two-star talisman master capable of drawing a concealment talisman is a rare find, even at headquarters. As his question lingered in the air, the guest officials began to murmur among themselves. Yet, after much discussion, no one could identify Ji Being. Returning to elderly, we are all unfamiliar with this young talisman master, reported a middle-aged guest official in a hushed tone. No matter, the young envoy waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to press further, instead focusing his attention on observing Ji Being's talisman-making process. Though he was not a talisman master himself, he had a modicum of understanding about talismans and could discern some intricacies. Meanwhile, the other guest officials began to whisper among themselves. Do you think this young talisman master will succeed? It's difficult. If it were any other two-star talisman of superior quality, there might still be hope. But the concealment talisman. I have heard that even some three-star talisman masters lack complete confidence. What? Even three-star talisman masters lack full assurance? Setting aside success or failure, this young talisman master's foundation is indeed quite impressive. especially when he meticulously outlines the spiritual patterns. He exhibits a majestic demeanor. Even I cannot compare. His foundation is indeed commendable, yet drawing a concealment talisman requires more than just a solid foundation. It demands a profound understanding of the talisman principles and the meanings embedded within the spiritual patterns. If his comprehension is lacking, no matter how skilled his technique, it will be of little consequence. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. G being, seated at the rosewood desk, was now beaded with perspiration. As time progressed, even with the support of his innate divine talisman, the pressure and exhaustion he felt multiplied exponentially. At this moment, even his hand gripping the talisman brush trembled slightly. Watching from the side, Yin Qianshan felt his breath catch in his throat at this sight. His tension surpassed even that of Ji being. Before me lies a talisman, the intricate spiritual patterns meticulously outlined, with only the final step of connecting the spiritual lines remaining. Should failure occur at this juncture, all prior efforts would be rendered futile. Moreover, given Ji being's current state, it is evident that she cannot undertake the creation of a second talisman. Contemplating this, Yin Qianshan's hand, concealed within his sleeve, instinctively clenched tightly. Outside the quiet chamber, the onlookers, upon witnessing Ji being's condition, could only shake their heads in dismay. Even some of the guests who had previously held high hopes for her now sighed softly. Youthful exuberance can indeed lead to downfall. It is true. She is but one step away from success. Alas, what a pity. With such a solid foundation. Had she chosen a different talisman, she surely would have passed the assessment. Just as the guests began to murmur among themselves, Ji being unexpectedly lifted her brush once more. However, the spectators merely cast a fleeting glance before averting their eyes again, deeming it a futile struggle. The process of connecting the spiritual lines may appear straightforward, yet it demands a substantial expenditure of both mental and spiritual energy. Ji being's earlier trembling hands clearly indicated that she had reached her limit. Completing the final step seemed impossible. Yet, just as they were about to divert their gaze, the talisman paper within the scene suddenly began to shimmer. At that moment, the expressions of regret and disdain on the faces of the onlookers transformed entirely into astonishment. Chapter 50, Assessment Passed. With a resounding burst of spiritual light, even through the veil of illusion, all present could perceive the ethereal vibrations emanating from the talisman resting on the table. The concealment talisman succeeded. Among the second-tier talismans, the concealment talisman, known for its complexity, had been successfully crafted by this young talisman master. In the quiet room, Yin Qianshan sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy from the talisman paper and let out a long sigh of relief. He slightly bowed to Ji Boying and sincerely congratulated him. Congratulations, Mr. Ji, on passing the assessment. The concealment talisman is the most challenging of the second-tier talismans. And not only did you succeed on your first attempt, but you accomplished it in less than an hour. Such understanding and skill in talisman crafting far surpasses even some third-tier talisman masters. I am truly impressed. Ji Boying wiped the sweat from his brow and replied with a smile, it was merely luck. If the spiritual patterns had been even a fraction less coherent, I would have surely failed the assessment. Success is success, and luck plays no part in it, Yin Qianshan said with a smile. Now that the assessment is complete, from this day forth, Mr. Ji shall be our guest talisman master. As he spoke, he turned his palm, causing a ring to emit a soft glow. And a bronze token inscribed with the character for Dao appeared in his hand. This token signifies the identity of a guest talisman master within the Commerce Guild. Once Mr. Ji pledges his blood to the token, he may use it to signify his identity. Additionally, this token conceals communication and defensive formations inscribed by the Guild's formation masters. The communication formation allows for exchanges between guest talisman masters and with the Guild's stewards. Should Mr. Ji require assistance, he may contact the stewards in advance. As for the defensive formation, it can withstand a full-force strike from a Golden Core master in critical moments, serving as a means of protection. Mr. Ji must keep it safe. Receiving the token, Ji Boying's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. Such a small token not only facilitates long-distance communication but can also withstand a full-force strike from a Golden Core master. The Wandering Commerce Guild truly possesses remarkable resources. Thank you, Master Yin. Ji Boying expressed his heartfelt gratitude with a respectful bow. No need for thanks. This is what you rightfully deserve, Yin Qianshan replied with a smile. Come, let us step outside. Although you have passed the assessment, the relevant procedures and guest master privileges require assistance from Qiuyu. As he spoke, he led Ji Boying toward the door of the quiet room. However, as soon as they stepped outside, the two were left frozen in place. Particularly Ji Boying, who, upon seeing the crowd gathered at the entrance, wore a look of confusion. But soon, his attention was drawn to a young man in splendid attire standing at the center of the crowd. The confusion on his face transformed into a look of surprise. Master Yun, this is the envoy sent from headquarters, Elderly Poo. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd, speaking softly. Upon hearing the words, Yun Qianshan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly bowed and said, I am Yun Qianshan, the manager of the Fulong branch, and I pay my respects to the esteemed messenger. There is no need for such formalities, Manager Yun, the young man replied with a serene smile, casually raising his hand. A gentle breeze lifting Yun Qianshan to his feet. With the imminent arrival of the demon cultivators in the city, I, Li, have come on behalf of the headquarters to serve as a seated elder, ensuring the safety and interests of the business. However, I am not very familiar with Fulong City, and I hope you will extend your guidance in the days to come. You honor me, esteemed messenger. It is my utmost desire to alleviate your concerns. Yun Qianshan responded hastily. Although he held the position of branch manager, his status paled in comparison to that of the headquarters messenger. Moreover, he was merely a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. By the way, he seemed to recall something. This is our newly appointed guest elder, Ji Boing, Master Ji. Though Master Ji is currently only a 2-star high-grade talisman master, he possesses the remarkable ability to craft escape talismans that even some 3-star masters cannot confidently complete. His expertise in talisman crafting is truly commendable. Upon hearing this, Li Pu merely smiled, and then turned his gaze to Ji Boing, slightly cupping his hands in greeting. Brother Ji, it has been a while. I trust you have been well. At Li Pu's words, the guest elders present widened their eyes in astonishment, as if they had heard something utterly inconceivable. Particularly, Yun Qianshan was taken aback. Previously, he had sent Xiaoyu to investigate Ji Boing, while the findings were not exhaustive. He had gathered a general understanding of Ji's background. How did he come to know the esteemed messenger? Yet, among the crowd, one person exhibited a different demeanor. Although she too was shocked and surprised, Xiaoyu's face bore an additional expression of disbelief. How could it be him? No wonder I found the voice familiar. It turns out this esteemed messenger is the young gentleman I encountered outside Fulong City that day. Thank you, elderly, for your concern. I am doing well. Ji Boing responded with a bow, his tone imbued with newfound respect. I was unaware of your esteemed status earlier. If I acted presumptuously, I hope you can forgive me. Elderly. You jest, Brother Ji, Li Pu replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, maintaining his charming demeanor. You may continue to address me as brotherly. This, however, brought a hint of difficulty to Ji Boing's expression. The other party was a messenger from the headquarters. Even Manager Yun treated him with the utmost courtesy. If he were to address him as an equal, seemingly perceiving Ji Boing's hesitation, Li Pu smiled and transmitted a thought. Brother Ji, your vitality is robust, akin to boiling water in turmoil. It seems you may be on the verge of a breakthrough soon. Am I correct? At these words, Ji Boing's body trembled slightly. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. His abilities were not particularly remarkable, and it would not be difficult for an astute observer, especially one as powerful as Li Pu, to discern the underlying truth. Furthermore, as the envoy of the headquarters, Li Pu possesses an extensive breadth of knowledge. And even if he were to employ the art of concealment, it is unlikely that he could escape his discerning gaze. Nevertheless, it remains prudent to maintain a degree of secrecy. Once sufficient spirit stones have been amassed, acquiring a technique for invisibility will be imperative. While Ji Boing's thoughts meandered, Li Pu spoke again. I have some official matters to discuss with Manager Yun, so I shall not linger. When I find the time, I look forward to sharing a drink with you, Brother Ji. With that, Li Pu exchanged a few private words with Yun Qianshan before turning to leave, leaving Ji Boing and the other guests standing in place. As for Xiaoyu, watching Li Pu's receding figure, a sense of emptiness enveloped him. Had Li Pu truly overlooked him? Or was it that he had noticed him but deemed him unworthy of consideration? Indeed, he was merely a humble steward. Why would someone of Li Pu's standing take notice? If he were in Ji Boing's position as a guest of the Merchant Association, would Li Pu perhaps spare him a glance? Chapter 51. Detoxification after completing the necessary formalities. Ji Boing departed from the Wandao commercial house and made his way towards his residence. Initially, he had intended to express his heartfelt gratitude to Qiaoyu, perhaps even inviting him to a meal at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. However, upon observing Qiaoyu's unresponsive demeanor, Ji Boing opted for a brief verbal acknowledgement of thanks and decided to refrain from further gestures. Some matters, he believed, were better left unspoken by an outsider, and he silently cherished the kindness bestowed upon him by Qiaoyu. Naturally, should an opportunity arise, he would not shy away from subtly probing the depths of their acquaintance, provided that Li Pu, the envoy from headquarters, proved to be a worthy ally. Now that he had secured the qualifications, it was time to schedule a visit to inspect the property. Although the commercial house had provided a meticulously detailed map, certain nuances could only be discerned through an in-person visit. Ideally, he preferred a location with fewer inhabitants. Ji Boing murmured to himself, quickening his pace towards his abode. Buoyed by a lightness in his step, perhaps inspired by his uplifting mood. As the night deepened, the sea roared with tempestuous winds and crashing waves. The fierce battle between the dragon and the talisman practitioners rendered the heavens and earth pale, mountains and seas tilting in turmoil. Despite the talisman practitioners having perfected their binding dragon technique and dragon manipulation art, the current dragon was a formidable adversary, a far cry from its former self. Comparable to a golden core true person in its physical prowess, it navigated effortlessly through the spiraling talismans. Even with relentless provocations, the talisman practitioners found themselves powerless. Thus, after what felt like an eternity, the talisman practitioners, exhausted, ultimately succumbed to defeat. In contrast, the dragon, relishing its long-awaited victory, let out a triumphant roar, releasing a plume of dragon essence that soared skyward. Experience gained: 120, 28W, 100W. Realm bonus, none. Effect bonus, 50. Odes of the Sea and Mountains, 150. Free attribute points, 18. Talisman attribute points. Talisman weight, 18. Innate talisman, 18. 10,278.30. 000. Talisman creation cost, 20. Talisman power, 20. Talisman fusion, 150. Gazing upon the significant increase in attributes before him, Ji Boying felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Since the conclusion of the assessment, he had remained at home, engaging in discussions of talisman arts with his wife, collaboratively drawing talismans, or practicing swordplay in the courtyard. With the absence of his duties at the Spirit Pill Pavilion, he found himself with ample time to accompany his wife, leading to a notable increase in their exchanges regarding talisman arts. After tenderly laying his wife to rest, Ji Boying quietly retreated to the adjoining chamber. He retrieved the exquisite detoxification pills he had purchased from the commercial house and opened the long-awaited attribute panel. Name: Ji Boying. Cultivation: Qi Refining Level 6. Root Bone: Fire 3K, Low Quality. Spirit: 12, 6K. Physique: 30K, Initial Stage of Gold Body. Poisoned: Sword Path: 12K, Mid Stage of Gang Realm. Symbol Path: 37K, 3-star Low Quality. Alchemical Path: 14K, 2-star Medium Quality. Innate Talisman: 10, 278.30. 000. After a period of diligent cultivation, Ji Boying has successfully ascended to the gold body realm. Moreover, with the shackles of the physical form shattered, the spiritual power contained within his vital energy is now sufficient for him to refine 3-star talismans. However, due to his spirit not yet keeping pace, the success rate for crafting 3-star talismans remains disappointingly low, and their quality is equally subpar. If he were to force the crafting of 3-star talismans, not only would the efficiency be woefully inadequate, but he would also incur losses even if he succeeded in producing them. This is because 3-star talismans can no longer be accommodated by ordinary talisman paper or ink. To harness a greater magnitude of spiritual power, talisman paper must be replaced with specialized beast hides, and similarly, the ink must be substituted with beast blood or specially crafted spiritual ink. Each of these materials commands a hefty price. In fact, some rare 3-star low-quality talismans require materials that cost several thousand medium-quality spirit stones, a stark contrast to the mere handful of medium-quality spirit stones needed for the materials of 2-star high-quality talismans. Nevertheless, Ji Boying is undeterred by this. The current low success rate does not imply that it will remain so in the future. He has ample time to remain at home, and his interactions have increased from the previous 9 times to 12 times. Within a maximum of 3 months, he will possess a spirit comparable to that of the Golden Core stage. By that time, the success rate for refining 3-star talismans should reach at least 30%, if not higher. While this 30% success rate is indeed low compared to the 8 to 9% success rate he experienced during the crafting of 2-star talismans, it is still considered exceptional among 3-star talisman masters. The 3-star realm serves as a significant threshold. Only those who master a skill at this level may be deemed grandmasters. It is akin to the Golden Core stage. For Qi refining cultivators, as long as their spiritual roots are not exceedingly poor and they practice diligently, they will inevitably attain the foundation establishment stage. However, to progress from foundation establishment to Golden Core is not merely a matter of having good spiritual roots and hard work. It also demands opportunity and perseverance. As the saying goes, only those who form the Golden Core truly are kind. This holds true. It is only by becoming a Golden Core master that one truly embarks on the path of cultivation. Yet, these constraints are of no consequence to Ji Boying. Thanks to the existence of his unique advantage, he merely needs to invest points to breakthrough, without even requiring breakthrough elixirs. The only uncertainty lies in whether he can evade the tribulation during the transformation from nascent soul to divine transformation. To be prudent, he should accumulate more attributes, just in case. Ji Boying murmured softly. However, he soon shook his head with a wry smile. Such matters are far too distant. Contemplating them now is ultimately a bit unrealistic. With these thoughts in mind, Ji Boying's gaze fell upon the detoxification pill purchased earlier from the merchant. Following the previous detoxification, only a trace of toxic energy remained within her heart's meridian. Surely, after consuming the detoxification pill this time, the lingering effects of poisoning would vanish completely? Contemplating this, Ji Boying promptly swallowed the pill. The pure potency of the medicine swiftly coursed through her entire being, perhaps due to the enhancement of her physique. This time she experienced almost no pain from the detoxification pill. Instead, a refreshing and soothing sensation enveloped her. Furthermore, the rate at which she absorbed the medicinal properties increased manifold. Thus, within mere moments, the effects of the detoxification pill were entirely assimilated. Ji Boying exhaled a long breath of stale air and then turned her attention to the status panel, specifically the section regarding her physique. Physique, 30,000. Initial stage of golden body, poisoned. What? Why am I still poisoned? Did I not consume the detoxification pill? As Ji Boying gazed at the status bar, her expression darkened, and she hastily delved into her inner self. There, at her heart's meridian, a thread as fine as a hair coiled around her essence. Chapter 52 Reunion with an Acquaintance. What manner of poison is this? Why is it that even the detox pill cannot dispel it? Ji Boying gazed at the venomous thread entwined within his heart, his icy gaze deep and still as water. The detox pill is reputed to counteract myriad toxins. Even numerous nascent soul cultivators, when faced with particularly troublesome venoms, would opt to consume the detox pill as a precautionary measure. If even the detox pill proves ineffective, Ji Boying truly could not fathom any other means of purging the toxins from his body. If it were indeed a medicinal toxin, the efficacy of the detox pill would render any residual traces impossible. But if it is not a medicinal toxin, at what moment did this venom infiltrate my being? Ji Boying furrowed his brow in contemplation. Yet, just as confusion enveloped him, a sudden thought surged forth. Could it be that this toxin had existed within me even before my arrival in this realm? Only such a notion would elucidate the matter, for upon my initial arrival, even the simplest act of eating posed a challenge, leaving little room for concerns about my health. It was only after I managed to secure a position at Jichintang, laboring tirelessly to refine medicine, that I began to notice the deterioration of my constitution, culminating in the realization of the toxins within. I remain oblivious to how the original inhabitant of this body succumbed to such poison. With a soft sigh, Ji Boying murmured, alas, one step at a time. Without any symptoms as a basis, it is presently impossible to ascertain the nature of this venomous thread. Nevertheless, prior to that, it would be prudent to visit the Merchant Guild and procure a few tomes on detoxification. If conditions permit, I might also acquire a treatise on poisons. Days later, in the outer city of Fulong, demonic cultivators began to appear in the new district. Although their numbers were sparse, they instilled a significant sense of panic among the cultivators in the outer city and the new district. Fortunately, Ji Boying had secured the qualification to reside in the new area, and through diligent reconnaissance, he had identified a residence to his liking. Ninger, have you finished packing? I completed it long ago, Xiao Ninger replied, cheerfully shaking the storage bag in her hand. Since you are ready, let us depart. Ji Boying smiled lightly, taking Xiao Ninger's hand as they made their way out of the courtyard. As they descended the mountain, Ji Boying reflected on the path they had traversed for over half a year, flanked by the meticulously arranged residences on either side, evoking a myriad of sentiments within him. It must be noted that half of Yuxiao Mountain still belonged to him. Yet now, it was poised to fall into the hands of demonic cultivators. He pondered whether there would be any compensation. Although not much spirit stone was spent during the purchase, the notion of relinquishing it without recompense left Ji Boying feeling somewhat aggrieved. They walked at a leisurely pace, and soon enough, they arrived at the outer city's marketplace. In stark contrast to a month prior, the marketplace now appeared remarkably desolate, with only a handful of individuals scattered along the main thoroughfare. As for the shops on both sides, they have chosen to close their doors due to the arrival of the demonic cultivators. Ji Boying gazed upon the desolate marketplace, letting out a soft sigh. The world is indeed tumultuous. Is that not Ji Xiong ahead? Just as Ji Boying was lost in his own melancholy, a somewhat familiar voice emerged from behind him. Turning around, he saw a young couple approaching. Ha! It truly is Ji Xiong. The young man, upon seeing Ji Boying, broke into a hearty smile and clasped his fists in greeting. Ji Xiong, it has been a long time. I trust you have been well. It turned out to be Xie Xiaoan, the very person who had journeyed to the small town with Ji Boying. The young woman accompanying him was Qin Shu. After such a long time, the two were still together. It was likely that the veil of hesitation between them had been lifted. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ji Boing glanced at Qin Shu and inquired with a smile, Xie Xiong and Daoist Qin, what brings you here? Xie Xiaoan, slightly embarrassed by the question, replied with a smile, not long after that day, Xiao Shu and I confirmed our relationship. We had originally intended to invite Ji Xiong to our wedding, but alas, we were unaware of your whereabouts. That said, you had promised to visit my humble abode. I have been waiting eagerly for half a year. And now that we meet again, we must share a drink. You mustn't refuse, Ji Xiong. Ha ha ha, very well. Ji Boing responded with a laugh, feeling a bit speechless. After all, they had shared life and death together. Having a drink was entirely reasonable. Ji Xiong, who is this? After a bit more small talk, Xie Xiaoan glanced at the young woman beside Ji Boing and asked with a smile, This is my wife, Xiaoninger. Ah, so it is the lady of the house. Xie Xiaoan raised an eyebrow and promptly took out a bottle of elixir from his storage pouch, offering it to Xiaoninger. As a token of respect for our first meeting, I hope the lady will not mind the simplicity of this gift. This. Xiaoninger was momentarily taken aback by the elixir he presented, looking helplessly at Ji Boing for support. Seeing this, Ji Boing stepped in front of her. Feigning anger, Xie Xiong, what are you doing? You and Daoist Chun have just united as a couple, and I have yet to present my congratulatory gift. Is this not a slap in my face? Upon hearing this, Xie Xiaoan's expression turned awkward. He had not considered this aspect before. However, just as he found himself in a predicament, Qin Shu, noticing the tension, interjected with a smile. What slap in the face? Let us keep it straightforward. If Daoist Chi truly is hard, he should pay for the drinks later. With that, Ji Boing could hardly refuse. After a moment of hesitation, he acquiesced. After a few more exchanges, Qin Shu casually inquired, with the demonic cultivators about to settle in, may I ask where Daoist Ji currently resides? Upon hearing this, Ji Boing chuckled and remarked, I consider myself fortunate. When Jichentang relocated, I casually purchased a small plot of land in the west of the city with my savings, conveniently avoiding the domain of the demonic cultivators. Thus, I have found a place to settle. Chen Daoyu and Brother Xie, what about you? Xiaoninger, upon hearing this, could not help but glance at her husband. However, the thought of concealing wealth caused her to retract her gaze. My situation is not as fortunate as Daoist Ji's, I said, but fortunately, Uncle Xiaoan has built several residences in the northern part of the city. Our visit to the city is essentially a venture to seek refuge with him. Although he is indeed my uncle, one cannot overlook the fact that one is indebted when receiving assistance. Accepting a residence without offering something in return weighs on my conscience. Having expressed this, Qin Shu feigned a sorrowful sigh. Listening to Qin Shu's words, Ji Boing felt an inexplicable unease in his heart. Nevertheless, it must be said, in the present day, those who possess multiple residences in Fulong City are certainly individuals of considerable stature. It appears, this Brother Xie is not to be underestimated. However, as the conversation unfolded among the group, the atmosphere in the market began to shift ominously. A few seemingly ordinary yet subtly unusual cultivators began to approach the group with deliberate slowness. Chapter 53. The Depths of the Wandering Merchant Guild Brother Ji. Xie Xiaoan also noticed that the surrounding cultivators were behaving oddly. He approached Ji Boing, just about to speak, when the latter communicated through thought, Do not utter a word. Bring along Daoist Qin and quicken our pace. Upon hearing this, Xie Xiaoan cast a glance at Ji Boing before proceeding towards Qin Shu. As for Ji Boing, he had already moved beside Xiaoninger when those individuals appeared, firmly grasping her hand. The two advanced a bit further. As they neared the end of the main path, about to enter a side road, the group of cultivators suddenly quickened their steps. Just as Ji Boing intended to lead Xiaoninger away, he noticed that several of the cultivators had abruptly blocked the path of Xie Xiaoan and the others. He halted his steps and turned back, only to see Xie Xiaoan and Qin Shu encircled by three middle-aged male cultivators. With a soft sigh, Ji Boing decided to come to a standstill as well. In just a few breaths, the four of them found themselves entirely cornered in the street. May I inquire what brings you here, esteemed friends? Ji Boing asked, stepping protectively in front of Xiaoninger, offering a respectful nod. We seek nothing in particular, replied one of the cultivators, a slender middle-aged man. We merely wish to conduct a business transaction with the two of you. A transaction? Ji Boing raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the middle-aged cultivator smirked, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. We wish to trade your lives for those two young ladies, as well as the valuables upon your persons. What say you? Upon hearing this, Ji Boing's heart sank. It became clear that this group was the demonic cultivators they had spoken of. He had initially thought that demonic cultivators would possess a distinct appearance or demeanor compared to righteous cultivators. While there was indeed a difference in temperament, without close scrutiny, one would struggle to discern between them, for even some righteous cultivators were not much better. You must be dreaming. Suddenly, Xie Xiaoan roared, positioning himself in front of Qin Shu. This is not yet your territory in Fulong City. Do you not fear the repercussions from the city's enforcement team for your audacity? At his words, the surrounding demonic cultivators erupted into laughter. The enforcement team? I stand right here. Do you think they dare lay a hand on me? Kid, I offer you a chance. Leave all your valuables behind, and I shall let you depart, allowing you to summon your so-called enforcement team. What do you say? Hearing their mocking jeers, Xie Xiaoan's expression darkened considerably. He could scarcely fathom the audacity of these demonic cultivators, so brazen even before the appointed time. If the day came when they fully occupied Fulong City, what kind of chaos would ensue in the east and south of the city? Enough, it is time, spoke the leader of the demonic cultivators, his tone indifferent. He slowly channeled the spiritual energy within him, and an aura of late-stage foundation establishment immediately enveloped Ji Boing and the others. You have 3 breaths of time. Either leave the women and valuables and scram, or simply don't leave at all. Ji Boing, upon hearing this, realized that the situation would likely not end well today. Quietly, he retrieved a spiritual armor talisman from his storage pouch. Should that middle-aged demon cultivator make a move, he would activate the talisman and then swiftly eliminate these insignificant pests with a single sword strike. However, just as the middle-aged demon cultivator prepared to act, Xie Xiaoan suddenly stepped forward. In the next moment, a bronze token appeared in his hand. This is the guest token of the Wandao Chamber of Commerce. Let us see who dares to act recklessly. As Xie Xiaoan's words fell, the middle-aged demon cultivator froze in place. The expressions of the others, upon hearing the name of the Wandao Chamber of Commerce, also solidified into a look of intrigue. Not only the demon cultivators, but even Ji Boing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xie Xiaoan was also a guest of the Wandao Chamber of Commerce. However, thinking it over, surrounded by demon cultivators and with the enforcement team rendered useless, would revealing his status as a guest of the chamber truly be effective? The Wandao Chamber was merely a commercial organization, despite its depth. Being just a guest likely wouldn't instill fear in these demon cultivators. Otherwise, this group wouldn't so brazenly disregard even the enforcement team dispatched by the Qian sect to Fulong City. Those enforcement members were genuine disciples of the Qian sect. Let us go. Just as Ji Boing pondered these thoughts, the leading middle-aged demon cultivator suddenly spoke. In the next moment, the demon cultivators surrounding the 4 dispersed. As if nothing had ever happened, Ji Boing stood there, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? After what felt like an incense stick's worth of time, the group finally entered the inner city. Ji Boing turned to Xie Xiaoan and smiled. I didn't expect you to be a guest of the Wandao Chamber. Hearing this, Xie Xiaoan smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, I lack such capability. To become a guest of the Wandao Chamber, one must possess at least a skill at the 2-star superior level. As for me, I'm merely an ordinary battle cultivator. Not only am I unqualified to be a guest, but I don't even meet the assessment criteria. That token you just produced, it does not belong to Xiaoan. Xin Shu interjected to clarify, that is the token of Xiaoan's uncle, who is a 2-star superior alchemist and was recently appointed as a guest by the Wandao Chamber. Ah, I see. Ji Boing nodded, then continued to inquire, but weren't those demon cultivators dismissive even of the Qian sect's enforcement team? Why did they suddenly show such apprehension upon hearing about the guest status? Chen Shu chuckled lightly and replied, It seems that you, my friend Ji, do not pay much attention to the happenings of the outside world. Though the Crimson Flame sect holds a prestigious status among the righteous sects, under normal circumstances, it may instill a sense of trepidation in those who practice dark arts. However, given the current state where the esteemed elder of the Crimson Flame sect has suffered grievous injuries and is cut off from the path of immortality, coupled with the flourishing of the demonic path and the waning of the righteous, it is entirely unsurprising that the adversaries regard the Crimson Flame sect with disdain. The 10,000 Paths Merchant Guild, however, stands apart as the largest commercial entity in the eastern Songxian continent. The 10,000 Paths Merchant Guild possesses a depth of resources that far exceeds that of any first-rate sect. Its collection of rare treasures is all-encompassing. Anything available to other sects is also within the grasp of the 10,000 Paths Merchant Guild. And even those treasures that are unique to other sects can be found here as well, including the prized treasures that safeguard their sections. As long as these practitioners of dark arts require such precious resources and heavenly materials, they must inevitably engage with the 10,000 Paths Merchant Guild. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing understood the gravity of the situation, although she had previously suspected that the 10,000 Paths Merchant Guild was far from ordinary. She had not anticipated that its foundational strength surpassed her imagination by several folds. Chapter 54, Moving not long after entering the inner city, the 4 companions found a tavern to gather for a small reunion. It was not until noon that they bid each other farewell. In the inner city of Yinchong Prefecture, Ji Boing led Xiao Ning'o to the front of a grand estate. The estate was imposing and magnificent, with a solemn and dignified entrance. The three bold characters on the plaque were inscribed with silver hooks and iron strokes, their fluid strokes evoking a sense of awe and depth with just a glance. The residence chosen by Ji Boying was part of this estate. He produced his identity token and took Xiaoninger's hand, walking towards the grand entrance. As they stepped inside, a wave of profound spiritual energy rushed toward them like a mighty ocean wave. The sensation was akin to riding in a speeding car with one's head out the window, where the oncoming airflow made it difficult to breathe. Compared to the previous Yuxiao mountain, the spiritual essence within Yuchong Prefecture was significantly more potent. After a brief moment of acclimatization, they proceeded towards the hall directly in front of the entrance. Inside the hall sat only an elderly man. No one else was present. Ji Boying presented his identity token to the elder. Before he could speak, the elder inquired, "Is this guest token from a senior in your family? Or is it your own?" "It is my own," Ji Boying replied calmly. "Your own?" The elder raised an eyebrow, a noticeable warmth appearing on his face. There are few residences remaining in the estate, yet several prime locations still exist. "May I inquire which one you desire?" As he spoke, the elder unfurled a map, pointing to several residences near the center. Ji Boying merely glanced over it and quickly formed a general decision in his mind. "Thank you for your kindness, but I prefer this one," he said, indicating a secluded residence near the northwest corner. Ji Boying was not one to seek ostentation. Living in the center would inevitably attract attention, although the spiritual essence would be somewhat sparser in the corner. Even the least favorable location in Yuchong Prefecture surpassed the spiritual essence of Yuxiao Mountain. Moreover, even if it were inferior to Yuxiao Mountain, what of it? He relied on his unique talents to enhance his abilities. The abundance of spiritual energy was secondary. As for his wife, Xiaoninger, the vitality and yang essence he possessed were more than sufficient for her enjoyment, not to mention the supplementary elixirs. "Are you certain about choosing a residence so close to the corner, away from the gathering of spiritual energy?" the elder asked. "Absolutely," Ji Boying affirmed with a nod. The steward scrutinized Ji Boying for a moment longer, then nodded and retrieved a scroll made of animal hide. "Please sign your name here. As for the residence's restrictions, before entering, simply activate your identity token and drop a drop of blood on the lock, and you will be free to come and go as you please. The same applies to your wife. Moreover, although the young friend has obtained the qualification to reside in the estate, the rent demands are not insignificant. However, as a guest of the Merchant Guild, he is entitled to a 10% discount, resulting in a monthly payment of merely 900 mid-grade spirit stones." Ji Boying felt a slight twitch in his eyelids. 900 mid-grade spirit stones. It is utterly outrageous that an estate in Yuxiao Mountain averages only 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Now, having selected the worst estate in Yuchong Mansion, he finds himself facing a charge of 900 mid-grade spirit stones. For a mere rental, this price has inflated by 90 times. If there were no discount, it would be 100 times increase. Thankfully, he did not choose one of the middle estates. Otherwise, the monthly rent would be a substantial burden. With this thought in mind, Ji Boying promptly paid half a year's rent. Upon receiving the payment, the elderly man smiled and continued. "If you wish to renew the lease in the future, there is an array in the main house of the estate. You need only to deposit the spirit stones into the array, and there is no need to come here again for processing. Of course, if you prefer to handle it in person, you are always welcome. However, it is best not to delay rent payments. Should the rent be overdue by more than 3 days, the estate's restrictions will be activated, and if the delay exceeds 1 month, you will permanently lose your residency qualification." Hearing this, Ji Boying nodded and respectfully saluted the elder, saying, "Thank you for your reminder, senior." In the following half-month, aside from purchasing some daily necessities, Ji Boying hardly ventured out. Each day, apart from exchanging insights on talisman techniques with his wife, he would practice drawing talismans and honing his sword skills. Whenever he found leisure, he would also concoct a few batches of elixirs for his own use. Life was rather pleasant. It seemed that whether the demonic cultivators entered Fulong City or not had little impact on him. One day, after finishing his sword practice, Ji Boying bid farewell to his wife and set off towards the Wandao Merchant Guild. Taking the time into account, today happened to be the day for submitting talismans. Since the last assessment, Ji Boying and his wife had crafted a total of 260 high-quality 2-star talismans over the course of a month. As for the low-quality 3-star talismans, he had only produced a few. Ji Boying selected 200 of the finest 2-star talismans to submit for the task. The remaining ones, either of slightly inferior quality or 3-star talismans, were reserved for his personal use. Previously, Ji Boying had contemplated submitting the 3-star talismans. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately decided against it. Firstly, his spiritual attributes had yet to reach the golden core level, resulting in a low success rate for crafting 3-star talismans. Submitting them to the Wandao Merchant Guild would essentially mean incurring a loss. Secondly, with his life-saving talisman, Even if the quality of the 3-star talismans did not attain the peak level, their potency remained formidable. Retaining them would provide an additional safeguard for himself. Furthermore, there was another consideration. A tree that stands out will inevitably be felled by the wind. A person who excels will inevitably be targeted. Ji Boing's current cultivation was only at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Crafting high-quality 2-star talismans was already quite conspicuous. If he were to produce 3-star talismans, he would likely face unrest in the future. Human nature is difficult to fathom. Being overly ostentatious will ultimately invite envy from others. There is a saying that goes, witnessing others' profit is more distressing than incurring personal losses. Ji Boing, however, wished to avoid inciting envy among others. As her thoughts wandered, she found herself at the merchant's establishment. Upon entering, she was greeted by Qiuyu. "Mr. Ji, what perfect timing. Master Yun just asked me to contact you." "And here you are," Qiuyu exclaimed warmly, approaching her with a smile. Taken aback by the unexpected welcome, Ji Boing inquired, "May I ask why the master has summoned me?" Qiuyu shook her head gently and replied, "The master did not elaborate, so I am unaware of the specifics. However, he has not only summoned you, Mr. Ji, but has also notified several esteemed guests currently in Fulong City. It must be quite significant." Nodding thoughtfully at this revelation, Ji Boing handed over the prepared talismans to Qiuyu before making her way to the top floor. Chapter 55, The Grand Ceremony of the Nascent Soul. Within the conference hall on the top floor of the Wanao Chamber of Commerce, dozens of guest elders were assembled. These esteemed guests formed groups of 2 or 3, or gathered in clusters of 8 or 9, occupying the front and central positions of the hall. As for Ji Boing, lacking familiar faces, he chose a secluded corner to himself, opting to close his eyes and rest, becoming a mere observer. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the manager, Yun Qianshan, arrived fashionably late. "Esteemed guests," he proclaimed, standing at the forefront of the hall, gesturing with his hand. "The purpose of this gathering is to announce a significant matter. Just 3 days prior, the 8th elder of the Qian sect, the esteemed Yun Xiaozhenren, has emerged from seclusion and successfully attained the nascent soul realm. The reason for convening all of you is to discuss the attendees for the grand ceremony of the nascent soul of Jinjuan Yuxiao. The Wanao Chamber possesses 10 quotas. Aside from the 5 designated for the Qian sect's resident guests, there remain 5 additional spots. I wonder, among those present, who is willing to attend this grand event?" As Yun Qianshan's words resonated, the hall erupted into a cacophony of voices. A lively discussion ensued. Ji Boing, upon realizing the nature of the gathering, felt a flicker of interest. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, he chose to close his eyes once more. Though the grand ceremony promised an abundance of rare treasures, the presence of numerous esteemed practitioners and true lords would render him unable to fully engage. Such an event resembled a celebration at a KTV for a leader's promotion in a past life. Individuals without status would find themselves unable to partake, relegated to merely listening to the cacophony of their superiors. Just then, as the discussions reached a fervent pitch, Yun Qianshan raised his hand again, urging silence. "It is worth noting that participants of the ceremony will not be limited to our chamber and the righteous sects. Representatives from demonic sects will also be in attendance. However, there is no need for concern, as elderly, stationed at our chamber, will accompany us. With elderly present, your safety is assured." Upon hearing this, the previously bustling hall fell into an abrupt silence. Ji Boing felt a twitch in his eyelids at Yun Qianshan's words. While the Wanao Chamber differed from the righteous sects, the practitioners of the demonic path would still extend some semblance of respect. Yet, should conflict arise, the upheaval caused by nascent soul powers could result in dire consequences for all involved. However, for Ji Boing at this moment, such repercussions were unlikely to threaten his life. Having attained the golden body realm, his defenses surpassed those of ordinary golden core practitioners. Is no one inclined to attend? Yun Qianshan observed the silent crowd. Letting out a resigned sigh, he regretted mentioning the participation of the demonic practitioners. After a brief hesitation, he looked to the audience and continued, "It seems our esteemed guests are being quite modest. In that case, I shall name individuals directly to avoid any discord." As the crowd realized that Yun Qianshan was about to name names directly, a wave of discontent surged within them. If one were to be called out, the likelihood of facing dire consequences loomed large. Wu Guan, Wu Keqing. A smile graced Yun Qianshan's lips as he turned his gaze towards an elderly gentleman among the throng. Upon hearing his name, the older man's expression quivered, a strong desire to refuse bubbling within him. Yet, as a guest elder, he had no authority to decline the tasks assigned by the Merchant Guild. Regardless of his reluctance, he had to accept the role he had undertaken. In this manner, Yun Qianshan continued to call out 4 names. The expressions of those 4 individuals were nothing short of mournful, their faces reflecting utter despair. Ji Boing cast a sympathetic glance towards them. All were at the foundation establishment level, with some even being at the early stages. If they were to encounter a formidable nascent soul cultivator, the outcome would likely be grim. As Ji Boing pondered the fate of others, Yun Qianshan's voice resonated once more. Initially taken aback, Ji Boing looked up in disbelief, only to find Yun Qianshan smiling back at him. After a long exhale of pent-up breath, Ji Boing finally rose, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed manager." Upon exiting the conference hall, Ji Boing returned to the reception room. The grand ceremony was anticipated to commence in mid-next month, with the Merchant Guild providing prior notification. Attendance would merely require reporting the day before the event. Ji Boing sighed softly, internally wishing that this grand occasion would not resemble the gatherings of leaders from his previous life. "Mr. Ji, here are the prices for the talismans you settled this month, totaling 31,000 mid-grade spirit stones." Ji Boing perused the account book, his brows furrowing slightly. "The price of 2-star high-grade talismans has increased significantly this month?" "Indeed," Yue replied with a smile, unreservedly taking a seat beside Ji Boing. "With the demonic cultivators entering the city, panic has ensued among the populace. Naturally, items like talismans, which can aid in battle or even preserve one's life, have seen a surge in price. Particularly, defensive talismans are expected to rise another 10% next month. Should you wish to stock up, Mr. Ji, do not hesitate to craft more." "Thank you for the reminder, Daoist Yue." Ji Boing returned the gesture with a smile before inquiring, "What is the current price for protective robes? Are you interested in purchasing a protective robe, Mr. Ji?" Yue raised an eyebrow. Ji Boing nodded. Acquiring a protective robe at this time would likely incur a hefty expense, yet as a guest elder of the guild, he could access internal pricing. Thus, even with the significant price inflation, the difference in spirit stones might not be excessive. Yue retrieved a scroll, unfolding it carefully before Ji Boing, and continued, "Currently, the price for a treasure-grade protective robe hovers around 15,000 spirit stones. If one desires additional features like lightweight or concealment abilities, the price could escalate considerably, perhaps even doubling. However, I would still recommend that Mr. Ji consider acquiring a robe without added functionalities. Though the robe with additional features may be superior, Mr. Ji, being a talisman master, can effortlessly replace these enhancements with talismans, rendering the expenditure unnecessary." Upon hearing this, Ji Boing was momentarily rendered speechless. "Is the shopkeeper aware of your business practices, my friend Xiao?" With a soft giggle, Xiao leaned closer to Ji Boing, her enchanting beauty accentuating her playful demeanor as she replied, "I assure you, my intentions are solely for your benefit, Mr. Ji. Should the shopkeeper discover this, you must take responsibility for me." Her mellifluous voice, paired with her captivating allure, caused Ji Boing's heart to waver. He averted his gaze, hastily redirecting the conversation. "Then, according to your perspective, which robe should I purchase?" Half an hour later, Ji Boing emerged from the reception room, adorned with a robe that offered commendable defense and the option for self-detonation in times of peril. The final price was 18,000, which was indeed steep. Yet in this critical moment, spiritual stones were evidently less valuable than life itself. After departing from the one-out commerce, Ji Boing did not rush home. Since relocating to the inner city, he had not ventured out for half a month. Many household supplies were nearly depleted, making this an opportune time for replenishment. Furthermore, he contemplated visiting the Lingdan Pavilion to inquire about his old friend, brother Sun, given the recent influx of demonic cultivators into the city. Chapter 56. Sign and gesture. Due to the presence of the concealment talismans, upon entering the outer city, Ji Boing immediately attracted the attention of numerous demonic cultivators. However, the majority of these cultivators, upon realizing that Ji Boing was merely an ordinary dressed, 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner, promptly diverted their gazes elsewhere. Observing their lack of interest, Ji Boing continued his journey towards the market. The market had regained its previous vibrancy, though the owners of the shops and the patrons bustling about had transformed from ordinary cultivators to demonic ones. Of course, a few establishments remained exceptions. Yet, behind those shops were powerful figures or formidable families, ensuring that common demonic cultivators dared not act too recklessly. Before long, Ji Boing followed the main path of the market and arrived at the Spirit Pill Pavilion. To his surprise, not only was the shop open, but it also welcomed a considerable number of visitors. Compared to the previous promotional events, the footfall was remarkably unchanged. With a slight raise of his brow, Ji Boing paused only briefly before stepping inside. As he entered, a particularly enthusiastic steward approached him. However, once the steward sensed the distinct aura and spiritual fluctuations emanating from Ji Boing, which starkly contrasted with those of the demonic cultivators, his smile was swiftly replaced by astonishment. After a brief pause, the steward approached Ji Boing and inquired warmly, "What can I assist you with?" esteemed guest. Ji Boing glanced around the shop and replied, I would like to see the lesser rejuvenation pills. Certainly. Please follow me, the steward replied with a deep bow, leading Ji Boing towards the nearby medicinal cabinet. We have 3 grades of lesser rejuvenation pills: premium, exquisite, and superior. Which grade would you prefer? Superior will suffice, Ji Boing answered softly. Very well. The steward chuckled lightly and retrieved a plain jade vial from the cabinet. Would you like to inspect it first? Ji Boing nodded slightly, accepting the pill, uncorking the vial, and gesturing with his hand. The quality was indeed satisfactory, confirming it to be of superior grade. However, he recalled that the Spirit Pill Pavilion had ceased the sale of superior grade pills, opting instead for exquisite ones. Why had they resumed selling them now? Pausing momentarily, Ji Boing then inquired of the steward, May I ask who currently oversees the Spirit Pill Pavilion? The steward, caught off guard by the sudden question, instinctively replied, The proprietor is my family's second son, Sun Qingshan. Sun Qingshan. Ji Boing's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. With a smile, he continued, I recall that young Master Sun was the proprietor of Jichentang in the eastern city. I had the fortune of meeting him a month ago while purchasing pills there. The steward chuckled as he explained, Now, both Jichentang in the eastern city and this Spirit Pill Pavilion are under the ownership of young Master Sunday. I see. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing nodded slightly and soon took his leave from the Ling Yin Pavilion. As for the whereabouts of Sun Youfu, he refrained from inquiring. For Sun Youfu was undoubtedly associated with Sun Qingtian. To probe carelessly might draw unwanted attention. However, judging by the current circumstances, it was not difficult to surmise that Sun Qingrua had suffered a complete defeat in the family rivalry. If all went as expected, Sun Youfu should have returned to the Sun family or been reassigned to other enterprises. Reflecting on this, Ji Boing could not help but let out a soft sigh. After departing from the Ling Yin Pavilion, Ji Boing made his way directly back to the Yuncheng mansion. Although he was briefly followed by a few demonic cultivators on the way back, they soon relinquished their pursuit, likely deeming Ji Boing, a mere mid-stage qi refinement cultivator, as lacking in substantial value and unworthy of further trouble. As he passed through the gates of Yuncheng mansion, Ji Boing noticed a substantial area nearby undergoing demolition, with numerous cultivators gathered to watch. Previously, he had concerned himself with the potential difficulties of visiting the eastern part of the city to seek companionship after the demonic cultivators had entered the city. To his surprise, it had not been long before Foaming Pavilion planned to establish a new branch in the vicinity of Yuncheng Mansion. Indeed, it was rumored that several courtesans would also be relocating to this new establishment. This was an opportune time to conserve energy, accumulate spiritual stones, and indulge in the pleasures of life at the pavilion later on. Several onlookers, all cultivators, were engaged in cheerful conversation, though their expressions turned somewhat lewd as the discussion progressed. A few female cultivators nearby witnessed the male cultivator's lascivious demeanor and spat in disgust, exclaiming, Bah! Not a single man is a decent creature. The male cultivators, incensed by this remark, retorted loudly at the offending female cultivator, You haven't even seen us. How can you judge whether we are good creatures? In response, the female cultivator boldly declared, With your cowardly appearance, one can easily deduce you are no good. Provoked? One of the male cultivators stepped closer, shouting defiantly, Is that so? Do you dare to test your skills against me? The female cultivator, equally incensed, accepted the challenge. Thus, they strode towards a secluded alley not far away, preparing for their so-called contest. Before long, a cacophony of fierce combat erupted from the alley. Ji Boing's expression darkened. Is this acceptable? Indeed, his understanding was still woefully inadequate. Although he had been in this era for over a decade, his true comprehension remained minuscule, akin to a mere drop in the ocean. It appeared that there was still much for him to learn. More than a month passed since Ji Boing's return from Jinbao Tower. Aside from his daily exchanges regarding talismans, he devoted his time to crafting talismans, refining elixirs, and practicing swordsmanship. During this period, aside from the routine submission of talismans each month and the procurement of materials for talisman crafting and elixir refining, he seldom ventured outside. The world beyond was tumultuous, and he preferred to remain within the safety of his abode as much as possible. As for adventures, it's merely a thought. Where is the comfort of nurturing a golden finger alongside my wife at home? Reflecting on the web novels I once perused in my past life on Earth, the protagonists, despite their extraordinary fortunes, always managed to escape peril. Yet they spent years wandering, either in one secret realm or another, constantly embroiled in conflicts. How exhausting. Indeed, my current state is the most comfortable. The life of a cultivator should be so simple and unadorned, albeit monotonous. My dear husband. Just as Ji Boing sat on the steps, savoring the ease of her present life, Xiao Ninger unexpectedly embraced her from behind. There seemed to be a tinge of sorrow in her voice. Ji Boing gently grasped Xiao Ninger's delicate, fragile hand and softly inquired, "What troubles you, Ningo?" Chapter 57. The ceremony begins. "My dear." Xiao Ninger gently rested her head on Ji Boing's shoulder, whispering, "Ninger has been with you for such a long time. Yet despite our daily efforts, there has been no sign of life in my womb. Am I truly so useless?" At this point, tears welled up in Xiao Ninger's eyes. Her husband had treated her with such kindness, yet she felt incapable of giving him even a single child. "What nonsense am I speaking?" Ji Boing embraced Xiao Ninger tenderly, feigning anger as he declared, "I will not permit you to speak of yourself in such a way. However." "There is no however." Xiao Ninger intended to voice more, but Ji Boing interrupted her. "In my eyes, you are the best." Ji Boing held her close and continued, "Moreover, you need not worry about this matter. I do not currently plan on having children. The world outside is tumultuous. It would not be wise to bring a child into such chaos. Once the world stabilizes, or when we have both grown strong enough to protect ourselves, then we may consider children. My dear." Hearing these words from Ji Boing, Xiao Ninger felt a wave of relief wash over her. She nuzzled into Ji Boing's embrace, and her previously troubled expression transformed into one of happiness. Ji Boing gazed at the beauty in his arms, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then carried her into the room, intending to prepare a bowl of rice porridge to soothe her wounded heart. Half an hour later, though the autumn wind howled outside, the room was warm and bright. Ji Boing leaned against the bedside, gently playing with Xiao Ningo's hair. The almost translucent gauze draped over her delicate form lent her an air of enchanting allure, especially with the gentle streams meandering through the forest, shrouded in mist, creating a picturesque scene. Perhaps due to her unburdened heart, Xiao Ninger singing during this exchange was particularly melodious and captivating. Each note was a delicate whisper, each phrase tugging at the heartstrings, reminiscent of the harmonious sounds of a pipa, like pearls cascading onto a jade plate. Ji Boing found himself feeling an irresistible longing, as if he could abandon the duties of a sovereign. However, just as Ji Boing contemplated teasing the enchanting woman beside him further, the guest token resting on the nearby table suddenly shimmered with light. Ji Boing paused momentarily, placing a gentle kiss on Xiao Ninger's forehead before rising to retrieve his garments and approach the token. "Mr. Ji, please come to the merchant's hall at once." As he picked up the token, he heard the voice of Chiao Yu emanating from it. Ji Boing's brow furrowed in response. What purpose does one have in visiting the merchant hall at this hour? Is there some urgent matter at hand? After a moment's hesitation, Ji Boing turned to his wife and said, "Ninger, there is an urgent affair at the merchant hall that requires my immediate attention. Please rest well at home." "Yes, my husband." Ji Boing nodded, swiftly donned his attire, and made his way outside. Approximately half an hour later, upon arriving at the merchant hall, Ji Boing was escorted by Chiao to the conference chamber on the top floor. He discovered that 4 other esteemed guests were already present, individuals he recognized from the day Yun Qianshan had called their names. Ji Boing offered them a courteous salute before selecting a seat. Not long after, barely a tea's worth of time had passed when Yun Qianshan rushed into the room, his demeanor urgent. The purpose of summoning the 5 esteemed guests was to attend the golden infant ceremony of the 8th elder of the Qian sect. Attending the ceremony? At this moment, Wu Guan, one of the guests, inquired with a hint of confusion. Did not the manager Yun previously state we would be notified in advance? Why this sudden urgency? That was merely a public statement, intended to obscure the truth. Yun Qianshan waved his hand dismissively. The notion of a public statement designed to mislead sent a chill through the assembly, an ominous premonition rising within them. Even Ji Boying's expression darkened upon hearing Yun Qianshan's words. "Do not misunderstand me." Yun Qianshan seemed to sense their apprehension and quickly clarified. "The attendees of this ceremony include not only our merchant hall, but also several righteous sect representatives and demonic cultivators. However, the Qian sect has only invited our merchant hall and the righteous cultivators, excluding the demonic practitioners. The merchant hall's obfuscation is a measure to conceal the true timing of the ceremony. Given the current delicate relationship between the righteous and demonic factions, this concealment aims to prevent a violent confrontation between the two." Understanding dawned upon the guests as they listened. Now it makes sense. "Very well, the time is upon us. Let us hasten our departure." With the tension alleviated, Yun Qianshan smiled lightly and led the esteemed guests out of the conference chamber. Ji Boing followed closely behind, casting a penetrating gaze at Yun Qianshan's retreating figure. If his instincts were correct, there was more to Yun's words that met the eye. The true intention behind the merchant hall's concealment of the ceremony's timing likely extended beyond just avoiding a conflict. There were ulterior motives at play. Though curiosity stirred within Ji Boing regarding the merchant hall's true ambitions, he chose not to pursue the matter further, acknowledging his position as an esteemed guest of the hall. After exiting the merchant hall, Ji Boying and the others boarded a carriage under Yun Qianshan's guidance. It was not until they traveled nearly 100 miles beyond Fulong City that Yun Qianshan retrieved an unassuming flying vessel resembling a common ferry from his storage ring, replacing the previous carriage. The ferry was substantial enough to accommodate over 10 individuals and possessed remarkable speed. Observing the scenery retreat at a pace reminiscent of the high-speed rail from a previous life, Ji Boying stood at the bow of the boat, marveling at the howling wind that whipped past his ears. He had long been intrigued by the stagnation of human scientific civilization in the realm of cultivation. Despite the passage of countless years, it now appeared there was simply no necessity for such advancement. At night, ethereal lamps provided illumination, adjustable in brightness. Communication over vast distances was facilitated by tokens, allowing for dialogue regardless of separation. As long as a connection was established, transportation relied on magical artifacts, consuming merely a low-grade spiritual stone for 100 kilometers, all while maintaining impressive speed. And as for entertainment, did the foaming pavilion not surpass the allure of modern technological marvels? Amidst his musings, the ferry suddenly traversed a barrier, and in the next moment, the surroundings transformed dramatically. 12 celestial mountains soared into the firmament, shrouded in mist. Gusts of wind occasionally stirred, drifting the clouds like the undulating waves of the vast sea. Atop these peaks, resplendent palaces shimmered with radiant treasures, and disciples could be seen soaring on cranes, epitomizing the essence of an immortal realm. This was the esteemed righteous sect of the eastern Zhangxian continent, the Qian sect. Chapter 58. Contempt. Before long, the ferry arrived at a mist-shrouded lake, surrounded by majestic mountains. In the heart of the lake lay an island, resembling a jade disk, gracefully isolated, lush and vibrant, adorned with a multitude of fallen blossoms. The air was pierced by the calls of cranes, and upon glancing upwards, one could see ethereal cultivators skillfully riding wild cranes as they approached the island. Moreover, beyond the distant mountains, radiant beams occasionally descended, enveloping the air with rich spiritual energy, causing the once tranquil lake to ripple in waves. This sight left several guests aboard the ferry astounded, for both the cranes and the radiant beams exuded an aura that had already reached the Golden Core realm. The ferry lingered on the lake for about a tea's brewing time before finally docking beside a rocky outcrop near the island. Soon after, a female Qi refinement cultivator hastily approached, respectfully addressing Yun Qianshan and his companions. "Are you the esteemed manager Yun of the Wandao Trading House?" Yun Qianshan nodded, retrieving an invitation from his robe and presenting it to the female cultivator, stating, "I am Yun Qianshan, the manager of the Wandao Trading House, accompanied by guests to witness the ceremony. Please follow me," she replied, returning the invitation to Yun Qianshan. After a brief exchange, she led the group towards a nearby pavilion. "The grand ceremony will commence in an hour. You may rest here or explore the surroundings. But please note that the area of movement is restricted to outside the central lotus pond." After bowing to the guests, the female cultivator walked away, preparing to welcome the next batch of attendees. Seeing her departure, Yun Qianshan turned to Ji Boying and the others, smiling as he said, "With an hour until the ceremony begins, I shall meet a few old friends. Please, make yourselves comfortable." With that, he clasped his hands in farewell and cast an apologetic glance towards Ji Boying before departing from the pavilion. The other guests, likewise claiming to seek old acquaintances, exchanged bows and took their leave. In just a few breaths, the pavilion was left with only Ji Boying. Indeed, she felt ill-suited for such gatherings. At the very least, there should have been some fruits or spiritual tea within this pavilion. How could it be so barren? Ji Boying sighed at the emptiness surrounding her. "Well then, I shall take a stroll," she murmured softly, stepping outside the pavilion. The island was quite expansive, with picturesque scenery that far surpassed the so-called five-star attractions of her previous life. As Ji Boying strolled, she found herself genuinely enjoying the experience. As time passed, more and more cultivators arrived on the island, the majority of whom possessed golden core cultivation, with several even being nascent soul masters. Of course, there were also many in the foundation establishment stage, though they appeared quite youthful, seemingly around the age of 20. She pondered, "Is my Qi refinement cultivation level perhaps a bit lacking?" Ji Boying approached the lakeside, observing the ebb and flow of cultivators in the distance, and couldn't help but murmur softly, "Currently, I primarily rely on my Qi refining cultivation to disguise myself. It seems that appearing too lowly cultivated is not ideal, especially soon, when my soul breaks through to the Golden Core realm, firmly establishing my foundation as a 3-star talisman master. If I were to present myself with merely Qi refining cultivation, it would likely attract considerable trouble. It seems somewhat awkward to present myself as such at this moment." After a moment of hesitation, Ji Boying retrieved a concealment talisman from his storage bag and affixed it to the inner side of his robe. The concealment talisman not only obscured the fluctuations of his spiritual energy, but also masked the pulsations of his vital essence, serving a dual purpose. It could even deceive golden core cultivators whose soul powers were not particularly strong. Of course, if the opponent's soul power were somewhat stronger, this talisman would be of little use. After all, it was merely a second-tier superior talisman, and achieving this was already commendable. After wandering for a while longer, Ji Boing had nearly completed his circuit of the entire island. Just as he intended to return home, he suddenly realized that he could no longer locate the pavilion he had come from. Although the island was not small, it was not so vast as to lose one's way. In fact, no matter how large it was, Ji Boing would not easily become disoriented. The crucial issue was that the island was circular, meticulously arranged within, surrounding a lotus pond, with 36 pavilions in the inner circle and 72 in the outer circle. Beyond the pavilions, there were also 108 stone platforms. These pavilions and stone platforms were identical, without any distinguishing features. Ji Boing sought to find the figure of Manager Yun and the other 4 guest elders. However, in this vast sea of people, searching with the naked eye was akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. As for using soul sense to locate someone, rashly employing soul energy to envelop another was a serious taboo among cultivators. If one inadvertently scanned someone of higher cultivation, it would be tantamount to an affront. Ji Boing sighed softly, glancing around before deciding to inquire of someone. However, just as he was about to approach a nearby steward for directions, he spotted a captivating figure beneath a tree not far away. With just a glance, Ji Boing felt his heart and mind sway. It was as though the surrounding clamor had vanished completely in that instant, leaving only that enchanting form in its wake. The figure, barefooted like jade, had garments fluttering about, and beneath them, one could vaguely see the soft, fair skin. As for her visage, her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes held autumnal waves. As if with a single smile or frown, she could captivate the very landscape of the world. Ji Boing quickly snapped back to reality, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He pinched his thumb with his right index finger, striving to maintain a state of clarity. Just a fleeting glance had led him to fantasize. The allure she exuded surpassed that of the charm techniques employed by Qing Yin on that day. It is worth noting that Ji Boing's soul had already reached an impressive 28,000 points. Before long, he would break through to the golden core soul realm. Yet, even so, without employing any charm techniques, she had bewitched him utterly. The sheer terror of the situation was palpable. However, at the moment when Ji Boing was lost in thought, the woman slowly approached him. Ji Boing wished to avert his gaze, yet he ultimately could not resist the urge to admire her. Gradually, she drew nearer until they were less than a yard apart. Ah! The woman cast a sideways glance at Ji Boing, disdain evident in her soft huff, before she turned and walked towards the distant lotus pond. Watching her retreating figure, a noticeable flush of embarrassment crept onto Ji Boing's face. Had he truly lost composure once more? This was not how it should be. Yet, just as Ji Boing was enveloped in confusion, a voice echoed from behind him. Chapter 59. The Celestial Maiden of Moonlight. Mr. Ji, how did you arrive here? The newcomer was none other than the esteemed proprietor, Yin Qianshan. Ji Boing slowly regained his composure, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression as he replied. I was merely wandering about, unaware that I had lost my way back. Yin Qianshan chuckled, finding Ji Boing's predicament rather amusing. It is quite natural for one visiting the Jade Ring Lotus Pond for the first time to feel disoriented. When I first came here, I too was lost until a friend enlightened me that the layout of the pond is based on the arrangement of the 108 constellations of the Tiangang and Dizzy. Allow me to guide you. Follow me, and you shall grasp the arrangement of the lotus pond, ensuring you will not lose your bearings on a future visit. With that, Yun Qianshan took Ji Boing's hand, leading him towards a pavilion beyond the lotus pond. Shortly after their arrival at the pavilion, the banquet commenced in earnest. The air filled with the melodious strains of stringed instruments and celestial music. Outside the lotus pond, a bevy of graceful young women approached, bearing spiritual wine, exquisite dishes, and rare fruits, which soon adorned the tables of the guests. A young maiden seated beside Ji Boing poured him a cup of spiritual wine. Instantly, the intoxicating aroma enveloped him. The moment it touched his lips, an indescribable sensation of lightness coursed through him, intoxicating him even before he had fully savored it. Esteemed friends. Suddenly, an aged voice resonated from all directions. Though imbued with a robust spiritual energy, it was not unpleasant to the ear. If he surmised correctly, the voice belonged to none other than the guest of honor for today's grand ceremony, the 8th elder of the Qian sect, the true monarch Yun Xiao. I express my heartfelt gratitude to all for gracing my Yuaning ceremony with your presence. I, Yun Xiao, am not one for eloquence, so allow me to offer 3 cups of spiritual wine as a token of my appreciation. Upon finishing his words, an elderly man with a youthful visage in one of the pavilions before the lotus pond downed 3 cups of spiritual wine in quick succession. Witnessing this, the other attendees raised their cups in unison, toasting and offering congratulations. Seeing everyone indulge in the wine, Ji Boing followed suit and raised his own cup. As the spiritual wine coursed down his throat, it felt akin to a clear spring flowing into his being, swiftly settling in his dantian. In an instant, a soothing and gentle sensation enveloped him entirely, igniting an irresistible urge to hum in delight. There was no burning sensation, no discomfort, only a soft, fragrant embrace. In his previous life, Ji Boing had enjoyed many fine wines at banquets, yet none compared to this exquisite elixir. However, there was no basis for comparison. One was merely an ordinary earthly wine, while the other was a celestial brew crafted by immortals. Mr. Ji, it seems you are relishing this spiritual wine, Yun Qianshan remarked with a smile. Ji Boing nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "This is the first time in my life I have tasted such divine wine. It is simply beyond words." Ha ha ha. Yun Qianshan stroked his beard and chuckled, then remarked, "This wine is a celestial spirit brew crafted from the pure heart blue spirit fruit. Known for its ability to purify the heart and elevate the spirit, it greatly benefits those who practice talismanic and alchemical arts, and is considered a specialty of the Qian sect. However, while it is indeed a specialty, our commercial establishment also has it for sale. If Mr. G is fond of it, I shall have Qiu deliver a jar to you as a token of my goodwill. I sincerely hope you will not decline." The four esteemed guests, who were savoring the wine, momentarily paused in their actions upon hearing Yun Qianshan's words. They immediately cast envious glances toward Ji Boing. Their curiosity piqued about his background and why he had connections with elderly from the headquarters. Ji Boing was aware that this divine wine was quite valuable. However, if he was not mistaken, Yun Qianshan's intention behind presenting this jar was likely to atone for the previous matter he had mentioned. Ji Boing, not one to overlook kindness, hesitated briefly before clasping his hands in gratitude, saying, "Then I shall graciously accept your goodwill, Master Yun." Haha, Mr. G is too courteous. As the wine flowed and the atmosphere on the island grew increasingly lively, the cultivators in the various pavilions began to raise their cups and exchange pleasantries. It was at this moment that the celestial music shifted dramatically. A delicate mist arose from the lotus pond at the center of the island, enveloping the previously budding flowers and causing them to bloom resplendently. Ethereal mist spiraled upwards, and the lotus danced gracefully in the breeze. With the descent of a seven-colored radiance from the heavens, the onlookers beheld a snow-white lotus at the center of the pond, upon which appeared a figure shrouded in light gauze, possessing an enchanting grace and wielding a verdant blade. Ji Boing's eyes brightened at this sight. Could this be the sword-wielding fairy he had encountered before? Indeed, it was the current courtesan of Fengming Pavilion, the enchanting Yue Yao. Sitting beside him, Yun Qianshan finished his drink and cheerfully introduced, "Yue Yao is a master of sword dance, having studied under the Heavenly Dao Sword sect for 18 years. She has since created the Moonlight Sword Dance, earning her a renowned reputation. It is precisely for this reason that she has ascended from being a top dancer at Fengming Pavilion to becoming its courtesan." Upon hearing this, Ji Boing could not help but nod in agreement. His understanding of Fengming Pavilion was limited to that one evening. At that time, he had merely engaged in shallow conversation with the least expensive fairy and had scarcely encountered the others. However, he vividly recalled Yun Mama's words, "There is nothing our Fengming Pavilion cannot provide, only what guests cannot imagine." The fact that Yue Yao had risen to the position of courtesan surely spoke to her extraordinary qualities. Suddenly, the ethereal sound of a sword's resonance pierced the air. The figure of Yue Yao at the center of the lotus pond unleashed a sweeping strike. As the sword energy surged forth, the entire pond of lotus flowers swayed in the wind, transforming into a cascade of floral rain descending from above. Each movement was as graceful as a startled swan. Akin to a drifting dragon, there was no hint of lethality in her form, only an endless display of charm and elegance. Indeed, the enchanting Yue Yao, with her mesmerizing dance, captivates not just a city, but an entire nation. Though the Phoenix Ming Pavilion boasts countless beauties, none can rival the unparalleled grace of Yue Yao's movements. She seldom dances lightly, yet to witness her today is a fulfillment of a lifetime. Within the pavilion, numerous cultivators erupted in applause, thoroughly enchanted. Even those esteemed Yuaning true monarchs found themselves lost in the exquisite elegance of Yue Yao's performance. As for Ji Boing, though he could not comprehend the intricacies of the dance nor discern the subtleties of the sword techniques, he found satisfaction simply in the beauty of it all. Ha! The Blood Prison sect has come to bear witness and extend their congratulations to true monarch Yun Shao on the successful culmination of his nascent soul. Just as the audience was immersed in the breathtaking dance of Yue Yao, a thunderous laughter surged from all directions. Chapter 60. An impending clash. A resounding voice enveloped the surroundings, akin to the crashing of ocean waves, cascading downwards with an overwhelming spiritual pressure. Merely a hint of this force caused the assembled cultivators to feel a wave of dizziness, their internal energies tumultuous. Among the foundational cultivators present, many turned pale and displayed expressions of agony upon hearing the sound. Some, unable to withstand the pressure, coughed up blood, clearly suffering internal injuries from such oppressive force. Seated in the pavilion, Ji Boying initially felt a slight discomfort upon hearing the sound. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that unease vanished without a trace. It was not that the spiritual pressure had dissipated, nor was it due to Ji Boying's robust physique. Rather, an invisible sword energy had coalesced into a protective barrier around them all. Otherwise, under that formidable spiritual pressure, the few foundational guest cultivators who had accompanied her would surely have sustained grave injuries. After all, the guest cultivators of the Wanao Trading Company were renowned for their skills, not for their prowess in combat, and thus were not exceptionally resilient. To her astonishment, Li Pu was also a sword cultivator. She pondered the extent of his swordsmanship. Ji Boying murmured softly before shifting her gaze to the prominent nascent soul figures gathered in the center of the lotus pond. With the arrival of demonic cultivators to witness the ceremony, it was evident that today's grand event would not conclude easily. Bloodblade True Monarch has come to observe. Young Xiaozi could not have asked for more. I humbly request True Monarch to join me in the pavilion. Yinshao True Monarch responded with a hearty laugh, rising to wave his hand, dispersing the spiritual pressure entirely. I of the Hunter Blade sect have arrived late. I hope True Monarch will not take offense. Aha. The Hehuan sect has come to witness and extends congratulations to True Monarch on your achievements. The Illusion Demon sect offers their congratulations to True Monarch on the success of your nascent soul formation. As Yinshao True Monarch's voice echoed, several more voices resonated from above the celestial canopy. They sounded like divine beings issuing a powerful decree, sending shivers through the hearts of all present. Like enchanting sirens whispering sweetly, or like refined young scholars, exuding grace and elegance. Though these voices lacked the previous dominance of Bloodblade True Monarch, the spiritual pressure they carried still rendered many in attendance momentarily uncomfortable. It is my utmost honor to have such esteemed True Monarchs present. Please, take your seats. Yinshao True Monarch's voice rang out once more. Before long, the owners of those voices manifested above the heavens. The foremost figure was a towering and formidable presence, with a muscular torso bared, bound by iron chains wielding two blood-red blades. His red hair and crimson eyes gave him a fearsome visage. Beside him stood another, clad in dark-scaled armor, reminiscent of an ancient war god, exuding an aura of indomitable strength, especially his piercing tiger-like eyes, which could instill terror with just a fleeting glance. As for the woman in red, though she did not radiate overwhelming spiritual energy, her alluring and fiery figure, along with her breathtakingly beautiful countenance, continually stirred the emotions of those present. Unlike the natural charm of the Munyao fairy, this red-clad enchantress emanated an intoxicating impulse that compelled those around her to the brink of madness. The final figure was a young scholar clad in a Confucian robe, seemingly refined and gentle as jade. However, the aura he exuded consistently instilled a profound discomfort in Ji Being. As they were gathered to witness the occasion, how could they forego the customary gift? At that moment, the scholarly youth smiled softly, and with a graceful flick of his wrist, an ancient mirror, adorned with mysterious engravings and radiating a brilliant light, materialized before him. Upon sighting this mirror, the countenance of Yinshao Jinjuan and his companions shifted dramatically. Particularly, the elderly man beside Yinshao Jinjuan displayed an expression of fury upon recognizing the mirror, his breath growing noticeably heavier. This ancient mirror was, in fact, the genuine treasure he had previously refined. However, it had inadvertently fallen into the hands of demonic cultivators during a previous clash of righteous and demonic forces. To his astonishment, this very mirror now rested in the possession of the young scholar. Noticing the expressions of Yinshao Jinjuan and his companions, the scholar's lips curled into a subtle smile. This mirror had been a serendipitous acquisition from a while back. Though slightly damaged, its formidable power remained intact, making it a rare treasure indeed. A humble token, yet lacking in true respect. I hope Yinshao Jinjuan will not take offense. With that, the scholarly youth gently pushed the ancient mirror towards Yinshao Jinjuan. Though it appeared to be a casual gesture, the energy contained within caused the very void to warp. Yinshao Jinjuan furrowed his brow, stepping forward to channel his spiritual power in preparation to receive the ancient mirror. However, at the moment his hand made contact with it, the spiritual energy erupted violently. Despite his readiness, Yinshao Jinjuan could not suppress a grunt of surprise, nearly forced to take a step back. I too bring a gift of congratulation, and I trust Yinshao Jinjuan will graciously accept. The enchanting woman, observing that Yinshao Jinjuan had caught the ancient mirror, elegantly turned her arm, revealing another treasure shimmering with arcane light. Yet, unlike the previous scholar's demeanor, the alluring woman acted with remarkable swiftness. As soon as she produced the treasure, it shot towards Yinshao Jinjuan with great speed. Just as the treasure was about to reach him, a white-robed elder suddenly appeared, deftly catching it. The terrifying wave of spiritual energy even caused the stone platform beneath them to fracture with spiderweb-like cracks. The kind gesture from the Hahuan sect is acknowledged. On behalf of the Qian sect, I, the 8th elder, express my gratitude. Since everyone has offered gifts, it would be remiss of us not to present something in return. In that instant, the Bloodblade Jinjuan let out a sinister laugh and produced a blood-soaked tiger's head from his storage ring, exclaiming, "This thunderstorm tiger was captured by us not long ago. It is said that brewing wine from its head greatly enhances one's cultivation. I present this tiger's head to Yunxiao Jinjuan to aid in solidifying your cultivation. You seek death." Before the Bloodblade Jinjuan could present the tiger's head, a middle-aged cultivator erupted from behind Yuxiao Jinjuan, shouting, "You killed my beloved beast. I demand your life." Bang! The middle-aged monk charged forward, only to be confronted by the imposing figure clad in scaled armor, reminiscent of an ancient war deity. In the instant of their collision, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted, radiating outward from their forms. The sheer force was so immense that it caused the entire central lotus pond to sink by over a foot. The waters and blossoms within the pond were violently splattered, scattering in all directions. Numerous golden core cultivators seated at the front, caught in the tumultuous wave of energy, found themselves staggering backward. With a resounding crash, another clash of spiritual power ensued. However, this time, the two merely brushed against one another, yet the middle-aged monk was still sent reeling several steps back. The potent and robust energy left his hands trembling uncontrollably. The armored war deity chuckled softly, casually brushing off the dust from his attire, and remarked leisurely, "Merely a beast. Why should the thunder and wind, true monarch, be so incensed?" The middle-aged monk's frustration was palpable upon hearing those words. Yet, before he could articulate his indignation, the scaled warrior produced 2 blood-soaked tiger legs and tossed them at the monk's feet. "Let us settle it this way. After all, this thunderbolt swift-wind tiger is the cherished pet of the thunder and wind true monarch. Consider these tiger legs a token of apology, and let this matter rest, shall we?" Chapter 61 Confrontation. I swear. The middle-aged cultivator's eyes widened in fury upon seeing the bloodied tiger leg. In the next moment, he summoned all his spiritual energy, unleashing his treasure towards the armored giant with a fierce determination. This time, he held nothing back. His strike was a lethal blow. "How dare they disrespect my kindness?" The armored giant, witnessing the middle-aged cultivator preparing his killing move, let out a cold snort. Instantly, his fierce eyes turned an inky black at a visible pace. Moreover, dark smoke began to surge around him. He fixed his gaze on the wind and thunder true monarch, and as the latter approached, he swung a powerful fist. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the entire island violently. The overwhelming spiritual pressure sent waves crashing high into the surrounding lake. After his initial strike, the armored giant did not relent. He transformed his fist into a palm, grabbing the wind and thunder true monarch, and with his other hand, he delivered another heavy punch. Although the wind and thunder true monarch was on guard, he was merely in the early stages of the nascent soul realm, while the armored giant was in the mid-stages. In a confrontation of equal cultivation levels, demonic cultivators typically held the upper hand, especially given the current disparity in realms. Should that punch connect with the wind and thunder true monarch, the consequences would be dire. In a moment of crisis, a radiant light suddenly enveloped the wind and thunder true monarch. Behind him, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage ascended, a luminous halo surrounding him, bestowing an air of solemnity upon him. Boom! The armored giant's fist struck the protective light with immense force. The power of the nascent soul was displayed to its fullest, warping the very fabric of space. Yet, this fist did not harm the wind and thunder true monarch. It merely left ripples upon the protective light before him. "It seems my esteemed guests are not fond of the gifts we present." At this moment, a sultry voice rang out, dripping with seductive charm. "If you four truly wish to offer your congratulations, we would welcome you with open arms. However, if you choose to provoke us..." The elderly man spoke indifferently, his aged yet robust voice carrying an undertone of menace. "It appears today you will not depart from my Crimson Flame sect." Giggles echoed as the sultry woman responded, "We extend our heartfelt congratulations, yet instead of gratitude, you greet us with hostility, and your sect leader demands our lives. Is this how righteous cultivators treat their guests?" The elderly man merely scoffed. "Do not attempt to twist the truth. My Crimson Flame sect may not be virtuous, but we are never afraid of trouble. If you fail to provide an explanation today, I can assure you, none of you will leave this lotus pool." As the elder's words resonated, fellow nascent soul cultivators, including the Cloud Sky True Monarch, began to channel their spiritual energy. The scholarly young man observed this scene with a calm smile, his demeanor remaining unperturbed. "Master Du, should matters escalate, The mere 13 of you in the nascent soul stage would surely find it impossible to contend with us. As the words fell, the space behind the youth in scholarly robes began to warp, and in an instant, a colossal treasure seal, reminiscent of a mountain, manifested itself. Though not a physical entity, the aura it emanated was potent enough to send a shiver down even the spine of the leader of the Qian sect. Concurrently, the three enchanting women began channeling their spiritual energy, summoning their respective magical artifacts. Bolstered by the treasure seal, the four, who initially faced a disadvantage in numbers, found themselves equally matched in spirit. In that moment, both the righteous and demonic factions fell into a stalemate. Within the pavilion, Ji Boying gazed at the formidable nascent soul practitioners in confrontation, his heart racing. He had believed that having reached the golden body, he would possess some measure of self-preservation even against nascent soul cultivators. However, it now appeared that even as a golden core guest, he was but an ant in their presence. Alas! Just then, a soft sigh echoed from behind. Ji Boying turned to see Li Pu had stealthily arrived at his side. He had thought that this last-minute change of plans would allow them to avoid confrontation, yet it seemed his hopes had been dashed. Li Pu clapped his folding fan and retrieved a token and a talisman from his storage ring, saying, "If today's battle is indeed unavoidable, Brother Ji, I suggest you take Manager Yun and the other 4 guests and withdraw first. This token is an invoice token from headquarters. Should you encounter any demonic cultivators along the way, presenting it will ensure they do not trouble you, if they dare to strike. This token can withstand a full-force blow from a peak nascent soul practitioner, sufficient for your protection. As for this talisman, it is a 4-star high-grade escape talisman, upon use. You may traverse 3,000 miles freely, but it lasts merely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Brother Ji, make good use of it." Without waiting for Ji Boying to respond, Li Pu pressed the items into his hands and strode out of the pavilion toward the center of the lotus pond. "Everyone, grant the Wan Dao Trading Company a favor. Let today as conflict end here," Li Pu declared, waving his fan, which disrupted the vacuum created by the clash of spiritual energies. Upon seeing Li Pu, both sides exchanged glances, but with neither party showing any intent to relent. The potency of their magical artifacts intensified rather than diminished. Observing this, Li Pu rubbed his temples and proposed, "How about this? I will count to 3, and we all withdraw together? I do not trust them." The elder with white hair interjected immediately. The enchanting woman scoffed, "You do not trust us? You righteous cultivators are the most treacherous. Do not feign innocence here. Do not slander us, Demonis," shouted another middle-aged cultivator. "How? Have you been exposed and become infuriated?" The enchanting woman, instead of showing anger, smiled gracefully and remarked, "Whether I have spoken falsely is something you all are well aware of." Alas, witnessing that neither side was willing to relent, Li Pu could only let out a helpless sigh. He glanced toward Ji Boying and then declared, "Let it be this way. I, of the Wanao Merchant Guild, shall act as guarantor. Both parties shall cease hostilities. Should anyone dare to resort to deceit, the Wanao Merchant Guild will hold them accountable." The expressions of the young Confucian scholar and his companions shifted slightly upon hearing this. A mere exchange of glances among the 4 sufficed to reach a general consensus. However, just as he was about to speak, a middle-aged cultivator across the way took the initiative and said, "What assurance can you provide with your mere golden core cultivation? This is not good." Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged cultivator, the elder with white hair felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He hastily lifted his gaze toward Li Pu, yet, at that moment, there was no trace of Li Pu in the center of the lotus pond. Chapter 62. A surprise with a sudden clang. The sound of a sword echoed unexpectedly. In the next moment, sword energy erupted violently, accompanied by a piercing shriek that resonated in the air. The entire jade ring lotus pond, centered at its core, instantaneously split into 2, radiating outward in dual directions. Not only that, but even the waters beyond the lotus pond were cleaved in half along the same line. The water hovering on either side roiled as if boiling, yet no matter how tumultuous it became, it could never converge again. Inside the jade ring lotus pond, 2 barriers of sword energy formed at that moment, forcibly separating the righteous and demonic cultivators into distinct realms. Gulp. The middle-aged cultivator, who had previously spoken, swallowed hard. Before him hovered a gleaming silver sword. "And now? Am I, a mere golden core cultivator, in any position to vouch for you?" Li Pu remarked, pointing at the middle-aged cultivator with an air of indifference. "Please, esteemed envoy, do not be enraged." The elderly man with white hair, witnessing this scene, recognized the fault in their stance and understood they had forfeited their right to negotiate. He promptly dissipated his spiritual energy, withdrew the circular ring behind him, and approached Li Pu, bowing deeply. "We are willing to heed your words, esteemed envoy, and cease hostilities." Upon saying this, he turned to the middle-aged cultivator and coldly commanded, Show your contrition to the esteemed envoy. The middle-aged cultivator, hearing this, could hardly bear in mind his status as a nascent soul true monarch. He quickly stepped back and bowed deeply to Li Pu, saying, "My anger got the best of me, and I spoke thoughtlessly, inadvertently offending you. I implore your forgiveness." Li Pu glanced at the middle-aged cultivator, then sheathed his sword and turned to the scholarly young man behind him. "My friends, can we agree to cease hostilities? Since the esteemed envoy has spoken, how could we not comply?" The scholarly young man chuckled lightly, also dissipating his spiritual energy and the seal behind him. "That is the spirit." Li Pu beamed, the coldness on his face vanishing completely. "Reason must prevail. Harmony is paramount. Now that we have agreed to reconcile, may the four true monarchs take a seat and indulge in a drink?" With that, he turned to the elderly man with white hair and smiled. "What do you think?" "Sectmaster do? What you say, esteemed envoy, is absolutely correct." Thus, an impending righteous and demonic battle, which could have erupted at any moment, was conclusively brought to an end with Li Pu's sword. Seated in the pavilion, Ji Boying observed the true monarchs in the distance, exchanging cups and laughter. His heart stirred with mixed emotions. Li Pu's sword not only severed the intentions of the righteous and demonic cultivators, but also eradicated his final shred of hope. The moment Ji Boying learned that he could gain swordsmanship experience through killing, thoughts of venturing out began to take root. As long as he persisted in hunting fierce beasts, his swordsmanship experience would continuously rise. In the throes of life and death, he would gradually evolve into a true sword cultivator. As the city of Fulong gradually flourished, the number of golden core cultivators within its walls increased significantly. Ji Boying contemplated waiting until he ascended to the golden body realm before occasionally venturing out to hunt demonic beasts. However, the subsequent arrival of demonic cultivators disrupted his plans entirely. Yet, this disruption did not extinguish his aspirations. One day, cloaked in concealment, he ventured to the Spirit Pill Pavilion, harboring intentions akin to fishing. Even if the swordsmanship insights he gained were meager, he still clung to a flicker of hope upon witnessing a confrontation between nascent soul experts. He became acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm separating him from those esteemed nascent soul true monarchs, yet a small semblance of fantasy lingered in his heart. To leap a significant realm rendered him akin to an ant. However, to traverse several smaller realms might afford him a fighting chance, where even if he was outmatched, his hidden cards could sway the tide. This was the illusion Ji Boying had previously nurtured. However, once Li Pu unsheathed his sword, that fragile illusion shattered completely. It dawned upon him that sometimes cultivation levels were mere facades, despite the middle-aged cultivator's prowess being a full realm above Li Pu's. He was still reduced to a powerless ant before Li Pu's might. There are always greater beings beyond one's comprehension. Ji Boying had always perceived himself as sufficiently cunning and cautious, yet he was astonished to discover that others were even more so. If one were to masquerade as a pig and encounter a tiger of such caliber, he would truly become the pig. With a long exhale, Ji Boying found himself devoid of the desire to enjoy the banquet any longer. Thus, it was only at dusk that he vacantly followed Yun Qianshan and others away from the Qian sect. Noticing Ji Boying's silence throughout the journey, Yun Qianshan assumed he was still recovering from the spiritual energy he had previously emitted and inquired with concern, "Is Mr. Ji feeling unwell? Would you like me to summon the infirmary physician to examine you?" Ji Boying, suddenly roused from his reverie, shook his head and replied, "Thank you for your concern, but I am quite well." Seeing Ji Boying respond in such a manner, Yun Qianshan refrained from further questioning. By the time they returned to the Yun residence, the moon shone brightly against a sparse starry sky, and the night was deepening. Ji Boying gazed up at the celestial river, momentarily struck dumb. Indeed, he realized that the novels he had previously read could not be wholly trusted. In the days to come, he resolved to endure quietly, avoiding conflicts and battles whenever possible. With his golden opportunity at hand, as long as he diligently cultivated, he would not necessarily be weaker than Li Pu in the future. Once he became a true powerhouse, it would not be too late to emerge boldly. With this thought, the gloom that had weighed heavily on his heart dissipated like mist. Ji Boying patted his cheek and then fondly touched the storage bag filled with precious spirit fruits and fine wines nestled against his chest, smiling as he headed into the Yun residence. However, as he passed through the main gate, he cast a glance at the nearly completed Fengming Pavilion nearby, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Not long ago, he had left Yun Mama in a lurch. Should she decide to relocate to the Fengming Pavilion in the future, how would he face her? He could only hope that the troubles he feared would not come to pass. Returning home, as soon as Ji Boying entered the room, he was enveloped in the embrace of a beautiful woman. The delicate, fragile figure clung to him, causing his heart to flutter. "Why have you returned so late today, my husband? I was quite worried about you." Xiao Ninger looked up at Ji Boying. her voice tinged with a playful lilt. Ji Boing smiled gently, ruffling Xiao Ning's hair. I was delayed by a few matters. However, I have brought back many delightful treasures for you. What treasures? Xiao Ning's eyes sparkled with curiosity. You shall find out shortly, Ji Boing replied, lifting the enchanting woman into his arms and making his way into the room. Husband, Xiao Ning'o said, nestled against Ji Boing's chest, playfully nibbling at his neck before adding. Ning'o has a surprise for you today as well. Chapter 63, The Sanus, a surprise? Ji Boing glanced at the enchanting figure in his arms, a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he inquired, what surprise? Not telling my husband, Xiao Ning'er replied playfully, nestled closer in his embrace. Once I see the delightful treasures my husband has brought back, I shall reveal it. Ah, you little enchantress, have you taken to mischief? If you're to be mischievous, let it be learned from your husband. Still daring to retort? It seems I have indulged you too much of late, today. I must enforce a bit of discipline and administer a light punishment. No, please don't. Ignoring the struggles of the lovely lady in his arms, Ji Boing set her down, turning her gently until she was pressed against the table. Before long, a fierce battle between a dragon and a talisman practitioner unfolded in that confined space. After executing the disciplinary measures 5 times, Ji Boing reluctantly released Xiao Ning'er. She lay weakly atop the table, her long and graceful legs trembling uncontrollably. With a gaze full of grievance, she looked at Ji Boing and pitifully declared, Husband is so mean. I don't wish to speak to you anymore. Ji Boing chuckled mischievously, wiping away the spilled rice porridge, and then pulled her into his embrace. Apologizing gently, may I apologize to Ning'er? I promise I shall never bully you again. Xiao Ning'er shot him an annoyed look, then nestled closer, burying her head in his chest, lightly murmuring, Actually, it's all right if husband bullies me occasionally. What? Nothing. She replied, Husband is simply terrible. After indulging in some affectionate banter, Ji Boing retrieved a storage pouch from his belongings, bringing forth the spiritual fruits, rare delicacies, and a bottle of clear spirit wine he had gathered from the grand event. Due to the earlier incident with the Pooh sword, Ji Boing had been somewhat disheartened, hardly touching the offerings on the table, even neglecting the clear spirit wine. Fortunately, everything on the table was available for taking, and Ji Boing had packed it all to bring back. To his surprise, Yun Xianshan had even gifted him his leftover portion of the spirit wine. Ji Boing poured the clear spirit wine into a teacup and offered it to his wife, speaking softly. This clear spirit wine is brewed from the heart-purifying blue spirit fruit. It not only boasts a delightful flavor and easy drinkability, but also serves to cleanse the mind and spirit, greatly benefiting talisman and pill practitioners. Ning'er, you might consider sipping this while crafting talismans, as it is beneficial for the soul. As he fed her the spirit wine, he asked, How is it? Do you like it? Xiao Ning'er nodded, then remarked, The heart-purifying blue spirit fruit is a 4th-tier spiritual herb. This wine must not be inexpensive, is it? Ji Boing let out a light chuckle and remarked, Regardless of whether it is convenient or not, as long as Ning'er enjoys it, that suffices. Furthermore, when the time comes, Manager Yin from the Merchants Guild will present me with a jar. Although I am uncertain of the quantity, I have roughly estimated that if I indulge in 3 cups daily, it should be enough for Ning'er to savor for half a year. Once I have fully mastered the 3-star talismans, even if the Qingling wine is expensive, it will be of little consequence. You're so wonderful, my husband. Xiao Ning'o gently nestled against Ji Boing, a smile blooming on her face. Shall my husband take a guess at the surprise I have prepared? Upon hearing this, Ji Boing smiled and replied, Has Ning'o made another breakthrough? Xiao Ning'o grinned mischievously and shook her head slightly, whether I have made a breakthrough or not. My husband can tell at a glance. That is not a surprise. Oh? Ji Boing raised an eyebrow, seemingly pondering something before exclaiming. Could it be that Ning'o is now capable of independently crafting 2-star talismans? You're half correct. Xiao Ning'o softly laughed, leaning in close to Ji Boing's ear and giving it a gentle nibble. I can now independently craft 2-star superior talismans. 2-star superior. Ji Boing gasped in astonishment, looking at Xiao Ning'er in disbelief. Given that Xiao Ning'o had only recently entered the later stage of qi refinement with limited spiritual power, he had assumed that crafting 2-star inferior talismans was her utmost limit. He never expected her to achieve the crafting of 2-star superior talismans. Such talent in talisman crafting is indeed astonishing. However, Xiao Ning'er paused before continuing. Due to insufficient spiritual power, my current success rate is only around 70%. And I can only craft 1 talisman per day. Beyond that, my body and spirit cannot endure. Today, I tried using a spirit recovery pill, but it only allowed me to craft 1 additional talisman. Hearing this, Ji Boing furrowed his brow, and his expression turned unusually solemn. He spoke in a deep voice, Ning'er, you must remember, no matter what, never force yourself to craft talismans through the use of pills. Though I provide you with top-grade pills, which have minimal side effects, Prolonged use can lead to physical dependency and even addiction. This is akin to hastily nurturing seedlings. It can sever your path to longevity. Ninger realized her mistake. "Please don't be angry, my husband," she said, lowering her head like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing her like this, Ji Boing couldn't help but chuckle. He gently ruffled Xiao Ninger's hair, his tone softening considerably. "Silly Ninger, with me around. Elevating your realm is merely a matter of time. Once your realm improves, your efficiency in crafting talismans will naturally increase. There is no need to rush. Do you understand?" I understand. Ji Boing, observing his wife's demeanor, found it hard to suppress a smile. "Having waited for me so long, you must be quite hungry by now, right? First, let us partake in a meal, for once we finish, I shall assess Ninger's proficiency in the mystical arts. Additionally, we shall exchange insights." On the summit of a mountain in the eastern Songshin continent, a sudden distortion in space gave rise to a multitude of sword energies coalescing into a colossal vortex. Within this vortex, the sound of clashing swords resonated incessantly, causing the very heavens and earth to lament. "Welcome, Saintus," an ancient voice reverberated. Atop the mountain, hundreds of cultivators lined the sides, some bowing their heads respectfully, others kneeling on the ground, all demonstrating utmost reverence. At that moment, a melodious and ethereal chime of bells echoed, and in the next instant, a breathtaking woman clad in a violet robe gracefully emerged from the vortex. The moment she appeared, the once piercing sound of sword clashes abruptly ceased, and the swirling sword energies vanished without a trace. "Do not bow," she commanded. "Thank you, Saintus." The woman cast her gaze towards the distant peaks, resembling a dragon-esque spine, and spoke with indifference. "What is the status of the restrictions?" Replying to the Saintus, "It may take up to 3 more years to unravel them." The elderly officiant, standing respectfully behind her, responded in a hushed tone. 3 years. Too slow. Her voice was devoid of emotion. With a flick of her delicate hand, a flying sword materialized from thin air. The sword, measuring just a foot in length, emanated a sword energy powerful enough to shatter the surrounding space, creating a realm of its own, isolated from the external world. Moreover, faintly, one could sense a ripple of law-like power within it. Upon witnessing the flying sword, the elderly man's pupils constricted sharply, his body involuntarily trembling. 3 years is excessive. It must be resolved within a year. Should there be no results within that time, you are aware of the consequences. "Yes," he replied, deeply bowing to the woman. In the next moment, the flying sword appeared to possess a will of its own, vanishing into the man's brow. "Furthermore, assist me in locating an individual. There is no need for public notice. Conduct the investigation discreetly." Once more, the woman spoke, and a scroll fell into the elderly man's hands. "Old man, I shall faithfully obey the Saintess's command." Chapter 64 Reunion with Mother Yin. Unbeknownst to all, several months have passed, as autumn wanes and winter approaches. Within the city of Fulong, a silvery blanket of frost adorns the landscape, transforming the trees into exquisite sculptures of jade and snow. Since returning from the grand Yuanying ceremony, Ji Boing's life has reverted to its previous tranquility, albeit a rather monotonous one. However, this tranquility is a mere illusion, limited to Ji Boing alone. Throughout these months, the entirety of Fulong City, both within its inner and outer districts, has exhibited signs of unrest, particularly at the boundary between the righteous and demonic factions. Daily skirmishes of varying magnitudes have erupted. Despite the persistent efforts of the righteous sects, such as the Qian sect, to organize their disciples for patrols within the city, the conflicts have remained unabated. Moreover, just last month, a large-scale battle broke out in the eastern marketplace, resulting in a decisive victory for the demonic cultivators. The righteous sects not only failed to secure the marketplace but also suffered significant losses, with several patrolling squads of foundational cultivators being decimated. Although the Qian sect and other righteous sects subsequently united to pressure the demonic sects for reparations, the outcome of these demands remains shrouded in uncertainty. In a tranquil chamber of his small courtyard, Ji Boing sits cross-legged upon a mat. Behind him, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy hovers. As the energy from the vortex continuously flows into his body, Ji Boing's aura grows increasingly robust and solid. Gradually, the spiritual energy converging in his dantian begins to transform into a liquid state, spurred on by the increasing cycles of his cultivation technique. After several hours of refinement, the first drop of spiritual liquid finally takes shape. With the emergence of this droplet, everything else unfolds seamlessly, as all constraints dissolve in that singular moment. Ji Boing, unaware of the passage of time, continues until the spiritual energy in his dantian fully transitions into liquid, forming a vast spiritual lake. It is only then that he ceases his cultivation practice. At this very moment, his cultivation level ascends, breaking through from the Qi refinement stage 2. The foundation establishment stage. With a deep exhale, Ji Boing releases a breath of stale air and subsequently opens his virtual panel. Name, Ji Boing, cultivation level, foundation establishment, first layer, root bone, fire 16458, medium quality, spirit, 30,000, early golden core, physical body, 30,000, early golden body, poisoned, sword path, 12,000, mid-gung stage, talisman path, 77,000, low grade, 3 stars, alchemical path, 16,000, medium grade, 2 stars, inherent talisman, 41,000, 300, 000, talisman consumption, 30, talisman power, 30, talisman fusion, 200. Is this what it means to be at the foundation establishment stage? Ji Boing tightens his fists, channeling his inner spiritual energy and blood qi, allowing a formidable power to coalesce within his palms. Although his physical cultivation has yet to break through, the enhancement of his spiritual energy has significantly bolstered his overall capabilities. However, this newfound strength is still insufficient. Even a mere comparison with Li Pu reveals that any random golden core cultivator from that day's lotus pool could effortlessly dispatch him. The burden is heavy and the path is long. Ji Boing chuckled wryly, shaking his head before rising and making his way outside the room. Congratulations, my husband, on successfully establishing your foundation. The moment he stepped out, Ji Boing was greeted by his wife, who was gazing at him with a warm smile. He stepped forward, embracing her tightly, inhaling the scent of her hair before softly saying, "I kept Ningyo waiting for too long." Xiao Ningyo shook her head and looked up at Ji Boing, gently replying, "My husband has only been in seclusion for 3 days. I do not consider that a long wait." 3 days? Ji Boing was taken aback by her words, as he had lost all sense of time during his retreat. Ordinarily, a typical qi refining practitioner would require at least a month, if not several months, to complete the foundation establishment. How had he achieved it in just 3 days? Shaking his head to dispel the unnecessary thoughts, he lifted Xiao Ningyo into his arms, teasingly remarking, "I have been in seclusion for 3 whole days, and yet Ningyo claims it wasn't long. It seems you were quite happy during my absence." "Not at all," Xiao Ningyo replied, slightly flustered. "When my husband is away, I think of him every moment." "Is that so?" Ji Boing raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Words alone are unconvincing. Actions must speak. With that, he didn't give Xiao Ningyo a chance to respond, sweeping her up and heading back into the room. It was only after an hour had passed that Ji Boing donned his ceremonial robe with great satisfaction. Having broken through to the foundation establishment, he found himself increasingly adept at the intricacies of the dragon symbol competition. In contrast, his wife, Xiao Ningyo, seemed somewhat overwhelmed. Over the past few months, Ji Boing had been gradually reducing their daily interactions, ultimately decreasing them to 9 times a day 2 months ago. Despite this, Xiao Ningyo still appeared to struggle, sometimes even affecting her talisman crafting. With a soft sigh, Ji Boing gently tapped Xiao Ningyo's forehead, saying, "Ningyo, take some time to rest. I shall visit the merchant guild." "All right, my husband, return swiftly," she replied. Ji Boing smiled warmly before stepping out of the room and heading toward the merchant guild. As he exited the gates of Yunzhong Manor, he noticed the fairies from Fengming Pavilion nearby, cheerfully engaging with despondent male cultivators, offering them solace and assistance. He chuckled softly before redirecting his gaze toward the direction of Wandao Merchant Guild. However, just as he had not walked far, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Oh, is that not young Master Ji? I never expected you to move to Yunzhong Manor. This truly surprises me." The moment the voice reached his ears, Ji Boing froze, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Fengming Pavilion had been in operation for nearly 2 months, and he had thought he had evaded this predicament. But alas. With a silent sigh, Ji Boing steeled herself and turned around, then bowed with cupped hands towards the owner of the voice, smiling as she said, "Mother Yun, I hope you have been well." The beautiful woman, arms crossed over her chest, proudly displayed her alluring figure and retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "I thought young Master Ji had long forgotten about me. How could I ever forget?" "I could never forget Mother Yun," Ji Boing replied. "Is that so?" The elegant woman scoffed softly, and then continued, "I wonder who it is that made me prepare several exceptionally skilled maidens, waiting for months on end without showing up." At her words, Ji Boing felt a twinge of embarrassment and smiled awkwardly. "It's because the demonic cultivators have taken residence. With my meager abilities, venturing out would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, I recently stumbled upon an opportunity and have been in seclusion until now. Upon learning that a branch pavilion was established next to Yunzhong Mansion, I hurried over, hoping to encounter Mother Yun and offer my apologies in person." "Is that truly the case?" The beautiful woman regarded Ji Being with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, it could not be more genuine. Ji Being asserted earnestly. Then, if Foaming Pavilion is clearly located to the north, why is young Master Ji heading south? Chapter 65. How wonderful it would be if the Sir had no doubt partner ultimately. Ji Boing managed to extricate himself under the pretense of selecting gifts at the Wandao commercial firm in the southern part of the city. The mere thought of Aunt Yun's ravenous gaze sent a shiver down his spine. After all, he was the one who had broken the promise first, in any case. He was at fault. Of course, Ji Boing could have chosen to confront the issue directly, but such an outcome would irreparably sour his relationship with Foaming Pavilion. The true depth of Foaming Pavilion remained a mystery to Ji Boing, yet in the current climate. The establishment in the eastern part of the city not only operated normally but thrived, even forcibly acquiring land within the inner city to open a branch, engaging in both legitimate and illicit dealings. Such audacity was beyond even the capabilities of the Qian sect. To provoke such a powerful entity was ultimately an unwise choice. Although his meager cultivation might not warrant their attention, it was always better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Caution is paramount. Congratulations to Dao Friend Ji on achieving the foundation establishment. In the reception room of the commercial firm, Qiu Yu offered a respectful bow, genuinely expressing her felicitations. Thank you, Dao Friend Qiu. Ji Boing smiled and added, I have noticed that your aura has become increasingly pure. There seems to be a hint of a breakthrough on the horizon. It won't be long before you, too, achieve foundation establishment. Qiu Yu shook her head slightly, smiling wryly. Having the potential for a breakthrough and successfully establishing a foundation are two different matters. Given my current state, I fear it will be quite difficult. Ji Boing glanced at Qiu Yu and, after a moment's hesitation, took out a small jade vial from his robe. I have some foundation establishment pills left. They're of no use to me, so it would be a kindness to offer them to you, Dao Friend Qiu. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yu was momentarily taken aback. She looked at the foundation establishment pills on the table and then at Ji Boing. After a considerable pause, she pushed the pills back and gently replied, one should not accept rewards without merit. The foundation establishment pill is essential for a cultivator's breakthrough. It is exceedingly precious and among the most valuable of the 2-star pills. Even if you do not require them, you could bestow them upon friends or sell them to the firm. Ji Boing was momentarily speechless. Rather than reclaiming the pills, he asked with genuine curiosity, then, do you consider me a friend, Dao Friend Qiu? Qiu Yu hesitated, unsure of how to respond. If this were in the past, she might have responded affirmatively without hesitation, but now she felt uncertain. Because now, Ji Boing had already become a 3-star talisman master, while she remained merely a nascent cultivator. Their statuses no longer occupied the same realm. Noticing Qiu Yu's silence, Ji Boing feigned anger, saying, if Dao Steward Qiu does not regard me as a friend, then let us pretend I said nothing earlier. Furthermore, there will be no need for you to concern yourself with any of my affairs at the firm in the future. Sir Ji. Qiu Yu felt a pang of urgency as Ji Boing had not only altered how he addressed her but also adopted a more distant tone. She gritted her teeth, and after a brief struggle, accepted the elixir placed on the table. She then respectfully bowed to Ji Boing. Thank you, Mr. Ji. Regardless of whether I can establish a foundation after the autumn rains, this kindness shall forever be etched in my heart. Upon seeing the other party accept the elixir, Ji Boing's face instantly brightened with a hint of a smile. It is merely a bottle of elixir. My current standing is entirely due to your assistance, dear friend Qiu. Were it not for your support and that of Manager Yun, I would likely still be adrift, let alone aspire to be a 3-star talisman master. Moreover, Ji Boing paused momentarily and continued with a smile. Having spent so much time with you, I must say, you have saved me quite a bit of spirit stones. I cannot fathom how many foundation-building elixirs those stones could procure. Had I received service from another, my purse would surely be lamenting. Hearing Ji Boing's words, Qiu Yu could not help but chuckle. I maintain my stance. Should the manager discover this, you must take responsibility for me, Mr. Ji. Ha ha ha. Naturally. After exchanging a few more jovial remarks, Qiu Yu took her leave with Ji Boing's talismans, bidding farewell as she exited the reception room. After a brief interval, Qiu Yu re-entered with a radiant smile, announcing, Mr. Ji, you have submitted a total of 300 second-tier superior talismans and 12 third-tier inferior talismans, amounting to a total of 60 medium-grade spirit stones. Here is the detailed pricing list for your review. If there are no issues, please sign at the bottom. Ji Boing took the pricing list, glanced at it symbolically, and then affixed his signature. Qiu Yu then inquired, well, what would you like to purchase this time? Shall we follow the usual routine? Ji Boing smiled slightly and replied, of course, the usual routine, 50 portions of superior 3-star materials and 3 pounds of clear spirit wine. However, I would like to add 2 additional items this time. Please procure another robe like the one I am wearing, and additionally, select 2 higher quality talisman brushes for me. After months of cultivation, Ji Boing realized that his previous brush no longer met his demands. While the brush does not significantly affect a talisman master's success rate, its quality greatly influences the comfort and efficiency of the drawing process. The previous brush, though functional, proved somewhat laborious for crafting 3-star talismans. Thus, acquiring a new one was indeed necessary. Furthermore, his wife, Xiao Ninger, had also significantly enhanced her spiritual power. With the aid of clear spirit wine, she could independently produce at least 3 second-tier superior talismans daily, and on good days, even 4. Hence, purchasing 2 additional brushes was equally essential. After a brief interval, under Chiao Yu's recommendation, Ji Boing procured 2 commonly used spirit-concealing brushes favored by 3-star talisman masters. They were not only easy to handle and offered consistent ink flow, but they also incorporated a small array designed to dampen any tremors caused by faltering spiritual power, making them exceptionally practical. However, their price was somewhat steep. Even at the discounted price, it still amounts to nearly 18,000 for a single item. After acquiring such a meager quantity, Ji Boing found himself returning all of the 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones he had just obtained, and even expending over 1,000 more. Mr. Ji. Just as he was about to depart, Chiao Yu hastened to catch up, speaking softly. While the information may not be entirely reliable, I believe it is necessary to inform you, Mr. Ji. Starting next month, the prices for attack-type talismans may rise, and if you are to craft 3rd-tier talismans, it would be prudent to focus on attack-type talismans. Among them, the fire attribute talismans are likely to see an even greater markup. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing nodded in acknowledgement and then slightly cupped his hands in gratitude towards Chiao Yu. Thank you. With that, he turned and walked away. Watching the young man's retreating figure down the corridor, a flicker of peculiar emotion crossed the woman's eyes. She retrieved the jade vial she had previously accepted, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. How wonderful it would be if he had no partner. What am I thinking? Chiao Yu sighed softly, shaking her head in amusement before uncorking the jade vial in her hand. The pure essence of the elixir immediately poured forth, and even a mere whiff of its fragrance ignited within her a fervent urge to break through her current limits. This is actually a top-grade foundation establishment pill? Chapter 66. Reunion with the fairy Yu Yao. Upon exiting the reception room, Ji Boing did not hasten to depart, but instead made his way to the 2nd floor, dedicated to the sale of elixirs and medicinal herbs. Having been guided by Chiao Yu numerous times, Ji Boing was now quite familiar with the merchant establishment. In a short while, he arrived at a display cabinet. Ji Boing cast a cursory glance over the cabinet, ultimately fixing his gaze on a rejuvenating elixir located in the lower left corner. Previously, he had promised Mama Yun to select a gift for her, but after much contemplation, Ji Boing found himself at a loss for suitable options. After all, it is challenging to find a thoughtful yet affordable gift. Thus, he recalled the 2-star premium rejuvenating elixir. The desire for beauty is universal, particularly among women. Regardless of the world or era, this remains true. As its name suggests, the rejuvenating elixir nourishes the complexion and maintains skin health. Although the ingredients are relatively inexpensive, the price of the elixir itself is rather steep. To be precise, it is considered expensive relative to its modest benefits, being sold for 50 mid-grade spirit stones per vial. Of course, there are also superior 3-star, 4-star, and 5-star variants of the rejuvenating elixir. These not only require precious raw materials but also yield significantly better results. However, Ji Boing could not afford such luxuries. After some deliberation, he selected a bottle of the finest rejuvenating elixir and left the Wandao Merchant Guild with satisfaction. Before departing, he contemplated visiting the southern market of the outer city, but after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to forego that idea. The outer city was indeed perilous at present. While it may not be on the brink of a grand conflict among Golden Core cultivators, it was preferable to avoid such turbulent waters. However, just as Ji Boing had not ventured far, several figures appeared simultaneously at the entrance of the Wandao Merchant Guild. Is it confirmed? Inquired the leading young man with indifference. Yes, my lord. It has been confirmed that this individual is the one the Saintess seeks, replied a subordinate with a slight bow. The young man nodded slightly and then coldly instructed his companions, arrange for someone to teach that brat a lesson. As long as he is not killed, maimed, or his foundation harmed, do not hold back. My lord, this may not be wise. He is a guest elder of the Wandao Merchant Guild. If we act, one of the subordinates began, his voice tinged with apprehension. You fool, the young man exclaimed, slapping the head of the nearby subordinate. Can't you use a concealment talisman? This kid is merely a fledgling who has just established his foundation. As long as you are careful, how could he possibly know who is responsible? Your wisdom is profound. The subordinate conceded. Leave. The young man retorted with a cold grunt, then glanced in the direction Ji Boying had departed, gritting his teeth as he muttered, damn it. After lurking for 3 months, this bastard has ventured out only 3 times. And 2 of those times were at night. I can tolerate him going out at night, but this rascal insists on traversing the darkest alleys. 3 months. I have not seen the sanest in 3 months, all wasted on this scoundrel. This time, I shall not rest until I have settled this grievance within my heart. Let us depart. Meanwhile, after leaving the Wanao Trading Company, Ji Boying made his way directly to Foaming Pavilion, just like in the eastern part of the city. As he approached the entrance, a waft of fragrant air greeted him, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds, enchanting his senses and captivating his mind. Upon stepping into the hall, Ji Boying glanced around. Despite the vibrant flowers and the lively atmosphere, he could not find the figure of Mama Yun. Amidst the chaotic beauty of blossoms, it was rather challenging to locate the one he sought. Perhaps it would be more prudent to find a secluded spot and request a maid from the pavilion to assist him in the search. With this thought in mind, Ji Boying made his way towards a small courtyard behind the pavilion. However, just as he was about to inquire with a maid about Mama Yun's whereabouts, he noticed a familiar silhouette approaching him. Hesitating for a moment, Ji Boying decided to step forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, I have the honor of meeting Fairy Weiyo. May I? You may not. Before Ji Boying could finish his sentence, a frosty voice interrupted him. The esteemed Fairy Weiyo did not even pause her steps as she brushed past him, observing her distant figure, which exuded an air of aloofness. Ji Boying awkwardly withdrew his hand. He merely wished to inquire about Mama Yun's location. Young Master Ji seems to have taken a fancy to my Weiyo. At that moment, a familiar voice emerged from behind him. Turning around, he spotted Mama Yun swaying her hips as she approached, glancing in the direction where Yue Yao had departed. She chuckled, Young Master Ji, I do not mean to dishearten you, but Miss Yue Yao happens to be the pride of Foaming Pavilion. Even a golden elixir master would find it difficult to bask in her charm. Mama Yun misunderstood. Ji Boying merely wished to ask Fairy Weiyo about her whereabouts. He smiled gently and replied, that is all I intended. Enough. You need not feign modesty in my presence. Mama Yun rolled her eyes with a flirtatious demeanor and continued. In this world, few men can resist the natural allure of Miss Yue Yao. Why must you, Young Master Ji, attempt to conceal your admiration? Ji Boying found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As a man, it was only natural to admire beauty, yet he truly had only wished to inquire for information. Noticing Ji Boying's silence, the enchanting woman linked her arm with his and playfully asked, since it is rare for you to visit, why not join me for a cup of tea? After a brief moment of hesitation, Ji Boying, seeing that the time was still early, nodded in agreement. Before long, they arrived at an elegant chamber in the rear courtyard. The beautiful woman personally poured a cup of hot tea for Ji Boying and, with a hint of meaning in her words, asked, how's that girl Ningo faring? Clearly oblivious to the subtext in Mama Yun's inquiry, Ji Boying instinctively smiled and replied, she seems to be doing quite well. Upon hearing these words, the latter momentarily stood in astonishment, then let out a light chuckle and remarked to herself, recently, quite a few young ladies have been transferred to our establishment. If young Master Ji has any further requests, it would be prudent to voice them now. Otherwise, in a month or so, should young Master Ji wish to make a request, he may find the opportunity has vanished. Hearing this, Ji Boying could not help but cast a curious glance at the beautiful woman and inquired, why, in a month's time, will there be no opportunities? Is it not due to those accursed demon cultivators? The beautiful woman huffed in annoyance. Demon cultivators? Ji Boying became increasingly perplexed. What connection could the demon cultivators possibly have with this situation? Could it be that those demon cultivators intended to infiltrate the inner city? Chapter 67. The change of robes. With a soft sigh, Yun set down her teacup and fell silent. After a considerable pause, she shifted the topic, inquiring, Young Master Ji, have you made your decision? Ji Boying took a delicate sip of tea and gently shook his head, responding, perhaps it is best to pass. Are you certain? Do not blame me for not warning you. Once this village is left behind, there will be no other establishment. Seemingly struck by an idea, Yun raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Could it be that young Master Ji is lacking in funds? Fear not. Regardless, these young ladies must be cleared out. And I can offer you a friendly price, 500 mid-grade spirit stones, and you may choose any below the 3rd level of chi refinement. Yun had misunderstood. As the woman grew increasingly animated in her suggestions, Ji Boying could not help but interject, I currently have no intentions in that regard. Is that so? Noticing that Ji Boying did not seem to be feigning modesty, the woman chose not to pursue the topic further and returned to sipping her tea. Thus, after approximately 15 minutes, Ji Boying observed that the tea was nearly finished. He rose, performed a respectful bow to Aunt Yun, and said, thank you for your hospitality. Aunt Yun, It is nearly time, so I shall take my leave. Upon finishing his words, he offered a courtesy and directly exited the elegant chamber. Seeing Ji Boing depart, Aunt Yun's expression darkened, and she muttered curses under her breath at his retreating figure. That scoundrel. He spurns the ladies and still has the audacity to drink my fine spirit tea. How infuriating. What a waste of my good intentions. With that, she stamped her foot and began to tidy the table. However, just as she intended to clear away the cup Ji Boing had used, she discovered a small jade vial inside. Aunt Yun paused in surprise before laughing scornfully. You thought a mere handful of low-grade pills could atone for your rudeness? How naive. Though her words were defiant, her expression betrayed a sense of genuine curiosity. With that, she uncorked the vial to see what sort of worthless elixir Ji Boing had bestowed upon her. Yet, as the fragrance wafted forth, her countenance froze in disbelief. A beauty-enhancing pill? A top-quality one. On the road back to the Yunzhong mansion, Ji Boing felt a weight in his heart. Aunt Yun had not conveyed the entirety of her thoughts, leaving him in the dark about their implications. If his suspicions held true, the city of Fulong would likely become a veritable hellscape. Merely occupying the outer city had already incited such friction. Should he venture into the inner city, chaos would surely ensue. He feared that one careless moment could expose his hidden treasures, leading to dire consequences, akin to the fate of Lin Chong, the leopard head. Or perhaps, one day, as he stepped out of his business, he might inadvertently provoke someone's ire, resulting in a tumultuous outcry against him. Ji Boing sighed deeply. He had no desire to live the life of a conventional protagonist from a web novel. The emotional toll was exhausting, and the physical strain even more so. Approaching his courtyard, he inhaled deeply several times, steadied his mindset, and then pushed open the door to enter. As soon as she entered, she saw Xiao Ninger engrossed in drawing talismans in the main room. Ji Boing smiled lightly, closed the courtyard door, and gently crept up behind her. Please wait a moment. My dear husband, Ninger will be done soon. No need to rush. I will take my time, she said softly. Ji Boing chuckled, settling down directly behind Xiao Ninger, while her hands began to wander restlessly. To be honest, Ji Boing found great delight in the coy demeanor Xiao Ninger displayed while crafting talismans. Though her heart yearned for tranquility in her work, her body betrayed her, writhing innocently in Ji Boing's embrace. Witnessing Xiao Ninger's internal struggle, torn between wanting to resist and the necessity of completing the talisman, only intensified the mischievous smile gracing Ji Boing's lips. Time passed, perhaps half a stick of incense. Before Xiao Ninger finally finished drawing the 2-star high-grade talisman, Ji Boing glanced at the talisman, withdrew her slightly damp hands, and remarked, Ninger, your skills in talisman crafting have become remarkably proficient. Xiao Ninger huffed softly, her charming face flushed with a rosy hue. Ji Boing, her mind alight, dissipated the moisture on her hands and produced 2 spirit pins, saying with a smile, Ninger, your spiritual energy has significantly improved. Not only can you independently draw 2-star talismans, but with my assistance, you can even attempt 3-star ones. While you may not succeed immediately, it will not be long before you do. This flowing cloud pen is adequate for drawing 1- or 2-star talismans, but it may struggle with 3-star ones. I have procured a pen commonly used by 3-star talisman masters for you. With this pen, you need not worry about trembling hands due to insufficient spiritual energy. Isn't the 3-star talisman pen quite expensive? Xiao Ninger inquired softly, looking up at Ji Boing. Not particularly. It was quite reasonable after the discount. Ji Boing replied with a grin, affectionately ruffling her hair, then leaning closer to her ear, gently adding, I have another gift for you, Ninger. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ninger blinked in surprise. Ji Boing then rose and retrieved a robe from her storage pouch. This robe was not only exceptional in defense, but also possessed the ability to alter its formation. With a mere thought, Ninger could transform it into any appearance she desired. However, no matter how it changed, the fabric would remain the same, unchanged in quantity. Come, quickly put it on. Let me see, Ji Boing urged, eagerly shedding all of Xiao Ninger's outer garments and replacing them with the newly acquired robe. With the enchantments woven into the robe, Xiao Ninger's aura underwent a remarkable transformation, exuding an ethereal, transcendent quality that momentarily left Ji Boing speechless. My husband, do I look good? Xiao Ninger asked shyly, gently fiddling with the sleeves. You look splendid, Ji Boing exclaimed, shaking off her surprise and nodding in affirmation. However, perhaps altering the style slightly would enhance it further. Change the style? Xiao Ninger gazed at Ji Boing with a hint of confusion, softly inquiring. What style does my husband prefer? Ji Boing rested her chin on one hand, gently stroking it for a moment, before casually seizing a blank talisman paper and sketching the style that dwelled in her imagination. Having frequently engaged in the art of talisman drawing, Ji Boing's skills had notably refined over time. The depiction of Xiao Ninger on the talisman paper appeared remarkably vivid. Approaching the table, The latter glanced at her own likeness on the paper, momentarily taken aback, and inquired with a touch of bewilderment, "What kind of clothing is this? I have never seen it before." Ji Boing chuckled softly, then proceeded to elucidate, "This is the attire worn by girls from my husband's hometown. As for the name." Chapter 68, Emergence Against the Wall JK. Upon hearing the peculiar pronunciation from Ji Boing, Xiao Ning'o assumed it was merely a dialect from her husband's region. Ji Boing approached Xiao Ning'er from behind, gently encircling her waist, and eagerly urged, "Ning'er, hurry and change so I can see." Xiao Ning'er nodded and, following the design on the talisman paper, made adjustments to her robe. In an instant, a striking young lady adorned in a JK uniform with a pleated skirt and knee-high white stockings materialized. When Ji Boing beheld Xiao Ning'er in such attire, his heart trembled violently, and he felt a parched sensation in his throat. Good heavens! This figure is inherently suited for stockings paired with JK attire, especially those rounded, elongated legs, accentuated by the gentle embrace of the white stockings, stirred a fervor within Ji Boing. "Husband, is this how it is?" Xiao Ning'o gently tugged at her skirt, shyly inquiring. She was perplexed as to why the girls from her husband's hometown wore such clothing. The skirt was so short it barely concealed her thighs. Wouldn't a gust of wind reveal all? Moreover, the nearly transparent fabric on her legs seemed utterly superfluous. Could anyone genuinely wear such garments? "Ning'o." Just as Xiao Ning'o was lost in her thoughts, Ji Boing suddenly exclaimed, "I adore you." As she raised her head, she found Ji Boing, with eyes as fierce as a ravenous wolf, rushing toward her. Moments later, his solid form pinned her forcefully against the table. Having unlocked a new realm of experience, they discovered uncharted territory. Over the next month, Ji Boing explored various styles: JK, OL, Cheongsam, flight attendant, nurse, yoga attire, and even ventured into cosplay. This month could aptly be described as the king no longer attends court, as even his previously unwavering sword practice was entirely abandoned. To prevent his heart from becoming tainted, he continually reassured himself, practicing swordsmanship yields no substantial experience, it is far more beneficial to interact meaningfully with his wife. Enhancing their bond while nurturing his unique abilities, two birds with one stone. However, this ceaseless exertion took its toll. Ji Boing felt utterly drained. Even Xiao Ning'er began to feel both physically and mentally exhausted. Ultimately, after one last cosplay as Rim, they reluctantly concluded their escapades. As the sun reached its zenith, Ji Boing leaned against the wall, his steps unsteady as he made his way outside. Over the past month, he had averaged 18 sessions a day. Had it not been for his vigorous physique and vitality, he might have been reduced to a mere husk. He glanced toward the master bedroom, a wry smile creeping onto his face. For the next few days, he resolved to rest adequately. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Ji Boing intended to retreat to the adjacent quiet room for some restorative tonic and meditation, a faint knocking resonated from outside the courtyard. Ji Boing frowned slightly at the sound. After a moment of hesitation, he cast aside his concerns and, having securely closed the door of the main house, retrieved from his storage bag a collection of elixirs: Nourishing Yuan Dan, Qi Recovery Dan, Blood Invigorating Dan, and Fire Yuan Dan, among others. He consumed them with haste, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube into his mouth. Soon after, the courtyard door swung open, revealing Mama Yun, arms crossed over her chest, leaning against the stone pillar beside her courtyard. Behind her stood a young girl clad in a flowing white dress, her cultivation aura suggesting a mid-tier level. Yet, the girl's eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety and tension. Ji Boing glanced at her briefly before averting his gaze. He turned to the beautiful woman and inquired with a smile, "How did Mama Yun know my whereabouts?" The woman huffed lightly and replied languidly, "Is it too much to ask for a cup of tea, Ji Gongzi? Instead, you question me first. If I am so unwelcome, I shall take my leave." With that, she turned to depart, taking the girl by her side. Seeing this, Ji Boing quickly stepped in front of her and said with a smile, "Mama Yun, you misunderstand. How could I not welcome you? Your arrival took me by surprise, and in my astonishment, I neglected my manners. That is entirely my fault. Please, allow me to apologize. Do come in." He gestured for Mama Yun to enter his residence. Before long, the three found themselves in the living room. Due to his recent tireless endeavors, Ji Boing had forgotten to prepare any spiritual tea. Sensing his awkwardness, Mama Yun assumed he was financially strained and rolled her eyes, waving her hand dismissively. "Enough of this. I have come to discuss serious matters." At her words, a hint of embarrassment crept across Ji Boing's face. After a brief moment of hesitation, he awkwardly seated himself opposite the beautiful woman. "Do you recall what I mentioned a month ago?" she continued, casting a glance at Ji Boing. "Due to the demonic cultivators, our establishment had no choice but to disperse all the newly assigned young women. As of today, nearly 300 have been sent away. This young lady here is among the few who remain, possessing mid-tier chi refinement and a superior aptitude with a tri-elemental spiritual root, far surpassing that of Ninger. As for her temperament, there is no need to elaborate. The girls assigned from headquarters are meticulously trained and, even without contractual obligations, are exceedingly compliant. Furthermore, she possesses various skills, which I believe you find appealing. She paused for a moment, smiling. Such an exceptional young woman has remained for a reason. Like Ninger, she has some health issues. However, unlike Ninger's secret affliction, she is afflicted by a rare poison known as binding veins and heart-locking vine, which can only be cured with an exquisite detoxification elixir. Upon hearing the news, many buyers were reluctant to part with their money. For the exquisite detoxification elixir was far from inexpensive. With such funds, one could acquire several maidens of far superior quality. So what does Mother Yun imply? Ji Boying inquired with a smile, gazing at the alluring woman before him. The meaning is quite straightforward. This maiden is being offered to Mr. Ji at no cost. If Mr. Ji wishes to accept her, he may do so. If not, I shall take her away and sell her at a lower price to someone else. Offered for free? Ji Boying was momentarily taken aback, finding it difficult to decipher Mother Yun's intentions. Indeed, it is a gift, the enchanting woman affirmed decisively. The reason behind her action stemmed from Ji Boying's unintentional remark the other day. She merely sought to ascertain Ji Boying's satisfaction with Xiao Ninger. Yet his evasive response took her by surprise. Thus, she found it within herself to part with her most cherished maiden, gifting her to Ji Boying. Allow me to be candid. The beautiful woman paused before continuing. This girl possesses an amiable disposition. Since her transfer from headquarters, she has remained at my side. If I were to sell her cheaply to another, I would indeed feel a pang of reluctance. After all, having succumbed to this poison, those who acquire her will undoubtedly treat her poorly. However, if I do not sell her, keeping her in the pavilion will only increase costs, and I may face reprimands from headquarters. Therefore, after much contemplation, I believe it most suitable to entrust her to young Master Ji. I do not expect young Master Ji to cure her affliction. I merely hope he can treat her kindly before the poison takes effect, as a way of repaying a debt of gratitude to young Master Ji. What say you? Chapter 69. Yi Qingxing. Ji Boying initially intended to refuse, for he had already formed a bond with Xiao Ninger. However, the conditions proposed by Mama Yun were undeniably tempting. The foaming pavilion was not to be underestimated. Securing a favor from her might prove advantageous in the future, especially in the current circumstances of Fulong City. Darling, please acquiesce to Mama Yun's request. A gentle voice broke through his thoughts. He turned to see Xiao Ninger, who had appeared at the entrance of the living room. Her appearance transformed from her ceremonial robe to a more ordinary attire, exuding both ethereal grace and the poise of a refined young lady. Ninger pays her respects to Mama Yun. Upon entering, Xiao Ninger performed a deep bow to Mama Yun. Ninger, please rise. You are now Ji Gongzi's fiancée. It would be somewhat inappropriate for you to bow to this old woman, Mama Yun exclaimed, hastily assisting Xiao Ninger to her feet. Yet, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her warm gaze. While helping her, Mama Yun had noticed that the young woman's hidden ailment had mysteriously vanished. Moreover, her cultivation had unexpectedly advanced to the late chi refining stage. How could this be? Xiao Ninger possessed merely a low-grade dual spiritual root. How could she have progressed so swiftly? Could it be attributed to Ji Gongzi's influence? Was this young man truly so affluent? Had she unwittingly bestowed an extraordinary fortune upon a maiden? Unbeknownst to Xiao Ninger, who was blissfully unaware of Mama Yun's musings, she smiled softly and replied, Mama Yun has saved my life. Regardless of my status as Ji Gongzi's fiancée, I owe you this gesture of gratitude. Continuing, she turned toward her husband. Darling, please accept this, sister. It would be wonderful to have a companion. Mama Yun chimed in, smiling. Indeed, Ji Gongzi is often away. Can you bear to leave Ninger all alone in solitude? A companion would certainly lighten her spirits, wouldn't he? Additionally, when Ji Gongzi finds a moment of leisure, it would be delightful to witness a dragon play with two phoenixes. Coughing, Ji Boying nearly choked on his own saliva at Mama Yun's words, while Xiao Ninger and the young girl beside her flushed with a shared embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, Ji Boying ultimately acquiesced. His intentions were not driven by the notion of a dragon entertaining two phoenixes. He merely wished to cultivate a favorable relationship with Foaming Pavilion, and perhaps find a companion for Ninger. Moments later, Ji Boying escorted Mama Yun to the gate of the courtyard. She raised a hand to signal him to halt. However, as she prepared to depart, the smile on her face dimmed slightly, and her tone took on a more serious note. Ji Gongzi, it is best for you to remain within the inner city for the time being. Moreover, Fulong City is not a place for prolonged residence. You should make your plans accordingly. With that, without waiting for Ji Boying's inquiries, Mama Yun waved her silk handkerchief and gracefully turned away, striding into the distance. Only Ji Boying stood alone at the entrance, his expression grave. Is this not a place for lingering? Ji Boing murmured softly, then closed the courtyard gate and made his way toward the main house. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found Xiao Ning'er had already tidied up a guest room. Although the residence in Yunzhongfu was not as grand as that at Yuxiao Mountain, it boasted 4 guest rooms, a master bedroom, a kitchen, and 2 halls. Observing the nearly arranged room, Ji Boing inquired of the young girl, "What is your name, kindred spirit?" Upon hearing Ji Boing's question, the girl promptly replied, "In response to your honor, I am called Yi Qingqing." Ji Boing's gaze flickered slightly, his heart unexpectedly quickening. What a delightful voice. Soft and mellifluous. Devoid of any pretentiousness. If she were to become a voice actress back home, the pharmacy's instant heart-calming pills would surely sell out. It is hard to fathom how exhilarating it would be to hear such a voice serenading in one's ear. Regaining his composure, Ji Boing cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness and then instructed Yi Qingqing, "The room is prepared. You shall reside here from now on. Furthermore, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. As long as it can be procured from the trading house and is reasonably priced, it shall be arranged." "Thank you, young master," Yi Qingqing replied with a graceful bow. Ji Boing nodded and said, "You may rest here for a while. Ning'er and I will prepare dinner and call for you once it is ready." As he turned to leave, however, he heard that soft, melodious voice once more. "Young master." Ji Boing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within, and turned to ask, "What is it?" "Well, may I offer my assistance?" "Assistance?" Ji Boing was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a smile. "Of course, that would be splendid. Having someone to help share the household chores is a most welcome notion." Previously, such mundane tasks had solely been the responsibility of himself and his wife, Ning'er. Now, having an additional pair of hands was indeed delightful. Before long, he led Yi Qingqing to the kitchen. Initially, he had assumed she was merely there to lend a hand, but he was astonished to discover that this petite girl possessed immense strength. As she cooked, her movements flowed seamlessly, a veritable feast for the eyes. There was even a hint of mastery in her technique. What he had thought were trifling skills, as described by Mama Yun, turned out to be a testament to his own narrow-mindedness. Yet, reflecting on it, if Yi Qingqing excelled in culinary arts, then engaging with her would surely enhance his own skills in that realm. With this thought, Ji Boing quickly shook his head. He had yet to begin. As time passed, the rich aroma of dishes began to permeate the entire courtyard. In the living room, the table was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies, causing Ji Boing and Xiao Ning'er to salivate with anticipation. Although they had relished many delights from the Zui Xian Lu, those were commercial dishes, distinctly different from the warmth of home-cooked meals. Yi Qingqing's culinary creations not only boast a homely flavor, rich in color, aroma, and taste, but they also embody a profound sense of familial warmth. "Young master, Sister Ning, how is the meal?" Yi Qingqing inquired nervously from her position at the side. "This is not merely acceptable, it is splendid," Ji Boing exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Xiao Ning'er nodded in agreement, then gently urged, "Sister Qingqing, do sit down with us. From now on, we are family, and you need not be so reserved." Upon hearing Xiao Ning'er's words, Yi Qingqing's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Yet, rather than hastily taking a seat, she directed her gaze towards Ji Boing. "Please, take a seat," Ji Boing softly encouraged. "Ning'er is correct. There is no need for excessive formality, nor should you feel compelled to gauge my reactions. Consider this your own home." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing's bright, expressive eyes shimmered with a hint of surprise. She had thought she would merely serve as a minor concubine, tasked only with alleviating troubles. Yet Ji Boing had expressed such kindness towards her. "Thank you, young Master Ji," she said sincerely, bowing in gratitude. Before long, the table was cleared of all dishes, thoroughly consumed by the trio, with Ji Boing being the most voracious eater. Although Ji Boing had attained the golden body realm, capable of sustaining himself on spiritual energy alone, he pondered the essence of life. What is it all for if not to savor its delights? "Husband, I shall go tidy up the dishes," Xiao Ning'er said thoughtfully as she rose, gathering the plates before exiting the living room. Ji Boing watched her retreating figure, a wry smile creeping onto his face. It seems the girl has misunderstood the situation. With this thought in mind, Ji Boing gradually stood and approached Yi Qingqing's side. Chapter 70. Collision with the wall. Miss Qingqing, Ji Boing softly remarked, "Do not take Yun Mama's previous words to heart. While I have my preferences, they are guided by principles. There is no need for you to feel pressured or to force yourself. Simply treat this as your home and reside here at ease. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable, you may take care of the meals each day. After all, I truly appreciate your culinary skills." Having said what needed to be said, Ji Boing urged Miss Qingqing to rest early. With a slight bow, he took his leave and exited the living room. Li Qingqing stood momentarily stunned, gazing blankly towards the door, her mind momentarily devoid of thoughts. This seemed somewhat different from what she had imagined. Was it that she was not beautiful enough? Or had the gentleman misunderstood something? Meanwhile, Xiao Ninger, after washing the dishes, found herself alone in the kitchen. She cast a glance towards the room where Leaf Qingqing resided, feeling a sense of emptiness within her, though she had mentally prepared herself long ago when the day actually arrived. She realized that acceptance was not as easy as she had thought. With a soft sigh, she turned and walked, solitary and desolate, towards her own room. However, just as she approached her doorway, she noticed her room was illuminated. She distinctly remembered not lighting the spirit lamp when she left. Confused, she opened the door. The next moment, a broad figure suddenly appeared before her. Xiaoninger instinctively recoiled, but upon gathering her wits, she realized it was none other than Ji Boing. Husband? She looked up, bewildered, at Ji Boing and inquired, "What brings you here? Is it so? Does Ninger not welcome me? Do you wish to send me away?" "Not at all," Xiaoninger hastily replied. "Is that so?" Ji Boing observed the family member in his arms, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he feigned ignorance. "Then why does Ningyo appear so troubled upon seeing me, looking anything but joyful? In the past, you were not like this when I entered." Xiao Ninger attempted to articulate her feelings, but as the words lingered on her lips, she found herself at a loss. After a moment's hesitation, she lowered her head, fidgeting with her robe. "Silly girl." Ji Boing affectionately ruffled Xiao Ninger's hair and spoke gently. "How could I not know what is on your mind? I have said before, Ninger is the one I cherish most. I have loved you. I love you now, and I will continue to love you forever. That will never change." Husband Xiao Ningyo gazed at Ji Boing, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "What about Sister Qing?" Ji Boing sighed softly and replied, "Leaf Qingqing is entrusted to me by Yun Mama. It is evident that Yun Mama holds her in genuine affection. The husband's acceptance of Yi Qingqing was merely a favor to Mother Yun. Should she wish to bring her back in the future, she is free to do so at any time. Furthermore, he also desires to find a companion for Ninger, for there are days when he is away all day long, leaving Ninger alone at home, which is rather lonely." "Husband." Xiao Ningyo tightly embraced Ji Boing's neck and then rose onto her tiptoes to lightly nibble at his lips. "Husband, Ninger desires you." Upon hearing this, Ji Boing's body trembled. His previously exhausted form instantly regained vitality. He abruptly lifted Xiao Ninger and placed her onto the large round table in the room. With enchanting eyes, she clung to Ji Boing's neck and inquired, "What style of clothing does my husband desire today?" "Ninger, you are playing with fire." Ji Boing took a deep breath and then retrieved a sketch he had prepared earlier but had not yet had the chance to try. "Emilia, I want this now." Immediately, Xiao Ninger glanced at the talisman paper and promptly activated her robe, transforming into the appearance of Emilia. Witnessing this scene, Ji Boing could no longer suppress the wild stallion surging within him. After setting his beloved down, he turned and pressed her back onto the table. In the adjacent room, Yi Qingqing was preparing to meditate. Suddenly, she was startled by a cacophony from the neighboring chamber. Instinctively, she rose to investigate, but before long, two distinctly different breaths emanated from the other side. Having spent so much time in Foaming Pavilion, she could easily discern what these divergent breaths signified. She promptly closed her eyes and resumed her meditation. However, before she could settle into tranquility, the sounds of furniture being moved echoed from next door. Yi Qingqing couldn't help but furrow her brows. How could there be sounds of furniture shifting? Just as her curiosity piqued, a loud thud resonated from the wall. As if a moving table had collided with it, Yi Qingqing looked dazedly at the wall. Soon after, a rhythmic series of thumps began to resound within the room, accompanied by the melodious voice of Sister Ninger. Yi Qingqing sighed softly and then lay down on her bed, deciding to wait for the commotion to cease before continuing her cultivation. Thus, until the break of dawn, Yi Qingqing had drifted into a drowsy state. Yet the sounds had not abated. It was only when the hour of the rabbit arrived that the two finally quieted down. Yi Qingqing glanced at the dusty wall in the corner, a hint of concern in her sparkling eyes. If she were to become young Master Ji's concubine, would she too have to endure such fervent assaults? With this thought, Yi Qingqing shivered. Her curiosity piqued about how her sister Ningyo managed to withstand young Master Ji's relentless fervor. Around the hour of Qin, after finishing breakfast, Ji Boing addressed the two ladies, saying, "I shall visit the merchant's shop. Is there anything you wish for?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ninger pondered for a moment. Her cheeks flushed and replied, "The table in our room is broken. Dear husband, please remember to bring back a better table." Nearby, Yi Qingqing's lips twitched slightly at this. Would she also need to frequently replace tables in the future? Just as her thoughts wandered, a voice interrupted her reverie. "What about you, Miss Qing? Is there anything you wish to procure?" Coming back to her senses, Yi Qingqing considered for a moment before softly responding, "If possible, could you please bring back a few kitchen knives? The ones in the kitchen have become somewhat worn, while they suffice for cutting ordinary ingredients." They may prove inadequate when dealing with the tough sinews of beastly flesh. Ji Boing nodded slightly at her words. Then I shall select a suitable set from the merchant's shop. With that, he turned and headed out of the courtyard. This outing, aside from submitting the talismans, he intended to inquire about the situation with the demonic cultivators. Yun Mama's words warranted careful consideration indeed. Chapter 71. The clash of righteous and demonic forces in the reception room. Ji Boing presented several stacks of talismans before Qiuyu. Heeding wise counsel leads to satisfaction. The talismans crafted by Ji Boing this time were predominantly offensive in nature, with a significant portion being fire attribute attack talismans. Qiuyu glanced at these talismans and smiled, saying, "Please wait a moment, sir." She then retrieved a formation plate and placed it upon the table. Ji Boing, taken aback by this action, watched as Qiuyu activated the formation plate, subsequently inserting the stacks of talismans into it one by one. In the next instant, the formation plate erupted with a kaleidoscope of colors, accompanied by a sequence of numbers. Before long, in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, all the talismans he had brought were assessed by the formation plate. Simultaneously, the numbers hovering above the plate finally settled. Qiuyu glanced at them and remarked, "Mr. Ji, the total value of the talisman submitted this month amounts to 78,050 mid-grade spirit stones." 78,050? Ji Boing, upon hearing this, looked again at the numbers displayed on the formation plate, and as if a realization dawned upon him, he inquired, "Is this a pricing formation?" "Not entirely," Qiuyu teased. "Not entirely? What does that mean?" "This formation plate has been dispatched from headquarters for appraisal. It serves not only for pricing but also for evaluating the quality of goods. The colors that shimmered, child, pink, red, crane, dragon, represent the 5 tiers: inferior, average, superior, exquisite, and supreme. The talismans submitted by you, Mr. Ji, have all displayed the dragon's hue, indicating their supreme quality. In the trading hall, there has not been a single talisman master like you who has submitted such a considerable quantity of supreme quality talismans. Even at headquarters, they are exceedingly rare. Is that so?" Ji Boing raised an eyebrow and jested, "Then, with such a significant submission of supreme talismans, shouldn't the trading hall reward me with additional spirit stones?" "Indeed, they have," Qiuyu replied with a smile. "Logically speaking, the talismans you submitted this time, after pricing, would typically yield a maximum of 75,000 mid-grade spirit stones. However, the formation plate indicated 78,000, with the extra 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones serving as a bonus." "Really?" Ji Boing expressed surprise, as he had merely made a light-hearted jest. Qiuyu nodded with amusement and continued, "This is also a new incentive strategy introduced by the trading hall. They will rank guest practitioners based on the quality and quantity of the goods they submit each month. The top 3 will receive corresponding spirit stone rewards. Those who perform exceptionally well and gain recognition at headquarters may receive special rewards, though the nature of those rewards remains a mystery to me, as my authority does not extend that far." "Ah, I see." Ji Boing nodded slightly, understanding the situation. In truth, the number of talismans he had crafted this month was comparable to that of the previous month, albeit differing in type. Nearly 18,000 medium-grade spirit stones had been amassed. Undoubtedly, the majority of this fortune was due to Qiuyu's invaluable suggestions. Without her guidance, such an accumulation would have been unattainable. Reflecting on this, Ji Boing retrieved a small bundle of talismans from within his robes and presented them to Qiuyu. "These are the talismans I failed to refine. Although they may not be as exquisite as those submitted, they are still adequate for combat situations. If you do not mind, you may take them for your own use." Upon hearing this, Qiuyu instinctively glanced at Ji Boing's talismans. Failed refinements? They appeared remarkably similar to standard talismans. With this thought in mind, she placed the bundle upon the array disk. In a brief moment, a radiant beam of crane-colored light erupted forth. To her astonishment, they were of superior quality. Simultaneously, a number floated above the disk. 1,500 medium-grade spirit stones? Qiuyu gasped in disbelief. Hastily, she attempted to return the talismans to Ji Boing, but he gently intervened. "Mr. Ji, this is far too precious," Qiuyu expressed, feeling somewhat conflicted. Ji Boing shook his head slightly. "If it were not for your astute reminders, how could I have earned such a wealth of spirit stones? Please accept them." "But, there is no but. If you refuse, it would put me in an awkward position," Ji Boing insisted, resolutely returning the talismans to her. He then departed the reception room, ascending towards the chamber where Yun Qianshan resided. "Mr. Ji?" On the top floor, in the manager's room, Yun Qianshan was engaged in a discussion when he heard a knock at the door. Upon discovering it was Ji Boing, he smiled warmly. "What brings you here today, Mr. Ji?" He opened the door wide and ushered Ji Boing inside with enthusiasm. "Please, come in." I just acquired a fine batch of superior spirit tea. You must taste it. Upon entering, Ji Being noticed that he was not alone. A guest elder stood present. The elder, recognizing Ji Being, politely excused himself from Yun Qianshan and promptly exited the room. Soon, only Ji Being and Yun Qianshan remained. Yun Qianshan poured a cup of hot tea for Ji Being and remarked, "This is the century-old heart question tea from the Heavenly Sword Sect's Tianshu Peak. Consuming it can help focus the mind and even dispel inner demons." Ji Being's face registered surprise at this revelation. The notion that drinking tea could expel inner demons was intriguing. He took a delicate sip, and in an instant, his mind felt remarkably clear. It was as though he had experienced a sudden surge in spiritual clarity. However, in terms of flavor, it was not markedly different from ordinary tea. "How is it?" Yun Qianshan inquired with a smile. "Wonderful. Truly ineffable." Ji Being set down the cup, expressing his admiration. The term ineffable was chosen as he found himself at a loss for words. He had never been adept at tea appreciation in his past life. And this life was no different. Thus, after a moment of light conversation, Ji Being finally transitioned to the main topic at hand. "Mr. Ji has come this time with a matter he wishes to inquire of the innkeeper." "Oh?" Yun Qianshan stroked his beard and smiled, then proceeded to ask, "What would Mr. Ji like to know?" "About the demonic cultivators." Upon hearing this, Yun Qianshan's expression shifted noticeably, and a hint of solemnity crept into his demeanor. He chose silence, immersing himself in his tea. It was not until the last drop had been consumed that he let out a deep sigh, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Even Mr. Lian, who has long secluded himself, has begun to sense the change. It seems this matter cannot remain concealed for much longer. At this juncture, Yun Qianshan's countenance grew increasingly heavy with sorrow. In half a year, or at most another 6 months, the site of the transformation of gods within Fulong Ridge would be irrevocably opened. Once the restrictions of the transformation site were breached, a clash between the righteous and the demonic would inevitably ignite, heralding the first direct confrontation. Chapter 72. Visitors from headquarters. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing's pupils suddenly constricted. The conflict between the righteous and demonic paths is on the verge of erupting into its first great war. He fixed his gaze upon Yun Qianshan, who continued, "Although this upcoming battle is merely a customary contest of Taoist practices, its outcome will ultimately influence the fate of Fulong City. Should the demonic path prevail, Fulong City will henceforth fall under the dominion of demonic cultivators. Conversely, if the righteous path emerges victorious, the various demonic sects will withdraw from Fulong City and even agree to relinquish 10% of the profits from the god transformation ruins." While the terms may seem enticing, it is evident to any discerning individual that the righteous sects have little chance of triumph. In other words, Fulong City will undoubtedly succumb to demonic control within 6 months. Ji Boing, perplexed, inquired, "Isn't the god transformation ruins within Fulong Ridge far more appealing than Fulong City itself? What do these demonic cultivators desire from Fulong City?" Yun Qianshan shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. "As for why the demonic cultivators covet Fulong City, I lack the authority to ascertain that. It is likely that even the elders within the major demonic sects remain oblivious. It is said that this matter was decreed by the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Demon Palace in the Central Sacred Continent. Whether this information is reliable, however, remains uncertain." Ji Boing furrowed his brow and then asked, "If the demonic cultivators take over Fulong City, what will become of our safety?" Yun Qianshan hastily reassured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Ji. As you are a guest elder of our trading firm, your safety is naturally guaranteed. Although the demonic cultivators are overbearing, they would not dare to disregard the face of the Wandao Trading Company. Even the major demonic sects in the Central Sacred Continent must show us a modicum of respect. Therefore, there is no need for you to worry excessively." However, Yun Qianshan paused before continuing. "The takeover of Fulong City by the demonic cultivators will inevitably bring about numerous repercussions, and I fear that your current freedom will be unattainable." Upon hearing this, Ji Boing fell into profound silence, losing all desire to savor the exquisite spirit tea in his hand. Meanwhile, deep within a valley in Fulong Ridge, over 100 nascent soul experts from both the righteous and demonic paths had gathered. Behind them hung an array of true treasures, which intertwined and formed a colossal formation. These over 100 nascent soul true lords served as the core of this grand array. At that moment, a sudden sound of sword resonance echoed through the air. Instantly, ripples surged forth in the void. On the mountain peak, dozens of nascent soul experts promptly bowed, while those behind them, the golden core cultivators, knelt on the ground. "We welcome the Holy Maiden." As their voices faded, a woman donned in purple, resembling a celestial being from the ninth heaven, gradually appeared. She glanced at the formation at the foot of the mountain and spoke indifferently, "How many cultivators are currently capable of breaking the restrictions?" Replying to the Holy Maiden, A total of 216 nascent soul cultivators and 648 golden core cultivators have been summoned to Fulong Ridge this time. Each group takes turns breaking through every 15 days. Is it impossible to send more personnel? The woman inquired once more. The individual reporting displayed a troubled expression. Almost all the Yuan Ying and Jin Dan from Dongcang Xianzhou were present. Even if more were summoned, it would not suffice to form a proper unit. Time is of the essence. It would be prudent to hasten your progress. If necessary, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my own lifespan. Should anyone be reluctant to part with their scant years, I would not mind sending them on their way at once. The woman spoke coldly, and in an instant, her figure vanished into the ripples of the void. As the saintess departed, the crowd rose from the ground. Regardless of their allegiances, all wore grim expressions. However, despite their discontent, no one voiced their grievances. With a resigned sigh, they each began to meditate and restore their spiritual energy. Only half a year remains. When Ji Boing regained his senses, he found himself at the entrance of his own abode. He exhaled softly, a trace of helplessness etched on his face. Ultimately, his strength was insufficient. Otherwise, he would not be in a constant state of anxiety over the slightest disturbance. He took several deep breaths to adjust his mindset before pushing the door open. Upon entering, Ji Boing saw Xiao Ninger in the living room, diligently inscribing talismans, while Yi Qingqing observed intently beside her. Under normal circumstances, Ji Boing would have seized the opportunity for a surprise attack, but now, one must adhere to martial ethics. Is my husband back? Xiao Ninger looked up at Ji Boing, her face brightening with a sweet smile. Yet her hands continued their meticulous work. Ninger's mastery of talismans has indeed grown increasingly remarkable. Ji Boing smiled as he affectionately ruffled his wife's hair. Multitasking was one thing, but to draw blind was another. He could achieve neither, unable even to create a low-grade talisman. He pondered. How would the sect members react upon witnessing Xiao Ninger's prodigious talent in talisman crafting? Nevertheless, Ninger's potential had its limitations, although she possessed dual spiritual roots. They were both of inferior quality and ill-suited for physical cultivation. Unless she could break through her constraints, her future achievements would likely be limited to foundation establishment. With no hope for golden core, a way must be found to enhance Ninger's potential. In the month of February, as the grass grew lush and the orioles sang, both Fulong Ridge and Ji Boing's residence brimmed with the vitality of spring. Reluctantly, Ji Boing rose from beside the enchanting figure, gently kissing her forehead before donning his clothes and heading to the adjacent quiet room. With a slight adjustment to his breathing, he settled cross-legged on the mat and opened the long-neglected attribute panel. Name, Ji Boing Cultivation Level, Foundation Establishment Level 1, Root Bone, Fire 30. 000, Superior, Spirit, 30, 000, Early Golden Core, Physical Body, 50, 000, Early Golden Body, Poisoned, Sword Tao, 12, 000, Mid-Level Astral Realm, Talismans, 120, 000, Mid-Level 3 stars, Alchemy, 17, 000, Mid-Level 2 stars, Innate Talisman, 75, 000, 300, 000, Talisman Consumption, 30, Talisman Power, 30, Talisman Fusion, 200, Available free attribute points, 478, after nearly 4 months of rigorous cultivation with his wife. Ji Boing had finally elevated his fire root to a superior level and his talisman Dao to mid-level 3 stars. However, due to his mixed 5-element roots, even with the fire root now at a superior level and daily assistance from elixirs, his cultivation speed remained excruciatingly slow. This sensation was particularly pronounced at the foundation establishment stage. Regrettably, the golden finger had only enhanced the fire attribute root, leaving the other roots untouched. After all, the enhancement provided by the golden finger was solely dependent on the roots of the person he was communicating with, and it randomly selected one from among their multiple roots. To elevate the other roots, either the golden finger would need to display some consideration and adopt a different approach, or the communication partner simply lacked a fire root altogether. He pondered whether the Wandering Merchant Guild had any methods to enhance root quality. If they did, both he and Ninger could explore the possibilities. Just as his thoughts flowed, the guest token at his waist suddenly began to flicker. Shortly thereafter, he heard the voice of Yun Qianshan emanating from the token. Mr. G, someone from headquarters has arrived. Please come to the Merchant Guild at once. Chapter 73. The Probe of Lipu. Upon receiving the message from Yun Qianshan, Ji Boing hastened to the merchant hall. He was not alone. Nearly 90% of the guest elders had already gathered in the conference hall. The atmosphere buzzed with speculation as to the purpose of Yun Qianshan's summons. Ji Boing scanned the surroundings and soon found a corner to settle in, listening intently to the discussions among the guest elders. Could it be that significant events were about to unfold in Fulong City? Given that the headquarters had once again dispatched invoice, it seemed highly probable. The frequency of emissaries sent by the headquarters to Fulong City over the years had been exceedingly rare, and the notion of sending 2 invoices consecutively was unprecedented. I returned to the sect recently and heard. All the Yuaniing true monarchs and most of the Jindan true people have secretly journeyed to Fulong Ridge. Me too. On my last visit, I intended to pay a visit to a true monarch on behalf of my family's younger generation. But it turned out that the true monarch was not in, and after some inquiries, I discovered that nearly all the Jindan true people had gone to Fulong Ridge. It's not just between you and me. I've heard that the same is true for the demonic sections. Hiss. What is the reason? Why have almost all the true people and true monarchs from various sects headed to Fulong Ridge? Is it to dismantle the restrictions? Were not the righteous and demonic paths negotiating to jointly break the barriers? Surely, it cannot require this many true monarchs and true people to lift the restrictions. It would leave the sects nearly empty. Listening to the fervent discussions, Ji Boying furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Why had all the true monarchs and true people from every sect converged on Fulong Ridge? What was truly afoot? Just as Ji Boying wrestled with these thoughts, a formidable surge of spiritual pressure swept through the hall, filling the entire conference space in an instant. Before long, he beheld Yun Qianshan and Li Pu, leading an elderly figure clad in a dark robe into the chamber. Ji Boying cast a glance at the elder, whose aura rivaled that of the scholarly youth from the recent grand ceremony. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Li Pu announced as they entered the assembly. This is Elder Yang Qingshan, a core elder from headquarters and the principal overseer of our merchant operations within the eastern Songxian continent. Once they entered the discussion hall, Li Pu continued with the introductions. Additionally, I have a few announcements to make. After a brief pause, he proceeded. Firstly, effective immediately, Elder Yang will assume full responsibility for the Fulong branch. All major affairs within the hall must receive his approval. The audience displayed little reaction to this first announcement. As a change in the merchant leader bore little significance for them, operations would proceed as usual. Secondly, we have received word from Fulong Ridge that the restrictions of the Huashan ruins will be completely dismantled within 3 days. At that time, Fulong City will fall entirely into the hands of the demonic cultivators. As Li Pu's words echoed through the hall, whispers erupted among the gathered individuals. Ji Boying, however, did not betray any overt astonishment, for Yun Qianshan had already apprised him of this matter beforehand. However, the only unexpected development is that Yun Qianshan previously mentioned a time frame of 6 months, yet only 4 months have elapsed thus far. Regarding the third matter, commencing today, the branch of the trading company will implement an assessment system. The assessment will be divided into 2 categories, the first being a voluntary rank evaluation, in which the esteemed guests may choose to participate without any compulsion from the trading company. However, upon passing this assessment, the esteemed guest will be awarded a corresponding rank. The higher the rank, the better the benefits, alongside additional support from the trading company, such as spiritual stones, magical artifacts, genuine treasures, elixirs, and even rare materials and treasures as special rewards. At this juncture, the guests within the hall began to murmur amongst themselves once again, many recalling the trading company's introduction of array-based evaluations for goods a few months prior. Furthermore, it was rumored that certain guests had received rewards in the form of spiritual stones due to the substantial quantity and quality of the goods they submitted for tasks. Silence. Li Pu gently exerted his spiritual pressure, continuing, what I just described pertains to the first type of assessment. Now, let us discuss the second. The second assessment will be a qualification evaluation, which is mandatory for all esteemed guests without exception. Should any of you fail to pass the qualification assessment, your contracts as esteemed guests will be terminated and our collaboration will be annulled. The qualification assessment will commence in 3 days. Absence, tardiness, or refusal to comply with arrangements will result in the immediate dissolution of contracts. Upon concluding his address, Li Pu exchanged a few words with Elder Yang before departing from the conference hall, leaving the guests to engage in animated discussions within the room. Ji Boying cast a glance at the guests, sighed softly, and then exited the hall. However, upon stepping outside, Ji Boying noticed Yun Qianshan standing in the corridor, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Mr. Ji, Yun Qianshan greeted with a smile. Elderly requests your presence. Room 3 on the 5th floor, you should hurry. Upon hearing this, Ji Boying offered a respectful nod to Yun Qianshan and proceeded towards the staircase. As he entered the private room, he found Li Pu had already prepared 2 cups of tea, steam gently rising, as if anticipating his arrival at this precise moment. Brother Ji, please take a seat. Li Pu invited. Ji Boying nodded slightly and settled across from Li Pu, softly inquiring, I wonder, what matter has prompted you to summon me, brother Li? Nothing of great consequence. Merely a desire to engage in a simple conversation with you, Li Pu replied, taking a delicate sip of tea before continuing. Previously, I requested Miss Chio to compile your task completion records from the past 6 months. In the mere year since you joined the trading company, you have ascended from a 2-star talisman master to a 3-star talisman master. Moreover, in this half year, the quantity of 3-star talismans you have submitted has not only increased, but the quality has also risen from superior or fine to now being of the utmost excellence. Indeed, perfect in every regard. Your talent in the art of talismans truly leaves me in awe. Ji Boing gently toyed with the teacup in his hand, and then let out a soft chuckle, saying, Brotherly seems to have something more to convey. Upon hearing Ji Boing's words, Li Pu could not help but scoff, replying, Brother Ji, such a remark seems rather sentimental. Li continued, the reason I summoned you, dear brother, was firstly to reminisce and share our thoughts. Secondly, it is out of concern for your well-being. The recent disturbances caused by the demonic cultivators have thrown not only Fulong City, but the entire eastern Songxian continent into turmoil. I wish to know what your plans are moving forward. Ji Boing cast a penetrating gaze towards his brotherly and set down the teacup in his hand. He was testing his brother's stance. Chapter 74. The auction. Ji Boing let out a long sigh, followed by a bitter smile. What plans could there possibly be? It won't be long before Fulong City falls into the hands of the demonic cultivators. Though I cherish my life, I will not abandon Fulong City at this critical juncture. My current standing is a gift from the Merchant Guild, and now that the demonic cultivators are at the gates, it is only right for me to stand with the guild through thick and thin. Brother Ji, your sense of duty is commendable, Li Pu remarked with a smile, draining his cup of tea in one go. The qualification assessment is just 3 days away. With your strength, it should pose no challenge. Just ensure you don't miss it. Even if you're a bit late. After the assessment, you can swiftly proceed to the rank evaluation. The headquarters categorizes guest officials into 4 major tiers: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower ranks. Ordinary guest officials who merely pass the qualification assessment are placed in the lower yellow rank, with benefits little different from your current standing. However, as time passes, this may diminish. Given your current prowess, you would likely be rated as a middle or even upper yellow rank. The privileges for these 2 ranks are significantly better than your present situation, and importantly, you will receive special consideration from the guild after the demonic cultivators take control of Fulong City. If you wish to remain in Fulong City, you must complete these 2 assessments promptly. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing nodded slightly and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your reminder, brotherly. After the qualification assessment, I will expedite my rank evaluation. That would be best. Thus, the 2 engaged in light conversation for a while longer before parting ways. However, just as Ji Boing was about to leave, the playful expression on Li Pu's face was replaced by a grave seriousness. He patted Ji Boing on the shoulder and said earnestly, Time is of the essence for the Merchant Guild. Brother Ji, seize this opportunity well. Some chances, once missed, may never return in this lifetime. With that, Li Pu waved farewell and strode towards the corridor, leaving Ji Boing standing alone, pondering his words with a mix of understanding and confusion. After parting from Li Pu, Ji Boing made his way to the reception room on the 1st floor. At that moment, he was striving to digest the information he had received that day, so much so that he remained oblivious even as Chiyo completed the tally of talismans. Observing the lost in thought Mr. Ji, Chiyo couldn't help but take a seat across from him with a smile. One hand rested gently on her chin while the other absent-mindedly caressed her teacup, her enchanting eyes curiously fixed on Ji Boing. Mr. Ji's day's demeanor was rather appealing. How had she not noticed it that day in the carriage? Thus, the 2 sat across from each other, time slipping by unnoticed, perhaps half an hour, or maybe an hour, until a faint knocking at the door of the reception room finally drew their wandering minds back. Chiyo's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurried to turn and open the door. Before long, a woman clad in a similar servant's attire appeared at the door. Sister Chiyo, the manager has sent me to inquire about the preparations for the auction in half a month. Have the items for auction been listed? If everything is in order, please send it over for his review. I understand. I shall report to the manager shortly, Chiyo replied. Well then, Sister Chiyo, I shall let you get back to your work. The woman slightly inclined her body, yet during her gesture, she deliberately cast a glance at Ji Boing within the room. Subsequently, she departed with a faint, ambiguous smile. The 2 had been in the reception room for 3 hours now. TSK. Why can't I encounter such distinguished guests? All I meet are seasoned veterans with little talent. After bidding farewell to the departing attendant, Chiyo resumed her seat opposite Ji Boing and spoke gently. Mr. Ji, due to the decline in the prices of various talismans this month, the total amount of talismans you submitted amounts to 73,005 mid-grade spirit stones, of which 3,000 are for ranking rewards. As she spoke, Xiaoyu presented a prepared ledger to Ji Boing. This is the price list. You may review it. Ji Boing merely glanced at it briefly before signing his name. Please assist me in preparing a top-grade detoxification pill, a robe identical to the one I am wearing, and 2 bottles each of essence pill, nurturing pill, augmentation pill, and spirit pill, all at the top quality level. Xiaoyu nodded slightly, diligently noting down Ji Boing's requests. As if recalling something, Ji Boing inquired, "Do you know of any methods to enhance the quality of spiritual roots?" Stunned by the question, Xiaoyu paused in her writing before responding. "There are several methods to enhance the quality of spiritual roots, but the only one I am aware of is the consumption of a 5-star top-grade creation pill. However, as for the creation pill, our branch does not possess any, nor do we have the authority to request them from headquarters." "I see," Ji Boing murmured. He, as an alchemist, was well aware that the 5-star creation pill could enhance one's spiritual root quality. Yet, this method seemed utterly impractical. Not to mention that 5-star pills come at astronomical prices. Even if one had the wealth, acquiring them would still be a challenge. Such high-tier pills are typically accessible only to those at the nascent soul stage. Moreover, even if one attained that level, remaining in a small town like Fulong City would not afford them opportunities to access 5-star pills, let alone the 5-star creation pill. Though the creation pill is indeed rare, it is rumored that headquarters will soon conduct a ranking assessment for all the guest attendants of the trading firm. At that moment, Xiaoyu smiled once again, following the assessment. The higher the rank of the guest attendant, the greater the privileges they shall receive. Among these privileges is the ability to access resources from headquarters. If Master Ji could achieve a high-ranking position, perhaps he might even gain access to the creation pill. At her words, Ji Boing could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. Summoning the elixir of creation. What level of mastery is required for such a feat? Considering the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, one would need to attain at least the upper tier of the Xian rank, wouldn't one? Nonetheless, now that Xiaoyu has brought this matter to light, it would be rather unreasonable for me to remain overly pessimistic. With this thought in mind, Ji Boing inclined his body slightly and expressed his gratitude, saying, "I must first extend my thanks to you, esteemed Taoist Qiu, for your kind words. By the way, it seems something has come to mind," and Ji Boing inquired with a smile. "I previously heard from a steward that the Merchant Guild is soon to hold an auction. Why have I never heard of this before? Based on my experience from reading novels in my past life, auctions typically feature numerous treasures. Perhaps there lies something of great value that I seek. If I could obtain some insider information from you, Qiu, regarding any coveted items, I could be better prepared." Chapter 75. Weeping uncontrollably, Mr. Ji. Are you interested? Qiu chuckled lightly. The auction was ordered by headquarters some time ago. As for the auction items, they are merely some relatively rare internal resources. As a guest elder, Mr. Ji can purchase these internal resources at any time and at internal prices, making it unnecessary to spend exorbitantly at the auction. Ji Boing was rendered speechless upon hearing this. She had initially expected the auction to resemble the novels of her past life, filled with numerous rare techniques and precious materials. She imagined various factions competing fiercely for these treasures, even risking their reputations. Ultimately, it was merely a narrative. Thus, after a brief conversation, Ji Boing collected her items and returned early to Yunzhong Mansion, preparing for the upcoming assessment. The volume of information she received today was greater than that accumulated over the past year. Moreover, regardless of the perspective, the news was disheartening. Firstly, the Merchant Association had appointed a Yuanying-level elder to oversee operations. This alone indicated that with Fulong City now in the hands of demonic cultivators, the previous tranquility was irrevocably lost. The conflict between righteous and demonic cultivators could escalate beyond the current skirmishes at the market's borders. Furthermore, the clashes that once occurred merely between Qi refining and foundation establishment stages could very well escalate to confrontations at the Golden Core and even Yuanying levels. In such times, having a Yuanying level elder in place was imperative. Although the righteous and demonic factions would occasionally extend some courtesy to the Merchant Association, this was contingent upon the association's strength. If Yun Xianshan remained in charge, the viability of the Merchant Association in Fulong City would remain uncertain. Of course, this was not to say Yun Xianshan lacked business acumen. His cultivation level was simply inadequate. As for the second point regarding the establishment of qualifications and level assessments, Ji Boing could only perceive the most superficial aspect of survival of the fittest. The deeper intentions remained elusive for now. Additionally, Li Pu's probing today, coupled with his urging for her to complete the level assessment quickly and his parting words, left Ji Boing in a state of confusion. As she approached Yunzhong Mansion, Ji Boing lifted her gaze toward the signboard and soon smiled, letting go of her worries. If she couldn't understand it, then she wouldn't dwell on it. Even if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to hold it up. All she needed to do was to walk each step of the present with care. With this thought in mind, Ji Boing strode confidently over the threshold, heading toward her residence. Under the moonlight, with stars scattered sparsely, the ethereal glow of spirit lamps flickered. In the living room, 3 individuals gathered, savoring the fruits of Yi Qingqing's labor. Perhaps it was true that food could heal all wounds. Ji Boing's previously subdued spirits lifted significantly at that moment. The sheer delight of eating heartily and drinking deeply was utterly irresistible. Observing Ji Boing's joyful indulgence brought a smile to Yi Qingqing's eyes. After a brief period of companionship over the past half-year, she had fully integrated into this family, even though Ji Boing had yet to formally assign her a definitive role. Thus, after a brief interval of approximately half an hour, when all the delectable dishes on the dining table had been thoroughly consumed, Ji Boing reclined contentedly in the 8 Immortals chair. This is one of the advantages of being a cultivator. One need never worry about overindulging, for even if one does consume excessively, simply channeling spiritual energy will suffice to alleviate any discomfort. Qing'er, please take a seat. We shall clean up later. Ji Boing gestured to Yi Qingqing, who was tidying the dishes. He then retrieved a robe from his storage bag, which he had purchased from the merchant store that day, and gently remarked, "Before long, the demon cultivators will fully take control of Fulong City, and by that time, even the inner city will see a significant influx of demon cultivators. Although you and Ning'a seldom venture out, we cannot dismiss the possibility of some audacious individuals seeking you out. This robe, while lacking in various functions, boasts exceptional defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding attacks from golden core cultivators. Coupling it with the talismans I have left for you, the average golden core cultivator will find it difficult to harm you." Upon seeing the robe, Yi Qingqing recognized it immediately as the same style worn by Xiao Ning'er. She had assumed it was merely an ordinary robe meant to enhance the bond between husband and wife, not realizing it could also withstand attacks from formidable golden core experts. How many spirit stones must this robe cost? She pondered. In a flurry, she addressed Ji Boing, "Young master, this is far too precious. Qing'er cannot accept it. We are all family. There is no reason to refuse." Xiao Ning'er interjected, taking the robe and placing it directly into Yi Qingqing's embrace. Smiling as she added, "If Sister Qing'er does not accept it, and one day a demon cultivator does come knocking, causing you harm, wouldn't my husband be heartbroken?" As she spoke, Xiao Ning'er playfully winked at Ji Boing. Indeed." Ji Boing nodded somewhat awkwardly, sensing that Xiao Ning'er had misconstrued the situation. His purchase of the robe was merely a reflection of his ample spirit stones. Furthermore, Yi Qingqing had been part of their household for nearly half a year, during which time she had not only managed her own and her wife's dietary needs, but also taken on all household chores, allowing him and Xiao Ning'er to focus on their cultivation and talisman crafting. To say the least, since Yi Qingqing's arrival, Ji Boing and Xiao Ning'er were able to produce an additional 2 to 3 low-grade 3-star talismans each month. In terms of value, that equated to enough spirit stones to purchase half a robe over the past 6 months. Seeing Ji Boing nod in agreement, Yi Qingqing gladly accepted the robe and, with Xiao Ning'er's encouragement, donned it on the spot. Regrettably, the robe was styled as an outer garment, preventing Ji Boing from fully appreciating the view he had hoped to enjoy. "Thank you, young master." Yi Qingqing blushed as she performed a graceful bow, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Ji Boing smiled, and then produced a jade vial from his robe. "Earlier, I heard from Mother Yun that you are afflicted with a peculiar poison known as the binding veins and heart-locking vine, which requires an exceptional detoxification pill for remedy. Fortunately, I brought one back from the merchant store today, young master." Upon seeing the pill Ji Boing offered, Yi Qingqing's delicate form trembled involuntarily. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. She had assumed that Ji Boing had long forgotten about the matter. Perhaps even if he did remember, it would not weigh heavily on his mind. Cultivators are often devoid of sentiment. She, Yi Qingqing, was merely a plaything, a servant to be discarded when the novelty wore off. Who would genuinely care for the life and death of a mere servant? As for the robe bestowed upon her by Ji Boing, though she felt immense gratitude, she could not help but think it might have been a fleeting whim or perhaps a subtle hint. A robe differs from a medicinal pill, should one perish. The robe remains. Yet, the pills, once lost, they are irretrievable. Moreover, the exquisite detoxification pill is a rare 3-star elixir, fetching an exorbitant price of tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones for just one. Although Ji Boing is a talisman master, she understood well the burdens of his income. Purchasing such a detoxification pill would surely cause him discomfort. It turned out she had underestimated his intentions, misjudging his character. It became clear that young Master Ji had indeed remembered her plight of being afflicted by a peculiar poison. In this moment, Yi Qingqing could no longer hold back her tears, her sobs rendering her speechless. Chapter 76, Bloodline in the Dead of Night. The flickering light illuminated the room. Xiaoninger nestled in Ji Boing's embrace, whispering softly, "Husband, are you not visiting Sister Qing'er's room tonight?" Ji Boing playfully pinched Xiaoninger's delicate nose, feigning anger. "When have I ever said I would go to Qing'er's room? Besides, Ninger, have you not always regarded Qing'er as your sister? If I were to visit her room, what would that imply? A grand ethical drama? A beautiful sister-in-law?" The latter thought remained unspoken, for even if he voiced it, Xiaoninger might not comprehend its meaning. However, Xiaoninger looked up at Ji Boing with a hint of confusion, inquiring, "Did you not already give Sister Qing'er the ceremonial robe this evening?" At this, Ji Boing gazed at her in bewilderment. What did that have to do with me presenting her the robe? Xiaoninger's cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured, "Husband, by gifting the robe, do you not wish for Sister Qing'er to don it as well? And then, well, you know?" A few dark lines appeared on Ji Boing's forehead. This must be a consequence of indulging too much in cosplay. His intention in gifting the robe was solely to ensure their safety. How did it spiral into this? Just as Ji Boing contemplated imparting a lesson to Xiaoninger, a gentle knocking echoed from behind. Xiaoninger's eyes flickered momentarily before she sprang from Ji Boing's arms and dashed toward the door. Before long, Ji Boing beheld a graceful figure come into view. It was none other than Yi Qingqing. At that moment, she stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her head slightly bowed. The dim glow of the candlelight not only illuminated the sparkling brilliance in her enchanting eyes, but also cast a blush upon her youthful visage. Furthermore, her attire had transformed from the previous ceremonial robe to a pristine white blouse paired with a form-fitting skirt that accentuated her curves exquisitely. Below her legs, elegantly clad in delicate black stockings, were a stark contrast to Xiaoninger's gentle, harmonious beauty, exuding a striking allure. Without any embellishments, a mere glance was enough to quicken one's heartbeat and stir the blood. Ji Boing swallowed hard. In his past life, he had encountered numerous beauties, crafted through technology and artifice, yet even they paled in comparison to Yi Qingqing's innate beauty. No matter how adeptly one might manipulate a computer, it could never rival the splendor of such natural elegance. "Husband," at that moment, Xiaoninger approached Ji Boing, lightly tapping his cheek, playfully saying, "Ninger will rest in Sister Qing'er's room tonight. Please remember to be gentle." With that, she turned, leaving Ji Boing no opportunity to respond, and stepped out of the room. By the time Ji Boing regained his senses, he found the door had already closed behind her. As Yi Qingqing observed that Xiaoninger had departed, she took a deep breath and approached Ji Boing, softly uttering, "I heard from Sister Ninger that this is the outfit the young master cherishes the most, and it is also the one he has worn with the greatest fervor. Young master, does Qing'er look beautiful in this attire?" Her gentle, melodious voice echoed once more. Despite having heard it for nearly half a year, witnessing Yi Qingqing's enchanting and bashful demeanor caused Ji Boing's heart to race uncontrollably. He clenched his fists within his sleeves, striving to suppress the primal urges that surged within him, and replied in a low tone, "You need not feel this way. Qing'er understands, yet." Yi Qingqing paused momentarily, then smiled radiantly, causing the candlelight in the room to flicker slightly, as if dimmed by her exquisite beauty. She stepped closer, then gently fell into Ji Boing's embrace, softly declaring, "Qing'er also holds great affection for the young master." Ji Boing stood motionless, his body trembling once more. After a brief hesitation, he wrapped his arms tightly around the enchanting figure in his embrace. Soon after, a tender, velvety voice resonated softly. "Young master, love me." These four simple words struck like a blade, severing the chains that bound him. Unwilling to remain subjugated, he threw his head back and roared to the heavens, soaring upwards, breaking through the clouds. Before long, a sweet and gentle melody, accompanied by a rhythmic cadence, began to fill the room. Experience exchange, 90, 9100, realm enhancement, none, effect enhancement, 10, free attribute points, 13, unlocks with spirit root. Host may selectively allocate points to wood spirit root. Skill attribute points, bloodline 13. First interaction with the subject, gaining 5 times the effect experience. Half an hour later, as Yi Qingqing and Ji Boing's arms stirred slightly, a distinctly different virtual frame appeared before him. Within the frame, 2 remarkably striking new terms emerged. Wood spirit root, bloodline. Ji Boing gazed at these new terms, filled with delight and a hint of surprise. He had assumed that Yi Qingqing excelled in culinary arts, and that his enhancement would pertain to that skill. Yet, unexpectedly, the Golden Finger had bestowed upon him a bloodline attribute. As for what this bloodline truly represented, Ji Boing could not discern at the moment. However, drawing from his experiences from a past life of reading novels, he surmised it might be a form of lineage enhancement. Yet, this remained mere conjecture. The true implications of the bloodline would require further exploration. Ji Boing gently embraced Yi Qingqing, asking softly, "Does it hurt?" Yi Qingqing slightly shook her head, her tender, melodic voice reaching Ji Boying's ears. Qingqing desires more. Ji Boying smiled softly, and, lifting Yi Qingqing in his arms, tenderly replied, I shall love you in a different way, my dear Qing'er. As soon as the words left his lips, Ji Being gently lifted his beloved and brought her to the side of the table, with the first light of dawn illuminating the horizon. He lowered his head to bestow a tender kiss upon the slumbering Yi Qingqing. After ensuring the blanket was properly arranged, Ji Being cast a glance at his current attributes, then eagerly made his way toward the quiet room nearby. Name, Ji Being. Cultivation level. Foundation Establishment Level 1. Root Bone. Fire 30,000. Superior. Spirit. 30,000. Early Golden Core. Physique. 50,000. Early Golden Body. Poisoned. Swordsmanship. 12,000. Mid-stage of the Gang Realm. Talisman Crafting. 120,000. Mid-grade. 3 stars. Alchemical Arts. 17,000. Mid-grade. 2 stars. Bloodline. 67. Inferior. Master Talisman. 75,000. 300. 000. Talisman Consumption. 30. Talisman Power. 30. Talisman Fusion. 200. Available free attribute points. 545. Ji Being glanced at his status panel, his gaze settling on the bloodline attribute. An inferior bloodline, is it? Chapter 77. The assessment is about to begin though possessing an inferior bloodline. Ji Boing felt no discernible change within herself. Her body seemed unchanged, as if it had remained the same as before. Perhaps a shift would occur when her bloodline points elevated to the lower or middle tier. With a soft hum, Ji Boing's gaze fell upon her available allocation of attribute points. A total of 545 points awaited her, ample enough to elevate her with spiritual root to the lower tier. The thought ignited a spark of excitement upon her countenance. Without hesitation, she allocated all 545 points to her with spiritual root. In that instant of enhancement, a surge of power coursed through her heart meridian, swiftly enveloping every channel of her being. Before long, Ji Boying sensed a slight increase in her efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy. Although this increment held little significance regarding the speed of absorption, the effects on the utilization and transformation of spiritual power were remarkably pronounced. Her previous inferior spiritual root had been incapable of absorbing spiritual energy, converting it into spiritual power, and even managing the operation of that power. Moreover, as Ji Boing followed the path of body refinement, her physical enhancement ultimately pertained to her corporeal realm. Utilizing her vitality to absorb spiritual energy and convert it into spiritual power yielded far less efficacy than a spiritual root, thus limiting her overall utility. This elucidated why, despite being a 3-star middle-tier talisman master, Ji Boing was still unable to inscribe 3-star middle-tier talismans. Should she elevate the quality of her spiritual root? Even without an increase in her gaseous realm, her rates of spiritual energy conversion and power utilization would significantly improve. Although the imminent arrival of demonic cultivators necessitated a focus on her physical form, Ji Boing resolved to enhance her with spiritual root to the middle tier in preparation for the forthcoming assessment. Only then could she genuinely inscribe 3-star middle-tier talismans. Fortunately, the free attributes exchanged with Ningyo could also be added to her with spiritual root. Otherwise, relying solely on Qing'e would leave her in uncertainty regarding the timeline. It was imperative to prepare additional medicinal pills to maximize the speed of attribute augmentation. Ning'er's side needed to maintain daily exchanges at 9 times, while Qing'er's side should ensure at least 5 exchanges. Furthermore, Ji Boing would instruct Ning'er to impart the dragon binding technique, the dragon control formula, and the nurturing technique to Qing'er. After all, now that she was in the golden body realm, any lapse in control over her strength could lead to disastrous consequences. The cultivation levels of both of them must also rise in tandem. With her training plan meticulously arranged, Ji Boing retrieved a vitality pill, consuming it to restore some of her dragon essence. She then took out her talisman pin and commenced her practice. After all, the assessment was approaching rapidly, and she aimed to hone her skills in talisman crafting to perform at her utmost on the day of evaluation. As midday drew near, the door to her quiet chamber was gently nudged open. There stood Xiao Ning'er, bearing a bowl of steaming, fragrant rice porridge before Ji Boing. My dear husband, it is nearly time for Sister Qing to awaken. You may carry this bowl of white rice porridge to her. When she stirs, present it to her. Should she inquire, kindly say it was your own preparation. Ji Boing's gaze shifted momentarily from the steaming porridge to Xiao Ning'er. After a brief hesitation, he enveloped Xiao Ning'er tightly in his embrace. Ning'er, my dear, with a wife as wonderful as you, I am truly fortunate. Saying this, Ji Boing playfully nibbled at her dewy red lips. After a prolonged moment, they reluctantly parted ways. Xiaoningo gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind Ji Boying's ear. Her voice soft as she urged, "Husband, you should go now." Ji Boying nodded, bestowing a tender kiss upon her forehead before he carried the porridge towards the main house. Upon entering, he found Yi Qingqing still in slumber, clearly exhausted from a night filled with fervent encounters. Ji Boying set the bowl on the table, casually affixing a low-grade fire talisman beside it, then took a seat next to the lovely figure lying on the bed. Unable to resist, he lightly brushed his lips against hers, enchanted by the melody of her breathing. After nearly half a stick of incense had passed, Yi Qingqing finally stirred, her eyes fluttering open. "Awake?" Ji Boying inquired gently, "Would you like to sleep a little longer?" She glanced around, noticing the bright light filtering into the room, and asked, "My lord, have I overslept?" "Not at all. You worked hard last night, so take your time. There's no need to rush." He then brought the porridge closer, smiling as he added, "After such a long night and not having eaten, you must be famished. How about I feed you?" Yi Qingqing's eyes sparkled. "My lord, you are even more considerate than I imagined." She bit her lip and nodded. Ji Boying smiled softly, drawing her into his arms as he meticulously fed her the porridge. After just a taste, warmth flooded her heart, an unfamiliar sensation. No one had ever treated her with such kindness before. "Is it to your liking?" "Yes." Ji Boying chuckled. "Ningo prepared it, worried you would be too weary from last night, and asked me to bring it to you." He chose not to heed Xiao Ninger's suggestion. Such an admission would make him no different from a cad. After finishing the porridge, Ji Boying returned to his quiet chamber to craft talismans, diligently preparing for the upcoming assessment. Time swiftly passed. On that day, as Ji Boying donned his ceremonial robes, a message from Qiu Yun arrived through his guest token. "Mr. Ji, the assessment will commence today at the hour of the dragon. Please make your way to the merchant house promptly. Do not delay." Ji Boying took a deep breath and turned to Xiao Ninger, who stood behind him, with a serious expression. "Ninger, I have pressing matters to attend to at the trading house. It is possible that I may return quite late this evening. Or perhaps not at all. You and Qinger must take good care of yourselves and remain vigilant at all times." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ninger's gaze flickered slightly. She did not inquire further but nodded and replied, "Ninger will look after herself, and Sister Qinger, you may proceed to the trading house with peace of mind, my husband." Ji Boying nodded in acknowledgement and then strode directly toward the exit of the room. At the Wandao trading house, as Ji Boying arrived, he found Qiu Yu already waiting at the entrance, clad in a flowing azure gown. Her graceful figure and stunning beauty were complemented by a reassuring smile that always adorned her face. "Mr. Ji, please." Ji Boying inclined his head slightly and then proceeded into the building. The assessment is about to commence. Chapter 78. A smooth passage. The Wandao trading house is quite expansive. In preparation for today's assessment, they have allocated over 100 meditation rooms. At this moment, Ji Boying and a multitude of guest officials have gathered in the conference hall. At the forefront of the hall stand Yang Qingshan, Li Pu, and Yun Qianshan. Glancing at the nearby hourglass and noticing that the time is nearly upon them, Yun Qianshan steps forward and announces in a clear voice, "The assessment is about to commence. I kindly ask all guest officials to proceed to their respective meditation rooms to begin the evaluation." As Yun Qianshan's words resonate through the hall, over 100 attendants enter, guiding their respective guests towards the designated meditation rooms. Leading Ji Boying is still Qiu Yu. In no time, they arrive before a room marked with the characters symbol Room 3. Qiu Yu opens the door and bows slightly to Ji Boying. "Master Ji, please enter." Ji Boying nods gently and steps into the room. However, as soon as he crosses the threshold, Qiu Yu shuts the door behind him and even activates the protective barrier above it. Seeing this, Ji Boying cannot help but smile. The formality of this assessment far surpasses that of his own when he was evaluated as a guest official. Contemplating this, Ji Boying glances around the interior of the room. The arrangement is exceedingly simple: a table, a cushion, a lamp, and a formation plate. Aside from these, there are no other items. Not even the tools required for crafting talismans such as talisman brushes, paper, or spiritual ink. As Ji Boying ponders how the assessment will unfold, a resonant voice fills the room. This voice is unfamiliar to him. However, the spiritual pressure emanating from it indicates that its owner is at the nascent soul stage. If he is not mistaken, the voice must belong to Elder Yang from headquarters. Before the assessment officially begins, you may take a moment to adjust your state. Once you feel prepared, gently press the formation plate to commence the evaluation. Please note, the adjustment period is limited to 1 hour. If the assessment has not begun after this time, it will be considered a voluntary forfeiture. Taking a deep breath, Ji Boying promptly sits upon the cushion. To conserve time, he opts not to adjust his state, but instead begins the assessment directly. After all, this is a qualification evaluation, and given his current capabilities, even an unprepared surprise attack would pose little challenge for him. Thus, as the formation plate activates, 3 sheets of talisman paper, and a cloud flow pen, which does not require spiritual ink, suddenly appear on the previously barren table. Simultaneously, several lines of small text emerge above the table. Within an hour and a half, please draw any 3 2-star high-quality talismans. Should all 3 talismans exhibit crane color upon the formation plate, you will be deemed successful. An hour and a half to create 3 2-star high-quality talismans, and they must all display the exquisite crane color. Furthermore, with only 3 sheets of talisman paper available, it implies that each of these talismans must not only be successfully crafted in a single attempt but must also achieve excellence. Such a challenge. Even at the outset of his own evaluation, he found it daunting. It appears that the Wandao trading house is indeed on the verge of significant personnel cuts. Ji Bing took a deep breath, cleared her mind, and picked up one of the talisman papers to begin her drawing. The assessment did not stipulate what specific talismans to create, meaning that the assessed guest could opt for the simplest second-tier talismans. However, even so, it was still not an accomplishment within the reach of an ordinary second-tier talisman master. Yet, Ji Bing had already ascended to the status of a third-tier intermediate talisman master, with an understanding of talisman principles and mastery of the drawing technique that far surpassed that of a second-tier master. Thus, she selected the 3 most challenging talismans. This choice was not made to showcase her skills, but rather because these 3 talismans, including the concealment talisman, embodied numerous principles that were characteristic of third-tier talismans. Ji Bing merely sought to warm up and familiarize herself with the process. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the trading house, Yang Qingshan and Li Pu were leisurely sipping tea. Before them floated concentric ripples, each displaying different scenes of the individuals currently undergoing assessment. It remained uncertain how many of these guests might qualify as third-tier intermediates. Elder Yang stroked his beard thoughtfully and murmured, "It's difficult." Li Pu took a delicate sip of his tea and shook his head slightly. In a small place like Fulong City, if it weren't for the discovery of the Huashan ruins, it would likely remain an insignificant town. If even a third of these over 100 guests can pass the qualification assessment, it would be commendable. Yang Qingshan sighed lightly before adding, "Indeed. Retaining a third would be quite good. Otherwise, the headquarters would not have so readily abandoned the trading house here in Fulong City." At this point, Yang Qingshan turned his gaze back to Li Pu and quietly inquired, "Might there be any demonic cultivators on your side?" Elder Yang. Before Yang Qingshan could finish, Li Pu interrupted him. A peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes, signifying an unspoken understanding. "I was being reckless. I hope Mr. Li will not take offense." Yang Qingshan inclined his hand slightly in respect, and then refocused on the mesmerizing ripples before him. Thus, less than an hour passed. Yet the 100-plus guests had not even formally begun their assessments. Suddenly, a radiant light emerged from the swirling images, followed by the activation of 3 dragon-colored lights corresponding to the formation plate. Yang Qingshan was momentarily taken aback, and soon a look of incredulity spread across his face. He had never expected such formidable talent to exist within the small confines of Fulong City. "May I inquire, Elder, if I may proceed with the level assessment?" Just as he was about to investigate the identity of the young individual within the mesmerizing scenes, a clear voice resonated within the room. Sensing Yang Qingshan's confusion, Li Pu voluntarily clarified, "It is entirely normal for Elder Yang, being new to the trading house, not to recognize these guests. This one is Ji Bing, a talisman master guest of the trading house, possessing strength likely at the level of third-tier lower grade. Given his proficiency, it is hardly surprising that he could complete the assessment in such a short span of time and manifest 3 dragon hues. So that is how it is." Yang Qingshan nodded. If he is indeed a 3-star talisman master, then it all makes sense. Contemplating this, he paused momentarily before activating the communication array in Ji Bing's chamber, stating, "You are permitted to continue participating in the level assessment. Before the formal commencement of the level assessment, you have 3 hours of rest. Should you not begin the official evaluation after this period, it will be regarded as a forfeiture." Within the tranquil chamber, upon hearing the elder's transmission, Ji Bing let out a soft chuckle. Without hesitation, she placed her hand upon the array plate. "Rest? That is entirely unnecessary." As the array was reactivated, the materials upon the table transformed accordingly. This time, only 2 sheets of talisman paper appeared, and the writing instrument remained the flowing cloud brush. As for the small characters on the table, they had been altered too. Chapter 79. The Thunder Talisman. Please create any one of the 3-star inferior talismans, and ensure that the talisman appears in a crane color within the formation. There is no time limit. With 2 sheets of talisman paper, draw any one of the 3-star inferior talismans. In other words, the success rate for creating a 3-star inferior talisman must reach 50%. And the talisman produced should also attain a premium quality. The difficulty of this task is soaring exponentially. Fortunately, Ji Bing's current success rate hovers around 70%. Moreover, The quality of the talismans she produces boasts a remarkable 50% for superior quality and an astonishing 100% for premium quality. With this thought in mind, Ji Being took a brief moment to adjust her focus before grasping her talisman brush and commencing her work. However, unlike her previous carefree approach, Ji Being now bore a sense of gravity. Given that her success rate did not reach 100%, she opted for a simpler talisman among the 3-star options. Specifically, the Diamond Talisman. Simple as it may be, a 3-star talisman remains a 3-star talisman, and its difficulty is not to be compared with that of a 2-star talisman. Time passed quietly. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the merchant building, Yang Qingshan had lost interest in observing the assessments of others, focusing his gaze solely on Ji Being. Although he was not versed in talisman crafting or the principles behind it, the fluidity of Ji Being's brushwork spoke volumes. He had encountered numerous 3-star talisman masters, yet few could rival the grace with which Ji Being executed her craft. If all went according to expectation, her assessment for the yellow-tier middle-grade guest official should be secure. Indeed, after a little over an hour, Ji Being effortlessly completed the crane-colored diamond talisman, successfully passing the yellow-tier middle-grade guest official assessment. After submitting her talisman, Ji Being took a moment to rest before speaking again. I humbly request to continue with the grade assessment. Shortly thereafter, the voice of Elder Yang resonated once more in the room. You are permitted to participate in the yellow-tier upper-grade guest official assessment. Before the assessment begins, you have 10 hours of rest time. The assessment will commence after 10 hours. Please note, should you fail this assessment, you will be unable to apply for a grade assessment again for 3 months. 10 hours of rest, is it? Ji Being murmured softly. Having experienced the challenges of the yellow-tier middle grade, she dared not underestimate the task ahead. Without hesitation, she settled into a meditative posture, closing her eyes to recuperate. Meanwhile, other guest officials undergoing assessments had gradually exited the quiet chamber. Their expressions varied, some appeared elated, others carried a sense of relief. Yet the majority displayed feelings of helplessness and dejection. Xiaoyo observed as the doors of the adjacent quiet chambers opened one after another, with only Ji Being's room remaining still, causing her heart to flutter with anxiety, especially upon witnessing the majority of the guest officials exiting with expressions of resignation. She could not help but feel tense for Ji Being. Oh, is that not Sister Chio? At that moment, a melodramatic female voice drifted over from the side. Turning to look, she saw a heavily adorned female cultivator, bedecked in jewelry, gracefully approaching with a swaying gait. Although the young woman was adorned in the same steward attire of the Wanao commerce, an exquisite badge gleamed on her chest. Xiaoyu slightly turned, respectfully greeting the female cultivator. I pay my respects to Steward Wang. The female cultivator chuckled lightly, her tone tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, how could I possibly accept such a grand gesture from you, Chiomei? Everyone in the establishment knows that you are now closely associated with Ji Keqing, becoming quite the favored one among the management. Steward Wang is jesting. I am merely an ordinary guest in the commerce, Xiaoyu replied, lowering her gaze. Is that so? The female cultivator scoffed. You are indeed well-mannered, but I doubt the other stewards share your sentiment. I've heard whispers that the manager is considering appointing you as the chief steward of the commerce. A pang of anxiety gripped Xiaoyu's heart, and she quickly retorted. Such rumors are mere fabrications. Steward Wang, please do not take them to heart. You are a senior, and your qualifications and expertise are evident to all. Manager Yun is not a person devoid of understanding. How could he disregard such a capable assistant as you and choose to nurture a newcomer instead? The female cultivator appeared quite pleased with Xiaoyu's words. Glancing towards the closed door of the quiet room where Ji Boing was located, a subtle smile curved her lips, seemingly implying, it appears Ji Keqing's evaluation is progressing smoothly. He is yet to emerge. You are indeed fortunate, Xiaomei. Very well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you any longer. Steward Wang, take care. The female cultivator nodded, turning gracefully and descending the stairs. As for Ji Boing's true capabilities, she was uncertain. She had only heard from other stewards that Ji Boing shared a close relationship with the envoy from headquarters, possibly indicating significant connections. Xiaoyu's current standing was entirely due to Ji Boing. Without Ji Boing, could she, Xiaoyu, truly compete with her? With this thought, the feigned smile faded from the female cultivator's face, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Meanwhile, within the quiet room, Ji Boing had been adjusting his state for nearly 6 hours and finally reached his optimal condition. He gazed at the array plate on the table, took a deep breath, and extended his palm to activate it. Soon, a thick stack of talisman paper and a spirit pen, commonly used by 3-star talismans, appeared before him. Please draw a dragon color thunder talisman. Time is not limited. To his astonishment, it was a thunder talisman. Ji Boing's eyes widened in surprise. The Thunder Talisman was derived from the foundational principles of the Thunder Law and was among the most challenging talismans to draw within the entire 3-star category. It was not merely a lower-grade 3-star talisman, but one of the most difficult of all 3-star talismans. Well, since I am here, I might as well give it a try. Ji Boing sighed softly, then extracted a sheet of talisman paper. He focused his mind and, once his thoughts settled like still water, he began to sketch. Unlike ordinary talismans, the Thunder Talisman, derived from the Thunder Law, comprised only lightning attribute spiritual patterns. To craft talismans, a practitioner must not only possess a solid foundation in talismanic theory and the art of seal script, but also harmonize their own spirit with the principles of thunder magic. In other words, while the theoretical aspects of Thunder Talisman crafting may not be particularly challenging, the true difficulty lies in mastering one's own soul and spiritual energy. Only by thoroughly integrating one's spirit and energy with thunder magic can one freely inscribe talismans with ease. Although this may sound simple, the execution is as daunting as scaling the heavens, otherwise. The Thunder Talismans derived from the overarching principles of thunder magic would not be regarded as the most difficult talismans to craft among the entire array of 3-star talismans. Fortunately, this assessment allows for unlimited attempts, and the materials for crafting talismans are ample. Ji Boing can engage in numerous trials, gradually exploring the elusive fusion of spirit and energy. As the sun rises and sets, Ji Boing becomes engrossed in talisman crafting, losing all sense of time. After more than a dozen failures, he finally captures the enigmatic sensation of spiritual fusion. Observing the few remaining materials on his table, a smile graces Ji Boing's face. If all goes well, these materials should suffice for a successful attempt. Regarding the quality, with his proficiency in seal script and foundational knowledge of talisman theory, there is at least a 30% chance of achieving an exquisite result. Thus, after several hours of recuperation and adjustment, he prepares his body once again for peak performance. He then retrieves a sheet of talisman paper and begins to inscribe. Seal script. Chapter 80. The moment to act. The pinnacle of the trading house, Yang Qingshan and Li Pu fixated intently on Ji Boing, who was once again engrossed in the art of talisman crafting. The duo could distinctly perceive the remarkable difference in Ji Boing's strokes this time. Particularly notable was the effortless grace with which she penned her symbols, as if a grand master of thunderous magic were overseeing her from behind. With each meticulous flourish, arcs of lightning began to dance upon the talisman paper. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. At last, the talisman crafted by Ji Boing took shape. Even from their distance, Yang Qingshan and Li Pu could keenly sense the potent spiritual pressure emanating from the talisman paper. However, both understood that this talisman was merely a nascent form, still lacking the final, crucial touch that would bring it to fruition. Yang Qingshan clenched his fist tightly within his robe, beads of sweat forming in his palm. It felt as though he himself were the one inscribing the talisman, rather than Ji Boing. Li Pu, too, wore a grave expression, his eyes betraying a glimmer of anticipation. Others may not comprehend their palpable tension. Yet the two understood the profound implications of Ji Boing passing the assessment for a high-grade talisman at the yellow tier. This evaluation, mandated by the headquarters, served as a gateway, a threshold to becoming a core member of the trading house. In the realm of cultivation, the guest practitioners within the trading house could ascend to core member status merely by achieving a high-grade standing at the yellow tier. To illustrate, the assessments for both mid and high-grade yellow tier talismans were fundamentally evaluations of third-tier low-grade talisman masters. The sole distinction lay in the fact that the high-grade assessment not only examined the master's understanding of talisman theory and crafting techniques, but also scrutinized their adaptability and potential. The Thunder Talisman derived from the fundamental doctrines of thunder magic. Thus, the success of its crafting bore little correlation to the level of the third-tier talisman master's skills. The paramount factor in achieving a successful talisman was the mastery over one's own spirit and spiritual power. This mastery was, in fact, the very prerequisite for a talisman master to transcend the constraints of a fourth-tier talisman grandmaster and ascend to loftier realms. The trading house was not in one of masters of various arts. What it truly sought were genuine prodigies capable of breaking free from the shackles of mastery. Buzz. Just as the tension between the two reached its zenith, a blinding violet light erupted within the illusory landscape. Not good. Li Pu sprang to his feet, unleashing an overwhelming aura of sword intent that, in an instant, reduced all the furnishings in the room to mere dust. He swiftly took a step forward, and the next moment, his form vanished into the void. Yang Qingshan, perplexed, glanced at the spot where Li Pu had disappeared and then turned his gaze back to the illusory scene. Within Ji Boing's chamber, lightning surged forth, with countless arcs resembling a horde of purple serpents, ravaging the once serene space. Simultaneously, Ji Boing, taken aback by the sudden eruption of her thunder talisman, found herself ensnared by a barrage of electric nets. The terrifying lightning obliterated the table before her into mere fragments. had it not been for the protective robe adorning him. Coupled with Ji Boing's formidable physique at the golden body realm, the moment the Thunderbolt talisman detonated could have claimed his life. Nevertheless, even with such defenses, he could not entirely withstand the ferocity of the Thunderbolt talisman had he absorbed all the violet lightning contained within, while Ji Boing might not have perished. He would certainly have sustained grievous injuries. Fortunately, shortly after the lightning burst forth, a shimmering sword curtain descended, enveloping Ji Boing in its protective embrace. Thus, after nearly a tea's worth of time swirling amidst the room filled with violet electricity, it ultimately dissipated. "Are you unscathed?" Ji Boing gently shook his head and replied, "Fortunately, Brother Li's timely intervention has left me without serious harm." "That is a relief," Li Pu exhaled, visibly relieved, and then inquired, "Shall we summon a physician to ensure your well-being?" "Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Li, but I am well aware of my own condition and assure you there are no grave issues." Li Pu nodded in understanding and said, "Let us conclude the assessment here. You may rest in the reception room for a moment, and I shall arrange the necessary formalities for you shortly. As for the aftermath here, I will handle it." Upon hearing this, Ji Boing refrained from being overly polite and slightly inclined his hands in gratitude. "I appreciate your assistance, Brother Li." With that, he turned and departed the quiet chamber. Once Ji Boing had exited, a smile graced Li Pu's face. Although the Thunderbolt talisman had failed, the power it exuded was comparable to that of a crane's heel. Ji brother is truly remarkable. After merely a dozen failures, he has managed to depict a Thunderbolt talisman of crane-like quality. Such talent is indeed rare even within the headquarters. As he pondered, Li Pu's mind stirred, and he once again melded into the ripples of the void. At that moment, upon stepping out of the quiet chamber, Ji Boing spotted Qiuyu jogging towards him. However, after only a few paces, a look of puzzlement crossed her face. Ji Boing bore remnants of charred marks, and a faint scent of burnt material lingered about him, resembling a pill refiner who had suffered an explosion. Due to the stringent prohibitions imposed within the Wandao Trading Company's quiet chamber and its defensive formations impervious even to a nascent soul-true monarch, Qiuyu was unaware of the incident that had transpired within. Observing Ji Boing's condition, she voiced her concern, "Mr. Ji, what on earth happened? You appear quite disheveled." "The talisman failed, and I inadvertently caused the core to explode," Ji Boing replied nonchalantly. "The core exploded?" Upon hearing this, Qiuyu's expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily exclaimed, You weren't injured, were you? Let me take you to the reception room to rest, and I will fetch a physician for you." "Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Qiu, but I assure you, I am merely slightly affected." Ji Boing gently shook his head. "Please, lead me to the reception room for a brief respite." Qiuyu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement, subsequently guiding Ji Boing towards the reception room. However, after only a few steps, they encountered a middle-aged cultivator accompanied by a female steward approaching them. "Master Talisman Maker? Master Lu Dan." The arrival was none other than one of the guest elders who had previously participated in the Yuanian Grand Ceremony alongside Ji Being, although they had little interaction. The familiarity fostered during the ceremony rendered their faces recognizable to one another. As for the woman accompanying the esteemed Lu, she was none other than the head steward. "Wang Qian, what has happened to Master Ji?" Lu inquired, sensing something amiss with Ji Being. "During the assessment, I failed to craft the talisman and inadvertently caused the talisman core to explode," Ji Being replied with a hint of resignation. "The core exploded?" Lu was taken aback. For had not the assessment concluded just yesterday morning? Why had Ji Being not emerged until now? Was the evaluation truly so protracted? With this thought, he posed, Master G's assessment. Naturally, it resulted in failure. Ji Being sighed softly, expressing her helplessness. Lu's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing this. "I have heard that the assessments will be held once every 3 months henceforth. There is no need for Master Ji to be overly disheartened. You may simply participate again in 3 months. Indeed, Master Lu speaks wisely." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they bid each other farewell and departed in their respective directions. Wang Qian, who had been trailing behind Lu, could not suppress a slight smile upon overhearing their conversation. Ji Being had actually failed the assessment. It appeared that the time had come for her to take action. Chapter 81. The Golden Token. As Qiuyu made her way to the reception room, her head hung low. A weight of melancholy shrouded her spirit. She could hardly fathom that Ji Boyan had failed the assessment. After all, he was a 3-star talisman master. Previously, Lu Keqing, merely a 2-star high-grade alchemist, managed to pass the evaluation. Why could Mr. Ji not succeed? Was the examination for talisman masters truly that arduous? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible, as the Merchant Guild boasted over a dozen talisman masters, and she had heard that all of them had failed the assessment yesterday, with not a single success among them. With this thought, Qiuyu let out a soft sigh. Ji Boyan's failure in the assessment hinted that her forthcoming days would not unfold with ease. Lost in contemplation, the two soon arrived at the reception room. After pouring a cup of tea for Ji Boyan, Xiaoyu took a seat beside him, her gaze fixated on the teapot in a daze. It appeared that her friend was not in high spirits. Noticing her distracted demeanor, Ji Boyan gently inquired, "Is there something troubling you?" No, nothing at all." Startled by his voice, Xiaoyu quickly regained her composure. She glanced at Ji Boyan, then rose to retrieve a cleansing talisman from the side, attempting to shift the conversation. "If you don't mind, Mr. Ji, allow me to use this talisman to cleanse any impurities from your attire." Ji Boyan, realizing that his garments were indeed somewhat disheveled, nodded in agreement. However, just as Xiaoyu prepared to activate the talisman in her hand, the steward token at her waist suddenly emitted a faint glow. Apologetically glancing at Ji Boyan, she soon heard the voice of the guildmaster, Yun Qianshan, emanating from the token. "Is Mr. Ji present with you?" In response, Xiaoyu promptly replied, "Yes, guildmaster. Mr. Ji is currently with me in reception room 23. "Understood. Please ask Mr. Ji to wait a moment. I shall be there shortly." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Why was the guildmaster suddenly seeking Mr. Ji? Moreover, his tone suggested urgency. As her thoughts swirled, a gentle knock echoed from outside the reception room. Before Xiaoyu could rise to open the door, Yun Qianshan swiftly entered. "Mr. Ji," he exclaimed, striding forward with a hearty smile. "Congratulations, Mr. Ji. Allow me to extend my felicitations." Upon hearing these words, Ji Boyan understood that Yun Qianshan had been sent by Li Pu to assist him with the necessary formalities. The efficiency of Guildmaster Yun was truly commendable. He had barely settled into the reception room when the guildmaster arrived. "Such significant matters cannot be overlooked by me as the guildmaster," Yun Qianshan remarked with a grin. Before producing several contracts, Elderly has already informed me that, despite Mr. G's recent failure in the yellow grade high-level assessment, it is certain that you will succeed in 3 months. These contracts pertain to the yellow grade guest elder position, and as for the remuneration, it is tentatively set for the yellow grade medium-level guest elder. Once you pass the assessment in 3 months, the Merchant Guild will directly upgrade your status to that of a high-level guest elder. Mr. G may take a look first. If there are no issues, he can proceed to sign the contract directly. Ji Boing slightly nodded, accepting the documents and began to peruse them. The content was largely similar to the previous guest contracts, with the only distinction being that the monthly fee for submitting talismans increased with the quantity. Additionally, certain internal resources from the headquarters were made available. Acquiring these internal resources was remarkably convenient. One merely needed to pay half of the array teleportation fee on top of the internal price. Unless particularly precious, resources could typically be obtained on the same day as the application, though there was a limitation on the number of applications, only 1 per month, and any unused request would expire. After a brief glance, Ji Boing promptly inscribed his name on the document. Noticing Ji Boing had signed, Yun Qianshan produced a golden token, its texture akin to mysterious iron. This was the newly issued guest token from the headquarters. Upon passing the level assessment, one could possess this token. In terms of functionality, this new token was similar to the previous one, except that the defensive array had been upgraded to withstand a full-force strike from a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul. Ji Boing's eyes brightened instantly. With the impending occupation of Fulong City by demonic cultivators, possessing this token would certainly provide him with considerable reassurance. There was also the Thunderstrike talisman he had drawn today. Although merely a low-grade 3-star talisman, its power was comparable to that of a peak golden core cultivator. If he could master this talisman thoroughly, he might even contend with a late-stage golden core cultivator in battle. Of course, this excluded Li Pu, a golden core cultivator. "Thank you, Manager Yun." Ji Boing expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. "You are too kind, Mr. Ji. This is all due to your own strength. I merely assisted with some formalities. Now, the necessary procedures have been completed, and the headquarters requires registration, so I shall take my leave." Yun Qianshan returned the gesture to Ji Boing and then turned to Qiaoyu. Smiling as he said, "Qiaoyu, now that Mr. Ji has achieved the rank of mid-grade yellow tier guest, he will rise to high-grade guest in 3 months. This is your fortuitous opportunity, so be sure to seize it." With that, Yun Qianshan departed from the reception room. After a considerable pause, Qiaoyu gradually regained her composure, gazing at Ji Boing in disbelief. "Mr. Ji, you passed the Merchant Guild's level assessment? I only passed the assessment for mid-grade yellow tier guest. As for high grade, I still have quite a distance to go at my current level. Truly impressive, Mr. Ji." Qiaoyu exclaimed sincerely, her face breaking into a captivating smile. In that moment, Ji Boing found himself momentarily entranced. It must be said that Qiaoyu's smile possessed an extraordinary allure, ensnaring one's heart with merely a glance. rendering them utterly captivated. Ji Boing took a deep breath, swiftly regaining his composure, and then addressed Xiaoyu. Now that we are in the reception room, I would appreciate it if you could assist me in selecting several illustrated manuals on talismans, as well as text suitable for a third-tier talisman master, including the art of seal script. Although Ji Boing possessed a solid foundation, he realized during his attempt to draw the thunder fighting talisman that he was somewhat lacking in his talisman-making skills, particularly with the final talisman. His error did not lie merely in the finishing touch, but rather in the spiritual patterns that adorned the entire talisman. The failure stemmed from a poor initial layout, which ultimately led to the unsuccessful completion of the piece. Thus, it was imperative for him to delve into superior texts on talismans and seal script. As for the illustrated manuals, while they may not significantly enhance his talisman-making abilities, they could broaden his understanding and liberate his creative thinking, particularly with obscure and unconventional talismans. If he were willing to explore and comprehend their principles, it would undoubtedly aid in the creation of other talismans. Furthermore, Ji Boing recognized that his grasp of third-tier talismans was still incomplete. For instance, had the thunder fighting talisman not been derived from the fundamental principles of thunder magic, he might not have even been aware of its existence. Having drawn the thunder fighting talisman this time, what if he were to encounter a talisman he had never seen before in the next round of advanced assessments? Would he then have to wait an additional 3 months? Although he had yet to fully comprehend the deeper implications of Li Pu's words, he understood their literal meaning. Time was of the essence for Ji Boing. He needed to attain a higher level of proficiency within the limited time frame available to demonstrate his worth to the Merchant Guild. Chapter 82. Ascending Elixir. According to the original plan, Ji Boing intended to leave after acquiring the talisman scripture from Xiaoyu. However, fate had other designs. After presenting the scripture, Xiaoyu handed him a list of supplies. This list comprised internal resources from the trading headquarters that Ji Boing was currently authorized to exchange. Although it contained merely a few dozen treasures, each held considerable value and were rare commodities. Precious as they were, Ji Boing noted that most of the items were not essential to him. Yet, as he was about to depart, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a 3-star superior elixir named Ascending Elixir on the list. Initially, Ji Boing assumed that the Ascending Elixir was a potion used by Golden Core practitioners for cultivation, intended to break through limitations. However, the subsequent notes nearly blinded him with astonishment. Ascending Elixir, a dual cultivation elixir, so named because its use allows both parties to feel ethereal and ascend to the heavens. Efficacy, it purifies the souls of both parties during dual cultivation. Good heavens, the inventor of this elixir must truly be a genius. Ji Boing was left speechless upon reading the description. After setting down the supply list, he promptly ordered 20 vials, all of the finest quality. Despite being a 3-star superior elixir, the simplicity of its concoction and the affordability of its raw materials meant that these 20 vials cost him less than 30,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Thus, several hours later, Ji Boing, filled with anticipation, made his way toward the Cloud Manor. At this moment, in the secluded courtyard at the northwestern corner of Cloud Manor, Xiaoninga sat by the window, gazing at the flickering flame of the oil lamp, lost in thought. As for Yi Qingqing, she sighed softly while looking at the repeatedly warmed dishes before her. Xiaoninga lightly adjusted the oil lamp and said, "Qinger, how many days has it been since my husband left? Today marks the 4th day." Yi Qingqing sighed again and responded, "Sister Ninger, it's getting late. Let us have our meal." Xiaoninga nodded in agreement. However, just as she prepared to rise, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. In the next moment, a familiar figure strode into the courtyard. Upon seeing this, Xiaoninger's eyes brightened. "Husband." She rushed forward and threw herself into his embrace, tightly holding onto his sturdy frame. Ji Boing smiled warmly, affectionately ruffling Xiaoninger's hair, then turned his gaze to Yi Qingqing and asked, "Qinger, would you like a hug as well?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing smiled charmingly and gently leaned against Ji Boing's embrace. In this manner, Ji Boing experienced a sensation he had never even dreamed of in his past life, being embraced by both sides. This feeling was utterly irresistible. After savoring the warmth in his embrace, Ji Boing affectionately ruffled the hair of the two lovely ladies and gently remarked, "I apologize for keeping you waiting these past few days." Xiaoninger nuzzled closer, her voice barely above a whisper, "Husband, could you please refrain from being away for so long in the future? I truly miss you dearly." At her words, Ji Boing raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. "What is it that you miss about your husband?" A blush crept onto Xiaoninger's cheeks as she buried her face, muttering shyly, "You are quite incorrigible, husband." Observing her reaction, Ji Boing was momentarily at a loss for words. "All right, let us eat first. I have not tasted home-cooked meals in 4 days. After our meal, I have a surprise for you both." In the main chamber, As Xiaoningo tenderly massaged Ji Boying's shoulders, she whispered in his ear, "Can we stay together tonight?" Ji Boying chuckled. "What nonsense are you speaking, dear? I have just returned." Relaxing in a wooden tub, he was oblivious to her true intent. Noticing his misunderstanding, Xiaoninger's cheeks flushed crimson as she clarified, "Husband. I mean, tonight, let us all sleep together, including Sister Chinger." As her words hung in the air, Ji Boying felt his composure shatter. His heart racing in response. He swallowed hard, striving to suppress his excitement. "What about Chinger? Before you returned, I had already spoken with Sister Chinger." Xiaoninger replied softly. "She agreed?" he asked, astonishment creeping into his voice. "Yes," she nodded, her gaze lowered. Hearing this, a wild urge surged within him, akin to a dragon longing to roar at the heavens. Yet, Ji Boying quelled his desires and quietly inquired, "And you, Ninger? Do you truly not mind?" Xiaoninger gently shook her head, resting her head on Ji Boying's shoulder as she whispered, "I only wish to be with you, husband, and never depart." Taking a deep breath, Ji Boying finally said, "Then let Chinger come in." At his words, Xiaoninger playfully bit his neck before rising to head towards the door. Moments later, both ladies appeared by the tub's side. In perfect harmony, they transformed their robes into maid outfits, one on each side, leaning against Ji Boying, clearing his throat. He attempted to maintain his composure. "This tub is large enough. You both can come in." Without hesitation, the two ladies shed their maid outfits and stepped into the tub. Ji Boying had previously commissioned a supersized wooden tub from the furniture store in Fulong City for the purpose of practicing water-based combat techniques. Now, even with 3 people lying inside, it felt remarkably spacious. Gently caressing the two enchanting ladies, he then inquired, "Who shall go first?" Upon hearing those words, Xiaoninger's gaze ignited with fervor, and she promptly leaped into Ji Boying's embrace, fiercely biting her lip and exclaiming, "Just yesterday, I have already mastered the dragon binding technique to the strangulation formula. You must be cautious, my husband." No sooner had her words fallen than, without allowing the monstrous serpent in the water to react, Xiaoninger surged downward amidst a flurry of talismans. The vile serpent, caught off guard, was instantly ensnared by the spiraling talismans, unable to escape despite its desperate thrashing. As their gazes intertwined, a glimmer of cunning danced in Xiaoninger's eyes. With merely a single glance, the two were engulfed in a tumultuous clash. The immense commotion sent ripples across the entire sea, waves crashing violently against the shore. Yi Qingqing, observing from the side, was left utterly astounded. Yet, just as the talisman practitioners were reveling in their onslaught, the once unstoppable dragon suddenly began to retreat inexplicably. Xiaoninger turned to Ji Boying in confusion. The latter, with a mischievous grin, unleashed a chilling sensation that surged upward, directly assailing Xiaoninger's boundless sea of souls. Chapter 83. The arrival of the demon cultivator in the city. What is this? Xiaoninger curled her body slightly, resting atop Ji Boying. Unable to suppress her trembling whimpers, Ji Boying chuckled and said, "This is the surprise I have prepared for you." As he spoke, a malevolent dragon lurking beneath the sea suddenly let out a piercing roar, opening its gaping maw to fiercely bite at the talismanist in the sky. The latter, already caught off guard by a previous ambush, was taken aback by the dragon's sudden onslaught. Despite the talismanist employing the 9-character true mantra of the dragon binding technique to its utmost, they still found themselves retreating step by step against the ferocious assault. Thus, the fierce battle continued for approximately half an hour. A wave of oppressive heat surged into the serene valley, marking the conclusion of the fierce clash between the dragon and the talismanist. Experience gained: 120, 68W, 100W, Realm bonus, none, Effect bonus, 50, Vows of Eternal Love, 150, Support bonus, 100, Free Attribute points, 24. Skill Attribute points, Talisman Path 24, Innate Talisman, 24, 8W, 30W, a Support bonus. Ji Boying gazed at the newly added data on the virtual panel, initially surprised, but soon his expression transformed to one of sheer joy. He had merely wished to infuse some excitement into his mundane life, yet he had not anticipated that the Immortal Ascension pill would possess such remarkable effects. It had effectively doubled his foundational points. He wondered how many times the effects of this Immortal Ascension pill could last. If it could endure multiple times, he would undoubtedly reap immense benefits. With this thought, Ji Boying gently kissed the nearby Yi Qingqing, whispering softly in her ear, "Thank you for waiting a little longer." "My dear, it's all right, my lord. You may converse with Sister Ninger first," Yi Qingqing replied with a sweet smile, her gentle voice stirring a fervor within Ji Boying's blood. As for Xiaoninger, upon hearing their exchange, a look of alarm appeared on her delicate face. She had thought that after the battle concluded, she could enjoy a moment of respite, only to realize her husband was eager for another round so soon. The thrill from the earlier surprise caused her long, supple legs to tremble involuntarily. Noticing the unusual reaction of the beauty in his arms, Ji Boyan couldn't help but smirk mischievously. What is this? Has Ning'e grown timid after just one duel today? Usually, Ning'e boasted a grand demeanor with her dragon binding technique and dragon control spell. Not at all, my lord. You only speak nonsense. Xiao Ning'e retorted, her cheeks, still flushed, became even more vibrant at Ji Boyan's candid remarks. Seeing her reaction, Ji Boyan playfully nibbled her red lips before executing a move known as the Azure Dragon emerges from water, commanding the mighty dragon towards the talismanist with fierce intent. The sword aura surged forth, imbued with overwhelming spirit. Wherever the Azure Dragon passed, the sea parted before it. The momentum was truly on par with that of Li Pu during the grand ceremony. Thus, it lasted for approximately 2.5 hours. Ji Boyan unleashed the sword energy 7 times in succession, thoroughly depleting the effects of the Ascension Pill. Observing the panel, which displayed several additional points of attributes compared to usual, Ji Boyan's joy intensified. It remained uncertain whether the efficacy of the Ascension Pill was related to time or frequency. Contemplating this, Ji Boyan's gaze fell upon Yi Qingqing, who stood nearby. Qing'er, my surprise is ready. Yet I wonder if you have diligently practiced the dragon binding technique and the dragon control art over the past few days? Yi Qingqing stepped slightly closer, wrapping her arms around Ji Boyan's neck, and playfully replied, why not let my husband personally assess my diligence? A smile graced Ji Boyan's lips as he felt an irresistible urge stirring within him. Qing'er, you are playing with fire. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Boyan flicked his fingers, and in an instant, a chill swept through the valley. Yi Qingqing, who had never experienced such a sensation, immediately paled, her body curling and trembling, reminiscent of Xiao Ning'e's earlier reaction. Ji Boyan chuckled mischievously, gently pulling the enchanting figure into his embrace. Qing'er, I have yet to begin evaluating the results of your training. Why do you show fear like Ning'e? Yi Qingqing bit her lip, suppressing the soul-stirring thrill. After a deep breath, she launched a proactive assault without waiting for Ji Boyan to prepare. Unlike the gentle and submissive nature of Xiao Ning'e, Yi Qingqing exuded a wild and assertive beauty. If Xiao Ning'e was a harmless little rabbit, then Yi Qingqing was a cool yet fiery little wildcat. Though Yi Qingqing's mastery of the dragon binding technique and the dragon control art lacked the solid foundation and profound depth of Xiao Ning'e's skills, her vigorous approach proved momentarily overwhelming for Ji Boyan. Thus, after nearly 3 hours of this exchange, Ji Boyan was forced to surrender. Experience exchange, 92,160 10. 000, realm bonus, none, effect bonus, 30, support bonus, 100, free attribute points, 10, skill attribute points, bloodline 10, my husband. How do you find Qing'er's dragon slaying skills? Yi Qingqing gazed down at Ji Boyan, her body utterly fatigued, yet her words retained a hint of defiance. Ji Boyan, taken aback by her demeanor, acknowledged that while Yi Qingqing's dragon-slaying skills had not reached the pinnacle, they were nonetheless formidable. However, he could not afford to concede at this moment. Your performance in water combat is acceptable, he remarked, gently tapping her forehead before guiding her onto the bed. The same applied to Xiao Ning'e. After ensuring both lovely ladies were comfortably settled, Ji Boyan departed the room and proceeded to the adjacent quiet chamber. Through this recent experiment, he has discerned the characteristics of the Ascension Elixir, which are solely time-dependent and not influenced by frequency. Its efficacy lasts approximately less than 3 hours. Ji Boyan, seated on a mat, gazed at the results of his diligent cultivation displayed on the virtual screen and softly murmured, to enhance the efficiency of the Ascension Elixir, our exchanges must be expedited henceforth. Furthermore, he resolved to visit the Wandao Merchant Guild at some point to seek out more advanced dragon-slaying techniques. After all, during this recent exchange, even with Ning'e mastering the binding dragon technique and the dragon control method to a consummate level, it still proved to be quite demanding. With a plan firmly established in his mind, Ji Boyan began to regulate his breath, delving into the newly acquired talisman scriptures. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Throughout this period, Ji Boyan immersed himself in the art of talismans. Although he did not achieve any significant breakthroughs in his talismanic realm, he gained fresh insights into the principles of talismanry and seal script. Notably, the new talismanic diagram significantly expanded his cognitive horizons. He even reached nearly a 10% success rate in drawing thunderstorm talismans. When collaborating with Xiao Ning'e, this rate could soar to an impressive 50%. The quality of the completed talismans was at least of crane color standard. Additionally, Ji Boyan's spiritual root has ascended to mid-grade, markedly enhancing his spiritual energy conversion efficiency. At this pace, should he exert a bit more effort and diligence, it is entirely plausible for him to elevate his fire spiritual root to high grade within the next 2 months. On this day, as is customary, Ji Boyan prepared to head to the Merchant Guild to undertake his tasks. However, upon stepping outside, he encountered numerous demonic cultivators within the Cloud Mansion. Chapter 84. An unexpected encounter. Ji Boying's pupils constricted sharply. Has it only been a month, and the demon cultivators have already begun to settle in the main city? Moreover, judging by their demeanor, it seems they intend to establish residence within Yunzhong Mansion. Ji Boying took a deep breath and proceeded towards the grand entrance of Yunzhong Mansion. Before long, he arrived at the Hall of Stewards, where everything remained unchanged despite the passage of time, familiar arrangements, and the presence of a well-known elder. Senior. It has been a long time. Ji Boying greeted the elder with a slight bow. The elder, engrossed in an ancient text of unknown origin, looked up with curiosity upon hearing the voice. Ah, it is young friend Ji. The elder's face brightened with surprise upon recognizing Ji Boying. The number of tenants frequenting this place was considerable, yet the memory of cultivators is far superior to that of ordinary folk. Ji Boying had only been in Yunzhong Mansion for just over a year as a guest elder of the Wanao Trading Company, so the elder certainly remembered him. Come, young friend Ji, please take a seat. The elder invited Ji Boying to sit, subsequently preparing a cup of tea for him. Ji Boying, feeling no need for formality, sat directly opposite the elder and smiled. I hope my unexpected visit has not disturbed you, senior. What are you saying? The elder chuckled. I spend my days here in the Hall of Stewards, and if no tenants arrive, I might not see a soul all year. It brings me joy to have you here. How could it be a disturbance? Then, does this mean I may visit you for tea quite often in the future? Ji Boying laughed heartily. Haha. If young friend wishes to come, I welcome you anytime. After a brief exchange, Ji Boying set down his teacup and inquired about the purpose of his visit. I have been in seclusion at home for some time, unaware of the happenings outside. However, today I noticed a considerable number of demon cultivators within the mansion. Has the inner city begun to see their presence as well? The elder raised an eyebrow at his words and replied with a smile. The arrival of demon cultivators occurred over half a month ago. The reasons remain unknown to me, but it is not a dire matter. Although these demon cultivators are brutal and murderous, as long as one does not provoke them or become their target, there should be no issues. Ji Boying nodded thoughtfully and continued, is it true that demon cultivators have also taken residence within Yunzhong Mansion? The elder confirmed with a nod. Indeed, over the past half-month, numerous demon cultivators have arrived. Of the 300 small courtyards within the mansion, more than 50 have been leased to them. Furthermore, the elder paused before adding, your neighbors on both sides are demon cultivators. Upon hearing this, Ji Boying's heart tightened. His neighbors on both sides are demon cultivators. Does this mean that Ninger and Chingo are constantly at risk of being targeted? The elderly gentleman seemed to have sensed Ji Boying's tension. After a brief pause, he remarked, if you find this courtyard unsuitable, there are several vacant ones within the estate, although they may be somewhat adjacent to the demonic cultivators. There are also numerous righteous practitioners nearby, so you would not be entirely surrounded by them, living in constant fear. Upon hearing this, Ji Boying felt a stir of temptation in his heart. However, after some contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. Relocating now would be too conspicuous. It was wiser to remain in his current quarters. As long as Ninger and Chingo kept to themselves, they would likely avoid drawing attention. Thank you for your kind offer. Esteemed elder, Ji Boying rose to express his gratitude before discreetly producing a few second-tier high-grade talismans from his robes. Slipping them into the elder's sleeve, he continued, I do not plan to change courtyards at this moment. I appreciate your kindness. I must take my leave now to attend to numerous matters at the Merchant Guild. But I shall return to bother you another day when time permits. With a slight bow, Ji Boying turned and made his way toward the main gate. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, he suddenly heard the elder's voice resonating in his mind. All are at the late stage of foundation establishment. Ji Boying paused momentarily, offered his thanks telepathically, and then continued on his path. Observing Ji Boying's retreating figure, the elder's sleeve fluttered slightly, and the talisman slipped into his hand. He chuckled softly, as if speaking to himself, what an intriguing young man. After departing from Yunzhong Mansion, Ji Boying made his way directly to the Merchant Guild. The presence of demonic cultivators on the main thoroughfare was far greater than he had anticipated. He had not expected that merely a month after the restrictions of the Divine Transformation ruins had been breached, so many demonic cultivators would have entered the city. If the battle between righteous and demonic forces were to conclude with Fulong City falling entirely into the hands of the demonic cultivators, would there be any righteous practitioners left within its walls? With this thought, Ji Boying let out a soft sigh and quickened his pace. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Merchant Guild. Just as he was about to enter, he encountered two familiar faces emerging from within. Oh, is that not young Master Ji? The speaker was none other than Mama Yun. Behind her stood the enchanting Yueyao fairy, who had performed at the grand ceremony. I have met Mama Yun, Ji Boying said, offering a slight bow to the beautiful matron before turning to salute the Yueyao fairy. However, upon seeing Ji Boying, The latter's cold visage revealed no trace of emotion. Perhaps, to such a lofty cultivator, a mere foundation establishment practitioner like him was hardly worthy of her attention. Nonetheless, Ji Boing paid it no mind. His gesture of courtesy was merely a matter of etiquette. "Young Master Ji, have you come to the Merchant Guild to purchase something?" Mama Yin inquired with a warm smile. "One could say so," Ji Boing replied with a grin. Upon hearing his response, Mama Yin raised an eyebrow but did not press further. After all, having visited Ji Boing's residence and encountered Xiao Ninger, she realized that Ji Boing was far more complex than she appeared, perhaps due to other matters at hand. The elegant lady did not engage in extensive conversation with Ji Boing this time. After exchanging a few casual remarks, she took her leave, saying, "I must attend to some trifling matters with Miss Yao, so I shall take my leave." "Madam Yun, please take care," Ji Boing replied with a slight bow, before turning to walk back inside. Meanwhile, the elegant lady paused, seemingly compelled by an unknown reason, to cast another glance in Ji Boing's direction. Just as Ji Boing entered the door, a respectful maid approached her with deference. Judging by the maid's demeanor, it appeared that Ji Boing's status was not trivial. "Mother, we should be on our way," urged Yao, noticing that Madame Yun remained stationary, coming back to her senses. The elegant lady nodded and began to exit the merchant's establishment. However, she had scarcely taken a few steps when she abruptly turned around and re-entered the shop. Yao, observing this, could not help but show a look of confusion. Just as she contemplated inquiring about it, she saw Madame Yun approach a steward at the door, retrieving several spirit stones from her storage pouch and smilingly asking, "Sister, do you happen to know that young Master Ji from earlier?" Chapter 85. The oncoming crisis. The young female cultivator glanced at the spirit stone in her hand, a glimmer of joy appearing in her eyes. It was, astonishingly, a mid-grade spirit stone, equivalent to several days' wages. She donned a professional smile and inquired, "Are you referring to Mr. Ji, who just entered?" "Mr. Ji?" Upon hearing this address, Aunt Yin felt a surge of surprise. Someone capable of eliciting such respect from a steward was certainly no ordinary individual. Contemplating this, Aunt Yin nodded and replied, "Indeed, that is the gentleman you mentioned. From your tone, it seems that Mr. Ji is a major client of the Merchant Guild." The young cultivator shook her head slightly. "Mr. Ji is a guest elder of the Merchant Guild, and—" She hesitated, choosing not to elaborate further. Aunt Yin, noticing her reticence, smiled and retrieved a substantial handful of mid-grade spirit stones from her storage pouch, placing them into the young cultivator's hands. Overwhelmed with elation, the cultivator discreetly accepted the stones and then leaned in close to Aunt Yun, whispering, "I've heard from other guest elders that Mr. Ji has significant connections at the headquarters. Even the newly appointed envoy has referred to him as brother. Furthermore, during a recent assessment organized by the guild, it seems Mr. Ji failed. Yet the manager not only retained him but also renewed his contract with even better senior terms." Upon hearing this, Aunt Yun's expression shifted dramatically. The background of this Mr. Ji was far more formidable than she had anticipated. To be on such familiar terms with the newly arrived envoy of the Wandao Merchant Guild? How could that be? When she first encountered Ji Boing, he was merely a nascent cultivator. Aunt Yun vividly recalled how Ji Boing sought a long-term companion, but, due to his financial constraints, ended up with a one-night arrangement. If he truly had connections at the Wandao Merchant Guild headquarters, how could he have fallen into such dire straits? Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Aunt Yun's complexion changed once more. Reflecting on Ji Boing's remarkable transformation over the past 2 years only solidified her suspicions. Taking a deep breath, she bid farewell to the young cultivator and swiftly made her way toward the Foaming Pavilion. Yao. There may be a turning point at Foaming Pavilion. A turning point? Upon hearing this, Fairy Yu was momentarily taken aback and then responded, "But hasn't the elder stationed here already rejected us?" While it was true that the resident elder had declined their request, one must not forget that there was still an envoy present at the Merchant Guild. According to news from the main hall, this envoy's status was even more esteemed than that of the resident elder. "Does Aunt Yun know this envoy?" Yao inquired, her curiosity piqued once more. "I do not. But someone does." The beautiful woman spoke in a low voice, suddenly halting her steps. She solemnly remarked, "Due to unforeseen circumstances, the General Pavilion is unable to send the airship into Fulong City. Although there are considerable mutual interests between our Phoenix Pavilion and the Wandao Business Alliance, this alone may not compel the Wandao Business Alliance to sacrifice their own benefits for our protection. Whether we, along with the sisters in the pavilion, can escape from Fulong City may depend on our connections with that esteemed individual." Upon hearing this, Yao seemed to recall something and asked, "Are you referring to that foundation establishment cultivator from earlier?" "Indeed," Yun Mama nodded slightly. "How could this be? He is merely a foundation establishment cultivator. How could he possibly know the emissary from the headquarters of the Business Alliance?" Even if he does, it is likely only a fleeting acquaintance. How could he persuade the One-Out Business Alliance to help us leave Fulong City? Yu Yao clearly doubted that Ji Boing possessed such formidable connections. He is just a minor cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Whether he can persuade them will be revealed in due time, Yun Mama replied. Seemingly unconcerned about Yu Yao's skepticism, her gaze filled only with gravity. She had already devised a plan in her mind. However, there were still numerous pressing matters to attend to within the Phoenix Pavilion. She intended to complete her urgent tasks before personally investigating Ji Boing's true capabilities. Meanwhile, Ji Boing was unaware of the events unfolding outside and made his way directly to the reception room. However, before he could undertake his assigned duties, he was taken by Qiuyu to the room where Manager Yun Qianshan awaited. Manager Yun. Ji Boing greeted Yun Qianshan with a slight bow, then inquired, "May I ask why you summoned me?" "Please, take a seat first, Mr. Ji." Yun Qianshan gestured for Ji Boing to sit. After signaling Qiuyu to leave, he continued, "The purpose of inviting you here is to discuss the matter of the demonic cultivators." Yun Qianshan poured a cup of tea for Ji Boing and added, "Do you recall the information I shared with you previously? After the opening of the spirit transformation ruins, a significant confrontation between the righteous and demonic factions is inevitable." Ji Boing nodded slightly, patiently awaiting Yun Qianshan's elaboration. With a gentle sigh, Yun Qianshan continued, "As of now, there have been 15 battles between the righteous and demonic sides, comprising 3 at the Qi refinement stage, 5 at the foundation establishment stage, and 7 at the golden core stage. As for the outcomes aside from the Qi refinement cultivators, the righteous side has managed to secure only 2 victories at the foundation establishment stage, while suffering catastrophic defeats in all the remaining confrontations." Upon hearing this, Ji Boing's pupils constricted sharply. He had anticipated that the righteous cultivators would struggle against the demonic ones, but he never expected the disparity to be so profound. In just a few days, the battles at the nascent soul stage would commence, totaling 36 confrontations. However, the rules for the upcoming battles at this stage had undergone significant changes. The confrontations would not only determine victory or defeat, but also be a matter of life and death. Ji Boing's expression shifted once more, his heartbeat quickening in response. Not only determining victory or defeat, but also a matter of life and death. Does this not imply that, regardless of whether the righteous cultivators emerge victorious in this battle, there will be a significant loss of Yuan Ing true monarchs? Consequently, Fulong City will not only fall entirely into the hands of demonic cultivators, but even the remaining righteous cultivators within will lose their protection. Mr. Ji, I have only just received the news that the headquarters intends to completely abandon the branch in Fulong City following the conclusion of the battle between the righteous and demonic Yuan Ing true monarchs. At that time, airships will arrive to evacuate the key personnel of the business from this place. According to the original plan, the headquarters was to evacuate everyone within the business. However, this time, due to the obstruction by demonic cultivators, the number of individuals that the airships can carry is extremely limited, less than half of the original capacity. As Yun Qianshan spoke, a growing sense of panic appeared on his face. "I am aware that Mr. Ji has passed the level assessment and will soon ascend to the status of a high-ranking guest elder. According to the discussions between Elder Yang and Elder Li, guest elders possess the privilege of bringing family members along. 1 for low-ranking guest elders, 3 for mid-ranking guest elders, and 5 for high-ranking guest elders. I recognize that this request may be somewhat excessive, but if Mr. Ji has any surplus quotas, I sincerely hope that you might consider granting one to me. If Mr. Ji could acquiesce to this, rest assured that I shall follow any orders you may have in the future." With that, Yun Qianshan knelt directly before Ji Boing. Chapter 86. Life and Death Battle. Upon learning that the headquarters intended to abandon the city of Fulong, Ji Boing found himself engulfed in a state of turmoil. It wasn't until Yun Qianshan knelt before him that he gradually regained his composure. Observing this, Ji Boing hastily assisted Yun Qianshan to his feet. After all, his current standing was significantly aided by Yun Qianshan's efforts. "What is the meaning of this, Master Yun?" Ji Boing gently helped Yun Qianshan to a seat and remarked, "My achievements today are also due to your benevolence, Master Yun. How could I stand idly by in your time of need? However, as the branch manager, your contributions to the commerce must surely warrant a more compassionate response from the establishment, no?" Seeing Ji Boing's willingness to assist him, Yun Qianshan breathed a sigh of relief and explained, "The commerce would not be so heartless. In fact, as the manager, I have been granted 2 quotas." Sensing Ji Boing's potential misunderstanding, Yun Qianshan quickly added, "Though 2 quotas may seem ample, I have 4 family members, excluding my wife, including a son and a daughter." Upon hearing this, Ji Boing immediately understood and paused before inquiring, "Might any of the stewards from your establishment be able to accompany you?" Yun Qianshan shook his head slightly, stating, The stewards are external hires and do not possess the qualification to depart with the airship. Ji Boing nodded in comprehension. It was reasonable that the majority of stewards were external hires and not core members. Thus, it was entirely justifiable for the headquarters to exclude them. Fortunately, having ascended to the rank of a high-grade guest official, he had 5 quotas available to him. Setting aside the one reserved for Manager Wang, he had 4 remaining, sufficient to bring along Qiuyu. As for time constraints, with 36 rounds of life and death battles among the nascent souls, he had ample time. 2 to 3 months should suffice. After about half an hour, Ji Boing departed amid Yun Qianshan's profuse gratitude. As was his custom, after completing the exchange of talismans, Ji Boing procured some elixirs and herbs. However, this time, he did not rush to leave the commercial establishment, but instead ventured into the dual cultivation technique section. The techniques of the dragon binding and dragon control were becoming insufficient. He needed to select a superior technique for dragon slaying. While browsing through the selection, Ji Boing serendipitously discovered a tome titled Theory of Breaking Points, a method for the yin-yang dual cultivation. Initially, he believed it to be a mere commonplace dual cultivation technique. But upon opening it, he realized it was, in fact, a scholarly work on physiology. Not only did it elucidate 16 exceptional dual cultivation techniques, but it also revealed the mysteries of the male and female anatomy. Furthermore, it contained extensive discussions on various challenges encountered during dual cultivation and methods for enhancing efficiency and quality in the practice. Captivated by the wealth of knowledge within the book, Ji Boing did not hesitate to acquire it. Although the price was steep, nearly 25,000 mid-grade spirit stones after discounts, he deemed such a treasure of knowledge invaluable. After securing Theory of Breaking Points, Ji Boing also selected a high-end technique called 18 Methods of Dragon Subjugation. Satisfied with his acquisitions, he left the commercial establishment contentedly. Deep within the Fulong Ridge, an eerie dark purple beam of light surged into the sky, causing the surrounding landscape to lose its original hue. Encircling the radiant purple glow stood towering peaks, upon which countless strange runes spiraled, exuding an indescribable aura of mystery. At that moment, hundreds of figures advanced, dividing into 2 factions, standing amidst the purple light, as if partaking in an ancient ritual. Suddenly, a ripple of sword energy emerged from the void. Before long, the crowd beheld a woman clad in purple stepping forth, hovering at the very center of the beam. Upon seeing her, all present knelt in reverence, bowing low. "We pay our respects to the saintess." The woman nodded indifferently, her expression devoid of emotion, and declared, "Let the ceremony commence." "Yes." With her words, the crowd rose to their feet. Shortly thereafter, a bare-chested man with sinewy muscles and crimson hair emerged from the throng. He surveyed the assembly of cultivators before him and grinned wickedly. "I am Bloodblade. Who dares to challenge me?" His thunderous voice, imbued with immense spiritual power, surged forth like a tidal wave toward his opponents. An elder among them, upon witnessing this, let out a soft huff, unleashing his own spiritual energy to disperse the might of Bloodblade. He stepped forward, instantaneously appearing before Bloodblade. "I am Yuan Tong. I have come to engage in battle." Bloodblade cast a glance at the elder, his malevolent grin widening. With a slight motion of his hand, the 2 crimson long blades bound by chains behind him transformed from red to purple, unleashing torrents of ink-black blood energy that weighed down the earth beneath him. In response, Yuan Tong summoned his own whisk. With a few deft sweeps, a bright ripple emanated from his feet, contrasting starkly with Bloodblade's presence. Observing this, Bloodblade stepped forward, lifting his blades high as he leaped into the air. Instantly, a deluge of blood energy cascaded down, morphing into a grotesque demon, seeking to engulf the elder. Unbeknownst to them, summer had quietly arrived. Within Fulong City, the atmosphere began to grow increasingly oppressive. In a secluded chamber, as Ji Boing completed his final stroke, countless heavenly thunder elements converged within the confined space. As the mystical patterns on the talisman flickered, at last, a supreme thunder talisman was meticulously crafted. Ji Boing's face illuminated with a hint of joy. After 2 months of arduous cultivation, he had succeeded in elevating the success rate of the thunder talisman to 40%. Moreover, among the talismans crafted, the rate of crane-colored masterpieces accounted for 40%, while the dragon-colored supreme quality reached 30%. If he were to collaborate with Xiaoninger, the success rate could soar to 70%. Furthermore, the talismans produced would assuredly be of premium quality, with over 50% being dragon-colored supreme quality. With my current state, I am adequately prepared to assess the qualifications of a yellow-tier upper-grade guest elder. Yet, I wonder what level of strength is required for a... Ji Boing mused as he gazed at the talismans laid out before him. Contemplating this, he opened his attribute panel. Name, Ji Boing Cultivation Level. Foundation Establishment Second Layer, Bone Quality, Fire 30, 000, Superior, bone quality, with 30,000 superior, soul, 30,000 initial stage of golden core, physical body, 60,000 initial stage of golden body, poisoned, swordsmanship, 12,000 mid stage of gang realm, talismans, 160,000 medium grade, 3 stars, alchemical arts, 17,000 medium grade, 2 stars, bloodline, 11,000 medium grade, 2 stars, destined talisman, 104,000 300,000 talisman consumption, 30, talisman power, 30, talisman fusion, 200, distributable free attribute points, 891. Regrettably, time is insufficient. Were I granted a bit more time, perhaps I could elevate my talisman arts to the superior grade of 3 stars. However, as the life and death battle of the nascent soul has only reached its 18th match, there is no pressing need for haste. I shall await the final 3 matches of the nascent soul battle before participating in the assessment, striving to maximize the benefits of the evaluation. Chapter 87. The visit from Mother Yin. After completing the talisman, Ji Boing intended to proceed to the trading house as per usual. However, just as he was about to step out, his wife, Xiao Ninger, knocked on the door and entered. Husband, Mother Yun has arrived. Mother Yun? Ji Boing paused momentarily at the mention, then replied, please take me to her. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the living room, only to be greeted by a waft of delightful fragrance before they even stepped inside. Ji Boing looked up and saw not only Mother Yun, but also another enchanting female cultivator, none other than the illustrious Fairy Yueyao. Ji Boing merely glanced at Fairy Yueyao before diverting his gaze. He entered the living room and cupped his hands in greeting to Mother Yun, saying, it has been several months. I hope Mother Yun has been well. This time, he acknowledged only Mother Yun, as there was no need to flatter Fairy Yueyao, whose demeanor he found unwelcoming. Young Master Ji is indeed a busy man. It takes a formal announcement for me to meet you, Mother Yun jested upon seeing Ji Boing. Her earlier suspicions now solidified. Upon entering, she immediately noticed that the robe worn by Yi Qingxing was now identical to that of Xiao Ninger. Moreover, the chaotic aura surrounding her had transformed into the calm and steady essence typical of a seasoned cultivator. There was no doubt that Ji Boing had employed a top-tier detoxification pill on the girl. A single robe, complemented by a detoxification pill, amounted to a substantial sum of 50 to 60,000 mid-grade spirit stones. What foundational cultivator could afford such luxury? Even she, after years of toil at Foaming Pavilion, could scarcely accumulate such wealth. Mother Yun, you jest. I was merely engaged in quiet cultivation, Ji Boing replied, settling beside her and personally pouring a cup of spirit tea for her. Meanwhile, Fairy Yueyao, despite having consumed her fair share of tea, Ji Boing chose to overlook her presence. Ultimately, Ji Boing had only been cultivating for a mere 2 to 3 years. And despite his previous decades of existence as an ordinary mortal, he could not entirely escape the grudges of the past. Having been somewhat remiss during your last visit, I have since procured some superior spirit tea from the trading house. What do you think of this tea, Mother Yun? Ji Boing jested in return. Giggling, who would have thought that young Master Ji holds on to grievances so dearly? I merely made a light-hearted jest, and yet you remember it still, Mother Yun chuckled. Unable to contain her amusement, I must apologize in advance, lest I seek your assistance later and you bring up old grievances. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing raised an eyebrow, internally affirming his suspicions. Thus, the two continued their light-hearted banter. Yun Mama no longer concealed her intentions and spoke directly. Young Master Ji, I shall not beat around the bush. I have an ungracious request to make. Pray, do not hesitate, for if it is within my capacity to assist, I would have no reason to decline, Ji Boing responded with alacrity. Although his dealings with Yun Mama were merely business in nature, both of his wives, whether it be Xiao Ninger or Yi Qingxing, had rendered him immense support. Particularly, Xiao Ninger, without the enhancement of talismanic arts, relying solely on his own ability to craft talismans and refine elixirs, he would likely not even match the esteemed guest of the Wanao commerce. Thus, as long as it was within his means, he saw no harm in offering assistance. On the other hand, upon hearing Ji Boing's swift agreement, Yun Mama's heart swelled with joy, and she continued, in truth, I have come to implore young Master Ji to recommend me to the esteemed envoy of your organization. Naturally, as a reward, Foaming Pavilion shall not treat young Master Ji poorly. Yun Mama wishes to meet elderly? Ji Boing was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a request, nor did he expect that she would know of his acquaintance with Li Pu. However, it quickly dawned on him that their familiarity was common knowledge among the members of the commerce, so much so that it had become widely circulated. A woman as astute as Yun Mama would easily uncover such information with minimal inquiry. Ji Boing paused for a moment before stating, I can certainly introduce you to Yun Mama, yet whether my words hold any weight depends entirely on Elder Li's disposition. It would be prudent for you to brace yourself for that possibility. Indeed, indeed, Yun Mama replied promptly. Ji Boing's willingness to assist made their endeavor halfway successful. And as for whether Li Pu would grant an opportunity for a meeting, surely, being so closely acquainted, he would not deny such a request. Thus, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yun Mama departed with a beaming smile. At Fulong Ridge, within the remnants of the transformation god, the once dense dark violet light column was now gradually shrouded in a layer of blood-red mist. Meanwhile, the intricate runes encircling the outer mountains, nourished by this sanguine energy, became increasingly eerie and unsettling. Even a golden core true man would experience a tremor of unease upon witnessing these bizarre runes. Above the light column, a woman clad in purple lounged languidly upon a throne, her expression impassive as she surveyed the fierce clash between the two nascent soul true monarchs below. As time passed, the struggle between the two formidable beings drew to a close. Ultimately, after the burly man clad in obsidian-scaled armor unleashed a thunderous punch, the battle reached its conclusion. The light column lay in disarray, stained with blood, and even the void itself rippled with the residual force of the conflict. Had it not been for the protective barrier cast by the purple-clad woman, the surrounding peaks would have undoubtedly been reduced to mere rubble. The towering figure slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, while before him lay his opponent, a mere shadow of life, battered and broken beyond recognition. He paused for a moment, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to rise from the ground, and then he respectfully clasped his hands before the righteous cultivator before him. I concede. As the words fell, the purple-clad woman seated upon the throne waved her hand, and instantly, a cascade of radiant light descended, restoring the chaotic scene within the pillar of light to its original state. The once unrecognizable nascent soul, true monarch, under the embrace of this brilliance, transformed into a constellation of stars, merging seamlessly into the surrounding runes. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. During this time, Ji Boing had not been particularly anxious about crafting talismans. After fulfilling the minimum quota required each month, he dedicated the remaining time to studying the talisman scriptures and their illustrations. As for the thunder-fighting talismans, in his current state, the success rate of his creations had surpassed 50%, with an astonishing 40% of those being of the highest quality. The remainder were predominantly of fine quality, with very few of inferior grade surfacing. Furthermore, aside from the thunder-fighting talismans, Ji Boing had also significantly improved his success rate with the mid-tier 3-star talismans. After all, both his fire and wood spiritual roots had broken through to the superior grade, greatly enhancing his spiritual powers conversion and utilization rates. Ordinary mid-tier 3-star talismans had become quite effortless for him. Just as Ji Boing intended to take a brief respite, the guest token unexpectedly flickered. He picked up the jade tablet, and shortly thereafter, the voice of Li Pu resonated from within. Chapter 88. Inadequate Etiquette. Brother Ji. The battle between the righteous and the demonic is nearing its conclusion. Our business has begun preparations for withdrawal. If you wish to continue with the rank assessment, it is advisable to complete it within the next few days. Additionally, I find myself with some free time. You may notify the steward of Foaming Pavilion to come and meet me at the business. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing's expression shifted subtly. He had intended to wait a while longer before proceeding with the assessment, but it seemed there was little time left for their business. As for Mother Yin, after his previous mention to Li Pu, the latter merely indicated he would consider it. Initially, Ji Boing believed the matter would come to nothing, yet unexpectedly, there was a turn of events. With this thought in mind, Ji Boing slightly adjusted his demeanor and departed the quiet chamber, making his way towards the main hall. Ninger. Chinger, I must visit the business again. Like last time, I may return a bit late. During my absence, please be cautious at home. If anyone comes to visit, unless absolutely necessary, pretend that no one is home. As he spoke, Ji Boing handed the two women a few thunder talisman he had recently crafted. Though merely a low-grade 3-star talisman, its power was such that even Ji Boing could scarcely endure it, let alone an ordinary golden core cultivator. With the recent influx of demonic cultivators in the city, it was imperative that his wives remain safe. Understanding that Ji Boing would be away for several days, Xiao Ninger reluctantly nestled into his embrace. Although Yu Qingxing said nothing, her eyes betrayed her concern and reluctance. Ji Boing affectionately ruffled the hair of his two wives and smiled. I shall return swiftly. When I do, I will prepare a surprise for each of you. At the mere mention of a surprise, both women's faces blossomed with a rosy hue. Xiao Ninger playfully glared at Ji Boing, then gently nipped his ear before releasing her hold. Meanwhile, Yu Qingxing chimed in with a playful smile. The 18 dragon-subduing techniques that you entrusted to me will soon be mastered. By the time you return, I will have 3 dragon-slaying techniques at my disposal. Ji Boying was momentarily speechless. In contrast to Xiao Ninger, Yi Qingqing, having undergone training at Fengming Pavilion, exhibited a bolder demeanor. However, this was a welcome change, adding a hint of amusement to their otherwise mundane lives. He squeezed Yi Qingqing's supple cheek and then departed the residence with a smile. After leaving Yunzhong Mansion, Ji Boying did not rush to the business but instead turned towards Fengming Pavilion. Unlike previous days, due to the impending withdrawal, Fengming Pavilion was also closing its doors for good, mirroring the state of both the inner and outer city. As Ji Boying entered the pavilion, he intended to inquire with a maid about Mother Yun's whereabouts when he spotted Fairy Yueyao gracefully descending the staircase. Her gaze remained as cold and aloof as ever, her beauty striking and unparalleled. To speak frankly, a woman as enchanting as Fairy Yueyao would stir fondness and admiration in any man. However, her unapproachable demeanor had repeatedly left Ji Boying feeling somewhat ashamed. Thus, upon seeing her again, he merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his eyes. He is neither a sycophant in this life, nor in his previous one. Is young Master Ji here to seek his mother? Just as Ji Boying intended to turn and leave in search of a maidservant, a voice, ethereal and cool, gradually reached his ears. Upon glancing back, he was surprised to find that the elusive Fairy Yueyao had taken the initiative to speak. Observing this, Ji Boying merely nodded with indifference. Fairy Yueyao, noticing Ji Boying's aloof demeanor, felt a flicker of surprise in her cool eyes. In truth, she had already been somewhat taken aback when Ji Boying had not greeted her earlier. She had assumed he was merely feigning disinterest due to the presence of his wife and concubines. However, it now appeared that this was not the case. After studying Ji Boying for a moment, she finally spoke. Mother is upstairs. Please follow me, young Master Ji. Thank you, Ji Boying replied, his tone still devoid of any emotion. This only served to ignite a spark of irritation within Fairy Yueyao. She cast another glance at Ji Boying before gracefully gliding up the staircase, albeit deliberately slowing her pace. Ji Boying furrowed his brow at this, uncertain of the woman's intentions. Yet, he could not help but notice her striking figure. She was like an ice lotus, eternal and unyielding. Yet she exuded an allure that was utterly captivating. Every aspect of her, from her slender waist to her perfectly shaped legs, and the towering peaks of her form, ignited a fire within him that was difficult to extinguish. Suddenly, Ji Boying realized something. His once distracted eyes now sparkled with clarity. He lifted his gaze towards Fairy Yueyao, only to sense an indescribable aura emanating from her. This presence was unlike that of ordinary cultivators, elusive and intangible, almost as if it existed in a realm beyond comprehension. It was this very essence that ensnared Ji Boying's soul. Clenching his fists, a subtle killing intent began to unfurl within him. However, just as he was about to confront her, he noticed Yun Mama descending from the loft. "Young master," she exclaimed, her face instantly brightening with a warm smile upon seeing Ji Boying. "You should have let me come to greet you at the door. Why trouble yourself to come all the way up to find me? If this were to spread, it would reflect poorly on Fengming Pavilion's manners." Yun Mama was being courteous, yet with Fairy Yueyao personally guiding him, there was no question of any impropriety. Ji Boying smiled, though he placed particular emphasis on the name Yueyao. Yun Mama's expression shifted slightly at his tone, and she glanced at Fairy Yueyao. The latter, whether feeling guilty or for other reasons, offered a respectful bow to Yun Mama and said, "Please converse at your leisure, Mama. I shall take my leave now." "Young Master Ji, it appears that Mother Yun has also sensed something amiss." Just as she was about to inquire further, Ji Boying waved his hand and said, "Elderly has asked me to convey that he is available in the coming days, and Mother Yun may go directly to the shop to find him." A look of surprise once again graced Mother Yun's face. She stepped forward, taking Ji Boying's arm, and said, "Young Master Ji, I shall express my gratitude in silence. This kindness shall forever remain in my heart. How about this? If there are any esteemed ladies in the pavilion that catch your eye, feel free to take them with you. I shall not accept a single spirit stone from you." Upon hearing this, Ji Boying could not help but smile wryly and quickly replied, "There is no need for that. I already have Ninger and Qinger, which is more than enough." Mother Yun, upon hearing this, seemed poised to say something more, but suddenly appeared to recall something, her face adorned with a knowing smile. With a swift motion, she produced a scroll of beast hide from her storage pouch. "Do not be too hasty in your refusal, young master." She approached Ji Boying, placing the scroll into his hands, and said gently, "Since time is still ample, you may take your time to ponder this and provide me with your response later." Ji Boying, taken aback by her words, felt a growing sense of unease, especially upon meeting Mother Yun's gaze, which seemed to convey a message of understanding. Chapter 89. A smooth passage. After delivering the message, Ji Boying departed from Fengming Pavilion with purpose. As he walked along the main road towards the merchant hall, He retrieved a beast-skin scroll from his sleeve. The cover of the scroll bore 3 striking characters, Golden Bullet. In that moment, Ji Boying's expression darkened, feeling as though he had been belittled. Despite his good intentions in facilitating connections, this woman had the audacity to slander him. How absurd. When did he ever need such a thing? He was a body cultivator, vigorous and full of life. Did he require such a trinket? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he carefully placed the scroll into his storage pouch. With a cold huff, he waved his sleeve and continued on his way. Meanwhile, within the conference hall of Foaming Pavilion, Mama Yun sat at the head of the table, her demeanor stern and her brows furrowed, exuding an aura of barely concealed menace. Before her knelt a female cultivator, none other than the famed Yueyao fairy, Li Yueyao. Li Yueyao, Mama Yun began, her icy gaze piercing through the air. Have you forgotten your place after tasting a morsel of success these past few years? Do not forget that your current standing is a gift from Foaming Pavilion. Without us, you would be nothing. If Foaming Pavilion had not promoted you, do you truly believe your sword dance would have gained renown across Dongsongshan continent? If Foaming Pavilion had not aided your transformation, do you think those true lords would even deign to acknowledge a mere foundation establishment cultivator like you? She let out a derisive laugh, continuing, in essence, you are just a commodity. Do you truly fancy yourself a fairy? Foaming Pavilion could create a Li Yueyao, just as easily as it could conjure a Zhao Yueyao or a Zhang Yueyao. I shall tell you this, should my negotiations with the merchant hall succeed, all will be well, but if they do not, you know what I am capable of. With a dismissive huff, Mama Yun unleashed an overwhelming spiritual pressure upon the fairy, causing her to be sent hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string, crashing onto the floor outside the conference hall. A thin trickle of crimson seeped from her lips, rendering her pallid visage even more ghostly. Struggling to rise, Yueyao fairy bowed towards Mama Yun before dragging her injured form away in desolation. At that moment, within the assessment chamber of Wandao Merchant Hall, Ji Boying sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed in meditation. He felt no urgency regarding the assessment. The yellow-grade upper-tier status was already within his grasp. What he truly valued was the subsequent advancement to the mysterious tier. If he was not mistaken, the difference between the mysterious and yellow grades appeared minimal, yet in reality, it was a chasm of unfathomable distance. With the impending relocation of the merchant hall, time was no longer on his side for preparation. Furthermore, after following the merchant hall to its new destination, he pondered where he would go next and whether the new environment would be conducive to his cultivation. This remained uncertain. All Ji Boying could do was continually elevate his guest status, showcase his worth, and seek the protection of the merchant hall. There is no escaping the overwhelming force of demonic cultivators in this current age. What was once a harmonious and stable world has now devolved into a brutal realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. To secure one's existence, one must either possess formidable strength or rely on a powerful backing. With a deep exhale, Ji Boying released a breath of pent-up frustration, his gaze igniting with determination. He activated the array disc, and before long, a stack of talisman paper and a spirit ink brush appeared on the table, identical to those before. Calming his mind and centering his spirit, Ji Boying adjusted his state to its optimal condition. He then took the brush and selected a piece of talisman paper, beginning to inscribe with a fluid motion. The efficiency of his spiritual energy transfer grew as his mastery deepened, allowing him to craft talismans with increasing ease. Several months prior, he had barely managed to sketch a thunder talisman. Now, with both his fire and wood spiritual roots reaching a superior rank, complemented by his studies in talisman scriptures and illustrations, the success rate of crafting such a talisman was no longer a concern. In just 2 hours, Ji Boying produced a high-quality thunder talisman in one continuous flow. The patterns on the talisman shimmered with vitality, and one could almost hear the crackling of electricity in the air. After a brief glance, he set this exquisite piece aside and began to work on a second sheet of talisman paper. With the first talisman as practice, he found himself even more adept this time, not only increasing his speed but also enhancing the uniformity and finesse of the spiritual patterns he drew. Before long, as the final stroke was laid down, the patterns on the talisman seemed to spring to life, transforming into writhing electric serpents, their lightning dancing wildly. The sharp crackle of thunderous noise created an unsettling tension in the air. Observing this, Ji Boying merely smiled calmly, placing the completed thunder talisman onto the array disc. In an instant, a surge of draconic energy erupted, illuminating the entire examination chamber. Meanwhile, in a room on the top floor, Yang Qingshan, witnessing the scene through the mirror-like illusion, felt his teacup shatter in his hand. A prodigy, truly a prodigy. In just over 3 months, such remarkable progress had been achieved. Ji Boying's mastery of talismans was unparalleled even across the entirety of eastern Songshan continent, where few could rival him. Li Pu chuckled softly, his fingers idly stirring his teacup. He had anticipated Ji Boying's success in the examination for the upper tier of the yellow rank. His concern lay with the same issue as Ji Boying's, the assessment for the Xian rank. Although there was no longer a barrier between the upper tier of the yellow rank and the lower tier of the Xian rank, the disparity remained akin to that between a low-tier and a mid-tier talisman master. While there were no qualifications restricting access, a gap in experience and strength persisted. Thus, after 2 hours, Ji Boying began applying for the assessment of the lower tier of the Xian rank. However, just as Li Pu prepared to observe Ji Boying's performance, a voice called from outside, "Elderly, Yin Xiushi, the master of Fengming Pavilion in Fulong City, requests an audience." Upon hearing this, Li Pu couldn't help but glance at Ji Boying within the illusion before shaking his head with a wry smile. "Having realized your urgency, I would have delayed my notification." Silently murmuring to myself, Li Pu rose to bid farewell to Elder Yang. "Elder Yang, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As for the images within the realm of illusion, I would appreciate your assistance in recording them." Upon hearing this, Yang Qinshan nodded and replied, "Rest assured, Elderly. I shall meticulously document the happenings in the realm of illusion." "I am grateful for your assistance, Elder Yang," Li Pu said with a slight bow before departing. Meanwhile, within the serene chamber, Ji Boying activated the formation, and the examination for the low-grade Xian tier guest elder materialized upon the table. Chapter 90. The final sheet: 10 sheets of beast skin talisman paper, a spirit imbuing brush, and a dish of demon beast blood. Each must be used to inscribe the fusion spirit talisman, the descending spirit talisman, the rejuvenation talisman, and the fire cloud talisman. And all crafted talismans must achieve the crane color grade to be considered a success. The assessment for the lower grade of the mysterious tier, compared to the previous higher grade of the yellow tier, can be described as straightforward and unadorned, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. The 10 sheets of talisman paper correspond to 10 types of talismans, which are among the most common of the 3-star middle-grade talismans, frequently employed by ordinary cultivators. If a talisman master can master these 10 talismans, they can confidently present themselves as a 3-star middle-grade talisman master, even if they are utterly ignorant of other talismans of the same grade. Therefore, the assessment for the lower grade of the mysterious tier is simpler than Ji Boying had anticipated. However, it is also significantly more challenging than he imagined. Although there is no time limit for the assessment and the provided talismans are the most common, the difficulty lies in the requirement that all 10 talismans must be successfully inscribed in one attempt, and they must be of premium quality. Ji Boying's mastery of the talisman path has indeed surged, and it is only a matter of time before he breaks through to the realm of 3-star upper-grade talisman master. Nevertheless, facing such a challenge, he still feels a tinge of uncertainty. Since there is no stipulated time for the assessment, he decides to take his time with the drawing. Gazing at the 10 sheets of talisman paper before him, Ji Boying murmurs softly, "As long as I maintain my optimal state, my success rate for inscribing these talismans can reach around 70%, with a premium rate exceeding 60%. If I can stabilize my state after each talisman is completed, there is no reason I cannot pass this trial." With this thought in mind, Ji Boying takes a deep breath and begins to inscribe the first talisman. Meanwhile, in another elegant chamber of the Merchant Guild, Li Pu is seated opposite a beautiful woman. The woman is none other than the esteemed Yun Mama of Fengming Pavilion, the head of Fengming Pavilion in Fulong City, Yin Xiushi, Guildmaster Yun. Li Pu sets down his teacup and speaks languidly. "I have reviewed the conditions of Fengming Pavilion. However, our guild has encountered obstacles from that individual, and the quota for relocation has been halved. Thus, our guild can only offer you 20 slots at most." Yun Mama furrows her brow, her face devoid of the usual alluring smile. After a pause, she inquires with a serious tone, "Can it not be increased?" Li Pu slightly shakes his head and then lays the facts bare. Had the Merchant Guild's airship quota not been interfered with by that individual, Guildmaster Yun, under your proposed conditions, we could have offered you at least 50 slots. But now, the circumstances have changed. Our guild is struggling to maintain itself, let alone assist others. Unwilling to relent, Yin Xiushi presses on. "What if I add a middle-grade spirit vein? Would your esteemed guild then grant me 10 more slots?" 20 slots are simply too few. There are over 20 dancers of superior celestial beauty within the pavilion. Not to mention, there are 4 courtesans cultivated with great effort, along with myself as the guild master. No matter how we cut it, we must retain the dancers and courtesans of superior celestial beauty. Thus, today, regardless of the circumstances, Yun Xiushi must find a way to secure 30 spots from Li Pu. Otherwise, even if she manages to return with these young ladies, the headquarters will not easily let her off the hook. "Master Yun, this is not merely a matter of spiritual veins. It is simply that my merchant association has a limited number of spots. The 20 spots I can offer for exchange with you are solely based on the long-standing cooperation between Fengming Pavilion and Wanao Merchant Association, devoid of any ulterior motives." I understand the predicament you face, Master Yun, and I know the headquarters will not be easy to appease, but our Fulong branch currently possesses only this level of strength. Thus I can only extend my apologies. Yun Xiaoshi observed the genuine expression on Li Pu's face, and the glimmer of hope that lingered in her heart began to fade. She clenched her fingers tightly within her sleeves, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Silence enveloped the elegant chamber, creating a brief stillness between them. After an indeterminate amount of time, just as Yun Mama was prepared to resign to fate, Li Pu suddenly spoke. In truth, Master Yun, there is still a glimmer of hope for increasing the spots. Does Elderly have a method? Upon hearing these words, a spark of brilliance ignited in Yun Xiaoshi's eyes. She fixed her gaze intently on him, reminiscent of a wolf eyeing its prey, evoking an inexplicable sensation within Li Pu. He sighed softly and elaborated. The Merchant Association spots are primarily divided into two categories: fixed spots for internal personnel and guest officials. And then there are the spots allocated for the relatives of internal personnel. The shopkeeper possesses 2 relative spots, while the guest officials are categorized as follows: 1 lower-grade guest official, 3 mid-grade guest officials, and 5 upper-grade guest officials. If there are any mysterious grade guest officials, even a lower-grade one could bring along 10 individuals. This arrangement was established long ago with the headquarters. If you wish to increase spots, you might consider approaching these guest officials. However, Li Pu paused before continuing. Master Yun should not harbor excessive hope, as most of these guest officials have families, and there are scarcely any solitary cultivators among them. I possess a list of guest officials along with their corresponding ranks. You may refer to it and devise a strategy to request additional spots. With that, Li Pu casually summoned a scroll and presented it to Yun Xiaoshi. Typically, the list of guest officials would be considered confidential. However, given the unique relationship between Fengming Pavilion and Wandao Merchant Association, sharing it is not problematic. Just as the Merchant Association possesses detailed records of the various ranks of dancers and courtesans from Fengming Pavilion, they too are privy to such information. Yun Xiaoshi accepted the list with heartfelt gratitude, expressing, "Thank you, Elderly. It is but a small effort. Whether it aids you, Master Yun, remains to be seen." Yun Xiaoshi gently shook her head, smiling as she replied, "Elderly's assistance is invaluable to me. Regardless of the outcome, Fengming Pavilion will always remember your kindness. May I inquire if Elderly has any interest in the dancers under my wing? Should any catch your eye, simply let me know, and I shall present them to you with both hands." Upon hearing this, Li Pu's face instantly bore a shadow of concern. The dancers of Fengming Pavilion were indeed enchanting and exceptionally skilled, captivating the hearts of nearly every man. However, he was a natural-born sword cultivator with dual yang spiritual roots. Should he succumb to such temptations, all the arduous years of cultivation would be rendered futile. As time slipped away, 3 full days had passed unbeknownst to him. Ji Boing was engrossed in the art of talisman crafting, utterly oblivious to the passage of time. Employing the technique of dragging the pen, he would rest after completing each talisman, allowing himself to recuperate to peak condition before proceeding to the next. The fruits of his labor over these 3 days were indeed remarkable. At that moment, a streak of crimson light sprang forth from the talisman paper, signifying the successful completion of yet another medium-grade talisman adorned with a crane motif. Ji Boing set down his spiritual brush, gazing at the solitary blank piece of talisman paper remaining on the table, a smile gradually gracing his face. It was the last one. Chapter 91. The Guest of the Mysterious Tier. In the Phoenix Ming Pavilion, Yun Xiaoshi sat regally in the principal seat, her once enchanting visage now tinged with a hint of weariness and anxiety. During this period, she had exerted every effort, even at great cost, to extend invitations to those esteemed guests. Yet to this day, she still found herself 3 slots short. Unfortunately, there was little to be done. The myriad merchant guilds currently had only about 30 guests remaining, all of whom were mere ordinary yellow-tier lower-grade guests, primarily affiliated with families and sections. Securing slots from them proved to be an arduous endeavor, even if the guests themselves were inclined to oblige. With a soft sigh, she retrieved the list provided by Li Pu once more. Her grave gaze swept over the names from top to bottom, ultimately landing on the very first guest listed. Ji Boing, a yellow-tier middle-grade guest. Pending assessment, should he ascend to the upper grade, he would possess 5 slots, excluding 2 for his family. He would have 3 available, which precisely matched her deficit. Come in. Before long, a dancer clad in vibrant attire and exuding captivating beauty entered swiftly. "Madam, how may I serve you?" "Please summon Yu Yao." "Understood." The woman responded lightly before promptly exiting. Yun Xiaoshi returned the scroll to her storage space, her gaze fixed on the entrance as she murmured softly, "I hope this gift meets with his approval." The final talisman Ji Boing intended to craft was the Rejuvenation Talisman, one he had practiced and researched extensively. Perhaps due to 3 consecutive days of talisman crafting, or the pressure of this culminating talisman. His internal spiritual energy began to spiral into disarray as he approached the completion of the talisman. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, years of being an ordinary individual had deeply ingrained traits that mere months could not alter. Fortunately, although his spiritual energy was chaotic, the aid of the spirit-infusing brush ensured that no significant deviations appeared on the talisman paper. Aware of his compromised state and trapped in a predicament, Ji Boying decided to decelerate his pace, relying on muscle memory to allow his mind to relax for a moment. Finally, after a few breaths of adjustment, a glimmer of brilliance returned to Ji Boying's eyes. With a steady hand, he pressed the brush to the talisman paper, and the spiritual patterns immediately responded. In no time, vibrant streaks of light leapt forth, suffused with vitality and accompanied by gentle breezes. The rejuvenation talisman was completed. Ji Boying placed the rejuvenation talisman into the formation plate, and soon after, a radiant crane-colored light began to ascend. Witnessing this, Ji Boying breathed a long sigh of relief, a smile of ease gracing his features. Congratulations, Brother Ji, on successfully completing the assessment for the yellow-tier lower-grade guest. A familiar voice echoed within the room. Shortly thereafter, two figures emerged from the void, revealing Li Pu and Yang Qinshan, who had been observing the assessment from the top floor. Ji Boying reciprocated the gesture, humbly stating, "It was merely a stroke of luck. Had it not been for the presence of the Yuling brush, the final rejuvenation talisman would surely have been in vain." "Brother Ji, you are too modest," Li Pu replied with a gentle smile. Before continuing, "Your recent assessment must have been arduous. As the relocation of the Merchant Guild is still some time away, you may wish to return home and rest for a few days. Regarding the treatment of an Xian-level guest elder, if you are not in haste to return, I shall have Yan Qianshan provide you with a thorough introduction shortly. Of course, concerning the identity token, due to the insufficient rank of the Fulong City branch, we currently do not possess the Xian-level guest elder token. However, fret not. Once the Merchant Guild has relocated, Elder Yang will see to it that you are prepared." Upon hearing this, Yang Qishan, who stood nearby, offered a slight nod and a smile to Ji Boying. "And Xian-level guest elder, by virtue of status at the headquarters, such standing is nearly equivalent to that of my esteemed elder. I shall leave the matter of the token to Elder Yang." Meanwhile, Ji Boying expressed utmost courtesy by bowing to Yang Qinshan. "No need for such formalities, this is merely part of the job." Yang Qinshan chuckled lightly and added, "In due time, once the demon cultivators have fully taken over Fulong City, the Merchant Guild will conduct a clearance sale of existing supplies. If you are interested, Mr. Ji, feel free to come and have a look. While these items may not be rare treasures, the prices will be considerably more favorable than usual." Upon hearing this, Ji Boying pondered briefly before readily agreeing. It would be splendid to find a bargain, and even if he had no personal use for them, he could always keep them for his two wives. At that moment, within the grand hall of the Wandao Merchant Guild, a female cultivator clutched the sleeve of a middle-aged man, sobbing heart-wrenchingly, "Lu Jingxing, you wretched scoundrel, may you suffer a terrible fate. I have given you my affection, my time, and even risked expulsion from the guild to assist you with pricing, and this is how you repay me?" The middle-aged man, tugged at by the woman, felt a surge of anger rise within him. He pulled at his sleeve and barked, "You shameless harpy. Let go of me at once. If you do not blame me for being harsh." "Harsh?" the female cultivator retorted, her ire flaring. "Do you dare speak of harshness to me? Without me, Lu Jingsheng, you would not be where you are today. Without me, you wouldn't even be able to step through the doors of the Wandao Merchant Guild. I will tell you. Lu Jingsheng, you will give me this quota today, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, even if I die today, I shall not allow you to leave this hall." After being threatened repeatedly, the man's expression turned icy. He gazed down at the woman, energy coalescing in his palm, and without hesitation, he struck down with force. In an instant, a burst of spiritual light erupted between them, followed by a sharp sound. The female cultivator, along with the piece of fabric she clutched, was sent flying, crashing heavily against one of the massive pillars in the hall before finally coming to a halt. The blow, though not lethal, rendered the female cultivator incapable of further resistance. "How shameless of you." The man cast a glance at the disheveled woman beneath the pillar, scoffed coldly, and then departed from the merchant's establishment. "Master Wan." Once the man had completely vacated the premises, Chiou hastily approached, retrieving a medicinal pill from her storage pouch. However, before she could administer it to the female cultivator, the latter swatted the pill away with a dismissive gesture. "There's no need for your hollow show of concern." Wang Qian wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, sneering, "You exhaust yourself trying to ingratiate yourself with that Master Ji, merely to usurp my position, aren't you? Ha! The merchant's establishment is soon to relocate. What does it matter if I relinquish my position to you?" "Oh, how could I forget? Your Master Ji seems to have failed even the guest elder assessment. TSK. Qiuyu, for the sake of advancement, you truly are not discerning at all. You. Qiuyu's face flushed with anger upon hearing Wang Qian's taunts. Observing her reaction, Wang Qian's mocking smile deepened. What is the matter? Have I struck a nerve? You, little wretch, will never seize my position in this lifetime. Qiuyu bit her lip, her eyes flickering with emotion. However, just as she prepared to depart, she noticed Yun Qianshan hastily approaching her. Chapter 92. Core members Yun Qianshan hurriedly ran forward, quickly conveying, Elderly has sent word that Mr. Ji has passed the assessment for the low-grade Xian rank guest elder and is now preparing to complete the registration process. You must promptly gather the necessary materials and accompany me to the conference hall to assist Mr. Ji in finalizing all these procedures. With Mr. Ji's recent promotion to low-grade Xian rank guest elder, the headquarters has stated that he is entitled to 10 family member slots. Qiuyu, Mr. Ji is not a heartless individual. He has recognized the considerable assistance you have provided him over the years, and surely one of those 10 slots will belong to you. Upon hearing Yun Qianshan's words, Qiuyu stood frozen in place. Wasn't Mr. Ji undergoing the assessment for the high-grade Huang rank guest elder? How did he suddenly ascend to the Xian rank guest elder? Although Qiubing had previously participated in the assessment, Qiuyu had held on to a glimmer of hope, yet that hope remained faint. After all, there were only 5 slots for the high-grade Huang rank guest elders, and each slot could yield significant benefits. She did not believe that her modest assistance over the years would warrant sharing one of those precious 5 slots. However, now, perhaps she truly had a chance? Seeing that Qiuyu had yet to move, Yun Qianshan grew anxious and exclaimed, What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and prepare the materials. Ah, all right. Coming to her senses, Qiuyu responded with a hint of excitement and dashed towards the corridor. Once Qiuyu had departed, Yun Qianshan followed suit, ascending the stairs. In the entire hall, only a group of onlookers remained, along with the chief steward, Wang Qian, who sat slumped against a pillar, lost in thought. She gazed in the direction Qiuyu had gone, her eyes devoid of focus as she murmured, Xian rank guest elder? Wasn't he supposed to have failed the qualification assessment? Why? Why is this happening? Mr. Ji, you are now a Xian rank guest elder, qualified to sign the core agreement with the Merchant Guild. Qiuyu gently presented a beast skin scroll to Ji Bingying and continued, If the core agreement is signed, Mr. Ji will become a core member of the Merchant Guild, with not only improved benefits but also access to higher-tier core resources. Furthermore, the protection afforded to core members by the Merchant Guild surpasses what you currently receive. As for the limitations imposed on core members, Qiuyu paused before elaborating. The restrictions are akin to those of other sects and factions, possessing a unique nature. As a core member of the Merchant Guild, one cannot enter into cooperative agreements with other factions. Additionally, upon becoming a core member, the usual monthly tasks will transition into an annual special task. As a talisman master, Mr. G's special tasks will typically involve the crafting of more complex talismans. With the quantity being limited and a duration of 1 year, should circumstances such as seclusion arise, the Merchant Guild will defer the assignment of tasks until after Mr. G's return. This scroll contains the specific requirements and benefits for core members. Mr. G may review it at his leisure. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing's expression grew somewhat serious. He took the scroll and glanced over it. The requirements outlined therein were largely consistent with the agreement he had previously signed. As for the differences, Qiuyu had already highlighted the key points, leaving the rest rather inconsequential. Ji Boing pondered over the scroll for a moment before inquiring, If I sign the core agreement, will I still have the option to rescind it? At his question, Qiuyu couldn't help but reveal a faint smile tinged with bitterness. She shook her head and replied, Generally speaking, rescinding the agreement is not permitted. Mr. Ji. Yun Qianshan interjected upon hearing Ji Boing's words, hastily offering his counsel. Mr. Ji. The foundation of Wandao Merchant Group is far beyond that of mere secondary sects like the Qian sect. Even the Tiandao Sword sect must bow in deference to the Merchant Group. Furthermore, the Merchant Group operates independently of both righteous and demonic paths, rendering any conflicts between them irrelevant to its affairs. Should you become a core member of the headquarters, even if Fulong City descends into a stronghold for demon cultivators, you would still navigate through it unimpeded, without any concerns for your safety. Ji Boing was taken aback by this revelation. He had previously gained some insight into the Merchant Group's foundation during an encounter with Xie Xiaoan and Chen Shu. However, he never anticipated that the Wandao Merchant Group would command such respect, compelling even the Tiandao Sword sect to yield. The Tiandao Sword sect, the strongest sword sect in the eastern Songxian continent, remains a first-rate sect even within the central sacred continent, boasting hundreds of Yuanying elders and several formidable beings at the transformation stage. Sword cultivators, renowned for their ability to battle beyond their rank, hold immense significance, particularly those of the Huashan level. Given the gravity of the situation, I kindly request the manager to allow me some time for consideration. Ji Boying refrained from hastily signing the agreement. The constraints imposed on core members were akin to those placed upon sect patrons, and Ji Boying had always preferred freedom over restrictions. Although the merchant group's limitations on him were minimal, he felt it prudent to deliberate carefully. Noticing Ji Boying's reluctance to sign at this moment, Yun Qieshan ceased his persuasion. Mr. Ji, Xiaoyu stepped forward once more, presenting a new list. This is a resource list within the privileges of core patrons. If you find anything of need, it would be best to exchange it promptly. I will take it back to review. If I find anything necessary, I will send word to you tomorrow, Ji Boying replied, nodding slightly as he accepted the list. He paused for a moment before continuing. I have grown somewhat weary from the assessments over the past few days. Unless there are other formalities, I shall take my leave. The formalities have been completed, Mr. Ji. You may depart at any time, Xiaoyu gently assured him. Very well, then I shall take my leave, Ji Boying said. Rising to his feet, he offered a slight bow to the two before turning to exit. Mr. Ji, just as he was about to step out, Xiaoyu's voice rang out once more. Ji Boying paused and turned back to inquire, is there anything else? Xiaoyu opened her mouth as if to say something, but upon reflection, she merely smiled and said, Mr. Ji, please take care of yourself. Upon hearing the words, Ji Boying paused momentarily, then graciously expressed her thanks before departing. Yun Qieshan gazed at Ji Boying's retreating figure and remarked, were you intending to discuss the relocation of the trading house with Mr. Ji? Xiaoyu, feeling somewhat despondent, nodded slowly, biting her lip and lowering her gaze in silence. Ah, Xiaoyu, Yun Qieshan sighed softly. You are more familiar with Mr. Ji than I am after all this time. There are certain matters that, if you do not take the initiative to address, he may remain oblivious to them. Since the hour is still early and few are aware of Mr. Ji becoming a guest elder of the Xian rank, you should hasten to secure that position. Otherwise, when more people become informed, even if Mr. Ji wishes to reserve a spot for you, he may find himself unable to assist. With that, Yun Qieshan sighed once more before exiting the room. Xiaoyu remained seated on the stool, staring at the teacup that Ji Boying had used. After a long silence, she murmured softly, but I still cannot bring myself to ask him directly. Chapter 93, Initiating the Array Upon Returning Home. The first thing Ji Boying did was to indulge in an intimate exchange with his two beloved wives, surpassing even the sweetness of a newlywed relationship. As he gazed at his two slumbering wives nestled on the bed, the tension that had long gripped his heart finally ebbed away. He quietly exited the room and made his way to the adjacent quiet chamber, retrieving the list that Xiaoyu had previously handed to him. With the upgrade in his privileges, Ji Boying's redemption opportunities had increased to 3 times a month, and the items on the list had expanded to over 100 varieties. Among them were even several 4-star grade elixirs and talismans. Despite the considerable discounts, these treasures were beyond the reach of Ji Boying's current capabilities. However, this was not a significant concern, as he had already attained the status of a mid-tier 3-star talisman master. Even if he could only craft the 10 talismans required for his assessment, it would suffice to meet his daily needs. After all, even a single mid-tier 3-star talisman could yield thousands of mid-tier spirit stones, and with diligent crafting, producing just 10 talismans a month would result in tens of thousands of spirit stones. Ji Boying scanned the list and ultimately focused on the elixir section. Ever since he had witnessed the benefits of the Ascension elixir, he had been eager to discover if there were elixirs with even greater efficacy. During the assessment period, he had wished to purchase a guide on alchemy, but various reasons had delayed that pursuit. After thoroughly reviewing the elixirs, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, miraculous elixirs like the Ascension elixir were exceedingly rare. He pondered whether there might be even better elixirs within the core resources. He gently stroked his chin, but soon dismissed that notion. His case was unique, and not everyone, unlike the Huan sect, enhanced their cultivation through dual cultivation. Such elixirs, if they indeed existed, would likely be found only within the Huan sect. How could a powerful entity like the Wandao Commerce House possibly include them in their core resources? With that thought, Ji Boying set the list aside and began to study the talisman scriptures. Deep within Fulong Ridge, the once dark, purple beam of light had now transformed into a deep crimson. The surrounding runes, suffused with a blood-like hue, emitted a chilling luminescence that was difficult to behold. A woman sat regally upon a throne, allowing the sanguine aura to envelop her body. Yet her expression remained devoid of any discernible emotion. She cast a glance at the remaining righteous cultivators, her cold voice devoid of any emotion. The 36 battles of life and death have concluded. Logically, the treasures of the divine transformation ruins should be evenly divided between both parties. However, Considering your grievous losses and the fact that your combat strength is but a shadow of its former self, I am willing to grant you 3 days to enter the ruins and explore first. Of course, should you suspect that I am merely utilizing you as scouts, you are free to refuse." Upon hearing her words, the crowd exchanged uncertain glances, hesitation etched upon their faces. Although the divine transformation ruins were fraught with peril, and a rash entry could lead to their demise, they found themselves more concerned with seizing the opportunities that awaited them. After all, should they miss this chance, even if fortune were to present itself later, it might not be theirs to grasp. With the conclusion of the 36 life and death battles, this group of righteous cultivators had already sustained significant injuries. If they were to miss yet another opportunity, they might remain stagnant for the next several millennia. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, the righteous cultivators nodded in agreement and surged into the divine transformation ruins. "A bunch of fools." A voice filled with indignation soon echoed as they entered. An elderly man holding a sword scoffed in frustration after years of comfort. "These worthless cultivators have made no progress in their cultivation, and their intellect has devolved to such foolishness. I cannot fathom why the heavenly sovereign entrusted this land to such inept individuals." A scholarly cultivator in a blue robe chuckled lightly in response, adding, "Had it not been for the treachery of the Qinghua divine sovereign, who seized the 8 desolate cauldron first, even if the heavenly sovereign intended to hand over this land to these fools, they would have failed to protect it." Indeed, a robust middle-aged cultivator retorted vehemently. That despicable Qinghua divine sovereign presented a facade of righteousness while the heavenly sovereign was present, only to reveal his true colors once the sovereign departed. Were it not for my inadequate cultivation, I would have taken his head and used it as a chamber pot. The others regarded the middle-aged cultivator's words with a mixture of surprise and intrigue, but they quickly averted their gazes. "Is the saintess still unwilling to ally with us against the myriad divine sovereigns?" The sword-holding elder inquired once more. The seated woman shook her head slightly. "The myriad divine sovereign holds the utmost regard for Qinghua divine sovereign, who once saved his life. How could he possibly join forces with us to confront the descendants of Qinghua divine sovereign? Moreover, the Fire Phoenix Spirit Sovereign not only refused to cooperate but seeks to obstruct us. Had it not been for my subordinates discovering the layout of the Fulong Ridge in advance, we would have surely failed. Has that Fire Phoenix lost her senses?" The elderly swordsman snorted, then declared, "Once this matter is resolved, I shall personally visit the Fengming Pavilion." The seated woman nodded slightly and glanced toward the divine transformation ruins, stating, "If all goes as expected, they have already fully entered the ruins. My current strength is insufficient to activate the formation. I would appreciate it if you could lend me your sword, Sword Sovereign." "Of course." The elderly swordsman smiled warmly and promptly tossed his treasured sword to the woman. Upon grasping the treasured sword, the latter instantaneously unleashed a piercing azure light, and his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Concurrently, what initially appeared as a solitary column of dark crimson blood soaring into the heavens was swiftly accompanied by 3 torrents of sword energy cascading from the firmament above. As these streams of sword energy incessantly poured forth into the ruins, it was not long before surges of sanguine essence ascended into the air, subsequently tainting the entire sky. Meanwhile, Ji Boying had just concluded his meditation in the tranquil chamber and was preparing to engage with his wife in a discussion regarding talisman crafting insights. He then beheld, with astonishment, that the once clear sky had inexplicably become shrouded in a thin veil of blood mist. What on earth has transpired? Chapter 94. Just 3 days in the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. The demonic cultivators had fully taken control of Fulong City. Furthermore, the once indistinct blood mist that hung above the skies had gradually transformed into a vast sea of blood, staining the entire city in a deep crimson hue. On this particular day, Ji Boying had just concluded a thrilling battle of talismans and was eager to experience Yi Qingqing's dragon subduing 18 techniques once more. However, his identity token began to flicker at an inopportune moment. It was a message from Qiuyu, inviting Ji Boying to participate in a clearance sale of the commercial guild's goods. A clearance sale typically involved selling the guild's goods at cost price, and as Ji Boying was now a guest elder at the Xian level, the internal discounts ensured a guaranteed profit. Thus, despite feeling reluctant to leave his comfortable abode, he rose with difficulty to attend the event. He had anticipated that with the demonic cultivators occupying the inner city, the clearance sale would likely be deserted, resulting in a lackluster turnout. However, upon entering the guild, he was astonished to find that reality was starkly different. The guild was bustling with activity, filled with visitors. Notably, the majority of those seeking bargains were demonic cultivators. Nearly 8 or 9 out of every 10 individuals belonged to their ranks. Ji Boying merely glanced around before making his way to the elegant chamber within the guild. The goods displayed in the hall, although extremely affordable, held little practical value for him at this moment. Moreover, he had already prepared a list of items he wished to purchase, intending to simply hand it over to Chiyoyu. Before long, Ji Boing entered his familiar elegant chamber, where Chiyoyu was already waiting. Today, she wore the same azure blue and white striped steward dress, her exquisitely beautiful visage radiating an enchanting allure, in addition to her inherent clarity. However, unlike her usual demeanor, there was an undercurrent of unease lurking in her calm eyes. Ji Boing contemplated inquiring about her well-being, but just then, a knock echoed from behind him. Manager Yun? Ji Boing turned to see that the one knocking was none other than the esteemed Yun Xianshan. The latter bowed respectfully to Ji Boing and inquired with a courteous tone, Mr. Ji, there are 2 female cultivators from Fengming Pavilion outside seeking an audience. Shall I admit them? At this, Ji Boing paused briefly, but after a moment's reflection, he inferred that one of the 2 must be Yun Mama. Let them in, he instructed. Understood. After speaking, Ji Boing handed his prepared list to Chiyoyu. Please assist me in procuring the items on this list. And if you have any needs of your own, feel free to add them to it. Consider it a treat to celebrate the successful assessment. Chiyoyu initially intended to decline but hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. Whether to treat was Ji Boing's decision, but accepting was her own choice. Thank you, young Master Ji, she replied, taking the list and bowing gracefully before departing the elegant chamber. Ji Boing watched Chiyoyu's graceful silhouette as she left, scratching his head in confusion. Why did Chiyoyu seem so peculiar today? Young Master Ji, I hope my unannounced visit does not inconvenience you. Just as thoughts were swirling in my mind, a familiar melodious laughter wafted in from outside the door. Shortly thereafter, a stunning woman sauntered in, her captivating figure swaying gracefully. Madam Yun, you jest. There is no such thing as inconvenience. Ji Boing chuckled softly and promptly prepared a cup of tea, saying, Madam Yun, please take a seat. With that, Ji Boing presented the cup of tea to Madam Yun, deliberately ignoring the enchanting Yue Yao behind her. Both Su Shi and Yue Yao noticed Ji Boing's actions, but their expressions merely flickered before returning to normalcy. After all, Ji Boing's status had dramatically transformed. Madame Yun smiled delicately, retrieving an exquisite jade box and a beautifully bound book from her storage bag. As I mentioned, should Mr. Ji be willing to make an introduction, regardless of success, Fengming Pavilion shall bestow a generous reward. Su Shi opened the jade box and pushed it toward Ji Boing. This jade pendant, crafted from Suzaka tears and soul-nurturing jade, possesses the ability to stabilize the soul and nurture the spirit. As a talisman master, Mr. Ji, wearing this pendant will undoubtedly enhance your efficacy in crafting talismans. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing cast a glance into the jade box, revealing a phoenix-shaped pendant, a stunning blend of crimson and azure. Merely gazing upon it evoked a sense of tranquility and elation. The potential benefits of wearing such an ornament were evident. Judging by its appearance alone, this pendant was undoubtedly a superior treasure. Ji Boing felt undeserving of such an extravagant gift for a mere introduction. With that, he gently pushed the jade box back. Generally, superior treasures fetch tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of mid-grade spirit stones. Such a lavish gift was something he could not accept lightly. You are too kind. Young Master Ji, Su Shi replied with a playful laugh, pushing the jade box back toward him. This introduction holds immense significance for Fengming Pavilion. No matter how precious it may be, you are more than worthy of receiving it. She then nudged the exquisitely bound book toward Ji Boing. This talisman scripture, authored by the esteemed 5-star Talisman King and the Spirit Lord Qin Yin, consists of 18 lectures on talisman theory. As you are now an esteemed guest of the Xian tier at the 10,000 Paths Commerce, it won't be long before you become a core member. Consider this scripture as my personal congratulatory gift. Please do not refuse. Ji Boing hesitated, ready to decline, but upon hearing Su Shi's final words, he swallowed his response. Gazing at the 2 gifts before him, a wry smile crept across his face. Together, these treasures easily amounted to hundreds of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. After a brief moment of contemplation, he accepted both the pendant and the scripture. Given that Madame Yun had already expressed her intent so clearly, to refuse any further would seem overly pretentious. Thank you for your generous gifts, Madame Yun. Should you require my assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to oblige. To the best of my ability. At present, there is indeed a matter that requires the assistance of young Master Ji. As soon as the words fell, Mama Yin spoke up accordingly. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. Such polite formalities. Did one truly take them to heart? Even if they were to be taken seriously, that would pertain to the future. What could it be that Mama Yin needed from him? Ji Boing steeled himself and inquired. Mama Yun, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled lightly before continuing. To be frank, young Master Ji, my previous visit to Elder Li was actually to request some quota for flying vessels from the Merchant Guild. However, due to certain restrictions, I was only able to secure 20 quotas. Later, Elderly provided me with a list of guest members, mentioning that guests possess additional family quotas, which I could negotiate with those guests to purchase. Unfortunately, the majority of these guests are affiliated with various sects and families. Even if they wish to sell, they may not genuinely be able to part with those quotas. Therefore, Mama Yun wishes to purchase quotas from me? Precisely. Ji Boing nodded slightly and then inquired, "May I ask how many quotas Mama Yun is still in need of?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in Mama Yun's eyes. "I still require 3. 3. Ji Boing raised an eyebrow, then glanced at the enchanting fairy Yao behind Yun Xiushi. Smiling as he asked, "May I inquire which 3 quotas Mama Yun is missing?" Chapter 95. Sincerity. Ji Boing's unexpected inquiry left Yun Xiushi momentarily speechless. However, upon noticing the gaze of Ji Boing, she swiftly grasped the underlying meaning and hastily responded, "There is myself, and then there is Yu Yao. As for the last one, it would be a courtesan from the main pavilion." Upon hearing this, Ji Boing took a delicate sip of tea and replied with an air of indifference, "Then I can offer Yun Mama only 2 spots at most." Upon hearing this, a flicker of indignation appeared in the eyes of Fairy Yu Yao. Ji Boing's limitation of 2 spots undoubtedly stemmed from her own actions. She tightened her delicate figure, her cool and agile gaze now reflecting a glacial demeanor. In contrast, Yun Xiushi wore a teasing smile. She performed a graceful bow to Ji Boing and softly declared, "In that case, I shall express my gratitude on behalf of the courtesan from the main pavilion and myself. Once I depart from Fulong City, I will surely repay you handsomely." With that, Yun Xiushi turned and strode toward the exit of the elegant chamber. Yu Yao, witnessing this scene, felt her anger intensify. She had not anticipated that Yun Xiushi would so thoroughly betray her. Casting a glance at the retreating figure of Yun Xiushi and then at the composed Ji Boing sipping her tea, Yu Yao clenched her teeth and ultimately decided to pursue Yun Xiushi. However, just as she stepped out of the elegant chamber, the latter halted abruptly. Yun Xiushi suddenly turned, her icy gaze devoid of the earlier mirth. "What do you want by following me?" Yu Yao found herself at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, she lifted her head defiantly and coldly stated, "Yu Yao owes her current standing entirely to Fengming Pavilion. But does Mama truly wish to see years of hard work go to waste? If I were to perish in Fulong City, what benefit would that bring to Mama or Fengming Pavilion?" A scoff escaped Yun Xiushi's lips. "Li Yu Yao, are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Can't you see that your ability to leave Fulong City is not within my control? Even if I were to grant you this spot today, can you assure me that you would secure a place on the trading vessel of Wandao Merchant Association in a few days? Then continue with your gifts. Send people." Li Yu Yao gritted her teeth, declaring, "Isn't he merely attempting to extort us some? Just appease him." Yun Mama's expression turned increasingly sardonic. "If you wish to send someone, I have nothing left to offer." With that, she paid no further heed to the obstinate Fairy Yu Yao and proceeded toward the exit of the Merchant Association. Today, she had unexpectedly managed to secure 2 spots with such ease, a delightful surprise indeed. Upon her return, she would indulge in a celebratory drink. As for Li Yu Yao, Ji Boing had ample spots at her disposal. If she were willing to lower her pride, acquiring a spot would not be difficult. If all else failed, she could always step in herself. After all, Li Yu Yao is her most significant trump card, and it would be challenging to find another like her across the entire eastern Songxian continent. Certainly, the privileged life within the merchant's establishment had led her to become increasingly complacent, even causing her to forget the arduous journey that had brought her to her current position. Seizing the opportunity presented by Ji Boing, she resolved to impart some lessons. With this thought, Yun Xiushi felt a weight lift from her heart, and her pace quickened involuntarily. Meanwhile, Ji Boing remained leisurely savoring his tea in the elegant chamber. In truth, had it not been for the actions of the Fairy Whale on that fateful day, he would not have deliberately sought to trouble her. As for the present, while Ji Boing was not a petty individual, he could not entirely shake off the instinct to harbor grudges. Regardless of Yu Yao's intentions, he had etched that grudge into his memory. Just as Ji Boing intended to ponder what supplies he needed to procure next, the door to the elegant chamber swung open once more. There, at the threshold, appeared the enchanting silhouette of Li Yao. She gently closed the door and strode directly towards Ji Boing. Gazing at the young cultivator before her, she felt a twinge of nostalgia. She recalled their first meeting when he was merely an obscure foundation establishment cultivator. How little time had passed, and he had already ascended to the status of a distinguished guest at the 10,000 Paths Merchant Association. Li Yao's return raised questions as to her purpose. Ji Boing, toying with his teacup, inquired casually. Upon hearing his words, Li Yao could not help but mentally chastise him, yet her exterior remained composed, even adorned with a hint of a peculiar smile. "Young Master Ji, I wish to purchase a quota for a flying vessel from you. A quota for a flying vessel? Ji Boying raised an eyebrow, then continued, I possess only 10 quotas. 2 are taken by my wives, another 2 by friends, and now 2 have been requested by Yun Mama. Thus, I have no surplus quotas remaining, but there are still 4 left. Li Yueyao, suppressing her rising anger, pressed on. What must I do to acquire one of those quotas? Speak freely. As long as it is within my means, I shall comply, no matter what it may be. The last 3 words were enunciated with particular emphasis. She understood that Ji Boying was deliberately toying with her. At this moment, any sign of dissatisfaction from her would likely result in her losing the opportunity entirely. Anything? Ji Boying slowly set down his teacup, his gaze reflecting a mix of mockery and audacity. Previously, he had held a modicum of respect for Li Yueyao, considering her a figure who had captivated countless true immortals and lords. However, after repeatedly extending goodwill only to be met with disdain, he found no reason to invest further emotional energy. With a hint of amusement, Ji Boying remarked, since Fairy Yueyao wishes to engage in business with me, I must first ascertain your sincerity. Otherwise, relying solely on your words, no matter how extravagant, I cannot possibly agree. After all, words alone hold little weight. Upon hearing this, Li Yueyao's expression deepened with embarrassment and anger. How could she fail to grasp the implications of Ji Boying's words? At that moment, she longed to turn and leave immediately. However, considering that this was her sole opportunity to depart from Volan City, she found herself compelled to remain in place. She clenched her teeth, on the verge of uttering something, when suddenly a faint knocking sound echoed from behind her. Come in, Ji Boying said softly. Shortly thereafter, the graceful Qiu Yue entered with a gentle demeanor. She placed a list and a storage bag on Ji Boying's desk, softly stating, Mr. Ji, here is the inventory and pricing list for the supplies you ordered. Please take a look. Ji Boying nodded slightly, casting a glance at the pricing list, only to feel somewhat puzzled. Chapter 96, An Unexpected Delight. Did Daoist Qiu find no satisfactory supplies? Why does the list of quotes mirror the inventory I previously drafted? Qiu Yu lowered her head, remaining silent. Observing this, Ji Boying, filled with curiosity, inquired, Is there something troubling you, Daoist Qiu? If you wish to share your concerns, I am here to listen. Of course, if you prefer to keep it to yourself, I shall refrain from pressing further. However, it would be prudent to address any issues swiftly, as the trading company will soon relocate. Once that occurs, opportunities to return to Fulong City may dwindle. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yu gently shook her head. The sweet and obedient smile that had graced her face now bore a hint of melancholy. I am merely an external steward of the trading company. I possess no right to depart. Ji Boying, understanding the implication, quickly replied, in the midst of my busyness, I neglected to mention that I am now a guest elder of the Xian tier, with 10 available slots. If it would not displease you, Daoist Qiu, you may accompany me when I leave. Qiu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Upon meeting Ji Boying's earnest gaze, her heart swelled, and tears began to well in her eyes. So he has not forgotten me. Taking a deep breath, she offered a profound bow. Thank you. Ji Boying nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. No need for thanks. After all, we are friends. Furthermore, what I previously stated still stands. If there are any supplies you desire, you may take them now, and I shall cover the costs. A radiant smile blossomed on Qiu Yu's face, so sweet that it dimmed the very room. After expressing her gratitude once more, she gracefully exited the parlor. As she departed, Li Yueyao's gaze was tinged with envy and a hint of regret. If only she could have a second chance. Perhaps she too could find such an opportunity? If the fairy Yueyao had not resolved to engage in business with Ji Boying, then now would be the time to leave. At that moment, Ji Boying's voice interrupted her reverie, as he continued with a hint of indifference. With the imminent relocation of the trading company, I have numerous matters to attend to and cannot afford to linger here with Fairy Yueyao. I am ready. Li Yueyao interjected immediately. Her eyes met Ji Boying's, cold and proud, yet filled with complex emotions. Seeing her demeanor, Ji Boying's expression softened with a hint of amusement. In truth, given his connections with Fengming Pavilion and Mother Yun, it was unnecessary for him and Li Yueyao to remain at odds. After all, she was the courtesan of Fengming Pavilion and might one day replace Mother Yun. If he were to continue collaborating with Fengming Pavilion, it would be wise for both parties to maintain amicable relations. Since Fairy Yueyao is prepared, let us ascertain your sincerity, Ji Boying remarked, setting down his teacup with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, the latter refrained from further words and slowly approached Ji Boying. It was not until she stood directly before Ji Boying that she halted. At that moment, Li Yueyao, biting her lip, knelt gracefully before Ji Boying. Harboring feelings of resentment and humiliation, she gazed at him, hesitated for a moment, then lowered her exquisite figure, burying her beautiful face into the ground beneath Ji Boing. The sudden scene sent a shiver through Ji Boing. What is happening? Before he could utter a word, warmth unexpectedly enveloped him. In that instant, Ji Boing felt as if he had been ensnared by a spell, rendered immobile in his seat, unable to stir. After a brief moment, as a blank space appeared on the painted canvas, a familiar virtual interface materialized before Ji Boing. He glanced at the kneeling Yueyao before him, then at the interface. Momentarily lost in thought. He had merely wished for her to bow her head in apology. How did it lead to this? Young Master Ji, is my sincerity sufficient? Li Yueyao casually wiped the remnants from her lips. Although her tone betrayed no emotion, a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Ji Boing gradually regained his composure, his gaze towards Li Yueyao now imbued with a new intensity. The eye spirit root. Swordsmanship experience. Behind this misunderstanding lay such a tremendous surprise. Ji Boing swallowed hard and, almost instinctively, remarked, "What if I say it is not enough?" Li Yueyao's eyes flickered momentarily. And after a brief pause, she inclined towards Ji Boing once more. As the hour of the dog approached, Ji Boing wandered back along the path to Yunzong Mansion, his mind replaying the unique experience within the merchant's elegant chamber. He caressed the jade pendant in his hand, a subtle smile curving his lips. This was a communication jade pendant. Should young Master Ji deem Yueyao's sincerity insufficient, she would be at his beck and call in the future. This was what Li Yueyao had said upon her departure from the merchant's establishment. Especially her gritted teeth expression, it evoked an inexplicable thrill within Ji Boing. At his beck and call, is it? I hope you will keep your word. Ji Boing chuckled softly, then tucked the jade pendant into his storage pouch. Initially, he had no intention of accepting Li Yueyao, even if she were stunningly beautiful. He would not welcome a woman who despised him at heart, who viewed him with contempt. Yet now, he had changed his mind. The attribute bonuses brought by Li Yueyao were simply irresistible. It can be said that, at the same level of dual cultivation, even his wife, Xiaoning, pales in comparison to her. If nurtured with intention, she will undoubtedly become a tremendous asset to his swordsmanship growth in the future. With this thought, Ji Boing couldn't help but open the previous virtual interface. Experience exchange, 90, 1K1W. Realm enhancement, 70, effect enhancement, 30, mystical enchanting body, second transformation 150, auxiliary enhancement, 100, free attribute points, 18, skill attribute points, swordsmanship 18. He had initially assumed she would harbor a deep-seated resentment towards him, believing that the experience exchange could never exceed 50. To his astonishment, merely after the second encounter, the experience exchange had already equaled that of Qinger. Could it be? This woman has a penchant for masochism? Or perhaps, she was captivated by my exquisite acupoint theory. Ji Boing shook his head lightly. He did not concern himself with Li Yueyao's thoughts. It was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement as long as he could acquire attribute points. With this in mind, Ji Boing decisively retracted his thoughts, retrieving a few pills from his storage pouch and swallowing them before swiftly making his way to the small courtyard. Meanwhile, Li Yueyao, who had departed from the merchant shop earlier, had already returned to Fengming Pavilion. She sat in her chamber, fixated on the flickering candlelight before her, momentarily lost in thought. However, it was not long before a meaningful smile graced her lips. What a delightful surprise this truly is. Chapter 97, a turn of events days later. The appointed time for departure arrived. After gathering his belongings, Ji Boing turned to his two wives and said, "It is time. We must take our leave." The two responded softly, then gathered their things and followed Ji Boing out of the small courtyard. As they stepped through the main gate, a strong scent of blood assaulted their senses. Not only that, but the sky was drenched in a disquieting crimson hue, casting an unsettling shadow over the entire Fulong city. Inside, Xiaoning and Yi Qingqing, who had remained indoors, paled at the sight. They instinctively drew closer to Ji Boing, finding solace in his presence. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of Yunzong Mansion. Ji Boing paused, glancing toward the reception hall. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed his wives. "I have matters to attend to. You may proceed to the hall without me." "As you wish, my husband," Xiaoning replied softly. Yi Qingqing nodded in agreement. Thus, the three entered the hall. The reception area remained unchanged, a stark contrast to the tumultuous world outside. The people within appeared as they always had. "Senior." Ji Boing greeted the elderly gentleman seated at the head of the hall with a slight bow. The elder looked up, a smile spreading across his face upon recognizing Ji Boing. "Ah, it is you, young Ji," he exclaimed, rising to welcome him. Come, come. Sit with me for a cup of tea." Ji Boing chuckled and shook his head, politely declining. "Tea is unnecessary. I have come specifically to bid farewell." "Farewell?" The elder raised an eyebrow, then suddenly realized the implication. "You were leaving Fulong City?" "Indeed," Ji Boing nodded slightly. He approached the elder and retrieved a stack from his storage pouch, presenting it with respect. "This is a small token of my gratitude for your kindness. I hope you will accept it." With that, Ji Boying slipped the talismans into the elder's sleeve, offering a slight bow before turning to exit the hall. Not allowing the elder a moment to respond, the elder stood in stunned silence, gazing at Ji Boying's retreating figure. He pulled out the thick stack of talismans, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. "This young man, even upon departure, he leaves me with an obligation. How troublesome." With a soft sigh, the elder formed a quick gesture with his hand. Moments later, a cloaked figure emerged from the void, obscured in darkness. "Did you manage to remember the young man's features?" "Yes, elder," the subordinate replied. "That is sufficient," the elder nodded. "If you encounter him, be sure to show restraint. I shall personally explain the situation to Lord Bloodblade." "Understood." The man clad in black slightly nodded, then vanished into the void. The elder sighed softly and remarked, "This favor I can only repay to this extent. I hope you, young one, will find yourself within my jurisdiction." Meanwhile, deep within the dragoness lair, a woman languidly reclined upon a throne, the dark crimson light and runes before her having fused seamlessly. It was evident that a mysterious array of symbols and spiritual patterns enveloped the area surrounding her. As far as the eye could see. "Greetings, holy maiden." At that moment, an elderly man with white hair and youthful features emerged slowly from the void. Behind him trailed 36 individuals clad in black, each exuding an aura above that of the Golden Core stage. "Are preparations complete?" he inquired. "All is in order." The woman replied with a slight nod. "Should he be aboard the flying vessel, remember to spare his life, but those women accompanying him, leave none alive." "Understood." The elder responded with a bow. Seemingly recalling something, he hesitantly asked, "Holy maiden, will this interception of the Wandao Trading Company's vessel be difficult to justify to Lord Wandao?" "This is the will of the Hall Master," the woman stated coldly. "We need only to act as instructed. Questions are unnecessary." "Yes," the elder replied once more. And with that, he and his entourage of black-clad figures vanished into the void. In the courtyard of the Wandao Trading Company, over 100 cultivators gathered in one area. Under the blood-red shroud, most bore expressions of tension and unease. Ji Being stood with his two wives alongside Foaming Pavilion, Yin Qianshan, Qiuyu, and others. Before long, a faint spiritual pressure swept through the entrance, and soon after, Li Pu and Yang Qingshan strode in, accompanied by a cohort of cultivators clad in identical robes. The aura emanating from these cultivators was unmistakably Golden Core, and their strength far surpassed that of ordinary Golden Core practitioners. Even Ji Being, who was also at the Golden Body stage, felt a twinge of pressure. "I wonder, if I were to confront Golden Core practitioners of their caliber, what chance would I have?" Ji Being mused quietly as he observed the assembly. "The flying vessel has arrived at the outskirts of the city. Everyone, regardless of any other matters, must promptly follow us. Should anyone fall behind, they will bear the consequences," commanded the leading Golden Core cultivator, turning decisively towards the exit with an efficiency that left no room for hesitation. Seeing this, Ji Being began to hasten after his two wives. Soon, the group had completely exited the inner city and reached the main thoroughfare of the outer city. As they entered the outer city, Ji Being felt hundreds, if not thousands, of consciousnesses brazenly enveloping him and his companions. Among these, the weakest were at the foundation establishment stage, and several approached the nascent soul level. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at the figures on either side of the street, noting the diverse expressions in the eyes of these demonic cultivators. Some bore smiles that were ambiguous. Others engaged in mocking banter, while a few exuded a sinister and greedy glimmer. Such gazes resembled a pack of wolves fixated on their prey, inducing profound discomfort. Fortunately, these demon cultivators merely regarded us with ill intent and made no overt actions. Of course, even if they did, they would likely find themselves incapable of harming us. For among our ranks stands Yang Qingshan, a formidable nascent soul cultivator, alongside Li Pu, an exceptionally powerful Golden Core sword cultivator. Moreover, the contingent of Golden Core fighters accompanying us undoubtedly possessed considerable strength, as the pressure they exerted on Ji Being was scarcely inferior to that experienced against ordinary late-stage Golden Core practitioners during the grand ceremony. Should a confrontation arise, even if these demon cultivators were to unite in their attack, they would hardly gain the upper hand. Thus, after traversing for nearly half an hour, our group reached the outskirts unscathed. However, just as everyone believed we had finally departed from Fulong City, we suddenly noticed that, unbeknownst to us, several hundred figures clad in black robes had materialized aboard the flying vessel. Chapter 98. Boarding the vessel. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, particularly those of Li Pu and Yang Qingshan, who bore unmistakable signs of indignation. It was evident that the unfolding events had caught them off guard. Esteemed guests. At that moment, a voice, aged yet vigorous, resonated through the air. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow and a youthful visage, draped in a golden-hued robe, descended gracefully from the flying vessel. He cast a glance at Ji Boing and the others, speaking with a dispassionate tone. By order of the Saintess, from this moment forth, no one is permitted to leave Fulong City. I implore you all to return. The words of the elder weighed heavily on the hearts of those present. I am Ling Wu, a core guest elder of the Wandao Merchant Guild. Just then, a leading figure among them, a golden core cultivator, stepped forward and soared into the air. He brandished a purple gold token, declaring coldly, the Merchant Guild has prior agreements with the Demon Temple, within Fulong City. Guests of the guild may escort designated family members out. Are you attempting to breach this contract? Breach the contract? A faint smile curved the elder's lips. And if so, what of it? You. Ling Wu found himself momentarily speechless, incredulous at the elder's audacity. Are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of the Merchant Guild? A derisive chuckle escaped the elder's lips as he narrowed his eyes, mocking. Is it merely because of your humble golden core status? Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the void. The elder's fingers curled slightly, unleashing a terrifying spiritual pressure that bore down upon Ling Wu. In mere moments, the air around Ling Wu began to warp, the very essence of his spiritual energy being siphoned away. Ling Wu's countenance changed drastically. He had not anticipated such a blatant disregard for martial decorum. He yearned to resist, yet felt as though he were ensnared in invisible shackles, rendered utterly immobile despite his frantic struggles. Clang! At that moment, a resounding clash of swords rang out, and the distorted space erupted with a flurry of razor-sharp sword energy. The invisible restraints binding Ling was shattered with a sound reminiscent of porcelain breaking, liberating him entirely. The crowd beheld a brilliant surge of spiritual light before Ling Wu, from which emerged a young man commanding several flying swords, poised in the air. This young man was none other than Li Pu, the elder. Taken aback by the effortless dispelling of his binding technique, exhibited a flicker of surprise. It should be noted that the confinement spell he had just cast would typically pose considerable difficulty even for late-stage nascent soul cultivators. With narrowed eyes and a gaze that flickered unpredictably, he inquired, Are you intending to wage war against my merchant guild? Li Pu replied coolly, his voice laced with an icy edge, and if so, what of it? The elder, hands clasped behind his back, retorted defiantly, Is there to be no room for negotiation? None. Li Pu's expression darkened. Upon hearing this remark, Ling Wu quickly interjected, Elderly, the demon hall is so aggressive. We might as well charge straight through. The elder merely chuckled at Ling Wu's words. After all, they were merely a dozen golden core cultivators accompanied by a nascent soul elder. Behind him stood dozens of golden core warriors, and there were even hundreds at the foundation establishment stage. Surrounding and subduing this merchant group of guest elders was well within their capabilities. We are not their match, Li Pu murmured. Let us return to Fulong City. I will send a message to headquarters for assistance. But, there is no but, Li Pu admonished sharply, then turned and swiftly beckoned Ling Wu to follow him into the crowd. However, just when everyone presumed Li Pu intended to relent, a blinding spiritual light suddenly erupted before the elderly figure. Not good, the elder exclaimed in alarm. Yet, in the next instant, an overwhelming chorus of sword cries filled the air as torrents of sword energy cascaded down from above, engulfing the elder in an instant. Attack, Li Pu commanded. And without waiting for the others to react, he propelled his flying swords directly toward the elder ensconced within the tempest of sword energy. At the moment Li Pu's voice echoed, Yang Qishan, Ling Wu, and the others mobilized their spiritual energy and charged toward the group of demonic cultivators aboard the flying vessel. The sudden turn of events left Ji Boing and the other guest elders in a state of utter bewilderment. Quick, to the flying vessel. A familiar voice rang out in their ears. Ji Boing quickly gathered his wits and turned to see Mama Yun skillfully guiding the dancers and courtesans of Fengming Pavilion onto the flying vessel. Ji Boing too ignited a talisman, urging his two wives and the Chiu family to follow suit quickly. As other guest elders witnessed this scene, they began to regain their composure. However, most of them were merely at the foundation establishment level and could not traverse the skies. Only a select few among the guest elders, along with their families and sect members who possessed flying artifacts, managed to keep pace. By the time Ji Boing boarded the flying vessel, it had already descended into chaos. Yet, to his surprise, the female cultivators from Fengming Pavilion were executing a combined attack formation. Particularly notable was Mama Yun at the formation's core, whose aura indicated she was at the peak of the golden core stage. This woman, how deeply has she concealed her strength? Darling. Just as Ji Boing was taken aback, he heard his wife Xiao Ning'er's voice behind him. Both of his wives, evidently unaccustomed to such turmoil, appeared pale and shaken. Beside them, Chiu Yu bit her lip, instinctively inching closer to Ji Boing. Observing this, Ji Boing retrieved several stacks of talismans from his robe and handed them to Qiuyu and Yun Xieshan, instructing, take these talismans, prioritize defense, with offense as a secondary measure. Moreover, it is advisable to unite and take turns casting talismans to maximize their efficacy. Do you understand? After speaking, Ji Boing, without further ado, retrieved the treasured sword he had purchased earlier from the merchant and led the group directly into the fray. He chose not to reveal his golden body realm physique, instead presenting himself with the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage. After all, there were numerous golden core cultivators among the demonic practitioners, and should he display his golden body realm, it would undoubtedly attract the assault of those golden core practitioners. Therefore, in order to ensure his own safety, he could only showcase his foundation establishment cultivation for the time being. He planned to seize an opportune moment to ambush a few isolated golden core cultivators and help turn the tide of battle. As his thoughts raced, a dozen or so foundation establishment demonic cultivators charged towards him and his companions. However, before Ji Boing could take action, a surge of flames erupted from behind him. In the next instant, a muffled sound was heard, and a torrent of raging fire suddenly ignited. The terrifying heat instantly reduced those dozen or so foundation establishment demonic cultivators to ashes. Ji Boing, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback, but then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his expression changed dramatically. This is bad. Chapter 99, The Great Battle. Ji Boing suddenly turned around, exclaiming to the crowd behind him, cease at once. Yet, his words arrived a moment too late. YQ and Jiu Ying raised her hand and hurled another chaotic spirit talisman towards a nearby demon cultivator. At the instant the talisman descended, a peculiar ethereal light began to flicker, and the surrounding spiritual energy, as if drawn by an unseen force, surged violently towards the group of demon cultivators. The 3-star talisman was indeed formidable, comparable to the attacks of a golden core expert. How could mere foundation establishment cultivators withstand such might? In the blink of an eye, the demon cultivators fell victim to the chaotic flow, perishing en masse. Witnessing this scene, Ji Boing felt a chill seep into his heart. As expected, after unleashing 2 3-star talismans, the tremendous commotion attracted the attention of the golden core demon cultivators. They had presumed that the most formidable adversaries among the merchants of Wandao would be the golden core battle cultivators and the female cultivators capable of forming combined attack formations. Never did they anticipate that this group of mere foundation establishment guests possessed 3-star talismans. You 3, go deal with those foundation establishment cultivators wielding 3-star talismans. The leader decisively commanded, pulling 3 early-stage golden core cultivators from their ranks to confront Ji Boing and his companions. Yun Zhongguei quickly deployed the diamond talisman. Realizing that they had drawn the attention of the golden core demon cultivators, Ji Boing urgently instructed Yun Qianshan behind him. In a short while, a protective barrier resembling a golden bell emanated from the center, enveloping Ji Boing and his companions entirely. The 3 golden core demon cultivators, upon seeing this, revealed sinister expressions, raising their hands to unleash a barrage of spiritual energy upon the golden bell. Though the diamond talisman served as a defensive talisman capable of withstanding the blows of a golden core expert in critical moments, its defenses were not limitless. It could be breached once the time elapsed or if the intensity of the attacks exceeded its threshold. Ji Boing glanced back to see Xiaoning already retrieving an offensive talisman to hurl at the 3 demon cultivators. However, before the talisman could reach them, one of the cultivators raised a hand and unleashed a spell. The moment the talisman came into contact with the spell, it erupted into countless shards of spiritual light. While the 3-star talisman was powerful, its effectiveness would be significantly diminished if the opponent was prepared. The golden core demon cultivator, noticing that Xiaoning's talisman had been thwarted, wore a smug grin as he taunted her from within the golden bell. Little beauty, unleash all your tricks. Otherwise, once this real person breaks through your diamond talisman. Suddenly, before the golden core cultivator could finish his taunt, a streak of sword light hurtled towards him. Sensing that the sword light merely contained ordinary sword aura, he dismissed it, casually swatting at the incoming strike. However, the moment his hand made contact with the sword aura, purple arcs of lightning erupted forth, ensnaring him and the 2 golden core cultivators behind him. The terrifying and chaotic aura of the lightning caused their pupils to constrict in fear. However, these arcs of lightning descended with such swiftness and spread with equal rapidity, leaving them no chance to evade before they erupted upon them. Ji Boing merely cast a cold glance at the 3 individuals before diverting his gaze. The Thunder Talisman. Even he, a cultivator in the mid-stage of the golden body, could scarcely withstand its power. How could they, mere early-stage golden core practitioners, endure it? After dispatching the 3 golden core cultivators, Ji Boing saw no need for subtlety. With his talisman already exposed, It was far more prudent to strike preemptively than to passively endure. He possessed ample talismans, more than sufficient to deal with the demonic cultivators aboard the flying vessel. Ordinary Foundation establishment demons could scarcely breach even defensive talismans. Encountering Ji Boing meant certain doom, regardless of their numbers. As for the other Golden Core demons, the Wandering Merchant Association already boasted over 10 Golden Core practitioners, supplemented by Yang Qingshan, a formidable nascent soul expert. In the presence of Yun Xiushi from the Phoenix Song Pavilion, the combat prowess at the Golden Core level was effectively balanced. Thus, even if these Golden Core demons noted the presence of Ji Boing and his companions, they could only intermittently cast spells for interference, lacking the time to personally suppress them. Gradually, as time progressed, the previously one-sided battle aboard the flying vessel began to show signs of reversal with Ji Boing's involvement. The other Foundation establishment guest cultivators watched this scene with expressions of astonishment. However, just as everyone believed retreat was within reach, a vast spiritual pressure surged forth from the distant horizon. Looking up, they beheld a burly figure, clad in blood red, carrying 2 massive blood-colored blades, hastening towards them with dozens of Golden Core demons in tow. The man's face was fierce, his muscular torso bare, and his blood-red eyes emanated an aura of chilling intimidation beneath the dark crimson sky. Upon seeing this crimson-haired, red-eyed giant, Ji Boing instantly recognized his identity. The Bloodblade True Monarch. With a clattering sound, sharp and urgent, chains echoed through the void. In the next moment, 2 blood-colored blades, several times larger than the flying vessel itself, materialized in the sky. Yang Qingshan's pupils constricted at the sight, and disregarding the Golden Core demons besieging him, he leaped towards the descending blades. Boom! The blades crashed down, colliding with Yang Qingshan. The terrifying surge of spiritual energy caused the entire flying vessel to tremble violently, akin to a solitary sailboat facing tumultuous waves on the brink of capsizing. Quickly, activate the flying vessel. At that moment, Lingwu bellowed, unleashing several formations that forced back the surrounding demons before rushing towards the control chamber with several Golden Core guests. Witnessing this, Ji Boing made a swift decision, rallying his companions to provide cover. Ninger, Qinger, and Xiuyu, take turns on defense. Manager Yun, join me in the assault. Do not concern yourselves with the remaining talismans. We must halt these demons before the vessel takes off. Since the moment Ji Boing mastered the art of crafting 3-star talismans, she has reserved all talismans of inferior quality for herself. As for the talismans of Crane and Dragon Grade, they are distributed with 90% sold by the trading company and only 10% retained for personal use. Over time, the accumulation of talismans has been substantial. Indeed, with Ji Boing's assistance, Ling Wu and the others successfully accessed the control chamber. Shortly thereafter, the flying vessel began to tremble violently, waves of spiritual energy radiating outward, causing the entire void to ripple with intensity. Intercept the flying vessel, roared the Bloodblade Master as soon as the vessel was activated. The dozens of demonic cultivators he had brought swiftly surged towards the deck of the vessel. In the blink of an eye, a tempest of magical brilliance descended upon the flying vessel like a torrential storm, relentlessly bombarding it. Chapter 100. Unusual emotions. As the mystical lights of spells were about to descend upon the flying vessel, a sudden sound of sword resonance pierced through the air. A swift flying sword, trailing a magnificent aura of sword energy, darted past. At the moment of contact between the spell and the sword energy, it erupted like a splendid firework, scattering fragments of ethereal light across the sky. It was this surge of sword energy that granted the flying vessel a moment of reprieve. Within the cockpit, Ling Wu had fully activated the flying vessel. He glanced at the surrounding demonic cultivators, gritted his teeth, and then slammed his palm heavily onto the array plate before him. In an instant, a silver barrier enveloped the vessel, and it shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards the distance. Ling Wu paid no heed to Li Pu, nor to Yang Qingshan, and certainly not to those guest cultivators who had failed to board the vessel in time. He understood that if he did not propel the vessel now, no one would leave Fulong City today. Several hours later, the flying vessel had completely departed from Fulong City. The demonic cultivators on the deck had been utterly vanquished after a fierce battle. As Ji Boing gazed at the endless mountain ranges and the swiftly passing mist around them, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Finally safe. Yun Qianshan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and exhaled deeply, saying, "This time, we owe our thanks to Mr. Ji. If it weren't for his talismans, we might never have escaped Fulong City." At that moment, a voice emerged from the control cabin. A group of individuals slowly exited, with Ling Wu at the forefront, who respectfully clasped his fist toward Ji Boing. Surrounding them, other guest cultivators, Golden Core battle cultivators, and the dancers from Fengming Pavilion also cast appreciative glances toward Ji Boing. Had it not been for Ji Boing and the others unleashing a barrage of talismans, Ling Wu and his companions would likely not have even reached the control cabin. Moreover, Ji Boing and his group had also contributed significantly to clearing the deck of demonic cultivators. As they reflected on this, a newfound respect gradually emerged in their gazes. So this is a 3-star talisman master? It was remarkable that a group of mere foundation establishment and chi refining cultivators could confront a golden core expert through the use of talismans. Truly formidable. Ling Jinren. You flatter us. Our successful departure from Fulong City is a collective achievement. Ji Boing responded with a slight bow. Ling Wu, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of appreciation in his eyes, clearly pleased with Ji Boing's humble demeanor. Prior to their arrival, he had heard from headquarters about a remarkably young Xian-level guest cultivator in Fulong City, whose cultivation was not high, yet whose talismanic skills were extraordinary. He had anticipated some arrogance from such a young achiever, but it seemed he had underestimated Ji Boing. Dare I ask, Ling Jinren, where are we headed after departing Fulong City? Ji Boing inquired once more. To Songlong Immortal City, Ling Wu replied with a smile. The eyes of the crowd involuntarily sparkled. Songlong Immortal City was the largest main city in the entire eastern Songxian continent. Legends speak of a hidden realm beneath the celestial dragon city, where lie buried 49 supreme 6th-grade spiritual veins, rich in spiritual essence. Even someone with a mixed 5-element root, like Ji Boing, previously deemed a failure, could effortlessly establish their foundation in such an environment. As this thought crossed their minds, the faces of those on the deck began to gleam with excitement. If they could practice in that sacred place, given time, even they might achieve the coveted golden core. The airship required a pilot. After a brief conversation with Ji Boing, Ling Wu returned to the control cabin with a group of companions. The airship was spacious, accommodating 400 to 500 passengers, featuring over 100 ordinary cabins apart from the control chamber. With little else to occupy her, Ji Boing took his 2 wives to a secluded cabin. After adorning the walls with silence runes, they commenced a profound discussion about the recent battle. Given the life and death struggle they had endured, it was certain that his wives had experienced significant emotional turmoil. As a husband, it was his duty to comfort them. Moreover, it was essential to review their performance during the conflict, acknowledging their strengths while addressing areas needing improvement. If necessary, a minor reprimand might be warranted to ensure they learned from the experience. Of course, sharing insights and reflections was equally important. Only in this way could his wives grow alongside him. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since they departed from Fulong City, traversing an unknown distance. On this particular night, after engaging in a playful exchange of skills with his wives, Ji Boing decided to take a stroll on the deck to clear his mind. As he gazed at the ominous crimson sky, the boundary slowly coming into view, a sense of tranquility began to envelop him. Young Master Ji? While he relished the serene night, a cool, gentle voice broke the silence from behind. Turning around, he found the ethereal figure of Fairy Li Yueyao, who had somehow joined him on the deck. Ji Boing merely nodded in acknowledgement before closing his eyes once more. Li Yueyao was accustomed to his demeanor. She took a few steps closer, halting beside him. Her gaze shifted from the approaching blood-red boundary to Ji Boing, her enchanting eyes reflecting a tapestry of emotions. Logically, she should have felt aversion and resistance towards this man. Yet, following their encounter at the elegant merchant's hall, her feelings had shifted slightly. She no longer felt such strong disdain. This change was not due to any personal inclination or peculiar fascination. Rather, it stemmed from her realization that Ji Boing was the fabled Yang body. Having practiced seductive arts from a young age and nurtured by the Fengming Pavilion, she understood the significance of the Yang body, particularly for her own mysterious and alluring physique. If she could merge with the Yang body after reaching the 3rd stage of the Golden Core, the absorption of Yang blood essence would accelerate her cultivation at an astonishing pace. Even the breakthrough from Golden Core to Nascent Soul would face no hindrances whatsoever. At that moment, a hum resonated through the air. Suddenly, an enigmatic wave of energy surged forth. Ji Boing abruptly opened her eyes, and the other Golden Core cultivators aboard the flying vessel emerged from the cabin at that very moment. As everyone pondered the source of this peculiar energy fluctuation, beneath the blood-red full moon, a beguiling figure lazily leaned against a silver scythe. This woman was no stranger to Ji Boing. She was the enchanting vixen from the grand ceremony, a fellow nascent soul powerhouse. With a mesmerizing smile, the woman seemed to envelop the surrounding space in a gossamer veil of dreamlike illusion. She stretched languidly, one hand cradling the elongated scythe, her waist swaying with an alluring grace as she seductively proclaimed, "By the decree of the Saintess, no one shall leave the city of Fulong." Chapter 101. The enchantress. As the words fell, the bizarre energy fluctuations, along with the ethereal veil that mirrored a fleeting dream, came crashing down in an instant. The overwhelming spiritual force surged like a tempest, abruptly halting the swiftly soaring vessel in midair. The protective energy barrier surrounding the deck shattered simultaneously. Before long, A series of melodious laughter, akin to the chime of silver bells, echoed around the airship. Turning to look, one beheld the enchanting figures of alluring women, clad in revealing attire, gracefully ascending and ultimately alighting upon the deck. Stay, stay. Is it not good to keep me company? Can you bear to leave me behind, alone? I am so lonely, do not abandon me. The sweet, melodic voices entranced those on the deck, leaving their minds in a daze. Awaken. A sudden sharp command pierced the air. Ji Boing snapped back to reality, only to find Mama Yun had mysteriously appeared on the deck. Behind her, two jade pendants resembling flying fish spun rapidly, creating ripples that radiated outward with each rotation. When touched by these ripples, it felt as if a gentle breeze caressed the skin, invigorating the spirit. Foaming pavilion? In the void above, upon seeing Yun Xiushi, the enchantress's voice bore a hint of surprise. I did not expect Wan Dao Commerce to ally with Foaming Pavilion. Truly unexpected. Knowing that Foaming Pavilion has allied with the commerce, do you still refuse to yield? Yun Xiushi retorted coldly. With the foundation of the Hehuan sect, it is insufficient to withstand the wrath of both parties. Her laughter rang out like silver bells. Are you threatening me? Not at all. Yun Xiushi replied with a light chuckle, her tone laced with significance. I merely advise you, esteemed one, not to be used as a pawn by the celestial demon palace. The enchantress's gaze flickered momentarily. However, she quickly regained her composure. What becomes of the Hehuan sect is of no concern to you. Raising the sickle in her hand. An instant later, dozens of golden core female cultivators aboard the vessel launched their assault. In mere moments, the deck was enveloped by a kaleidoscope of magical attacks. Without the protective luminous shield, the airship was rendered defenseless against the onslaught of spells, quickly becoming a scene of devastation. Despite Ji Boing and the other golden core cultivators striving to counter the attack, they were outnumbered, and the adversary's intentions were crystal clear. In no time, the entire vessel began to sway precariously. Ji Boing's countenance darkened as he realized the dire trajectory. It would not be long before the airship succumbed entirely. Gritting his teeth, he extracted all the offensive talismans from his storage bag, hoping for a miraculous effect. He gazed at the dozens of talismans in his hand, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, a golden rune materialized above his brow. At the moment this golden rune appeared, the numerous talismans in his hand began to radiate various ethereal lights, as if responding to an unseen call. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, Ji Boing uttered a low command to fusion. The golden rune surged directly towards the dozens of talismans he held. As beams of golden light flickered, the once ordinary red 3-star talismans erupted with an overwhelming wave of spiritual power. Moreover, above these runes, a golden seal emerged, marking the fusion of Ji Boing's life symbol. Feeling the formidable energy emanating from the talismans in his grasp, Ji Boing's breath quickened involuntarily. Each talisman he possessed now surpassed the prowess of the dragon-color thunder talisman by far, and not by just a mere margin. Ji Boing took a deep breath. Striving to calm his turbulent emotions, he flung the talismans into the air, which, in an instant, began to spiral around him as if drawn by an invisible force. Before long, these talismans burst forth like radiant suns, emitting a blinding white light. The emergence of this light immediately captured the attention of everyone on the deck, who turned to follow its source. Beneath the swirling brilliance, a figure emerged, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, evoking a sense of awe that rendered onlookers unable to gaze directly. Even the enchanting woman in the void instinctively shielded her eyes, retreating from the intensity of the light. With a resounding and tranquil boom, the blinding white light erupted, illuminating the blood-red night sky as if it were day. Wherever it swept, it obliterated everything in its path, instantly engulfing the entire assembly of golden core cultivators from the Hehuan sect. The enchanting woman, initially intent on intervening, found herself regretting her decision the moment her scythe met the white light. The force of this light far exceeded her expectations. With a deafening roar, the piercing white light began to gradually dissipate, leaving the world in utter silence. Everyone looked up towards the spot where the light had erupted, only to find that the blood-red expanse was now devoid of any presence. The dozens of golden core cultivators had vanished without a trace, and even the alluring woman of the nascent soul realm was nowhere to be found. Had they all perished? After a considerable pause, Lingwu murmured incredulously, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. He could not grasp the magnitude of what had transpired. All he knew was that the newly appointed Xian-level guest elder had detonated dozens of 3-star talismans. And then, everything had gone silent. When had 3-star talismans ever unleashed such formidable power? Even the strongest of the high-grade 3-star talismans, the Heavenly Thunder Talisman, could not compare. As for Liu Yao, her gaze towards Ji Boing was akin to that of observing a monster. She had already overestimated Ji Boing considerably, yet she was still taken aback by the prowess of this talisman master. With a single strike, he obliterated dozens of golden core cultivators, leaving even that formidable nascent soul expert's fate uncertain. Could such a level of assault truly be wielded by a mere foundation establishment practitioner of the second tier? Ji Gongzi's methods indeed inspire both admiration and awe. At that moment, Yin Xiushi approached Ji Boing, her smile radiant. Having fortuitously acquired this secret talisman technique in my early years, this marks my inaugural application, and I must confess, even I did not anticipate such formidable power. Ji Boing remarked with a grin. Then it seems Ji Gongzi possesses an abundance of fortune, Yin Xiushi replied, her eyes narrowing slightly. She was not one to be easily swayed by a man's words, and she did not believe Ji Boing's claims. Nonetheless, she refrained from pressing further. As for the others on the deck, while curiosity lingered in their hearts, they collectively opted for silence. Thus, after a brief interlude, the flying vessel approached the border of the crimson sky. Witnessing this scene, the tension that had gripped their hearts began to ease. Just when everyone believed they would soon be free from this cursed place, a sudden purple flash erupted from an unknown source behind Ji Boing. Standing opposite him, Yin Xiushi's eyes widened in alarm as she exclaimed, "Be careful." Chapter 102, The Ambush Boom. A resounding crash reverberated through the air. Ji Boing felt as though his back had been seared by an unseen force, an intense pain surging into his mind in an instant. Simultaneously, a vast torrent of spiritual energy overwhelmed him like a sudden deluge, engulfing him completely. In that moment, Ji Boing's mind short-circuited, plunging into a void of blankness. He caught sight of a woman beside the flying vessel, wielding a silver scythe, her gaze fixed on him with an icy detachment. In that fleeting moment, he perceived the vessel drifting away from him, the expressions of those on the deck fraught with urgency and concern. He also glimpsed a purple spiritual light encroaching upon everything before him. No, it had not fully consumed all. Within the cabin remained the tear-streaked faces of his two wives, their beauty marred by despair. My subordinates are incompetent. We failed to secure the flying vessel of the Wandao Merchant Guild. I beseech the Saintess to bestow punishment. At Fulong Ridge, amidst a blood-chilling crimson column, dozens of cloaked figures knelt like statues before the throne. Behind them, 100 trembling demon cultivators cowered on the ground, their limbs quaking, breath shuddering. The woman on the throne lazily stifled a yawn, casting a cursory glance at the assembly before nonchalantly declaring, "If it was not secured, then it was not. Once the formation is activated, you shall proceed to offer a blood sacrifice in Fulong City." Upon hearing this verdict, an elder trembled slightly, yet ultimately bowed his head in reverence to the throne before dragging his battered body away from the sanguine light. The cloaked figures behind him seemed to have anticipated this outcome, following the elder's lead in departing. The Temple of Demons harbors no useless beings. The Saintess's actions had already granted them an opportunity to prove their worth. Should they fail to seize it, their fate would be far worse. As for the Bloodblade True Monarch and the Enchanting Woman, their faces paled at the mention of the blood sacrifice. The Enchanting Woman, in particular, was filled with a sense of bitter resentment. They had nearly intercepted the vessel, mere moments away from capturing all members of the Wandao Merchant Guild. Yet, at that critical juncture, a remarkably cunning youth had emerged. Despite his cultivation being merely at the second level of foundation establishment, his talisman had nearly claimed her life. Had she not summoned a true treasure in the nick of time, she would have been gravely wounded, if not killed, beneath that blinding light. Although she had plotted against the youth, casting him and several others from the vessel, the remaining passengers had successfully fled the territory of Fulong Ridge. "What are you still kneeling for?" As the Enchanting Woman contemplated these events, the figure on the throne spoke again. "Though you are not of the Demon Temple, you must bear the corresponding responsibility for this failure. I permit you to send only half of your number to Fulong City for the blood sacrifice. As for who that half shall be, you may decide amongst yourselves." Upon hearing that only half of the participants had engaged in the blood sacrifice, the crowd, including Blood Knife Shinjuan, breathed a sigh of relief and promptly knelt before the throne, exclaiming, "We thank the Saintess." In the depths of the cavern, flickering flames danced, occasionally crackling and scattering sparkling embers. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a rich essence of spiritual energy, swirling around a graceful figure. Liu Yao slowly opened her eyes, her gaze reflecting a newfound brilliance in the firelight. As she subtly channeled her internal spiritual power, a smile of delight blossomed on her exquisitely beautiful face after a complete cycle of energy circulation. Truly, the physique of Chongyang. Such severe injuries healed in just a few days, and my cultivation has significantly advanced. If I can maintain this pace daily in no more than half a year, I will attain the golden core stage and become a true immortal. However, Liu Yao paused, glancing to the side. There, on a massive stone slab, lay a young man, his body stained with blood. This young man was none other than Ji Being. Currently, he lay in a state of unconsciousness, his severe injuries still unhealed. To forcefully extract from him would be akin to fishing in a parched pond. With a light sigh, a hint of helplessness crossed Li Yuiao's delicate features. Yet, just as she intended to meditate once more, a sudden thought struck her mind. She retrieved a purple elixir from her storage pouch and placed it into Ji Being's mouth. Shortly after, a surge of robust vitality surged within Ji Being's abdomen, the warmth enveloping Li Yuiao's fair visage in a faint rosy glow. Remarkably, it worked. Lord Ling, Mr. Ji. At that moment, Yun Qianshan, upon learning that Ji Being had been struck down from the flying vessel by a nascent soul-true monarch, rushed to the control chamber. In response to his inquiry, Ling Wu merely sighed, stating, "The incident occurred suddenly. We had no time to intervene." However, Ji Daoist still possesses the Merchant Guild's guest token. Even after suffering a blow from a nascent soul powerhouse, he remains unharmed. When Ji Daoist fell from the vessel, he was near the boundary of Fulong Ridge. Given his strength, as long as his fundamental essence is not harmed, he has a good chance of escaping Fulong Ridge. Furthermore, once the vessel reaches Songlong Immortal City, I shall personally return to search for Ji Daoist's whereabouts. Yet, that is a late-stage nascent soul powerhouse. Yun Qianshan replied anxiously. Is there no way to send someone for a rescue right now? Manager Yun. Ling Wu abruptly slammed the table, speaking in a serious tone. Do you think I do not wish to dispatch someone to rescue Ji Daoist immediately? Yet we all have our Merchant Guild tasks to fulfill. Everything must prioritize our guild's mission. If I were to divert personnel to rescue Ji Daoist now, it is uncertain whether they would encounter further attacks from demonic cultivators along the way. Moreover, should they enter the territory of Fulong Ridge, it is highly probable they would be discovered by the demonic cultivators. If the demons are also searching for Ji Daoist, they might set a trap, putting Ji Daoist in even greater peril. Enough, let this matter be laid to rest. Ling Wu flicked his sleeves and turned back to manipulate the flying vessel, speaking indifferently. The vessel's escape from Fulong Ridge relies almost entirely on the efforts of fellow Daoist Ji. Rather than engage in this fruitless debate with me, it would be wiser for you, Master Yun, to first attend to the family of fellow Daoist Ji. Should any misfortune befall them, we would truly be deemed the culprits. Yun Qianshan observed Ling Wu's retreating figure, tightening his fists within his sleeves. After a moment of hesitation, he bid farewell and exited the control chamber. As Yun Qianshan stepped out, he encountered Qiao Yu accompanied by Xiao Ninger, while Yu Qingxing had already been waiting at the entrance. He smiled, striving to appear as relaxed as possible, and reassured them, "Rest assured, Mr. Ji is unharmed. He possesses a guest token. Even a full-force strike from a Yuaning cultivator would be insufficient to injure him. Furthermore, Lord Ling has dispatched individuals to search for him, and I believe we shall reunite in Songlong Immortal City before long. The deck is unsafe, vulnerable to potential attacks from demonic cultivators. So I suggest you ladies return to your cabin to rest." Upon hearing Yun Qianshan's words, the three of them sighed in relief. "Thank you, Master Yun. It is merely my duty," he replied, watching them depart, as a shadow of concern gradually replaced the smile on his face. He sighed softly, feeling somewhat helpless. "I can only hope that we can establish contact once we arrive at Songlong Immortal City." Chapter 103, The Artistic Conception TikTok. It resembled droplets of water cascading into a lake, producing ripples that spread outward. Floating in the water, Ji Boing resembled a solitary leaf adrift in the vast ocean. Lost and unaware of his destination, he could sense that the realm he inhabited was one of abstraction. He endeavored to awaken, yet, no matter how fervently he struggled or despaired, he remained ensnared by the confines of this ephemeral world. Gradually, fatigue overcame him, and he relinquished his futile resistance, allowing himself to drift aimlessly with the current, until one day, a sudden surge of warmth descended from the heavens, shattering the tranquility that had prevailed. For the first time, turbulent waves erupted upon the once calm surface of the lake. Ji Boing widened his eyes. He felt that this influx of warmth was the key to his escape from the illusory realm. He swam fiercely toward the center of this warmth, voraciously absorbing the energy it harbored. However, fate proved unkind, for just as he tasted a hint of sweetness, the warmth was forcibly drawn away by an unseen power. This sequence of events persisted for an extended period. The warmth would intermittently descend from above, only to be whisked away by that same force. Yet, Ji Boing harbored no grievances. After all, he found contentment in the ability to draw upon even a fraction of that power. Furthermore, with the accumulation of time, he sensed that the moment to shatter the shackles of this world was drawing near. On this day, the torrent surged once more, and Ji Boing allowed the force to wash over him. When that power reemerged, he suddenly stepped forth, akin to a dragon breaking through the waters, soaring into the sky. Crack! With a crisp sound resonating through the void, the previously tranquil world began to fracture. Gradually, the fissures widened, elongated, and multiplied, until the entire realm lay in ruins. Ji Boing abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze, sharp as a drawn blade, unleashed a tempest of sword energy that erupted violently, filling the cavern with an indescribable aura of slaughter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Weiyao had just finished absorbing Ji Boing's yang essence and was preparing to meditate when the terrifying sword energy erupted, shredding her garments into countless fragments. The razor-sharp currents left behind numerous gory lacerations upon her. Had she not been positioned a safe distance from the epicenter of the sword energy, nor had it harbored any intent to kill her, even a fraction of its potency could have claimed her life. In a flurry, Li Weiyao mobilized her spiritual power to retreat a few steps, then directed her gaze towards Ji Boing. At that moment, he sat cross-legged, his eyes radiating a blinding golden light. Even a mere glance into his eyes inflicted a piercing sensation that struck at the very soul. This is sword intent? Li Weiyao exclaimed. What pure sword intent? Though she was not a sword cultivator, her comprehension of the sword was no less profound than that of any seasoned practitioner. Before her, the sword intent emanating from Ji Boing was pure to the utmost degree, at least in the eyes of Li Weiyao. This sword intent was imbued solely with a chilling aura of slaughter. There were no other distractions. Such an untainted sword intent was unmatched, even by the elders of the sword sect. It was even approaching the realm of the peak masters. Wait, just as Li Weiyao marveled at Ji Boing's unadulterated sword intent, a sudden realization struck her. Wasn't he a talisman master? Why did he also possess swordsmanship? Even if he dabbled in sword techniques, wasn't he merely at the foundation stage? How could he have transcended swordsmanship to this level of intent? Although the realm of swordsmanship is not directly correlated with one's cultivation level, historically, those who wielded sword intent were at least at the golden core stage. It was unheard of for someone at the foundation stage to grasp sword intent. Buzz. At that moment, a resounding sound of a sword echoed through the cave. Instantly, the sword chi and sword aura that filled the cavern seemed to respond to some unseen call, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only the overwhelming aura of slaughter remained, pervading the cave. Have I transcended to the realm of intent? Ji Boing felt the surrounding aura of death and confusion washed over his face. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his attribute panel. Upon seeing it, his expression was instantly filled with bewilderment. Name, Ji Boing Cultivation. Foundation Stage, Level 2, Root Bone, Fire 30, 000, Superior, Root Bone, Wood 30. 000, Superior, Root Bone, Ice 0, Defective. Spirit, 30, 000, Early Golden Core. Body, 73, 000, Early Gold Body, Poisoned. Swordsmanship, 30, 000, Early Realm of Intent. Talisman Crafting, 171. 000, Mid-Grade. 3 stars, Alchemical Arts, 17, 000, Mid-Grade. 2 stars, Bloodline. 15, 000, Mid-Grade. 2 stars, Destined Talisman, 112, 000, 300. 000, Talisman Consumption, 30, Talisman Power, 30, Talisman Fusion, 200, Available Free Attribute Points, 18, 797. What in the world? 18, 797 free attribute points? Where did this come from? Ji Boing suddenly recalled something and instinctively touched his lower back. As his fingers brushed against his waist, a sharp pain surged through him. Shooting up to the crown of his head, Ji Boing winced in agony, nearly crying out. He hastily immersed his consciousness into his storage bag, rummaging through it until he found several bottles of foundational reinforcement pills designed to enhance vitality and blood flow. Trembling, he poured a generous handful into his mouth. The pills dissolved instantly. A torrent of potent medicinal energy surged through him, flooding every vein and coursing through his limbs, ultimately concentrating in his 2 sizable kidneys. Nourished by the elixirs, Ji Boing felt revitalized in an instant. An indescribable sense of comfort invigorated him, leaving him in high spirits. After a considerable time, once the medicinal effects had been completely refined, Ji Boing finally regained his composure, directing his gaze towards Li Weiyao not far away. Due to the assault of sword energy, Li Weiyao was now covered in wounds, her attire barely concealing her form, revealing a glimpse of spring. Although they had shared intimate moments within the elegant confines of the merchant hall, this breathtaking sight was one Ji Boing had never beheld before. The exquisite peaks and the red plum blossoms amidst the snow, stimulated by the elixir, stirred an intense surge of blood and warmth within him. However, this moment of distraction was fleeting, as Ji Boing swiftly channeled his inner spiritual energy to suppress that wave of desire. He gazed intently at Li Weiyao, his tone indifferent as he inquired, "How long have I been unconscious? During my slumber, did you do anything to me?" Upon hearing this, Li Weyao's heart suddenly raced, especially under Ji Boing's piercing gaze, which felt akin to an interrogation. After a brief pause, she softly replied, "In response to your inquiry, young master, It has been over 2 months since you fell into unconsciousness. Over 2 months. Ji Boying's expression shifted abruptly as he hastily retrieved his identification token. Chapter 104. The three provisions in the Songlong Immortal City, at the Wan Dao Merchant Association, Songlong Branch. Lord Ling, it has been over a month. Yet there is still no news from Mr. Ji? Yun Qianshan inquired with great concern. On the dais, Ling Wu rubbed his temples, expressing his frustration. Not only is there no word from Daoist Ji, but we are also unable to contact Elders Li and Yang. I have reported our situation to headquarters, but due to the recent pressure from the Heavenly Demon Palace, which has united with all the demonic sects to pressurize headquarters, they are simply too preoccupied to attend to our plight. Furthermore, many of our Yuanying and Jindan combatants from the Songlong branch have been temporarily reassigned to the Central Sacred Continent. However, there is one reassuring piece of news. Ling Wu paused before continuing. Just yesterday evening, I received the Holy Spirit lamp I requested from headquarters. I placed the contract marks of Daoist Ji, Elderly, and Elder Yang upon the lamp, and it still emanates spiritual light, indicating that their lives are at least not in danger. As for their exact whereabouts, we will need the Heavenly Mechanism Array from headquarters to investigate. However, Daoist Ji, Elderly, and Elder Yang have limited access, so I cannot request the use of the Heavenly Mechanism Array on their behalf. Upon hearing this, Yin Qianshan let out a sigh of relief, knowing that Mr. Ji and Elderly are alive is sufficient. As long as we continue to send messages through their identity tokens, we will eventually receive a response. With that, Yun Qianshan offered a slight bow to Ling Wu. Lord Ling, I shall inform Mr. G's family of his survival, allowing buzzing. Just as Yun Qianshan intended to depart, his identity token suddenly began to flicker urgently. The moment he grasped the token, a look of surprise spread across his face. It's Mr. Ji. Meanwhile, in the cave, Ji Boying had just concluded his communication with Yun Qianshan. Originally, he reached out to inquire if the flying vessel had safely arrived at Songlong Immortal City after the ambush he suffered, and whether his two wives were safe. Additionally, he wished to report his situation and hoped that Songlong Immortal City could dispatch some combatants to support him. However, according to Yun Qianshan, it appeared that the demon clan was making significant moves, and a large portion of the combat strength within Songlong Immortal City had been drawn away by headquarters, leaving them unable to spare anyone to assist him. Moreover, Li Pu and Yang Qishan had gone missing after departing the flying vessel midway. Ling Wu had hoped that Ji Boying could look for them on his way back to Songlong Immortal City. Upon learning of the current circumstances, Ji Boying could not help but display a hint of helplessness. This invasion by the demon cultivators affected not only the eastern Songxian continent, but also significantly impacted the central sacred continent. Is this world finally returning to the brutal reality of slaughter and the survival of the fittest, akin to the novels he had read? With a long exhale, Ji Boying sought to calm his turbulent thoughts before fixing his gaze upon Li Yueyao. At this moment, she had donned an entirely new robe, a striking purple that was not only alluring but also imbued with elegance. You have yet to fully respond to my previous inquiry, Ji Boying stated, locking his eyes onto hers with an indifferent tone. During my unconsciousness, what actions did you undertake concerning me? Realizing that concealment was no longer an option, Li Yueyao chose to confess. She recounted her deeds during that period, including the time she had harnessed Ji Boying's yang energy to assist in her cultivation. Upon learning that, throughout his coma, he had been forcibly drained of his vital essence an average of 15 times each day, and that there were instances when the energy was nearly depleted due to her lack of control, Ji Boying felt a surge of indignation. Had it not been for the timely use of a life-preserving elixir, he feared he might have remained in slumber indefinitely. No wonder each time he absorbed that torrent of energy, a force seemed to wrest it away. It was the handiwork of this woman. Had she not interfered, he might have awakened much sooner. I acknowledge my transgression. I acted without your consent in seizing your vital essence. Should you wish to punish me, I shall not protest. Li Yueyao knelt before Ji Boying, her head bowed in contrition. Is that so? Ji Boying regarded her with a chilling glance, his eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. Were she any other female cultivator, he would have struck without hesitation, regardless of any benefits she might have conferred upon him. Yet, in the case of Li Yueyao, he hesitated. Li Yueyao possessed the Xianyu charming body, yielding greater returns in their exchanges than even the likes of Yu Qingqing. Moreover, she could enhance his swordsmanship experience. Presently, Ji Boying's means of survival hinged on 3 pillars: talismans, physical prowess, and, crucially, swordsmanship. Had his swordsmanship not been developing, or if Li Yueyao's contributions proved meager, he would not have been so conflicted. However, with the current trajectory and the assistance of the Ascension Elixir and life-preserving treasures, he could achieve a mastery of sword intent within 2 years. At that point, the might he could wield through swordsmanship would surpass even that of talismans. Furthermore, Compared to talismans, swordsmanship was far more suited for combat. Combined with his physical strength, transcending a significant realm would not be an insurmountable challenge. With this realization, Ji Boing reached a conclusion. He gazed intently at Li Yueyao, his icy demeanor now laced with a sharp edge of lethal intent. I can offer you a chance at survival. If you acknowledge me as your master, pledging your loyalty and never betraying me, I will spare your life. Moreover, I shall continuously provide you with yang energy to aid you on your path to greatness. Upon hearing this, Li Yueyao's eyes flickered momentarily. After a brief hesitation, she retrieved her soul command token from her storage pouch. Surely, Ji Boing was familiar with this token. It was unique to the Foaming Pavilion. Holding this token granted one the power to influence the soul of its original owner, even controlling their life and death. However, Li Yueyao paused briefly. Her gaze resolute as she declared, I have 3 requests, young Master Ji. Should you acquiesce to them, I shall willingly present my soul command token. If not, I would rather face death than yield. How audacious to lay down the law. Do you consider yourself a second master? Though Ji Boing felt a twinge of discontent, he nonetheless gestured for her to continue. First, if you and I can safely return to the Songlong Immortal City, I hope you will redeem me from my bondage to the Foaming Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. If you acknowledge me as your master, I shall indeed secure your freedom and sever the ties with the Foaming Pavilion. However, the cost of your redemption must be borne by you. Of course, should you lack the means at present, you may repay it gradually over time. Li Yueyao, initially elated by Ji Boing's prompt agreement, felt a surge of discontent upon hearing his latter words. Were it anyone else, they would likely rush to assist in her redemption, rather than expect her to pay. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of internal lamentation, she continued to speak. Chapter 105. The Caravan. Before the achievement of the Golden Core, I wish to preserve my primordialine body, allowing the Xian Yu Mei body to successfully undergo its 3rd transformation. As for after attaining the Golden Core, you may claim what you desire. I shall raise no objections. Of course, I also hope that once I achieve the Golden Core, you could provide me with 6 doses of the Yang energy daily to aid my cultivation. Upon hearing Li Yueyao's words, Ji Boing's expression darkened slightly. It was not that her demands were excessively unreasonable, but rather, she, as a servant, displayed no semblance of servitude. It was one thing to establish 3 conditions, it was another to overstep boundaries and take liberties. Sensing Ji Boing's growing ire, Li Yueyao hastily amended her statement. Preserving my primordial body before the Golden Core is my final request. Beyond that, whatever you desire, I shall acquiesce. Now, let us discuss the 3rd condition. Ji Boing waved her hand, clearly unwilling to waste further time with her. My final request is that after I break through to the nascent soul realm, I wish for an opportunity to exact vengeance upon my enemies. This is a matter I will never compromise on. Li Yueyao's tone was resolute, her delicate face reflecting a similar determination. Ji Boing regarded Li Yueyao with a sidelong glance and scoffed. Does the enemy you speak of include me? In response, Li Yueyao smiled charmingly. Our relationship is one of transaction. Moreover, as I stand to gain without losing, how could I regard you as an enemy? Profitable without loss? Ji Boing laughed lightly. I shall agree to all 3 conditions. I pledge with my Tao heart that should I violate them, I shall face divine retribution. Thank you, my master, for your understanding. Li Yueyao bowed gracefully to Ji Boing and then presented her soul command token with both hands. Ji Boing chuckled softly as she accepted the token. You may simply call me master. Since the demonic cultivators completely seized control of Fulong City, the surrounding area, extending 1,000 miles, including the endlessly stretching Fulong Mountain range, has become the domain of these dark forces. Furthermore, beyond Fulong Mountain, the various main cities within the eastern Songxian continent are now seeing significant infiltration by demonic cultivators. Despite the efforts of the main cities and sects to resist, their attempts have yielded little success. Especially after the 36 battles of life and death. The majority of the high-ranking members of righteous sects in eastern Songxian mysteriously disappeared, leaving no trace behind. This has only exacerbated the already precarious situation of the righteous forces. Fortunately, these demonic cultivators tend to adopt an ostentatious style, frequently clamoring for violence and provoking conflicts. Yet they have not crossed the line into utter lawlessness. The native righteous cultivators in the main cities can generally avoid trouble by exercising caution in their daily lives. Between Jingyang City and Pingyang City lies an official road stretching 3,000 to 4,000 miles. Before the rampant invasion of the demonic cultivators, this thoroughfare bustled with merchants and wandering cultivators traveling between the 2 cities. However, with the onset of the invasion, the flow of traffic has diminished significantly. Particularly, the caravans transporting goods have become scarce, with months passing without a single sighting. In the past, The vast majority of those who engaged in cargo hijacking were of relatively low cultivation levels and limited numbers. However, the present situation is markedly different. Countless demonic cultivators line the roads, seizing inns and relay stations, preying upon traveling merchants and rogue cultivators. Anyone who dares to traverse their territory inevitably finds themselves stripped of their resources. Their tactics are not merely extortionate, they intentionally inflate prices, leaving those who purchase to be ruthlessly overcharged, while those who refuse are advised to leave. With only a handful of inns and relay stations along the way, all colluding, the prices remain consistent no matter the destination. Should one place fail to provide supplies, another will not be an option either, rendering merchants and rogue cultivators unable to reach the next city. Indeed, most of them possess only the initial or mid-level cultivation of qi refining. With only a select few being advanced practitioners, they remain ensnared in the struggles of sustenance. As for those in the foundation establishment stage, which practitioner of such caliber would stoop to engage in such thankless labor? Moreover, aside from these demonic cultivators, there exist numerous rogue cultivators of a similar ilk along the roads. Unlike the previously organized and disciplined demonic sects, these individuals are far less discerning in their methods. Almost every merchant caravan or rogue cultivator they encounter is subjected to their petty schemes. Although the gains are minimal, the cumulative effect is significant. Fortunately, these ruffians are prone to bullying the weak. As long as one displays strength, they are unlikely to face any serious repercussions. Consequently, this has led to the emergence of organizations akin to escort agencies in the major cities of Dongzhong, Xianzhou. When merchant caravans set out, they often recruit some enforcers from these factions to deal specifically with the predatory rogue cultivators. At this moment, along the desolate highway, a caravan laden with goods gradually makes its way towards Zhengyang City. The caravan leader at the forefront gazes into the distance and loudly warns his companions. We still have 100 miles to the next relay station. Everyone must remain vigilant. He then turns to a nearby young cultivator with a smile, saying, I have heard from fellow travelers that there are many demonic cultivators lurking in the wild boar forest ahead. I trust that young Master Zhuang will keep a close watch. Rest assured, Boss Qian. Our wolf gang has never faltered on this route, Zhuangbai replies, waving his hand with a sense of pride. Those demonic cultivators number no more than 10, and the strongest among them is merely at the 7th level of qi refining. They are hardly a threat. Indeed, my senior brother has now comprehended the essence of sword energy. Not only would he easily overcome those at the 7th level, even those at the peak of qi refining would be no match for him, interjects a strong-willed woman, exuding an air of confidence and vigor, embodying the spirit of a woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with her male counterparts. Haha, quite right. Upon hearing their exchange, Qian Yukai felt a surge of reassurance. May I inquire, Boss Qian, who is it that occupies the wagon? It has been days, yet they have not shown their face. Just then, Zhuangbai cast a curious glance at the spacious wagon behind them and asked. Throughout the journey, he had been intrigued by the identity of the occupant, but had yet to find an opportunity to inquire. Even during their stops at relay stations, this person had remained concealed. In recent days, riding horseback has indeed been quite exhausting. Observing others in carriages, one cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. How delightful it would be to make their acquaintance and take a seat within. Qian Yukai cast a glance back at the carriage, smiling as he remarked, It is a client I encountered near Pingyang City, who bestowed upon me some spirit stones and procured a carriage, requesting that I convey them a short distance. So that is the case. Zhuangbai murmured softly, stealing another glance at the carriage. Yet, at that very moment, a sudden gust of wind arose. The ethereal sound of the flute fluttered through the air, unveiling the visage of a captivating beauty. In that fleeting instant, Zhuangbai beheld the true countenance of the carriage's owner. Even if only in profile, her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes glimmered with autumnal waves. Each smile and frown seemed capable of captivating the very landscapes of the world. How exquisite! Zhuangbai could not help but marvel silently. Yet, why did she appear to bear some anguish? Senior brother? A familiar voice broke through his reverie. Zhuangbai, awakening from his trance, turned to find himself inexplicably within the wild boar forest. What troubles you, senior brother? The robustly dressed woman inquired, her curiosity piqued. In nothing much, Zhuangbai replied. Inhaling deeply, let us rest here for a moment. Resting in the wild boar forest? Upon hearing Zhuangbai's words, the woman and Qian Yukai gasped in astonishment. Realizing the peculiarity of his statement, Zhuangbai felt a twinge of self-awareness. However, his pride would not allow him to retract his words. Let us remain here. The more perilous the place, the safer it becomes. We shall reverse the usual course, as those demonic cultivators may think twice before acting against us. With that, regardless of the thoughts of the others, he spurred his horse towards the shade of a grand tree. Chapter 106 Dispute. How does it feel? Inside the carriage, Ji Boying gazed at Li Weiyao, whose complexion was flushed and expression slightly pained, and could not help but inquire, "Does the ascension elixir have any effect?" Li Weiyao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous energy that was not her own, and gasped, "In response to my master, with the assistance of the ascension elixir, my efficiency in refining the yang blood is several times greater than before." Ji Boying nodded slightly and continued to ask, "If one were to utilize the ascension elixir for cultivation, how long would it take to form the golden Dan?" "At most 3 months. And I shall achieve the golden Dan." 3 months, you say? Ji Boying contemplated briefly, then gently shook his head. "You should rest for now." 3 months may be relatively short, yet for Ji Boying at this moment, it still felt rather lengthy, although he had completely escaped the clutches of the dragon's lair. The entire eastern Songshin continent had now fallen prey to demonic cultivators. Without a flying vessel, making the journey to Songlong Xianqing on foot would require at least half a year, if not longer. During this interval, the sooner Li Weiyao could break through to the Golden Dan, the safer she would be. The pace must be hastened, Ji Boying mused to himself, casting a glance at Li Weiyao, who was refining her energy and then touching the storage pouch at his chest. Realizing the supply of ascension elixirs and kidney tonics was dwindling, perhaps he could replenish supplies upon reaching Zhenong City and additionally procure a few magical artifacts capable of altering one's appearance. Li Yuyao's current demeanor was far too conspicuous as his thoughts whirled. The carriage gradually slowed. Ji Boying frowned slightly and extended his consciousness outward, discovering that the carriage had come to a halt amidst a grove of trees. Furthermore, not far from this grove, a small group of demonic cultivators lay in ambush. What is Boschien planning? Is he seeking amusement to alleviate the monotony of the journey? However, given the strength of this merchant convoy, should a confrontation arise, they would likely be on the receiving end of a beating, wouldn't they? Ji Boying sighed softly and rose to exit the carriage. Yet, upon making his appearance, he had not even spotted Qian Yukai when he inadvertently attracted the attention of the Wild Wolf Gang, particularly Zhuang Bai, upon seeing Ji Boying, exhibited evident surprise on his face. Why is there another man? What is the relationship between this man and the woman in the carriage? Are they perhaps fellow disciples? Or partners? It is human nature to admire beauty, and men are no exception when it comes to cherishing desirable women. Witnessing the woman he favored in the company of another man, especially within the same carriage, felt akin to having one's heart twisted by a knife. "Are you looking for Master Qian?" While Zhuang Bai was lost in his thoughts, he noticed his junior sister had unknowingly approached the young man and, moreover, initiated a conversation with him. Zhuang Bai's heart clenched once more, and his gaze towards Ji Boying gradually grew colder. Ji Boying, possessing the divine soul of a golden Dan, could perceive the expressions and behaviors of these individuals with the slightest shift in thought. Zhuang Bai's demeanor was no exception. However, Ji Boying paid it no mind and, with a smile and a respectful gesture, stated, "Indeed, I am looking for Boss Qian." Pausing for a moment, he continued to inquire, "Might you know where Boss Qian is? Could you assist me in guiding the way?" "Of course." The woman in the fitted attire beamed brightly, then added, "Boss Qian is currently inspecting goods at the rear of the caravan. Follow me. I appreciate your assistance, young lady. By the way, I am Ji Bowman. May I ask how to address you?" Ji Boying casually assigned himself a pseudonym, expressing keen interest. "Yin Chanqian," she replied, as the southern winds caressed the lush grass. "So does the melodious sound return to the pure strings. Your name is truly lovely. Ha ha ha. Young Master Ji, your words are delightful indeed." In the distance, Zhuang Bai observed the two conversing and laughing, his heart aching. It was one thing for the girl he fancied to share a carriage with someone else. Now, even his junior sister had been led away. This was intolerable. He clenched his fists tightly and quickened his pace to follow them. The fellow named Ji Bowman was clearly no good, and he must ensure his junior sister did not fall into his snares. Before long, the two arrived at the rear of the caravan. Upon meeting Boss Qian, Ji Boying promptly relayed the information about the ambush by demonic cultivators in the wild boar forest, urging Boss Qian to leave swiftly to avoid further complications. Hearing Ji Boying's words, Yin Chanqian nodded in agreement, saying, "It is indeed true that demonic cultivators frequently appear in the vicinity of the wild boar forest. If we can leave sooner, we should, although we are unafraid of them. A confrontation could lead to casualties. I will inform my senior brother to hurry." "There is no need." Before she could finish, Zhuang Bai interrupted as he approached with a dark expression. "Senior brother, please wait a moment," Yin Chanqian said. Zhuang Bai paid little heed to his junior sister, instead fixing his gaze on Ji Boying and speaking with a hostile tone. "Do you understand how to transport goods?" "I do not," Ji Boying replied without hesitation. "You do not?" Zhuang Bai scoffed, then pressed further. "How then do you know of the ambush by demonic cultivators in the wild boar forest?" I guessed. Ji Boying was reluctant to provide an explanation. He could not very well disclose that he had sensed it through his spiritual awareness. For he was currently presenting himself with the cultivation level of mid-chi refinement. Such a statement would either reveal his true power or be dismissed as mere boasting. Guessed? Huh, you truly dare to say that. Zhuang Bai's disdain intensified as he turned to Qian Yukai, saying, Boss Qian, you heard what was just said. It is up to you to decide whom to trust. Caught in a dilemma, Qian Yukai felt torn between the two. One was his employer who had provided him with 10 mid-grade spirit stones, while the other was a bodyguard from the Wolf Gang. After a moment's hesitation, he awkwardly glanced at both parties and forced a smile, saying, how about we discuss this further? Clearly, Boss Qian still does not trust me. Zhuang Bailan let out a cold laugh, then clasped his hands before Qian Yukai, saying, in that case, I shall take my leave. Junior sister, let us depart. With that, he seized Yu Qian and began retracing their steps. Hey, Zhuang, please don't go. Seeing Zhuang Bai about to leave, Qian Yukai grew anxious. He hurriedly stepped forward, blocking their path, and implored, we can discuss matters further. Since you do not trust me, what is there left to discuss? Well, I never said I didn't trust you, Zhuang. Qian Yukai replied, somewhat awkwardly glancing at Ji Boying. Young Master Ji, what do you think? Ji Boying smiled indifferently. I merely made a casual suggestion. The shopkeeper need not feel pressured. With that, Ji Boying offered a slight bow to Qian Yukai and turned to walk toward the carriage. Qian Yukai watched Ji Boying's retreating figure, feeling a surge of gratitude. He turned to Zhuang Bai and said with a smile, Zhuang, let us rest for another half an hour, and then we shall depart from the wild boar forest. Zhuang Bai snorted coldly, casting a fierce glance at Ji Boying before also choosing to leave. Meanwhile, not far from the merchant convoy, over 30 demonic cultivators approached in a menacing formation, gradually closing in on the merchant group. Chapter 107. Ji's reluctance for conflict, shall we act? Let us wait a moment longer. In the thicket, several demonic cultivators lay in wait, their eyes fixed hungrily on the merchant convoy. We shall strike when they prepare to leave and lower their guard, the leader spoke in a low voice. He glanced at his companion and inquired, have we gathered all the necessary information? Indeed, we have. Those 7 or 8 cultivators hail from a small faction in Pingyang City known as the Wolf Pack. They have been present during previous merchant caravans as well. Aside from the leading pair, who are at the later stages of chi refinement, the others are merely at the mid stages and pose little threat. The leader nodded thoughtfully and continued, I will handle the 2 at the later stages. The rest are yours. Do not deal fatal blows to the merchants, incapacitate them instead. As for the Wolf Pack, spare the woman, but eliminate the men. Understood. They exchanged knowing smiles. Their faces twisted into expressions of malevolence. Everyone, prepare to set forth. Noticing that the time was ripe, Zhuang Bai began to direct the others to get ready. With a provocative glance toward the direction of the carts, he turned to Yin Qianqian and remarked, guarding the convoy relies on experience and intellect. Understanding is paramount. Feigning knowledge only invites scorn. Junior sister, you should avoid such individuals in the future. Senior brother, I believe young Master Ji is merely considering our safety, especially since the wild boar forest is known for demonic cultivators lurking about. Being cautious is not unwarranted, Yin Qianqian replied softly, pouting slightly. Zhuang Bai's face darkened, feeling as if he had swallowed a fly freshly emerged from a muck. Just as he was about to reprimand his junior sister, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the grass by the path. Years of training and 2.5 years of practical experience had honed Zhuang Bai's sensitivity to any disturbances in the environment. Upon hearing the noise, he tensed immediately. Sure enough, as he focused his gaze on the grass, a figure abruptly sprang forth. Demonic cultivator, Zhuang Bai bellowed, drawing his sword and charging at the figure. The opponent, taken aback by Zhuang Bai's swift reaction, displayed a flicker of surprise in their eyes. However, that was all. Clang. A sharp metallic clash resonated through the forest, followed by a wave of spiritual energy surging outward. Almost simultaneously, figures began to emerge from all directions. Fortunately, thanks to Zhuang Bai's warning, the Wolf Pack members had readied their defenses against the sudden onslaught. Nonetheless, 2 of the henchmen were still injured by the demonic cultivators. Boom. At that moment, a heavy thud echoed as Zhuang Bai, who had just rushed forward, was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a tree trunk as thick as a person's waist. A tremendous force struck the trunk, leaving deep indentations, while countless yellow and green leaves cascaded to the ground. Zhuang Bai coughed heavily, propping himself up with his sword, and incredulously exclaimed, Foundation establishment stage. The demonic cultivator sneered and languidly remarked, to comprehend sword chi indeed requires some skill. Had I not succeeded in my own foundation establishment days ago, it would have been uncertain who would prevail. However, now, even if you have grasped sword chi, what of it? With that, he raised his blade, poised to execute Zhuangbai on the spot. Senior brother, Yin Chanxian, witnessing the demonic cultivator's renewed aggression, disregarded her own capabilities and charged forward with her sword drawn. Yet, with her limited strength, the faster she rushed, the more vulnerable she became. In a mere moment, the demonic cultivator effortlessly knocked her sword from her grasp. Not only that, but she too was sent sprawling to the ground with a heavy thud. The demonic cultivator glanced at Yin Chanxian, licking his parched lips with a sinister grin, and taunted, "Little beauty, do not fret. I have ample time to deal with you later." He then resumed his advance towards Zhuangbai. Among the Wild Wolf gang, Zhuangbai was the most formidable, having reached the late stage of qi refinement and comprehended sword qi. Eliminating him was essential to securing the situation. Senior brother, Yin Chanxian yearned to rise and rescue Zhuangbai, but the previous attack from the demonic cultivator had left her spiritual energy in disarray, rendering her incapable even of standing. Why is this happening? As the menacing figure of the demonic cultivator drew closer, Zhuangbai's eyes widened in despair, his clenched fist beginning to ooze crimson. Despite having comprehended sword qi and significantly enhanced his strength, he knew that even an ordinary late-stage qi refinement cultivator should not pose a challenge. The demonic cultivators in the wild boar forest had been weak, with the strongest merely at the late stage of qi refinement, the rest mere rabble. But why was the outcome still so dire? Brat, die. The demonic cultivator smirked derisively, raising his large blade to end Zhuangbai's life. Zhuangbai watched in icy horror, realizing he was on the precipice of death. Finally, was he to meet his end? "Sir, might you spare him?" Just as Zhuangbai closed his eyes, bracing for death, a familiar voice rang out. He and the demonic cultivator turned simultaneously towards the source of the voice. There stood Ji Being, clad in a blue robe, having emerged from the carriage unbeknownst to them. The demonic cultivator frowned slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent in his gaze. Mid-stage qi refinement? Do not misunderstand. Ji Being smiled, sensing the threat emanating from the demonic cultivator. She produced a bag of spirit stones from her bosom and said, "What I mean is, can I buy their lives? 10 medium-grade spirit stones per head. Including the caravan and myself, there are 23 of us here. I offer you 250 spirit stones, and as for the extra 20, consider it compensation for the trouble of your brothers running around." How does that sound? A fair price, wouldn't you agree? After all, even if your excellency were to plunder a merchant convoy, it is unlikely that you would amass such wealth. Are you jesting with me? The sorcerer narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice chilling and ominous. "I would not dare." Ji Boying replied with a light laugh. "I have never been one for conflict. I prefer resolution. If today's matter can be amicably settled, I would be immensely grateful. Furthermore," Ji Boying paused before continuing, "Your Excellency has yet to take the lives of the merchants passing through, I presume? Should you choose to annihilate the members of the Wolf Pack today, it is not merely the potential backlash from the myriad powers of the main city that you would face. The merchants themselves would cease their transport of goods out of fear. I believe Your Excellency would not wish to witness this thoroughfare devoid of any trade. Would you?" Chapter 108. Relentless greed. Strangely enough, upon hearing Ji Being's words, the demon cultivator found himself wavering. As for his subordinates, they had completely lost their capacity for independent thought, believing that whatever Ji Being proposed would yield the most favorable outcome. 250 medium-quality spirit stones. How many merchant caravans would one have to rob to amass such a fortune? Moreover, should they eliminate the wolf gang today, they might provoke the righteous cultivators from the main city to launch a counterattack, which would truly be a grave mistake. Thus, after a few breaths of contemplation, the leading demon cultivator declared, "Let us make it an even 300 medium-quality spirit stones, and we shall conclude this matter today." "Agreed," Ji Being responded, retrieving an additional 50 medium-quality spirit stones and placing them in her bag. With a swift motion, she tossed them toward the demon cultivator. He caught the stones, inspected them briefly, and a satisfied grin spread across his face. He gestured with his hand, leading his subordinates into the nearby dense forest. However, unbeknownst to them, a pair of unseen eyes in the heavens was closely monitoring their every move. "Boss, that young man seems to possess quite a few spirit stones. Should we not?" A shifty-eyed, somewhat lecherous demon cultivator made a slicing motion across his throat. As soon as he finished speaking, another sinister-looking man beside him sneered, 300 medium-quality spirit stones, and he didn't even flinch when handing them over. He clearly regards these stones as trifles. If we could take him down, we'd be free from such toil for years to come. Yet, what if he has powerful allies we cannot afford to antagonize? Then we run. The sinister man scoffed. This official road stretches for thousands of miles. Places for murder and plunder are not limited to the wild boar forest. If we eliminate them all, who would suspect us? With these spirit stones in hand, we could enjoy a life of leisure for quite some time. Precisely. As long as we execute this discreetly, who would know it was us? Afterward, we'll flee far away. Who could possibly track us down? The lecherous cultivator echoed in agreement. Hearing their persuasion, the leading demon cultivator began to waver. He paused, lost in thought, his cold and murky gaze occasionally flickering with a glint of cunning. After a lengthy silence, he took a deep breath and said, I'll heed your counsel. Once we exit the wild boar forest, we'll find a secluded spot and deal with them all. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit, boss. Let us not be too hasty with that girl. Let the brothers enjoy themselves first before we strike. Indeed, indeed. How long has it been since we indulged since entering this wild boar forest? The group of demon cultivators burst into hearty laughter. Little did they know, every one of their actions was being closely observed by G Being. In the carriage, G Being withdrew her thoughts and let out a sigh. Initially, I had no intention of collecting such trifling experiences from you. However, since you have graciously presented them to me, I shall reluctantly accept. G Boing was not inclined to take action, for revealing one's prowess at this juncture is hardly advantageous. Even with the assurance that he would threaten the merchant group to keep their silence, one must ponder, what exists in this world that is impervious to gossip? It is entirely plausible that upon reaching the main city, they would regale others with tales of his strength over casual meals. Nevertheless, the present circumstances necessitate action. Young Master G, I owe you a great debt. At that moment, Qian Yikai approached Ji Boing, expressing, it is entirely my fault for disregarding your counsel earlier, which led to my brethren being injured by the demon cultivators. Were it not for your magnanimity and the considerable expenditure of spirit stones, we would surely be in dire straits. Your words are too flattering, my friend. It was merely a trifling effort on my part, hardly worthy of mention. Ji Boing waved dismissively, his tone casual. Young Master Ji, from the other side, Yin Qianqian, now composed, also approached. Thank you for your generous assistance. My senior brother acted in haste and may have offended you. I hope you will not hold it against him. Furthermore, Yin Qianqian continued, retrieving a pouch of spirit stones from her robes, these are contributions from our wild wolf gang. Although they pale in comparison to what you have provided, it is a small token of our appreciation. I sincerely hope you will not disdain it. Ji Boing smiled gently, pushing the spirit stones back toward her, saying, it is merely a handful of spirit stones. If they can ensure everyone has safety, they are worth their weight in gold. If Miss Yin considers me a friend, please take back the stones. Yin Qianqian had intended to persuade him further, but Ji Boing's resolute demeanor conveyed all that was necessary. Observing his noble character stirred something within her heart. In the distance, Zhuang Bai, still recuperating, clenched his fists at this sight, his cold gaze betraying a hint of murderous intent. After a while, the merchant group concluded their rest and resumed their journey. Ji Boing chose not to re-enter the carriage. Firstly, because Li Yueyao was still refining the energy of the Chongyang, and he could do little more than sit idly. Secondly, as the demon cultivators continued to shadow them, he needed to find an opportune moment to eliminate them discreetly. Of course, should the opportunity elude him, he would have to forsake the path of the sword and resort to monetary means to resolve the matter. However, this time, his resources would not be spirit stones, but talismans. Given the recent events, his status as a wealthy individual had firmly taken root in their minds. Utilizing a few second-tier talismans was entirely justifiable. The wild boar forest was not extensive. Before long, the merchant group had left its confines. Just as they were about to traverse a valley, several figures suddenly leaped into view. In an instant, the two members of the wild wolf gang at the forefront became mere victims of the blade. The assailants were none other than the demon cultivators they had encountered in the wild boar forest. Upon witnessing this scene, Qian Yukai and the others turned pale. Even Zhuang Bai felt a sharp twitch at the corner of his eye. This group of demonic cultivators, how utterly untrustworthy. Esteemed guests, I trust you are all well. The leader of the demonic cultivators let out a sinister chuckle as he cast a sweeping gaze over the crowd. Noticing the absence of Ji Bopping, he coldly inquired, where is that lad with the surname Ji? Bring him forth. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Yet none dared to utter a word. After all, Ji Bopping had previously saved their lives. How could they betray him to this demonic cultivator? Just as they resolved to continue shielding Ji Bopping with silence, Zhuang Bai urged his steed closer to the demonic leader and stated, Young Master Ji is currently in the carriage at the rear. May I inquire as to the purpose of your search for him? Chapter 109, Zhengong City Senior Brother. The onlookers, witnessing Zhuang Bai's actions, were struck with astonishment, their faces reflecting a mix of confusion and concern. Particularly, Yin Qianqian's anxiety was palpable. Isn't he usually quite astute? Why is he acting foolishly at this moment? Little did she know that Zhuang Bai's apparent folly was, in fact, a deliberate ploy to reveal Ji Boing's whereabouts, leaving him with no sanctuary. Inside the carriage, is it? The leader of the demonic cultivators sneered coldly and commanded Zhuang Bai, You have 10 breaths to summon him forth. If he refuses to emerge, you shall face dire consequences. Zhuang Bai's expression shifted slightly, yet his heart swelled with elation. After a brief pause, he swiftly turned his steed towards Ji Boying's carriage. Senior brother. At this juncture, Yin Qianqian could no longer bear to watch and stepped directly in Zhuang Bai's path. What are you doing? Step aside. Zhuang Bai's countenance darkened as he rebuked her coldly. Senior sister, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Of course I know what I am doing. Move aside. He insisted. Did you not hear their earlier threats? Or do you wish for me to perish for the sake of an outsider? Yin Qianqian was taken aback by Zhuang Bai's words, momentarily at a loss for a retort. Meanwhile, the other members of the wolf pack began to waver in their resolve. Stand aside, Zhuang Bai commanded sharply, charging towards Ji Boying's carriage. However, just as he approached, a streak of light shot forth, followed by a sudden eruption of flames that soared into the sky among the ranks of demonic cultivators. In an instant, a terrifying wave of heat surged forth, engulfing the demonic sect in a torrent of flames, reducing them to ashes. The entire event transpired with astonishing rapidity, leaving the onlookers stunned, unable to grasp the unfolding chaos as the demonic cultivators were incinerated. It's quite normal to carry a few fire talismans when traveling, isn't it? Let us proceed. Ji Boying's calm voice resonated from within the carriage, as if the recent events were nothing out of the ordinary. Qian Yukai stood momentarily speechless before hastily urging the merchant convoy to continue towards the valley. Inside the carriage, Ji Boying slightly curved his lips, lifting a corner of the curtain to address the still-dazed Zhuang Bai. Brother Bai, when we pass by the remnants of those demonic cultivators, could you assist in searching for the spiritual stones I had previously entrusted? If you find them, I shall reward you with 50 mid-grade spiritual stones for your efforts. As he spoke, Ji Boying cast a profound glance at Zhuang Bai, then fully lowered the curtain, closing his eyes to meditate within the confines of the carriage. Watching the carriage glide past, Zhuang Bai gripped the reins tightly, his knuckles turning pale. 2-star premium fire talismans. Each one costs over 100 mid-grade spiritual stones. With such wealth, how could he lack means for self-defense? Fortunately, it was the group of demonic cultivators who took action this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Taking a deep breath, Zhuang Bai suppressed the fear and shock within him, then dismounted and approached the remnants of the demonic cultivators. As for the thoughts that had previously crossed his mind, they had already turned to ashes when the flowing fire talisman ignited. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. After many twists and turns, the merchant caravan finally arrived at Jingyang City. Compared to Fulong City, Jingyang City, despite having its share of demonic cultivators, was predominantly under the control of righteous practitioners, making it considerably more peaceful and reassuring than Fulong City. Before parting ways, Boss Qian of the caravan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, insisting on treating Ji Boying to a drink at an inn in the city. Reluctantly, Ji Boying could only promise to visit another day to politely decline the invitation. After leaving the caravan, Ji Boying guided the horse-drawn carriage toward the inner city. The main road was bustling with demonic cultivators. Although Ji Boying's carriage drew attention, the cultivators lost interest upon realizing he was merely at the mid-stage of chi refinement, a mere insignificant insect in their eyes. After approximately half an hour, Ji Boying arrived at a splendid pavilion at the heart of the inner city, adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant decorations, and stopped. At last, Ji Boying tapped lightly on the carriage partition and spoke softly. Shortly thereafter, the curtain of the carriage lifted slightly, revealing Li Yueyao, who had not appeared until now, stepping out gracefully. Is this the one-out commercial house? Li Yueyao inquired as she glanced at the pavilion before her. Indeed, Ji Boying replied with a slight nod. When I was in Pingyang City, Elderly sent word that he would meet me here at the commercial house in Zhengyang City in a month's time. Considering the time frame, Elderly should arrive at the commercial house within a few days. Our visit now is neither too early nor too late. Let us proceed to the commercial house and settle in for the next few days. As for what follows, we shall await Elderly's instructions. Understood, Li Yueyao responded softly. Then followed Ji Boying into the commercial house. To avoid unnecessary troubles, Ji Boying displayed his golden identity token upon entering the establishment, summoning the steward to fetch the manager. After reading numerous novels, he harbored some reservations in his heart. No matter how refined the clientele at one-out commercial house, he remained wary of those who judged others by their appearance. Furthermore, there was no need for concealment upon arrival. It was best to reveal his identity and avoid unnecessary discomfort. Upon learning that a guest with a golden token had arrived, the manager of the Pingyang City branch hurried to the hall, even organizing all stewards and guests to welcome Ji Boying. The overwhelming enthusiasm made Ji Boying, who was accustomed to low-key living, feel somewhat ill at ease. The manager initially intended to host a banquet in the commercial house to welcome Ji Boying. However, disliking such occasions, Ji Boying skillfully evaded the invitation, ultimately citing his status as a high-ranking guest with a yellow tier token to excuse himself. Ultimately, after nearly an hour of tumult, Ji Boing finally achieved her desire to enter a secluded chamber on the top floor of the merchant's establishment. The moment she stepped into the elegant room, she promptly activated the protective enchantments within, and, even more so, affixed several silence talismans before exhaling a sigh of relief and reclining wearily onto the bed. It was only at this moment that Ji Boing comprehended why protagonists in novels often concealed their extraordinary identities. Who could endure such a scene if not for someone truly cherished? Li Weiyao observed Ji Boing's appearance and couldn't help but smile a little more. She gracefully settled beside the bed, expertly resting Ji Boing's head upon her lap. With hands as smooth and flawless as exquisite jade, she gently pressed on Ji Boing's acupoints and softly murmured, "If you find this lively gathering displeasing, I can relay a message to the shopkeeper to temper the festivities." Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Boing readily acquiesced to Li Yueyao's proposition. Having her convey the message was most agreeable. With a gentle smile, Li Yueyao continued to soothe Ji Boing's acupoints for a while longer before demurely shedding her robe and leaning over Ji Boing. Before long, the elegant chamber was enveloped in an atmosphere of springtime warmth. Chapter 110. A brief discussion on Dongting after several hours. Ji Boing donned his robe and exited the elegant chamber. Meanwhile, Li Weiyao, having absorbed the essence of the 9-yang energy 9 times consecutively, entered a state of focused refinement. During this period, the dual effects of the 9-yang energy and the ascension pill facilitated her cultivation at an astonishing pace. Ji Boing, for the first time, recognized the remarkable advantages of his so-called 9-yang body. It is no wonder that Nangong Wan had hesitated to end his life previously. Ning Er and Qing Er both hailed from Fengming Pavilion. Thus they could be considered as part of the same lineage. If Yueyao could cultivate using my 9-yang energy, might they not also benefit? Upon returning to Songlong Immortal City, I shall endeavor to try. If successful, I could lower my cultivation level, thus enhancing the benefits of future exchanges with Ning Er and Qing Er. With this thought, Ji Boing began to anticipate the possibilities, quickening his pace slightly. In a short while, Ji Boing arrived at the commercial district of the merchant hall. However, before he could seek out the items he desired, a young female cultivator of pleasing age and exquisite appearance approached him briskly. "Greetings, esteemed guest from the Yangzhong Merchant Hall," said Yu Yuan, the chief steward of the merchant hall. Ji Boing glanced around and, noticing that this was the only individual in the entire trading area, felt a sigh of relief. The previous commotion had indeed been overwhelming. If given another chance, he would prefer to create some rather unpleasant misunderstandings than be surrounded by such a throng. "Miss you. There is no need for formality. Consider me just an ordinary guest of the merchant hall," Ji Boing spoke softly. Yu Yuan responded with a light acknowledgement, clearly relaxing, and then inquired, "Is there anything in particular that you seek to procure, esteemed Ji? If you do not mind, I could assist you." Though each branch of the hall was laid out similarly, certain materials and treasures were arranged differently. If Ji Boing were to search personally, it would undoubtedly consume quite a bit of time. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing nodded. Indeed, searching on his own would be quite time-consuming and might not yield the desired results. Having a steward to assist would certainly alleviate many inconveniences. Of course, there was an even swifter method, using divine consciousness to encompass the entire trading area, allowing him to locate any desired item with but a single thought. However, this approach was best reserved for moments of solitude. Recklessly extending one's divine consciousness could inconvenience other cultivators and even disrupt the merchant hall. With this in mind, Ji Boing retrieved a list commonly used at the Fulong Merchant Hall. The list contained various beast blood, skins, and specific materials required for crafting low-grade and mid-grade 3-star talismans. In addition, there are several items related to kidney nourishment. I kindly ask Miss Yu to assist in locating the items on the list. As for the elixirs at the bottom, please adjust the quantity to 10 bottles each. Once you have gathered everything, simply send me a message. I will be leisurely wandering about. Certainly, Miss Yu replied to Ji Boing with a courteous bow, accepting the list before proceeding directly to the sales area. The quantity of items was considerable, and even for someone familiar with the establishment, it would take nearly half an hour to gather them all. With time on her hands, Ji Boing decided to stroll towards the section dedicated to cultivation techniques. This time, her primary focus was on legitimate techniques, particularly those related to sword cultivation. She also intended to search for texts pertaining to dual cultivation and physical constitution. Half an hour later, Ji Boing was engrossed in a tome titled An Overview of Dongting, when her identity token vibrated, signaling a message from Miss Yu. Has she completed her task so swiftly? Ji Boing quietly tucked away an overview of Dongting and promptly made her way towards Miss Yu. After a brief period of study, Ji Boing had gained a fresh understanding of this world, and the information contained within the text left her in awe. It was revealed that female cultivators could be further categorized into two types, Dong and Ting. The realm beyond these categories was known as Xiandong, and beyond that lay the realm of Xianting. Generally speaking, Xianting is of a higher level than Xiandong, and the entrance requirements reflect this disparity. Indeed, to fully activate such a constitution and unlock its potential, one must not only possess a profound understanding, but also employ the appropriate methods. Take Li Weiyao, for instance. Her Xian Yumei body belongs to the Xianting category and is considered of a remarkably high grade. However, compared to other Xianting constitutions, Li Weiyao finds it easier to access hers. In fact, even without knocking at the door or entering the threshold, she can activate it. Of course, a superficial understanding will not suffice to fully develop the Xian Yumei body. Its efficacy would be less than 1/10 of its potential. To truly harness the Xian Yumei body and maximize its effectiveness, one must delve deeply into the Xianting realm. And it is essential for its possessor to reach the golden core stage and attain the third transformation of the Mei body before proceeding further. Only then can both parties achieve extraordinary progress. Master Ji. At that moment, Miss Yu approached and said, "The items on the list have been prepared. Is there anything else you require?" "Not at the moment. By the way," Ji Boying seemed to recall something. "Are there quiet rooms available in the establishment? If so, please arrange one for me." "Yes, please follow me." Miss Yu responded promptly, leading Ji Boying towards the corridor. As Ji Boying followed, she was eager to reflect on the newfound knowledge from an overview of Dongting. However, her attention was drawn to a flickering pink figure in front of her. She glanced at Miss Yu, a wry smile crossing her face. Initially, she thought all of this was mere coincidence, but it now appeared otherwise. While Miss Yu was indeed graceful and possessed her own allure, Ji Boying's interest remained purely observational, devoid of any ulterior motives. Not long after, Ji Boying, under the guidance of Yu Yuan, arrived at the entrance of an exquisite quiet room. "Esteemed sir, do you find this chamber satisfactory? If not, we can certainly seek another." "No need. This one will suffice," Ji Boying replied with a nod. He merely sought a tranquil space to inscribe his talismans. Serenity was his sole requirement. While other considerations were of little consequence, you may place your belongings inside and then attend to your duties. Should you require anything, I will contact you. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yu Yuan's eyes, but she quickly composed herself. After bowing respectfully to Ji Boying, she departed the quiet room with remarkable understanding. Ji Boying cast a lingering glance at her retreating figure, then sighed softly. Cultivating immortality is arduous. Life is even more challenging. With that, he stepped into the quiet room and began his talisman crafting. Over a month had passed, and Ji Boying had now acquired an additional ice spiritual root. Although it was of inferior grade, the efficiency of spiritual energy transformation had significantly improved. He pondered whether his talisman crafting efficiency could ascend to new heights. Chapter 111. Farewell to Li Pu in the blink of an eye. Several days had elapsed. With the Yue Yao's message relayed, Ji Boying finally found a semblance of tranquility at the Zhengong branch. However, this peace was merely relative. Occasionally, there would still be some stewards or other guest cultivators who came to pay visits. Notably, the majority of these visitors were female cultivators. Faced with their various insinuations, Ji Boying could only feign ignorance or simply choose to act as though he had not seen them. What infuriated Ji Boying, however, was that certain male cultivators had also made similar overtures towards him. Initially, he had assumed they were merely attempting to introduce him to fellow sect members or juniors. Little did he expect that they were actually advocating for themselves. This revelation nearly caused Ji Boying to lose control of his sword energy. A few days later, Li Weiyao came to report that Li Pu had arrived at the merchant hall and was awaiting him in the conference room. Upon receiving this news, Ji Boying hurried to the meeting hall, only to be struck by a tumult of emotions upon entering. There, seated in the primary position, was Li Pu, his complexion pale and his aura chaotic. A closer examination revealed that the sleeve of his right robe hung limp beside his chair. "Brother Ji, it has been many days. Your cultivation has surged." Li Pu rose, smiling as he spoke. "Have you also broken through in your swordsmanship?" "Brotherly." Ji Boying gazed at Li Pu's empty right arm, momentarily at a loss for words. "It was torn off by that old man," Li Pu remarked nonchalantly. "I underestimated him. I thought he was akin to those fellows at the nascent soul convention, but he possesses genuine skill. Though he severed my arm, I managed to injure his dantian and even caused him to lose a minor realm. In comparison, I have come out ahead." Nevertheless, Ji Boying could not help but feel a twinge of concern at Li Pu's nonchalant demeanor. As a swordsman, losing an arm would significantly hinder his ability to wield a sword or perform hand seals. "Brother Ji, there is no need for concern. It is merely an arm. Although it presents many inconveniences at present, once I return to headquarters, it will be no trouble at all. I shall simply replace it with a superior one." "A superior one?" Ji Boying was momentarily taken aback. 5-star high-quality bone growth pill, Li Pu replied with a faint smile. While I am still a bit short on spirit stones, it will not take long. After all, it is merely an arm, and a standard medium-grade replacement will suffice. Enough of these trivial matters. Li Pu waved his hand dismissively, then poured himself a cup of tea before continuing. The reason I summoned you to Zhengyang City is twofold. First, to facilitate your return to Songlong Immortal City, and second, to ask you to deliver some items to headquarters. The conventional teleportation formations at the main city can only transfer items to the merchant hall. They cannot send items back to headquarters. Only the branch in Songlong Immortal City has a bidirectional teleportation formation. Thus, I require Brother Ji's assistance to transport these items to the Songlong branch, from where they can then be sent to headquarters. These matters are of great importance. I find it difficult to trust others, and thus I must rely on Brother Ji. Upon hearing this, Ji Boying could not help but display a solemn expression. Is Brotherly not joining me? No, came the reply. Elder Yang has yet to be located. Even if I intend to return, I must first find Elder Yang. However, I must say, this encounter has brought me unexpected joy. In addition to the 2 pressing matters previously mentioned, I have another request of you, Brother Ji. What is it? Ji Boying inquired with curiosity. Assist me in healing my wounds. Healing? Me? Ji Boying pointed to himself and chuckled wryly. I am no physician. I fear I may be of little help. Li Pu shook his head with a smile, clarifying, Brother Ji has misunderstood. The healing I speak of is not that of an ordinary physician. Rather, it pertains to the sword energy within me. In my battle with that old man, I not only lost an arm, but the sword energy I had cultivated was also dispersed. Though I have been suppressing this energy, the severity of my injuries has rendered me increasingly powerless to do so over time. Now that Brother Ji has made significant breakthroughs in both cultivation and swordsmanship, there is a considerable chance that you could help me reconsolidate the scattered sword energy within. Speak, what must I do? Upon hearing these words from Li Pu, Ji Boying grasped the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he readily agreed. After all, had it not been for Li Pu, their escape from Fulong City would not have been successful. Even if he had utilized his own life-saving talisman, it would have only alleviated the immediate crisis. A second usage was not feasible, and thus Li Pu's assistance was indispensable. Brother Ji is most gracious. Li Pu smiled, his eyes reflecting a deeper sense of gratitude. However, before we proceed, I would need you to prepare some items. As he spoke, he produced a jade slip from his storage ring, inscribing certain details upon it before handing it to Ji Boying. The list included gathering spirit pills, jade blossom pills, vitality pills, and blood chi pills, as well as spirit restraining talismans, spirit diminishing talismans, spirit confining talismans, and sword element talismans, in addition to various other auxiliary items. The contents of the jade slip can all be found in Zhengyang City, and as for the spirit stones, they may be registered under my name. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare these items at once. Ji Boying took his leave, heading towards the conference hall with the jade slip in hand. With so many items to procure, he instructed Yu Yuan to gather the elixirs and miscellaneous materials, while he personally oversaw the talismans. The talismans in Zhengyang City are primarily of high and superior quality. Since he was to assist in suppressing the sword energy, he could not control the quality of the elixirs, but he could at least ensure the talismans met his standards. Therefore, Ji Boying examined the merchant stock for any superior talismans. Should they be lacking, he would create them on the spot. The lower-grade talismans of the 3-star variety would not take much time to produce. Thus, within less than a day, Ji Boying successfully gathered all the necessary items. Particularly concerning the talismans, they are all of exceptional quality, imbued with the essence of dragons, and each has been meticulously prepared in abundance. The items are ready. Dear Brotherly, please enlighten me on the next steps I should undertake. Li Pu nodded slightly and replied, In truth, Brother Ji, the task ahead is quite straightforward. You need only to forcibly infuse your sword intent into my body, then gather the scattered sword energy within me to my dantian. However, prior to this, it would be prudent for you to adjust your state of mind. My mastery of the sword path exceeds yours. Should you hastily inject your sword intent into me, it may provoke a backlash. Ji Boying acknowledged with a nod, and then began to meditate in the conference hall. As for Li Weiyao, she was stationed outside, serving as a guardian. With her peak foundation building strength, combined with the talismans she had left behind, even an ordinary golden core cultivator would find it difficult to disrupt them. Yet, unbeknownst to them, just outside Zhengyang City, a cadre of individuals clad in black was making their way toward the city. At the forefront of this group was none other than the black-robed elder who had previously clashed with Li Pu. Chapter 112. Secret Techniques. Are you certain the one sought by the Saintess is also in Zhengyang City? My subordinate is sure. The informant I placed beside the female nascent soul of the Hahuan sect witnessed it personally. That individual was ambushed by the nascent soul, true monarch of the Hahuan sect, and accidentally fell from the flying vessel. After several months, he finally departed from Fulong Ridge. It is only recently that he arrived in Zhengyang City with a group of ordinary merchants. Hearing this, the old man in the black robe couldn't help but furrow his brows. After a brief pause, he declared, "Let us enter the city first. This blood sacrifice. The Saintess has not placed any lethal intentions upon us. This mission must be accomplished at all costs. Should we fail again, we shall bear the direst consequences." Understood. Brotherly, I am fully prepared. In the conference hall, Ji Boing, having rested for several hours, had completely regained his peak condition. Li Pu nodded slightly and said, "If so, let us begin. First, unleash your sword intent entirely, without holding back. Whatever I instruct you to do thereafter, you must comply without any hesitation." Understood. Ji Boing nodded, took a deep breath, and in an instant, a torrent of magnificent sword energy erupted forth, instantly filling the entire conference hall. Fortunately, the upper floors of the Wandao Trading Company were constructed from special materials, impervious even to the might of a nascent soul expert. With a subtle shift of thought, Ji Boing began to emanate an aura of unparalleled killing intent. What pure sword intent? Li Pu, seated opposite him, felt a change in expression and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. To possess such pure sword intent upon entering the realm is something even he could not achieve. Though cultivators seek longevity and transcendence, they remain tethered to the mortal realm, still swayed by the 7 emotions and 6 desires, falling short of the legendary state of supreme indifference, where one is above all. Such emotions pose the greatest obstacle on the path of sword cultivation. Of course, some sword cultivators choose to embrace these emotions, forging their unique paths. Techniques such as the carefree sword, the affectionate sword, and the guardian sword are born from their inability to escape the ties of earthly desires, opting instead to tread a contrary path. However, such sword cultivators are destined to falter. To grasp one's own sword intent is their utmost limit. Beyond that, the journey becomes exceedingly arduous. Throughout history, those who have not discarded their emotions yet have entered such a realm are few and far between. As for the sword domain and loss, it is futile to even ponder them. A lack of purity in the sword path ensures a disconnection from these realms. Thus, among sword cultivators, one can gauge a person's future achievements solely by their sword intent. The purer the sword intent, the further their path of greatness shall extend. Should one possess a heart of pure sword intent, they are destined to become a sword deity. Brotherly, I shall commence now. At this moment, Ji Boing had fully consolidated his sword intent, the killing aura emanating from him causing the very air around to emit mournful wails. Li Pu nodded and said, "Let us begin." As his words fell, Ji Boing directed a finger to Li Pu's heart. In that instant, a tide of killing sword intent surged forth, coursing through Li Pu's meridians and penetrating every limb and bone in an instant. Li Pu let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His complexion suddenly pale. However, he swiftly regained his composure, directing Ji Boing to suppress the chaotic sword energy within him using her sword intent. Simultaneously, within the Lord's city of Xingyang, not far from the Wandao Trading Company, a figure cloaked in black gazed towards the direction of the trading house and murmured, "If all goes as expected, the target should be within the trading company. It is not merely a possibility, but a certainty." The elder snorted coldly. "I possess the residual aura left by the old man. Within 100 miles, he cannot escape my perception. At this very moment, he is inside the trading company. What shall we do now? Shall we wait patiently, or?" The elder replied indifferently, "Although this is merely a branch, it is not something we can assault directly. We shall act when he departs from Zhengyang City. He is currently injured. If we lay an ambush beforehand, capturing him will be effortless." Understood. Buzz. With a sharp, piercing sound of sword resonance echoing through the air, Li Pu suddenly opened his eyes wide. A dazzling sword radiance erupted from his gaze, and simultaneously, a distinctly different pure sword intent quietly permeated the atmosphere. This sword intent, unlike Ji Boing's murderous aura, was even more intense and pure, surpassing hers in both richness and clarity. Moreover, it harbored an innate pressure that would induce a sense of wariness even in Ji Boing. "Step back." At that moment, Li Pu bellowed, and without time for further explanation, he thrust a hand to push Ji Boing away. In that instant, a torrent of overwhelming sword energy surged forth, instantly shredding everything within a 3-foot radius into fragments. Even the floor of the room bore shocking sword scars. It is worth noting that this material could withstand the might of Yuan-ing experts. Yet under the onslaught of this sword energy, it was left marred and battered, a testament to the ferocity of this power. Ji Boing gasped in astonishment. Had Li Pu not pushed her away moments earlier, she would likely have had her very soul extinguished. What formidable sword energy! How can there be such a vast disparity between us? Even though we are both at the golden core stage? Furthermore, his sword intent is far purer than mine. Is this the foundation of the Wandao Trading Company? Ji Boying gazed at Li Pu not far away, her mind swirling with countless thoughts. A profound sense of being overwhelmed washed over her. Thus, Li Pu maintained his current state for nearly 2 hours, finally managing to retract the tumultuous sword energy and sword essence. He knelt on the ground, gasping heavily for breath, his robes and hair completely soaked in sweat. Observing this, Ji Boying hurriedly offered him the medicinal pills she had prepared earlier. Without a moment's hesitation, he took one of each and consumed them immediately. Several weeks later, when the medicinal effects had fully permeated his body, he finally exhaled deeply. Lying on the floor in a relaxed, sprawled position, as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. A debt of gratitude cannot be expressed in mere words. This kindness from Brother Ji, Li, shall remember. Ji Boying chuckled softly. Brother Li, you are too polite. Since my arrival in Fulong City, I have already received a considerable amount of kindness from you. Now that you are in need, how could I possibly stand idly by? Observing that Brother Li's breath was still somewhat disordered, he added, I shall refrain from disturbing your rest. With that, Ji Boying took his leave and proceeded towards the exit of the conference hall. However, just as he was about to step out of the room, the voice of Li Pu called out from behind him. Wait, Brother Ji, you have rendered me such great assistance, it would be quite inappropriate not to express my gratitude. Li Pu smiled, retrieving a book from his bosom. As you are now a guest elder of the Xin rank, I presume you lack for neither ordinary nor extraordinary cultivation materials. I happen to possess a secret technique that may prove useful to you. Chapter 113. Distress. Upon returning to his chamber, Ji Boying felt too lethargic to meditate and simply reclined lazily upon the bed. He retrieved the ancient tome of secret techniques gifted to him by Li Pu. The pages were yellowed and displayed signs of age, suggesting it had been in existence for quite some time. However, the script within was remarkably legible. Secret techniques to conceal one's identity as a sword cultivator. Was that title truly earnest? It appeared utterly absurd. Hold on. Could it be that Li Pu concocted this himself? Ji Boying's lips twitched in disbelief. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to study it nonetheless. After approximately half an hour, Ji Boying had thoroughly perused the entire manual. Astonishingly, this technique was nothing short of extraordinary. With this knowledge, as long as he refrained from revealing his identity, no one would discern him as a sword cultivator. Not even those of a higher realm could unveil it through probing techniques. Of course, this secret art only masked the aura and intent of the sword, along with the sword energy itself. The physical cultivation stage, however, could not be concealed. Yet, this was sufficient. It could ambush adversaries, often catching them off guard. After all, ordinary cultivators would instinctively grow wary upon encountering a sword cultivator, and in certain situations, they might elevate their stance to address him. This rendered sword cultivators quite vulnerable during confrontations. Despite being the most formidable combatants among all cultivators, they were often restricted by this special treatment. If one could obscure their identity as a sword cultivator during a skirmish, the element of surprise would undoubtedly be maximized. A faint smile graced Ji Boying's lips as he carefully stowed the secret technique into his storage bag. He glanced at Li Yueyao, who sat nearby in meditation. With just a look, she understood and gracefully approached him. She shed her garments, revealing an unparalleled beauty, and slowly leaned towards him. Days passed, and Li Pu's injuries had healed to a remarkable degree. In the council chamber, he presented a storage ring to Ji Boying, stating, I have already made arrangements with the Merchant Association. The airship will reach Xingyang City within 3 days. This ring contains items for the Merchant Association. Once you arrive at headquarters, please assist in delivering it. Understood, Ji Boying replied with a slight nod, carefully placing the ring close to his heart. Ji brother. Li Pu chuckled lightly before continuing, I am curious about your future plans. At this, Ji Boying paused, momentarily taken aback. The same person, uttering the same words in the same setting, with a tone reminiscent of their initial encounter. Yet, this time, Ji Boying sensed a deeper sincerity behind the inquiry. Drawing a deep breath, Ji Boying responded, What do you think I should do, Li brother? Me? Li Pu gazed intently into Ji Boying's eyes. Are you serious, Ji brother? Of course. Gazing into Ji Boying's sincere and seemingly unfeigned eyes, Li Pu let out a wry smile and shook his head, saying, The turmoil of the demonic path has become an irrevocable reality. Peace is a distant memory across the 5 continents. No matter how you choose, Brother Ji, evasion is futile. Thus, instead of passively retreating, it would be better to embrace the situation with equanimity. What does it mean to embrace it with equanimity? Ji Boying inquired. Curiosity piqued. Join the Wanao Commerce Guild. Li Pu replied candidly. While it may not be the ultimate choice, it certainly will not be a mistaken one. Ji Boying contemplated the tea before him, hesitating for a moment before clasping his hands together in gratitude. Thank you, brotherly, for your heartfelt advice. I shall consider it carefully. With that, Ji Boing took his leave from the conference chamber. Brother Ji, given our standings, I can say no more. Li Pu thought to himself, hoping fervently that Ji would join the guild. In this chaotic era of demonic cultivators, even the foremost sects and noble families struggled for self-preservation. How much more difficult would it be for us? As a core member, Li Pu was privy to more information than Ji Boing. Having accepted Ji as a friend, he genuinely wished for him to join the guild. Upon exiting the chamber, Ji Boing felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had intended to dedicate time to crafting more talismans, yet when he attempted to write, his mind was utterly devoid of focus. He realized without needing to try that the talismans would not materialize. Noticing Ji Boing's disquiet, Li Yueyao, ever perceptive, walked closely behind him. She gently enveloped him in her embrace, her hands tenderly working to soothe his temples. Do you have worries, my lord? She inquired softly. Perhaps. Ji Boing replied with a distant tone. He half closed his eyes, relishing Li Yueyao's exquisite technique. Within his mind, he weighed the pros and cons of joining the Wandao Commerce Guild. His hesitation was not born of caprice, but rather a primal fear of death. Now endowed with a golden opportunity, he believed that as long as he could communicate with his wives, achieving greatness was merely a matter of time. There was no need for him to take risks like others, nor to chase after so-called fortunes. If possible, he even fancied retreating with his two wives to a secluded place, cultivating a few acres of spirit fields for self-sufficiency. Even if he occasionally craved meat, his talismanic skills would suffice for hunting demonic beasts. Yet, this desire for seclusion only intensified his appreciation for life and fear of death. However, the downside of retreating was the lack of resources. While he could afford to be indifferent due to his fortune, his wives could not. Both Xiao Ninger and Yi Qingxing lacked exceptional talents. If they secluded themselves in a desolate area, their future achievements would likely culminate in the Golden Core stage, and eventually, they would face an inevitable end. Should he join the guild, as long as he continued to elevate his status as a guest elder, the cultivation environment and resources would not be a concern. In time, with a little assistance, both of his wives could reach the Golden Core stage, and even achieving the nascent soul would not be overly challenging. However, the risks associated with joining the guild far outweighed those of seclusion. Ji Boing had yet to mature. His physical cultivation merely comparable to that of the Golden Core stage. The realm of nascent soul was already the pinnacle of what he could endure, let alone the transcendent stage of divination. Particularly given the current tumultuous relationship between the righteous and the demonic factions, the Wandao Commerce had hitherto maintained a position of neutrality, seemingly untouched by the fray. Yet, this time, for reasons unknown, the demonic cultivators sought to eradicate Wandao Commerce entirely. In such an environment, regardless of who emerged victorious, Ji Boing's present strength and cultivation rendered him unable to escape the grim fate of becoming a sacrificial pawn. With a deep breath, Ji Boing exhaled a cloud of stale air. He opened his eyes and seized Li Yueyao's delicate wrist, yanking her fiercely towards him. The sheer force of his action drew Li Yueyao into his embrace. With a crisp sound, her garments were completely torn asunder. Her fair skin, now bereft of any concealment, lay exposed beneath the ethereal light of the spirit lamp. Ji Boing pressed a hand against the back of Li Yueyao's head, growling like a beast. Kneel. Chapter 114. Ambushed in a certain tavern within Jingyang City, several individuals clad in black sat cross-legged. The elder at the forefront suddenly opened his eyes, and his spiritual pressure, akin to a tidal wave, gradually surged forth. The target has already departed from the merchant guild. One of the black-clad figures slightly cupped his hands towards the elder and remarked, however, that individual was also present at the scene. And he was with the target. That individual was there. The elder's expression shifted, revealing a hint of astonishment. Old Mo, if that individual is indeed present, it may pose numerous complications should we take action. What complications? He is merely a nascent foundation cultivator, retorted a younger black-clad man with a scornful snort, his tone indicative of animosity, as if there were some personal vendetta. He wiped the corner of his mouth and sneered. The saintess merely instructed us not to kill him. She did not say we could not act. If you are hesitant, just leave that brat to me. He had spent 3 months in Fulong City searching for Ji Being, and when the opportunity finally arose for him to settle a score, an unexpected disruption occurred at Fulong Ridge's barrier. Reluctantly, he had to let Ji Being go and took his subordinates to the God Transformation ruins. The elder glanced at the younger man, hesitating for a moment before saying, "You may take charge, but be certain not to endanger his life." "Absolutely. Rest assured, Lord Mo." The elder nodded slightly and continued, "Our mission this time, in addition to hunting down that Golden Core sword cultivator, is to intercept the flying vessel of the Wandao Merchant Guild. Is that clear to everyone?" "Understood, Brother Ji." I entrust you with the supplies I previously handed over. Outside Jingyang City, on a mountain path, Ji Bing and Li Pu walked side by side. Behind them trailed Li Yueyao, the manager of the Zhenyang branch, and several visiting guests. Brotherly, do not worry. Upon reaching the Canglong branch, I shall transmit that ring at the first opportunity. Furthermore, I will carefully consider your earlier words during this time, and I will provide my response once we arrive at Songlong Immortal City. That sounds splendid. Li Pu nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. If Ji Bing could indeed become a core member of the Merchant Guild, it would be most fortuitous. Boom. Just as the two conversed, a tremendous sound suddenly erupted from the mountain's summit. Everyone looked up to see the mist that had previously coiled around the peak like silken garments abruptly dispersed by a surge of energy. Simultaneously, a small flying vessel inscribed with the characters Wandao materialized before them, surrounded by dozens of black-clad figures. It's the Heavenly Demon Hall. These wretches truly refused to fade away. Upon spotting the black-clad figures, Li Pu's expression darkened instantly. He glanced back at the group behind him, noting that among them, the highest cultivation level was only in the late foundation establishment stage, with the Yueyao being the most accomplished. As for the guests from the Merchant Guild, none of them had even reached the foundation establishment stage. Brother Ji, Li Pu took a deep breath and said, I leave the guests from the Merchant Guild to you. I will head towards the flying vessel first. No matter what happens, you must take that ring to Songlong Immortal City. Ji Boying had initially intended to accompany him to the flying vessel, but upon realizing that there were no combat cultivators among the Merchant Guild members, he reluctantly agreed. Be careful, brotherly. Li Pu nodded slightly, then performed a hand seal with his left hand, summoning a flying sword, and swiftly sped towards the direction of the flying vessel. Meanwhile, as Ji Boying was preparing to settle the members of the Merchant Guild, a sudden flash of light descended from the sky. Moments later, a silver spear blocked the mountain path before them, and around them, a dozen black-clad individuals, all at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, encircled them. The leader among them, a young man in black robes, emanated an aura that reached the golden core stage. With one foot resting against the spear as point and arms crossed over his chest, the young man glanced at Ji Boying and declared, At last, I found you. Attack. As his words fell, the black-clad figures surged forward. The shopkeeper of the Merchant Guild immediately rallied the guests to resist. Li Yueyao stood beside Ji Boying, sword in hand, resembling a celestial swordswoman. Oh, there are guards too? The young man in black robes looked at Li Yueyao and exclaimed, Such beauty is quite a pity. As his voice faded, he lightly propelled himself into the air, and the silver spear abruptly soared upward, transforming into a streak of light that dashed towards Li Yueyao with astonishing speed, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding void. This strike was meant to be lethal. Bang. However, just when he believed this thrust would claim Li Yueyao's life, the spear was suddenly halted mid-air. Upon closer inspection, one could see an arm firmly gripping the spear as shaft, despite the violent energy surging from the spear, creating a series of sharp tremors in the air. It could not advance an inch under the strength of that arm. The young man in black robes felt his pupils constrict sharply as he looked up at the owner of that arm. Ji Boying. How is this possible? With a sharp whoosh, a piercing sound of air being sliced through erupted as Ji Boying seized the spear and hurled it towards the flying vessel. Then, with a heavy step forward, he launched himself like a cannonball towards the young man in black robes. From the strength of the young man's previous strike, Ji Boying was certain that his cultivation was only at the mid-golden core stage. Although formidable, he was not resilient. Moreover, Ji Boying had not only transcended his swordsmanship, but also, through arduous training alongside Li Yueyao during this period, had surpassed the 10,000 mark in physical strength. Entering the mid-golden body stage, the physical cultivation surpasses the spiritual cultivation, especially in close combat, where it holds a distinct advantage. The young man in the black robe, witnessing Ji Boying's strikingly powerful punch, could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Despite having prepared himself at the very moment, he found himself utterly defenseless against this blow. In a mere exchange, he was sent flying by Ji Boying's fist, the force so tremendous that it nearly shattered his dantian. Ji Boying cast a glance at the young man in black, confident that he had rendered his opponent incapable of further combat. He then extended his consciousness outward to gauge the surroundings before addressing Li Yueyao. This area is entrusted to you. I shall proceed towards the flying vessel. With that, he produced several talismans, summoned the winds, and surged towards the battlefield near the flying vessel. He chose not to reveal his identity as a sword cultivator, instead presenting himself as a practitioner of talismanic and physical cultivation, planning to strike unexpectedly at the crucial moment. Chapter 115, The Might of the Rune Path. Old man, you're bouncing back so quickly? I thought you were on the verge of death. On the flying boat, Li Pu formed a sword gesture with his hands, gazing at the elderly figure in black robes across from him, a smile breaking across his face. Heh, if you are still alive, how could I possibly depart before you? The old man in black replied with a cold smile. He slightly sensed the aura emanating from Li Pu and discovered that the latter's condition had improved to about 80 or 90%. Were it not for the absence of his sword-wielding right arm, Li Pu would have been comparable to his former self in Fulong City. Old man, do you dare to engage in another battle, a one-on-one this time? Li Pu spoke again, his fingers curling in a provocative manner. However, the old man did not display any signs of anger upon witnessing this. Instead, he chuckled lightly and said, counting yourself, you have only 5 individuals, while I have 36 on my side. Even with your flying boat, I still possess the advantage in numbers. Why should I engage in a duel when I can mob you instead? Is it necessary for a nascent soul to gang up on a golden core? Old man, such behavior is quite unprincipled. All that matters is taking your life. What need is there for principles? The old man snorted lightly, and immediately, a circle of black mystic rings appeared behind him. With a mere thought, a massive ink-colored serpent surged forth. As it approached Li Pu, the serpent suddenly opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp, menacing fangs, accompanied by layers of malevolent energy, descending upon him with ferocity. Li Pu's gaze sharpened as his flying sword surged forward. With his left hand, he continually executed sword gestures, unleashing waves of sword energy that flowed like rivers towards the colossal serpent. Before long, the once mighty serpent was reduced to a slender little eel under the torrent of sword energy. Old man, this creature is quite lacking. I merely exerted a little effort, and it has become a mere eel. The old man's face remained devoid of anger as he glanced at the several golden core practitioners beside him. In short order, their positions shifted subtly, and there seemed to be a newfound connection in their spiritual power. Are they using a formation? Witnessing this, Li Pu's expression darkened. He called out to the other golden core cultivators aboard the flying boat, maximize the output of the boat's spiritual energy. As soon as he spoke, the protective barrier surrounding the boat shimmered in brilliant gold, resembling a golden bell enveloping them. The old man merely snorted coldly and began to channel his spiritual energy, preparing to unleash a powerful strike against the boat. However, at that very moment, a streak of purple light zipped toward them. The old man instinctively cast a spell to intercept the purple light. Yet, upon contact, a tremendous explosion erupted, followed by countless arcs of electricity, which spread rapidly like lightning serpents. Had it not been for the old man's presence, the golden core practitioners within the formation would have likely perished on the spot. Is that a thunderstrike talisman? How could it possess such immense power? The elderly man's gaze sharpened as he glanced towards the source of the talismans. Beside the flying vessel, Ji Boing stood, holding several talismans, poised in the wind. How could it be him? The old man gasped in astonishment, quickly turning his attention back towards the mountain path. In an instant, he spotted the nearly lifeless figure of the young man in black not far away. With a crackle, another surge of electrical energy echoed, prompting the elder to whirl around. He saw several talismans hurtling towards him, which then erupted violently. The intertwining magical forces incited a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy, twisting the very fabric of the void. The old man swiftly transitioned from offense to defense, channeling the vast spiritual energy that activated the dark ring behind him, which spun rapidly to deflect the unleashed energy from the talismans. Why do these 3-star talismans possess such formidable power? The elder was utterly bewildered by the explosive display. In his memory, even the most potent lightning-derived talismans paled in comparison to this. He began to doubt the quality of the 3-star talismans he had previously encountered. Unbeknownst to him, these talismans had been enhanced by Ji Boing, fused with his innate divine symbols, increasing their potency by 30% and subsequently doubling it after fusion. Their might was, naturally, far beyond that of ordinary 3-star talismans. What should we do now, Imohufa? The elder's shock was palpable, prompting a late-stage golden core practitioner in black to send a thought transmission. The rest of the group turned their gazes towards the elder, their rhythm disrupted by Ji Boing's involvement, especially since he was under the explicit protection of the Saintess. Any action they took would be fraught with hesitation. The elder maintained his composure, his expression wavering between uncertainty and resolve. After a moment's deliberation, he instructed the 5 individuals beside him, "You 5, go restrain him. As long as you do not endanger his life, feel free to act without reservation. The rest of you, assist me in breaking the flying vessel. Once we dismantle it, our mission will be mostly accomplished." Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 golden core cultivators, who had been forming a formation, charged towards Ji Boing. On the flying vessel, Li Pu observed the turmoil and immediately summoned his flying sword. However, before the sword could travel far from the vessel, it was ensnared by a massive black serpent. "Li brother, you need not concern yourself with me," Ji Boing remarked upon sensing Li Pu's intent. With a flick of his wrist, a crimson spiritual light burst forth, shooting towards the 5 attackers like a swift arrow. Boom! An exaggerated fireball detonated, engulfing the 5 in a torrent of flames. This was ostensibly a typical 3-star explosive talisman, yet after merging with Ji Boing's innate divine symbol, its power had exponentially increased, and the range of its fiery onslaught had expanded severalfold. As the talisman was unleashed, the 5 recognized it as a low-grade 3-star explosive talisman. However, when it ultimately detonated, they realized something was amiss. This was no mere low-grade 3-star explosive talisman. Its power was far superior, even outstripping that of a high-grade 3-star attack talisman. Fortunately, the 5 were formidable in strength and had formed a combined attack formation. Confronted with Ji Boing's explosive flame talisman, which was infused with her innate divine symbols, the group only sustained minor injuries. However, as they surged forth from the fireball, several streams of light descended upon them without affording the 5 a moment's preparation. These streams transformed into purple lightning, fireballs, and wind blades, all erupting violently in midair. In truth, Ji Boing had never harbored high hopes for the explosive flame talisman from the outset. It was merely a means to bewitch the opponent. The true assault lay in the subsequent talismans. When multiple talismans converged in one spot, even a nascent soul true monarch would need to retreat from their brilliance. How could these 5 golden core cultivators withstand such a force? A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the surroundings, unleashing torrents of spiritual energy that caused the very fabric of space to convulse violently. The tremendous commotion instantly caught the attention of the old man in the black robe. Turning to behold the spectacle, he witnessed 5 familiar figures plummeting towards the ground like meteors beneath a cascade of spiritual light. His eyes widened in disbelief. The adversary had annihilated his 5 golden core cultivators in the blink of an eye. The elder gritted his teeth, disregarding the incomplete formation of their combined attack, and ignited his own life force, launching a powerful strike towards the flying vessel. Chapter 116 Departure. Oh no! Li Pu exclaimed in alarm. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of malevolence erupted from the elderly figure. In the next moment, the sinister energy rapidly condensed and coalesced into a dark purple orb of light. Boom! Amidst the rolling malevolence, the purple radiance surged forth, enveloping the entire battlefield with a chilling presence that sent shivers down one's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Pu leapt from the flying vessel, summoning all of his flying swords to charge towards the purple light. Simultaneously, several golden core cultivators aboard the vessel followed suit. Despite their awareness of the perilous fate that awaited them within the grasp of the purple orb, they resolutely pressed forward. Human lives could be sacrificed, but the vessel must be preserved. However, just as they were about to plunge into the purple light, a circle of resplendent, multicolored radiance emerged before them, effectively blocking and separating all the malevolent light. Brother Ji? Li Pu stood there in a daze. The dazzling purple light raged and danced upon the multicolored circle, twisting the surrounding void to its limits, even causing thin cracks to appear. Yet, sheltered behind the radiant wheel, he found himself only mildly perturbed by the oppressive aura, with no other detrimental effects. Thus, the clash between the purple orb and the radiant wheel persisted for several breaths before finally subsiding. The old man in the black robe, witnessing his final strike fail, was filled with resentment, his crimson eyes reflecting his unwillingness to concede. However, at this juncture, his most potent attack had drained his spiritual energy, and any further efforts would be futile. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and issued a retreat order to his followers. Do not pursue a cornered foe. With the black-robed elder fleeing into the distance, Li Pu let out a sigh of relief. He retracted all his flying swords and sincerely expressed his gratitude to Ji Boing. Brother Ji, you have once again rendered me a tremendous service. Assisting you also aids my own interests. There is no need for such formality, brotherly, Ji Boing replied with a light laugh, though his tone bore a hint of fatigue. The effort of temporarily merging dozens of talismans was exceptionally taxing, even for his golden core spirit, especially without prior preparation. This was under the condition that his life talisman mitigated some of the energy expenditure. Otherwise, he could have fused no more than 10. After regaining his composure, Ji Boing remarked, brotherly, those demonic cultivators appear to have specifically targeted our flying vessel. To be precise, they are after the ring I gave you, Li Pu replied. He intended to elaborate further, but caught himself midway, realizing he had spoken out of turn out of mere curiosity. Li Pu chuckled lightly. In truth, even if Brother Ji were to inquire further, I would be unable to provide an answer. For the secrets surrounding this ring are known only to the upper echelons of the trading firm. I see. Ji Boing nodded slightly, then offered a wry smile. Brotherly, your words have only intensified my anxiety. Haha. Rest assured, Brother Ji, upon my return to Songlong Immortal City, I will treat you to a grand feast at the finest tavern. Then it's settled? It's settled. The two exchanged a few more casual words. And as the time drew near, Ji Boying bid farewell and, accompanied by Li Weiyao, embarked on the flying vessel. With a surge of spiritual energy cascading into the void, the vessel transformed into a pinpoint of light, vanishing into the boundless firmament above. Seated cross-legged in the cabin of the vessel, Ji Boying continually processed the information he had acquired during this period. Particularly today, even upon arriving in Zhenyang City, they had still fallen prey to an ambush by the celestial demon hull. Their objective was the ring upon his finger, though its significance remained elusive to him. The fervent efforts of Li Pu and several Golden Core warriors to safeguard the vessel at the cost of their lives made its importance abundantly clear. It was becoming increasingly inscrutable. With a soft sigh, Ji Boying turned his gaze to Li Weiyao, who smiled gently and gracefully approached him, leaning down in a familiar manner. In Fulong City, blood stained the sky, and malevolent energy permeated the air. A woman sat upon a throne, suspended above the heart of Fulong City. Beneath her, countless gigantic crimson spiritual patterns converged. These patterns radiated outward, linking the surrounding mountains and rivers, ultimately coalescing into a blood-colored totem resembling a dragon. Have you not found him yet? The woman spoke with an indifferent tone from her throne. Before her knelt over a dozen nascent soul cultivators. Noticing their silence, her expression turned icy. In the last half-month, if he is not located within this time frame, you shall prepare the blood array for my ritual. Yes. The assembled nascent soul cultivators, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, hastily dispersed. The aura of a transformation god, even without direct pressure, suffocated them with dread. Yet, what truly terrified them now was not merely the transformation god, but rather the looming uncertainty of their survival in half a month's time. Cultivation was arduous. They had only just managed to break into the nascent soul stage, and even if they were destined never to become transformation gods, they did not wish to perish so easily. Such is the path of immortality. The longer one lives, the more one fears death. To hell with this endless and desolate path of immortality. I would rather lie in my cave for 800 years than face death. Not long after the nascent soul cultivators had departed, a streak of light dashed across the distance. An old man in a black robe knelt before the throne, lamenting. I have failed, unable to fulfill the saintess's command. The woman's expression remained unchanged. Her cold eyes merely glanced at the old man as she inquired, Is that all? After a brief moment of hesitation, the old man replied, During our mission, we encountered the person the saintess seeks. The woman's expression shifted slightly, and even her typically frigid gaze flickered with intrigue. Continue. Upon hearing this, the old man recounted his encounter with Ji Boying and the subsequent confrontation that ensued. Upon learning that Ji Boying could annihilate a golden core with talismans, and even withstand a formidable combined attack from the elders, disbelief etched itself upon her countenance. It is essential to remember that just a few years prior, Ji Boying was merely a nascent cultivator at the initial stage of qi refinement. With a mixed affinity for 5 elemental roots and a dismal foundation, her prospects seemed bleak. Although she later embarked on the path of body refinement for reasons unknown, her innate talent was far from exceptional. Merely breaking through to the bone-forging realm was considered a significant achievement for her. As for talismans, she vaguely recalled having extinguished any thoughts of talismanic creation from her counterpart before her departure. After all, mastering the 4 arts of cultivation is an endeavor that rarely bears fruit without extraordinary talent, particularly for someone of Ji Boying's inferior aptitude. After a prolonged silence, the woman inhaled deeply and inquired, Are you certain you have not mistaken her identity? Indeed, I am certain, came the reply. Then you may leave. Upon hearing her words, the elder momentarily froze, but he quickly regained his composure and bowed deeply before her. Thank you, Saintess, for your mercy. With that, he hurriedly departed. Before long, the skies above Fulong City were left with naught but the solitary throne. She gazed at the distant heavens, a soft laughter escaping her lips as she murmured, You truly are an unexpected surprise. Chapter 117, Arrival According to the Plan. The flying vessel was originally expected to reach Songlong Immortal City within a few days after departing from Zhenyang City. However, during this period, several main cities in eastern Songxian continent fell into enemy hands. To avoid being ambushed by demonic cultivators, the vessel had to take a detour. As a result, Ji Boying remained aboard the vessel for an additional half-month. Fortunately, after this diversion, they encountered no further threats from demonic cultivators. And there was plenty to occupy Ji Boying's time, so he did not feel overly anxious. In particular, Ji Boying had recently developed several advanced talisman crafting techniques. These not only honed his Dao heart and refined his talisman-making skills, but also allowed him to assist Li Weiyao in dual cultivation, enhancing their attributes. It was truly a remarkable gain in multiple aspects. Although the success rate and the quality of the talismans were somewhat lacking, after half a month of relentless practice, Ji Boing finally restored the success rate to a normal level. Experience exchange: 90, 155, 0001, 000. 000, realm bonus, 70, effect bonus, 50, dark charm body, second transformation 150, support bonus, 100, free attribute points, 29, skill attribute points, sword Dao 29, as the virtual panel appeared before him. Ji Boing took up his brush and deftly completed the drawing of a talisman, one of the derivatives of the Thunder Law. Golden light shimmered, and the sound of crackling lightning filled the air. Even unactivated, a restless aura emanated from the talisman paper. Setting down the brush, Ji Boing cast a glance at Li Yueyao, who knelt before him. She delicately licked her lips, her beautiful features radiating joy as she exclaimed, "Congratulations, young master, on your success in the path of talismans." With a soft smile, Ji Boing embraced the enchanting maiden, relishing the coolness of her presence. Were it not for her still-developing constitution, he might have succumbed to the flames of his desire. The courtesan of Fengming Pavilion, with her unparalleled beauty, captivated hearts with every glance and gesture. Who could withstand such temptation? After indulging for a moment, Ji Boing slowly rose, forcefully suppressing his inner restlessness, and said, "I shall step outside for some fresh air." Yes. Li Yueyao performed a graceful salute and then obediently settled onto the meditation mat, beginning to refine the yang essence she had just absorbed. Golden Core. Within less than 2 months, she would likely break through to Golden Core, advancing her dark charm body to the third transformation. At that point, her cultivation would truly progress by leaps and bounds. Moreover, as long as Ji Boing remained by her side, the nascent soul would be within her grasp, easily attainable. There was even a significant possibility that she would become the youngest nascent soul true monarch in Eastern Songxian continent in centuries. With this thought, the spiritual power within Li Yueyao stirred restlessly. Ji Boing noticed her unusual demeanor but merely cast a deep glance at her before departing from the guest room. 2 days later, the flying vessel, which had been racing through the sea of clouds, finally slowed its pace. Just a few moments passed. The vessel hovered above a verdant and tranquil peak. One of the merchant guild's Golden Core cultivators emerged from the control chamber and respectfully addressed Ji Boing on the deck. "Mr. Ji, we have arrived at the vicinity of Songlong Immortal City. Due to the prohibition of flying vessels within 800 miles of the city, I must trouble you to proceed on foot." "Not at all," Ji Boing replied with a slight nod, then clasped his hands in gratitude towards the Golden Core cultivator, saying, "I appreciate your escort. I shall take my leave now. Safe travels, Mr. Ji." With that, Ji Boing and Li Yueyao leapt from the flying vessel, becoming a mere speck of light that vanished into the distant horizon upon plunging into the sea of clouds. Their flight was not through sword control, but rather by utilizing an air manipulation talisman, as he was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Soaring on a sword would have been too ostentatious. 800 miles is indeed a considerable distance. However, with the assistance of the air manipulation talisman, it would take approximately half an hour. If he had chosen to fly on a sword, he could have achieved even greater speed. Ji Boing estimated that if he were to fly on a sword, his velocity could approach the speed of sound, potentially rivaling that of a fighter jet under normal conditions. Before long, Ji Boing and Li Yueyao found themselves atop a hill not far from the outskirts of the city. As soon as they touched down, a gentle breeze laden with rich spiritual energy enveloped them. Ji Boing inhaled deeply, feeling as though a faint electric current had coursed through him, igniting excitement within every cell of his body, particularly in his dantian, where the influx of spiritual energy was greedily consumed with fervor. Truly, this was a 7th-tier spiritual vein. Suppressing his exhilaration, Ji Boing murmured in awe, "This environment is truly worlds apart from the former Fulong City." Upon hearing this, Li Yueyao smiled in agreement. Fulong City is merely a remote outpost. It lacks a spiritual vein of its own and can only draw spiritual energy from a low-grade 3-star vein within the territory of the Qian sect. Naturally, the cultivation conditions cannot compare to those of the principal city of Dongtsangxian continent. "My lord." Just as she spoke, Li Yueyao noticed a change in Ji Boing's expression. Initially, she thought her unsolicited remarks had displeased him, but following his gaze, she soon realized the source of his concern. A group of cultivators was approaching from the direction of the city, though they were still some distance away. Their demeanor suggested they were either bandits or demonic cultivators. "My lord, we should. Let us wait for a moment," Ji Boing interjected coolly. "Understood." Before long, the group of cultivators reached the foot of the hill. They cast a glance at Ji Boing and Li Yueyao, their eyes glinting with a hint of unfriendly amusement. Li Yueyao stole a glance at the cultivators, feeling somewhat relieved. Thankfully, they were not demonic cultivators. "Are you two fellows intending to enter the city?" At that moment, a middle-aged male cultivator spoke up, taking a few steps forward with a warm and sincere smile that, nonetheless, held an unsettling quality, especially those slightly squinted triangular eyes, which occasionally glimmered with a hint of avarice as they scrutinized Li Yueyao, who stood beside Ji Boying. Indeed, Ji Boying remarked nonchalantly, even before his feet touched the ground. He had already taken note of these several cultivators. All were at the foundation establishment stage, with the most formidable among them having reached the mid-foundation establishment level. Initially, upon sensing that they were not demonic cultivators, Ji Boying paid them little heed. However, to his surprise, shortly after his arrival on the hill, they became aware of his presence, leading to the current scene before him. You two must be outsiders, the middle-aged cultivator spoke again. The Canglong Immortal City is unlike any ordinary main city. Even the outer city consists of 49 domains, each distinct from the others. For outsiders entering the city, without a knowledgeable guide, one could easily feel lost, as if enveloped in mist, and should one be careless, it could very well lead to dire consequences. He emphasized the phrase dire consequences, his gaze turning notably colder. Ji Boying raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, then, based on your observations, what course of action do you suggest we take? The middle-aged cultivator produced a scroll, raised 2 fingers, and waved it gently, stating, Chapter 118. Another celestial city. This is the map of the Canglong Celestial City's 36 domains, encompassing everything from the grand residences of prominent families to the hidden shops and secluded alleys. It delineates where one may venture and where one ought not to tread. As you are an outsider, you surely comprehend the worth of such a map. I shall not impose upon you. It is merely 20 spirit stones for your acquisition. Ji Boying cast a glance at the scroll. 20 spirit stones for a map. It does not seem like a loss. Upon entering Canglong Celestial City, one cannot simply reside at the Wandao Trading Company. Eventually, one must rent a modest courtyard outside. If what these individuals assert is true, inadvertently wandering into forbidden areas could indeed invite a plethora of unnecessary troubles. With this thought, Ji Boying retrieved 20 inferior spirit stones from her storage pouch and extended them towards the middle-aged male cultivator. However, the latter scoffed derisively, a hint of mockery gracing his features. I believe you have misunderstood, my friend. I meant 20 superior spirit stones. Li Yueyao's delicate brows furrowed slightly. 20 superior spirit stones, when converted to intermediate ones, amounts to 20,000. Such a price could procure a fine magical artifact. Noticing the silence from both parties, the middle-aged cultivator ominously remarked, Is it too much to ask for 20 superior spirit stones to secure your safety? Certainly not. Ji Boying chuckled softly, her gaze shifting towards Li Yueyao. 3 breaths, can you accomplish it? Li Yueyao glanced at the group, noting 3 initial stage foundation establishment cultivators and 1 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. With all her might, it could be attempted. The middle-aged cultivator remained perplexed by Ji Boying's words. In the next moment, a glimmer of cold light suddenly erupted before him. He had no time to summon his spiritual power before feeling a chill at his neck. As for the several initial stage foundation establishment cultivators behind him, upon sensing something amiss and preparing to act, an overwhelming spiritual pressure descended upon them. Peak foundation establishment? Panic gripped their hearts, just as they contemplated fleeing. An unusual aura enveloped them, causing their already constricted pupils to become vacant and dazed, grotesque, and lewd grins manifesting on their faces. Li Yueyao advanced slowly, the cold light flashing. Just like that, 3 foundation establishment cultivators met their demise under her blade, shrouded in bewilderment. Ji Boying, expressionless, approached the middle-aged cultivator and picked up the scroll from his hand. Upon opening it, she discovered it was indeed a map. However, it bore no annotations or legends, and Canglong Celestial City was merely sketched with a few erratic lines, utterly chaotic. Ji Boying casually tossed the scroll aside and proceeded to search the storage pouches of the fallen individuals, declaring, Let us enter the city. Canglong Celestial City was once an uninhabited expanse, rife with ferocious beasts in an ancient forest. It was only after a dragon comparable to a transcendent deity ascended from this ancient forest that it captured the attention of nearby cultivators. The place of the dragon's ascension promised great fortune. Thus, these cultivators began to venture into the forest, seeking the so-called opportunities. As time passed, these pioneers discovered a plethora of rare treasures and extraordinary beasts within, and eventually unearthed several superior spirit mines in the central region. Upon learning of this revelation, other cultivators from the outside world flocked to join, including the great sects that began dispatching their elders and disciples to search for resources. As the number of cultivators entering the area increased, they realized that the initially uncovered spirit mines were merely the tip of the iceberg of the ancient forest. The true fortune lay buried deeper within the spiritual veins, and not just any veins, but those of the seventh tier. Once this news spread, the entire eastern Songxian continent erupted in excitement. In no time, major sects, noble families, and wandering cultivators poured in like a tide. Thus, after hundreds of years of development, this ancient forest became the renowned Songlong Immortal City, echoing across the 5 continents. So, is the name of Songlong Immortal City derived from the ascending dragon? Ji Boying inquired with a smile. Indeed, Yun Qianshan nodded, speaking with pride. Mr. Ji may not be aware that the name Songlong originates not only from that ascending dragon but also from our merchant guild. In the past, various sects fought fiercely over the naming rights of the Immortal City. Ultimately, it was our guild that mediated and proposed to commemorate the ascending dragon, leading to the establishment of the name Songlong. Upon hearing this, Ji Boying's gaze subtly shifted. In truth, the recent invasion by demonic cultivators illuminated the profound heritage of the merchant guild. Throughout the eastern Songxian continent, the righteous sects were nearly incapacitated, with upper echelon combatants reduced to mere remnants. Only the Wandao merchant guild maintained some semblance of resilience, even after enduring the full brunt of the demonic cultivators' oppression. Mr. Ji, we have arrived. Ahead lies the Songlong branch, which serves as the main station of our guild in the eastern Songxian continent. Just then, Yun Qianshan abruptly halted his steps. Ji Boying looked up to behold a magnificent sight of crimson walls and azure tiles, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings. Corridors crisscrossed. Long bridges spanned across water, towers rose majestically, and palatial structures were artfully arranged. This was no mere guild. It resembled another immortal city. Had he known the merchant guild possessed such grandeur, he wouldn't have troubled Yun Qianshan to personally welcome him outside the city. Guildmaster Yun. Ji Boying turned to Yun Qianshan beside him. I would appreciate it if you could escort me to the branch. Wouldn't Mr. Ji first visit the 2 ladies? Yun Qianshan responded, momentarily taken aback. He then added, upon arriving at Songlong Immortal City, I temporarily arranged for the 2 ladies and Chiu Yu to stay in my small courtyard. Ever since parting ways with you, the 2 ladies have been consumed with worry, even after learning of your safety. Over time, their anxiety has become a burden upon their hearts. Now that you have reached the station, it would be prudent to visit them first. As for official matters, they can wait. Ji Boying felt a stir within him upon hearing this. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, he shook his head and replied, This matter is of great significance. I cannot afford to delay. Please, Guildmaster Yun, lead me there at once. Seeing Ji Boying's resolute attitude, Yun Qianshan nodded and swiftly made his way towards the branch. Before long, the 3 arrived at a relatively secluded loft in the southwest corner. Ji Boying gazed at the unremarkable building before him, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He had expected that within the entire outpost, no matter how modest the branch's loft might be, it would at least occupy a central position or be among the larger halls at the rear. To his astonishment, the place where the branch elder conducted daily affairs turned out to be one of the most inconspicuous among the many lofts. Sensing Ji Boying's confusion, Yun Qianshan chuckled and explained, originally, the merchants held their discussions in the tall building at the center of the main outpost. However, the principal and deputy loft masters prefer tranquility, as do the elder overseeing the merchants and the core guest officials. Thus, they were located here. In fact, many guest officials, seeking to hone their skills, chose to reside in quieter, ordinary homes within the inner city rather than at the merchant's outpost. I see, Ji Boying murmured thoughtfully before adding. Please take me to the branch's teleportation array. I have some items that need to be sent to headquarters. Yun Qianshan's expression shifted slightly, and he exclaimed, You still wish to use the teleportation array? Ji Boying was momentarily taken aback and replied, Is that not permissible? Chapter 119. Unexpected developments. A look of difficulty appeared on Yun Qianshan's face as he spoke. I am afraid that it is indeed not possible. If it were merely a one-way transmission from headquarters to the branch, Mr. Ji, being a guest elder of the Xian rank, could submit a request and typically use it on the same day. However, for the branch to transmit to headquarters, it requires the presence of a vice pavilion master to be activated. I see. Ji Boying nodded slightly, understanding the situation. After all, transmitting items from the branch to headquarters necessitates stringent oversight. Any hazardous materials could significantly impact headquarters. Under these circumstances, could you kindly take me to meet the pavilion master? Yun Qianshan smiled wryly. The 3 vice pavilion masters and the pavilion master were transferred to Zhongxing Divine Continent over a month ago. Transferred to Zhongxing Divine Continent? Ji Boying paused, then inquired, Is the presence of the pavilion master indispensable for activating the formation? Principally, yes. However, if there were an Earth-rank core guest elder, they too could utilize the transmission formation. Yet, the highest rank here at the branch is merely a top-tier Xian rank core guest elder. Isn't that tantamount to saying nothing at all? Ji Boing remarked, exasperated, as he glanced at Yun Qianshan. He continued, Is it possible to contact those pavilion masters from this branch? This matter is of utmost importance. I need to expedite the delivery to headquarters. I shall seek out Lord Ling at once. Thank you for your assistance. Ji Boing clasped his hands in gratitude. There is no need for such formality regarding my duties. Mr. Ji. By the way, seemingly having recalled something, Yun Qianshan retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag, saying, This jade slip serves as the key to the residence allocated to you by the branch. The specific location. The slip contains an internal map of the outpost, which you may review at your convenience. As for the two ladies, they reside in the house numbered 36 in the southern area of the outpost. Thank you. After exchanging farewells, the two parted ways. Ji Boing turned to Li Yueyao beside him and asked, Will you accompany me or return to Foaming Pavilion? As she was the young master's attendant, she naturally chose to follow him. However, Li Yueyao hesitated before adding, The constraints of Foaming Pavilion are still in place. I hope the young master has not forgotten the 3 promises made to me. I shall honor my promises, Ji Boing replied nonchalantly. Now, come with me. Yes. The branch outpost was expansive, and due to the prohibition against flying, Ji Boing walked for nearly an hour before arriving at the residence numbered 36. Though the day was clear and serene, an inexplicable chill crept over him, and his palms felt somewhat icy. The phrase nervous upon nearing home aptly described his current sentiments. Sensing Ji Boing's anxiety, Li Yueyao deliberately lagged a few steps behind. Yet, before she retreated, she subtly formed a gesture, conjuring a gentle breeze imbued with warmth that arose from nowhere. As the gentle breeze brushed past, Ji Boing felt a significant relaxation in his mood. Even his previously cold fingers warmed slightly. He glanced back at Li Yueyao, then proceeded toward the entrance of the courtyard. A soft knocking echoed. Before long, the door swung open, revealing a woman of simple yet elegant demeanor, Madame Yun. Ji Boing offered a slight bow. The woman was none other than the wife of Yun Qianshan. Mr. Ji. Upon seeing Ji Boing, the woman gasped in surprise, quickly opening the courtyard door wider and stepping back. Please, Mr. Ji, come in. With that, she hurried toward the adjacent room. However, she hadn't gone far before Ji Boing intercepted her. I wish to go myself. Madame Yun instantly understood and gracefully stepped aside. Soon, Ji Boing arrived at the door of the room. Taking a deep breath, he gently knocked. Moments later, footsteps could be heard from within. Is it Madame Yun? Xiaoning asked softly as she delicately opened the door. But the moment she laid eyes on Ji Boing, she felt as though struck by lightning. Freezing in her place. In an instant, tears streamed down her cheeks. Trembling, she took a step forward, reaching out to confirm the reality of the scene before her. Yet, halfway through, she hesitated. She feared that touching Ji Boing would shatter the illusion, revealing it as merely a dream. Inside the room, Yi Qingqing, noticing the prolonged silence from the door, wore an expression of confusion. She turned a glance toward the entrance. Although Ji Boing's figure was mostly obscured by the door, even through this narrow view, she could unmistakably recognize him. Rising unsteadily, Yi Qingqing found herself drawn toward Ji Boing, her sparkling eyes betraying a hint of redness. Young master. Her soft, tender voice was choked with emotion. I have returned, Ji Boing said with a gentle smile. He stepped forward, embracing Xiaoning tightly, and in a swift motion, enveloped Yi Qingqing in a warm embrace as well. I am sorry for making you worry. His soothing voice and the weight of his embrace affirmed, in that moment, that this was no dream. Her husband truly had returned. Finally, the tears that had been repressed for days could no longer be contained, spilling forth in silent sobs, all the longing transforming into an outpouring of emotion. After a considerable time, Ji Boing bid farewell to Madame Yun alongside his 2 wives and departed from the courtyard. Before departing, Ji Boing had little to offer, so he gifted the crane-colored talismans crafted aboard the flying vessel to Lady Yun. Had it not been for Yun Qianshan's hospitality, Xiaoninger and Yi Qingqing would have likely found themselves without a place to rest. The residence allocated to Ji Boing was similarly situated to the south of the outpost. At number 20, Building C, which was not too far from Yun Qianshan's location, with a mere quarter of an hour's journey separating them. Ji Boing retrieved a jade slip and placed it upon the threshold of the doorway, subsequently channeling his internal spiritual energy. Before long, the residence acknowledged its new master. Ji Boing pushed open the courtyard door and glanced inside. It was modest in size, comprising only a main hall and 2 adjoining rooms. In comparison to the small courtyard of Yunzhang Mansion, it was lacking in several respects. However, this was Songlong Immortal City, which harbored a total of 49 7th-tier spiritual veins beneath its surface, resulting in an abundance of spiritual energy that was incomparable to that of Yunzhong Mansion. Although the area was somewhat limited, it sufficed for meditation and cultivation. After all, the practitioners in Songlong Immortal City primarily focused on cultivation. with few possessing the exceptional advantages that Ji Boing held. You shall stay in the side chamber tonight, he instructed. Yes, Ji Boing replied to Liu Yao. Then turned to his two wives, saying, I must make amends for causing Ninger and Qinger so much worry tonight. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingqing's bright eyes sparkled with playful curiosity. How do you intend to make amends, my husband? Ji Boing's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently patted the soft backs of his two wives, replying, You will find out once you step inside. Chapter 120. No longer confused beneath the broad banana leaves, the rain fell abundantly, while willow catkins swirled like mist upon the ground. After a fierce battle, which commenced at dusk and concluded just past dawn, Ji Boing gazed tenderly at his slumbering wife, gently kissing her forehead. He then took a seat beside her, choosing not to leave the room to practice swordplay or talisman crafting as he had done before. Instead, he remained quietly at her side. As he observed the faces of his two wives, a sense of bewilderment washed over him, intensified by their recent separation and reunion. Previously, he had harbored a strong inclination to retreat into seclusion with them, embracing a life of simplicity and tranquility, waking with the sun and resting at dusk, far removed from worldly strife. However, that inclination had waned significantly, particularly upon learning of the demonic cultivators' encroachment upon the major cities during their voyage. Witnessing the plight of countless lowly cultivators who were uprooted and displaced, he felt a deep discomfort within. It was not solely out of compassion for these lower-tier practitioners, but rather because he saw a reflection of his own potential fate within their struggles. He realized that without absolute strength, even possessing combat prowess on par with a nascent soul true monarch would be futile. Clenching his fists, Ji Boing murmured to himself, Even if I have narrowly escaped once, can I truly expect to evade such fate for a lifetime? The time left for my growth is alarmingly scarce. With a soft exhale, he closed his eyes and released a long, deep breath. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and retrieved the golden token that signified his status as a guest elder. I shall join the merchant guild, he resolved. Even though I will face numerous constraints and shackles, I am determined to ensure that they live without worries. With this thought, the expression of helplessness that once shadowed Ji Boing's face gradually transformed into one of unwavering determination. He inhaled deeply, and without his awareness, the aura he exuded had shifted entirely. In that moment, he was no longer lost. He had finally discovered a path for his own aspirations. As noon approached, his two wives awakened from their sweet dreams. Upon seeing Ji Boing, their legs trembled slightly, and a blush graced their dewy faces. Last night, he had seemed like a celestial being descended to earth. Despite their combined efforts, they had been utterly overwhelmed, forced to retreat in disarray. Did you sleep well? Ji Boing sat on the edge of the bed, smiling as she inquired. Both women shyly nodded, and soon, Yu Qingqing struggled to rise from the bed. Qing'e was about to prepare a meal. Upon seeing this, Ji Boing couldn't help but smile, gently ruffling Yu Qingqing's hair, and said, There's no need to prepare anything. Qing'e toiled throughout the night and deserves a good rest. But it's so rare for you to return, and I haven't even prepared a meal for you yet. Weren't we already served last night? A mischievous smile crept upon Ji Boing's lips as she leaned closer to Yu Qingqing's ear, playfully biting it before softly adding, Qing'er's peach pastries are indeed delightful. As she spoke, she also gestured toward Xiao Ninger beside her. Ninger's water pear is equally tender and delicious, leaving an endless aftertaste. Ji Boing's remarks instantly rendered both wives blushing, their faces radiant. Rest a bit longer. I shall step out and return before the hour of you. All right. After leaving the room, Ji Boing took out her identity token, which still bore the message from Yun Qianshan. Yesterday, Yun Qianshan had already informed Ling Wu about the need to utilize the teleportation array. Early this morning, he had sent a message requesting her presence. However, Yun Qianshan did not disclose the outcome of the matter. Naturally, if Ling Wu was still unable to assist, Ji Boing would have to contact Li Pu, who remained in Zhenyang City. With this thought, Ji Boing quickened her pace. Before long, she arrived at the entrance of the Office of Affairs. Just as she was about to enter, a graceful female cultivator approached her. This is a crucial area for commercial affairs. No idle individuals may enter. Greetings, esteemed guest. The female cultivator's words were interrupted as a respectful expression adorned her face. Please take me to see Ling Wu, Lord Ling. Certainly. This way, please. A moment later, they arrived at a refined chamber on the 4th floor. The door to the chamber was ajar, and as Ji Boing reached the threshold, she spotted Ling Wu. However, to her surprise, in addition to Yun Qianshan, there was also an unfamiliar figure present. The aura emanating from this individual unmistakably revealed that he was a true monarch of the nascent soul stage. Master Ling, Mr. Ji. Upon seeing Ji Boing, Ling Wu swiftly exited the chamber, firmly grasping her hand, and sincerely apologized. The previous attack on the flying vessel was due to my negligence. After arriving in Songlong Immortal City, certain unforeseen circumstances prevented me from dispatching someone back to Fulong City in a timely manner. I deeply regret this, Mr. G. As he spoke, he prepared to bow in apology. However, just as he bent halfway, he was gently supported by a pair of hands. Master Ling, you're being overly harsh on yourself. Ji Boing chuckled softly, saying, after all, the assailant was a true monarch of the nascent soul, possessing an array of cunning tactics. You were also navigating the flying vessel. How could you possibly divide your attention so finely? Let this matter rest. If you truly feel remorseful, then please invite me for a fine drink. Your magnanimity is greatly appreciated, Mr. G. I hold you in high esteem. Seeing that Ji Boing bore no ill will, a genuine smile emerged on Ling Wu's face. Standing at the entrance for too long seemed rather inappropriate. Please, allow me to lead you inside. With that, he took Ji Boing by the arm and guided him into the elegant chamber. He then introduced the esteemed figure seated at the head of the table. Allow me to present this gentleman, Elder Wu Yuanyu, the Chief Administrator of Internal Affairs at our branch point. All matters concerning the entry and exit of supplies are under Elder Wu's purview. Moreover, Elder Wu is also the junior disciple of Elder Yang Qinshan. Ji Boing promptly bowed with utmost respect, addressing him. I am honored to meet you, Elder Wu. Though the position of Chief Administrator may not seem particularly high, its significance is no less than that of Elder Yang Qinshan, the head of the trading company. Especially considering that in the future, when applying for core resources, it would be inevitable to engage with Elder Wu. Elder Wu Yuanyu stroked his beard and smiled. You are too kind, guest Ji. Long before, my senior brother informed me that a prodigy in talisman arts had emerged from Fulong City, and he insisted that when you arrived in Songlong Immortal City, I must be introduced to you. I did not expect that before my senior brother returned, you would arrive first. I heard from Ling Wu that you intend to apply for the use of the branch's teleportation array? Chapter 121. Signing the core guest official indeed. Ji Boing nodded in affirmation. Wu Yuanyu continued to inquire. Might I ask what exactly is to be transmitted to the headquarters? It is a ring. A ring? Indeed. Ji Boing replied with a wry smile. This ring was bestowed upon me by Elderly, yet its true significance and origin remain a mystery to me. Elderly? Which Elderly? Li Pu. Upon hearing the name Li Pu, Wu Yuanyu's expression noticeably shifted, and even the hand resting on the armchair quivered slightly. This action immediately captured the attention of Yun Qianshan and Ling Wu in the elegant room. Both were acquainted with Li Pu, who had been dispatched as an envoy from the headquarters. In terms of status, he was somewhat inferior to Wu Yuanyu, making the latter's reaction rather unexpected. Though curious, none of them chose to voice their thoughts, including Ji Boing. After a considerable pause, Wu Yuanyu slowly regained his composure and said, Mr. Ji, I shall report this matter to the sect leader. However, due to certain special circumstances, the headquarters may not respond promptly. I kindly ask for your patience. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing hesitated for a moment before clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, true Monarch Wu. It is merely my duty. There is no need for formalities, Mr. Ji. You have just returned from Fulong City and must be weary from your travels. I shall not impose any further. With that, Wu Yuanyu took his leave from the elegant room. As for Ling Wu, after a brief exchange, he too took his leave. However, just before departing, he deliberately remarked that once Ji Boing settled in, he would host a small banquet at a restaurant to apologize and welcome him. Ji Boing had no reason to decline and readily accepted the offer. Thus, only Ji Boing and Yun Qianshan remained in the elegant room. Ji Boing took a delicate sip of tea and initiated, Master Yun. Could you kindly elaborate on the structure of the commercial guild and the roles played by its core members? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Yun Qianshan's eyes, and he quickly asked, Is Mr. Ji considering signing the core guest official agreement with the guild? Ji Boing did not shy away from the question, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement of Yun Qianshan's assumption. The latter, elated by this affirmation, eagerly began to explain. Though I am merely a humble manager of a branch, I possess some understanding of the guild's overall organizational structure. The guild is primarily composed of the main city branch, the 4 regional divisions, and the central headquarters. Regardless of the level, the internal composition can be categorized into 2 main types, the affairs managers and the guild officials. The affairs managers can be further divided into external members and internal personnel. The external members are those like the stewards that Mr. G often encounters, as well as ordinary managers like myself. The internal personnel, on the other hand, consist of elders from the various divisions and the headquarters. Before ascending to the esteemed position of elder, these individuals were originally the core guest officials of the Merchant Guild. Elders are all core guest officials. Ji Boing couldn't help but display a look of surprise upon hearing this. Indeed, Yun Qianshan nodded, continuing, however. The transition from guest official to elder only occurs after one reaches the nascent soul stage. Prior to achieving this, They remain as guest officials within the Merchant Guild. Ji Boing understood at once. The system of the Merchant Guild bears a striking resemblance to that of certain sections. The difference lies in the fact that sects promote disciples to elders, whereas the Merchant Guild promotes guest officials, marking a transition from external member to internal member. While Ji Boing pondered this, Yin Qianshan continued to elaborate. As for ordinary guest officials, even if they enjoy high treatment prior to becoming core members, their privileges are limited. At most, they possess the authority of a low-grade Xian rank guest official. Even if they later pass assessments for higher ranks, their status remains unchanged. Take the case of talismans. Those who become Xian rank guest officials are invariably 3-star talismancers, who are considered the backbone in other sections. In certain special circumstances, a 3-star talismancer can even be equated with a golden core true person. If such individuals maintain intricate ties with external forces, and the Merchant Guild invests in their development, would it not be tantamount to sewing garments for others, thus becoming a victim of their own generosity? The loss incurred from such an arrangement is not overly significant, as there are cooperative agreements in place during the training period. However, should the forces backing them one day harbor ill intentions towards the Merchant Guild, it would pose a grave danger. In a single phrase, it would be akin to raising a tiger to trouble oneself. It is indeed essential to restrict their levels of authority and resources, for the 10,000 Paths Merchant Guild is not merely a benevolent establishment. Mr. G, you are but a wandering cultivator, currently unentangled with other forces. The 10,000 Paths Merchant Guild presents an excellent opportunity for you. Yun Qianshan continued to persuade. If you possess utmost confidence in your talisman crafting skills and believe you can pass the Earth rank assessment, your standing within the guild could rival that of elders at the headquarters. As a talismancer, the benefits may even exceed those of the elders. Thank you, manager, for elucidating these matters, Ji Boing said, slightly bowing his hands in gratitude, and then added, I would trouble you, Manager Yun, to prepare an agreement. I am ready to sign now. I have been keeping one ready for you all along. Manager Yun laughed heartily while producing a scroll made of beast hide from thin air. Upon seeing this, Ji Boing could not help but chuckle. Without hesitation, he signed his name on the scroll and pressed a drop of his essence blood upon it. Shortly thereafter, the scroll radiated a burst of multicolored spiritual light, signifying the completion of the contract. Seeing this, Yun Qianshan retrieved a purple gold token inscribed with a dragon pattern and the words 10,000 paths on its front, saying, the token is also prepared. This is the unique core guest official token of the Merchant Guild. Regarding functionality, not only has the defensive capability of the original token been upgraded, allowing it to withstand a strike from a peak nascent soul expert, but it is also equipped with an attack talisman comparable to that of an early nascent soul practitioner, as well as a teleportation array inscription. Moreover, Mr. G is set to receive a storage ring, specially crafted for core members by the Merchant Association, symbolizing their status. However, the storage ring must be requested from the headquarters, and typically it can be obtained within 12 hours after signing the contract. Listening to Yun Qianshan's explanation, Ji Boing couldn't help but feel astonished. Is this the kind of treatment afforded to core members? Had I possessed this token aboard the airship, I might not have fallen from it despite the surprise assault from that nascent soul member of the Huan sect. Of course, this is not to say that the previous token was ineffective. In fact, had the golden token not absorbed a significant portion of the attacks, relying solely on my golden body, Ji Boing would undoubtedly have met his demise. After this moment of reflection, the two engaged in light conversation for a while, until Ji Boing suddenly recalled something and inquired, how's Daoist Chio faring these days? Chapter 122, The Situation of Autumn Rain. Autumn Rain. Upon hearing Ji Boing mention Autumn Rain, Yin Qianshan couldn't help but let out a sigh. This girl was merely an external member and was never part of the personnel that the Merchant Guild intended to protect. Thus, upon arriving in Songlong Immortal City, she lost her status as a steward of the guild. I had initially hoped to assist her in some way, even if I couldn't reinstate her as a steward. Having her stay at the outpost to take on ordinary chores would be preferable to being outside, especially during this peculiar time. However, who would have thought that this girl, with such a strong will, would refuse to agree no matter how much I persuaded her? Later on, I heard from my wife that the girl had gone to the outer city's Juliao district, but she did not specify what she was doing there, likely fearing we might seek her out. The outer 36 districts of Songlong Immortal City were already a chaotic mix of individuals, and given the current unusual circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to manage, especially since she had only recently established her foundation. If she could not find protection, her days would surely be quite arduous. At this point, Yun Qianshan could only shake his head in resignation. Once things settle down here, I shall go find her, he stated. Ji Boing softly replied, it is already past the halfway mark of the afternoon, and I had intended to explore the Merchant Guild, But considering I promised my wife to return by evening, I must forego that plan. The absence of autumn rain had indeed caused quite a bit of trouble. Ji Boing murmured to herself, once I wrap up matters here, I shall see if I can apply for another steward position for her. Having someone to assist with trivial tasks is far more advantageous than handling everything myself. With that thought, she glanced towards the direction of the merchant guild and quickened her pace towards the residence. Since she hadn't brought anything back from the guild, Ji Boing made a special trip to the internal market of the outpost, where she packed a considerable amount of fine wine and delicacies from a bustling tavern. However, upon receiving the items, she felt a pang of regret. This meal had cost her over 700 mid-grade spirit stones. To put it into perspective, a low-grade 3-star elixir was only about that price. This tavern charged such exorbitant prices merely for meals, and the number of patrons dining there was staggering. Before leaving, Ji Boing had specifically observed the dishes ordered by the diners. At some tables, the total cost of the food alone reached several thousand mid-grade spirit stones. This was without even factoring in the alcohol, if the drinks were included. Ji Boing gasped in astonishment. What on earth? I thought I had reached a modestly affluent level, yet my monthly income barely covers a few decent meals. I must hasten my communication with Ninger and strive to elevate my talisman skills to 4 stars as soon as possible. With that resolve, Ji Boing hurried towards the small courtyard. As autumn transitioned to winter, the days grew shorter, and the darkness fell swiftly. By the time Ji Boing arrived at the residence, the night had already begun to cast its shadow overhead. As before, upon entering, his 2 wives joyfully came forth to greet him. Ji Boing affectionately ruffled their hair and cheerfully announced, Today, I have brought you something wonderful. Something wonderful? Upon hearing the words, Yi Qingqing's delicate face flushed slightly, and she instinctively drew her legs together. With a voice as soft and sweet as honey, laced with a hint of shyness, she spoke, Young master, might we delay the use of those fine items for a few more days? Qinger has yet to fully recover. Hearing this, Ji Boying's expression darkened, and he gently flicked her forehead, chiding her playfully, You silly girl, what nonsense fills your mind? Come, follow me inside. With a pout, Yi Qingqing complied, and soon the 3 of them arrived in the main hall. Ji Boing unveiled the exquisite wines and delicacies he had procured from the tavern, arranging the dining table with great care, overflowing with sumptuous dishes. How fragrant! Yi Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the feast, unable to suppress a gulp. Beside her, Xiao Ninger echoed her sentiments. The aroma was not only enticing but also imbued with a rich spiritual energy that stirred an irresistible urge to break through one's limits with just a whiff. Breakthrough? Yi Qingqing added with a smile. Sister Ninger reached the 9th level of qi refinement a month ago. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing realized that Xiao Ningyo had indeed perfected her aura, now just a hair's breadth away from the foundational breakthrough. With this thought, he swiftly immersed himself in his storage pouch and soon retrieved several bottles of premium foundation establishment pills. A wave of relief washed over him. He was grateful for having stored extra supplies. Now that Ninger has achieved perfect energy, I presume she will break through after tonight. These foundation establishment pills will serve her well, he stated, handing a jade vial to Xiao Ninger. Joyfully, she accepted it and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. Thank you, my husband. Ji Boing affectionately ruffled her hair, then turned his attention to Yi Qingqing, who had also reached the late stage of qi refinement. There are plenty of foundation establishment pills here for you as well. Qinger, you must diligently cultivate. Yes. Yi Qingqing nodded eagerly. Ji Boing then smiled and said, All right. Let us begin our meal. Just as he prepared to take his seat, Xiao Ningyo whispered, Husband, the fairy Weiyao has yet to arrive. Should we? Ji Boing paused at her words, momentarily taken aback. Since bringing Li Weiyao here, he had nearly forgotten about her. How had he inadvertently become a scoundrel? However, recalling his master-servant contract with Li Weiyao, his sense of guilt diminished somewhat. After a brief hesitation, he replied, You 2 start eating. I shall go fetch her. His 2 wives nodded obediently. Once Ji Boing had completely departed, Yi Qingqing leaned closer to Xiao Ninger and softly inquired, Has young master taken in fairy Weiyao as well? That seems to be the case, Xiao Ninger replied quietly. Sensing that Xiao Ninger was feeling somewhat downcast, Yi Qingqing gently consoled her, saying, Sister Ninger, do not worry. Regardless of the relationship between fairy Weiyao and the young master, in his heart, you will always come first. Xiao Ninger chuckled softly, shaking her head. Without a husband, how could I have come to this day? Even if one day fairy Weiyao were to take my place, I would harbor no grievances. Perhaps she is indeed the one most suited to accompany my husband. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing's bright, watery eyes flickered slightly, and she felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow in her heart. It seemed, fairy Weiyao truly was more fitting to stand by Ji Boying's side than she was. Xiao Ningyo placed her hands on Yi Qingqing's shoulders and spoke softly, Strive to cultivate your skills, while I do not wish to burden my husband with worries. Do not let him down either. Indeed. As they spoke, a faint sound of footsteps gradually approached. Both women instinctively turned their gazes toward the doorway. There, like an ethereal goddess descending from the heavens, Li Yueyao was gracefully walking alongside Ji Boing, just as they prepared to rise and greet her. An unexpected scene unfolded before their eyes. Chapter 123. The violet virtual frame. Li Yueyao had met the two madams. She respectfully greeted Xiao Ning'er and Yi Qingqing, her demeanor radiating honor and sincerity. Xiao Ning'er momentarily froze, but quickly stood up. Just as she was about to assist Li Yueyao, she was halted by Ji Boing, who coldly remarked, "In the future, treat the two madams as if they were my true self." Understood. Li Yueyao comprehended this well. She obediently responded, "Understood. Please, have a seat." "Thank you, young master." Xiao Ning'er and Yi Qingqing exchanged bewildered glances, sensing that the situation had diverged from their expectations. "What are you standing there for? Let us eat." Ji Boing's gentle voice broke their reverie. She deftly placed a piece of beast meat into their bowls, smiling, "Come, try it. See how the culinary skills of the restaurant in Songlong Immortal City fare." Thank you, madam." "Why thank me? Eat quickly, or it will get cold," Ji Boing insisted, not waiting for Xiao Ning'er to prepare herself, as she directly fed her the piece of meat. The moment the spirit meat touched her tongue, a burst of flavor erupted, a unique blend of sweetness and spiciness enveloping her senses. Before Xiao Ning'er could savor it, a surge of spiritual energy flowed from her mouth into her entire being. Soon, she felt a powerful warmth coursing through her abdomen, causing her previously calm dantian to stir restlessly. Before long, Xiao Ning'er's delicate brows furrowed, a hint of pain crossing her fair features. "Ning'er." Upon noticing Xiao Ning'er's unusual state, Ji Boing's expression shifted sharply. Without waiting for action, a robust aura of refining energy enveloped her. Ji Boing was momentarily taken aback. Could it be a breakthrough? Realizing this, he hastily produced a foundation establishment pill and placed it in Xiao Ning'er's mouth. Before long, the agitated spiritual pressure began to stabilize, while the rich spiritual energy continuously converged into Xiao Ning'er's body. Observing her breath becoming steadier and more profound, Ji Boing exhaled in relief. If anything were to happen to Xiao Ning'er, he would be held utterly accountable. On the other side, Yi Qingqing felt relieved as well upon seeing Xiao Ning'er merely breaking through, and soon, she adeptly excused herself from the living room. Li Yueyao followed suit. As for Ji Boing, once assured that Xiao Ning'er's breath had fully stabilized without further complications, he too exited the room. Though he remained stationed at the door, Xiao Ning'er's breakthrough did not last long. With the support of several 7th-grade spiritual veins, she successfully established her foundation in merely half an hour, a remarkable feat compared to Ji Boing's 3-day endeavor. However, this is quite normal, given that at that time, Ji Boing possessed a 5-element mixed spiritual root, and the environment was rather mediocre. At this moment, outside the main hall, Ji Boing sensed a shift in spiritual pressure, and a look of surprise instantly graced her face. Similarly, Yi Qingqing eagerly directed her gaze towards the door. Soon, as a gentle breeze wafted through, the door was slowly pushed open. There, behind the door, appeared Xiao Ning'er, adorned in a pink dress. Perhaps due to her breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage, a touch of ethereal grace was added to her presence, especially her bright eyes, which sparkled with spiritual brilliance. Ji Boing was the first to step forward, clasping her hands in jest as she exclaimed, "Congratulations, Taoist friend Xiao, on your successful foundation establishment." Seeing Ji Boing tease her, Xiao Ning'er's face flushed with a hint of shyness. However, more than that, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and relief. In the past, she had never imagined that she could achieve foundation establishment. Even reaching the mid-stage of qi refinement seemed a distant dream. After marrying Ji Boing, she experienced the happiest and most joyful moments of her life. From that time on, she began to worry, concerned about the day when her time might come to an end. It was not that she feared death, she simply cared deeply for Ji Boing because she truly loved her husband. Gently, Xiao Ning'er rose and walked before Ji Boing, her sparkling eyes filled with infinite tenderness. To meet her husband in this lifetime was the greatest fortune of her life. Xiao Ning'er softly spoke, then bowed deeply to Ji Boing. This bow expressed both gratitude and a promise. Ji Boing smiled softly, helping Xiao Ning'er to her feet as he tenderly said, "To have you, Ning'er, in this life is also my fortune. My cultivation is meaningful solely because of you and Qing'er. I wish to remain by your side for eternity, together traversing the ends of the earth." With that, Ji Boing embraced Xiao Ning'er tightly. "Young master," nearby, Yi Qingqing felt tears welling in her eyes upon hearing Ji Boing's words. She stepped forward, hesitated for a moment, and then leapt into Ji Boing's embrace as well. Li Yueyao, who was also in the courtyard, observed this scene with slightly flickering eyes, pondering her thoughts. However, One thing was certain: a tinge of envy, and perhaps a hint of jealousy, stirred within her heart. In the time that followed, the trio did not leave the room. To celebrate Xiao Ning Air's breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage, Ji Buying devoted 5 consecutive days to their intimate union. Even with a robust physique, such diligent exertion left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, the potency of the herbal supplement aided him, enabling him to avoid harm to his essential spiritual energy. Behind the curtains, Xiao Ning Air straddled Ji Buying, her delicate arms wrapped tightly around his neck. The fiery red clouds not only grazed her cheeks but enveloped her entire being. Ji Buying, guiding the dragon, navigated deftly through the myriad of floating talismans. Only after the incense had burned for half its length did he conclude the exhausting battle with a single move, the dragon origin breath. Xiao Ninger lay feebly upon Ji Buying's chest, her breath already a husky whisper. She parted her crimson lips, a faint smile gracing her face, and remarked, "Husband, your dragon ascension technique is truly formidable. Even though Ninger has reached the foundation establishment realm, I remain far from your match. Indeed, for one like Qinger, who possesses only the Qi refinement cultivation, under the relentless onslaught of the young master, she could at most endure 3 exchanges. Beyond that, her spirit would surely wither." Ji Buying chuckled softly, tenderly stroking the tresses of the 2 lovely ladies, and said, "Once affairs in the merchant guild are settled, I shall begin crafting talismans. And then I will bestow upon you both some exquisite dragon-slaying techniques." Yi Qingqing gently shook her head. "Qinger shall no longer learn the dragon-slaying technique. Instead, Qinger wishes to support the dragon." Ninger echoed her sentiment. With that, the 2 enchanting ladies exchanged radiant smiles and, without waiting for Ji Buying to prepare, leaned down towards him. Before long, Ji Buying noticed the virtual frame before him tremble slightly, transforming from its original sky blue to a resplendent purple gold. Chapter 124, The Teleportation Array Experience Exchange, 140, 830, 0001, 000. 000, Realm Enhancement, None Effect Enhancement, 50, Life and Death Bond, 200, Auxiliary Enhancement, 100, Free Attribute Points, 32, Skill Attribute Points, Talisman Path 32, Destined Talisman, 32, 114, 000, 300, 000. Experience Exchange, 140, 100, 0001, 000. 000, Realm Enhancement, None Effect Enhancement, 50, Life and Death Bond, 200, Auxiliary Enhancement, 100, Free Attribute Points, 32, Skill Attribute Points, Bloodline 32, Destined Blood Essence, 32, 32 3, 000, Blood Essence Conversion, 10, Blood Recovery, 10, Bloodline Strengthening, 10. In battle, integrating the power of the bloodline into the body grants a temporary enhancement, with duration proportional to bloodline level. Current bloodline level, 16,000, mid-stage 2nd tier. Enhancement duration, 16 breaths. Is this the power of the bloodline? Ji Buying gazed at the virtual panel unique to Yi Qingqing, pondering silently. He had previously been unaware of the utility of the bloodline power he had acquired. It turns out it required the activation of the destined blood essence. With this realization, Ji Buying felt his breath quicken. He forcibly suppressed the turmoil within, lightly kissed the foreheads of his 2 wives, and wiped the remnants at the corners of their mouths, saying, "You must be exhausted after all this time. Please rest well. I shall visit the trading house and return before the evening hour. Be safe on your journey, my husband." Ji Buying smiled gently, donned his ceremonial robe, and strode purposefully towards the door. He did not hasten to leave his small courtyard. Instead, he retrieved a concealing talisman and suspended it in midair. Then, he subtly circulated the energy within his body. Once his vitality reached its peak, he infused it with the power of the bloodline. In an instant, a palpable surge of strength enveloped him. Ji Buying clenched his fists tightly and struck the air with a punch. As his fist passed through the void, ripples danced around, causing even the surrounding spiritual energy to retreat slightly. Is this the power of the bloodline? Ji Buying chuckled at the still somewhat warped space, saying, "Once my destined blood essence advances to the 3rd tier, aside from freaks like Li Pu, even without utilizing talismans, I shall remain invincible beneath the nascent soul realm." Branch Trading House. Under the guidance of an attendant, Ji Buying entered an elegant chamber. Compared to the branch in Fulong City, the scale of this main branch was astonishingly superior. The resources here encompassed all realms from Qi refinement to nascent soul, with an abundance of varieties. Even the so-called internal resources from the previous branch were commonplace in the main branch. However, in comparison to the talismans, pills, and heavenly materials displayed on the counters, Ji Boing was far more intrigued by the core resources within his access rights. It was merely a fleeting glance when Ji Boing noticed the advanced version of the Ascension Pill, the Flying Immortal Pill. In terms of efficacy, it not only inherited the original Ascension Pill's enhancement of the soul, but also possessed the remarkable ability to nourish the body and essence. As for the sensations experienced after consumption, only the phrase indescribably wonderful was used. Just this aspect alone rendered it vastly superior to the Ascension Pill. However, the price was somewhat steep, 20 high-grade spirit stones for a single vial, which was more than 10 times the cost of the Ascension Pill. Moreover, only high-grade spirit stones were accepted. Even an equivalent exchange with mid-grade stones was not permitted. After glancing at it, Ji Boing could only choose to forego the purchase for the time being. Having not sold any talismans for several months, he found himself in a tight financial situation. With this thought, Ji Boing took out a list and addressed the attendant beside him, saying, "Could you kindly assist in procuring the items on this list? Just 10 of each will suffice." The female cultivator took the list, glanced at the items, and replied, "Please rest for a moment, esteemed sir. I shall complete the procurement within half an hour." Ji Boing waved his hand and said, "There is no rush. I'll wander outside for a bit. Just ensure everything is ready before I return." "Understood." With that, Ji Boing rose and headed toward the elegant room. However, as he approached the door, his identity token suddenly began to flicker. It was a message from Ling Wu. He was informed that the martial true monarch had received a response from headquarters and requested his immediate presence. Upon receiving the news, Ji Boing quickly accepted the jade token and hastened toward the affairs pavilion. Ling Zhenren, Mr. Ji. Upon arriving at the affairs pavilion, Ji Boing saw Ling Wu waiting at the entrance. After exchanging greetings, Ling Wu spoke first. "The martial true monarch is currently in the elegant room upstairs. Please follow me." "Thank you, Zhenren." Shortly thereafter, Ji Boing followed Ling Wu to the front of an elegant room. The door was ajar, and Wu Yuanyu happened to be inside. Upon seeing Ji Boing, Wu Yuanyu quickly came out with a smile, saying, "Mr. Ji, the proposal has been approved by the pavilion master." Hearing this, Ji Boing's eyes lit up. He took a deep breath, respectfully bowing to Wu Yuanyu, and said, "Thank you, martial true monarch. I shall repay this favor in due time." "Ha ha ha, Mr. Ji is too kind. It is merely my duty." Wu Yuanyu laughed heartily, feeling elated. Previously, he had learned about Ji Boing through his senior brother, Yang Qishan, and recognized his extraordinary talent in talisman crafting, predicting a future as a high-ranking guest elder. Furthermore, it was particularly rare that Ji Boing shared a close friendship with Li Pu. Just based on this connection, should Ji Boing remain in the merchant association, his status would undoubtedly rise. Having him owe a favor was indeed a fortuitous move. Does Mr. Ji require the use of the teleportation array now? The sooner, the better. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Please follow me, Mr. Ji. With a gesture of invitation, Wu Yuanyu led Ji Being outside the elegant chamber. However, to Ji Being's surprise, the teleportation array was not located at the station itself, but rather through an underground passage within the station, leading directly to an unknown desolate mountain on the outskirts of Songlong, Immortal City. As for the precise location, although Ji Being had arrived at the destination, he was unable to discern its specifics. Noticing Ji Being's astonishment, Wu Yuanyu smiled and explained, "The teleportation array serves not only to transport objects but also to convey individuals. It is of paramount importance, and the exact location must be kept confidential. Were it not for Mr. Ji being a core member of our trading company, along with Elder Li's endorsement, even the most crucial items would require me to act as an intermediary." Understanding dawned upon Ji Being as he nodded slightly. Before long, he followed Wu Yuanyu to the innermost part of the cave. The teleportation array resembled his expectations closely. A massive, deep purple circular stone was meticulously positioned at the center of the space, surrounded by 8 stone pillars, each supporting a spherical spirit stone roughly a foot in diameter. Countless spirit patterns crisscrossed, reflecting the flickering ethereal light and scattered starlight, imparting an air of mystery. Just as Ji Being contemplated advancing a few more steps, a ripple suddenly emerged in the void. Chapter 125, The Master of 3 Stars, Who Dares to Intrude Upon My Forbidden Domain. A resonant and chilling voice suddenly reverberated through the cavern. The immense wave of spiritual energy caused Ji Boing's blood to surge violently. He let out a muffled groan, suppressing his discomfort, and lifted his gaze toward the rippling aura. Before him stood an elderly man clad in a crimson robe adorned with intricate patterns, hovering in the void. This is a transformation realm expert? How could there be a transformation realm master stationed at the division's outpost? Wait. Just as Ji Boing was overwhelmed with astonishment, he noticed something peculiar about the elder before him. However, he dared not scrutinize further, for the oppressive aura emanating from the elder was of the transformation realm. To gaze upon him carelessly would be an act of disrespect. Division's Internal Affairs Supervisor, Wu Yuanyu. Accompanied by the core guest of the Merchant Guild, Ji Boying, pays respects to Elder Qi. At this moment, Wu Yuanyu slightly bowed toward the elder, then presented his identity token. The elder merely cast a glance at the token, his expression indifferent, and inquired, "What brings you here?" Reporting to elder, Yuanyu has come to utilize the teleportation array. Wu Yuanyu replied respectfully, then retrieved a document from his storage ring, continuing, "The application has been approved. This is a handwritten authorization from the 4 Pavilion Masters. Please review it, elder." The elder waved his hand casually, glancing at the signatures on the document. After carefully sensing it with his spiritual consciousness and confirming its authenticity, he nodded and said, "Use it swiftly and return promptly. Do not linger." Understood. With that, the elder vanished once more into the void. Wu Yuanyu slowly rose and whispered to Ji Boying, "Mr. Ji, please place the ring into the teleportation array." Ji Boying nodded slightly, then placed the ring belonging to Li Pu upon the massive stone inscribed with spiritual patterns. Shortly thereafter, a glimmer of spiritual light emerged from the center of the stone, enveloping the ring. As the light returned to the stone's center, the starlight floating between the stone pillars abruptly stilled, then plummeted downward. In an instant, the spiritual patterns upon the massive stone were activated, radiating a blinding brilliance that was difficult to behold. A torrent of spiritual energy surged from the spiritual stones atop the pillars, filling the entire cavern in mere moments. Boom! The spiritual energy, laden with spiritual pressure, caused the array platform to tremble violently, shaking the entire cavern. This state persisted for several breaths before finally calming. The array platform and stone pillars returned to their original state, yet the ring had vanished without a trace. "The ring has been successfully teleported, Mr. Ji. Let us depart." At this moment, Wu Yuanyu approached with a smile. Ji Boying cast one last glance at the teleportation array, then nodded slightly and left the cavern. The journey back and forth took nearly 3 hours. After relaying the news of the ring's teleportation to Li Pu, Ji Boying returned home with the supplies purchased from the Merchant Guild. He had initially planned to explore further and perhaps seek a superior dragon-slaying technique. However, considering his meager finances, he decided to set that ambition aside for the time being. On the road, Ji Boying found himself unable to cease reminiscing about the operation of the teleportation array, his heart filled with a mixture of wonder and nostalgia. Interdimensional teleportation. What a remarkable technology. One that has yet to be developed back in his homeland. He pondered the principles governing this teleportation array. Was it spatial folding, particle reconfiguration, or perhaps black hole technology? With such thoughts, Ji Boying could not help but smile wryly and shake his head. In his previous life, he had only a vague understanding of the term spatial teleportation, and now, applying it to the world of cultivation felt somewhat absurd. Should he later acquire enhancements for the array, he might delve deeper into its mysteries. However, for now, it would be prudent to focus on amassing wealth. As autumn faded into winter, the month of Jia was upon them. During this time, there were frequent reports of demonic cultivators launching large-scale sieges, yet within the Canlong immortal city, tranquility reigned, at least for the moment. As the hour of the tiger approached its end, Li Yueyao gradually rose from beneath Ji Boying. After being struck 5 times by the invigorating essence of the Chongyang, her fair and exquisite visage now bore a hint of rosy blush. Particularly with the assistance of the ascension pill, her once aloof and icy eyes now sparkled with a beguiling allure. Ji Boying gently wiped the corner of her mouth, softly inquiring, "How much longer until you can form your golden core?" Li Yueyao took a deep breath, her unique fragrance wafting through the air as she replied, "I have already achieved full foundation establishment. I am merely awaiting an opportunity to form my golden core." However, she paused, her lively gaze fixed upon Ji Boying as she continued, "It would be best if you could assist me in redeeming my identity before I form my core." Seemingly concerned that Ji Boying might misunderstand, she quickly added, "Please do not take this the wrong way. If I were to break through and form my core, the cost you would have to bear would be considerably greater, that is all." Ji Boying nodded slightly. "Once I have sold all the talismans today, I shall visit the Fengming Pavilion. For now, focus on refining the essence of the Chongyang. I will head to the main hall to craft talismans and will visit the trading house at dawn." Understood. Shortly thereafter, Ji Boying left the side room and returned to the main hall. He lit the spiritual lamp beside the table, retrieved the talisman paper and spiritual brush, took a deep breath, and opened the long-neglected attribute panel. Name, Ji Boying Cultivation. Foundation Establishment Level 3, Root Bone. Fire 30, 000 Superior, Root Bone. Wood 30, 000 Superior, Root Bone. Ice 30, 000 Superior, Spirit Soul. 76, 000 Early Golden Core. Physical Body. 100, 000 Mid Gold Body. Poisoned, Sword Path. 57, 800 initial insight. Talismans 200 000 3-star superior. Alchemical arts 17 000 2-star medium. Bloodline 39 000 3-star inferior. Destined talisman 112 000 300 000. Talisman consumption 30. Talisman power 30. Talisman fusion 200. Destined blood essence 23 000 30 000. Vital energy transformation 20. Vital energy recovery 20. Bloodline enhancement 20. Duration 39 breaths. After nearly 3 months of diligent cultivation, Ji Boing has finally elevated his talismanic expertise to the 3-star superior level. With the aid of 3 superior spiritual roots amid gold body physique and his destined talisman, Ji Boing, despite not yet firmly establishing himself among the superior talismans, is able to sketch them with some difficulty. However, the success rate is rather low, barely reaching 10%, and the quality remains non-existent. Naturally, this is in the context of his solitary efforts. Should he collaborate with Xiao Ninger, the success rate would soar to at least 50%, with the quality achieving around 30%, and with a stroke of luck, they might even produce a top-tier dragon-colored talisman. Consequently, Ji Boing has restructured his daily regimen. From the hour of Yu to the hour of Chou, he engages in dual cultivation with his 2 wives, ensuring equitable distribution of his attention as their attributes have now balanced. From the hour of Chou to the hour of Yin, he assists Li Yueyao in her cultivation in a separate chamber. Following this, from the hour of Yin to the hour of Wu, Ji Boing dedicates time to crafting talismans alone. Finally, from the hour of Wu to the hour of Yu, he collaborates with Xiao Ninger on talisman creation. With this meticulously arranged schedule, Ji Boing produces a considerable quantity of talismans daily, averaging 3 3-star medium talismans and 1 3-star superior talisman. In truth, Ji Boing could allocate more time to crafting 3-star superior talismans, which would expedite his mastery of their essence. However, the failure rate is excessively high, rendering the economic returns less favorable. Thus, he ultimately opts to devote more time to the creation of 3-star medium talismans. After all, amassing wealth remains paramount at this stage. After a considerable period, Ji Boing had adjusted his state and was about to commence talisman crafting when, at that moment, his identity token began to shimmer. Chapter 126. Task announcement. The message was conveyed by Yun Qianshan regarding a special mission for the core guest elders, instructing Ji Boing to hasten to the affairs pavilion. Upon receiving this news, Ji Boing hesitated no longer. He set aside his talisman brush, tidied up briefly, and stepped out without delay. Based on prior information obtained from Yun Qianshan, special missions for core members are typically arranged at the year's end, though they may occasionally be postponed due to exceptional circumstances. Moreover, these special missions are uniformly dispatched from the headquarters to the branches, without being assigned to any specific individual. The nature of the tasks is diverse, ranging from simple to complex, and what one receives is largely a matter of fortune. To ensure fairness, tasks are distributed through a lottery system, though the pool for drawing is not arbitrary but rather corresponds to one's area of expertise. Thus, there is no need to worry about a talisman master drawing an alchemist's task, or vice versa. Ji Boing, in a hurry, moved swiftly and arrived at the affairs pavilion in less than half an hour. Despite the early hour, the pavilion was already bustling with people due to the special mission announcement day. Most of the attendees were stewards from the Merchant Guild and station guards, with only a portion being core guest elders. Nonetheless, the crowd numbered in the hundreds, gathering core members from across the entire eastern Zhangxian continent. Ji Daoyu. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. Turning around, he saw Ling Wu waving to him from a short distance away. Ji Boing felt a surge of joy upon seeing him and quickly made his way over. With his social anxiety, large gatherings were daunting, and without an acquaintance, he often found himself at a loss for how to position his hands. However, with Ling Wu present, he felt considerably more at ease. Greetings, Ling Daoyu, Ji Boing said, giving a slight bow. To think I would encounter Ji Daoyu upon my arrival. How fortunate I am. Ling Wu chuckled lightly, continuing, you may not be aware, but despite my usual camaraderie with the brothers down below, I feel exceedingly restrained in such settings. Previously, I had a few familiar guest elders to interact with, but due to a directive from the headquarters, they have all fortuitously been assigned to the central continent. If it weren't for your elevation to core member status, I truly wouldn't know where I might hide away. Hearing Ling Wu's words, Ji Boying's eyes brightened. He found solace in their shared predicament. However, just as he was about to express his empathy, a familiar voice resonated throughout the hall. There stood Wu Yuanyu, leaning against the railing, proclaiming, the headquarters envoy has arrived. All guest elders, please proceed to the conference hall immediately. As soon as the words were uttered, the guest elders began to move toward the conference hall. Ji Boying and Ling Wu found a spot along the edge. However, with some core guest elders dispatched to the central continent, the conference hall appeared somewhat spacious. The lottery process was far simpler than Ji Boying had imagined. Unlike the previous life where one would draw lots from a box, here, with the presence of a formation, Ji Boying had not even shifted in her seat before receiving her designated task. The once tranquil hall gradually became restless as individuals obtained their respective assignments. It was akin to water boiling. Initially, only occasional bubbles would surface, but as the temperature escalated to its boiling point, the pot of water erupted into a vigorous boil. Even Ling Wu, who stood nearby, appeared somewhat dejected upon seeing his task. Curiosity piqued, Ji Boying immersed her consciousness into the jade slip. The moment she beheld her task, her composure faltered. Comprehend the general principles of Thunder Law and inscribe 6 categories of derived talismans, producing 50 copies of each category, all rated as crane-level exquisite. Within 6 months. Note 1. Each dragon-level premium talisman obtained can offset 1 corresponding talisman. Note 2. If any category of dragon-level premium talismans exceeds 30 copies, each additional 10 will incur a 10% increase in value. If fewer than 10, it will be calculated as 10. Completion reward. Choose one type of high-grade restricted resource of the Xian tier. The challenge of inscribing the 6 categories of derived thunder talismans was monumental. Notably, the Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Earth Thunder Talisman, and Cloud Thunder Talisman were all of 3-star quality, with the intricacies of talisman crafting and spiritual energy control nearing 4-star talismans. Even crafting crane-level exquisite talismans was a daunting task, let alone dragon-level premium ones. Among the 6 categories of thunder-derived talismans, Ji Boying only had a chance at the Dew Thunder Talisman, while the Heavenly, Earth, and Cloud Thunder Talismans seemed utterly beyond her grasp. Silence. At that moment, the envoy beside Wu Yuanyu suddenly spoke. The tasks had been assigned, and regardless of what each of you had received, the Merchant Guild hoped you would all respond with utmost effort. You must have noted the rewards for task completion, each offering an additional 2 levels of enhancement based on your current tier. The Guild has presented its sincerity, and as core members, we anticipate witnessing your earnestness in return. That concludes my speech. If there are any objections, feel free to voice them now. Otherwise, I shall return to headquarters to report. As the envoy's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the assembly hall. Although many harbored dissatisfaction regarding their allocated tasks, the rewards offered by the guild were undeniably lavish. Particularly for those at the mid-tier of Xian, the prospect of acquiring Earth-tier restricted resources after an additional 2-level enhancement was enticing. Earth-tier resources. Even nascent soul experts would covet such assets. Completing the task would guarantee their unconditional acquisition, a substantial proposition indeed. Thus, after a brief interval, seeing no objections raised, the envoy's lips curled into a subtle smile. Given the confidentiality surrounding the tasks, after departing from the Merchant Guild, Ji Boying exchanged a few casual remarks with Ling Wu before bidding farewell and parting ways. With merely half a year remaining, the weight of pressure was indeed immense. Ji Boying gazed at the jade slip in her hand, a bittersweet expression gracing her face. The forthcoming period would likely prove arduous for Ning Er. With this thought in mind, Ji Boying hastened towards the merchant's direction. Mr. Ji, for this transaction, you are selling 28 pieces of the exquisite Fire Cloud Talisman in the 3-star upper grade category, 22 pieces of the Spirit Resonance Talisman, and 40 pieces of the Standstill Talisman, totaling 835 upper grade Spirit Stones. In the 3-star middle grade category, there are 75 pieces of the exquisite Explosive Flame Talisman and 85 pieces of the Ice Soul Talisman, amounting to 338 upper grade Spirit Stones. The grand total is 173 upper grade Spirit Stones. Here's the detailed list. I kindly ask you to review it. And if there are no issues, please sign at the bottom. The female attendant presented the list before Ji Boying. He nodded slightly, glanced over the list, and then inscribed his name. In truth, the talismans crafted over the past 3 months could fetch a higher price. Yet due to the new task he had undertaken, Ji Boying had to reclaim the lightning-derived talismans he had produced. He turned to the attendant, retrieved a list from his storage ring, and stated, according to the materials on this list, procure 10 of each, and for the last 6 materials, please add an extra 20. Understood, the attendant responded lightly, taking the list and proceeding out of the elegant chamber. Once she had completely departed, Ji Boying eagerly extracted the classified resource list. Chapter 127. The transformation of Fengming Pavilion. Setting aside the spirit stones required for previous material acquisitions, Ji Boying still possessed nearly 3,000 superior spirit stones. Thus, without a trace of hesitation, he promptly applied for 30 bottles of Fei Xian Dan. This was indeed a precious treasure, the very foundation for the growth of his unique abilities. demanding utmost caution. After redeeming the Facian Dan, Ji Being turned his gaze toward other restricted resources. By a stroke of fortune, he discovered a tome titled Comprehensive Guide to Thunder Techniques, authored by the esteemed Jade Clear Divine Monarch. Although it was not specifically tailored for talisman crafting, it meticulously detailed the methods for harmonizing one's spiritual energy with 6 distinct types of thunder spirits, which would greatly aid in talisman creation. The discounted price was a staggering 888 superior spirit stones, sending a shiver down Ji Being's spine. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Wealth dissipated can always be regained. For the sake of the mission, every expense is justified. Ji Being reassured himself internally before continuing his exploration of the other restricted resources. As a guest elder of the Xian tier, he enjoyed 3 exchange opportunities each month. With ample spirit stones at his disposal, he could easily exhaust all 3 chances, including the Facian Dan and the Thunder Techniques Guide. Ji Being had utilized less than 1,500 superior spirit stones thus far. He scanned the offerings for any rare treasures suitable for his 2 wives. Additionally, he intended to procure some breakthrough pills for Li Yueyao. Although Ji Being held no deep feelings for Li Yueyao, viewing her merely as a tool, her possession of the Xian Yumei body and the enhanced swordsmanship attributes were of significant importance to him. Therefore, he deemed it necessary to invest in her growth, as her advancement would undoubtedly yield benefits for him, particularly in delegating arduous tasks. Ultimately, Ji Being selected 2 bottles of Jade Spirit Marrow, capable of purifying spirit roots and enhancing physique, along with a breakthrough pill. The total expenditure for these items amounted to less than 200 superior spirit stones. As the day was still young and having already made plans with Li Yueyao, Ji Being did not rush back to his residence after leaving the trading house. Instead, he followed the map towards Fengming Pavilion. Unlike the trading house, Fengming Pavilion was a standalone, colossal structure situated in the southern part of the inner city. The distance between the 2 locations was not considerable, and Ji Being reached the entrance of Fengming Pavilion in just half an hour. Gazing at the grand entrance adorned with 3 elegantly inscribed characters, Ji Being was momentarily taken aback. These characters, written in a special beast blood, contained a hint of divine essence. Truly, Fengming Pavilion was an influential power throughout the eastern Songxian continent, and its depth of heritage was remarkable. This young master. What is so captivating about these characters? Might I suggest entering the pavilion to meet the fair maidens within? Just as Ji Being was lost in admiration, a melodious voice floated to him from behind. Turning around, he beheld a young lady in a pink dress approaching him with grace. However, upon seeing her countenance, an expression of astonishment swiftly crossed her features. Ji Gongzi. Ji Being was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of confusion. Do you know me? How could I not recognize you? The young woman in the pink dress exclaimed with delight. Master Ji is our great benefactor. If it weren't for you, my mother would never have met elderly, nor would she have secured a spot on the airship. Moreover, it was your numerous interventions aboard the vessel that transformed peril into safety, though it cost you dearly, as you fell from the ship during the attack. At this point, the tone of the young woman grew somber. Yet, almost instantly, she brightened, saying, seeing you safe now truly brings me joy. If my mother knew, she would be overjoyed as well. Yun Mama, is she not in the pavilion? The young woman shook her head gently. Yun Mama has been reassigned to Zhangxing Divine Continent and is unlikely to return in the near future. Reassigned to Zhangxing Divine Continent? Ji Being's brow furrowed, a grave look overtaking her features. Not only was the merchant guild affected, but even Fengming Pavilion had dispatched numerous high-ranking forces to the central continent. What could be happening there? Is the central continent in jeopardy as well? Master Ji? The young woman sensed the shift in Ji Being's demeanor and worriedly inquired. Have I said something wrong? No, not at all. Ji Being quickly composed herself. I was merely lost in thought. Please, lead me inside. Of course. The young woman smiled brightly, linking her arm with Ji Being's as she guided her into the pavilion. Ji Being felt the weight of the embrace and initially considered breaking free, but after a few attempts, the grip only tightened, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. Which young lady is Master Ji seeking this time? The young woman asked cheerfully. If you are looking for someone from the former Fulong city, including myself, we would be delighted to serve you without charge. Even Yundai has mentioned that if she could win your favor, she would gladly offer her essence and lifetime of knowledge to you. Furthermore, if it pleases you, we could engage in some group games together. Coughing slightly, Ji Being nearly choked on her own saliva at the increasingly outrageous chatter. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her wandering thoughts and replied, I appreciate the kind intentions of the fairies. I have come primarily to seek Yun Mama. Since she is unavailable, please direct me to your new steward. I see. The young woman's voice carried a hint of disappointment. She sighed softly before continuing, "The new steward is Umama, located on the top floor. Due to my limitations, I am unable to ascend beyond the third floor. You will have to make the journey alone. That is quite all right." G. Boyle smiled softly, and then proceeded towards the corridor. However, halfway through, he paused, turned around, and addressed the lady in the pink dress, saying, "Please convey my gratitude for their kindness." The lady in pink was momentarily taken aback, but soon her previous despondence faded, and a radiant smile graced her lips, revealing her charm. Moments later, G. Boyle arrived at the top floor. In stark contrast to the bustling lower levels, as he ascended the final step, it felt as if he had entered an entirely different realm. The floor was enveloped in a serene tranquility, accompanied by a soothing fragrance that calmed the spirit. G. Boyle glanced around and then spoke to the attendants flanking the corridor. "Kindly inform your superior that the guest of Wandao Trading House, G. Boyle, wishes to make his presence known. Please hold on for a moment, young master." Chapter 128, Negotiation Breakdown in the Ominous Atmosphere of Fulong City. A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, while a crimson mist filled the air. Within the immense blood array, a woman seated on the throne slowly opened her eyes, emanating a disquieting red light from her gaze. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure, far surpassing that of an ordinary transformation realm cultivator, surged forth from her being. Like a tidal wave, it rippled through the surrounding void. "Congratulations, holy maiden, on the successful completion of the ceremony." At that moment, a chorus of congratulatory voices resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Countless demonic cultivators, from chi refinement to nascent soul, knelt in reverence, their fervent display causing the very foundations of Fulong City to tremble. "Rise," the woman said with a slight lift of her hand, her gaze settling upon an elder with a sword on his back at the forefront of the kneeling throng. "Senior Sword Lord, has the Fire Phoenix Spirit Lord acquiesced to the request I put forth?" The elder clasped his hands and replied with a hearty laugh, "Indeed, it has been agreed. From this day forth, across the 5 continents, aside from the ragtag alliance of the Righteous Path, our obstruction shall be limited to the Myriad Paths Trading Company." The woman nodded, softly expressing her gratitude. "Your efforts in persuading the Fengming Pavilion to align with the Heavenly Demon Temple are commendable, Senior Sword Lord. On behalf of the Temple Master, I extend my heartfelt thanks. The Holy Maiden is too gracious. For the unification of the 5 continents, I shall serve with unwavering dedication, even unto death." A gentle smile graced the woman's lips, her enchanting eyes sparkling with a flicker of intelligence as she gazed upon the multitude of demonic cultivators before her. Her crimson lips parted, and her ethereal voice echoed through the realm. "Now that the ceremony is complete, the eastern Songxian continent can be deemed the territory of the Heavenly Demon Temple. Henceforth, hasten the siege efforts. Within 3 years, we shall conquer all the major cities of the eastern Songxian continent. As for the righteous sects within its borders, those who yield shall be spared, but those who refuse shall be exterminated without mercy. We shall obey the Holy Maiden's command. In the central sacred divine continent, at the headquarters of the Fengming Pavilion, the Pavilion Master has entered seclusion and will not meet with anyone until he emerges. Please leave, Manager Yun," declared a young man in splendid attire, his demeanor aloof, a peculiar smirk dancing on his lips. Across from him, a beautiful woman with elegantly arched brows frowned, her voice heavy. "How come I was unaware that the Pavilion Master was in seclusion?" With a soft chuckle, the young man replied, "Should the Pavilion Master inform you, Yun Xiushi, of his seclusion?" The woman's expression turned frosty, and she seemed to summon spiritual energy from within her sleeves. Casting a deep glance at the young man, she snorted coldly and swept her sleeves, striding towards the exit. The young man's smirk deepened at this sight. However, just as the woman was about to step through the doorway, he suddenly snapped his folding fan and chuckled, "I forgot to mention, starting next month, all branches within the eastern Songxian continent will be under my supervision." Upon hearing this, Yun Xiushi, who had just reached the door, abruptly halted. The young man continued, "Time is of the essence. You should expedite the handover with me. If there are any delays..." Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a tempest surged within the grand hall. The spiritual pressure of the pinnacle of the golden elixir realm descended like a tsunami or a raging flood, compelling the young man to kneel on the ground, rendered utterly motionless. Yun Xiushi slowly turned around. Her countenance, once enchanting, now bore the frost of a chilling demeanor, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. She spoke, her voice resonating coldly within the grand hall. "How I, Yun Xiushi, choose to act is not for you, Sun Qichan, to dictate. Were it not for your remaining value to the Fengming Pavilion, I would have ended your life right now. Remember this, you, Sun Qichan, are but a wretched hound that has sold its soul, groveling before others like a docile creature. Should you dare to bark recklessly, beware of having your legs broken." With that, Yin Xiaoshi turned on her heel and strode towards the door. The young man gritted his teeth, his crimson eyes fixed on her retreating figure until it vanished completely from sight, at which point he struggled to rise. Yin Xiaoshi. His voice emerged like a beastly growl from Sun Qingqian's throat, his hunched form twisting into a grotesque visage. You had best not fall into my grasp. Otherwise, I shall ensure you wish for death. With a roar, Sun Qingqian unleashed a surge of energy, his own golden elixir aura erupting violently, causing his hair to fly wildly as he descended into madness. Meanwhile, in the elegant chamber atop the Songlong Immortal City's foaming pavilion, a heavily made-up female cultivator gently stirred her spiritual tea and remarked, "So, young Master Ji, you have come to redeem Yu Yao?" "Indeed." Ji Boing replied with a slight nod. The female cultivator then set down her teacup, a light laugh escaping her lips. "Fairy Yu Yao is the crown jewel of our foaming pavilion, a celebrated figure even across the entirety of the eastern Songxian continent. I am fully aware of that. Rest assured, if your esteemed pavilion requires a certain number of spirit stones, do not hesitate to state your demand," Ji Boing responded, having mentally prepared for the high price of redeeming Li Yu Yao, the renowned courtesan and dancer. "You misunderstand, young Master Ji," the female cultivator chuckled lightly. "What I mean is, foaming pavilion will not be redeeming Yu Yao." As she spoke, she retrieved a pouch of spirit stones and a vial of elixirs from her storage ring. "This is 500 high-grade spirit stones and a vial of Xian Yuan pills. We are immensely grateful for your efforts in bringing back Yu Yao. Please accept this token of our appreciation. Furthermore, might I inquire when you would be able to return Yu Yao to us?" Ji Boing's gaze hardened as he regarded the spirit stones and elixirs on the table. Looking at the female cultivator, he replied coolly, "There is no need for spirit stones or elixirs. I will return Yu Yao to the pavilion when Mother Yin returns." With that, Ji Boing stood and made his way towards the chamber's exit. "Young Master Ji," the female cultivator called out just as he was about to step outside. "If all goes as expected, Yin Guanshi is unlikely to return. Mr. Ji should send Miss Yu Yao back as soon as possible to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings that could harm their amicable relations." Ji Boing paused briefly, hesitating for a moment before he once again made his way toward the door. On his return to the base, Ji Boing could not help but lower his gaze in contemplation. From the moment he revealed his identity and instructed the maid to relay the message, he sensed something amiss. Logically speaking, given that Foaming Pavilion had also benefited from the Wandao commercial firm, his status as a guest scholar should have elicited a warmer reception, even if he was merely an ordinary guest. Particularly troubling were the latter remarks of that female cultivator. Her words not only lacked any sense of past camaraderie, but even conveyed a hint of threat. Could it be that there is some issue between Foaming Pavilion and Wandao commercial firm? Or does this matter relate to the demonic cultivators? Enough of this. Ji Boing took a deep breath and murmured softly to himself, "Regardless of what has transpired, I shall return Li Yu Yao in due time. At worst, I shall go to Foaming Pavilion to practice my swordsmanship." Chapter 129. The breakthrough of Fairy Yu Yao in the waning winter, amidst the drifting snowflakes. Qiu Yu adjusted her shawl and tidied her hair, standing elegantly beside the entrance, patiently awaiting the passers-by on the street. Since her arrival in the outer city of Zhulu district, she had entered a quaint little shop named Duobao Hall. Although modest in size, its prime location attracted a steady stream of customers each day. It was precisely this aspect that had drawn Qiu Yu to take on the role of a receptionist. With her extensive experience as a steward in the Wandao commercial house, she should have navigated this small establishment with ease. However, the reality was quite different. In the Celestial Dragon City, most cultivators were at the foundation establishment stage, and Golden Core realms were abundantly common, stripped of the protection of the commercial house. Her position as a mere early foundation establishment cultivator offered little advantage, had it not been for her diligent efforts over the past months. Relying on her rich experience and unique, cool demeanor to maintain a few regular patrons, she would have likely been dismissed by the shopkeeper long ago. At that moment, a plump cultivator clad in fine robes, appearing somewhat aged, suddenly halted at the shop's entrance. A mere glance from Qiu Yu revealed his intention to enter. Her heart soared with hope. If she could secure a new customer this month and finalize a moderate transaction, she would feel emboldened when faced with the shopkeeper's inquiries. However, just as she prepared to approach him, a graceful figure moved ahead of her, wrapping her arms around the cultivator's brawny arm. "Dear guest, is there anything you require? Though our Duobao Hall may be small, it is well stocked with the essentials for refining qi, establishing foundations, and the golden core. Everything you need is at your disposal. Of course, if you prefer not to make a purchase, you are welcome to sit and enjoy a cup of tea with me. On this snowy day, while I trust your cultivation protects you from the cold, it would be a shame to soil your fine robes, wouldn't it?" As she spoke, the female cultivator brushed the remnants of snow from his shoulders, her soft breath mingling with the fragrance of orchids. With her tender gaze and melodious voice akin to a lark, she captivated the rotund cultivator, causing him to sway under her charm. Very well. I was just looking to buy some elixirs and talismans, he replied with a hearty laugh, promptly following the female cultivator inside. Yet, his unwieldy hand could not resist wandering over her form, even giving a hearty squeeze as they neared the entrance. Xiaoyu observed this scene in silence, her hands tightly clutching her shawl. After a long moment, she managed a sorrowful smile, the sight of the swirling snowflakes amplifying her desolation. Her gaze drifted skyward, her eyes growing misty. At that moment, a familiar yet indistinct figure began to materialize before her. Just as she was about to step forward, the apparition vanished without a trace. "Zhu Daoist friend," a voice called from behind her. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, swiftly adjusting her demeanor. As I glanced back, I noticed another female cultivator within the shop. "The shopkeeper is looking for you. Please go over." "Very well," Xiaoyu replied softly, approaching the elegant chamber. A middle-aged man's voice resonated from within. "Come in. I wish to discuss a few private matters with you." "Understood," Xiaoyu responded and gently closed the door behind her. The man cast a fleeting glance at Xiaoyu and then produced a ledger, stating, "This contains the performance metrics for you and the other stewards from last month. Fellow Daoist Xiao, having served as a steward at the One-Out Trading Company, your proficiency in business speaks for itself." He gestured to the ledger and continued, "But do you find the results satisfactory?" Xiaoyu gazed at her column, which remained utterly stagnant, the meager sales figures making her grip on her skirt tremble slightly. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, Duobao Hall is merely a small enterprise. It hardly earns much in spirit stones each month. Please take some time to reflect on this." The middle-aged cultivator rose slowly, placing a hand gently on Xiaoyu's shoulder. Leaning closer, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her hair, he added, "I will give you 3 days to think it over. Once you've made your decision, come to number 23, Pingxi Alley to find me." With that, a subtle smile curved at the corners of his mouth beneath his mustache, and he exited the room. At the trading company's outpost, in the courtyard of number 20, Ji Boing, after a profound discussion with his 2 wives, entered the small garden. Ordinarily, he should have been assisting Li Yueyao in her training in the adjoining guest room at this hour. However, she had fortuitously discovered a breakthrough opportunity a month prior and had since entered seclusion to prepare for forming her core. Since then, Ji Boing had devoted the extra hour and a half to comprehending the fundamental principles of thunder magic. Remarkably, this treatise had proven quite beneficial to him, particularly the techniques within that facilitated the fusion of his spiritual energy with the essence of thunder, enabling him to craft 6 types of derivative talismans with remarkable ease. Recently, Ji Boing had also advanced his spiritual consciousness to the mid-stage of core formation, resulting in a significant increase in his talisman crafting success rate. Talismans such as the Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Earth Thunder Talisman, and Cloud Thunder Talisman, which he previously struggled to create independently, could now not only be crafted but achieved a success rate of 30%. When collaborating with Xiao Ninger, the success rate could surge to 50%. With an impressive quality rate of nearly 10%, Ji Boing felt confident that once he thoroughly mastered the fundamental principles of thunder magic and advanced his spiritual consciousness to the late stage of core formation, even the 3 Heavenly Thunder Talismans could see their quality rate elevated to 30%. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual pressure erupted from the adjacent guest room, causing the spiritual energy within the courtyard to converge towards it as if drawn by an unseen force. Seeing this, Ji Boing's expression brightened, and he promptly retrieved several high-grade invisibility talismans to conceal his presence. Before long, the gathered spiritual energy began to swirl rapidly, and the guest room transformed into a gravitational center, gradually forming a colossal vortex from the converging energy. Gradually, the swirling vortex expanded, surpassing even the confines of the entire estate. It was not until the approach of dawn that a wave of formidable pressure emanating from the golden elixir resonated within the guest room. The door creaked open gently. Clad in a flowing white robe, resembling a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, Li Yueyao appeared before Ji Boing. She stepped forward, and as she neared Ji Boing, she performed a deep bow. "Thank you, noble sir, for your benevolence." A smile graced Ji Boing's lips as he assisted her to her feet. In her gaze, as she looked upon Ji Boing, there shimmered an intriguing brilliance. The two remained silent, simply gazing at one another. After a prolonged moment, Li Yueyao's crimson lips parted slightly as she whispered, "I desire." Chapter 130, A Gentleman's Revenge. 10 years is not too late. Experience in communication. 100, 21W 100W. Realm enhancement. 70, Effect enhancement. 50, Mutual affection. 100, Profound enchanting body. Third transformation 200, additional 1 attribute point, auxiliary enhancement. 200. Transforming a mortal pill into ascending a mortal pill. Initial communication with subject. Granting 5 instances of quintuple effect experience. Free attribute points, 250. Skill attribute points, swordsmanship 250. Experience in communication, 100, 21W 100W. Realm enhancement, 70. Effect enhancement, 50. Mutual affection, 100. Profound enchanting body, third transformation 200. Auxiliary enhancement, 200. Free attribute points, 50. Skill attribute points, swordsmanship 50. The duels among sword cultivators are fraught with peril and an aura of might that far surpasses that of ordinary practitioners, particularly when 2 individuals possess extraordinary physiques, one with a profound enchanting body and the other with a Chongong body. The clash of yin and yang. The friction of softness and hardness causes even the great Tao to tremble. Soon, the 3-day and 3-night contest reached its conclusion. Ji Boing once again transcended his limits, utilizing his golden physique and several vials of vitality elixir to achieve the remarkable feat of 30 encounters in a single day. Exhausted, Li Yuya lay beneath Ji Boing, her legs trembling uncontrollably, her once flushed complexion now tinged with a sickly pallor. With a quivering effort, she extended her arm, as delicate as jade, wrapping it around Ji Boing's neck, her voice soft yet weary. I have never encountered a sword cultivator as formidable as you, my lord. Not even in tales have I heard of such strength. Ji Boing chuckled lightly, allowing his body to rest fully upon her softness. Could 90 instances of Chongong vitality fill the void of this seclusion? Li Yuya smiled brightly and replied, I only know that 99 is the essence of Chongong. Ha. Ha ha. Truly deserving of a golden core, true person. Another day passed, and Ji Boing, with the support of his 2 wives, managed to return to his chamber. Due to excessive overexertion, he refrained from communicating with his wives for several days, choosing instead to delve into the Thunder Law comprehensive true interpretation. It was not until nearly 5 days had elapsed that his vital essence and blood slowly began to replenish. My lord, on this day, while Ji Boing was engaged in talisman crafting with Xiao Ninger, a voice echoed from outside the room. Fairy Yuya requests an audience. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing divided his focus, replying softly, Please wait for me half an hour. Understood. Half an hour later. As Xiao Ninger completed the final stroke, a premium cloud thunder talisman was meticulously crafted. Ji Boing summoned a strand of sword energy to suppress the thunderous essence upon the talisman. Subsequently, he placed the talisman before Xiao Ninger and said, Ninger, take some time to thoroughly comprehend the essence of the Thunder Law. I shall be away briefly. Having spoken, Ji Boing proceeded to step outside the room. Meanwhile, Li Yuya had long been awaiting in the courtyard. Now a golden core cultivator, her presence was even more striking, merely standing there commanded attention. Ji Boing gently inquired, Have you completed the refinement? She nodded slightly. Observing this, Ji Boing continued, In that case, you may return. Li Yuya's gaze flickered, and after a moment's hesitation, she softly asked, If Mother Yun truly does not return, what will you do, young Master Ji? Ji Boing chuckled lightly, If that is the case, I shall no longer dwell on past sentiments. Li Yuya smiled brightly, bowed deeply to Ji Boing, and said tenderly, Then I shall await that day. Take care, young master. With that, she turned and walked alone toward the courtyard's exit. Amidst the wind and snow, her figure seemed ethereal. Ji Boing clenched his fists tightly before returning to the main room. A gentleman's vengeance is not late, even after 10 years. Xiao Daoyu. My treasure hall cannot accommodate a figure as grand as you. You should seek opportunities elsewhere. In the Zhulu district, within the treasure hall, a middle-aged male cultivator suddenly flung the ledger to the ground, his tone colder than the biting winter wind. Xiaoyu lowered her head, took a deep breath, glanced at the middle-aged cultivator, and then turned to leave through the main door. She remained silent, for any utterance would seem superfluous. She would not compromise, even when faced with dire straits. This was her bottom line. Thus, under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Xiaoyu departed from the treasure hall in solitude. Inside the establishment, the middle-aged cultivator watched her retreating figure, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Let us see how long you can maintain your lofty ideals. Shall I take care of this for you? As soon as the middle-aged cultivator finished speaking, a heavily adorned and brazenly flirtatious female cultivator chimed in. No need to rush. Let's let it simmer for now. The shopkeeper truly is cunning. She laughed. If men were not wicked, how would women ever be attracted to them? The middle-aged cultivator cast a glance at her. A mere exchange of glances prompted her to understand, and she swayed her slender waist toward the room. Since Li Yuyao's departure, Ji Boing had resumed the tranquil life he led in Fulong City, although each day was somewhat monotonous. The simplicity hidden beneath his casual robes brought a modicum of enjoyment. Moreover, just a few days prior, Yi Qingxing had successfully established her foundation. and the threshold for normal communication between the two wives had increased to 10 times. On this day, after preparing a sumptuous feast, Yi Qingqing eagerly inquired, "Young master, shall we be residing here permanently?" Ji Boying was momentarily taken aback by her question, then nodded and replied, "This stronghold is the safest, barring any unforeseen circumstances. We should remain here. Could you procure some spiritual plants on your next outing, my lord? Although our courtyard is modest, it enjoys ample sunlight, making it suitable for planting flowers and greenery." Ji Boying cast a glance at his courtyard, which, aside from a stone table and 4 stone stools, appeared somewhat desolate. Certainly, I had not anticipated that Qing'e would engage in nurturing spiritual flora. It is indeed a pleasant surprise. Yi Qingqing replied with a gentle smile. I learned a bit from my mother some time ago. Ji Boying nodded slightly and continued, "Once I complete this batch of talismans, I shall find time to take you both out for a breath of fresh air." Really? Upon hearing Ji Boying's words, the eyes of both women sparkled with excitement. Particularly Xiao Ninger, whose face was alight with anticipation. Ever since her marriage to Ji Boying, she had not stepped outside, spending her days diligently studying talismans. While she found joy in her pursuits, being confined to a small courtyard for an extended period had inevitably affected her temperament. A stroll outside would provide a welcome respite. Moreover, in the bloom of youth, who wouldn't wish to explore the vibrant world beyond? Ji Boying affectionately ruffled the hair of his 2 wives and remarked, "The security in Songlong City is significantly better than in Fulong City. Even the outer city experiences little unrest. Furthermore, as a high-ranking talisman master, no one below the nascent soul stage can pose a threat to us. Even if we encounter the occasional foolhardy individual, we shall not be in peril. However, before that, Ninger must put in the effort. Of course, Qing'e too. While Ninger and I work on talismans, there are household matters that require your attention, Qing." The 2 women nodded earnestly, their faces brimming with determination. Ji Boying smiled faintly, preparing to dine, when at that moment, his identity token began to flicker. Chapter 131, The Senior Elder of the Business Guild, Affairs Pavilion. As Ji Boying arrived, he was greeted by Yun Qianshan, who had come out to welcome him. "The shopkeeper summoned me. May I ask the purpose?" "It is Elder Wu who has called for you. To be precise, he seeks your assistance on behalf of a close friend at headquarters." "Oh." Ji Boying raised his eyebrows slightly. "What kind of favor could a prominent nascent soul true monarch like Wu Yuan possibly require of me?" "Please, Mr. Ji, come inside. You will learn the specifics once we enter," Yun Qianshan replied with a smile. "Very well." Ji Boying nodded gently and followed Yun Qianshan into the building. Along the way, Yun Qianshan subtly remarked, "Mr. Ji, although your talent in talismanic arts far surpasses that of ordinary talismancers, and few can rival your prowess among your peers, to ascend to greater heights, or to expedite your advancement, relying solely on oneself is insufficient. Moreover, the foundation of the business guild is far more substantial than what we currently perceive, and its commitment to cultivating talent exceeds our imagination. All of this, however, must be actively pursued. Merely holding on to these baseline privileges renders one no different from those grand sections. What you can achieve within the business guild, you could equally attain in those prestigious sections. If one aspires to rise, one must ultimately seek the distinction in the eyes of others, and embrace the reality of inequity." Upon hearing this, Ji Boying glanced at the shopkeeper with renewed interest. He took a deep breath and replied earnestly, "Thank you for your guidance, shopkeeper." "Ah, guidance is too grand a term. I, Yun Qianshan, am not one to be ungrateful. I shall always remember your kindness, Mr. Ji. However, my own capabilities are limited, and my status within the guild is not high. I can only assure you that I will certainly not shy away from assisting you in any way I can. We have arrived. Please, Mr. Ji, go ahead. Elder Wu is inside." With a smile, Yun Qianshan gestured for him to enter. Ji Boying slightly cupped his hands in gratitude and proceeded into the room. Before long, he beheld 2 elderly men seated at the main table, one of whom was indeed Wu Yuan. "Mr. Ji has arrived. Please, take a seat," Wu Yuan exclaimed warmly, rising to greet him and promptly pouring a cup of tea for him. He then gestured toward the elder beside him, saying, "This is Ji Boying, a newly appointed core guest elder of the business guild. Although his current rank is merely of the low-grade Xin rank, he has previously demonstrated considerable skill by producing numerous high-grade 3-star talismans, which likely elevates him to the status of a 3-star talismancer. Am I correct, old friend?" Ji Boying nodded slightly. "I recently had some fortunate encounters that led to my breakthrough." Wu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and continued the introduction. "This is an old friend of mine from many years ago, Elder Gu Siyo, a core elder at headquarters, responsible for the logistics of materials across the 5 continents. He happened to pass through Dongxian continent and decided to visit our branch for a cup of tea." "What do you mean by a cup of tea? Wasn't I forcibly dragged here by you?" The elder retorted with a mix of amusement and irritation at Wu Yuan's description. Wu Yuanyu remained unfazed and retorted, "You old fellow. How can you not admit it? Just say whether you need assistance." This was a matter of distinction. With that, the elder lost interest in engaging further with Wu Yuanyu and turned his gaze towards Ji Boing, saying, "Before our arrival, Yuanyu mentioned Master Ji, noting that his talent in the art of talismans surpasses that of ordinary practitioners. I, on the other hand, find myself in need of a batch of talismans. Under normal circumstances, as a core guest elder, I could easily acquire them for a modest fee. However, the Merchant Guild is currently in a unique predicament, and these talismans have been dispatched to the front lines. Among my acquaintances, I know only 2 4-star talisman masters, both of whom have significant responsibilities. Hence my reluctant decision to discuss this matter with you. Why the lengthy explanation? Just state the talismans you require. My senior brother has mentioned that while Master Ji is merely a 3-star talisman master, his understanding of the art is comparable to that of a 4-star master. So enlisting his help would be prudent." As he spoke, Wu Yuanyu cast a knowing glance at Ji Boing. Understanding the unspoken message, Ji Boing couldn't help but smile wryly. Elder Wu truly placed great trust in him. Did he not fear the possibility of failure? Nevertheless, given the circumstances and the goodwill of the other party, Ji Boing inquired, "May I ask what talismans Elder Gu requires?" "The Sky Thunder Talisman, Earth Thunder Talisman, and Cloud Thunder Talisman from the 6 categories of the Thunder Law's derivative talismans. The quality does not need to be exceptional. Good quality will suffice." Gu Sio added, "Of course, if Master Ji can produce exquisite talismans, that would be even better." In truth, he initially desired exquisite talismans. However, considering Ji Boing's youth and his status as a 3-star master, he opted for a more modest request out of respect for his old friend's dignity. Despite not being a talisman master himself, he had heard much about the 6 categories of derivative talismans within the Thunder Law. His 2 4-star talisman master friends had a rather low success rate, with the rate for exquisite talismans being below 10%. He did not harbor any illusions about Ji Boing's capabilities. Upon hearing that Gu Suyo required talismans related to the Thunder Law, Wu Yuanyu felt a pang of anxiety for Ji Boing. However, recalling his senior brother's high regard for Ji Boing, as well as Li Pu's appreciation, he felt somewhat reassured. After all, how could an ordinary 3-star talisman master garner such favor? Just as the two were lost in thought, Ji Boing suddenly spoke up, "May I inquire how many you require?" "Elder, I happen to have refined a few over the past months." Saying this, Ji Boing produced 6 stacks of talismans of varying thicknesses. In total, there were 3 categories, each divided into exquisite and good quality talismans. The good quality talismans numbered around 30 or 40 in each category, while for the exquisite ones, Ji Boing had brought out less than half, with only 5 of each type. Had it not been for the ample time allotted for the task and Wu Yuanyu's high expectations of himself, he might not have presented even a single exquisite talisman. Upon seeing the 6 stacks of talismans laid out before them, Wu Yuanyu and Gu Suyo were left utterly astonished. The atmosphere within the elegant chamber gradually became somewhat awkward. After a prolonged silence, Gu Suyo tentatively inquired, "Might Master Ji divulge the success rate of these 3 talismans?" "A little over 30%, Ji Boing replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Gu Suyo once again fell into silence. As the awkwardness returned, Wu Yuanyu, eager to alleviate the tension, cheerfully remarked, "What do you think? Master Ji's proficiency in talismans is commendable, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Gu Suyo could not help but express disdain, fully aware that his own skills were hardly superior. Ultimately, Gu Suyo purchased all the talismans presented by Ji Boing at a price exceeding the market rate by 20%. In total, he paid 5,071 high-grade spiritual stones. But Ji Boing rounded it down to a neat 5,000. Thus, the trio engaged in casual conversation for a while longer until Gu Suyo, with tasks awaiting him, took his leave. After bidding farewell to his friend, Wu Yuanyu pulled Ji Boing aside and whispered, "Mr. Ji, I understand that inquiring about a talisman master's success rate can be quite taboo. However, I sincerely hope you might share just a bit." After a moment of hesitation, Ji Boing responded honestly, "As I mentioned earlier, the success rate is just over 30%, and regarding the rate of exceptional quality, under normal circumstances, it is less than 10%. Under normal circumstances, less than 10%. This implied that, under special conditions, it could exceed 10%. With this thought, Wu Yuanyu felt a surge of excitement within him. He gazed intently at Ji Boing and, suppressing his inner restlessness, asked, "Mr. Ji, have you ever heard of the Wanao Pavilion?" Chapter 132, The Myriad Path Pavilion. The Myriad Path Pavilion? Ji Boing was momentarily taken aback and shook his head, confessing, "I have not heard of it." Wu Yuanyu, with considerable seriousness, elucidated, "The Myriad Path Pavilion is, in essence, a specialized establishment within the Merchant Guild dedicated to nurturing talent and cultivating genuine core members. Presumably, Mr. G is already aware that the ordinary core guest elders are, in fact, internal members fostered by the guild. Based on the achievements of these guest elders, the guild designates them as internal senior elders. Among them, the Shin-tier guest elders serve as branch elders, while the D-tier guest elders are recognized as headquarters elders or branch pavilion masters. Above the D-tier, there exist Tion-tier guest elders, who are further classified into two categories: the older generation who have reached the pinnacle of their paths, and the younger generation with potential and qualifications yet to be fully realized. The former are the true leaders of the guild, namely the masters of the headquarters and the pavilions, while the latter are the key candidates for cultivation, the very members of the Myriad Path Pavilion. Naturally, one does not need to attain the status of a Tion-tier guest elder to become a member of the Myriad Path Pavilion. Outstanding individuals may still qualify through special assessments prior to that, just like the esteemed Li Pu, Elder Li, whom Mr. G is well acquainted with. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing suddenly grasped the implications. He finally understood why Yang Qinshan and Wu Yuanyu reacted so profoundly upon hearing the name Li Pu. He also comprehended why. After mentioning Li Pu, the previously inactive teleportation array suddenly became functional. It dawned on him that all of this was due to Li Pu being a member of the Myriad Path Pavilion, the true core of the Merchant Guild. Mr. G, your mastery of talismans has significantly surpassed that of a top-tier 3-star talisman master, particularly your expertise in the 6 categories of derivative talismans, which exceeds that of many 4-star talisman masters. While I am not particularly knowledgeable about talismans, given your level of skill, you might consider challenging yourself. Once your success rate with the 6 categories of derivative talismans stabilizes above 60%, you may seek me out, and I shall advocate on your behalf to the headquarters. After departing from the Affairs Pavilion, Ji Boing procured several flying immortal pills, kidney treasures, and various elixirs to assist his 2 wives. Additionally, he purchased a substantial amount of clear spirit wine and spirit beast meat. Of course, he did not overlook the spiritual plants and herbs desired by Yi Qingqing, specifically selecting those that possess purity and the ability to purify spiritual energy. On his journey home, Ji Boing began to reflect on Wu Yuanyu's words from earlier. If he wished to grow stronger swiftly and secure his safety before the chaos of demonic cultivators ensued, joining the Myriad Path Pavilion was indeed essential, especially considering his 2 wives, one possessing a low-grade dual spiritual root and the other a mid-grade 3 spiritual root, relying solely on his current resources. Although they could form a golden core, the prospect of achieving the nascent soul stage appeared bleak. Merely enhancing his own strength would not suffice. Ji Boing aspired for both of his wives to be able to protect themselves as well. Thus, acquiring superior resources was imperative. Myriad Path Pavilion, Ji Boing murmured softly, a newfound determination gleaming in his eyes. Especially the words spoken by Elder Gu today. Gu Sio's remarks served as yet another wake-up call for Ji Boing. The myriad guest apprentices of the Wanao Chamber of Commerce are countless, and naturally, there is no shortage of talisman masters. Yet, despite such profound resources, the demand for talismans continues to outstrip supply. While part of this predicament arises from the exceedingly challenging process of refining 6 categories of derivative talismans, which inherently suffer from low production efficiency, the crux of the issue lies in the escalating friction between the merchants and the demonic cultivators. Time waits for no one. Action must be taken swiftly. Ji Boing inhaled deeply and quickened her pace towards the residence. In Zhengyang City, countless demonic cultivators have invaded, leaving devastation in their wake, where spells and spiritual light wreak havoc, painting a scene of ruin. Although many righteous cultivators within Zhengyang City hastily formed a coalition to resist the demonic forces, the disparity in numbers and cultivation levels became evident within less than half a month, leading to their disarray. In desperation, the righteous cultivators began to ally with the local aristocratic families and loose cultivators to fend off the enemy. Despite the life-threatening circumstances, 3 disparate forces temporarily united to form a cohesive front. Yet, human hearts are inherently unpredictable, and amidst the intrigue and treachery, they were destined to falter against the singularly focused and united demonic cultivators. Thus, the newly formed alliance teetered once more on the brink of collapse. At this moment, beyond the city walls, Li Pu stood in the void, his once snow-white robe now drenched in a dark crimson hue, with one arm wielding his sword horizontally. A formidable sword intent radiated from him, creating a lethal aura within a 10-foot radius. Before him, several demonic cultivators at the nascent soul stage, though wary, exhibited a more pronounced ferocity. The leader, a red-haired figure with crimson eyes, his muscular frame rippling with power, stepped forward, brandishing 2 blood-red blades, and sneered, truly worthy of being a core member of the Wandao Pavilion. to have forced us to this extent at merely the golden core stage. However, it ends here. If you surrender now and sign a soul contract with the Holy Maiden, all will still be well. Otherwise, suddenly, a sharp sound of sword resonance erupted, interrupting his declaration. The blood-blade true monarch's pupils constricted in alarm, and without a moment's hesitation, he retreated. However, his speed ultimately proved insufficient. A chilling presence swept past him, and in the next instant, his vision was shrouded in a crimson haze. At that time, in the celestial dragon immortal city, within the Zhulu district near the center, there stood a large pavilion known as the recruitment hall. Thousands of loose cultivators congregated here, each seeking to undertake tasks and earn spirit stones. Inside the hall, Xiaoyu, like the other cultivators, found herself amidst the throng. Today, she had deliberately donned a fitted robe that accentuated her figure and had even applied a touch of makeup, hoping to create a favorable impression while accepting tasks. However, the sheer number of cultivators within the hall proved overwhelming. Despite her efforts to navigate the crowd, the constant jostling led to a slight disarray in her meticulously crafted appearance. In a moment of resignation, Chiyue reluctantly made her way towards a secluded corner of the hall, seeking solace in a less crowded space. After waiting for several hours, she noticed that the throng in the hall had finally diminished. Seizing the opportunity, she ventured towards the front counter. Although most of the desirable tasks had already been claimed, there remained a few overlooked opportunities. With diligence, she was confident that she could uncover a suitable role for herself. Her aspirations were modest. Sufficient remuneration to sustain her basic living needs would suffice, and if there were any surplus, it would be a boon to allocate towards her cultivation. Ultimately, after perusing the offerings, Qiuyue selected a few tasks related to attendants and receptionists from various shops. She believed that the experience at Duobao Pavilion was an anomaly, convinced that not all establishments were plagued by such issues. Armed with her abilities, she was determined to navigate any unscrupulous practices. With this thought in mind, she tightly grasped the task token in her hand, filled with anticipation as she ascended the stairs to prepare for her interview. Chapter 133, Ling Wu's Invitation. I sincerely apologize. Autumn, although your qualifications are exceedingly commendable, they do not align with the requirements of our establishment. Perhaps you might explore other shops. The woman at the recruitment hall smiled gently, then returned the task token to her. Autumn, wanting to voice her thoughts, found herself cut off as the woman called forth the next candidate. With no other options, she resigned to her fate. Upon exiting the elegant chamber, Autumn sought refuge in a secluded corner of the recruitment hall, where foot traffic was sparse. Observing the bustling crowd in the distant corridor, she couldn't shake off a feeling of injustice. Despite having undertaken 5 tasks, each one had been met with rejection for various reasons. She could not fathom why. As a steward herself, her qualifications seemed to satisfy their demands, yet they still turned her away. Lost in contemplation, she buried her head in her knees, and once more, that familiar silhouette surfaced in her mind. If only he were still here. Just then, a familiar voice broke through her reverie. Oh, is that you, Autumn? She lifted her gaze to find a woman adorned in resplendent attire and heavy makeup standing before her. This woman was no stranger. She was the steward who had once worked alongside Autumn at the Duobao Hall. With her considerable skills and appealing demeanor, she had successfully drawn much business to the establishment. Oh, Liang, you shouldn't be at Duobao Hall at this hour, should you? What brings you to the recruitment hall? Are you also here for a task? Not quite, the woman replied with a light chuckle, her tone both intentional and casual. I have come to post a task on behalf of the manager. Since you left, the business has flourished, yet we find ourselves short-staffed. Autumn's brows furrowed at the remark. What did she mean by the business improving after her departure? Nevertheless, having once served as a steward of the Wandao commerce, her resilience was beyond the ordinary. In an instant, she regained her composure. In that case, I shall not intrude any further, she said, turning to leave. Wait. The woman swiftly blocked her path, smiling as she spoke. We have worked together, after all. Why the rush, Autumn? If I'm not mistaken, your attempts to procure a task today have met with considerable obstacles. The corners of her mouth curled into a subtle smirk as she leaned closer. Are you not curious as to why this is the case? Autumn's gaze sharpened with intensity. She looked up at the woman, who, with a mockingly sweet tone, advised, Autumn, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Why make things difficult for yourself? It's merely a facade. Close your eyes, and it shall pass. Heed your sister's counsel. Bow your head a little. One need not aspire to wealth or nobility. For a life of comfort and contentment is also attainable, is it not? No need. Daoist Liang may pursue wealth and status on his own. With a cold huff, Qiuyu swiftly circumvented the woman and strode purposefully towards the corridor. The latter gazed at her retreating figure, her expression tinged with a hint of disdain. The pretentiousness of a concubine. You shall weep in due time. The spirit of the late Golden Core stage is indeed remarkable. Beneath the glow of the spiritual lantern, Ji Boying observed the tumultuous cloud thunder talisman on the table, a look of joy blossoming on his face. With such a high-quality rate, he would have ample opportunity to fulfill his tasks in the coming 2 months. Over this period, Ji Boying had provided his 2 wives with numerous medicinal elixirs to enhance their physique, resulting in their communication threshold surpassing 10 exchanges. Should Ji Boying manage to temper his strength and vitality, under optimal conditions, they could even reach as many as 15 exchanges. After breaking through to the late Golden Core stage, Ji Boying found himself increasingly adept at crafting talismans. Coupled with the true interpretation of Thunder Law, his success rate in producing high-grade derivative talismans soared past 60%, with the quality rate exceeding 20%. There was even a minuscule chance of crafting an exceptional dragon-colored talisman. However, such probability was exceedingly low. It might take dozens of attempts to yield even one. Regrettably, the deeper one delves into the true interpretation of Thunder Law, the more challenging it becomes to comprehend. Currently, having grasped only half, he found it quite laborious. One could only wonder how long it would take to fully master this profound text. Hopefully, breakthroughs in the nascent soul stage would offer some assistance. Contemplating this, Ji Boying picked up the Cloud Thunder Talisman from the table. A quality rate exceeding 60% meant there was still a long journey ahead. Nonetheless, the future is promising. Ji Boying smiled faintly, storing the talisman in his storage ring before heading out of the room. However, just as he intended to strengthen his bonds with his 2 wives, his identity token began to shimmer unexpectedly. Upon picking up the jade tablet, he discovered it was a message from Ling Wu. Since the last task was assigned, Ling Wu had departed from the Songlong Immortal City, and they had lost contact. To his surprise, the other party reached out at this moment. If all went well, he must have successfully completed his mission. With this thought in mind, Ji Boying activated the communication, and soon, Ling Wu's hearty laughter echoed through. Haha, Taoist Ji. I have returned to Songlong Immortal City. During this mission, I fortuitously encountered some opportunities and broke through to the nascent soul stage. On the 15th of next month, I shall host a small banquet at Yulong Mountain. If you are free, it would be an honor for you to attend. Moreover, there will be many fine wines and delicacies at the banquet that can enhance your cultivation. Do bring your 2 wives along. Nascent soul. Ji Boying's grip on the token tightened involuntarily. When Ling Wu undertook the mission, he was merely at the 8th layer of the Golden Core stage, still quite distant from the 9th layer. On this occasion, embarking on a task led to a breakthrough into the nascent soul realm. What an extraordinary opportunity this is. Contemplating this, Ji Boying could not help but smile sincerely. He felt joy at Ling Wu's advancement. After all, they had fought side by side, enduring life and death together. And witnessing his friend's growth brought him great delight. Moments later, Ji Boying promptly replied, Ling Daoist friend, I shall certainly attend your nascent soul banquet. After sending the message, Ji Boying withdrew his identity token and instead took out a list of essential resources. Since he was to participate in someone else's nascent soul gathering, it was only fitting to prepare an appropriate gift. Upon glancing at the list, Ji Boying felt a twinge of dismay. Although it contained numerous exceedingly rare treasures, most were suited for Golden Core cultivators and offered little assistance to those of the nascent soul stage. What should he do? Perhaps he could first take a test to become a mid-grade guest elder of the Xian rank to assess the situation. With this thought in mind, Ji Boying exited his room, intending to inform his 2 wives before heading to the Merchant Guild for the examination. Chapter 134, Crisis in the Wan Dao Commercial House, within the Trial Pavilion. Wu Yuanyu smiled and said, I have already submitted the assessment application. It will be approved within an hour at most. Mr. Ji, please wait here for a moment. Ji Boying nodded slightly and cupped his hands toward Wu Yuanyu, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, true monarch Wu. It is but a trivial matter. Wu Yuanyu waved his hand dismissively and continued, Mr. Ji, in the future, if you wish to challenge the rank of guest elder, you may come directly to this location. As for the application process, you have seen for yourself that it is not complicated. Furthermore, the assessment rules remain unchanged. If one fails, they must wait 3 months before reapplying for the assessment. Now, I have some trivial matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Ji Boying quickly responded, True monarch, please attend to your affairs. Very well, I shall await good news from you, Mr. Ji. With that, Wu Yuanyu bid farewell and left the trial pavilion. However, he had not walked far when he turned back to glance at the pavilion once more. A 30% success rate and a 10% premium quality rate. This was sufficient. With a smile gracing his features, he hastened toward the affairs pavilion. Half an hour later, Ji Boying, guided by an attendant, arrived in the quiet room. The familiar arrangement greeted him. A table, a mat, a bright lamp, and an array of array plates. Nothing more. As he was in a relatively good state, Ji Boing did not sit to meditate, but directly activated the array plate. Before long, the assessment questions for the rank of mid-tier guest elder appeared on the table. A stack of talisman paper and a brush awaited him. Within 5 hours, he was to draw the Thunder Fighting Talisman, the Demon Thunder Talisman, and the Water Thunder Talisman. Among these, the Thunder Fighting Talisman must reach the dragon level quality, while the other two must achieve the crane level quality, with no time limit imposed. So simple. Ji Boing was momentarily taken aback. However, recalling his own capabilities when he had just reached the 3-star mid-tier level, he could not help but chuckle wryly and shake his head. Simple, indeed, was a relative term. When he had first stepped into the realm of 3-star mid-tier talisman masters, he had been unable to even produce the Demon Thunder and Water Thunder talismans. With this thought, Ji Boing smiled faintly and, unhurriedly, drew out a sheet of talisman paper, taking up the brush to begin his work. At present, Ji Boing's skill in drawing the Thunder Fighting Talisman had reached an extraordinary level. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would undoubtedly be of premium quality, with a 70% chance of achieving the top-tier dragon level. Soon, as Ji Boing sketched, the sound of crackling electricity resonated above the talisman paper. Drawing from his extensive practice and his understanding of the fundamentals of thunder magic, he completed the talisman in just half an hour. With a flick of his hand, he sent the talisman soaring onto the array plate, not bothering to check its quality or to meditate, before pulling out another sheet of talisman paper to continue his work. The entire process was seamless, without a moment's pause. This was confidence. Thus, in under 4 hours, Ji Boing completed all 3 talismans. Perhaps it was good fortune. Or perhaps it was his favorable state. Remarkably, all 3 talismans turned out to be of premium quality. Ji Boing took a moment to rest before reactivating the formation. With the presence of her lifebound talisman, her own consumption was reduced by 30%. Moreover, her 3 superior spiritual roots and her mid-stage golden body allowed her to recover swiftly. As another streak of spiritual light descended, a new stack of talisman paper and a brush appeared on the table, depicting the Heaven Thunder Talisman, Earth Thunder Talisman, and Cloud Thunder Talisman, all reaching the crane level quality with a time limit of 36 hours. Ji Boing glanced at the small characters on the table, murmuring, "It's not too difficult. 36 hours for 3 crane level talismans. If my soul had not broken through earlier, it would have been rather tight. But now, it is sufficient." 500 miles west of Songlong Immortal City lies a mountain range known as the Falling Sunset Forest. The mountains are not excessively vast, stretching merely 1,000 miles. Due to the continuous hunting by cultivators within, the Falling Sunset Forest, despite its proximity to the 7th grade spiritual vein near Fulong City, has not nurtured many 3rd-grade demon beasts of the Golden Core level. Deep within the forest, Chiyu leaned breathlessly against a large tree. Beside her lay the corpses of 3 1st-grade demon beasts resembling wild wolves. She retrieved a bottle of chi-replenishing pills from her storage bag, intending to consume one. But then reconsidered. Since leaving the treasure hall, she had not earned any income. If she took the pill now and faced an urgent need later without spirit stones to purchase more, what would she do? With this thought, Xiaoyu returned the pill to her storage bag and began to sit cross-legged in meditation. Since her departure from the appointments hall, she had realized that as long as she wished to serve as a steward or in a similar capacity, she would be unable to accept any tasks. She never anticipated that the treasure hall would act so decisively. Although she felt considerable dissatisfaction, she was merely a foundation establishment cultivator and could not contend with them. After a struggle, Xiaoyu ultimately chose the simplest task of hunting demon beasts. Such tasks required no interview, as long as one had the capability. They could accept them without limit. Ultimately, after some exploration, Xiaoyu selected the easiest task of hunting 1st-grade demon beasts. Although the rewards were minimal, even the bounty of over 100 1st-grade demon beasts could scarcely cover a month's rent. She had no other choice but to accept. Xiaoyu was not a combat cultivator. Although she had foundation establishment cultivation, her combat power fell short of that level. Facing a late-stage 1st-grade demon beast was her limit, and anything higher would be beyond her capacity to handle. Just then, a low growl from a wild beast suddenly echoed nearby. Xiaoyu's eyes snapped open. Turning her head, she found, to her shock, that beside the wolf corpses she had hunted, a wide-eyed demon tiger had appeared without her notice. The aura emanating from this tiger was distinctly that of a late-stage 2nd grade, nearing the 3rd grade. Xiaoyu's complexion changed drastically as she recalled that she had forgotten to store the corpses while meditating. This demon tiger had undoubtedly been attracted by the blood scent emanating from the carcasses of the demon wolves. Indeed, it was the case. The demon tiger had come here precisely because it had caught the whiff of blood. Its original intent was to target those wolf-like demons, but upon catching sight of Xiaoyu, it instantaneously altered its course of action. The demonic wolves are ultimately lifeless creatures. Even if they are fresh, They will not consume unless absolutely necessary. What it craves is the essence of life, especially the living beings known as human cultivators. With a thunderous roar, the demon tiger unleashed a piercing howl, sending forth terrifying sound waves that swept countless broken branches and fallen leaves toward Xiaoyu. Her eyes widened in alarm, and despite the injuries adorning her body, she instinctively sought refuge to the side. However, before she could evade far, the demon tiger leaped into action. Its speed so swift that it left a phantom trail in the air. Particularly, its forepaws, sharp as blades, could strip the skin from even the most formidable gold core cultivator with a single strike. Faced with such peril, Xiaoyu did not retreat any further. 4. There was simply no escape left. Chapter 135, confirming that no one else knows? Within the trial pavilion, in the quiet chamber, as Ji Boing made a decisive stroke, the final heavenly thunder talisman was completed. A profound force of thunder essence permeated the entire room, infused with a subtle aura of obliteration. Ji Boing gently condensed his sword intent, suppressing the surge of thunder essence, then picked up the talisman and placed it upon the arrayed disc. Cerulean hue. The assessment for the high-grade Xian level has been passed. The time taken was 18 hours, which is merely half of the stipulated duration. What constitutes true strength? This is strength. One wonders how challenging the assessment for the Earth-level guest elder will be. Could it possibly require a 4-star talisman? Regardless, there is little to lose. I might as well take a look. Once I break through to a 4-star talisman master, I shall practice specifically to ensure I pass on the first attempt. With this thought, Ji Boing activated the formation without hesitation. After a cascade of spiritual lights scattered, the existing talisman on the table vanished, replaced by a fresh stack of beast hide talisman paper and a talisman brush. The task was to draw heavenly thunder talismans, earth thunder talismans, and cloud thunder talismans, with the requirement that the drawn talismans reach the pinnacle of dragon color with no time limit. And 100 sheets of talisman paper. Still 6 categories of derivative talismans? Ji Boing was momentarily taken aback upon reading the prompt on the table. He had assumed that the Earth-level guest elder would at least require the standard of a 4-star talisman master. Yet it seemed he had not transcended the realm of 3-star talismans. Fortunately, there was no time constraint. Ji Boing murmured softly and shifted his gaze to the stack of talisman paper. 100 sheets of talisman paper, with 3 being of exceptional quality, which translates to a mere 3% probability. Given his current proficiency in talisman crafting, success would be arduous. Of course, the essence of one's strength encompasses not only their skill in talisman crafting but also an element of fortune. Attempting does not guarantee success, yet abstaining guarantees failure. With this in mind, Ji Boing settled into a meditative posture, beginning to adjust his breath and restore his state. Falling red clouds forest, Xiaoyu, shaken by the autumn rain, collapsed to the ground. The second-tier late-stage demon tiger that had attacked her now lay in a charred heap. After a long moment, Xiaoyu struggled to rise, dragging her nearly exhausted body to the side of the demon tiger. Confirming that the beast was irrevocably dead, she slumped back down. Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred, tousling Xiaoyu's disheveled hair. She retrieved a stack of talisman paper from her storage ring, approximately 20 sheets remaining. These talismans had been given to her by Ji Boing when she boarded the flying vessel, encompassing both offensive and defensive capabilities, with the least being of high-grade 2-star quality. It was precisely because of these talismans that she had narrowly escaped the clutches of a monster comparable to a golden core cultivator. Gazing at the talismans, Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to flow uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Gradually, the tears multiplied, and her throat tightened painfully. Finally, Xiaoyu could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears, her sobs growing more intense. In that moment, she resembled a little girl who had suffered a great injustice, tightly embracing herself as she loudly expressed her anguish. In her mind, the silhouette became increasingly vivid, and amidst her hazy vision, illusions began to emerge. She yearned for that person to be right before her, wishing desperately to leap into their embrace and weep freely. Thus, autumn rain lost track of time, unaware of how long she had been crying. It was not until she heard the rustling sounds from the nearby thicket that she was jolted back to reality. Hastily, she wiped away her tears and collected the corpses of the demon tiger and several demon wolves. Then, she retrieved a fire flow talisman, fixating her gaze on the thicket. After a few breaths, a fuzzy little head poked out. It was a newborn tiger, still unsteady in its breath, lacking even the strength of the first level of chi refinement. Autumn Rain let out a sigh of relief and sat back down. The little tiger, upon spotting Autumn Rain, tilted its head in curiosity. Having just been born, it possessed some intelligence but was not entirely aware of the events that had transpired. Nor did it realize that this human figure was the very one who had slain its mother or father. It took a few steps forward, halting in front of Autumn Rain, its eyes filled with wonder. Witnessing this scene, Autumn Rain's previously suppressed emotions were momentarily healed. This little tiger was simply too adorable. She retrieved a piece of meat from the demon wolf's corpse she had stored and placed it before the little tiger. Upon catching the scent of the demon wolf meat, the little tiger's eyes brightened, and it eagerly bit into it. Whether it was due to hunger or the delectable taste, the little tiger began to spin joyfully. It nuzzled against Autumn Rain, panting with excitement, its dark, bright eyes brimming with anticipation. Autumn Rain couldn't help but smile, slicing off a few more pieces of meat. Watching the little tiger indulge, warmth spread through her heart. She contemplated taking the little tiger with her. Perhaps this would add to her already meager existence. But it mattered not. At least this hunt, with the inner cores of the demon beasts to submit for the task, would be sufficient to exchange for 5 or 6 high-grade spirit stones. Selling their pelts and bones could yield at least another 5 high-grade spirit stones. That would cover her rent. As long as she had some small gains afterward, she could manage to get by. If worst came to worst, she might simply have to find a smaller place to live. Mr. G has yet to conclude the assessment. In the trial pavilion, Wu Yu and you continued to inquire of the female attendant, when did Mr. G officially commence the assessment? About half a month ago in the morning. Half a month ago? Wu Yu and you furrowed her brow. Hadn't that been when she and Ji Boing arrived at the trial pavilion? From what her talisman master friends had said, regardless of whether it was mid-tier or upper-tier in the Xian rank, there were time constraints, even if one managed to pass just within the time limit. Accounting for the rest intervals, it would not exceed 5 days. Suddenly, Wu Yu and you realized something and spoke in a low voice. Take me to the control room of the assessment array. I wish to observe Mr. G's evaluation process. The expression on the female steward's face revealed her reluctance. The assessment array was overseen by Elder Dong, who was currently absent from the trading house. That is precisely why I need to go. Hurry and take me there. But only Elder Dong has the authority to enter the control room. Wu Yuanyu's countenance darkened as she fixed her gaze upon the female steward, her voice unwavering. Am I not an elder? Yes, Elder Dong is an elder, is he not? The female steward, puzzled by Wu Yuanyu's inquiry, answered obediently. However, Wu Yuanyu's subsequent remarks rendered her speechless. Since both Elder Dong and I are elders and department heads, why is it that he can go, yet I cannot? Take me there at once. The girl, witnessing Wu Yuanyu's urgency, was nearly brought to tears. Is this even comparable? The two elders are responsible for entirely different matters. Seeing that her persuasion had failed, Wu Yuanyu changed tactics, retrieving a jade pendant from her bosom and placing it into the girl's hand with a smile. This is a calming jade, though it may not be particularly precious. It nourishes the soul and aids in meditation, proving beneficial for your daily cultivation. She continued to reassure her, do not fear, just sneak me in. This matter will remain between us, with no one else the wiser. The girl gazed at the jade pendant, then glanced at the envious and jealous looks cast upon her by the other stewards. Are you certain no one else will know? Elder Wu. Just as the girl was in a dilemma, a clear voice echoed from the other side of the corridor. Chapter 136. Earth-level guest elder within the tranquil chamber. After an arduous period of over 10 days dedicated to crafting talismans, Ji Boing finally completed 3 exceptional dragon-colored talismans just before exhausting his last piece of talisman paper. Sensing the ominous aura emanating from the talisman paper, alongside the restless, thunderous essence, Ji Boing found himself devoid of any surplus energy to contain it. With a subtle wave of his hand, he stored the remaining 90 talismans into his storage ring, leaving only the 3 exquisite talismans atop the array plate. In an instant, 3 beams of dragon-colored light surged upward, illuminating the entire room. Earth-level lower-grade assessment passed. Time taken, 152 hours. Materials consumed, 99 pieces of talisman paper. Observing the dazzling dragon-colored beams, a smile crept across Ji Boing's lips as he collapsed onto the floor in a sprawling position, succumbing to slumber. The continuous high-intensity talisman crafting over the past days had taken a significant toll on even his late-stage golden core spirit. The volume of talismans produced in these days surpassed what he would typically accomplish at home in a month. After all, at home, out of 12 hours, he would spend at least 6 hours nurturing his relationship with his 2 wives, dedicating another hour and a half to contemplating the essence of Thunderlaw. While the remaining time was split between crafting talismans solo and collaborating with his wife, Xiaoninger, the pressure was minimal, even rather pleasurable. However, in the assessment chamber, Ji Boing devoted all his time to talisman crafting, save for moments of rest. It was only through this relentless effort that he managed to inscribe 99 talismans in just over 10 days. Given that these talismans were crafted in optimal conditions, 70 were successful. Among the 70 successful talismans, only 19 were of superior quality. As for the exceptional ones, there were merely those 3. Had he not taken an additional hour to rest before inscribing the final talisman and maintained a relaxed mindset, he might have truly struggled to pass. After all, failing the 99th talisman would have meant only one last opportunity, significantly heightening the pressure. Exhausted as he was, facing such stress would undoubtedly have impaired his state while crafting talismans. Thus, Ji Boing slept for approximately 3 to 4 hours before groggily rising from the floor and making his way outside the chamber. However, upon emerging, he noticed Wu Yuanyu engaged in conversation with a female steward, drawing the attention of several other stewards nearby. "Senior Wu?" Ji Boing called out. "Mr. Ji." Upon seeing Ji Boing, Wu Yuanyu swiftly circumvented the female steward, reclaiming the jade pendant from her grasp, and hurried to Ji Boing's side. "Mr. Ji, why are you only coming out now? Did you?" "I attempted the assessment for the Earth-level lower-grade guest elder," Ji Boing replied with a smile. Seeing Ji Boing's relaxed and carefree demeanor, Wu Yuanyu seemed to sense something but remained incredulous. After all, it was an Earth-level lower-grade assessment. Many 4-star lower-grade talisman masters struggled to complete it, yet Ji Boing, a mere 3-star talisman master, managed to succeed. He tentatively inquired, "It seems Mr. Ji has succeeded?" By a stroke of luck, Ji Boing smiled faintly. This time it was not modesty, but genuine fortune. Had it not been for his good luck and extraordinary performance, he would not have passed. Although he had anticipated the outcome and prepared himself mentally, at this moment, Wu Yuanyu's heart was still tumultuous, unable to settle. With a 3-star talisman path, he had passed an examination that many 4-star talisman masters could not conquer. Without a doubt, in the future, there would be a place for him in the Hall of 10,000 Paths. Wu Yuanyu took a deep breath, slightly cupping his hands toward Ji Boing and sincerely praised. "Mr. Ji's talisman skills are truly astonishing. You flatter me, Elder Wu. The talisman master examination is exceedingly taxing on the mind, and having just passed, Mr. Ji must be weary in both body and spirit. I shall not intrude further. Mr. Ji may take his rest for a while. During this time, I will ensure that all necessary procedures are prepared, so that when Mr. Ji next visits the merchant hall, he need only sign to confirm. I appreciate your efforts, Elder Wu." Ji Boing did not linger on pleasantries. After expressing his gratitude, he departed from the trial pavilion. He was indeed fatigued, though he had rested for several hours. It was merely a physical recuperation. His spiritual exhaustion still required medicinal assistance for recovery. In a certain nameless mountain range of the eastern Zhangxian continent, a flying vessel emblazoned with the characters 10,000 paths swiftly traversed the sea of clouds. Gu Shuyo, as was his custom, relinquished control of the main chamber to his subordinates and began to indulge in some wine while perusing local folklore. He had no particular hobbies, preferring to sip on fine spirits and read tales of the extraordinary. As a pure combat cultivator, aside from daily meditation, his practice revolved around nurturing his killing intent, rendering life rather monotonous. Just as he was engrossed in his reading, a sudden flicker emanated from his identification token. Gu Shuyo frowned slightly, grasped the token, and upon seeing it was a message from Wu Yuanyu, his expression darkened. He impatiently activated the communication array, grumbling, "What do you want, Mr. Ji? Which Ji? Wait, you mean Ji Boing, the guest minister? I understand. I will report to the hall master immediately." After closing the communication array, Gu Shuyo's breath momentarily halted. He sat there, dazed, for quite some time before finally picking up the identification token again. "Hall master, Shuyo has something to report." Since returning from the merchant hall examination, Ji Boing had been spending every moment with his 2 wives, as the examination had consumed half a month of time. And now that he was back, naturally, he sought to make up for lost moments. During this period, Ji Boing once again challenged himself. While also assisting Xiao Ninger in honing her composure, he adjusted their previous 2-person talisman crafting to a 3-person endeavor, inviting Yi Qingqing to join them. However, due to the heightened difficulty, their success rate was not particularly promising. Were it not for Xiao Ninger's innate affinity for talismans, they might have lost even their undergarments in the process. Fortunately, after several days of practice, Ji Boing and Xiao Ningo gradually adapted to this new challenge, and their success rate began to stabilize. Experience exchange, 140, 117W1 kilowatt. Boundary bonus, none effect bonus, 60, life and death bond. 200, support bonus, 200, free attribute points, 45, skill attribute points, talisman path 45, destined talisman, 45, 19. 7W30W. As a fleeting moment of blankness swept by, Xiao Ninger's body trembled slightly, causing her talisman brush to lift instinctively. Instantly, the air resonated with crackling sounds of electricity emanating from the talisman paper. Following this was an aura of annihilation, accompanied by a profound surge of thunder essence that swiftly filled the entire living room. Ji Boing hurriedly gathered her sword and tent, suppressing the talisman paper and stacking it aside. Sister Ninger has grown increasingly formidable. She has actually drawn a top-tier thunder talisman this time, dressed in a violet and white gown. Yi Qingqing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration upon sensing the heart-stopping aura of annihilation from the talisman paper. Ji Boing smiled gently, playfully nibbling on Xiao Ninger's earlobe, and softly remarked, "Indeed, in just 5 days, Ninger has advanced from a mere 30% success rate to an impressive 50% quality rate. And today, she has even crafted an exquisite talisman. Such mastery in the talisman path would make even a husband bow in deference." Xiao Ninger's cheeks flushed crimson, stimulated by Ji Boing's fervent breath. After all, her ears were among the most sensitive areas, and no woman could withstand such provocation. "My husband knows how to tease Ninger." She pouted, then set the talisman brush aside. Even with Ji Boing's support, creating 2 high-quality 3-star talismans in succession had reached her limit. Noticing Xiao Ninger's weariness, Ji Boing gently tapped her cheek, allowing her to recline comfortably in her embrace. "Ninger, do you and Qinger still remember Lingwu, our friendling?" "Of course. It was Ling Keqing who brought us back. He was quite considerate towards Manager Yun and us, a truly good person." Yi Qingqing replied with a light laugh. Ji Boing nodded slightly. Ling is indeed a remarkable individual. Just last month, he broke through to the nascent soul stage and invited me to his nascent soul banquet. Moreover, he specifically mentioned you both, asking me to bring you along. Upon hearing this, both women's eyes brightened, their faces alight with anticipation. However, soon, that glimmer of hope was replaced by a hint of melancholy. Chapter 137. Destruction in the face of loss. What has transpired? The subtle transformations of his 2 wives did not escape the keen observation of Ji Boing. "Ningyo has chosen not to attend, and neither has Qinger." The 2 women murmured softly. "Why?" Ji Boing inquired gently, yet this time, both remained silent. He embraced his wives, tenderly caressing their silken hair, and spoke softly, "I understand your thoughts. Indeed, it is the Yuaning banquet, but that is the extent of it. The Yuaning true monarch is not as unattainable as one might imagine. I possess a mixed spirit root of 5 elements, and was once deemed hopeless in establishing a foundation by the elder of the Qian sect. Yet, what is the reality? I have successfully established my foundation. The once distant Golden Core realms, I now converse with them as equals. They even honor me with the title of Sir. The path of Tao is vast, and our aspirations should not be confined to such narrow horizons. There remains a long journey ahead for you and me. The lifespan of refining qi barely spans a century, and establishing a foundation only extends to 300 years. Even attaining the rank of Golden Core realms grants but 800 springs and autumns. The days spent with Ninger and Qinger are far too fleeting. How could I ever find satisfaction in a mere 800 years? What I seek is eternal life. A grand longevity shared with Ninger and Qinger. Husband." The 2 wives gazed at Ji Boing, their eyes shimmering with emotion. After a moment, their attire subtly transformed, and they knelt before Ji Boing, adorned in identical maidservant garments, yet each exuding a distinctly different aura. A mere glance caused Ji Boing's sword energy to surge uncontrollably, slicing through the heavens. After a fierce battle, Ji Boing exited the small courtyard. Noticing the day was still young, he resolved to visit the trading post. His intentions were twofold: to finalize the procedures for his promotion to Earth-level guest elder, and to select an item from the core resource list as a celebratory gift. A first-tier demon wolf and a second-tier demon tiger. The fur of the tiger is indeed impressive, but it has been scorched and rendered utterly useless. Very well. 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones will suffice. In the back courtyard of a tavern in the Zhulu district, the corpulent owner surveyed the 4 demon beast carcasses on the ground, extending fingers devoid of visible joints. 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones? As the autumn rain fell, Xiaoyu furrowed her delicate brows and spoke in a low voice, though this demonic tiger is merely a second-tier beast. Its physique and vitality rival those of an ordinary 3rd-tier beast. Even if its fur is damaged, it should be worth far more than this. Oh. Then it seems there is nothing more to discuss, the corpulent innkeeper replied, spreading his hands with a rather infuriating expression before turning to walk away towards the tavern. Watching the rotund figure retreat, Xiaoyu clenched her fists in frustration. Logically, the 4 demonic beasts she possessed should have fetched at least 10 superior spirit stones. Yet, without exception, all the innkeepers had sought to undervalue her. From an initial offer of 2.5 superior spirit stones, it dwindled to 2, then 1, and now they wouldn't even part with a single spirit stone. Grinding her teeth in indignation, Xiaoyu suppressed her grievances, stowing the 4 beast corpses back into her storage bag as she departed the tavern with the little demonic tiger in tow. She had hoped that this harvest would yield at least enough to accumulate 10 superior spirit stones, but she had never anticipated the unscrupulousness of those innkeepers. Navigating through the bustling crowd, she merely wished to find an inn with a modicum of integrity. She no longer aspired to cover her rent. She simply sought to avoid a loss. Ah, is that a young, cute, enigmatic tiger? At that moment, a voice called from behind her. Yu turned to see a young man clad in luxurious garments, accompanied by 2 guards, gazing with keen interest at the little tiger in her arms. Friend, would you sell this demonic tiger to me? I can offer 100 superior spirit stones. Yu quickly cradled the little tiger protectively and replied politely. I am truly sorry, but this demonic tiger cannot be sold to you, young master. The young man raised an eyebrow at her response, a playful smile on his lips. Is it too little? Then allow me to increase the offer to 150. Purchasing this non-grade demonic tiger at such a price guarantees you profit. Still shaking her head, she replied, 200. Surely that is sufficient? Young master, Yu said softly. This is not merely a matter of spirit stones regardless of your offer. I cannot part with it. Moreover, this is only a young enigmatic tiger. If you are truly interested, you might consider visiting a pet merchant, where the quality of the younglings is superior and easier to tame. Typically available for no more than a few dozen superior spirit stones. The young man rubbed his nose, and the smile on his face gradually turned cold. While young enigmatic tigers are indeed rare, they are not beyond reach. With determination, one could acquire them for a few dozen spirit stones. However, he was the sort who desired whatever caught his eye, and once fixated, he would stop at nothing to obtain it. If it eludes me, he said ominously, I shall extend you one final opportunity, 250 superior spirit stones for that demonic tiger. Sensing the malice in his tone, Yu nonetheless replied, I apologize. Young master, but I must decline. How audacious. The young man interjected sharply. In the next instant, 2 waves of golden core spiritual pressure surged forth, enveloping Yu entirely. Autumn Rain initially sought to struggle, but the overwhelming spiritual pressure rendered her utterly immobile. The young man approached her slowly, seizing the demon tiger cradled in her arms. I have never failed to acquire what I desire, he declared, if he could not obtain it. A cold smirk crossed his lips as he pressed his hand against the demon tiger's crown. In that instant, a realization struck Autumn Rain, and her pupils constricted sharply. She fought with all her might, her spiritual energy radiating outward in a desperate bid for freedom. Yet, no matter her efforts, the combined suppression of the 2 golden core cultivators proved futile. The young man observed this scene with an even more pronounced sneer. With a slight exertion of his right hand, a burst of blood mist erupted violently. Let us depart, he commanded, casually discarding the lifeless body of the demon tiger to the side before turning away and walking into the distance. It was only after the trio's figures vanished completely into the crowd that the golden core pressure enveloping Autumn Rain dissipated. She collapsed to the ground, her gaze fixed on the mangled remains of the demon tiger, her vision fading into a haze of despair. Chapter 138. A stone provokes 1,000 waves in the blink of an eye. Several days had passed. Tonight marked the much-anticipated banquet of Lingwu's nascent soul. In preparation for this event, Ji Boying had procured 2 exquisite true treasure robes and several protective ornaments for his wives. My dear, Xiao Ninger donned a flowing gown of white silk adorned with purple patterns, her hair elegantly styled, with a jade hairpin shaped like fluttering blue butterflies. Strands of hair cascaded gracefully by her cheeks and down her back, her every smile and frown reminiscent of peach blossoms in spring, yet pure and serene as chrysanthemums in autumn. Am I beautiful? She inquired softly, her lips parting to reveal a melodious voice tinged with anticipation and delight. And what of me? Yi Qingqing stepped closer to Ji Boying, twirling gracefully, her pale pink gown fluttering slightly. Her exquisitely beautiful face bore a sweet smile, exuding a playful charm akin to that of a delicate flower. Ji Boying stepped forward, embracing both women and declaring, in this world, nothing compares to such exquisite beauty. As time drew near, he announced, let us be off. Having completed their preparations, Ji Boying led his wives out of the courtyard. However, he did not hasten their departure. Instead, he first made his way to the affairs pavilion. The Lingwu Nascent Soul Banquet not only extended invitations to merchant guests and elders, but also included several shopkeepers, including Yun Qianshan. Mr. Ji, shopkeeper Yun. Upon arriving at the affairs pavilion, Yun Qianshan greeted him with great enthusiasm. Greetings, Elder Wu. The 2 women offered a respectful bow to Yun Qianshan. Such honor is too much for me. He quickly sidestepped their homage. In times past, such a gesture might have been acceptable, but circumstances had changed. Not only was Ji Boying now a guest elder of the earth tier, but both women had also become foundation establishment cultivators, standing on equal footing with him. There was no need for them to pay their respects. There is no need for such formalities, shopkeeper Yun, Ji Boying replied with a gentle smile. After all, my wives owe their safety to your care until my return, thus. This bow is one you must graciously accept. Ah, Mr. Ji is too kind. It is merely my duty. They exchanged pleasantries for a brief moment before setting off toward the outskirts of the city. Though Yulong Mountain fell within the jurisdiction of Tsanglong, Immortal City, it lay several hundred miles from the main city. Once they departed the city, they opted for a flying boat. On the deck, Ji Boing gazed out at the vast sea of clouds before him and asked softly, "Shopkeeper Yun, have you received any news of Daoist Chiu recently?" Yun Qianshan's eyes flickered slightly at the mention of Chiuyu. He had assumed Ji Boing had forgotten about Chiuyu, as when he had previously brought up her situation. Ji Boing had merely acknowledged it verbally without taking further action. To his surprise, Ji Boing had now raised the matter again. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. After Daoist Chiu left the Zhulu district, she has not contacted me, Yun Qianshan replied candidly. However, once this banquet concludes, I can make inquiries. I should have results within 2 months at most. Ji Boing nodded slightly. I appreciate your efforts, shopkeeper Yun. It is my duty, Yun Qianshan responded. With the assistance of the flying vessel, it took merely a little over an hour for Ji Boing and his companions to arrive at Jade Dragon Mountain. Upon their arrival, they beheld the verdant peaks adorned with several pavilions, where winding corridors intertwined gracefully and the water cascaded over the stones, mingling the beauty of artifice with nature in exquisite harmony. As Ji Boing set forth later in the day, a considerable number of guests, including esteemed elders, had already gathered at Jade Dragon Mountain. Although Ling Wu's modest banquet for the Yuan-ing was far less grand than the original ceremony hosted by the esteemed Yu Xiaojinjuan, the presence of guests remained equally remarkable. Notably, there were over 20 Yuan-ing Jinjuan in attendance, and the number of Jindan Jinren exceeded 100. Among the guests, the merchant envoy Wan Hongyang presented a section of the Xin Bing Huanju, extending his congratulations to Ling Wu Jinjuan for his achievements on the path to enlightenment. Similarly, the merchant envoy Lin Luo offered a branch of the Jin Ding Xian Hua, celebrating Ling Wu Jinjuan's successful formation of the Yuan-ing. As they disembarked from the flying vessel, the sound of the officiant's ceremonial announcements echoed nearby. Ji Boing turned to Yun Qianshan and discreetly inquired about the congratulatory gift prepared by the esteemed shopkeeper. With a subtle smile, Yun Qianshan understood Ji Boing's concern regarding the weight of his own offering and retrieved a vibrantly colored lotus seed pod from his storage ring. Is this the 8 treasure lotus seeds? Ji Boing arched an eyebrow, a hint of astonishment glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, Yun Qianshan was a man of hidden depths. Sir Ji, you flatter me. This was merely a fortuitous find. It holds little significance for me. It is quite suitable as a gift for Lord Ling and serves to foster goodwill. A single 8 treasure lotus seed holds the value of a true gentleman's favor, worth it. After leaving their gifts and inscribing their names in the guest book, the two made their way inside. Typically, at such Yuan-ing banquets, guests refrained from bringing family. However, as Ji Boing gazed inward, he noticed many attendees had brought their kin, which alleviated his concerns. Otherwise, being the only one accompanied by 2 wives would have felt rather isolating. At that moment, Ling Wu was engaged in conversation, so Ji Boing refrained from intruding. Instead, he, along with his wives, found a secluded pavilion with Yun Qianshan to settle down. The atmosphere of the banquet was relatively relaxed, lacking the stringent protocols of the previous Yuan-ing ceremony, aligning well with Ling Wu's character, much to Ji Boing's delight. As for Ji Boing's wives, they were captivated by the presence of so many Jin Dan Jinren and even Yuan-ing Jinjuan, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. The merchant envoy Yun Qianshan presents the 8 treasure lotus seeds, extending his heartfelt congratulations to Ling Wu Jinjuan on the successful formation of his Yuan-ing. The merchant envoy Ji Boing presents the enlightenment fruit. The officiant's voice continued to resonate, but when he announced Ji Boing's gift, the tone abruptly shifted. Imbued with a sense of astonishment and shock, the mention of the enlightenment fruit caused the countenance of the other esteemed guests on Jade Dragon Mountain to pale. And even Ling Wu, who was engaged in conversation, momentarily appeared taken aback. In a certain pavilion, Wu Yuan, who had also attended Ling Wu's Yuan-ing ceremony, could not help but press a hand to his forehead upon hearing of Ji Boing's offering. He let out a deep sigh, draining the contents of his cup in one gulp, and spoke with a hint of melancholy. It can no longer be concealed. In that fleeting moment, the entire Yulong Mountain was enveloped in silence, with only the gentle sounds of silk and bamboo, and the flowing water lingering in his ears. Ji Boing. Who is he? After a considerable pause, it was uncertain who among the crowd first broke the stillness. This question seemed to stir a tempest, instantly igniting a fervor throughout the assembly. Esteemed elders, please forgive Ling Wu for a moment's absence. Ling Wu bowed respectfully to the elders before casting his gaze around the venue, ultimately making his way towards the pavilion where Wu Yuan resided. He chose not to approach Ji Boing's pavilion, instead retrieving his identification token to send a message. Has Mr. Ji passed the Earth-level guest examination? Meanwhile, in the pavilion, upon receiving the message, Ji Boing promptly replied, Indeed. If Mr. Ling does not mind the revelation of his Earth-level guest status, I shall come over now to toast. If he wishes to remain discreet, I shall pay my respects to Mr. G after the banquet concludes. Upon hearing this, Ji Boying couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, momentarily perplexed by the underlying implications, yet his instincts urged him to opt for the latter. In that case, I shall excuse myself from this banquet. Just as Ji Boying pondered this, the identification token flickered once more with a radiant light. And this time the message was not from Ling Wu, but from Wu Yuanyu. Chapter 139, The Six Main Halls. Mr. G. I sincerely apologize for not having promptly informed you about certain matters regarding the Earth-level guest officials the other day. I beg your forgiveness. As for the banquet, it would be prudent for you to conceal your identity for now. After the event concludes, I shall provide you with a thorough explanation. Upon hearing this, Ji Boying nodded in agreement. In truth, it was understandable that Wu Yuanyu had not had the opportunity to explain, given that he had departed in haste that day. Thus, Ji Boying, accompanied by his two wives and Yun Qianshan, nestled in a small pavilion, savoring a variety of exquisite wines and delicacies. Although several guest officials approached Yun Qianshan to inquire about Ji Boying, they were deftly sidestepped. Gradually, dawn broke, and the banquet came to a gentle close amidst the discussions surrounding Ji Boying. The guest officials and elders bade farewell to Ling Wu before departing from Yulong Mountain. It was not until nearly half an hour later that only Ling Wu, Wu Yuanyu, and Ji Boying remained on the mountain, with even Ling Wu's entourage having been dispersed. Mr. Ji, Ling Wu approached with a wine cup, accompanied by Wu Yuanyu. Ji Boying also rose to toast. Congratulations, Taoist Ling, on achieving the nascent soul. Ha ha, you flatter me, Mr. Ji. Ling Wu replied with a hearty laugh. The two simply clinked their cups and downed their drinks. After toasting Ji Boying, Ling Wu specifically honored Xiao Ninger, Yi Qingqing, and Yun Qianshan with a toast as well. Previously, he might not have deemed it necessary, but now, with Ji Boying having attained the status of an Earth-level guest official, his standing was no longer comparable to before. Even Wu Yuanyu acknowledged Ji Boying's wise with a nod, leaving Xiao Ninger and Yi Qingqing in profound astonishment. They had assumed that Ji Boying, as a 3-star talisman master, could only stand alongside Golden Core realms at best. To their surprise, even the nascent soul realms treated him with such deference. In that moment, both felt a sense of pride. Following the exchanges, only Wu Yuanyu, Ling Wu, and Ji Boying remained in the pavilion, while the two wives and Xiao Ninger discreetly withdrew, sensing the subtle atmosphere from the earlier banquet. I trust Mr. Ji has perceived the nuances from the banquet. Wu Yuanyu stroked his beard and remarked, the reason these guest officials have behaved in such a manner is twofold. Firstly, it is owing to Mr. Ji's presentation of the Enlightenment Fruit, and secondly, because the Enlightenment Fruit is a resource exclusive to Earth-level guest officials. Throughout the entire Eastern Songxin continent, prior to the headquarters reallocating personnel, there had been nearly 800 core guest officials, of which only 50 were Earth-level officials, all of whom had been transferred to the central continent. At this moment, Mr. Ji stands as the sole remaining Earth-level guest official at the commercial outpost. 50? Upon hearing this number, Ji Boying's expression reflected palpable surprise. Was the assessment for Earth-level officials truly that challenging to pass? He was uncertain about other matters, but he was confident that talisman crafting was not difficult at all. Time is not a constraint. Producing 3 exceptional Thunder Law derivative talismans from 100 talisman papers should pose little challenge for any 4-star talisman master, should it not? Just as Ji Boying pondered this, Wu Yuanyu continued, among the 50 Earth-level guest elders, there are 7 talisman masters whose proficiency has reached the mid-level of 4 stars, and they represent the pinnacle of this category. As for individuals like Mr. Ji, who passed the Earth-level assessment with a high-level 3-star talisman mastery, there have been scarcely a handful in the entirety of Dongsong Xianzhou throughout history. Upon hearing this, Ji Boying felt a surge of astonishment. Could it be that he was truly so remarkable? Nevertheless, the perplexity etched upon his face did not diminish in the slightest. Rather, it deepened. Elder Wu, there is something I do not comprehend. Pray tell. After a brief pause, Ji Boying inquired, are you aware of the assessment content for guest elder talisman masters? Such knowledge is common below the celestial level. Ji Boying nodded slightly, then proceeded to inquire with growing confidence. The assessment for low-level Earth guest elder talisman masters requires them to refine, before exhausting 100 talisman papers, 1 Sky Thunder talisman, 1 Earth Thunder talisman, and 1 Cloud Thunder talisman, each of which must attain the pinnacle of dragon-colored quality to be deemed successful, with no time limit. Indeed, that is correct. Wu Yuanyu nodded slightly, though he still did not grasp the full meaning. Yet immediately following, Ji Boying's subsequent remarks nearly left him speechless. While the 6 types of Thunder Law derivative talismans are undoubtedly challenging, they ultimately do not transcend the technical level of 3-star talismans. Logically, It should not be too uncommon for 3-star talisman masters to pass the Earth level assessment. Why then, throughout history in Dongsang Shinzhou, have so few 3-star talisman masters succeeded in this endeavor? Ling Wu, who had been listening, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although he was not a talisman master, the renown of the 6 types of Thunder Law derivative talismans was already well known to him, particularly the latter 3 talismans, which not even many mid-level 4-star talisman masters could forge with a high success rate, let alone produce exceptional talismans. Mr. G. Wu Yuanyu inhaled deeply and said, I am not a talisman master, and I am uncertain how to respond to that question. All I know is that my talisman master friends regard the 6 types of Thunder Law derivative talismans as exceedingly difficult to refine, far beyond the ordinary level of difficulty. This Ji Boing could not help but smile wryly upon hearing this. The difficulty of refining the 6 types of Thunder Law derivative talismans is indeed high, otherwise, his exceptional success rate would not be as low as merely a fraction of one. It is noteworthy that he achieves a 20% exceptional rate even with ordinary high-level 3-star talismans, and for simpler talismans, it can exceed 30%. As for the rate for fine quality, that goes without saying. Regarding Mr. G's need to conceal his identity, there are actually 2 reasons. Firstly, as a friend, I do not wish for you to become embroiled in the factional conflicts of the Merchant Guild too soon. And secondly, I have my own personal motives. Wu Yuanyu resumed his speech, and at this juncture, he candidly added, of course, the latter is the more significant reason. Ji Boing took no offense and instead questioned, Elder, what do you mean by factional conflicts? Is there a division within the Merchant Guild? That seems unlikely. Wu Yuanyu shook his head slightly and continued, in truth, compared to those sects, the Merchant Guild is far more straightforward, focused solely on resources. The concern regarding Mr. G becoming entangled in factional disputes arises from the fact that resource allocation within the guild is determined by the heads of each hall at the headquarters, heavily reliant on the strength of the guest elders in each hall. A prodigious talent like Mr. G, a 3-star talisman master who has successfully passed the Earth level assessment, will undoubtedly be a target of fervent recruitment by the various halls. If Mr. G mishandles these matters, he may inadvertently offend certain individuals. Ji Boing nodded slightly at this. Such matters, if not managed properly, can easily lead to public criticism. What main halls does the Merchant Guild have? The Merchant Guild comprises 6 principal halls: Wind, Forest, Fire, Mountain, Shadow, and Thunder. Each hall has its strengths and responsibilities. I, along with Elder Gu and Senior Brother Yang, belong to the Wind Hall. Meanwhile, Elder Hua, the external affairs supervisor stationed at our branch, and Master Shui Dan, who manages the guild, are associated with the Mountain and Fire halls, respectively. And what of Daoist Ling? Ji Boing inquired, turning his gaze towards Ling Wu. Upon hearing this, the latter's face flushed with embarrassment, a hint of awkwardness crossing his features. Chapter 140. Mei Tan and Ig Wu Yuanyu observed Ling Wu's awkward demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle as he explained. There are 2 ways to enter the main hall, either by passing the Earth-level guest elder assessment or by breaking through to the Yuaning stage to take the hall's exclusive examination. Although Ling Keqing is not yet a member of the main hall, the assessment is not insurmountable. Ling Wu scratched his head and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, I thank Elder Wu for your kind words. Ji Boing, witnessing the exchange, smiled and inquired, which main hall does fellow Daoist Ling wish to join? Presumably, it would be the Fu Feng Hall. Ling Wu poured himself a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp, continuing, the Sword Forest Hall specializes in swordsmanship. The Dan Fire Hall in alchemy, the Qi Mountain Hall in weapon forging and body refinement, the Xian Yin Hall is dedicated to cultivating assassins. And as for the Tianlei Hall, they focus on lightning techniques. I am merely an ordinary battle cultivator without any specialized skills, following a conventional path. If the treatment is the same, none of these 5 halls truly suit me. Furthermore, I have grown accustomed to running airships over the years. I can hardly sit still, and my temperament is reserved, disinclined to interact with others. The Fu Feng Hall, which specializes in merchant airship operations, is indeed the most fitting for me. Wu Yuanyu nodded in agreement, adding, what Ling Keqing says is indeed more appropriate for the Fu Feng Hall. Moreover, the Fu Feng Hall is inclusive and diverse. While it may not be as specialized as the other main halls, its broad scope is more suitable for ordinary cultivators like us. Ling Wu turned once more to Ji Boing, smiling as he said, Mr. Ji can now consider which main hall to join. Taking the initiative is always preferable to being reactive. This way, even if members of other halls wish to comment, they will find no grounds to do so. Precisely. Wu Yuanyu concurred, adding, should Mr. Ji eventually join the Wanao Pavilion, the entanglements of interest would be even greater. By proactively making a choice today, Mr. Ji can avoid falling into a compromising position. Ji Boing nodded slightly, then asked, Is there a difference in treatment between the various main halls? The foundational treatment across the halls is the same. The sole distinction lies in the allocation of cultivation resources. The stronger the overall strength of a guest elder in the main hall, the more resources they are allocated. As for the ranking of the 6 main halls, the Sword Forest Hall is first, followed by the Xianin Hall, with the Dan Fire and Qi Mountain Halls on par. And then the Fufeng and Tian Lei Halls. Wu Yuanyu took a sip of tea and elaborated, of course, should Mr. Ji join the Wandao Pavilion in the future, resource distribution will no longer be managed by the main halls but will be directly allocated by the headquarters. Therefore, no matter which main hall Mr. Ji joins, it will not affect his resource distribution. In fact, the main hall will benefit from having Mr. Ji as a member of the Wandao Pavilion, resulting in a substantial increase in resources. Upon hearing this, Ji Boying's eyes flickered with realization. If that is the case, he must be even more proactive, as the stakes are exceedingly high, should he fail to make the right choice. With this thought, Ji Boying couldn't help but cast another glance at Wu Yuanyu. The latter detected the gaze of Ji Boying and couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Ji, there is no need for concern. I, Wu, do have my own interests at heart. But as a friend, I shall not interfere with your choices. You may select the most suitable main hall for yourself. Feeling exposed, Ji Boying found himself somewhat embarrassed. How petty of me to underestimate your intentions. I am truly ashamed. Ha ha ha, Mr. Ji, you flatter me. Were I in your position, I would likely do the same. After several hours had passed, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Ji Boying took his leave from the two and departed first. In the pavilion, Ling Wu poured himself another cup of wine and mused, will Mr. Ji choose the Fufeng Hall? That depends on the attitude of the main hall, Wu Yuanyu replied, savoring his cup of Lin tea. Old Gu and I had reported to the main hall the moment Mr. Ji passed the assessment. We initially intended to quietly reap our rewards, but we never anticipated such unforeseen developments. The main hall will likely have to pay a hefty price if they wish to win over Mr. Ji now. Ling Wu sighed, feeling a sense of guilt. If I had not hosted this banquet, perhaps. Alas, at this moment, outside the Canglong Immortal City, Ji Boying decided to take his 2 wives out for a leisurely stroll, cherishing this rare opportunity. As for Yun Qianshan, he tactfully excused himself on the pretext of having matters to attend to and left for the Merchant Association. However, before departing, Ji Boying made a point to mention the matter of Qiuyu once more. The scale and prosperity of Canglong Immortal City far surpassed that of Fulong City. The night market, in particular, was more vibrant than even the first-tier cities of his previous life. The bustling streets were adorned with colorful lights, and vendors were scattered along the roadside, adding charm to the thoroughfare. The sounds of haggling filled the air, mingling with the chatter of passing tourists, creating an atmosphere rich with local flavor. Xiao Ninger and Yi Qingqing had grown up in Fengming Pavilion, rarely venturing outside, and even when they did, it was under the watchful eye of Mama Yun, leaving them little chance to witness the splendor of the world beyond. Thus, upon entering the night market, they could no longer contain their exuberance and began to curiously explore their surroundings. Ji Boying, observing the delighted expressions of the two, couldn't help but smile. This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he had gone shopping with girls, a truly poignant experience. However, in his past life, his finances were not particularly robust. And even had a girl been willing to accompany him, his insecurities would have likely held him back from accepting. Husband. At that moment, Xiao Ninger suddenly turned, linking her arm with Ji Boying's, pointing towards a distant stall where steam rose, her eyes filled with anticipation. Ninger wants to go see that. Ji Boying smiled gently and led the two towards the enticing stall. Before they could come fully close, a rich aroma wafted towards them. And the moment the fragrance reached their nostrils, it was impossible not to feel one's mouth water, stirring an irresistible appetite. Following the alluring fragrance, one finds a colossal charcoal furnace, upon which rests an array of objects radiating with iridescent hues, reminiscent of large pebbles nestled at the riverbed. Boss, what is this? Ji Boying inquired curiously as she approached the stall. Higi, this is called Mate in Niji, crafted primarily from the second-tier demon beast, the North Sea Niji, complemented with blood plum blossoms and moonlit vines. Not only is it delectable, but it also carries a floral aroma that lingers on the palate, leaving one enchanted. The proprietor eagerly introduced as he sprang to his feet upon hearing her voice. Made in Niji? Why does it feel somewhat peculiar? I even have an impulse to rap about it. Ji Boying mused, pondering for a moment before deciding. Well, I'll have one, please. Excellent choice. 1 high-grade spirit stone, if you please. The owner beamed with delight as he immediately selected the largest piece. Ji Boying accepted the Mate in Niji, leaving behind a high-grade spirit stone, and continued onward with her 2 wives. However, shortly after their departure, a graceful figure appeared from another street, approaching with an air of intrigue. Chapter 141. Breakthrough to 4-star talismancer. After several days of engaging in external missions, Xiaoyu's hunting skills have markedly improved. Although the tasks primarily involve first-tier beasts, the sheer volume ensures a daily income of 200 to 300 mid-grade spirit stones. Occasionally, fortune smiles upon her, allowing encounters with weaker second-tier beasts. Most fortuitously, since that day, she has established a long-term collaboration with a modest tavern, which purchases beast materials at around 90% of the standard price. On occasions when the beasts are preserved intact, additional bonuses are granted. This arrangement is infinitely better than the exploitative taverns of the past, as long as she diligently undertakes missions daily, remains vigilant, and avoids injury. These spirit stones suffice for her rent, with the potential for surplus during fortunate times. Overall, the future appears promising. At this moment, Xiaoyu had just finished processing the beast meat at the tavern and intended to stroll through the night market, hoping to stumble upon some talismans for her hunting endeavors. As for the talismans left by Ji Boing, firstly, she is reluctant to utilize them, for even the least among them are of superior second-tier quality. Secondly, she wishes to keep them as a memento. Since that day when Ji Boing fell from the flying vessel, she has inquired multiple times with Manager Yun about his condition. Yet each response leaves her feeling disheartened. She wonders how Mr. Ji is faring now. He possesses an identity token, so he should be safe. Suddenly, Xiaoyu's steps falter. Her slender and graceful form seems ensnared by an unseen force, rooted to the spot. Mr. Ji? She gazes dazedly at the familiar silhouette in the distance, her voice emerging in a dreamy whisper. Just as she contemplates approaching, a soft, melodious voice unexpectedly breaks the air. Moments later, a delicate figure clad in a pink and white water dress, resembling a gentle bird, approaches Ji Boing, playfully tugging at his arm. Husband, Qing'er wishes to explore that way. Very well, let us heed Qing'er's wishes. As they converse, the pair continues down another street. Xiaoyu watches their retreating figures, her gaze trembling slightly. After a prolonged silence, she allows herself a self-deprecating smile and turns to walk in another direction. At the headquarters of the Wanao Commercial Alliance, amidst the mist-shrouded peaks, a magnificently adorned treasure ship floats above the sea of clouds. Clatter, clatter within the vessel. A middle-aged man dressed in a purple robe and crowned with a long hat traverses the corridors, halting before a grand and imposing hall. Master of the hall, we have received new intelligence from the eastern Zhongxian continent. That guest, Ji Qiqing, inadvertently revealed his Earth-tier guest identity at the banquet. Noted, from the elevated seat, the elder's voice remains calm and unperturbed, as if this revelation holds little significance. Observing this, the middle-aged man expresses his confusion. Master, with Ji Qiqing's identity exposed, other main halls will undoubtedly strive to recruit him. If we remain inactive, I fear in that case, we shall withdraw from the Fufeng Hall. Upon the dais, the elder spoke once more. Withdraw? The middle-aged man was utterly unsettled. Master, that esteemed Master Jifu is highly likely to become a member of the Myriad Paths Pavilion. If we withdraw, wouldn't that mean? Before the young man could finish, the elder's voice decisively interrupted him. You have stated, highly likely, yet the time for the Commerce Guild is running short. Our Fufeng Hall is already in a precarious position. I cannot gamble on such a possibility. Furthermore, the elder continued, in comparison to this highly likely individual, I have already secured a genuine member of the Myriad Paths Pavilion. Considering the time, he should have completed the assessment by now. As he spoke, a trace of amusement appeared on the elder's previously impassive visage. He rose slowly, his deep and resounding voice echoing throughout the hall. Follow me to the Myriad Paths Pavilion to welcome the future master of Fufeng Hall. Unbeknownst to them, a month had slipped away. Since returning from the Yulong Mountain banquet, Ji Boing had not stepped outside, though his days were uneventful, spent either communicating with his wife, crafting talismans, or delving into the true essence of the Thunderlaw canon. Ji Boing preferred this monotonous yet serene existence over the tumultuous, perilous life outside. Indeed, it was not devoid of interest. This month, Ji Boing had shifted his fascination from the two-dimensional world to the allure of office lady attire, particularly his two charming wives. Both embodying a sweet and adorable demeanor, showcased a striking contrast when donned in OL blazers paired with pencil skirts, rendering Ji Boing utterly captivated. Although he had previously experienced such moments, the dynamic of 2 against 1 was a novel encounter for him, especially on that initial night. Had it not been for Xiao Ninger and Yi Qingqing's physical limitations, Ji Boing might have shattered his own record once again. Within the chamber, the 2 graceful figures lay limply against the table. They had grown entirely numb to the ferocious onslaught of the mighty dragon behind them. Even if they were not numb, they lacked the strength to wield the dragon-slaying technique once more. Time slipped away unnoticed until, with a resounding roar from the Azure Dragon, this one-sided battle finally came to an end. Ji Boing, ever considerate, gently wiped away the remnants from his two wives, performed a cleansing technique to refresh them, and then carried them back to bed. Only after tucking them under the covers did he exit the room and proceed to the guest chamber. There, he seated himself on the floor and retrieved the Thunderlaw cannon. However, this time, he did not rush into contemplation but instead opened the long-neglected attributes panel. Name, Ji Boing. Cultivation level, Foundation Establishment, Level 3. Bone quality, Fire 30,000, Superior. Bone quality, Wood 30,000, Superior. Bone quality, Ice 30,000, Superior. Soul, 240,000, Late Golden Core. Physical body, 100,000, Mid Golden Body. Poisoned, Swordsmanship, 57,800, Initial Realm, Talismans, 301,000, 4-star Inferior. Alchemy, 17,000, 2-star Medium, Bloodline, 111,000, 3-star Medium, Destined Talisman, 219,000, 300,000, Talisman Consumption, 30, Talisman Power, 30, Talisman Fusion, 200, Destined Vital Blood, 94,000, 300. 000, Vital Blood Transformation, 30, Vital Blood Recovery, 30, Bloodline Enhancement, 30, Duration, 94 breaths. At last, Ji Boing had ascended to the rank of 4-star Talisman Master. Observing his attributes, a smile graced his face. However, he pondered, the pace of this breakthrough felt rather delayed. The tasks assigned to him by headquarters had not only been completed but exceeded. He wondered how the quality of the 6 types of derived talismans would fare after achieving this new rank. With this thought, Ji Boing closed the panel and retrieved a blank beast skin talisman paper from his storage ring. He centered his mind, focused his spirit, and took up his brush to sketch. Having drawn the 6 types of derived talismans countless times, he could not claim to have mastered the intricate patterns entirely. Yet he had certainly reached a level of profound skill, with the strokes of his brush now ingrained in his very being. After approximately 2 hours, as the tumultuous thunder energy danced upon the talisman paper, a top-tier cloud thunder talisman was successfully sketched. Was it truly this smooth? Could it be that fortune was favoring him? Ji Boing paused in surprise, a look of astonishment crossing his features. After a brief moment of contemplation, he retrieved another talisman paper. Once more, he centered his thoughts and took up his brush, this time with a noticeably increased speed. An hour and a half later, infused with a sense of annihilation, the power of thunder once again surged forth, culminating in the creation of a top-tier Earth Thunder Talisman. Another masterpiece? Ji Boing inhaled deeply and reached for yet another blank beast skin talisman paper. He was determined to prove himself. After 2 days and nights of relentless effort, during which he even neglected communication with his beloved wife, Ji Boing finally arrived at a profound conclusion. Chapter 142, The Water Sword in the Earlier Instances. Fortune indeed favored me. Over the course of 2 days and 1 night, I successfully crafted a total of 13 talismans, comprising 2 exceptional, 8 fine, and 3 superior ones. A simple calculation reveals an exceptional rate exceeding 10% and a fine rate surpassing 60%, compared to the previous 2% rate for fine talismans. This marks a remarkable qualitative leap. Furthermore, this level of excellence has qualified me for an assessment by the Wanao Pavilion. Previously, Wu Yu and you had mentioned that once the fine rate for the 6 categories of derived talismans stabilized above 60%, I could approach him to request an application to the headquarters. It is evident that Ji Boing has now met this criterion, even exceeding it by over 10% in exceptional rates. Admittedly, the occurrence of exceptional talismans involved an element of luck, and the actual rate may not be as high. Yet the fine rate is undeniably stable. There is no rush for the assessment by Wanao Pavilion. It is prudent to wait until my spiritual essence breaks through to the nascent soul realm before proceeding, ensuring greater stability. After all, a 60% fine rate only qualifies one for assessment and does not guarantee success. It is wise to adopt a cautious approach. Additionally, although I am currently a 4-star talisman master, my internal spiritual power may not suffice to support the crafting of 4-star talismans. Should I encounter a request for a 4-star talisman, would I not find myself in dire straits? It is essential to ensure that my spiritual roots can adequately supply the energy required for crafting 4-star talismans. After pondering over the essence of Thunderlaw for about an hour, Ji Boing finally exited his quarters. However, upon stepping out, he was greeted by the sight of his 2 wives waiting outside. "Congratulations, my husband," Yi Qingqing exclaimed first, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Beside her, Xiao Ning'er also gazed at him with crescent-shaped eyes, filled with profound affection. "Congratulations for what?" Ji Boing inquired playfully, drawing Yi Qingqing into his embrace. My husband has been in seclusion for 2 days and nights, and according to Sister Ninger, the room was often filled with an abundant aura of thunder. If I am not mistaken, your talisman mastery has achieved a breakthrough, has it not? Ha ha ha, you are the most perceptive. Ji Boying chuckled, playfully pinching Yi Qingqing's nose before pulling Xiao Ninger into his embrace as well. After 2 days and nights of seclusion, I have made a breakthrough in talisman mastery. Shouldn't you both express your appreciation? Upon hearing Ji Boying's words, both women's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Though hesitant in expression, they dutifully donned the professional attire, complete with black stockings, that Ji Boying favored during this period. With a hearty laugh, Ji Boying led his 2 wives towards the main hall. He preferred the sturdy, Grand Eight Immortals table in the main hall to the one in the bedroom. One must admit, the professional attire and the table were a perfect match. However, the Eight Immortals table still lacked a certain charm. During his visit to the trading company today, he could inquire about replacing the room's table with an executive office desk for a more fitting aesthetic. Additionally, he contemplated acquiring a boss's chair. Though such items seemed scarce in this world, he would have to see if the trading company could assist in customizing a set. 2 hours later, after several sways in the living room, Ji Bing changed her attire and set off towards the merchant house. At the affairs pavilion, guided by an attendant, Ji Bing arrived at the task registration desk. However, instead of an elder, she was greeted by a formation. Ji Bing took out all 6 types of derivative talismans she had crafted, 60 superior Do Lei talismans, 30 superior and 30 fine Yao Lei talismans, 30 superior and 30 fine Shui Lei talismans, 5 superior and 50 fine Yun Lei talismans, 5 superior and 50 fine Di Lei talismans, and 5 superior and 50 fine Tian Lei talismans. The moment the talismans were submitted, the formation emitted a spectrum of brilliant lights, and shortly thereafter, a small pile of top-tier spirit stones appeared before Ji Bing. This collection of spirit stones was the reward for her additional submission of talismans beyond the task requirements, totaling 700 superior spirit stones, which was several hundred higher than the market price, a rather commendable sum. After receiving the spirit stones, the formation once again shimmered with light. And soon after, a list of prime core materials of the Xian level materialized before Ji Bing. With a cursory glance, Ji Bing immediately selected the most precious item. The true treasure-grade sword, condensation water, priced at 3,888. Under ordinary circumstances, Ji Bing would never have considered exchanging for such a sword. However, given that it was essentially free now, she naturally opted for the most expensive. After finalizing her choice, it took but a moment for a sword, radiant and cold as a mirror, to manifest before her. Even from a distance of several feet, the chilling aura emanating from the blade was unmistakable, sending prickles of cold through the air without the need for contact. Extending her right hand, Ji Bing gently urged her thoughts, and the sword, condensation water, floated gracefully into her grasp. The instant she gripped the hilt, she unleashed her sword intent. In that fleeting moment, the pure murderous aura melded seamlessly with the sword's inherent chill, transforming the sweltering June day into an intense winter, even surpassing it. What a magnificent sword! Ji Bing could not help but exclaim. With this blade, even against a nascent soul practitioner, I could engage in battle. Of course, it would only be a single confrontation. Despite Ji Bing's formidable strength, there remained a significant gap when facing a nascent soul. Defeating an opponent across such a vast cultivation realm, as depicted in novels, was nearly impossible unless the opponent was not a combat specialist and Ji Bing employed all her tactics. Otherwise, victory would be unattainable. This, of course, did not account for her innate talismans. If she could prepare 100 heavenly thunder talismans fused with her innate talismans in advance, even a late-stage nascent soul would meet their demise. Having endured the tribulation of the flying vessel, Ji Bing fused all the superior talismans she had crafted this time with her innate talismans. Over the past 6 months, she had amassed around 50 or 60 of them. However, the fused talismans were one-time consumables. Once used, they could not be employed again. In other words, in a one-on-one confrontation, Ji Boying can ensure that he stands a chance against a nascent soul opponent. However, in the case of a group battle, he can only rely on his physical prowess, bloodline, and swordsmanship. The bloodline enhancement, though, is time-limited, lasting only 94 breaths, which is less than 5 minutes. Moreover, its effectiveness is restricted. In a direct confrontation, it can only contend with an initial stage nascent soul, and even then, just one opponent. If only Liu Yao were still around, for within 6 months, she could have helped elevate me to the mid-stage of the realm, perhaps? I wonder if Mother Yun has returned. With no current assignments, I might as well take the opportunity to visit Fengming Pavilion again. Ji Boying softly murmured as he stored the Ning Shui sword within his storage ring and then made his way towards the hall of the affairs pavilion. His purpose for this visit was not solely to submit a task, but also to commission a set of office furniture for the boss. It must be crafted from high-quality spiritual wood, the kind that is durable. However, just as he stepped outside, he spotted Yun Qianshan waiting for him. "Mr. G," he said, "I have gathered news regarding Qiuyu." Chapter 143, Conspiracy. "Mr. G, I have received troubling news from the Merchants Guild. It appears that Qiuyu has been enduring a particularly harsh time lately. Not only has she lost her job due to targeted harassment, but she has also faced oppression from the manager of her former establishment. Ultimately, she was compelled to accept a perilous mission to hunt demonic beasts. Here in Songlong, Immortal City, even those at the Foundation establishment level are merely the most rudimentary of cultivators. As for me, being in the late stage of Foundation establishment, I would avoid encounters with second-tier demonic beasts. How could this girl, who has only just begun her cultivation and is not even a combat cultivator, possibly contend with such ferocious creatures?" Outside the outskirts of Zhulu district, Ji Boying traversed the filthy and dilapidated alleyways, haunted by the words of Yun Qianshan. It was not until he reached the threshold of a long-neglected courtyard that he finally halted. The courtyard comprised 3 houses, each divided in half to accommodate more tenants. Although each room was protected by barriers, they were exceedingly rudimentary. Any discerning individual with a slightly formidable spirit could easily render these protections ineffective. Is this where she resides? Ji Boying gazed at the humble quarters before him, engulfed in profound self-reproach. In truth, he could have sought out Qiuyu as soon as he arrived in Songlong Immortal City. Yet, at that time, he had not given it much thought. It was only after more than half a year, when he found himself unaccustomed to the Merchants Guild stewards, that he began to remember Qiuyu. This matter. Ji Boying felt he had truly failed her. Reflecting on this, he involuntarily closed his eyes. Memories of that night when Nangong Wan had helped him activate his golden finger resurfaced, the image of Brother Sun, who had provided him with a meal during his lowest moments, allowing him to live with dignity, and the figures of Qiuyu, Yun Qianshan, and Li Pu, who had guided, supported, and enlightened him upon entering the guild. My path should not be so narrow. After a lengthy pause, Ji Boying inhaled deeply and gradually opened his eyes. He gazed at the modest yet remarkably tidy little room not far away and then hastened towards it. However, just as he was about to cross the courtyard's threshold, 2 figures stepped ahead of him, blocking his way. "This is it." The flamboyantly dressed female cultivator disdainfully fanned the air in front of her and spoke in a delicate tone. "Ever since the manager intervened, this little wretch has moved over here. It must be said that her resolve is truly admirable. When she couldn't secure a mission, she began hunting demonic beasts herself. How does she muster the courage, being merely at the initial stage of Foundation establishment and not even a combat cultivator?" Standing behind the 2, Ji Boying's expression darkened upon hearing her words. How does this woman's description resemble Qiuyu so closely? Just as his thoughts were racing, he heard the woman continue, however. A contact from the employment hall mentioned that this little wretch seemed to have sustained injuries a few days ago, and hasn't he taken on any new missions since? Is that so? The middle-aged man let out a cold chuckle, his cunning voice sending chills down the spine. I thought that after enduring some hardship, she would come crawling back, but I never expected this little wretch to be so resilient, completely exhausting my patience. Given the circumstances, I shall not hesitate to resort to force. I am eager to witness the expression on that little wretch's face when I have her pinned beneath me. With a thunderous surge, Ji Boying felt the sword energy within him erupt violently upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. Had he not swiftly reined it in, the 2 individuals before him would likely have been reduced to mere fragments on the spot. He took a deep breath, refraining from making an impulsive move. The identity of the individuals, whether they were indeed Qiuyu, remained uncertain. Although their conduct was repugnant, Ji Boying was not one to meddle unnecessarily. He decided to observe further. If these 2 were truly Qiuyu, regardless of who they were, they would meet their demise. Ji Boying silently vowed and opted not to enter the courtyard, instead veering off to the side. Presently, he revealed only the cultivation of the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment, a level that, within the Songlong Immortal City, drew even less attention than that of a chi refining practitioner. Thus, while the 2 noticed Ji Boying, they did not regard him as a threat. Shortly after he wandered away, they made their way toward the small room he had intended to enter. Upon witnessing this, Ji Boying's expression darkened, and a wisp of sword energy began to coil around his fingertips. Before long, he observed the 2 of them forcefully break down the door. Is anyone here? The middle-aged man's countenance soured as he turned to the female cultivator beside him. This is unexpected. The female cultivator mirrored his confusion. The employment hall had informed her that she had not accepted any tasks in recent days. Where could she have gone if not at home? Had she perhaps moved away? You best provide me with an explanation. The middle-aged man, evidently losing his patience, scoffed and turned to exit the courtyard, leaving the female cultivator standing alone at the door. She glanced at the departing figure of the middle-aged man, then back at the empty room, her features contorting into a mask of fury. Vile wretch! Vile wretch! The female cultivator screamed in a fit of rage before following him out of the courtyard. Ji Boying, observing this scene, felt compelled to approach Chiao Yu's room. As he surveyed the desolate space, a look of perplexity crossed his face. Not here? Where could she have gone? Just as he contemplated lying in wait, his identity token suddenly flickered to life. It was a message from Wu Yuanyu. Mr. Ji, an elder from the main hall is visiting. Return to the merchant house immediately. An elder from the main hall? Ji Boying furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He glanced at the vacant room, then at the identity token in his hand. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a blank talisman, inscribed a message upon it, and hurriedly departed. However, not long after he left, the previously agitated female cultivator abruptly returned. Little wretch, I refuse to believe you can evade me on the first day of the month and still manage to escape on the 15th. I shall wait here, and I will not believe you won't return. Just then, in her fit of fury, her gaze inadvertently caught sight of a talisman resting on the table in the room. She stepped forward, and upon reading the contents of the talisman, a sinister expression crept across her previously contorted features. She retrieved a spirit brush and added a few strokes to the talisman paper. Then, she carefully closed the door behind her and departed from the residence. At that moment, in the backyard of a hotel named Juxiang Hall in Zhulu District, the plump owner gazed at the corpses of several demon beasts on the ground, chuckling. Friend Xiao, your hunting skills have remarkably improved lately. Saying this, he took out 3 superior spirit stones from his storage bag and presented them to Chiao Yu. Master son, what is this? Chiao Yu did not reach for them, her face displaying a hint of confusion. Seeing her reaction, the innkeeper laughed heartily. Business has been thriving lately, and these extra 300 medium spirit stones are a share of the profits. Moreover, the fiery deer hide and flesh you provided this time were preserved impeccably, which justifies their worth. Hearing the innkeeper's words, a smile brightened Chiao Yu's face. Thank you, master. No need for such formality, ha ha ha. The innkeeper continued, if there is nothing else, you may take your leave. All right, thank you, master. I shall head home to rest. Indeed. Friend Xiao, you have worked hard these past few days. Do take care of yourself. Also, the kitchen has prepared a few new dishes for you to take home and savor. Upon hearing this, Chiao Yu expressed her gratitude once more and left the hotel, her heart brimming with joy. Indeed, there are still kind-hearted individuals in this world. 3 superior spirit stones in 5 days. Even if the future offerings do not match today's bounty, I will still receive at least 14 superior spirit stones each month. If this continues, I shall be able to return to my previous, independent residence. The future is promising. With her thoughts swirling, Chiao Yu returned to her newly rented abode, pushing open the door and intending to rest. However, her gaze fell upon a note that had appeared unexpectedly on the table. She stepped forward and, upon seeing the signature, her body suddenly froze. Mr. G. Chapter 144. The invitation from the main hall a month ago. At the headquarters of the trading firm. Shrouded in perpetual dark clouds, the peaks roiled with lightning, yet the majestic palace of purple gold stood unwavering. Despite the tempestuous electric storms surrounding it, the palace not only remained unscathed but appeared even more resplendent. Su Xiao, are you certain that the talisman master passed the Earth-level assessment with a 3-star talisman path proficiency? A cool voice resonated from the main seat. Concurrently, the remaining cultivators, clad in long robes adorned with purple and gold patterns, directed their gazes towards the cultivator named Su Xiao. I can assure you, Su Xiao replied, his tone resolute. Moreover, merely a few months ago, that Chi's surname talisman master could barely pass the assessment. In fact, just a year prior, he hadn't even succeeded in the assessment. A collective gasp echoed through the grand hall as Su Xiao's words settled in. In over a year, he had ascended from a yellow-level guest elder to an earth-level guest elder. What does this signify? Su Hufa, do you comprehend the implications of your statements? In just a year, transitioning from initial exposure to 6 categories of derived talismans to mastery, do you believe this is feasible? A powerful, resonant voice reverberated within the hall, indicating the presence of a divine, transformation-level being. Returning to the D Pavilion Master, all this information was meticulously investigated by Su Xiao, with documentation and contracts as evidence. As Su Xiao concluded, the hall once again fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, the cool voice from the main seat spoke again. To achieve such understanding of the fundamentals of Thunder Law within a year without external guidance, this child's mastery of Thunder Law is already on par with my own. Su Xiao, you must ensure that during your journey to the eastern Songxian continent, you bring him into our heavenly Thunder Palace by any means necessary. Remember, by any means. Su Shao's pupils constricted sharply as he deeply cupped his fists in respect. I shall not fail in my mission. Mr. G, 3 envoys have come from the headquarters, representing the Dan Fire Palace, Qishan Palace, and Heavenly Thunder Palace. At this moment, in the affairs hall, Wu Yu and Yu led Ji Boing towards the elegant chamber on the top floor. Is there no envoy from the Fufeng Palace? Ji Boing inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. Wu Yu and Yu, hearing this, displayed a trace of embarrassment. He had not anticipated the main hall to alter their decision at the last moment. Realizing this, Wu Yu and Yu's expression turned apologetic. Mr. G, I sincerely apologize. There have been some unforeseen changes at the main hall, and it appears there will be no envoy coming after all. I feel deeply remorseful for having delayed you due to my own selfish thoughts. With that, Wu Yu and Yu halted and bowed respectfully to Ji Boing. Ji Boing quickly stepped forward to prevent him, smiling as he said, Elder Wu, you overstate the matter. That you hold me in such high regard is already a great honor. Since my arrival at the division, Elder Wu has offered me assistance on multiple occasions, providing answers to my queries. I shall forever be grateful for this kindness. There is no reason for blame. Upon hearing that the Fufeng Hall was absent, I felt a sense of relief. Among the 6 main halls, the ones I most aspired to join were the Danhua Hall and the Jinlin Hall. The Danhua Hall specializes in alchemy. Though it is entirely unrelated to my own path of talismans, its abundant resources are undeniably appealing. Should I truly become a member of the Wandao Pavilion, I am certain that the Danhua Hall would focus its resources on me. The elixirs produced there need not be for my own use. I could easily provide them for my 2 wives. With the support of the Danhua Hall, my wives would undoubtedly surpass the Golden Core stage. Even the transformative elixir for spiritual roots, the Zhaohua Dan, would not be out of reach. As for the Jinlin Hall, my admiration for its strength is purely instinctive. Joining it would greatly benefit my swordsmanship. In tumultuous times, while the path of talismans is formidable, it remains an external means. True strength lies within oneself. However, since the envoy from headquarters does not include representatives from the Jinlin Hall, it seems that the Danhua Hall will be my eventual choice. As my thoughts swirled, I arrived at the top floor. Wu Yu and Yu halted his steps, turning to me and saying, the 3 rooms, from left to right, are the Qishan Hall, the Danhua Hall, and the Tianlei Hall. Mr. G, as a friend, if it is permissible, I personally recommend that you join the Danhua Hall. Among the 6 main halls, while the Danhua Hall may not be the strongest, its internal resources are the most abundant. Should you become a member of the Wandao Pavilion in the future, the Danhua Hall will undoubtedly treat you well. Thank you, I replied with a faint smile, offering a slight bow to Wu Yu and Yu before proceeding to the first elegant chamber. Seated at the main position was a robust and imposing elder. I sensed, with astonishment, that he too was a cultivator of physical strength. Yes, Elder Ji Boing, I pay my respects to the esteemed envoy. I bowed respectfully, my demeanor unmistakably courteous. There is no need for excessive formalities, Master Ji. Please take a seat. The elder nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation illuminating his countenance. After a brief pause, he produced a scroll and presented it before me. My nature is rather straightforward, so I shall dispense with pleasantries. This scroll contains the terms proposed by our Qishan Hall for you, Master Ji. You may take it back to consider at your leisure. I will be residing at the Tsongshuan Continent branch for 3 days. Should you find it agreeable, feel free to seek me out within that time. Very well. I have conveyed all I needed to say. You may now attend to the other 2 envoys. I could not help but raise an eyebrow at the envoy's directness. He was indeed quite decisive. Yet, from his demeanor, it seemed that my decision to join or not was of little concern to him. Perhaps it was simply his nature, lacking in expressiveness. I did not harbor any disdain for such forthrightness. Direct discourse is far preferable to the convoluted machinations of those who speak in riddles. Especially considering the banquets I attended in my previous life, those were, to me, a veritable nightmare. I shall certainly give it careful consideration. I offered a slight bow to the elder, and then exited the elegant chamber. Upon leaving the first elegant chamber, Ji Boing did not hasten towards the Danhua Hall. Instead, he unfurled the scroll bestowed upon him by the envoy. The array of alchemical treasures was vast and varied, their rarity rivaling that of core resources. Furthermore, the Qishan Hall offered the opportunity to receive instruction from esteemed seniors specializing in talismanic arts. This prospect greatly intrigued Ji Boing. After all, the experience gained through interaction merely embellishes one's skills, while achieving a talismanic rank of 3 stars or higher necessitates a profound comprehension of the talismans themselves. This is especially true for the 6 categories of derived talismans within the overarching principles of lightning techniques, which demand not only a thorough understanding of their symbolic meanings, but also an insight into the essence of lightning magic itself. The true explanation of the lightning technique serves as a prime example. Had Ji Boing not grasped this text, even with his current status as a 4-star talisman master and his soul having ascended to the Yuaning realm, he would still be unable to fathom its quintessence, let alone craft exquisite derived talismans. Although the resources offered were quite appealing, he felt compelled to compare his options. After all, the Qishan Hall was not his first choice. With that thought, Ji Boing carefully stored the scroll and proceeded towards the second elegant chamber. Chapter 145, The Heavenly Creation Pill. Guest Elder Ji Boing, I greet you. Esteemed messenger. As before, upon entering the chamber, Ji Boing bowed respectfully to the messenger seated in the main position. However, unlike the envoy from Qishan Hall, the representative from Danhua Hall appeared to be a mere child of 11 or 12 years. Although Ji Boing felt a flicker of surprise within, his outward demeanor remained unwaveringly respectful. After all, how many could claim to have come from the headquarters without possessing exceptional capabilities? Perhaps this young individual was an ancient being who had lived for centuries. Master Ji need not be so formal. Please, have a seat. The boy's voice resonated in the room, a blend of youthfulness and amiability that eased the atmosphere considerably. Before we discuss the matter at hand, I have a few inquiries I wish to pose to Master Ji. Of course, should any question encroach upon your privacy, feel free to abstain from answering. Please, esteemed messenger. Feel free to ask, Ji Boing replied with utmost reverence. The youth nodded slightly, clearly pleased with Ji Boing's attitude. First question, does Master Ji possess the ability to refine pills? Ji Boing momentarily hesitated, pondering whether joining Danhua Hall necessitated proficiency in pill refinement. After a brief pause, he candidly responded, in response to your inquiry, I have only superficial knowledge and can barely concoct some mid-tier 2-star pills. Second question, has Master Ji ever specialized in thunder techniques or possess any innate affinity for thunder elements? I have never practiced thunder techniques. Although I have dabbled in the comprehensive truth of thunder techniques, as for my physique, I do not possess any innate closeness to thunder elements. Understood. The boy nodded, then, akin to the envoy from Qishan Hall, produced a scroll and presented it to Ji Boing. Should Master Ji choose to join our Danhua Hall, not only will you receive core benefits from the main hall, but we shall also provide corresponding pill support based on your realm. Furthermore, if Master Ji wishes to learn pill mastery without impeding your talisman cultivation, Danhua Hall will extend ample support. Additionally, the Hall Master has specifically instructed that should Master Ji enter the Hall of 10,000 Paths and rank within the top 30, our hall will grant you a supreme heavenly creation pill. At this juncture, the boy emphasized, it is not merely a creation pill, but a heavenly creation pill. The heavenly creation pill? Ji Boing's pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing violently at that moment. The 6-star upper-tier heavenly creation pill. An even more extraordinary concoction than the creation pill. Just one could elevate a spiritual root to the earth grade, with a stroke of luck. It might even uplift other spiritual roots alongside it. Ji Boing maintained a solemn posture, yet his hands, concealed within his sleeves, were tightly clenched into fists. Sensing Ji Boing's shift in demeanor, the boy offered a slight smile, evidently confident in his leverage. The heavenly creation pill, a specialty of Danhua Hall, was not something even the Hall of 10,000 Paths might possess. Yet, Danhua Hall could readily provide it, anytime it was needed, should one's spiritual roots be constrained. Few could resist such temptation. The conditions are all outlined in the scroll. Master Ji may take your time to contemplate, the boy concluded. Indeed. Ji Boing took a deep breath, bowed respectfully to the youth seated at the head of the table, and then departed from the elegant chamber. The celestial transformation pill. Although there was only one, it was worth relinquishing my claims to the other main halls. Ji Boing had already reached a conclusion in his heart. He glanced at the third elegant chamber. In truth, there was no need to enter, but the requisite courtesies must be observed. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ji Boing inhaled deeply and proceeded towards the third main hall. He gently knocked on the door and entered. Seated at the head of the table was a middle-aged cultivator clad in a purple robe adorned with gold patterns. Upon seeing Ji Boing, the man promptly rose from his seat and clasped his hands in greeting. You must be Ji Boing, the esteemed talisman master. Ji Boing was slightly taken aback, then quickly returned the gesture. I am merely the guest cultivator Ji Boing, honored to meet you, esteemed envoy. Please, there is no need for such formality. Do take a seat. The middle-aged cultivator warmly guided Ji Boing to sit beside him and introduced himself with a smile. I am Su Xiao, serving as the protector of the Celestial Thunder Hall. You may address me as Taoist friend or protector, whichever you prefer. Afterward, Su Xiao poured Ji Boing a cup of hot tea, smiling as he remarked, this is the Bai Ling Bing Xin tea, harvested from the ancient ice valley of Zhongzhou, and specially brewed by a tea master using the heart's cold flames. It possesses the virtue of cleansing the mind and spirit, greatly beneficial for alchemists, array masters, and talisman masters alike. You must give it a try. Thank you, Protector Su. Ji Boing expressed his gratitude and then lifted the teacup, taking a delicate sip. He was not well versed in the art of tea appreciation, having no knowledge of tasting or smelling. However, the moment this ethereal tea touched his lips, a unique fragrance surged forth. In an instant, Ji Boying felt as though his soul was undergoing a sacred baptism. With his mind cleared, he experienced an unprecedented clarity. This sensation, though not as potent as enhancing his divine soul, excelled in its gentleness. What a splendid tea! Ji Boying could not help but exclaim. Ha! I am delighted to hear that, Mr. Ji. Su Xiao laughed heartily, and with a flicker of light from his ring, a finely crafted small jade box appeared before Ji Boying. Here is some prepared by Ling Bing XINT. Although it is not much, it should suffice for you to enjoy for half a year. This. Ji Boying was about to decline when Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively and said, a small token of friendship, please do not refuse, Master Ji. Having grown accustomed to the demeanor of the previous two envoys, Ji Boying found Su Xiao's sudden warmth somewhat overwhelming. He paused for a moment, then clasped his hands and said, thank you for the tea, Protector Su. There is no need for such courtesy. Su Xiao chuckled lightly, then casually inquired, how many years has Master Ji been with the Merchant Association? It has been nearly 3 years since I began collaborating with the Merchant Association. Only 3 years. Although Su Xiao had already looked into Ji Boying's background, he feigned surprise, saying, you truly are a prodigy. In less than 3 years, you have risen from an ordinary contracted guest cultivator to a core member of the Merchant Association. Merely this point reveals that Mr. Ji is an exceptional talent at the headquarters of the trading firm. Allow me to elaborate. He paused momentarily before articulating the purpose of his visit. Should Master Ji wish to join our Heavenly Thunder Hall, we shall acquiesce to any conditions he may propose. Furthermore, if Master Ji has relatives, they too may be welcome to cultivate in our Heavenly Thunder Hall. Although their treatment may not match that of Master Ji, we will endeavor to nurture them to the best of our abilities. Ji Boying's eyes sparkled with excitement. By joining the main hall, he would be securing resources for his 2 wives. Previously, both the Qi Mountain Hall and the Dan Fire Hall only catered to his individual needs. Yet, the Heavenly Thunder Hall encompasses his entire family, a contrast that the 2 main halls could not offer. However, Ji Boying took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement, and said, Su Protector, though my inquiry may seem somewhat presumptuous, the matter is of great significance, and I must approach it with caution. May I ask, does what you say represent the Heavenly Thunder Hall? Will any request I make certainly be honored by the hall? Upon hearing Ji Boying's question, Su Xiao felt a weight lift from his heart. What I have stated is, in fact, the personal assurance of the Hall Master. As for Master Ji's requests, the Heavenly Thunder Hall will not shy away from what can be accomplished, and even if it proves challenging, we shall strive to fulfill them. What of the creation pill? Chapter 146. Joining the Thunder Palace, Ji Boying inquired with great urgency. The creation pill pertains to the essence of his 2 wives, and he must approach this matter with utmost caution. If the Thunder Palace cannot meet his needs, he would still consider the Pill Fire Palace. At this moment, Su Xiao was slightly taken aback and asked, is it the creation pill, or the heaven-defying creation pill? If it is merely the creation pill, the Thunder Palace has guest alchemists of the heavenly tier who can refine it at any time. As for the materials and costs required for alchemy, the main palace can provide them. However, if it is the heaven-defying creation pill, I must admit that the Thunder Palace cannot currently apply for it. Of course, if Master Ji can become a member of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion and rank within the top 10, the Palace Master would personally intervene to petition the Pill Fire Palace or the Grand Palace Master. As for whether the application will be successful, I cannot guarantee, but the Palace Master will certainly strive for it. Having the creation pill would indeed suffice. As for the heaven-defying creation pill, obtaining it would be even better. However, Ji Boying gazed intently at Su Xiao, unable to suppress his curiosity. I am but a humble foundational cultivator. Although I have some expertise in talismanic arts, I still fall short in comparison to true geniuses. I truly do not comprehend why the Thunder Palace would extend such sincere offers. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao regarded Ji Boying deeply, and after a moment's hesitation, he slightly altered the Palace Master's previous words and relayed them to Ji Boying. The Thunder Palace's willingness to extend such sincerity stems from their appreciation of Master Ji's proficiency in lightning techniques. But I am merely a talisman master. Lacking in the art of lightning, Ji Boying replied, furrowing his brow. He could comprehend the fundamentals of lightning techniques and craft 6 types of derivative talismans, but this is fundamentally different from true lightning mastery. Moreover, the crux lies in the fact that lightning techniques are a form of law cultivation to unleash their maximum potential. One must not only possess the requisite cultivation level but also have a physical constitution and spiritual root that resonates with the essence of lightning. Ji Boying follows the path of physical cultivation, which means he lacks all 3 conditions. Su Xiao smiled gently, saying, Whether Master Ji can employ lightning techniques is of no consequence. What matters is your ability to comprehend lightning techniques and craft derivative talismans from them. The lightning techniques practiced by the Thunder Palace are based on the comprehensive principles of the 6 lightning systems, subsequently advancing to the 5 divine lightning techniques, including Taiqing Divine Lightning, Yuqing Divine Lightning, Shangqing Divine Lightning, Zhuxia Divine Lightning, and Lucian Demon Lightning. Therefore, the lightning techniques of the Thunder Palace are also referred to as the 5 Thunder Righteous Arts. The 5 Thunder Righteous Arts correspond to various derivative talismans in the realm of talismanic arts. The 6 types of derivative talismans currently mastered by Master Ji are derived from the principles of the 6 lightning systems and form the foundation of the 5 Thunder derivative talismans. To craft the 5 Thunder derivative talismans, a solid understanding of the lightning principles is crucial, and the headquarters typically assesses the future mastery of lightning techniques among palace members based on their proficiency in these principles. Individuals like Master Ji, who can create exceptional derivative talismans as a 3-star talisman master, are exceedingly rare within the main palace. Listening to Su Zhao's words, Ji Boing began to grasp the situation. If what he said holds true, then the Thunder Palace, which specializes in lightning techniques, seems to be the most suitable for him. If this is indeed the case, there is no longer a need to prioritize the Pill Fire Palace as his first choice. Although the Day of Fire Palace possesses the coveted transformational Dan, which has the potential to induce a qualitative metamorphosis in spiritual roots, this precious elixir exists in a singular form, leaving only one of the 2 wives able to partake. It is not the scarcity that breeds concern, but rather the inequity it engenders. Even if both wives could maintain a sense of understanding, Ji Being found herself unable to do so. In contrast, the Thunderbolt Palace bore no such anxieties. Meanwhile, observing Ji Being lost in contemplation, Su Xiao understood that she was on the brink of making a decision. He refrained from interrupting her, choosing instead to sit quietly beside her. Such sincerity, he believed, would leave Ji Being with no reason to decline. As anticipated, after a brief moment of reflection, Ji Being spoke up, declaring her willingness to join the Thunderbolt Palace. In the modest yet tidy confines of her room in Zhulu district, Qiuyu sat in the flickering candlelight, her gaze fixed upon the talisman on the table, her eyes betraying a hint of inner turmoil. Upon receiving the talisman, she had been filled with excitement, eager to accept the invitation immediately. However, as images of Ji Being and her 2 wives, enveloped in affection, surfaced in her mind, she began to waver. After a prolonged silence, as if she had come to an epiphany, Qiuyu grasped the talisman and leaned it toward the nearby oil lamp. In an instant, flames leapt up, consuming the talisman in a fiery embrace. Watching the small characters vanish one by one, her heart felt as though it were being twisted by a blade. Even as the flames seared her delicate fingers, she refused to relinquish her grip. It was only when the talisman was reduced to ash, leaving but a tiny remnant at her fingertips, that she offered a bittersweet smile and murmured to herself, "Without me, you shall fare better. Without you, I too shall strive to thrive." With that, she tossed the last fragment of the talisman into the flickering flame. "Did you not say that the little wretch would come upon seeing the talisman? Where is she?" Outside the outskirts of the Canglong Immortal City, atop a small hill, a man stared grimly at the deserted city gates, his expression dark and menacing. A flamboyantly dressed female cultivator, upon hearing his words, collapsed to her knees. I do not know." "Do not know?" he scoffed, a chilling smile curling upon his lips as his claw-like fingers reached toward her head. As she felt the prickling pain at her scalp and sensed the murderous intent radiating from him, terror flashed across her face. "Master, you cannot kill me. Please, I beg you, do not take my life. I will do anything you ask, just spare me." "Is that so?" he replied, his tone dripping with mockery. The woman, sensing the shift, forced a smile. Yet, before she could shed her garments, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. A cloud of blood mist erupted violently. The man casually flicked the blood from his hands, casting a glance toward the main city before vanishing into the night, his expression dark as the encroaching shadows. In the realms of Sichuan continent, atop the Qingshuang Ridge, 2 streaks of light raced through the endless mountain peaks, trailing like comets in the night sky. Behind them, more than 10 dark figures relentlessly pursued. "Elderly, surrender. You cannot escape from the Qingshuang Ridge. If you cease your struggle now, perhaps the Saintess will spare your lives. Otherwise." As the leading Yuaning demon cultivator's words lingered in the air, a blinding sword light surged towards him with astonishing speed. A subtle smirk curved his lips as he deftly gestured, summoning a protective aura to shield himself. The moment the sword light collided with the protective barrier, it erupted like a burst of fireworks. Seeing that Li Pu's ambush had failed, a trace of helplessness appeared on Yang Qingshan's face. Months of continuous battle had left Li Pu utterly exhausted. His current fighting capability was diminished to a mere fraction of its former strength. Even had the ambush succeeded, it likely would not have been enough to vanquish the yawning demon cultivator. As for young Qingshan himself, he was gravely injured, requiring Li Pu's assistance even to fly. Reflecting on this, a hint of desolation crept into young Qingshan's gaze. Meanwhile, atop another peak of Qingshuang Ridge, Nangong Wan languidly observed the distant spectacle resembling a cat-and-mouse game. Perhaps finding it somewhat tedious, she exhaled softly and instructed the elderly figure clad in black beside her, "Eliminate them. As you wish." Chapter 147. The divine thunder of Ta Ching. As the cold voice fell, the old man in the black robe transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards Li Pu and Yang Qingshan. With the power of his peak nascent soul cultivation, in mere moments, he had positioned himself directly in front of them. He formed a hand seal, and his black robe suddenly morphed into a canopy that obscured the sky, enveloping the two. Li Pu's expression darkened. Gripping his sword with his left hand, he unleashed a violent tremor. In an instant, countless rays of sword light cascaded forth, filling the air like a colossal dragon, seeking to tear through the shroud and escape to safety. However, he was nearly exhausted, even at the peak of his internal sword energy. The dragon found itself utterly powerless beneath the veil. The old man observed this scene with a light chuckle, swiftly altering his finger gestures. The next moment, the curtain transformed into the gaping maw of an abyss, descending upon the two with an insatiable hunger. Despair washed over Yang Qingshan as he witnessed this scene. After struggling for so long, was death truly inevitable? He glanced at Li Pu, a flicker of regret in his eyes. Had it not been for him, Li Pu would likely have returned to headquarters by now. Yet, just as he resigned himself to his fate, a sudden explosion of purple light erupted before him. In an instant, countless electric currents, resembling serpentine forms, surged outward in all directions. Within the blink of an eye, they tore the black veil into countless fragments. The old demon cultivator's eyes widened in shock. As he focused, he beheld a man clad in purple standing protectively before Li Pu and Yang Qingshan. With a face as refined as jade and a perpetual smile gracing his lips, the man's elegant demeanor evoked no animosity, even amidst confrontation. "Brotherly, I apologize for my tardiness. I hope you do not mind? Survival is all that matters," Li Pu replied, clearly devoid of the strength for pleasantries. He glanced at the man in purple and weakly requested, "Please provide me with 2 bottles of medicine. I need to rest." The purple-clad man, momentarily taken aback, quickly retrieved 2 exquisite jade vials from his storage ring. "Thank you," Li Pu said, accepting the vials before surveying the surrounding demon cultivators. "I leave them to you, but there remains a transformation god to the east. Can you handle it?" "Transformation god, you say?" The purple-clad cultivator turned his gaze towards the eastern peak with a smile. "I can certainly give it a try." "Very well, I entrust them to you. I shall take my leave now." With that, Li Pu wasted no time and swiftly descended towards the ground. The surrounding demon cultivators felt a surge of indignation at this display. Clearly, their adversaries regarded them with utter disdain. "Die!" A mid-stage nascent soul demon cultivator suddenly bellowed. And in the next moment, a torrent of crimson energy surged toward the purple-clad man. With a hum, the purple-clad cultivator casually produced a talisman, which instantly manifested a barrier of spiritual light. No matter how fiercely the blood-red torrent crashed against it, the barrier remained unyielding. Upon witnessing the scene, the countenance of the demonic cultivator darkened. Just as he prepared to invoke another divine technique, he beheld the purple-robed cultivator forming a sword gesture with both hands, gently pointing into the void. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of annihilation enveloped the hearts of all present. "Run!" The elder in black robes bellowed, sensing this ominous presence. And in a flash, he vanished, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. The other demonic cultivators, witnessing this, began to retreat. The next moment, countless arcs of electricity converged into a torrent, cascading downwards, swiftly inundating all the demonic cultivators present. The air was filled with their agonized wails. Just as they believed their demise was inevitable, a flicker of starlight suddenly shimmered atop the distant mountain to the east. In the blink of an eye, the purple-robed cultivator felt a chilling aura of death. Without a moment's hesitation for the doomed demonic cultivators, he immediately darted aside. However, that disquieting presence clung to him like a parasite, and no matter where he fled, he could not escape its grasp. Realizing he was on the brink of being devoured, the purple-robed cultivator swiftly formed a hand seal. Annihilate. Boom. A tempest of thunder descended, accompanied by the overwhelming aura of obliteration. The cataclysmic power caused the surrounding void to distort violently, and even the nearby mountains began to tremble. It was at that moment that the terrifying aura collided with the thunderous energy of annihilation. Only then did the purple-robed cultivator finally discern the source of the relentless pursuit, a flying sword, no longer than an inch, yet more delicate than a strand of hair. Boom. Upon contact, The thunderous energy gradually crumbled under the sword's aggression. Fortunately, the thunderous energy was abundant and formidable. Although the flying sword wielded immense destructive power, it ultimately led to a mutual annihilation. The celestial thunder of Ta Ching? At that moment, a clear and ethereal voice resonated from all directions. The purple-robed cultivator's heart trembled. And as he glanced around, he noticed that an alluring crimson figure had inexplicably appeared before him. Within the Hall of Celestial Thunder, there were but a handful capable of cultivating the celestial thunder to the perfected 9th level at the nascent soul stage. Your mastery of thunder techniques is truly remarkable. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed senior. The purple-robed cultivator replied with a gentle smile. However, scarcely had he spoken when several flying swords encircled him. The fierce sword aura instantaneously formed an invisible domain, confining him within. The Hall of Celestial Thunder is inherently weak. To cultivate a talent like you must have required considerable effort, wouldn't you agree? If I were to kill you, do you think Lord Luo would be greatly pained? The expression of the purple-robed cultivator shifted dramatically, and the next moment, within the sword domain, he felt as though he were being subjected to 1,000 cuts. Although no tangible harm afflicted him, the agony penetrated to his very marrow. So formidable, he gasped inwardly. Disregarding everything else, and from his storage ring, he retrieved a jade tablet. The moment the jade tablet was activated, a purplish light enveloped him. At that very moment, the sword energy within the sword domain seemed to be infused with a gravitational force, plummeting violently. The purple-clad cultivator emitted a muffled groan, his body descending like a meteorite, crashing towards the ground with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, a massive crater, several dozen yards in diameter, was formed upon impact. This location was fortuitously positioned, inadvertently ensnaring Li Pu and Yang Qingshan, who were in the midst of meditation. Within the crater, the three men were left in a disheveled state, covered in dirt. The purple-clad cultivator, lying at the very center, was drenched in blood. He struggled to rise, but despite several attempts, he found himself unable to do so. Casting an awkward glance at Li Pu and Yang Qingshan, he sheepishly remarked, "It seems my bones are shattered. I may need your assistance to carry me back later." A hint of disdain flickered in Li Pu's eyes. He raised his gaze upwards, observing a delicate purple silhouette materializing against the heavens. How long can it hold? He pondered. If it cannot last even half a tea session, we might as well abandon our escape. Rest assured, that is the manifestation of the Hall Master's avatar. It should be more than sufficient to delay for a quarter of an hour. Li Pu nodded slightly, hoisting the purple-clad cultivator onto his shoulder, then glanced back at Yang Qingshan. In unison, the two transformed into streaks of light, hastening swiftly into the distance. Chapter 148. The Five Elements Thunder Source. Within a refined chamber of the Merchant Affairs Pavilion, Su Xiao respectfully bowed to the indistinct figure before him, reporting with utmost reverence. "Honorable Lord, I am pleased to inform you that I have successfully invited the guest talisman master, Ji Being, into our heavenly Thunder Hall." "Excellent," came the cool voice from within the chamber. The figure continued, "Now that Master Ji has joined our heavenly Thunder Hall, he ought to commence his training in our hall as thunder techniques. Henceforth, you are to impart the thunder scriptures to him, facilitating his swift entry into the realm of thunder." A flicker of awkwardness crossed Su Xiao's face. "Is there an issue?" "Not exactly an issue." Su Xiao gently shook his head and replied, "However, Master Ji does not possess a physique attuned to the thunder source, nor does he have a thunder spiritual root. Furthermore, his current cultivation level is merely at the foundation establishment 3rd layer. Training in the thunder scriptures may prove to be of limited significance." "Is that so?" The figure mused softly. "It seems I have overlooked this matter. In that case, let us first provide him with the true understanding of the 5 elements thunder source. With this tome, even if he cannot master the thunder techniques, he will be better equipped to draw derivative talismans. Additionally, let him also study the thunder scriptures. If he is able to comprehend it, so much the better. If not, it may still serve as a reference. Once he attains a stable quality rate of above 60% for the 6 categories of derivative talismans, and a premium rate of above 10%, have him inform me, and I shall assist him in applying for the Wandao Pavilion assessment." "Understood." Su Xiao bowed in response. The figure nodded slightly before dissipating into the tranquil chamber. A 60% quality rate and a 10% premium rate. Having only recently passed the Earth-level assessment, it will require at least a year, if not longer, for Master Ji to reach such a level. Before that, I shall remain in the eastern Songxian continent to instruct him on the 5 elements thunder source. It will not be too late to depart once he has passed the Wandao Pavilion assessment. Su Xiao contemplated inwardly, before making his exit from the refined chamber. After Ji Being's audience with the main hall's envoy, several days passed unknowingly. With no pressing tasks at hand, Ji Being found himself enjoying a leisurely period. Each evening, He spent time nurturing relationships with his wives, while during the day, he practiced talisman drawing and honed Xiaoninger's temperament, living a quite pleasant life. On this particular day, after concluding his contemplation on the true understanding of the Thunder Law identity token, Ji Being received a message from Wu Yuanyu. Noticing that the envoy Su Xiao was seeking him, Ji Being did not delay, bidding farewell to his wives before heading towards the affairs pavilion. After approximately half an hour, under Wu Yuanyu's guidance, Ji Being arrived once more at the refined chamber on the top floor. Upon entering, he was warmly greeted by Su Xiao, who eagerly gestured. "Master Ji, please come in. A few days ago, I reported our situation to the Lord, who holds you in very high regard. Thus, he has entrusted me to impart the true understanding of the 5 elements thunder source and the foundational heart method thunder scriptures." As Su Xiao spoke, he prepared tea for Ji Being, subsequently revealing 2 volumes from his storage ring. These are the 2 texts: the 5 elements thunder origin true interpretation and the comprehensive true interpretation of thunder law as comprehended by Master Ji are akin in nature. However, the former primarily elucidates the relationship between the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth and the thunder origin, as well as how to harmoniously integrate them to complement one another. Furthermore, within the 5 elements thunder origin, there exist 5 distinct combinations of thunder origin, which, although Master Ji does not practice thunder law, can still be manifested on talisman paper. These 5 thunder origins, when illustrated separately, can also serve as talismans, albeit their potency pales in comparison to that of derived talismans. Once Master Ji fully masters the intercombination of the 5 elements thunder origins to create derived talismans, the resulting derived talismans will not only possess far greater power than those delineated by ordinary thunder origins, but will also be crafted with remarkable speed and greater versatility. Upon hearing this, Ji Being's eyes gleamed with anticipation. If he could completely master the 5 elements thunder origin, would not the top-tier heavenly thunder talisman also embody the might of the nascent soul? As his thoughts swirled, he observed Su Xiao continuing to elucidate regarding the Thunder Sutra. Theoretically, this foundational text holds little significance for Master Ji. However, the Hall Master mentioned that even if Master Ji cannot fully grasp it, studying it could still serve as a reference, thereby enhancing his understanding of thunder law. Ji Being accepted the 2 scriptures and, with a respectful gesture towards Su Xiao, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Protector Su. No need to thank me. It is the Hall Master who deserves your gratitude," Su Xiao replied with a smile. "With Master Ji's profound talismanic achievements, complemented by thunder law, your future accomplishments are boundless." "You flatter me, Protector Su," Ji Being responded with utmost politeness. Thus, after a leisurely conversation, Ji Being rose to take his leave. Su Xiao escorted him to the door, sincerely stating, "I will be stationed at this branch for about a year. During this time, if Master Ji encounters any difficulties with the scriptures, feel free to seek my assistance. Naturally, for any other cultivation challenges, you may also approach me." "Thank you, Protector Su. Go ahead." After departing from the elegant chamber, Ji Being cast a lingering gaze upon the 2 scriptures in his hands, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of expectation. After placing the scriptures into his storage ring, he set out to find Yun Qianshan. He had previously left a note in Qiuyu's room, and logically, if she had seen it, she should have arrived at the trading house by now. Not long after descending the stairs, Ji Being spotted the bustling Yun Qianshan. However, to his surprise, Qiuyu had not come to the trading house. Contemplating this, Ji Being's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that he had sought the wrong person at the trading house, and the owner of that room was not Qiuyu? Or perhaps, Qiuyu had encountered an unfortunate incident? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Ji Being decided against lingering and hastened towards the Zhulu district. Meanwhile, on the other side, the manager of Duobao Hall remained troubled since returning to the main city. The mere thought that his long-planned endeavors had yielded no desired results filled him with resentment. Damn it, I must have that little vixen in my grasp. The middle-aged shopkeeper's gaze was laced with a sinister intensity as he retrieved several talismans from his person. Among them were the sound-canceling talisman, the spirit-hiding talisman, and the minor barrier talisman. When employed within a confined space, these 3 talismans could not only silence any sound but also conceal the fluctuations of spiritual energy within. Typically, if a cultivator's spiritual strength does not exceed the golden core stage, they would remain oblivious to any disturbances occurring inside, provided they do not enter the room. After all, this is the Songlong Immortal City, where order is maintained by righteous cultivators, and private duels are strictly prohibited. Any transgressions could lead to penalties of spiritual stones, or in severe cases, immediate execution. He had no desire to risk his spiritual stones, or even his life, for a fleeting dalliance. The fact that he could utilize all 3 talismans at once was indeed a privilege for her. A cruel smile curled upon the middle-aged shopkeeper's lips as he rose and made his way towards the Julu district. I refuse to believe that you will not return. Chapter 149. The nightfall upon arriving at the residence in Julu district, Ji Boing was poised to inquire about the whereabouts of Chiyoyu, only to be met by the unexpected emergence of an unfamiliar female cultivator from within the dwelling. Could it be that the merchant had erred? Observing the woman, a trace of confusion crossed Ji Boing's countenance. Logically speaking, the personnel from the merchant's side should not falter at such a trivial matter, particularly under the authority of Yun Qianshan. With this thought in mind, Ji Boing approached the female cultivator. Esteemed friend, please hold. Upon hearing the voice, the female cultivator glanced around before pointing to herself. Are you calling me? Indeed, Ji Boing replied with a slight nod, extending a polite request. I wish to inquire about certain matters. Not available, the female cultivator retorted, rolling her eyes before turning her waist and continuing her exit from the residence. Please, wait. Ji Boing hastily stepped forward, retrieving 2 high-quality spirit stones from his storage pouch and presenting them before her. The female cultivator scoffed at the sight of the meager spirit stones. What is the meaning of this? Do I appear to be someone easily swayed? The moment those defiant words left her lips, she swallowed them back upon seeing the substantial handful of high-quality spirit stones in Ji Boing's grasp. Her eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. You truly have an eye for value, she exclaimed, snatching the spirit stones from Ji Boing's hand and weighing them. Estimating at least 30 or 40 pieces. This would suffice to sustain me for several months. What is it that you wish to inquire about, esteemed sir? Her demeanor shifted dramatically, now radiating warmth and enthusiasm. I seek information regarding an individual, Ji Boing stated calmly, articulating the purpose of his visit. When I arrived with the steward, I indeed observed a female cultivator vacating my quarters. As for her appearance, she was rather striking, with a commendable figure, though perhaps lacking in comparison to my own. Ji Boing's expression darkened momentarily. Ah, it seems I recall, before departing, the steward remarked, safe travels, Daoist Chiyo. Daoist Chiyo? That must be her. Ji Boing's thoughts raced, yet he found himself perplexed as to why Chiyoyu had not visited the merchant. Logically, upon returning to her room, she should have encountered the note. Was it possible that the note had been misplaced? Esteemed sir, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The female cultivator stated. Go ahead. Ji Boing nodded slightly, dismissing the female cultivator as he seated himself in solitude. Gazing at the room, he pondered quietly. Had I lingered a moment longer that day, would I have crossed paths with you? With that thought, a pang of guilt welled up within Ji Boing. He sighed deeply before rising to depart. The vast expanse of Songlong Immortal City teemed with countless cultivators, should Chiyoyu not be in Julu district. Uncovering her whereabouts would prove to be a formidable challenge. However, Ji Boing would not relinquish her search if she could not find him in a day. She would extend her pursuit to a month, and if still unsuccessful, to a year, until he was found. Furthermore, there was also Sun Youfu, who had moved away from Fulong City. With these thoughts in mind, Ji Boing promptly departed from the residence and made her way toward the merchant shop. That night, the sky was shrouded in a gentle drizzle. In the dimly lit and desolate alley, visibility was nearly non-existent, with darkness enveloping everything, only within the confines of the residence. The faint glow from the window paper provided a meager illumination to discern the path. At that moment, however, a shadow darted past swiftly, soon halting before one of the rooms. Upon noticing the flickering candlelight within, a peculiar smirk crept upon the figure's lips. He retrieved a silent talisman, activated it, and discreetly adhered it to the threshold through the crack of the door. After similarly placing 2 more talismans, he confirmed their activation, and his expression began to twist into a menacing grimace. He gently pushed the door open, stealthily entering, and once fully inside, he quietly closed the door behind him. The female cultivator, in a meditative state, sensed the disturbance and abruptly opened her eyes. Who is it? She exclaimed in alarm. To her astonishment, another figure had appeared at the door without her knowledge. The cloaked man, upon seeing the female cultivator, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He lunged forward with a sudden burst of speed, unleashing the full extent of his peak foundation establishment prowess. In the blink of an eye, his hand tightened around the cultivator's throat. Gazing at the unfamiliar face before him, the middle-aged man's expression verged on madness. Who are you? Where is Chiyoyu? His voice roared like a beast within the confines of the room. The cultivator, ensnared in his grip, struggled desperately, yet with each attempt, the sensation of suffocation intensified. Tell me, where's Chiyoyu? He bellowed again, increasing the pressure of his hold, as a dark spiritual energy began to coil around his fingertips. The female cultivator's eyes widened. She yearned to speak, but the force of his grip rendered her speechless. She clawed at his fingers, striving to gain a moment to utter a word. However, such actions were perceived as provocation by the man. Thus, he tightened his grip once more. with a resounding thud. The cultivator's neck was crushed, transforming her into a gruesome pool of flesh and blood. After leaving Zhulu district, Ji Boying returned home. Coincidentally, upon her arrival, she discovered that the custom-made desk and chair set she had ordered had been delivered by the merchants. The desk was exceedingly large, exceeding the dimensions of a standard office desk by 50%, leaving no room for any other items once it was placed in the room. The two wives gazed at the enormous mahogany desk, their cheeks tinged with a blush. There would be much to contend with in the future. Do you like it? At that moment, a soft voice resonated behind them. Ji Boying embraced her with a mischievous smile gracing his lips. You are truly wicked. Yu Qingqing pouted, her soft, melodious voice enchanting to the ears. Ji Boying laughed heartily, playfully pinching a delicate spot behind them. Both women shot him a feigned glare, their expressions betraying reluctance. Yet their bodies remained obedient. Clad in a pristine white shirt paired with a form-fitting black skirt and black stockings, or a purple blouse complemented by a flowing skirt, their slender waists accentuated by white-buckled metallic belts remained undeniably alluring, even without the stockings. A pair of glasses would only enhance their allure. Ji Boying, captivated by the exquisite beauty of the two, stepped forward to gently arrange their silky tresses. Who shall it be first? Which one does my husband desire first? Yu Qingqing inquired softly, her lips playfully nibbling as her sparkling eyes twinkled with mischief. Ji Boying was well aware that Yu Qingqing was deliberately teasing him. He tightened his embrace around her and playfully nibbled on her rosy lips, declaring, last time it was Ninger, so this time let us attend to Qing'er first. With that, he retrieved a flying elixir from his storage ring, guiding Yu Qingqing against the desk. With a slight flick of his fingers, a surge of pure celestial energy flowed upward. Ji Boying chuckled wickedly as he gently pressed her down. And then, the azure dragon emerged from the water. Chapter 150. Sun Qingqin. The theory of breaking the aperture is divided into two sections: the techniques of breaking the aperture and the sword techniques of breaking the aperture, each comprising 8 lethal skills. Ji Boying has only cultivated the sword techniques of breaking the aperture, mastering all 8 sword techniques, which are seamlessly integrated and have proven effective time and again. Yutai San Luo, the foundation of the sword techniques of breaking the aperture, consisting of 3 consecutive strikes that require no buildup of power and have no casting intervals, allowing for continuous execution. This is Ji Boying's most frequently employed offensive maneuver in combat. Songlong Chushui, a straightforward and forceful initial thrust that yields significant results. This is Ji Boying's go-to opening skill. Folei Yijian, capable of continuous advancement with remarkably stable effects, this skill typically serves as a linking technique between ultimate moves. For instance, one might initiate with Songlong Chushui, follow up with a segment of Yutai Sanluo, and, when desiring to shift combat stances or positions, employ Fenglei Yijian to maintain the connection. Hui Feng Luoyan, a swift initiation followed by an even quicker retraction. This technique often proves extraordinarily effective when Ji Boying finds himself at a disadvantage in battle. Yuluo Yunfei, Ji Boying's most frequently utilized immobilization technique. It consists of 2 phases of consecutive strikes, the first being a build-up and the second a fierce assault, which possesses formidable immobilization effects. However, the interval between the 2 phases is somewhat lengthy, making it susceptible to interruption, especially against cunning opponents like Yu Qingqing, thus hindering its full potential. Fianjuihua, consuming sword intent to deliver rapid, successive strikes upon the enemy. This technique can create stable explosive damage during combat. However, the level of damage is contingent upon the accumulated sword intent, and it must not be interrupted prior to execution. Tianfeng Wuyunjian, once the sword intent is fully gathered, it unleashes 5 consecutive heavy strikes, maximizing damage output. Yin Wei Chaoyang, at the expense of his own vital essence, Ji Boying can extricate himself from a controlled state, concluding the confrontation and swiftly re-entering the fray in peak condition. From the deepening twilight to the rising purple aura of dawn, Ji Boying gallantly traverses the new battlefield, engaging in a blood-soaked battle for 24 rounds, a truly exhilarating experience. Observing his 2 wives who have succumbed to slumber atop the table, a satisfied smile graces Ji Boying's visage. Indeed, the office desk, a dedicated workspace, possesses a more compelling allure than an amateur 8 immortals table. However, the techniques of nourishing the yang and supplementing the yin practiced by Ning-Er and Qing-Er seem somewhat antiquated. Once I achieve a complete breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, I shall shift my focus to physical cultivation. At that time, if they lack advanced techniques for nourishing the yang and supplementing the yin, they may find it overwhelming. I wonder if the main hall possesses any teachings in this regard. With a soft sigh, Ji Boying gently lifts both wives to the bed, planting a tender kiss upon their foreheads before reluctantly departing the master chamber. Upon entering the guest room, Ji Boying resumes his usual routine, meditating and regulating his breath. Only when the turbulent energy and blood within him have returned to tranquility does he slowly open his eyes. By the flickering light of the spirit lamp, Ji Boying retrieves the two scriptures gifted to him by Su Xiao, one detailing the fusion of the 5 elements and thunder essence, and the other outlining methods to assist in the cultivation of thunder techniques. After a brief glance, he decisively selects the true explanation of 5 elements thunder essence. After all, my practice revolves around the art of talismans. The thunder technique merely serves as a supplementary reference, with the primary focus on talisman creation. A flicker of thought stirred within me as I unfurled the ancient text before my eyes. A singular golden spiritual pattern emerged, and beyond that, there was naught else. Ji Boying was momentarily taken aback, then turned to examine the following pages of the scripture. Each page revealed a solitary spiritual pattern, and from front to back, the strokes increased in number and complexity. What in the world is this? Is there not even a single annotation? Ji Boying gazed at the spiritual patterns before him, his composure entirely unraveled. Particularly on the first page, a mere vertical line was all that presented itself, leaving Ji Boying utterly perplexed. The comprehensive explanation of thunder techniques at least contained annotations, yet this true understanding of the 5 elements and thunder was akin to a celestial script, entirely incomprehensible. How am I to engage in study and comprehension with this? Even without annotations, a case study would suffice. Ji Boying couldn't help but voice his frustrations. During his university years, despite struggling with advanced mathematics, the presence of example problems allowed him to mimic the solutions, enabling him to tackle similar questions. With some perseverance to conquer challenging problems, achieving a score in the high 80s or 90s was well within reach. Wait a moment, Ji Boying suddenly had a revelation. He directed his gaze towards the spiritual pattern inscribed in the scripture. There it was, the pattern descended straight down, sharp and keen like a blade. Is this the essence of gold? Ji Boying gasped in astonishment, and in that instant, clarity dawned upon him. He hurriedly shifted his attention to the subsequent spiritual patterns. And the fog that once clouded his mind was now completely dispelled. In just a matter of breaths, Ji Boying comprehended the intricacies of these spiritual patterns. He retrieved talisman paper and brush, attempting to replicate them. After some time, he successfully sketched the spiritual patterns of fire, earth, and thunder, while he struggled with those of gold, water, and earth due to a lack of insight. However, this was of little concern. It was merely a matter of time. Under the gentle moonlight, in a room adorned with simplicity and elegance, flickering spiritual lights danced. Occasionally, a breeze would stir, carrying a waft of fragrance that brushed against the curtains and swept over the red beams. Liu Yao leaned against the windowsill, her gaze fixed upon the softly flickering candle flame. In the glow of the light, a hint of melancholy graced her ethereal and untainted visage. Suddenly, a soft call echoed from outside the door. Shortly thereafter, a young maidservant approached her. "Fair Liu Yao, the messenger from the grand pavilion has arrived and is summoning the court dancers to the rear hall." "Understood." Liu Yao replied softly, composed her thoughts, and rose to step out of the room. Before long, she arrived at the rear courtyard. At that moment, the hall was already bustling with numerous court dancers, including the 9 courtesans, herself among them. Liu Yao merely cast a fleeting glance at the multitude gathered in the hall before gracefully taking her designated seat in serene silence. After a brief interval, the distinguished matron, accompanied by an exquisitely attired and enigmatic gentleman, entered the grand chamber. Standing beside the gentleman, the matron proclaimed, "This esteemed individual is the newly appointed envoy of the General Pavilion, Master Sun Chi Tian. From this day forth, all affairs within the eastern Songxian continent sub-pavilions shall be under the jurisdiction of Master Sunday." Upon the conclusion of her words, the court dancers of the inner cabinet turned their gazes toward the youthful figure seated at the main position. He offered a subtle smile, his captivating visage exuding a unique charm. "As I embark upon this supervisory role, I humbly request your guidance should I falter in any aspect." "You are too modest, master. As the envoy of the General Pavilion, we sisters shall undoubtedly respond with enthusiasm and cooperation," replied a leading courtesan with a melodic and enchanting voice. Following her remarks, the other dancers echoed their agreement, creating a harmonious chorus within the hall. Sun Chi Tian, seated prominently, observed this scene with an even broader smile, clearly relishing the adulation, particularly from the breathtaking beauties of the Fengming Pavilion. However, as his gaze swept across the assembly of dancers, he suddenly noticed a strikingly beautiful woman positioned towards the front on his right, who remained completely unresponsive, though her expression betrayed no change. A hint of chill crept into Sun Qingtian's eyes. Chapter 151. Assessment in the blink of an eye. Over a month had passed, and the city of Songlong was gradually enveloped by the scorching sun. Although cultivators at the foundation establishment stage are no longer daunted by the extremes of temperature, the oppressive heat and cacophony of the environment render the heart restless. especially in the premier metropolis of Tsanglong, where both the density of people and buildings reach a staggering level. The blazing sun transforms the city into a colossal furnace. Fortunately, with Ji Boing having mastered the art of talismans, he can effortlessly conjure simple talismans such as the breeze talisman and the cold air talisman to alleviate the heat. Furthermore, with the assistance of his two wives, who take turns calming his spirit and dispelling the fire within, life has become quite pleasant. Within the main chamber, the crisp and rhythmic sound of the Tao resonated, intertwining with the overwhelming roar of the ocean waves, creating an incessant symphony. Xiao Ning'o commanded countless talismans from a high vantage point, augmented by the techniques of dragon riding and the 18 methods of subduing dragons. She executed the 9-character mantra of lock, bind, seal, enclose, confine, trap, surround, strangle, and restrict to perfection. Yet, despite her efforts, she could barely maintain her hold over the colossal dragon. As time trickled by, under the relentless assault of the dragon, Xiao Ning'er's myriad of talismans approached the brink of collapse. Observing this, Ji Boing recognized that she was at her limit. He summoned the sword energy within him to its utmost, and with the final strike of the Tianfeng Wuyun sword, he unleashed the wind and thunder sword. Countless sword energies cascaded forth like a torrential river, shattering the heavens. Faced with such a magnificent torrent of sword energy, Xiao Ning'er's myriad talismans instantly crumbled, transforming into a torrential downpour that scattered across the vast ocean. After a brief respite, Ji Boing, having settled his two wives, entered the guest chamber. He lit a spiritual lamp and sat down to meditate. This time, he did not take out any scriptures. Instead, his gaze fell upon the virtual panel. At last, he could break through his divine soul to the nascent soul stage. Taking a deep breath, Ji Boing allocated all his attribute points to his divine soul. Boom. In an instant, the power of his divine soul surged forth like a mountain torrent, crashing into Ji Boing's sea of consciousness. Immediately, an indescribable sensation of comfort and coolness washed over him. However, this feeling was short-lived, quickly replaced by intense pain and pressure. Ji Boing let out a muffled groan, and his previously flushed face turned an unhealthy shade of pale. As time passed, the pain intensified. Ji Boing clutched his head tightly, curling up on the ground. In that moment, everything around him seemed to vanish. In the suffocating silence, apart from his heavy breaths and racing heartbeat, he felt nothing else. Gradually, the pain consumed all. Even the sounds of his own breathing and heartbeat began to fade away. Ji Boing's eyes widened. He yearned to grasp something. But all that surrounded him was an expansive whiteness, devoid of anything else. And so he lost track of time. As the faint whispers of Yi Qingqing and Xiao Ning'er echoed in his ears, the surrounding expanse of white gradually dissipated. Once his vision was fully restored, Ji Boing realized that the outside world had unknowingly transitioned into the twilight of sunset. "Have I been unconscious for so long?" he murmured softly, gazing at the slanted shadows cast by the evening sun within the room. He touched his head. The intense pain that had once plagued him had vanished without a trace. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented clarity before his computer. Although his intelligence had not increased, the speed of his thoughts had significantly accelerated. Even the intricate designs of runes, which previously required considerable contemplation, could now be conceived in mere breaths. How to describe this sensation? It was akin to upgrading from a 100 gigabytes mechanical hard drive to a 1 terabyte solid-state drive. The stored information remained unchanged, yet the speed of retrieval, upload, and download, as well as storage capacity, had improved immensely. Reflecting on this, Ji Boing activated his panel attributes. Name, Ji Boing, cultivation, foundation establishment level 3, bone quality, fire 30. 000 superior, bone quality, wood 30, 000 superior, bone quality, ice 30, 000 superior, spirit soul, 300, 000 early Yuanying physique, 100. 000 mid gold body, poisoned, sword Dao, 57. 800 initial realm. Symbol Dao, 346, 000, 4-star low grade. Pill Dao, 17, 000, 2-star mid grade. Bloodline, 141, 000, 3-star mid grade. Innate divine symbol, 256, 000, 300. 000, symbol production consumption, 30, symbol power, 30, symbol fusion, 200. Innate vital blood, 134, 000, 300. 000, chi and blood transformation, 30, chi and blood recovery, 30, bloodline enhancement, 30, duration, 134 breaths, with just over 40, 000 points remaining. My innate divine symbol will also break through. Perhaps I should wait for my innate divine symbol to advance before applying for the assessment at the Wanao Pavilion? After all, it would only take about 2 months. There is no need to rush. However, Ji Boing paused, closed the panel, and then retrieved a symbol brush and symbol paper from his storage ring. Now that I am a Yuanying spirit soul, I wonder how many exceptional rates I might achieve by drawing those 3 derivative symbols. With this thought in mind, Ji Boing took a deep breath, calming his mind, and began to craft the symbols. The moment the brush touched the paper, corresponding spiritual patterns began to emerge in his mind. Not only that, but the spiritual patterns in his mind also contained various transformations, embodying all conceivable scenarios within his current level of symbol crafting. Moreover, before the first spiritual pattern on the paper was fully delineated, the second pattern had already materialized in his mind. And so, after a little over an hour, a dragon-colored exceptional heavenly thunder symbol was completed. Ji Boing did not rest, but instead continued to create the second piece, then the third, the fourth, until he had completed the 20th. Only then did Ji Boing set down his brush, collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. His hair was soaked with sweat, and although he appeared somewhat disheveled, a smile graced his face. This smile resembled that of a diligent farmer who, after months of labor, finally reaps a bountiful harvest, one of relief and satisfaction. 2 days, 1 night, 20 pieces. 8 were of exceptional quality, a remarkable 40 success rate. I, Ji Boing, am indeed a genius in the art of talismans. Ha, 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 ha. I pay my respects to the Lord of the Hall. In the elegant chamber of the affairs pavilion, Su Shao respectfully bowed to the ethereal figure before him. How has that little one been lately? To what stage has he progressed in his cultivation of the 5 elements thunder essence? This, upon hearing the figure's inquiry, a hint of embarrassment washed over Su Shao's face. He was unaware. Unaware? The originally ethereal voice grew somewhat frigid. What exactly is happening? Su Shao quickly bent his body, responding, in response to the Lord of the Hall. Master Ji has not sought my counsel since obtaining the 2 scriptures, nor has he visited the trading house. I do not know to what extent he has cultivated. He has not visited the trading house. The figure fixed a piercing gaze upon Su Shao and said indifferently, conduct an assessment tomorrow. Report the results to me at the earliest opportunity. Understood. Chapter 152. Little 5 Thunder. Early that day, after engaging in a profound conversation with his 2 wives, Ji Boing was contemplating granting himself a brief respite, intending to take them for a leisurely stroll. However, at that moment, his identity token began to flicker. Yet, upon discovering that the messenger was Su Shao, the impatience that previously adorned his visage was swiftly replaced by a solemn expression. Once the communication was opened, Su Shao's voice resonated through. Master Ji, upon receiving this message, please make your way to the affairs pavilion. Ji Qin promptly replied, then tidied himself before proceeding towards the merchant hall. In the affairs pavilion, within the elegant chamber, Su Shao prepared a cup of hot tea for Ji Boing and then, with a gentle smile, inquired, Master Ji, it has been over a month since I transmitted 2 scriptures to you. Has your comprehension progressed? In response, Ji Boing candidly replied, in response to Protector Su, I have dedicated this past month solely to the true understanding of the 5 elements thunder, and I have yet to delve into the thunder scripture. As for the true understanding of the 5 elements thunder, I recently grasped the 3rd level. The 3rd level, you say? Su Shao nodded slightly, finding this progress to be quite expected. After all, the prodigies of the merchant hall have historically managed to reach this stage within a month, with some exceptional talents even attaining the 5th level in that time frame. Contemplating this, Su Shao waved his hand, and a table over 5 feet wide appeared before Ji Boing, adorned with a stack of talisman paper and an utterly ordinary talisman brush. Since Master Ji has reached the 3rd level, it is presumed that you have mastered the fusion of the 3 levels of elemental patterns. Today, I shall assess your learning outcomes and see if any issues have arisen during your cultivation process. Upon hearing this, Ji Boing's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ever since he discerned that the runes in the scriptures served as examples, he had begun to emulate them diligently. His practice had been smooth sailing, devoid of any significant challenges, let alone problems. Consequently, he had not sought Su Shao's guidance over the past month, choosing instead to rely on his own methods for study. However, this very independence left him concerned that he might err without realizing it. As the saying goes, those involved are often blinded, while bystanders see clearly. Now that Su Shao had taken the initiative to assess him and point out potential issues, Ji Boing was most grateful. Thank you, Protector Su. Ji Boing slightly bowed, his words brimming with respect. Su Shao nodded in approval of Ji Boing's demeanor. He then moved to the side, gesturing for Ji Boing to take a seat. Upon seeing this, Ji Boing promptly rose and sat at the table. Given Master Ji's prowess, I believe the 1st level of the elemental patterns poses no difficulty, so we shall commence directly from the 2nd level. Understood, Ji Boing replied with utmost respect, akin to an exemplary student in a classroom. Golden Thunder elemental pattern, Su Shao gently instructed. Ji Boing, upon hearing this, took up the talisman brush and began to sketch. In merely a few breaths, he completed the outline. The fundamental elemental patterns are not particularly complex. The challenge lies in the intricate fusion of different attributes of spiritual energy. Once this fusion is accomplished, delineating the elemental patterns becomes a matter of mere strokes, far simpler than crafting talismans. Sensing the sharp and restless aura emanating from the runes, Su Xiao couldn't help but nod slightly. The earth-thunder elemental pattern. The fire-thunder elemental pattern. As he observed Ji Boing as he began to write, the elemental pattern surged with might at times and burned with fervor at others. Su Xiao's eyes glimmered with a newfound appreciation. After a brief pause, he decided to elevate the difficulty immensely. The water and fire-thunder pattern. A triple elemental pattern requiring the accommodation of 3 distinct elements. If the 5 elements were to generate one another, the fusion would be comparatively straightforward. However, if they were to counteract each other, the difficulty would be exponentially greater. Any slight deviation among the elements would render the spiritual pattern incomplete. Su Xiao's intention was to gauge the proficiency of his talisman master, Ji Boing, and to discern the depth of his understanding of the principles of elemental runes. Yet, this did not seem to daunt Ji Boing. With a swift motion of his brush, he conjured a spiritual pattern that harmonized the qualities of gentleness, ferocity, and restlessness. So swift. Witnessing Ji Boing's seamless creation of the elemental pattern, an expression of astonishment swiftly replaced Su Xiao's calm demeanor. This level of skill, even seasoned talisman masters with years of cultivation might struggle to achieve. With such remarkable talismanic artistry, even if Ji Boing's grasp of elemental patterns were to falter slightly, it would be of little consequence. Not to mention, Ji Boing's current speed of comprehension regarding elemental patterns has already reached the level of prodigies in the commercial realm. Noticing Su Xiao's silence, Ji Boing, fearing there was a flaw in his triple elemental pattern, hurriedly inquired, "Su Protector, is there anything amiss with the runes I have drawn?" Awakened from his reverie, Su Xiao quickly replied, "No, not at all." He picked up the talisman paper, earnestly sensing the elemental forces contained within, and after a prolonged moment, he gently placed the paper down, smiling warmly. "Your talisman crafting skills, Master Ji, are truly enviable." After a brief pause, he continued, "Although you have only comprehended the 3 levels of the 5 elements thunder patterns, your exceptional talismanic skills allow you to embark on the study of higher-tier derivative talismans." Higher-tier derivative talismans? Ji Boing was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. The higher-tier derivative talismans, are they not the 3 cleansing divine thunder derivative talismans? Wouldn't that require at least a 4-star intermediate understanding of talismanry? "Do not worry, Mr. Ji," Su Xiao chuckled. "The 3 cleansing divine thunder derivative talismans indeed necessitate a 4-star intermediate mastery of talismanry to comprehend, but the 3 cleansing divine thunder is part of the great 5 thunders, and beyond the great 5 thunders, there exists the lesser 5 thunders." Lesser 5 thunders? Precisely. Su Xiao nodded and began to elaborate to Ji Boing in detail. It turns out that the so-called lesser 5 thunders are formed by combining the 5-element spiritual essence with thunder essence, resulting in the 5 elements thunder species. They are categorized into Yiwood true thunder, Bing fire yang thunder, Gui water yin thunder, Gung metal robbery thunder, and Wu earth nether thunder, 5 distinct thunder types. The 5 elements primordial thunder, originally classified among the 8 series of purple cloud divine thunder along with the exorcising evil god thunder and the slaying divine demon thunder, was deemed less arduous in its cultivation. The corresponding derived talismans were not exceedingly challenging to inscribe, making it an ideal transition from the foundational doctrines to the 3 purities divine thunder. Consequently, the first generation of the Thunder Hall Master removed the 5 elements primordial thunder from the 8 series, establishing it as an independent category. As for the most formidable among the 8 series, the life and death purple thunder, its excessive difficulty rendered the derived talismans impossible to inscribe, prompting its separation from the 5 thunders' orthodox teachings and its establishment as an independent category of annihilation and life. "I see," thought Ji Boing, a slight nod of understanding gracing his countenance. He had previously harbored concerns regarding the transition between the Thunder Law's overarching principles and the 3 purities divine thunder, fearing it might hinder the cultivation of derived talismans. However, it now appeared that such apprehensions were entirely unwarranted. "Master Ji," Su Xiao spoke gently with a smile, "the purpose of your visit today was twofold. Firstly, to conduct an assessment, and secondly, to ascertain if you are encountering any challenges in your current cultivation phase. Now that our objectives have been met, I shall reach out to you once the derived talismans for the 5 elements primordial thunder, for which I will apply to the main hall, arrive." "Thank you for your assistance, Protector Su," Ji Boing replied with a slight bow, before bidding farewell and departing from the trading establishment. Once Ji Boing had left, Su Xiao promptly retrieved his identity token and communicated the events of the day to the main hall. Chapter 153. The absence of one among the 5 continents. Barely half a tea's worth of time had passed since the communication concluded when a spectral figure materialized in the elegant chamber where Su Xiao resided. Do you wish to request the 5 elements divine thunder talisman scripture on behalf of Master Ji? Indeed, Su Xiao replied with utmost reverence, subsequently elaborating on the particulars of Ji Boying's assessment and his own insights. Upon hearing Su Xiao's report, the spectral figure fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, a cool voice gradually emerged. If that is the case, I shall grant your request. However, you must remember to avoid the folly of hastening growth. Take your time to comprehend. The essence lies in being grounded in reality. If one solely pursues speed and neglects the fundamentals, future accomplishments will inevitably be limited. Su Xiao understood. Yet, he hesitated momentarily before voicing, I possess limited knowledge of talismanic arts. Should Master Ji encounter difficulties while cultivating the 5 elements divine thunder derivative talismans, I fear I may not be able to provide answers. The spectral figure inclined her head slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she said, in that case, let Su Ling instruct him instead. Su Ling. Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, Your Excellency, is she not in seclusion? She has emerged from her seclusion and has fully comprehended the 3 pure divine thunder. She is more than capable of imparting knowledge to Master Ji. Furthermore, once Su Ling arrives in the eastern Songxian continent, you may return to the main hall. With her words concluded, the spectral figure vanished from the chamber before Su Xiao could respond. Seeing this, Su Xiao could not help but smile wryly. Very well, let Linger teach. After all, I truly lack understanding of talismanic arts. After departing from the affairs pavilion, Ji Boying initially intended to return home directly. However, upon reconsideration, he altered his course and proceeded to the Fengming Pavilion, also located in the inner city. Months had passed since Li Yueyao departed, and Ji Boying felt compelled to ascertain whether Yun Mama had returned. Should she have returned, he would take Li Yueyao away without hesitation. If she had not, Ji Boying tightened his fists, a hint of chill evident in his gaze. The distance between the 2 locations was not extensive. Ji Boying arrived at his destination within half an hour. The Fengming Pavilion thrived with business, bustling both day and night with a steady stream of cultivators, creating an atmosphere that was captivating and enchanting. As Ji Boying approached the entrance, he was greeted by a graceful female cultivator who swiftly stepped out to welcome him. The enchanting figure was none other than the woman in the pink dress he had encountered previously. Greetings, young Master Ji. The pink-clad woman offered a deep bow, her tone imbued with a hint of delight. Ji Boying smiled softly and inquired, Has Yun Mama returned? The female cultivator shook her head slightly and replied, I heard from the steward that Yun Mama will not be returning. The Fengming Pavilion is currently managed by a new envoy from the main pavilion. Is that so? Ji Boying sighed softly. The absence of Yun Mama would likely hinder his negotiations with the Fengming Pavilion, leaving him with little hope for success. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stated, Please take me to see Fairy Yueyao. Certainly. Young master, please follow me. After speaking, the woman in the pink dress led Ji Boying to his solitary loft in the backyard, within the Fengming Pavilion. The ranks of the resident female cultivators are divided into outer pavilion dancers, inner pavilion dancers, and courtesans, with the courtesans holding the highest status. They not only receive exceptional training from the Fengming Pavilion, but their identities and positions are also extraordinary. Even the usual head of the pavilion cannot easily command them, unless in exceptional circumstances. For instance, Li Yueyao and Yun Xiushi. Logically, Li Yueyao, as a courtesan, should possess a status significantly higher than that of Yun Xiushi, who is a subordinate head of the pavilion. However, Yun Xiushi, as the acting head of the Fulong City branch, holds a temporary position akin to that of an envoy. In contrast, Li Yueyao, as a courtesan, is comparable to a guest elder of the Xian rank in Fulong City. Generally, a head of affairs would correspond to a merchant's manager level, thus unable to influence someone of Li Yueyao's stature. Now that Li Yueyao has broken through to the Golden Core realm, her status has undoubtedly risen accordingly. If all goes well, her current standing is almost equivalent to that of a member of the main merchant hall. Fairy Yueyao, young Master Ji has arrived. The woman in the pink dress gently knocked on Li Yueyao's door. Shortly after, a figure of unparalleled grace emerged. Ji Boying smiled slightly and said, Fairy Yueyao. It has been a long time. Li Yueyao's eyes flickered with a mix of surprise and delight. Taking a deep breath, she stepped aside respectfully and said, Please, young Master Ji, come in for a discussion. Ji Boying nodded with a smile, naturally having no reason to decline. Once Ji Boying had fully entered the room, Li Yueyao removed a jade token from her waist and handed it to the woman in the pink dress, saying, From this moment on, No one is to approach the loft. Understood. After shutting the door, Li Yueyao immediately activated the room's restrictions. Leaning against the door, her gaze burned intensely upon Ji Boying. And on her cool and proud visage, traces of urgency and desire could be faintly perceived. Meeting her fiery gaze, Ji Boying's expression took on a teasing quality. "Shall I brew a cup of tea for the young master?" At that moment, Li Yueyao unexpectedly spoke. "What tea?" "Mountain stream spirit tea." Suddenly, a loud crash resonated. Li Yueyao, who had been leaning against the door, was abruptly slammed onto the table near the window. The sound of torn robes followed suit. In an instant, the previously obscured view of the snow-capped mountains was laid bare. Struggling beneath Ji Boying, Li Yueyao turned her head, revealing a provocative smile. "Your speed is truly remarkable. Young master, I wonder, is your sword equally swift?" Upon hearing Li Yueyao's words, Ji Boying's teasing demeanor intensified, as expected of the courtesan of Fengming Pavilion. "Your words ignite desire." He let out a cold snort, one hand gripping Li Yueyao's delicate neck, while the other grasped his sword at his waist, chuckling. "If you wish to know how fast my sword is, why not test it?" As soon as the words fell, Ji Boying soared like a dragon emerging from the water, piercing through the clouds. Before long, the sound of intense and hurried collisions reverberated within the room. In the central sacred divine continent, at the headquarters of the Wan Dao Trading Company, stood a grand edifice atop the highest peak. Dozens of figures clad in long robes lined up respectfully on either side. Each of them exuded an awe-inspiring spiritual pressure characteristic of formidable transformation masters, with several individuals at the forefront having reached the late stages of transformation. At that moment, the air distorted, and as the spiritual pressure rippled outward like a gentle wave, 6 ethereal figures took their seats upon the 6 thrones at the apex of the main hall. These specters donned cloaks of blue, green, red, yellow, black, and purple, their long hoods casting shadows over their faces under the dim light, further enhancing the enigmatic aura surrounding them with their undulating spatial fluctuations. "We humbly welcome the divine lords." At this juncture, the 6 ethereal figures suddenly rose, bowing towards the center of the grand hall. The other dozens of robed figures followed suit in reverence. "Please, be at ease." A voice, warm and as smooth as jade, resonated within the hall. A young man clad in a blue robe materialized at the center of the grand hall, slowly advancing towards the highest throne. With each step he took, the space within the hall quivered slightly, and even the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to respond to some unseen call, swirling around him. As he approached the highest throne, he spoke softly. "News has arrived from the western Ling-Tai continent. The Western Buddhist kingdom and its 36 sacred halls have all fallen. Countless monks have been mercilessly slaughtered by demonic cultivators without exception. Now, one continent has succumbed, and less than half remains of the eastern Songxian continent. I intend to abandon the eastern Songxian continent, recalling the core divisions within its borders to fortify the central continent. What do you all think?" Chapter 154. A new training plan. As the mellifluous voice echoed, a palpable silence enveloped the grand hall, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Even the inscrutable figures seated upon the 6 thrones exhibited a slight tremor in their demeanor, a mere whisper of breath escaping them at the moment the words were spoken. "Dare I inquire, Divine Lord, how shall we handle those outside the core of the Merchant Guild?" At that moment, a green specter suddenly interjected. The voice, reminiscent of a weary elder, bore an undercurrent of chilling resolve. Despite the absence of any overt action from the entity, the aged tone elicited an unsettling chill. The man upon the highest throne glanced at the green apparition, inquiring with a smile, "What does Lord Li believe should be done?" "I hold that we must not relinquish the eastern Songxian continent," the green specter responded, his voice resonant and firm. "This land harbors the Songlong Immortal City, rich with 49 high-grade spirit veins. If we surrender without contest, we only bolster the audacity of the demonic cultivators." "Indeed," echoed the voice of the purple specter, cold and clear. "The Heavenly Demon Hall has already allied with numerous forces, including the Phoenix Cry Pavilion and the Heavenly Dao Sword Sect, their might now surpassing that of the Wan Dao Merchant Guild. Should we cower in the face of our foes and surrender ground without a fight, the disparity between us will only widen." The man smiled subtly and turned to the other 4 figures, asking, "What are your thoughts?" The blue specter of the Wind Support Hall stepped forward respectfully, stating, "Currently, the demonic cultivators are launching a massive invasion of the eastern Songxian continent. Its fall is merely a matter of time, with the Heavenly Demon Hall exerting relentless pressure on our headquarters. It is futile for the Merchant Guild to divide its forces between 2 locations at this juncture. Abandoning the eastern Songxian continent is imperative. Yet during the withdrawal of core members, we might also relocate the underground spirit veins of Songlong Immortal City. We shall do our utmost to transfer as many as possible. As for those outside the core, our relationship with them is merely one of convenience. We possess no substantial ties, and we can simply disperse them with spirit stones and resources. The Alchemist's Hall concurs. The Artifact Mountain Hall concurs. And the Xianin Hall? The man inquired, casting a glance toward the dark specter. I am amenable, came the monotonous reply, devoid of emotional fluctuation. In stark contrast to the overt brilliance of Lordly from the Sword Forest Hall, the Xianin Hall exuded an extreme reticence. So much so that even those aware of his status as a void returned divine lord often subconsciously regarded him as an ordinary cultivator still in the chi refinement stage. What say the esteemed leaders and elders present? Let it be known, as per our customary practice, we shall follow our hearts. There is no need to align with a particular hall simply by virtue of our presence here. The man's voice carried an unusual magnetism. Before long, the dozens of figures within the hall began to split into two factions once more. However, the disparity in numbers was quite pronounced. With a gentle smile, the man declared, "If that is the consensus, then let us relinquish the eastern Songxian continent. However, this matter shall remain an internal discussion within the headquarters for the time being and need not be disclosed to the outside world. Regarding the spiritual veins within the eastern Songxian continent, as stated by the Lord of the Fufing Hall, as much as can be extracted shall be extracted over the course of 3 years. After this period, regardless of how much remains, all core members shall withdraw entirely. Furthermore, relinquishing a continent will inevitably lead to a shortage of resources supplied by the Merchant Guild. Henceforth, the resource allocation system of the main hall shall be abolished, and a talent ranking, contribution ranking, and power ranking shall be established. The distribution of cultivation resources will adhere to the rankings, with priority determined by the 6 main halls through their own deliberation. We shall faithfully follow the decree of the Divine Monarch." The fierce clashes among the Golden Core sword cultivators persisted from the zenith of the sun to the twilight of the moon. Ji Boing released Liu Yao, who had been resting on the table, and slumped onto the nearby mahogany bench. The prolonged intensity of the confrontation left his legs trembling uncontrollably. Yet, gazing at Liu Yao, who now lay utterly exhausted and lacked the strength to speak, a wave of relief washed over Ji Boing. The two rested for nearly half an hour before Liu Yao finally swayed and donned a fresh robe. She looked at Ji Boing and softly inquired, "If young Master Ji has the time, may I visit the Merchant Guild? Will Foaming Pavilion permit my departure?" Ji Boing regarded her with a hint of confusion in his eyes. The newly established regulations of the main hall elevated the status of the courtesan, and the sub-hall leaders had no authority to interfere with her freedom, as long as it did not exceed reasonable bounds or provide grounds for reproach. Yao could allocate an additional 3 hours each day. 3 hours, you say? Ji Boing murmured, then produced his identity token. "Leave a mark, and notify me when you arrive." "Understood," Li Yueyao replied lightly, exchanging her communication jade talisman with Ji Boing's identity token. In the following days, Ji Boing restructured his daily training regimen. From the late hours of the dog to the mid-hours of the rat, he engaged in profound emotional exchanges with his 2 wives. From the mid-hours of the rat to the late hours of the tiger, he delved into the true explanation of the 5 elements thunder and the comprehensive true explanation of thunder. Although Ji Boing had already elevated the premium rate of the 3 top-tier derived symbols, including the heavenly thunder symbol, to 40%, he still had a considerable way to go in mastering the 6 elemental derived symbols. Moreover, as Ji Boing's understanding of the comprehensive true explanation of thunder deepened, he began to sense an inexplicable feeling towards the thunder element. This sensation was elusive, as if a thin veil stood before him, until it was pierced. He would remain unable to grasp the essence of the great Tao. This feeling had never occurred to Ji Boing before, gradually emerging only after he broke through to the Yuan-ing spiritual realm and comprehended the 7th level of the comprehensive true explanation of thunder. Although this thin membrane caused Ji Boing considerable discomfort, he was in no hurry to pierce it. He believed that once he thoroughly comprehended this scripture, the mysteries lurking behind it would undoubtedly be revealed. Returning to the matter of his cultivation plan, from the end of the hour to noon, Ji Boing chose to concentrate on crafting talismans and practicing the fusion of spiritual patterns alone. From noon to the Wei hour, he would dedicate time to creating talismans with Xiao Ninger, assisting her in understanding the comprehensive true interpretation of thunder techniques. Finally, during the remaining hours from Wei to Yu, Ji Boing would visit the Merchants Guild to support Li Yueyao in her cultivation, while simultaneously enhancing his own swordsmanship experience. While he could forego alchemy, he would never neglect the path of the sword. Ji Boing was cautious and reluctant to engage in battles. Yet the distinction between wielding a sword and being unarmed was profound. He might choose not to take lives, but he must possess a sword capable of doing so. Only in this manner could Ji Boing find true peace of mind. On this day, just as Ji Boing was transferring the yang energy to Li Yueyao and preparing to employ the yin Hui Qiaoyang to conclude the battle. He received a message from Ling Xiao via his identity token. Initially, he presumed it was related to the matter of the 5 elements Yuan Thunder-derived talisman scripture. However, upon opening the message and hearing the other party's urgent and anxious tone, Ji Boing realized that the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Without paying heed to his somewhat stiff legs, he swallowed a few pills of Sanqing Shunbao and hastily made his way to the elegant chamber on the top floor. Chapter 155, The Next Celestial Sovereign, Ji Fushi. As Ji Boing knocked on the door, Su Xiao swiftly emerged from the elegant chamber to greet him. Su Hufa, may I inquire the purpose of your summons for me today? Please, take a seat, Ji Fushi. Su Xiao prepared a cup of steaming tea for Ji Boing and, after a moment of contemplation, he articulated, although I am unaware of the specific circumstances. There are whispers from the Hall Master that the resource allocation of the Merchant Guild will soon transition from the previous system of main hall distribution to one based on individual ranking lists. An individual ranking distribution system? What does that entail? Ji Boing inquired, his expression slightly perplexed as he gazed at Su Xiao. There will be separate rankings for talent, contribution, and strength. The distribution of resources will depend on members' standings on these lists. As for the prioritization, it has been tentatively established as strength first, talent second, and contribution third. Further discussions will ensue, but substantial changes are unlikely. Su Xiao sighed lightly, expressing a sense of helplessness. The new resource allocation system is comparatively fairer than the previous one, yet it is somewhat unfriendly to the newly emerging core members. This poses considerable disadvantages for Ji Fushi among the 3 major rankings. You may only ascend to the talent list, which means that resources will undoubtedly be exceedingly limited. Ji Boing furrowed his brow as he absorbed Su Xiao's words. The sudden alteration in the resource allocation system caught him off guard. He had believed that by merely becoming a member of the Wandao Pavilion, his future would be smooth sailing, yet now it appeared otherwise. However, there is no need for excessive concern, Mr. Ji, Su Xiao continued. The resources involved in this reform pertain solely to those of the guild's headquarters and do not encroach upon the internal resources of the main hall. The main hall will continue to provide Ji Fushi with maximum support. Anything available within the main hall will certainly not be withheld. Moreover, this ranking system disrupts the established structure of the 6 main halls, resulting in a significant reshuffling for the members. For someone of your talent in the art of talismans, once you join the Wandao Pavilion, you will undoubtedly advance at an astonishing pace. What rightfully belongs to you will ultimately find its way into your hands. None can take it from you. A wry smile crept onto Ji Boing's face. He was uncertain how many geniuses there were at the headquarters or the extent of their strength, and he questioned his own ability to stand out among them. Noticing Ji Boing's lack of enthusiasm and his somewhat subdued demeanor, Su Xiao opted to change the subject. He produced a volume bound in purple, stating, "This is the 5 elements Yuan Thunder derivative talisman scripture that I previously requested for you. It contains a thorough description and explanation of the 5 elements derivative talismans, along with annotations from the former 5-star talisman king. You may take it home to ponder over it." "Thank you, Su Hufa." Ji Boing expressed his gratitude as he accepted the talisman scripture. "There is no need for such formality, Ji Fushi," Su Xiao paused before adding, "I am not proficient in the art of talismans and cannot be of much assistance regarding derivative talismans. In the realm of talismanic arts, without the guidance of esteemed predecessors, one's progress through self-exploration and research remains inherently limited. Moreover, there exists the peril of unwittingly straying from the path. Therefore I, Su, have sought the assistance of the main hall to appoint a highly skilled talisman master, proficient in derivative talismans, to mentor Master Ji in the intricacies of talismanic knowledge in my stead." As I spoke, my gaze towards Ji Boing grew notably serious. "I acknowledge Master Ji's extraordinary talents and unique insights into talismanic arts, yet I reiterate, relying solely on personal exploration is ultimately too slow. Given the current external circumstances and the internal dynamics of our merchant guild, there is little time for Master Ji to mature. Thus, I sincerely hope Master Ji will treat this matter with the utmost seriousness, remain humble, and strive to thoroughly comprehend the 6 categories of derivative talismans and the 5 elemental derivative talismans at the earliest opportunity. I am deeply grateful for the concern of Protector Su." Ji Boing bowed respectfully. "Your heartfelt words shall be etched in my memory, Protector Su." "Very well." Su Xiao nodded slightly. "The headquarters talisman master will not arrive for another fortnight. During this interim, Master Ji may begin to ponder the 5 elemental spirit patterns. Should there be any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my counsel." "Certainly." Upon returning to the elegant chamber, Li Yueyao had completed her cultivation. She sat gracefully at the redwood table, her fair and serene visage adorned with a hint of a smile. Noticing Ji Boing's serious demeanor upon entering, she softly inquired, "Is the young master troubled?" "Somewhat," replied Ji Boing as he took a seat beside her, pouring himself a cup of tea with the fervor of one indulging in fine spirits. After a hearty gulp, he forcefully placed the cup back upon the table. Do you require assistance in alleviating your worries? Liu Yao's voice came again, this time laced with a subtle allure. Although Ji Boing sensed her charm, he offered no resistance, allowing himself to be ensnared. Like dry tinder ignited by a spark, he stepped forward, drawing her into his embrace. In that moment of collision between yin and yang, a sound echoed as his resplendent robe shattered into countless fragments, scattering throughout the chamber. The world is filled with enchanting beauty, even heroes may bow in reverence. As the mist dissipated, a breathtaking vista unfolded before him, unreservedly revealing its splendor. Turning, he pressed down, the azure dragon emerging from the waters. Soon, melodious celestial music began to resonate softly within the room. Upon the lofty mountain peaks, Negong Wan languidly reclined upon her throne. Before her knelt several trembling infant soul practitioners, reporting to the Saintess, the grand formations of Zhangong City, Pingong City, and Sheong City have been meticulously arranged and are ready for the blood sacrifice at any moment. Just then, an elder clad in black robes appeared, respectfully reporting to the throne. Understood. Nangong Wan's voice, cool and ethereal, echoed in the ears of all present as she slowly rose and took a few steps forward. The infant soul practitioners, kneeling on the ground, widened their eyes in shock, fervently bowing their heads to the floor. Saintess, spare us. Saintess, grant us mercy. I willingly submit to the Hall of Heavenly Demons, henceforth to follow the Holy Maiden without question. I too pledge my allegiance to the Holy Maiden. Negong Wan gazed expressionlessly at the several nascent soul cultivators before her and coldly remarked, the Hall of Heavenly Demons does not accept the worthless. As her words echoed, a resounding explosion reverberated, and the nascent soul true monarchs were instantaneously reduced to a mist of blood. With a mere gesture, Nangong Wan drew the scattered blood mist back together, transforming it into a slender crimson thread that slipped into her fingertips. Simultaneously, the already distorted space around her intensified further. Buzz. At that moment, the void twisted once more. An immensely powerful sword intent suddenly materialized, and shortly thereafter, an elderly figure clad in hemp robes emerged from the ether. Has she reached the fourth stage of transformation? The elder regarded Nangong Wan, his voice, aged yet robust, laced with a hint of surprise. She nodded slightly and replied softly. After the blood sacrifice of the three main cities, including Xinjiang City, I can further advance to the fifth stage of transformation. Isn't that rather swift? A trace of concern appeared on the elder's face. How could it be too swift? Nangong Wan shook her head, her resolute gaze reflecting a profound determination. Our time is limited. I must ascend to become the next celestial monarch before the Hall Master breaches the barrier of the 5 continents. Chapter 156, The Purple-Clad Maiden. Autumn, my friend, you have arrived quite early today. In the backyard of the Gathering Fragrance Hall, the rotund manager's son approached several corpses of demonic beasts, patting his belly and exclaiming, Splendid. Your strength has surged remarkably, to the point where you can execute such a flawless hunt of second-tier demonic beasts. Truly, your progress is astonishing. You flatter me, esteemed manager, Autumn replied with a gentle smile, her eyes glimmering with mirth as they fell upon the demonic beast remains. There is no need for humility, Autumn, manager's son chuckled heartily. By the way, my young lady will be returning tonight. Do stay for a meal. I must decline. Autumn gently shook her head, adding, I have come to bid you farewell. Farewell. A look of confusion crossed manager's son's face. With such a splendid cultivation environment in Songlong Immortal City, where do you intend to go? At his words, Autumn merely smiled without providing an answer, realizing his indiscretion. Manager's son quickly said, Please wait here for a moment. Autumn looked on, somewhat puzzled, as manager's son, clutching his protruding belly, hurried towards the inn. After about a quarter of an hour, he returned, breathless and drenched in sweat, and handed her a storage pouch. This is a token of goodwill from the inn. A small gesture for you, Autumn, he mumbled. It is not much, so please do not think poorly of it. Autumn gazed at the storage pouch in her hand, her expression filled with surprise and bewilderment. In such times, it was rare to encounter someone like Manager Sunday. Thank you. She beamed, her sweet smile dimming the sunlight in the courtyard. A smile also crept onto Manager Sun's face. He waved his hand, saying, Go on. If you ever pass through Songlong Immortal City again, do come back to visit. Certainly. Autumn bowed respectfully to Manager Sun before departing the backyard. Only upon returning to her lodgings did she raise her fair right hand. On her ring finger and wrist, she wore a series of rings and bracelets linked by chains, radiating an ancient aura that evoked a sense of unease, particularly in the dim light. She concealed her right hand within her sleeve once more, and her bright, sweet eyes suddenly turned cold and menacing. Before I depart, you all. Outside Songlong Immortal City, atop a towering mountain, a massive flying vessel hovered. On the deck, a figure clad in purple leaned against the railing. At that moment, a purple silhouette rushed toward her from the distance, ultimately landing behind the figure in purple. Lingo. Su Xiao greeted with a light laugh. It has been a while. The maiden turned, and as the breeze stirred, her long, flowing hair danced, accentuating the elegant contours of her purple attire to perfection. She extended her hand, as delicate as jade, and looked at Su Xiao with a playful glimmer in her lively eyes. It's been so long since we last met, shouldn't you show some brotherly affection? Su Xiao's eyelids twitched slightly, and with a reluctant heart, he retrieved a turquoise spirit fruit resembling a droplet of water from his storage ring. Thank you, brother. The girl snatched the spirit fruit from Su Xiao's hand as if she were robbing him, her bright eyes curving into crescent shapes. Observing this, Su Xiao couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. When will you grow up, my dear girl? The young lady tucked the spirit fruit into her storage ring and replied languidly. Did you not often say when I was little that as long as you were around, Linga would forever remain your little child? Are you regretting it now? Perhaps a little. Su Xiao silently lamented in his heart. Yet his face was filled with affectionate indulgence toward the girl. How could a brother ever regret? He continued, by the way, this mission was personally assigned by the Hall Master. Are you fully aware of the details? The Hall Master has already briefed me. That's good to hear. Su Xiao nodded slightly, his expression turning serious. The Hall Master holds this Jifu Master in high regard and even intends to cultivate him as a potential successor. Such esteem? The girl raised an eyebrow, curiosity sparkling in her lively eyes. After all, within less than a year, he had advanced from a mere guest elder to an Earth-level guest elder, and during the evaluation process, I discovered that this Jifu Master's talismanic skills are nothing short of extraordinary. Among the many talisman masters I have encountered in the main hall, none possess skills as unparalleled as his. Is that so? The girl's curiosity intensified upon hearing Su Xiao's description. Linger, Su Xiao took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. I perceive this Jifu Master to be a person of integrity, and those who associate with him, be they elders, shopkeepers, or stewards, all hold him in high esteem. This time, as you become his disciple and guide, you will gain significant support in the future. Presently, among the 6 major halls, aside from our Thunder Hall, which has yet to present a successor, the others, Sword Forest, Pill Fire, Tool Mountain, and Mystic Inn, have already identified their heirs. Even the Wind Hall has recently found their successor. If you wish to continue vying for the position of the Merchant Guild's heir, you cannot do so without the support of the main hall. This Jifu Master is an excellent choice. Moreover, I have also heard that this Jifu Master shares a close friendship with Li Pu, the successor of the Sword Forest Hall. The Sword Forest Hall is inherently neutral, and their heir's close ties with the Jifu Master may very well lead them to ally with you in the future. The Sword Forest Hall. Gaining their support would solidify your position as the heir. If you, Linger, were to become the next Hall Master of the 10,000 Ways Merchant Guild, wouldn't I bask in your glory as well? Hiki. At this point, Su Xiao's eyes narrowed with anticipation, a dreamy expression gracing his face. Beside him, Su Ling could not help but roll her eyes. Well, instead of daydreaming here, it would be more prudent to take the time to introduce me to that esteemed Master Ji. I must be frank. Should Master Ji's talent in the art of talismans fail to meet my expectations, I shall not continue imparting my teachings. With this time at hand, it would be wiser to prepare for the upcoming rankings. Rest assured, Linger, Master Ji's proficiency in talismans will undoubtedly exceed your expectations, as he is highly regarded by both my brother and the Palace Lord. Please, brother, remove yourself from this equation. Very well, very well. Days swiftly passed by. After acquiring the 5 Elements Origin Thunder Derivative Talisman Cannon, Ji Boying focused intently on the 5 Elements Derivative Talismans. Naturally, he did not neglect the aspect of spirit patterns, for the foundation of the 5 Elements Derivative Talismans lies within these very patterns. The quality of the talismans produced is directly linked to the mastery of these spirit patterns. Taking premium examples into account, Ji Boying must cultivate the 5 elements spirit patterns to the 7th layer, which entails the harmonious integration of the 5 elements spiritual essence, Jade Thunder, in 4 layers. Otherwise, despite possessing exceptional engraving skills, insufficient integration of the spirit patterns would render talisman creation impossible. One day, Ji Boying and Yi Qingqing were diligently assisting Xiao Ninger in honing her resolve and enhancing her talisman crafting concentration at the desk when their identity tokens suddenly flickered. While maintaining his practice of the breakthrough sword technique, Ji Boying checked the communication and was instantly elated upon learning that a talisman master dispatched from headquarters had arrived, prompting him to quicken the pace of his swordplay. Chapter 157. Revenge in the Chamber of Affairs. Within the elegant room, Su Xiao prepared 3 cups of steaming tea. Smiling as he made introductions, Master Ji, this is the talisman Master Su Ling, personally appointed by the Lord of the Hall, Master Su. Although Master Su's cultivation was merely at the golden core stage, his mastery of talisman arts was comparable to that of a 5-star talisman king. Upon hearing this, Ji Boying's eyes flickered with intrigue. A 5-star talisman king. At his current pace of cultivation, it would take him at least another decade to reach such a level. This estimation was with the advantage of a unique talent. Without it, even with a modicum of innate ability in talisman arts, he would require centuries, or even several hundred years of accumulation to even approach this realm. Moreover, the young Master Su, who still bore traces of youthfulness in his appearance, exuded an aura that belied his age. If he were to hazard a guess, Ji Boying would say that Su Ling's age was likely on par with Li Pu. At most a mere 60 years. How astonishing. With this thought, Ji Boying rose and bowed respectfully to Su Ling. I am the guest talisman Master Ji Boying. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Su. Master Ji, there is no need for such formality, Su Ling replied, her voice melodious and inviting. Given our similar ages and cultivations, we may simply address one another as friends. As her words fell, both Ji Boying and Su Xiao exchanged a fleeting glance, yet soon returned to their usual demeanor. However, a subtle unease began to stir within Su Xiao. He had always assumed Ji Boying was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, unaware of the truth. Subsequently, Su Ling inquired briefly about Ji Boying's understanding of talisman arts, and then, citing the weariness of her journey, concluded their meeting. After seeing Ji Boying off, Su Xiao hurriedly made his way to Su Ling's elegant chamber, observing Su Xiao's disheveled appearance. The playful glint in Su Ling's eyes gradually shifted to one of coldness. Lingo, there is no need for further words, brother, Su Ling interjected, cutting him off mid-sentence. I merely wish to know, is the Lord of the Hall aware of this matter? Simply answer me, does he know? Or does he not? Not aware. Humph. Su Ling scoffed softly, then resumed her seat with an air of indifference. Prepare to atone with your life. Fear not. Brother, as we are siblings, I will summon the finest priest from the Buddhist realm to perform a rite of passage for you. Oh, I almost forgot. The Buddhist realm has long been annihilated. Lingo, enough, I was merely jesting. At the sight of Su Xiao's distraught visage, a hint of disdain crept onto Su Ling's face. Yet, not all hope was lost. Is there still a glimmer of hope? Upon hearing this, a look of anticipation blossomed on Su Xiao's face. He possessed superior fire, wood, and ice spiritual roots, and while his aptitude was somewhat lacking, achieving the nascent soul stage was not beyond his reach. With the future consumption of creation pills and the heavenly creation pills, attaining the spirit transformation stage would similarly be within grasp, provided that his proficiency in talisman arts was indeed as commendable as his brother claimed, and with careful guidance. There was no reason he could not fully comprehend the Zishu divine thunder in the future. Creation pills. Heavenly creation pills. Su Xiao murmured softly, and suddenly a thought struck him. No wonder he had specifically mentioned the creation pill earlier. Master Ji, oh Master Ji, you truly conceal your depths. Enough. Su Ling interrupted Su Xiao's musings, continuing, please relay a message to him for me, stating that in 3 days, I wish to personally examine his 6 system derivative talismans and 5-element spiritual patterns. He should prepare in advance. Understood. I shall arrange it right away. In a modest and dimly lit room, Chuyu sat before a bronze mirror, illuminated by candlelight. This evening, she donned a rather common male robe. She picked up a half-mask from beside her, and before long, the exquisite visage within the mirror transformed into that of a young man. Chuyu examined her appearance briefly, ensuring everything was in order, before retrieving all the talismans gifted to her by Ji Boying. She meticulously checked them, selecting a golden bell talisman and a thunder talisman, concealing them within the sleeves of her robe. Having completed her preparations, Chuyu rose and turned towards the door, soon merging seamlessly into the bustling crowd outside. Approximately half an hour later, she arrived at a busy thoroughfare and chose a tavern beside the main road, selecting a window seat. She ordered a pot of spiritual wine and quietly gazed out the window. Ever since acquiring the ring and bracelet, she had made it a habit to sit here for half an hour each day. This routine had persisted for over a month, to the point where the tavern servers had grown accustomed to her presence. Chuyu swirled her wine glass, leaning against the windowsill, observing the throngs of people on the thoroughfare, until a middle-aged man clad in a round-collared robe, sporting a handlebar mustache, caught her eye. She set down her glass and retrieved some mid-grade spirit stones from her storage pouch. Stepping onto the main road, Chuyu focused intently on the man in the distance. When he paused in a relatively quiet alleyway, she quickened her pace. The shopkeeper of Duobao Tower, walking ahead, suddenly felt a chill creep up his back. Out of instinct, he turned to glance behind him. In that instant, A pale hand adorned with chains and bracelets clamped down on his face. The man's pupils dilated in shock as he instinctively attempted to resist, but in the moment the hand descended. An immense force drained him of his peak foundation establishment spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, he crumpled to the ground as if struck by a debilitating blow. Xiaoyu, as if dragging a lifeless dog, pulled the middle-aged man towards a nearby residence. Once within the courtyard, she cast him onto the ground. In a hoarse voice, devoid of emotion, she commanded, "Disable the restraints." The man hesitated for a moment before hastily complying, kneeling in desperation as he pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. I beg you. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything you ask." A subtle smile curved Xiaoyu's lips as she slowly removed the half-mask she wore. Before long, an exquisite countenance unfolded before the middle-aged man. "It is you," he exclaimed in astonishment. Xiaoyu offered a faint smile, yet this smile bore a certain chill, even harboring a hint of a disquieting murderous intent. "I was wrong. Xiaoyu, I truly acknowledge my mistakes." Overwhelmed by the frigid aura emanating from Xiaoyu, the man could no longer contain his inner turmoil. Collapsing before her and fervently bowing his head, "Xiaoyu, it was all my fault back then. I now comprehend my errors. I implore you, I beseech you. Please forgive me." Xiaoyu advanced slowly, her agile eyes shimmering with profound, enigmatic light. She seized the man's right hand, forcefully bending the finger adorned with a storage ring until it snapped. The excruciating pain elicited a wretched scream from him, akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig. Yet, due to the binding constraints, no matter how loudly he cried, no one could hear him. "Open it," Xiaoyu commanded indifferently. The man, gazing at his finger now contorted at an unnatural angle, hastily released all the restrictions on the storage ring. In a bid to appease her, he endured the agonizing pain and struggled to remove the ring from his finger. Xiaoyu accepted the ring, briefly probing it with her spiritual sense to ensure its integrity. Once satisfied, she gripped his head with her right hand and, with a sudden surge of force, a dull thud resonated as his skull shattered, transforming into a grotesque pool of blood and flesh. Meanwhile, the ring on her delicate hand began to emit a faint luminescence. Chapter 158. The reassessment in the luxurious estate of the Zhuxing district, Autumn Rain, having employed a concealment talisman, a spirit-warding charm, and a barrier-breaking rune, stealthily ascended to the roof of a principal chamber in the western courtyard. At that moment, a creaking sound of a door being pushed open echoed from afar. Glancing up, she beheld a young man, intoxicated and clad in opulent garments, staggering into the estate, flanked by two enchanting maidens. Behind him trailed two golden core cultivators, who halted at the entrance after escorting the youth inside, subsequently shutting the grand gate. "Dearest Beauties, allow me to demonstrate what it means to have a dragon contend with two phoenixes," he proclaimed with a slurred laugh, eliciting giggles from the maidens. They supported him as they ventured into the very chamber where Autumn Rain lay in wait, concealed atop the roof. She pried open a tile and fixated her gaze intently on the unfolding scene within. Three individuals. With the right opportunity, she could strike swiftly and lethally. Time passed, akin to the brewing of tea, and soon the young man had cast the two maidens onto the bed. He stood proudly, a smirk of arrogance gracing his lips, and began to disrobe, his focus fixated on one of the maidens, preparing to indulge in his desires. Observing this, Autumn Rain readied herself to act. After all, such moments were when humans were most engrossed, and a strike amidst their fervor would surely ensure a swift demise. However, just as Autumn Rain sought the perfect moment to strike, the young man unexpectedly sheathed his sword. Her eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief washing over her face. The opportunity had slipped away. Not only was she taken aback, the two maidens within the chamber mirrored her shock. After all their preparation, the chance to perform had evaporated. Crouched atop the roof, Autumn Rain tightened her grip on her dagger. She fixed her gaze upon the reluctant young man, and after a brief moment of hesitation, retrieved a silencing rune from her storage ring. Fortunately, he still possessed a silencing charm. Activating the rune, she cast it into the room. In the next heartbeat, she plummeted down with alarming speed, dispatching the two maidens in an instant, before extending her hand to grasp the young man's face firmly. In his inebriated stupor, he had yet to comprehend the turn of events. Upon realizing Autumn Rain was a woman, instead of recoiling in fear, he wore a foolish grin. Disdain flickered in her eyes as she tightened her hold, and in the next moment, the ring on her finger glimmered, emanating a potent force that enveloped the young man entirely. Before long, he began to weaken visibly, ultimately collapsing into a lifeless husk, which Autumn Rain then unceremoniously cast aside. The entire affair transpired within mere breaths, without so much as a whisper of disturbance. She removed the storage ring from the hands of the young man clad in splendid attire, then cast a glance at the two young women she had slain. With a sudden leap, she vanished into the night sky. Half an hour later, Two golden core cultivators stood at the entrance, engaged in a casual conversation. One of them suddenly spoke up. Isn't it about time? Let's wait a little longer. Our young master values his reputation. Wouldn't it be foolish to enter now and invite scorn? Let's wait for another half an hour then. With that, the two young men resumed their idle chatter. In the past, they might have projected their consciousness to envelop the main room, primarily out of curiosity to hear any sounds or as a precaution against intruders. However, the existence of certain restrictions made the second reason somewhat tenuous. Their main intention remained the first. Yet, they could never have imagined that their primary objective was utterly unnecessary. Inside the room, there was simply none of the noise they anticipated. Initially, they speculated that their young master had employed a silence talisman. But it wasn't until one of them daringly extended their consciousness into the room that they uncovered the truth. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Ji Boing once again arrived at the affairs pavilion. Upon learning that he would be assessed today by a high-ranking talisman master from headquarters, a hint of apprehension colored his expression. He had never had an accurate gauge of his own proficiency in talisman arts. Now, the opportunity to display his skills before the talented talisman masters at headquarters might finally provide him with a sense of his own capabilities. Master Ji need not feel anxious. Su Xiao, leading Ji Boing to the elegant chamber of Su Ling, said with a smile. Master Su simply wishes to ascertain the current state of your talisman skills and to formulate a detailed training plan for you. Therefore, all you need to do is perform at your usual level. Thank you for the reminder, Protector Su. Ji Boing replied with a slight bow. Please, enter. Su Xiao smiled gently and gestured for him to proceed. Ji Boing nodded and walked into the room. As the door closed behind him, the previously serene and warm smile on Su Xiao's face was suddenly replaced by a deep concern. I hope you passed the assessment, otherwise, I would truly have to atone with my life. The elegant chamber where Su Ling resided was simply adorned. Apart from 2 7-foot-long tables and white jade cushions, there was nothing else. Please, fellow Taoist Ji. Su Ling, seated opposite Ji Boing, gestured for him to take a seat. This assessment primarily aims to evaluate your innate talent in talisman arts and your current level of proficiency. Thus, I trust you will give your utmost effort during this process. Yes, Ji Boing responded with utmost respect. Very well, then, let the assessment commence. Su Ling spoke softly, then produced a common talisman brush devoid of any special enhancements, along with 300 sheets of beast skin talisman paper, which she divided into 6 portions and placed upon the table. In order to truly assess Taoist Ji's proficiency in talisman crafting, the evaluation would not employ a spiritual brush, but rather the ordinary talisman brush. She hoped Taoist Ji would comprehend this. It was only reasonable to understand. Su Ling nodded slightly and continued. The examination task is quite simple. There are a total of 300 sheets of talisman paper. And Taoist Ji is to create 30 exquisite pieces of each of the 6 derivative talismans, which will be deemed a pass. As for the duration of the assessment, it is set for 45 days. Completion within this period will be regarded as a success. Exceeding 45 days will be considered a failure. 45. Ji Boing exclaimed in surprise. Is there a problem? Su Ling inquired with a slight furrow of her brow. Each type of talisman requires 30 exquisite pieces. With the Thunderbolt talisman assessed at an 80% quality rate, the Demon Thunder talisman and the Water Thunder talisman at 70%, and the remaining 3 at 50% quality. In total, there are merely 300 sheets. On average, a single talisman should take just over an hour. And accounting for rest periods, 45 days is more than sufficient. If she cannot even accomplish this, she truly cannot save Su Xiao. Just as Su Ling's thoughts flowed, she noticed Ji Boing speaking softly. Chapter 159. The first genius, nothing more, friend Su. Could you perhaps consider a different method of assessment? A different method? Su Ling's expression darkened slightly, yet she maintained her composure and inquired, what approach does friend Ji propose for the evaluation? Transform the exquisite talismans into supreme ones. 10 of each type, within a time limit of half a month. Would that be acceptable? Su Ling was momentarily taken aback, her face reflecting a hint of astonishment. Are you certain? Absolutely. Ji Boing replied with resolute confidence. If I fail to meet the assessment, you may deal with me as you see fit. His tone was firm, infused with unwavering assurance. Currently, his success rate for supreme versions of the Thunder Talismans, Earth Thunder Talismans, and Cloud Thunder Talismans had surpassed 40%. Not to mention the 3-star intermediate Demon Thunder Talismans and Water Thunder Talismans, as well as the easier-to-draw Fighting Thunder Talismans. Completing 60 Supreme Talismans within half a month would be more than sufficient. In fact, with favorable conditions, he could nearly finish them all in 10 days. Then, let the assessment commence, friend Ji. Seeing Ji Boing's confidence, Su Ling acquiesced to his proposed method of evaluation. Should Ji Boing truly accomplish the task, Su Xiao's position would be assured. Completing 60 supreme derivative talismans of the 6 elements within half a month would undeniably secure him a place in the Wan Dao Pavilion. And soon thereafter, a spot on the talent rankings would surely await him. Let us hope he can indeed fulfill the assessment. Su Ling silently mused. She then settled onto the ground, closing her eyes to cultivate her spirit. As for her consciousness, she had already taken precautions, and with no reservations. She enveloped Ji Boying, closely observing his every move. On the other hand, feeling Su Ling's spiritual presence, Ji Boying exhibited no signs of disturbance. After centering himself and adjusting his state of mind, he commenced drawing the thunder talismans. During this period, whether due to luck or his exceptional condition, each time he crafted the thunder talismans, earth thunder talismans, and cloud thunder talismans, the first 2 would consistently emerge as supreme. As for the subsequent ones, their success rate stabilized around 40%, and with a stroke of good fortune, it could even rise slightly higher. Regarding the other talismans, although he had not focused on them much, nearly all of his demonstrations for Shao Ninger yielded supreme results, with only the occasional appearance of exquisite talismans. Thus, after a little over an hour, the first supreme thunder talismans were successfully created by Ji Boying without any surprise. Su Ling, witnessing this moment, couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. How swift! This speed surpasses even my own at the same level back then. Is this mere coincidence or a testament to his strength? Has my brother truly stumbled upon a treasure? Amidst her thoughts, she observed Ji Boying drawing another talisman without pausing for rest. Su Ling lifted her gaze, casting a profound look at Ji Boying, before once again entering a meditative state, quietly watching the unfolding events. In Zhengyang City, the blood sea surged, and the aura of slaughter enveloped the surroundings. Upon the throne, Nagong Wan toyed with the slender, crimson flying sword in her hand, a faint smile gracing her lips. Just then, a young man in black robes arrived on the wind. Kneeling before her with utmost reverence, reporting, "Your Holiness, the young master of Haotian sect, the thousand-handed true monarch, has gathered cultivators from 5 cities to establish the 5 Mountains Demon Suppression Formation. The 3 major demon sects led by the Ink Guardian have inadvertently become ensnared within, suffering grievous casualties." Thousand-handed true monarch? Nangong Wan mused softly, then inquired, "Is he the one acclaimed as the foremost genius of the eastern Songxian continent, who received the legacy of the sea god?" "Indeed." "Understood." With a tone of indifference, Nangong Wan spoke, and in an instant, ripples emerged in the void, causing her and the throne to vanish from sight. When she reappeared, it was before the 5 Mountains Demon Suppression Formation of Haotian sect, the demon cultivators, engaged in a standoff with Haotian sect, since Nangong Wan's spiritual energy and immediately ceased their assault, retreating outside the formation to bow in deference. Inform them that those at the Golden Core stage and above must commit suicide on the spot. Half of the remaining may live. Otherwise, none shall escape. Yes. As the cool command resonated, the elder in black robes turned and soared towards the 5 Mountains Demon Suppression Formation. Tang Shan, the Holy Maiden commands that all Golden Core cultivators must take their own lives. Those below the Golden Core may be spared half, or else. Begone. Before the elder could finish, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. The sound wave, imbued with immense spiritual power, sent the elder and the other demon cultivators reeling, their energy centers churning violently. The lower-ranking Golden Core cultivators were left spitting blood on the spot. On the throne, as Nagong Wan sensed the powerful aura, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her blood-red gemstone-like eyes. A half-step to transformation. What an unexpected delight. She guided the throne to hover before the 5 Mountains Demon Suppression Formation, at the summit of Haotian sect. The elder cultivators of the nascent soul stage sensed the dire situation and braced themselves. "Fear not," a young man seated at the pinnacle proclaimed loudly, with a casual gesture. The sound of crashing waves echoed around them. Shortly after, a gigantic trident formed from water materialized above the summit, gleaming with spiritual radiance. The aura emanating from the trident was profoundly deep, suggesting it could unleash cataclysmic power with a mere motion. With the sea god's legacy weapon in my possession, esteemed colleagues, simply maintain the formation. Even those at the transformation stage cannot shake us," Tang Shan declared, his voice resonating with unwavering confidence and authority. Upon hearing his words, the hearts of those on the summit relaxed considerably. Truly, he was the young master. With him present, what could the holy maiden of the celestial demon palace do? Even if she reached transformation? Indeed, such a prodigy as the young master, if not for the misfortune of timing, would surely achieve immeasurable greatness in the future. Indeed, indeed. Upon realizing their lives were no longer in jeopardy, numerous Yuaning true monarchs began to lavish praise upon him. This flattery left Tang Shan feeling invigorated, even infusing his gaze towards Nangong Wan with a hint of disdain. "It would be wise for you to withdraw now." Our sex, 5 Mountains Demon Suppression Formation, is beyond your ability to breach, Tang Shan declared, his voice echoing with unassailable confidence. Suddenly, a piercing sound of a sword's cry pierced the air. The gathered onlookers beheld a formidable surge of blood energy coalescing ominously behind the throne. In no time, a nearly imperceptible crimson thread hung beside Nangong Wan. With a mere flick of her finger, that thread erupted forth, its velocity rendering a dazzling red fissure in the very fabric of the void. The blood-red thread, propelled with remarkable swiftness, collided with the grand formation in the blink of an eye. The multi-hued barriers of spiritual energy appeared to shatter like fragile glass under a tremendous blow, splintering into countless shards. Tang Shan's pupils constricted sharply. He hastily employed his incantations, directing the massive trident atop the mountain towards the crimson thread. In a clash of azure and crimson, the two colors collided in the expanse. Yet, this confrontation lasted but a fleeting moment before the red thread obliterated the blue trident into a myriad of fragments effortlessly. Swish. The assembly of Yuan-Ing cultivators atop the mountain was abruptly startled by a sharp sound slicing through the air. Only after regaining their senses did they realize a slender crimson thread had completely pierced Tang Shan's brow. Nangong Wan, with an air of languid indifference, yawned and remarked, "The #1 prodigy of the eastern continent is rather underwhelming." Chapter 160. The path of dragon taming. Several days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Ji Boying gritted his teeth, and with a sudden flourish of his brush, the room echoed with the crackling sound of electricity, and the intricate runes burst forth with dazzling brilliance. He raised his gaze towards Su Ling, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, "I kindly request fellow Taoist Su to review my work." Su Ling rose and stepped before Ji Boying, picking up the 6 stacks of meticulously crafted talismans. However, his expression bore an air of bewilderment. 10 days. He had astonishingly completed the assessment in a mere 10 days. Moreover, the quality was alarmingly high. This prompted Su Ling to introspect. When he himself was a 4-star low-grade talisman master, could he have achieved such prowess? It was crucial to note that Ji Boying's chi cultivation was only at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, and his spiritual roots were merely of the common 3-element high-grade variety. Fellow Taoist Ji, Su Ling placed the talismans down and inquired, "When did you commence your study of the 6-system derivative talismans?" "Approximately a year ago," Ji Boying replied candidly. "A year ago." Su Ling cast a deep gaze at Ji Boying. To comprehend the entirety of the 6-system thunder law to such a degree in just over a year was extraordinary. Even including himself, those within the headquarters who could achieve such accomplishments could be counted on one hand. This talisman master Ji might truly become the successor of the Thunder Palace master. Yet, his spiritual roots, well, it would suffice to offer him the heavenly transformation pill. After all, he was innately a talisman body, no matter how exceptional the heavenly transformation pill was. It would ultimately only embellish his capabilities. If he could not become the next heir of the 10,000 Paths Trading Company, even possessing the heavenly transformation pill would be of no avail. Moreover, exchanging a single heavenly transformation pill for the support of a main hall was hardly a loss. With these thoughts in mind, Su Ling retrieved a tome from his storage ring and stated, "This is a commentary on the 5-element spiritual patterns that I personally authored. Take it home and study it for a while. Should you encounter any difficulties, note them down, and after a month, I shall conduct another assessment for you. Once the assessment concludes, I will address all your queries." Ji Boying accepted the tome, bowed deeply to Su Ling, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Su." Su Ling nodded slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Ji, you have expended considerable effort in crafting talismans during this time. It would be prudent for you to return and rest." "Indeed." Ji Boying once more bowed to Su Ling and departed from the affairs hall with the tome in hand. Meanwhile, Su Xiao, as was his custom, was about to stroll past Su Ling's elegant chamber when he unexpectedly spotted Ji Boying's figure outside the affairs hall. Initially, he thought he was simply imagining things due to his recent worries. However, upon closer inspection, he confirmed that it was indeed Ji Boying. Su Xiao's heart jolted, and he stumbled, nearly tumbling down the staircase. He slumped onto the steps, gazing at the now empty doorway where Ji Boying had vanished, a bitter smile gracing his lips. No amount of scheming could have predicted such an outcome. "Sigh, what troubles you?" Just as Su Xiao wallowed in his melancholy, a melodic voice resonated from behind. Upon glancing back, he beheld Su Ling, adorned in a flowing purple robe, gazing down at him with an expression of perplexity. Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then managed a wry smile as he remarked, "I just encountered Master Ji Fu." "Oh, and then?" she inquired. Then, Su Xiao looked at Su Ling, whose nonchalance caused a sharp pang in his heart. Was this truly his own flesh and blood, his sister? How could she remain so unaffected while he felt as though he were on the brink of despair? He had doted on her so dearly in their youth. Unaware of the turmoil within Su Xiao, Su Ling softly stated, I shall request Lord Luo to allow Master Ji Fu to participate in the Wanao Pavilion assessment early. If you have no other matters to attend to, you may return to headquarters. Oh, and before you do, remember to apply for a bottle of creation pill using your contributions. With that, she paid no heed to Su Zhao's reaction and retreated to her elegant chamber, closing the door behind her. Su Zhao stood frozen in the corridor, glancing from the entrance to Su Ling's room. His mind adrift for a considerable time before suddenly bursting into laughter. After leaving the affairs pavilion, Ji Baiying, noticing the hour was still early, did not rush back to the estate but instead made a stop at a commercial establishment. Navigating through the throng, Ji Baiying casually approached a steward, revealing her identity token, and instructed, "Prepare 2 youth restoration pills and 2 beauty pills. I shall return in half an hour to collect them." "Yes, my lady," the steward replied with a sweet smile, bowing respectfully before heading towards the medicinal area. Ji Baiying, meanwhile, made her way directly to the section for dual cultivation techniques. Among the core resources, although there existed superior pills such as the Flying Immortal pill, there were no corresponding techniques available. This was somewhat understandable. Matters of intimacy between men and women have always been difficult to articulate. Otherwise, sects like the Hehuan sect, the Fengming Pavilion, and the Huaniying Gate would not attract such criticism. Even in her hometown, in the 21st century, such topics remain highly taboo. Otherwise, some authors would not face scrutiny or reports for merely hinting at suggestive content, nor would they be penalized for drawing inspiration from the succinct verse of Elzu. Of course, that is but one aspect. The greater concern lies within the notion of moderation. Dual cultivation can easily lead to excess, even if it offers genuine benefits. How many possess the self-control to resist its temptations, especially among the female cultivators of sects like the Hehuan sect and Fengming Pavilion? The seductive arts they practice are irresistible, even to those at the nascent soul stage. An ordinary cultivator, should they dare to indulge, may find themselves utterly consumed before they can savor the fruits of dual cultivation. That said, Ji Baiying had no need to worry about such outcomes. Firstly, he was a remarkably disciplined young man. Secondly, his physical constitution was robust enough to withstand daily exertions. As his thoughts danced through these considerations, Ji Baiying arrived at the dual cultivation technique section. He surveyed the area briefly before focusing his gaze on the 2-star superior and 3-star inferior technique zones. Previously, the dragon subduing 18 methods was classified as a second-tier inferior technique. Although both individuals had achieved great mastery, the effects were not particularly pronounced. Particularly now that Ji Baiying had allocated his attribute points to physical strength, employing such a technique seemed somewhat inappropriate. The dragon taming essentials appeared quite promising. Ji Baiying extracted an ancient tome from the collection of 3rd-tier inferior techniques, and, after briefly perusing the introduction, could not help but express his admiration. He had initially assumed that the term essentials referred to methods or techniques. However, to his surprise, the explanation in the book indicated it pertained to the pathways of flowing water. It was evident that his understanding was still rather limited. Ji Baiying glanced over the techniques again and noticed that while most focused on mastering skills, the dragon taming essentials centered on self-mastery. It was akin to physical training, where continuous exercise and practice would enhance one's strength. True strength emanates from within. He decided on this tome with a slight smile and subsequently departed the technique section with the dragon taming essentials in hand. Chapter 161. Pursuit. As the hour of the dog approached, Ji Baiying finally returned to his residence. Just as he pushed open the grand door, 2 graceful figures swiftly dashed out from the main hall. Ji Baiying smiled gently, taking a few steps forward, and enveloped both women in his embrace. "My husband, my lord." Their melodious, sweet voices, rich with longing, resonated in his ears. Ji Baiying held them tightly, inhaling deeply the fragrance of their hair. Only when the distinct yet harmonious scents wafted into his senses did he softly utter, "I apologize for keeping you waiting. Let us head to the parlor. I have gifts for you both." With that, Ji Baiying led the 2 women toward the main hall. As they neared the entrance, a mouth-watering aroma of exquisite dishes wafted toward them. Ji Baiying paused momentarily, then turned to his wives. Xiao Ning'o gently explained, "Ever since you mentioned you were uncertain when the assessments would conclude, Qing'er has prepared a grand feast every evening to await your return. This way, whenever you come home, you can enjoy a meal made with love." Ji Baiying's gaze flickered as warmth coursed through his heart. "Thank you." He looked at the bashful Yi Qingqing in his arms, smiled slightly, and then leaned down to capture her soft lips. After a long while, as a silvery thread glimmered under the moonlight, Ji Baiying continued to embrace his wives as they made their way to the parlor. At the dining table, his 2 wives sat beside him, their faces adorned with blissful smiles as they quietly watched Ji Baiying indulge in his meal. Although he could easily nourish himself with spiritual energy and forego food. He believed that culinary delights should never be forsaken. More importantly, he wished to prevent Yi Qingqing from harboring any dark thoughts. By returning home for dinner each day, even if just for one meal, he could provide her with immense happiness and a sense of security. What wife in the world does not wish for her husband to relish her culinary creations? Thus, this meal, consumed voraciously by Ji Boying, lasted well over half an hour before it came to a satisfying conclusion. Casually employing a spell to wipe away the grease from his lips, Ji Boying embraced both women and playfully asked, "Can you guess what gifts I have prepared for you? A new robe of spells, perhaps?" Xiao Ninger replied with a smile. "Incorrect." Ji Boying gently shook his head. Yi Qingqing nuzzled against him, her eyes sparkling with mischief, and teased, "Is it a dragon-slaying technique?" Ji Boying's expression darkened comically as he flicked her forehead with his finger. "What are you thinking, you little rascal? It's elixirs." With that, Ji Boying retrieved four exquisite jade vials from his storage ring. "Are these elixirs for enhancing cultivation?" Yi Qingqing gazed at the delicate vials on the table, speaking to herself. "My lord is becoming increasingly formidable. Even with superior spiritual veins, Ninger and I cannot keep pace with our husband's progress. With elixirs to enhance cultivation, there is no need to fret about the future, where my esteemed companions, Sister Ning and I, may become unable to serve the noble master due to his elevated prowess." "Qing'o." Ji Boying cast a glance at Yi Qingqing, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. In truth, regardless of the number of cultivation techniques or dual cultivation methods he procured for them, their progress would still lag behind his due to their innate spiritual roots. Moreover, as his own realm ascended, communication would become increasingly arduous. It was even conceivable that they might not withstand the intensity of his vital essence. "I must hasten to join the Wanao Pavilion to acquire the creation pill. Additionally, I should temporarily set aside my own physical cultivation speed. Should I break through to the Yuanwu realm, Ninger and Qinger would utterly be unable to endure my vital essence." Ji Boying pondered silently. He inhaled deeply, gently tapping the foreheads of his two wives, and solemnly declared, "Though these vials contain no cultivation-enhancing elixirs, once I become the true core of the merchant guild, I shall prepare ample resources for your cultivation, not to mention achieving great longevity, but at the very least, I wish for you to reach the Yuan-Ing realm." "Husband, master." The two women gazed at Ji Boying, their beautiful eyes brimming with emotion. "Enough of that for now," Ji Boying said, lightly ruffling their hair before presenting the elixirs to them with a smile. "Open and take a look." Upon hearing this, the two promptly grasped one of the vials, uncorking it, and a fragrance unlike any ordinary elixir wafted forth. Inhaling this aroma, both experienced an indescribable sensation of comfort. "What kind of elixir is this?" Xiaoninger inquired first. "It's the youth-preserving pill, and the other is the beauty pill," Ji Boying replied warmly. The youth-preserving pill and the beauty pill. A spark of excitement ignited in Yi Qingqing's eyes, and even Xiaoninger could not conceal her astonishment. What woman does not cherish beauty? Even if not for the sake of pleasing others, they would still care about their appearance. For the love of beauty is inherent to womanhood. "Do you like them?" Ji Boying asked, gazing at them with a smile. "We love them," they chorused, cradling the jade vials tightly, as if fearing they might slip away. "Since you like them, should there not be a gesture of gratitude?" Ji Boying retrieved the tome Dragon Taming Essentials from his storage ring. "You have 15 minutes to peruse it briefly. I shall return after a quarter of an hour to assess your preparatory efforts. Let me be clear, should either of you fail to prepare adequately, there will be consequences." Upon hearing Ji Boying's words, a hint of crimson swept across their cheeks. 15 minutes later, at the desk in the main bedroom, Ji Boying surveyed his wives, now adorned in professional attire, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Have you both prepared? Who shall be the first to undergo inspection?" He regarded them with a teasing glint. "Sister Ningyo should go first." Yi Qingqing quickly hid behind Xiao Ninger, her voice trembling. "Oh, then let it be Qinger first," Ji Boying replied. Ji Boying let out a mischievous laugh, and in a sudden flash, she appeared behind Yi Qingqing without any warning. The unexpected scene startled Yi Qingqing. However, before she could voice her complaints, Ji Boying pressed her body down onto the desk. "Qinger has been quite mischievous today. Let me see if you have been diligently studying these past days." As she spoke, Ji Boying unsheathed the sword from her waist, and then the dragon surged from the water. In a dimly lit room within the Fengming Pavilion, anguished screams echoed. A gust of wind swept through, stirring the beaded curtains. On the embroidered bed lay two women, stripped of their humanity, their bodies marred with numerous bite marks, claw scratches, and lash wounds. These injuries, both old and new, penetrated the flesh, a sight both shocking and grotesque. The screams continued, following the source of the sound. One could see a young girl suspended in a starfish position beneath the main beam of the room. Behind her, Sun Qichen, his hair disheveled and eyes bloodshot, resembled a bloodthirsty beast as he savagely tore at the girl's body. This continued until a gentle knock echoed through the room. With a sinister grin, he tore away a piece of flesh and withdrew from the girl. Sun Qingchun then donned a fresh robe, tidying himself to restore his elegant demeanor before stepping out. Lord Sun, the subordinate of the Fengming Pavilion, greeted him with a bow, then whispered, Fairy Yueyao has left the premises. I have arranged for someone to follow her. Understood. Sun Qingchun replied with a slight nod, his voice firm. Remember, do not alarm the snake in the grass. I understand. Chapter 162. The Celestial Seal of the Azure Dragon in the outskirts of the Celestial City, atop a certain mountain peak, Ji Being, Su Xiao, and Su Ling stood facing one another. Above them hovered a small flying vessel. Su Xiao turned to Ji Being and spoke softly, Master Ji, this shall be the final stop. Upon hearing this, Ji Being nodded slightly and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, in that case, I wish you a safe journey. Protector Su. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Master Ji. Su Xiao replied with a hearty laugh, as if recalling something important. I almost forgot. I requested some items for you at headquarters. But they won't arrive until a month later. Please remember to collect them when the time comes. Noticing that time was of the essence, he added. I must take my leave now, Master Ji. Farewell until we meet again at headquarters. Without waiting for Ji Being to inquire further, Su Xiao bid his farewells and immediately ascended on the wind, landing deftly on the flying vessel. Before long, the vessel trembled violently, transforming into a streak of light before vanishing into the distant sky. Requested items? What could they be? Ji Being gazed in the direction of the departing vessel, a wry smile forming on his lips. Even on his way out, he chose to keep it a mystery. Once Su Xiao had departed, Su Ling cast a glance at Ji Being and said, Let us return to the base. Indeed, Ji Being nodded slightly. The two then soared in the direction of the main city, only descending to the ground and resuming their journey on foot when they were still several dozen miles from the outer city. However, just as they were about to enter the city, a number of figures suddenly burst forth from the distant thicket. Ji Being prepared to take action but soon realized that the targets of these individuals were not directed at them. In fact, it appeared they were fleeing. A sudden roar echoed from afar. Instantly, a cloud of dust was kicked up from the forest, and the densely packed trees began to tremble violently. The dust cloud approached rapidly, and as they neared the forest's edge, Ji Being beheld a surge of low-grade demonic beasts rushing forth like an unleashed torrent. Is this a beast tide? Ji Being could not help but exclaim. Yet, before he could finish, Su Ling interjected, This is not a beast tide. Not a beast tide? Ji Being was taken aback and inquired, Then what are these demonic beasts? They are frightened. Something that instills terror has emerged from the forest, Su Ling replied indifferently. Her tone laced with a hint of disinterest, perhaps even a trace of disappointment. Observing this, Ji Being's lips twitched slightly, and he continued walking toward the main city. However, they had not progressed far when another swarm of demonic beasts erupted from the opposite side of the thicket. This time, the direction of their flight was toward Ji Being and Su Ling. Moreover, trailing behind this horde was a second-tier late-stage aberration, comparable to a golden core expert. Ji Being quickly produced a talisman, bracing himself to act. Yet, at that moment, a flash of purple appeared before him. Allow me to handle this. Before them stood Su Ling, her gaze fixed on the distant demonic beasts. What had initially been a pair of dull eyes gradually sparkled with a hint of brilliance. To what extent has fellow Taoist Ji mastered the five-element spiritual patterns? Ji Being, perplexed, hesitated momentarily before softly replying, I can barely merge 4 layers of spiritual patterns. 4 layers, indeed? That should suffice. Su Ling murmured as if to herself. Roar. At that moment, the demonic beast had already charged towards them. It was precisely during this instant that Su Ling formed a sword gesture with her hands and suddenly pointed into the void. In the next moment, a spiritual pattern, embodying both fervor and ferocity, abruptly manifested in the air. Ji Being's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it possible to depict such a thing in midair? Whoosh. Just as Ji Being was reeling from shock, Su Ling flicked her finger, and the fire lightning fused 4-layered spiritual pattern surged forth, striking directly into the midst of the ferocious beasts. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, unleashing a conflagration and a multitude of serpentine purple lightning bolts. In but an instant, dozens of first and second-tier demonic beasts were reduced to cinders. Did you see that clearly? Su Ling turned to Ji Being and inquired. At her words, Ji Being nodded, then abruptly shook his head. Could fellow Taoist Su demonstrate once more? She inclined her head slightly and responded, this time. I will inscribe the 4-layer fusion pattern using Qi refining spiritual power. Fellow Taoist Ji, observe closely. As her voice fell, Su Ling initiated the process anew. However, this time her output of spiritual power was evidently diminished. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the 4-layer fire lightning spiritual pattern was once again drawn. Although swift, Ji Boying sensed he was beginning to grasp some essence of the technique. If you draw it again, fellow Taoist Ji may attempt to draw alongside me. Her melodious voice resonated in his ears. Ji Boying quickly emulated her, beginning to inscribe in midair. However, he opted for a talisman pen instead of using his fingers, for he was not yet capable of such dexterity. Buzz. Amidst the wavering of spiritual power, Su Ling completed her drawing, while Ji Boying experienced utter failure. He couldn't even sustain the two types of spiritual power in the void, causing the pattern to completely disintegrate. Glancing at Su Ling, he saw her chuckling. Even with exceptional talent, fellow Taoist Ji, it is improbable to succeed on the first attempt. Otherwise, how would those prodigies at headquarters fare? Of course, she refrained from mentioning that she did not include herself among those prodigies, primarily to avoid dampening Ji Boying's confidence. Fellow Taoist Ji, continue. I have already dealt with the majority of the demonic beasts. The remaining ones will take at least several breaths to reach us, so you still have time. Upon hearing this, Ji Boying cast a glance at the distant beasts and then picked up the spirit pen once more, commencing the inscribing of spiritual patterns anew. Once, twice, thrice, 30 times. Dozens of moments slipped away in the blink of an eye. However, Ji Boying still had not succeeded. Beside her, Su Ling couldn't help but display a peculiar expression. Is it really this difficult? With her fingers dancing swiftly through the air, a complex rune was soon etched into existence. Ji Boying's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the Windwall rune. To inscribe a 2-star low-grade rune in midair, and to accomplish it in an instant. Given this brief span, I could scarcely manage it even on rune paper. What kind of prodigy is this Su Rune Master? Just then, a windwall surged upward, standing resolutely in front of the beasts. Startled, the creatures began to thrash about violently, crashing against the windwall in a frenzy. Each impact weakened the barrier further. At this rate, within merely half a tea's time, the windwall would be utterly shattered. After establishing the windwall, Su Ling inscribed several 4-star low-grade binding runes and suppression runes in midair. However, these two runes did not fly towards the beast horde. Instead, they descended directly onto Ji Boying. Su, what is the meaning of this? Ji Boying asked. Bewildered as she gazed at Su Ling. If you wish to break through, you must immerse yourself in peril. I noticed that you previously inscribed the spirit patterns. Already grasping their essence, the reason behind your failures lies in the absence of a sense of urgency. By using the binding and suppression runes to restrain your spiritual energy and body, I aim to confront you with a crisis, compelling you to fight for your very survival. Su Ling stated earnestly, though her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. With the wind wall still holding strong for several dozen moments, Ji hastened to inscribe the spirit patterns. Chapter 163. Unrest within the heart regarding Su Ling's theories. Ji Boying initially held a semblance of belief. However, upon observing the pair of lively and mischievous eyes belonging to his counterpart, unease began to creep into his heart. Yet, with the situation having evolved to this point, he found himself bereft of alternatives. Time and again, Ji Boying endeavored to inscribe the ethereal patterns in midair. Once, twice, 30 times. As moments slipped away, he was met with nothing but failure. Nevertheless, the wind wall before him appeared increasingly burdened. Casting a glance at the wind wall, he resolutely plunged back into his task. Thus, after yet another 10 attempts, Ji Boying finally sensed that elusive, profound feeling. Elation surged within him, and he hastily began to draw. Soon, a nascent spiritual pattern began to take shape. However, just as he was about to finalize his strokes, a shadow lunged forth, violently propelling him away. In the stillness of the forest, a contingent of foundation-building cultivators cautiously navigated a narrow woodland path, grasping their magical instruments. They channeled their spiritual energy, their faces etched with gravity and vigilance, scanning their surroundings intently, ready to act at the slightest disturbance. Maintain utmost vigilance. In less than 5 miles, we shall reach the location indicated by those wandering cultivators. We are merely here to gather intelligence. Be wary not to falter in treacherous waters. Indeed. In unison, the dozen or so cultivators echoed the words of the middle-aged man at the helm, who stood at the pinnacle of foundation building. Observing the heightened state of alertness among his comrades, he felt a modicum of reassurance wash over him. This mission to explore the source of the outer district's beast tide had been thrust upon him by the security hall, a task he would have otherwise avoided. According to the wandering cultivators, this beast tide was incited by demonic entities. Demonic beings. They were even more fearsome than demonic cultivators. This group was but a mere patrol team under the auspices of the security hall, should they truly encounter a demonic entity. It was unlikely that many present would return unscathed. Captain. At that moment, someone in the ranks suddenly shouted. The middle-aged man at the forefront was jolted as if struck by lightning. He turned, intending to reprimand, but found his subordinates transfixed, staring into the depths of the nearby woods. With a furrowed brow, he followed their gaze. Not far away, several desiccated beast corpses hung limply from the branches, their mouths agape and eyes wide, devoid of expression, yet betraying the terror they had felt in their final moments. "Captain," a youthful voice broke through the tension, belonging to a young man barely in his 20s who had just begun his foundation-building journey. "Should we proceed further?" His tone was laced with hesitation and tinged with fear. Upon hearing this, the man's own resolve wavered. To halt here might lead to unfavorable consequences upon return. Yet to venture further. After a prolonged internal struggle, he swallowed hard and declared with grim determination, "Advance another 500 steps, regardless of our findings. We shall return to the city after that." "Understood." As they spoke, the group cautiously advanced forward, each step taken with utmost care and deliberation. The deeper they ventured, the more the remains of littered the path, and they encountered several second tier as well. Eventually, after 400 steps, a profound and shadowy cave loomed before them, prompting the group to halt. The entrance to the cave was not narrow, measuring nearly 10 feet across, surrounded by heaps of rubble, splintered wood, and fresh bloodstains. If their deductions were correct, a fierce battle had recently transpired here. "Captain, shall we proceed?" A voice trembled from within the ranks. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, hesitated to respond, gripping his sword tightly at his waist, his resolute countenance betraying a struggle within. After a prolonged moment, he turned to the others, ready to speak, when suddenly, a member of the group pointed towards the adjacent thicket, exclaiming, "Someone's there." The group immediately focused their gaze in the direction indicated. There, leaning against a sturdy tree trunk, was a frail figure, drenched in blood. Upon sighting this emaciated silhouette, they channeled their spiritual energy to its peak. The middle-aged man casting his foundational consciousness over the figure. Moments later, his expression shifted drastically. However, he quickly regained his composure, for he sensed only a foundational level of cultivation, specifically mid-foundational. Joy surged within him as he exclaimed to the group, "The beast tide here has arisen because of that. Let us capture him." Yes. The faces of the group lit up with ecstatic anticipation. They had feared the presence of a formidable demon, only to discover it was merely a foundational. This mission was finally coming to fruition. Yet, just as they prepared to charge towards the figure, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. The flakes descended gently, glistening with a cerulean spiritual light. Before the group could react, that scintillating light erupted violently. A chill akin to ocean waves surged forth, swiftly engulfing all present, encasing them in statues of pure white ice. Autumn Rain cast aside a now dull talisman. Struggling to rise and approach the group, she stood before the middle-aged man, placing her right hand upon his forehead. With a sharp crack, a resonant sound pierced the air. Crimson energy burst forth from the ice, ultimately flowing into the ring adorning her fair fingers. In a certain elegant room within a trading firm, a lively and rhythmic clashing resonated, harmonizing with Li Yueyao's melodious voice, akin to celestial music, soothing to the ears. Ji Boing, wielding his sword with wild abandon, unleashed the 8 formidable strikes of the ferocity of his swordplay and the sharpness of his intent forced Li Yueyao to retreat step by step upon the question-and-answer platform. Even though her ethereal and enchanting form had undergone 3 transformations and she had ascended to the realm of Golden Core, before the already transcendent sword immortal Ji Boing, she remained utterly powerless. It was not until half an hour later that Ji Boing unleashed the wind and thunder sword, expelling all the sword energy from within, that the battle finally reached its conclusion. After the fierce combat, Ji Boing paid no further attention to Li Yueyao, instead reclining on a nearby bench, one hand shielding his eyes as he breathed heavily. Sensing Ji Boing's unusual state, Li Yueyao locked her internal yang qi and donned a fresh gown. Taking a seat beside him, "Is my lord troubled?" she inquired, resting Ji Boing's head upon her soft thigh, her delicate fingers gently massaging his temples. "Perhaps," Ji Boing replied nonchalantly, his tone somewhat dismissive and tinged with dissatisfaction. His mind wandered back to the previous day's humiliation, recalling how he had been trampled by that group of miscreants. Among them were a few insolent brutes who dared to stomp on his handsome, charismatic face. Had it not been for his golden physique enveloping his body, he would likely require another vial of beauty elixir today. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the images were swiftly replaced by the glint of mischievous eyes. Ji Boing abruptly opened his eyes, feeling the pent-up frustration within him and completely losing any desire for massage. He sat up and glanced at Li Yueyao beside him. Understanding his unspoken sentiment, she offered him a respectful bow, then bent down and knelt, diligently attending to his needs. Chapter 164. Comprehending Spiritual Runes. Su Ling had the honor of meeting the hall master in an elegant chamber of the affairs pavilion. She slightly bowed to the ethereal figure before her. The figure nodded slightly, and a cool voice resonated within the room. "What brings you to summon me, esteemed hall master?" I wish to request an evaluation from Master Ji Fu at the Wandao Pavilion. A request for an evaluation at the Wandao Pavilion? The ethereal voice carried a hint of surprise. It had only been a few months since he had passed the Earth-level guest elder assessment, and in such a brief span. Had this young individual truly mastered the 6 systems of derivative runes to this extent? Su Ling gazed at the ethereal figure, paused for a moment, and then succinctly summarized her earlier testing results regarding Ji Boying. Upon hearing this, the already ephemeral figure seemed to waver even more, as though a mere gust of wind could disperse it entirely. After a prolonged silence, the ethereal voice spoke once more. From this moment forth, I shall submit an application for that Master Ji, and I will personally oversee the review process, striving to finalize the approval within a year. In the meantime, I urge you to continue assisting him in solidifying his foundation, aiming for him to secure the headquarters' heavenly-grade restricted resources during his first assessment. As a reward, I shall grant you an additional opportunity to enter the Thunder Pool's sacred grounds. Thank you, Home Master. Su Ling bowed once more to the ethereal figure, pledging, I will do my utmost. On another front, after engaging in an exhilarating water battle with his 2 wives atop the sea, Ji Boying retreated to his guest room. He sat cross-legged on the floor, calming his thoughts, and then retrieved the 5 elements spiritual rune annotations that Su Ling had gifted him from his storage ring. In truth, he had intended to peruse the annotations on the very day he received them. However, yearning for his wife had consumed him that day, and after some exchanges, he found himself waiting until the following noon. He had planned to study them after their conversation, yet unexpectedly, Su Xiao was departing from the eastern Songxin continent again. Thus, time slipped by until today, and he still had not examined the contents within the annotations. With a mixture of anticipation and curiosity, Ji Boying opened the annotations. 15 minutes later. What on earth is the difference between this and the 5 elements origin thunder true explanation given to me by Protector Su? Ji Boying stared at the spread of scriptures before him, his face adorned with dark lines of frustration. The annotations before him bore no distinction from the true explanation Su Xiao had previously provided. Each page contained but a single spiritual rune, devoid of any additional content. Initially, Ji Boying had presumed that the spiritual runes within would differ. However, upon immersing his consciousness into the text, he found that the 2 runes were identical, down to the very style of the strokes. At this moment, Ji Boying felt a sense of being toyed with. Especially recalling Su Ling's mischievous gaze from the day before, he became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. The more he pondered, the angrier he grew, ready to hurl the scriptures in frustration. However, just as he was about to release the scriptures, Ji Boying suddenly noticed that the material of the text seemed different. He hurriedly spread the ancient text on the table again, gently caressing the paper with his fingers. Was it a spirit rune? Ji Boying murmured softly, then placed his hand upon it, channeling his spiritual energy. Before long, a brilliant golden light erupted from the pages. In an instant, a series of spirit runes, identical in shape yet differing drastically in essence in the degree of integration and proportion of internal spiritual elements, manifested in the air. Could it be that a single fire thunder spirit rune possesses so many variations? Moreover, there are dozens of methods for integrating the 2 spiritual elements of gold and thunder. Ji Boying's heart trembled profoundly. At that moment, it felt as though he had opened the door to a new world. He had always believed that whether carving runes or depicting spirit patterns, one had to adhere meticulously to the methods outlined in the scriptures. But in this instant, he realized how utterly mistaken he had been, be it spirit runes or talismans. At their core, they are merely the weaving and intertwining of different spiritual energies, which then bloom and react in a unique manner, enabling the output of spiritual energy to achieve a desired purpose and effect. To put it simply, is it not akin to a sword cultivator employing various sword techniques in attack? The so-called sword techniques are merely the process of channeling internal sword energy in a special manner for release, are they not? With this thought, Ji Boying felt a greater shock within. Even his clenched fist trembled slightly. He took several deep breaths, calming the turmoil within him, then retrieved a talisman brush. Beginning to carve in midair, he opted for the simplest single attribute spirit rune rather than a more complex fusion rune. With a fluid stroke, he let his hand move freely, devoid of any strict methodology. Soon, the fervent spiritual energy began to coalesce in the void, fluctuating, and ultimately dissipated. A failure. No matter. He would try again. Ji Boying once more summoned the fire attribute spiritual energy within him, sketching with abandon, still lacking any structured approach. The spirit rune coalesced once more, fluctuated, and then dissipated. Thus, Ji Boying continued to repeat this action. Even amidst continual failures, and sometimes worsening results, he remained undeterred. And so it went. From dawn to dusk, from night to daybreak, from aquatic battles to land skirmishes, from the table to the bedside, from the master bedroom to the living room. After a span of half a month and countless sketches, a spirit rune imbued with a blazing essence finally took form, suspended in the air, enduring and unwavering. He had finally succeeded. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Ji Boing, holding the talisman brush, could not help but burst into hearty laughter. His resounding laughter, infused with rich vitality and the surge of spiritual energy, echoed throughout the courtyard. In the main hall, Xiao Ninger, who was practicing the 6 elemental derivative talismans, paused, her gaze drawn towards the guest room. In the courtyard, Yi Qingqing, who was tending to the spiritual plants, also halted her actions, looking towards the guest room where Ji Boing was. The two exchanged a knowing smile, listening to Ji Boing's unrestrained and uninhibited laughter, feeling genuinely delighted for him. After a while, the laughter gradually subsided, and the rich vitality and spiritual energy resonating within the courtyard slowly dissipated. Soon, a faint sound of a door creaking open echoed from the living room. Ji Boing stepped out slowly. He glanced at Yi Qingqing in the courtyard, and then at Xiao Ninger, who was diligently inscribing symbols in the living room, and spoke gently. In the past half-month, I have devoted myself to the study of spiritual patterns, neglecting your feelings. I apologize for the inconvenience caused. Yi Qingqing set down the small trowel in her hand, and then leapt into Ji Boing's embrace, rubbing her head against his chest for a moment before saying, Sister Ninger and I do not feel wronged at all, because we understand that you are working tirelessly for our sake. Ji Boing turned to look at Xiao Ninger. Though she remained silent, the smile on her face conveyed the most profound sentiments. With such wonderful wives like you, I am truly fortunate. As he spoke, Ji Boing wrapped his arms around Yi Qingqing's waist and moved toward the living room. For the past half-month, he had mechanically fulfilled his tasks, delving into the intricacies of spiritual patterns, neglecting all else. Now that he had genuinely grasped the fundamentals of spiritual patterns, it was time to focus on continuous practice and exploration. It was also the perfect moment to assess Xiao Ninger's recent progress in her symbolic arts.